Chapter 1, Really Reborn. Yang Fan's vision was a little blurry. But he still tried hard to look at the group of people around his bed, including lawyers, doctors, friends, subordinates, and people he had sponsored. He didn't expect that on the day he left this world, he would not have any relatives around him. It is said that before a person dies, his brain will think of the most important thing in his life. For Yang Fan, the most important thing was the day when his wife took their daughter to the county town for medical treatment and never came back. Even though he is now worth billions, he has no friends or family. No matter how much money he makes, it is meaningless. He will grow old alone holding a pile of numbers. He will always wake up from a nightmare in the middle of the night and can only rely on doing charity to make up for the guilt in his heart. If possible, he would give away all his wealth and go back to the past. But these debts can only be repaid in the next life. Yang Fan, where's the money? You didn't really spend it, did you? A familiar yet unfamiliar voice came from my ears, a little sharp, with a bit of despair and helplessness. This isn't Anne's medical money, how can you touch it? You beast. The sound of sobbing woke Yang Fan up. Everything he saw was so familiar, but what was even more familiar to him was the person in front of him. Su Xiaoying? The person in front of me was wearing a washed-out shirt on the upper body and black trousers with many patches on the lower body. He was wearing a pair of cloth shoes of the same color. It was clearly visible that the cloth was unraveling and would soon crack so that the toes would pop out of it. But the simple attire still cannot conceal the natural beauty of the person in front of him. Her facial features are bright, and her skin is still fair even when she does farm work on weekdays. Her pair of black eyes are sparkling, as if they can speak. If it were in the future, she could debut directly with her face, but now this color is overshadowed. Su Xiaoying looked at Yang Fan disappointedly. Yang Fan, at this point, are you still going to act crazy and stupid? This is your daughter, your own flesh and blood, how can you be so cruel? I thought you had at least a little conscience towards Anne, now it seems that I overestimated you. Just as she finished speaking, she heard the child's low cry again, Mom, Mom. The voice was soft, like that of an abandoned kitten, so heartbreaking. Su Xiaoying didn't care about Yang Fan. She immediately went out of the house, went to the next room, and coaxed her daughter again and again, and Mommy is here. Yang Fan jumped up and sat up from the bed. At this moment, the scene before my eyes became more real. The bed was old and paint-chipped, without even a mosquito net. The board was covered with straw, and on top of that was a torn straw mat. It was summer, and there was a patched sheet and a rotten cattail leaf fan on the bed. The furniture in the house was even simpler, with only a red box for clothes and a few long benches. Yang Fan pinched himself hard, and the pain told him that he was truly reborn. Thinking of what his wife Su Xiaoying said just now, Yang Fan immediately remembered that this was 2 days before his wife and daughter had a car accident. At that time, he stole the money that his elder brother and sister-in-law had raised for his daughter and Anne's medical treatment, leaving his wife and daughter with no money to see a doctor. But 2 days later, Anne's low fever turned into a high fever. Su Xiaoying had no choice but to carry Anne out of the village to the county town in the middle of the night, but they had a car accident on the way and never came back. Yang Fan looked at his pale hands and said in disbelief, I am really back. This time, he will definitely not make the same mistake again. Yang Fan got off the bed and went to the next room. When Su Xiaoying saw that it was him, she immediately covered Anne's ears and said, What? Did you remember where the money is? Xiaoying, don't worry, I will give you the money tomorrow morning and will not delay Anne's medical treatment. Looking at his wife and daughter in front of him, Yang Fan was so excited that he wanted to go forward and hug them, but when Su Xiaoying saw him coming forward, she immediately took a few steps back, looking very alert. Yang Fan's heart ached. Just as he was about to make some promises, he heard a voice from outside, Yang Fan, didn't you say you would treat me to a drink? Why didn't you come? What about the promise to honor this brother-in-law? The voice was familiar yet unfamiliar. Yang Fan lived to be 82 in his previous life. Logically, he should have forgotten all his friends from his hometown long ago. But when he recalled it, Yang Fan quickly remembered the face that corresponded to this voice. Su Guowei, whose name sounds great and patriotic, is actually a second-rate person who is hated by everyone like him. He was from nearby Shujia village, the same village as Su Xiaoying. Most of the people in the village were related, so in terms of seniority, Su Xiaoying had to call Su Guowei brother, so in front of Yang Fan, Su Guowei often called himself elder brother-in-law. Before Yang Fan could say anything, Su Xiao at the side asked, Yang Fan, you stole the money and used it to treat your friends to drinks, right? Damn it, I was backstabbed just after I was reborn. Su Guowei, who was outside, had already arrived at the yard. He happened to hear what Su Xiuying said and disagreed. Sister Xiuying, how can you say that? Yang Fan is the head of the family. How can he be considered stealing if he takes the money? Besides, I'm his brother-in-law, so it's only natural for him to treat me. Su Xiuying was so angry that her chest heaved violently for a few times. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said nothing. She had seen how thick-skinned this man was and she couldn't argue with him at all. What kind of brother-in-law are you? Yang Fan glared at him and said, stop trying to be friendly here. Get lost. Su Guowei was slightly stunned. Yang Fan, what's your attitude? If you don't get out of here, I'll chase you away with a broom. Seeing Yang Fan looking for a broom in the yard, Su Guowei was even more confused. Yang Fan, what are you doing? Are you afraid of a woman? Yang Fan ignored him, quickly saw the broom on the courtyard wall and immediately went over to get it. Seeing that he was serious, Su Guowei was so scared that he quickly left the yard. Yang Fan, you are really sick. Why are you going crazy when you are fine? After saying that, he ran away quickly, fearing that Yang Fan would go crazy and hit him with a broom. In the yard. Yang Fan held the broom and looked at Su Xiuying helplessly. Xiuying, don't worry, I will give you the money tomorrow at the latest. That would be better. Su Xiuying snorted coldly, but did not believe Yang Fan. She was already thinking about how to save money. Yang Fan was thinking about what to do. And in Su Xiuying's arms had already seen Yang Fan. She timidly showed her eyes, which were wide open. She looked at Yang Fan and called out, Daddy. This simple sentence almost broke Yang Fan's defense, and his eyes became red. Why? He responded and couldn't help but stretch out his hands to hug her, but Su Xiuying blocked them by turning her body sideways. His hands froze in the air for a long time before slowly falling down. Looking at his daughter's yellow hair and thin face, Yang Fan's throat tightened and his voice was a little hoarse. I'll go cook for you. Chapter 2: The First Pot of Gold. Without waiting for Su Xiuying to speak, Yang Fan went to the kitchen and rummaged through the things in the kitchen. He was stunned. There was not a grain of rice in the rice jar, and only a little bit of oil and salt was left. He searched the cupboard again, and finally only found 2 small sweet potatoes. He sighed and looked at the sky outside the yard. It was about 10 o'clock in the morning. His daughter had a high fever at 10 o'clock the day after tomorrow. But in fact, his daughter has been having a low-grade fever repeatedly. If she doesn't see a doctor, it may turn into pneumonia. So he has to get the money as soon as possible and take the child to see a doctor. Yang Fan wanted to cook sweet potatoes, but found that there was not much firewood left at home, so he had to carry a bamboo basket and some tools and then go up the mountain. Now that time is short, he can only make some quick money. Xiuying, I'm going out to find something to eat. You stay at home and look after Anan. I'll be back soon. Su Xiuying didn't respond. Yang Fan opened the gate and walked out. It is now 1983, and the household contract responsibility system has been implemented. Every household has been allocated land, and every family has worked more actively. There was hardly any adult outside, only children, wearing patched clothes, some with runny noses and dirty bodies, playing with mud and stones. After walking for a while, Yang Fan saw the river closest to their village. There are a lot of fish here. For so many years, the village has relied on this river to eat meat. However, because there are so many people catching fish, it is really difficult to catch fish now, unless you go to a deeper place, but no one dares to go there. When Yang Fan was young, several villagers were drowned. Since those few people, no one dared to go deeper. After all, eating is important, but life is more important. Besides, now that the country has distributed land to us, at least we won't starve to death. If we work hard in the future, we may be able to buy some meat to eat. There is no need to take risks for this. After passing the river, we saw rice fields. There were many people in the fields, all bent over doing farm work. Yang Fan passed by directly and later came to the mountains behind Jiutang village. He went straight into the deep mountains. As for the outer areas of the mountains, all the edible things had been picked up long ago, but there were quite a few resources in the deep mountains. After walking for about half an hour, the vegetation became noticeably thicker, and Yang Fan could occasionally hear the rustling of animals passing by quickly. He took a few steps toward the source of the sound and saw the vague silhouette of a hare in the distance. Wild animals are difficult to catch. In his previous life, after Yang Fan's wife and daughter died, his mother, who had always doted on him, drove him out of the house without mercy. At that time, Yang Fan had no money and no place to live. People disliked him and no one wanted to take him in. He was too ashamed to face other people's strange looks, so he had to go up the mountain to find food. Since he couldn't find anything outside, Yang Fan went deep into the mountains. If he was lucky, he could eat wild fruits, but if he was unlucky, there were no wild fruits. Yang Fan was so hungry that he would chew on tree branches. With a huge desire to survive, he finally became proficient in designing traps, catching prey, and then taking them down the mountain to sell them for money. Of course, Yang Fan made his first fortune in his previous life by digging up a wild ginseng and selling it for 50 yuan. He didn't understand the market at the time, and was cheated by others at this price. So at this moment, when Yang Fan thought about making quick money, he immediately thought of the ginseng from his previous life. The hare was extremely alert, and Yang Fan couldn't catch it with his bare hands, but the hare's leg was bloody and obviously injured. Yang Fan thought he could give it a try, and when he got close to the hare, he quickly caught the frightened hare that was about to run away. Chapter 3: Successfully Digging Wild Ginseng. After catching the hare, Yang Fan was stunned for a moment. He picked up the rabbit and took a look. He saw that all 4 legs of the rabbit were injured, and there was a cut on its stomach, which was bleeding. No wonder he was able to catch it with his bare hands. It turned out that he was so badly injured. It was really lucky for him. Yang Fan waited and smiled. This wild rabbit must be an adult, weighing about 5 or 6 kilograms. He took out a rope from the bamboo basket and tied up the hare. As if the rabbit knew its fate, it became more and more listless, as if it could die at any time. After putting the rabbit away, Yang Fan continued walking towards the place where he remembered to find the wild ginseng, carrying the bamboo basket on his back. I don't know if it's the golden finger of rebirth, but Yang Fan found that when he recalled things from his previous life, everything was extremely clear. Even the books and newspapers he had read were remembered clearly. With clear memories of his previous life, Yang Fan walked for about 10 minutes and finally found the location of the wild ginseng. He quickly took out his tools and started digging wild ginseng. In his previous life, he didn't know how to do it and just pulled it out directly, which damaged the quality of the wild ginseng. He was also cheated by someone and finally sold the wild ginseng for only 50 yuan, which was simply too much. Yang Fan dug the wild ginseng carefully, trying not to break even a single stem. Not long after, a whole wild ginseng was dug out. He weighed it in his hand and found it was about 200 to 300 grams. The price of cultivated ginseng now is 30 to 40 yuan per catty. The ginseng in Yang Fan's hand was wild ginseng, and considering its weight and quality, the price was completely different. It was no problem to sell it for a few hundred yuan. However, in his previous life, he was tricked into selling it for 50 yuan. It's true that being uneducated is terrible. After successfully digging up wild ginseng, Yang Fan finally felt relieved. Now his daughter's medical expenses are taken care of, and he can use the remaining money to start a small business later. Yang Fan returned the same way, walking very fast all the way. There are not only many snakes, insects, ants and beasts in the deep mountains, but also wild boars. If a wild boar hits him, Yang Fan will lose half his life. Yang Fan had encountered this before in his previous life, but luckily the wild boar didn't find him. Yang Fan hid in a secluded corner, and didn't dare to come out even after seeing the wild boar leave. He squatted until his legs cramped before he dared to go out. Then Yang Fan picked a lot of mulberries and dug up a lot of wild vegetables and mushrooms. Seeing that the bamboo basket was full, he put some firewood on it to cover it and prepared to go home. It was already around 1 o'clock in the afternoon and the sun was very strong. Outside the village, besides some children, you could also see many elderly people enjoying the cool under the trees. Seeing Yang Fan walking by with the bamboo basket on his back, many people greeted him. "Hey, isn't this Yang Fan from Yang Lauer's family? Where did he go with the bamboo basket on his back?" As they talked, they looked intently at the bamboo basket on Yang Fan's back, as if trying to see what was inside. Yang Fan calmly replied, "There is no firewood at home, so I went up the mountain to collect some firewood and dig some wild vegetables." So diligent. Many people were shocked. Everyone in the village knew that Yang Fan from Yang Lauer's family had nothing to lose and never did farm work. Even before, except for the work that the team ordered him to do, he didn't earn a single work point. The reason he was able to marry his wife was simply because she was good looking, and Yang Lauer's family emptied their savings to give a lot of money to the girl's family. Yang Fan smiled and hurried home. He knew that the villagers disliked him, but these people just gossiped about him and had no ill will towards him. The village culture of Jiutang village is still good. When he got home, Yang Fan saw Su Xiuying picking vegetables at the door. "Xiuying, this vegetable is still so small, why did you pick it?" Without even looking up, Su Shouying said, "There are only 2 sweet potatoes left at home. And didn't have enough for lunch, so I'll blanch some vegetables for her." The sweet potato was only a few fingers big, and even a 3-year-old child couldn't be full with it. What's more, Anan was having a low-grade fever and couldn't feel full. How could this be possible? Chapter 4. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. Su Shouying's words made Yangfan look unhappy. He hurriedly said, "Shouying, don't pick them. I caught a rabbit in the mountains and dug up a lot of wild vegetables. Keep these for now." Su Shouying, who was picking vegetables, was stunned. She then stood up and looked at Yangfan and saw that he was carrying a full bamboo basket on his back, and you could see firewood on it. He actually went to get food? Is he sincerely repentant? No, it's impossible. Su Shouying pursed her lips slightly, feeling complicated. "I'll cook the food. Anan is sick and hasn't eaten enough, so she's been feeling dazed the whole time." After entering the yard, Yangfan closed the door on his own initiative. He took down the bamboo shoot only after entering the house. When the firewood on top was removed, a lot of mulberries were exposed. The fruit is dark red and looks very sweet. Yangfan picked a lot of them. Although they didn't last long, they could be used to make wine. They tasted very good and had high nutritional value. Fruit wine has always been Yang's father's favorite. "Where did you pick these mulberries?" If there were so many mulberries in the village, they would have been plucked out long ago and would not have been ripe like this. Yangfan took out a handful of mulberries and said with a smile, "I picked them from the mountain." How could there be something in the mountains? Su Shouying denied it subconsciously, then reacted and looked at Yangfan in disbelief. You went into the mountains? Wealth and honor are found in danger." Su Shouying choked on her breath. She wanted to say that the mountain was too dangerous, but she didn't want to care about this person. More importantly, it was incredible that Yangfan went into the mountains to find food for his daughter. 2 days ago, he stole the medical expenses that his parents, elder brother and sister-in-law had collected and spent them. Yangfan knew that Su Shouying didn't believe him, so he didn't say much and just took out everything in the bamboo basket. Wild vegetables, mushrooms, wild rabbits, and wild ginseng. Su Shouying's eyes widened. "Is this ginseng?" "Well, I was lucky to dig it up." Yangfan whispered, "This ginseng can be exchanged for at least a few hundred yuan. I will sell it this afternoon. Tomorrow morning we will take it into the county town to see a doctor." Su Shouying felt even more complicated. She looked at Yangfan and for a moment she felt that she didn't know him. In the past, he just had to stretch out his hand for clothes and open his mouth for food. He would lie down instead of sitting and sit instead of standing. He would not even help to pick up a fallen soy sauce bottle. He was as lazy as a pig but still acted bossy. He was never kind to her and her daughter. He was irresponsible and always loved to complain. She couldn't count all the shortcomings of Yangfan, but now, he actually went into such a dangerous place like the mountains for his daughter. Su Shouying couldn't help pinching herself. She suspected it was a dream. The pain in her thigh told her that this was reality. She quickly took the wild ginseng and looked around. "I'll hide it first. Ask me for it when you sell it this afternoon." Yangfan looked at her cute appearance and couldn't help but smile. "Okay, I'll listen to you." His sudden tenderness made Su Shouying's ears blush. She quickly put away the wild ginseng and didn't look at his eyes. When she came back, she saw Yangfan busy killing wild rabbits in the yard. She hurried over and said, "Let me do it." "No, I'll do all these things from now on. You can take a rest. Here are some mulberries. Wash them and give some to Anan to fill her stomach. And you didn't have lunch yet, right? Eat some first." Su Shouying looked at Yangfan's back and felt that Yangfan had changed so much in just half a day. "I just hope he's not just a flash in the pan." Thinking of this, she no longer forced it. After preparing the rabbit, Yangfan went to the vegetable garden to pick some chili peppers. Because there were not many spices at home and the children did not like spicy food, Yangfan made 2 portions. One was fried rabbit meat with chili peppers, and the other was braised rabbit meat. Then he simply boiled the mushrooms in water to make soup, added some wild vegetables and the tender cabbage that Su Shouying had just picked. Even if he only added salt, it was very delicious. Chapter 5. Walking to the county town. 3 dishes and a soup were laid out on the wooden table. When Su Shouying came out holding the child and saw it, she was a little bit unbelieving. "It looks like the taste won't be bad from this presentation. When did you learn to cook? You've never eaten pork before, but you've seen a pig run. Yang Fan handed her the chopsticks and said, "There's no rice at home. When I make some money from selling wild ginseng in the afternoon, I'll buy some rice and flour." "Good. I left a portion of fried rabbit meat in the kitchen. You can bring it over to my parents this afternoon." "Good." Anan was in Su Xiuying's arms, originally dazed, but now she was completely awake when she smelled the fragrance. She shook her little hands and said, "Mom, I'm hungry, hungry." Wait until mommy serves the soup." Su Xiuying served Anan a lot of mushroom soup, and then gave her some braised rabbit meat. The little one was very happy eating the meat, and her complexion looked a lot better. Nice time. Yang Fan watched her struggling to feed the baby and held out his hand, saying, "Xiuying, you eat first." "I'll feed Anan." Su Xiuying glanced at him, then lowered her head and said to Anan, "Anan, can daddy feed you?" Although her father had treated her badly in the past, the child has a short memory and she has a natural affinity for her father, so it is not so easy to break off the bond. He immediately stretched out his hand and said softly, "Daddy, hey." Yang Fan immediately reached out and took it. The 3-year-old child was much thinner than his peers. Yang Fan could hardly feel his weight when he held him. He was not soft in his hands like other children, but rather very thin. "Come, Anan, eat meat." Anan opened her little mouth and chewed the meat bite by bite, happiness written all over her face. "Daddy, good time, good time." Maybe she was really hungry. Anan drank half a bowl of mushroom soup and ate several pieces of meat. She wanted to eat more, but Su Xiuying touched her bulging belly and didn't let her eat. She took Anan from Yang Fan's arms and said, "Don't let her eat anymore. She won't be able to digest the food." "Okay." Yang Fan had no experience in taking care of children, so he naturally listened to Su Xiuying. He picked up the bowl, took a sip of the soup in a hurry and said, "It's still early. I'll take the ginseng out to sell. If everything goes well, maybe we can still make it to the county town tonight. I just held Anan and felt that she was a little hot. She might have a low-grade fever again." Su Xiuying touched the child's forehead and frowned, "Really? Then go sell the ginseng and I'll help Anan cool down." Yang Fan did not delay any longer. He went into the house and got the ginseng. After wrapping it up, he took the nylon bag and went out carrying the diabolo. Jiutong village is quite far from the county town, and it takes an hour and a half to walk there. Of course, you can also choose to take a bus in the town, but the ticket costs 20 cents, and Yang Fan has nothing in his pocket now, so he naturally can't afford it. At this time in the afternoon, few people went to the county town. On the long dirt road, Yang Fan was the only one walking under the sun. But after walking for a few minutes, Yang Fan was sweating all over. However, Yang Fan didn't feel tired at all. This feeling made him know more clearly that all this was real and he really returned to the past. Thinking of the satisfied looks on his wife and daughter's faces while they were having dinner just now, Yang Fan felt warm in his heart. He secretly vowed to treat them better. The journey lasted an hour and a half, and Yang Fan arrived while he was daydreaming. The county town is obviously much more prosperous and lively. Yang Fan looked at this familiar yet unfamiliar place, and came to a pharmacy with ease. There was no one in the pharmacy in the afternoon. The boss was sitting on a small stool, holding a palm leaf fan, enjoying the cool air. Chapter 6, Priceless. In his previous life, Yang Fan sold ginseng here. Ginseng worth hundreds of yuan was sold for 50 yuan. The boss was a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, wearing a white sweatshirt, shorts, and thick wooden slippers. When he saw Yang Fan coming in, he raised his eyes and asked, "What do you want?" "Boss, do you want to collect medicinal herbs?" "What herbs?" "Wild ginseng." The boss stood up immediately upon hearing this and subconsciously whispered, "Do you have wild ginseng? Let me see." Yang Fan took out the wild ginseng from the bamboo basket and handed it to him. "Weigh it, I estimate it's about 3 taels, I just dug it out this morning." I weighed the ginseng and it was exactly 3 taels. The boss coughed and said, "According to the current market price of 40 yuan per pound, yours is only about 10 yuan. However, considering that your ginseng is in good condition and it is wild ginseng, how about I give you 30 yuan? Boss." Yang Fan smiled. "You said the market price is 40 yuan per caddy, but how can that cultivated ginseng compare to my 3 taels of wild ginseng? 1 tael is heavier than another. This 3 taels of wild ginseng must be worth at least a few hundred yuan. Boss, if you are fooling me, I can just go further away and sell it in the market. You should know that this kind of wild ginseng in good condition is very expensive but not in demand. If there wasn't only this one pharmacy in the county, Yang Fan wouldn't have wanted to come here to sell wild ginseng. But there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. If the cooperation goes well this time, Yang Fan will come to him again in the future, but the boss should not try to cheat him again. Ha, look at what you said. The boss laughed awkwardly, knowing that he had met an expert, and stopped bargaining. I'll give you 300 for this ginseng. What do you think? Too little, at least 500. 500 is not enough. The two argued over the price for a while, and finally they both took a step back, and Yang Fan got 400 yuan. Before leaving, the boss smiled and waved his hand, saying, if you need medicinal materials in the future, you can come to me. I guarantee to give you the highest price. Good. When Yang Fan left the pharmacy, it was almost 2 o'clock. There are 4 buses from the village to the county, 2 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. The afternoon buses leave at 2 and 4 o'clock. If Yang Fan goes back now, he can catch the 4 o'clock bus, but he will definitely not be able to come back and will have to stay in the county for one night. In this case, he will have to ask the village party secretary to issue a certificate. Otherwise, without the certificate, he and Su Xiuying will not be able to stay. Yang Fan was afraid that he would be too late to buy things, so he simply didn't buy anything for the time being. It was more important for him to see a doctor. On the way back, he almost jogged all the way back. When he got back to the village, Yang Fan estimated that he should have been at least 10 minutes faster than when he went there. About 700 or 800 meters from the village entrance to home, Yang Fan saw Su Xiuying looking out the gate of the yard from afar. Su Xiuying also caught sight of Yang Fan, and her beautiful eyes were filled with unconcealable joy. Seeing her taking small steps forward anxiously, Yang Fan couldn't help but run over and reached out to support Su Xiuying. The latter seemed to realize it and stopped immediately, keeping a certain distance from him. Su Xiuying asked quietly, how is it? Has it been sold? It was a sunny day, and although there weren't many villagers walking around outside, there were still many people around. So Yang Fan just nodded and gave her a reassuring look. I'll talk to you later. Go pack your clothes now. I'll ask the village party secretary to issue a certificate. We can still catch the bus to the county later and stay in the county for one night. Is there enough money? Rest assured. Seeing this, Su Xiuying nodded quickly, then I'll go back and pack my clothes. Chapter 7 Thoughtfulness. Yang Fan also found the village party secretary to issue a certificate. When the village party secretary saw that it was Yang Fan, he asked about the situation again and again, and then issued a certificate to Yang Fan. When he was leaving, the village party secretary patted him on the shoulder and said with a slightly sad face, live a good life in the future. I understand, uncle. Yang Fan said hello, took the stamped certificate and went home. Su Xiuying had already packed her clothes. And had a low fever but was still sleeping soundly. Did you bring your marriage certificate? I brought it. Su Xiuying asked in a low voice, how much did the wild ginseng sell for? Is it enough for an Anne's medical treatment? If not. Yang Fan didn't explain much and just took out the money. It was a thick stack, and the top denomination was 50 yuan. There were probably several of them. The rest were all great unity notes. Su Xiuying had never seen so much money in her life. How much does this cost? Yang Fan handed her 4 $50 bills and said, save these and we'll use the rest for daily expenses. Su Xiuying took the money without hesitation and went into the room. She heard rustling sounds from inside and she knew without even looking that she was hiding the money. There was a helpless smile in Yang Fan's eyes. Why didn't he realize before that his wife was so cute? Su Xiuying, who had hidden the money, met Yang Fan's meaningful gaze, and her expression was obviously a little unnatural. She waited and who was carried out of the room and said unnaturally, let's go, otherwise we will miss the bus. Okay. Yang Fan smiled softly and reached out to take it in from her arms, let me carry her. We have to walk a long way to get to the town. Don't get tired. Su Xiuying didn't refuse. She was carrying a small cloth bag made of various rags, her eyes lowered slightly, and no one knew what she was thinking. Yang Fan knew that she couldn't possibly believe him all of a sudden. After all, his past evil deeds were still fresh in her mind. How could she be so bold as to change her mind just by undoing one or two things? Along the way, neither of them spoke. However, when leaving the village, they met quite a few villagers. They were very curious when they saw Yang Fan and his family of 3 walking out of the village with bulging small cloth bags. However, when they learned that they were taking the child to see a doctor, they stopped gossiping and told them to go quickly so as not to delay the child's treatment. When we arrived in town, we just managed to catch the bus. There weren't many people going to the city in the afternoon, unlike in the morning, when standing on the bus, your feet might be off the ground. They came late, and there were no seats left. Yang Fan held the child in one hand and the handle with the other, while holding Su Xiaoying in his arms to prevent her from falling. Although there was a child between the two of them, the distance between them was still very close, which made Su Xiaoying feel a little uncomfortable. She raised her eyes slightly and saw Yang Fan's handsome chin. For the first time, she realized that Yang Fan was so much taller than her. Most of the people on the bus were from nearby villages, and Yang Fan didn't know any of them. After all, his former friends were all second-rate people like him, who were idle all day long, stealing and lazy. The roads at that time were not all cement roads, and the roads were uneven. They were bumpy all the way, and everyone on the bus was carrying large and small bags. The stench of various luggage, people, and engine oil mixed together, and Su Xiaoying's face turned pale from the bumps. Yang Fan asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" "It's okay." Su Xiaoying shook her head. "If you feel dizzy, just lean on my arm." Yang Fan signaled Su Xiaoying that she could hold the hand that was holding the handle. His thoughtfulness made Su Xiaoying a little uncomfortable. They had not been so close for a long time since she became pregnant. In addition, after the birth of the child, they often quarreled and looked at each other coldly. It was difficult for Su Xiaoying to be so close to Yang Fan. However, as the car bumped along, Su Xiaoying finally couldn't bear the discomfort in her body anymore. She quietly reached out and hugged Yang Fan's arm, resting her dizzy little head on his arm. Chapter 8: Sense of Security. Yang Fan felt the weight on his arm and lowered his eyes slightly. Su Xiaoying has very fair skin, so when the blush crept up her face, it was very obvious. Originally, Yang Fan thought that taking this car was worse than walking, but now he felt that taking the car was also quite good. As if feeling Yang Fan's burning gaze, Su Xiaoying buried her face in his arms, leaving Yang Fan with a beautiful back of her head. Looking at his wife and daughter who were so close to him, Yang Fan felt heavy in his heart. Half an hour later, the bus arrived at the county bus station. Yang Fan and the others had already arrived at the exit door in advance. As soon as the door opened, Su Xiaoying jumped out first, followed closely by Yang Fan holding the child. "Are you okay? Do you want some water?" "No, I brought some water." Su Xiaoying patted the cloth bag and said, "Let's go to the hospital first. Anan has a low-grade fever and hasn't woken up. He has been sleeping for several hours." The child's matter was indeed more important. Yang Fan nodded and said, "Let's stop a car and go there." Su Xiaoying was reluctant to spend the money, but because her child needed urgent medical treatment, she hesitated for a while and finally agreed. It is expensive to take a bus in the county. It takes less than 20 minutes to walk from the county bus station to the county's First People's Hospital, but they charged 40 cents. You know, it only costs 20 cents per person to take the bus, and the journey is so long. 10 minutes later, the tricycle arrived at the First People's Hospital. There were a lot of vehicles and people in front of the hospital. After Yang Fan and his friends arrived at the hospital with their child to register, they waited for an hour before it was their turn. Recurring fever? Then take an X-ray and do a blood test to see if it's caused by inflammation. Okay, thank you, doctor. After coming out of the ward, I ran around the hospital again, waiting for the examination to be completed, and waited for a long time for the results. It was dark now, and the lights in the hospital were on. Yang Fan and his colleagues took the examination report to the doctor. Fortunately, the child was not seriously ill, it was just a common respiratory infection. Fortunately, you came early. If you had come later, it might have developed into pneumonia. Now it will be fine with medication and intravenous drip. Let the child eat a light diet these days, avoid spicy food, and keep up with nutrition. The child is a little malnourished. Yang Fan was relieved to hear that the child did not have pneumonia. If Anan had been reborn 2 days later, he might have developed pneumonia. Yang Fan wrote down the doctor's instructions one by one. You wait here with the child. I'll go pay for the medicine and take Anan for N4 in a little while. We arrived at the hospital at about 5 o'clock, and it's already 7 or 8 o'clock now. Su Xiaoying had been running around all night and hadn't eaten yet. She was extremely tired. She looked at Yang Fan, who was sweating profusely, with a complicated expression and nodded, yeah. The words of concern were still not spoken. Yang Fan had made her life a mess in the past few years. She couldn't be soft-hearted just because he did one or two things to change things for the better. Otherwise, she would be the one who was disappointed. After another busy period, the child was finally given the 4. There were too many people like Yang Fan in the corridor, some with their families and some without. Some people were tired and just slept on the benches or squatted on the ground. Gurgle. In the not-so-quiet corridor, the protesting sound of my stomach was extremely obvious. Su Shouying quickly lowered her head, looking like she was not me if she couldn't see me. Yang Fan chuckled and said, "I'm going to go outside to buy some food, you guys stay here." "No, I'm not hungry. Food in the county is too expensive. Let's go back and eat." "Okay, don't worry about it. Besides, Anan will need to eat when she wakes up." Yang Fan said as he stood up, "Remember not to go anywhere. I'll be back soon." I don't know why, but Su Shouying, who was looking at Yang Fan at this moment, felt that Yang Fan was really safe at this moment. She nodded slightly and said in a low voice, "Yeah." Chapter 9, Eating Up All the Money. There are many restaurants near the County First People's Hospital. Yang Fan found a small shop that looked clean and hygienic, and bought 2 servings of rice noodles with lean meat and a bowl of white porridge. In addition, he also bought 3 boiled eggs and 3 large meat buns. Money was plentiful at that time, and Yang Fan only spent about $1 on so many things. If they were not near the hospital, these things would be even cheaper. When he returned to the hospital corridor, he saw that Anan had woken up. Su Shouying was holding her, her mouth moving, and she didn't know what she was saying. Both of them had faint smiles on their faces. This warm scene had only appeared in Yang Fan's dreams. He calmed himself down, then walked over with his things. "Dad." When Anan saw Yang Fan, she quickly lay in Su Shouying's arms, as if she wanted to see him. She then quietly revealed one eye and secretly observed him. Yang Fan squatted down next to Su Shouying, put the things he bought on the extra bench next to her, reached out and touched Anan, and said with a smile, "Anan, are you hungry? Daddy bought some big meat buns, do you want to eat some?" Without him asking, Anan had already smelled the scent and was staring at the big meat bun. Su Shouying looked at so many things and felt a little distressed. "Why did you buy so many? Even if we have money now, we should spend it sparingly. Yang Fan doesn't earn a penny, but she can't leave with her children. Relying on farm work alone is not enough to maintain basic food and drink. Most of the time, she relies on support from Yang's father and mother and Yang's eldest brother and sister-in-law. Over the years, Su Shouying has kept track of every penny they have given her, as well as every penny she has borrowed from fellow villagers. Now that she has money in her hands, she has to pay it back. 400 yuan may seem like a lot, but who knows if Yang Fan will ever become the same person he was before. That would be like eating up all the money he has, and sooner or later this amount of money will not be enough. "Don't worry, I will continue to make money in the future." Su Shouying didn't say anything. Of course she didn't believe it. From the time he got married to the time his child was over 3 years old, nearly 4 years had passed, and Yang Fan hadn't changed at all. Now that he changed for one day, he expected her to look at him with new eyes. This was impossible. The prejudice still exists, but Yang Fan is willing to do it now, so Su Shouying naturally won't attack him. She would only stay awake for a few days. As for the money she earned, she would hide it tightly and would never let Yang Fan have another chance to steal it. Anan had in 4 in one hand and didn't want Su Shouying's help with the other hand. She grabbed half of a meat bun that Su Shouying had broken off for her with her little hand and started to eat it with relish, her mouth full of oil. "You eat, I'll hold the baby." Su Shouying didn't be polite to him. Over the years, Yang Fan has never fulfilled his responsibilities as a father. Her attitude towards this matter is the same as her attitude towards money. If he wants to fulfill his responsibilities as a father, then let him do it. If his daughter could make him realize his mistake, that would be great. If not, then they could just go back to square one. She had no expectations of him anyway. After handing it in to Yang Fan, Su Shouying watched him whispering to Anan, picked up the rice noodles and started eating. This bowl of noodles was from the store and she had to return it after finishing it. Yang Fan was also hungry. He held Anan in one hand and picked up a big meat bun with the other and started to eat it. The buns nowadays are very big and the ingredients are affordable, costing only 8 cents each. Unlike later on, a small bun would cost 1 or 2 yuan, or even 3 or 4 yuan. The buns smelled delicious. I don't know if it was because the person who made them had good skills or because Yang Fan was so hungry, but he felt that these small buns were much more delicious than the delicacies he had eaten in his previous life. Chapter 10 Shopping. The porridge was bought for Anan. She ate half of a meat bun and wanted to eat more, but Su Shouying asked her to eat white porridge and eggs first. Obviously, the child ate quite a bit at noon. He still ate half a bowl of white porridge and an egg. After eating, he looked much more energetic and had a silly smile on his face. Su Shouying couldn't eat any more after eating a bowl of noodles and an egg, so Yang Fan took all the rest. After the infusion, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Yang Fan held the child, took the cloth bag, and the medicine prescribed by the hospital, returned the bowl to the shop first, and then found a double room in a nearby guest house. Originally he wanted to book 2 rooms, but Su Shouying thought it was too expensive, so he compromised and booked a double room. And it has to go to the hospital for another infusion tomorrow morning, and then she should be able to catch the bus back to town at 10 o'clock in the morning. Yang Fan didn't sleep much that night. The doctor asked him to pay attention to An's condition and send her to the hospital immediately if she had a fever again. Yang Fan was worried that An would inevitably have a high fever and he was afraid to sleep. Fortunately, after watching her all night, An didn't have a fever. The next morning, Yang Fan went out to buy breakfast before the mother and daughter woke up. When he came back, Su Shouying and An had just woken up. The family of 3 had breakfast and went to the hospital for infusion again. During this time, Yang Fan left for a while. As for what he did, Su Shouying did not ask. It was not until they were waiting for the bus at the station that Yang Fan took out a pill and handed it to her. "Shouying, this is motion sickness medicine, take it." Su Shouying was a little surprised. She wanted to ask him if he had just bought it when he was in the hospital, but she was afraid of the answer. "Thanks. You are my wife, this is what you should do, why thank me?" Su Shouying said nothing. She took out a small pot from her cloth bag and swallowed the small pill with water. It was an awkward moment. The bus is coming. It costs 40 cents for 2 people. As for An, he is only 3 years old and less than 1 meter tall, so he doesn't need to buy a ticket. Yang Fan helped Su Shouying get on the bus in the front row, so they were lucky to get a seat this time. Yang Fan let Su Shouying sit by the window, and he sat next to her holding An. An fell asleep when he was riding in the car yesterday, but he was awake now. He seemed very excited as it was his first time riding in a car. His eyes were rolling around and he looked at everything in curiosity. After being bribed by Yang Fan's big meat buns yesterday, An is now very dependent on his father and has completely lost the unfamiliarity he felt yesterday. At this time, she was hugging Yang Fan's neck with both hands, and whenever she saw something she didn't recognize, she would ask, "Dad, what is this?" Su Shouying felt very distressed when she saw this scene. Poor An, he only felt this little bit of fatherly love when he was 3.5 years old. It seemed that the motion sickness medicine took effect. On the way back to the town, even though it was bumpy, Su Shouying didn't feel as uncomfortable as she did when she went there. She just felt a little dizzy. More than half an hour later, the bus stopped at a station in town. Yang Fan held An in one hand and carried a cloth bag in the other. As they walked, he said to Su Shouying, "We haven't bought the rice and flour at home yet. Shall we go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some?" These are necessities, so Su Shouying naturally would not refuse. In Ningjiang County, food coupons had been phased out of the market since 1982. So at this moment, although Yang Fan had no coupons, he did not have to spend more money to buy rice and flour. However, to buy oil, you still need oil coupons. They don't have coupons, so they can only spend more money to buy it. It is too troublesome to find someone to exchange it now. Rice costs 1.5 cents per pound, sugar costs 78 cents per pound, and cooking oil costs 88 cents per pound. However, because Yang Fan did not have an oil coupon, the price immediately doubled to 1.5 yuan per pound. Su Shouying felt so distressed watching this, but these were money that had to be spent, and there was nothing she could do about it. In addition to these, there are also salt, pork, eggs, soy sauce, etc., especially eggs, which are not cheaper than cooking oil at all, costing 1 yuan and 9 cents per pound. However, there are no chickens at home, and An is malnourished and needs chickens to supplement nutrition, so this money cannot be saved. Chapter 11 Gossip. When I checked out, I spent more than 40 yuan. There were too many things, so Yang Fan borrowed a cart from an uncle nearby and promised to return it to him the next day. The uncle didn't believe it and was afraid that Yang Fan was cheating him into giving him the cart. He even followed Yang Fan to the door of the supply and marketing cooperative. After seeing Su Shouying and An and the large and small bags on the ground, he believed it and lent him the cart. Yang Fan felt a little helpless. "Uncle, you are my uncle. It's just a cart, do you have to be so cautious?" But if you think about it carefully, at this moment, he really had no credibility at all. After putting all the things on the cart, there was still plenty of space on the cart, so Yang Fan directly carried An into the cart, making her dance with excitement. Seeing this, Yang Fan smiled and invited, Xiaoying, how about you come up too? Su Xiaoying refused speechlessly, no need. She is not a child. It would be embarrassing for her to sit in a stroller at such an age. Yang Fan didn't force it, and said to An, sit down and get ready to go. As he said that, he immediately stood up and trotted over with the cart. Su Xiaoying was startled and quickly followed him, saying, be careful, don't fall, An. After sitting in the car for more than half an hour, An was not tired at all and kept talking to Yang Fan in the stroller all the way. For a moment, the way home was filled with laughter and joy. When we were almost at the entrance of the village, we started to meet many people from the same village. Yang Fan was very polite. He called everyone, this uncle, that aunt. In addition, he also asked An to call people. The little girl's grandmother's voice calling grandpa and grandma can really melt people's hearts. After saying hello, many villagers gathered together and talked about gossip about Yang Fan's family. After all, his attitude and the things on the cart are very interesting to talk about. Is this kid from Yang Lauer's family going to change his character? Yeah, he never said hello when he saw us before, just hope he didn't steal our eggs. Don't talk nonsense, are there any traces of the eggs that were stolen? Besides him, who else in this village could do this? The man seemed to have no words to refute, and immediately continued the gossip. Did you see the things on the cart just now? I saw a lot of good things. I saw what looked like a large bag of eggs. Can you afford eggs? They're more expensive than meat. There is nothing wrong with this. Eggs were very expensive in the 1980s. When pork was only 78 cents per pound, the price of eggs was already more than 1 yuan per pound. For everyone, there is no such thing as tonic at this time. Eggs and old hens are the most nutritious. The villagers talked about where Yang Fan got the money. Most people think that it was subsidized by Yang Lauer, Yang Fan's father, but some say not. With so many things costing at least 20 or 30 yuan, they all think that Yang Lauer's family does not have so much money. Yang Fan was not aware of the villagers' gossip. Once you enter the village, you'll be home soon. As soon as I parked the cart in the yard, I heard a voice coming from outside the gate. Xiaoying, you're back? Isn't An okay? I heard them say you took the child to the county hospital? Jiutang village has more than just one surname, there are at least 4 or 5. However, there are relatively few people with the surname Yang in Jiutang village, because the ancestors of their Yang family came to Jiutang village and settled there in the 1960s. Although Jiutang village was backward and poor, the villagers were all very nice and helped the great-grandfather build a house. The person who was speaking at this time was Aunt Sufan, a neighbor who married here from the nearby Liujia village. Her husband, Yu Detsai, was a prominent surname in Jiutang village. In other words, Yu was the most numerous surnamed person in Jiutang village. Chapter 12 Thanks. Hearing Aunt Sufan's voice, Su Xiaoying hurried to open the door and saw Lu Sufan holding a bowl in her hand. You haven't eaten yet, right? I just happened to cook too much here, so I'll give you some to avoid wasting it. In those days, everyone was poor and every household saved food. Even if there was any surplus, it would be exchanged or sold. There was no such thing as cooking too much. Aunt Sufan, no need. Yang Fan made some money and bought rice and flour for his family. Su Xiaoying was very touched. By the way, I can return your money to you. Lu Sufan had already seen the things on the cart in the yard. She looked at Yang Fan curiously, and then handed the bowl in her hand to Su Xiaoying. It's okay, you can save the money first and return it to me when you have more money. My house is not crowded. As she spoke, she looked at An without waiting for Su Xiaoying to refuse. An looks much better. What does the doctor say? The doctor said it was a respiratory infection. I was given 4 drips yesterday and today, and was given medicine. As long as the fever goes away, I'll be fine after taking the medicine. Yang Fan walked over at this time, holding a bag that he had just picked out. There were 10 eggs in it, as well as some candies and twisted dough sticks. Aunt Sufan, thank you so much for all these years. Yang Fan handed over the bag in his hand. These are some extra eggs and snacks that we bought at home. It's just a little gift from me. Don't be disgusted. Take it back and give it to Uncle and the children. How can you buy too many eggs? I can't have any. A quick look showed that the eggs were worth at least a few dollars. How could Lu Sufan take advantage of others? Yang Fan, you don't have to thank me. Live a good life with Shoying in the future. Things will get better. I have realized my previous mistakes. I will definitely live a good life with Shoying in the future. But you have to accept these things, Aunt Sufan. All these years, it is thanks to your and uncle's constant support that my Anan has grown up. If you don't accept them, I will feel uneasy. Su Shoying also advised, yes, Aunt Sufan, if you don't accept it, I will be embarrassed to accept it if you give me something next time. At this point, Lu Sufan could only accept it with embarrassment, and she did not forget to teach them a lesson. Even if you have money, you can't spend it like this. You can't make ends meet in the future. I'll accept it this time, but next time don't give me such expensive things. Just keep the money for yourself. I know, Aunt Sufan. Okay, you just came back, you must be tired, I won't bother you anymore, just call me if you need anything. Thank you, Aunt Sufan. Yang Fan hugged Anan and said, Anan, say thank you to Grandma quickly. Anan opened her big eyes and said cutely, thank you, Grandma. Hey, you're welcome. Lu Sufan looked at the cute dumpling and immediately smiled. After Lu Sufan left, the gate was closed again. While packing up the things in the cart, Su Shoying said, we have to cook first. Anan will have to take medicine after dinner. Let me do it. You take Anan to rest. The weather is too hot. Don't let him get a heat stroke. Good. After packing up his things, Yang Fan immediately went into the kitchen. There is no gas stove for cooking at the moment, so you need to make a fire. However, with matches, you can lightly scratch the ignition paper and add some bamboo shells to start a fire quickly. Taking care of Anan's health, Yang Fan cooked some white porridge, and then made a bowl of egg and lean meat soup, and a plate of fried lean meat with sweet potato leaves. Afraid that the porridge would make people hungry, Yang Fan steamed a lot of sweet potatoes. If people were not full or felt hungry in the afternoon, they could eat some sweet potatoes to fill their stomachs. Chapter 13 Better Than Mommies. Aunt Sufan didn't bring much rice, just half a bowl of steamed rice mixed with corn grits, and 2 small sweet potatoes. After Yang Fan prepared the meal, he called Su Shoying and Anan to come out for dinner. While he was cooking, Anan took another nap. Now she woke up with her eyes still blurry. But when she saw Yang Fan, she immediately stretched out her short arms. Daddy, hold me. Oh. Yang Fan's heart melted and he immediately picked up his daughter. A family of 3 came into the living room. A simple square mahogany table with peeling paint and a broken leg, with a long bench on each side. At this time, there was a steaming meal on the table, and the dishes were so delicious that they made people drool. Yang Fan held Anan and sat down, and served her a bowl of egg and lean meat soup. Anan, drink the soup first, then the porridge. If you want to eat any dish, tell Daddy, and he will pick it for you. Yeah. Anan sat on the bench, swinging her short legs. Seeing her father feeding her, she said in a baby voice, Daddy, I can do it myself. Can you eat it? Anan sat on a stool and couldn't reach the table at all. Su Shoying stood up and said, Anan has a small stool and a small table. As she spoke, she walked to the corner of the living room, where there was a small stool and several single wooden stools. Su Shoying picked up a single wooden stool and placed it horizontally, then took a piece of wood to cover it, and a simple table was formed. Anan sat obediently on the small stool. Su Shoying put her wooden bowl on the small table and said, Tell Mom when you're done. Good. Anan nodded happily, then picked up the spoon and started eating, boasting as she ate, Daddy's cooking is so good, better than Mommy's. Su Shoying. Is that because her cooking is not tasty? How delicious can vegetables, sweet potatoes, and corn grits be? You are such a heartless little girl. Su Shoying was touched and gave her 2 pieces of fried lean meat. It's not easy for Dad to cook. You still have to eat what Mom cooks in the future. Seeing this, Yang Fan also picked up 2 pieces of meat for her. It's not that difficult. From now on, whenever my daughter wants to eat, Dad will make it. Upon hearing this, Su Shoying glanced at Yang Fan, then lowered her head to drink her porridge without saying anything else. In fact, she didn't want Yang Fan to make promises to the child, because she knew too well how disappointing it would be to make a promise and then not be able to fulfill it. Lunch is finished. Su Shoying was sorting out the things she bought in the morning. Eggs were the most bought. In addition to Anan who needed nutritional supplements, some were for Yang Fan's grandfather, parents, and brother Yang and sister-in-law Yang. She picked them out one by one. After Yang Fan coaxed Anan to sleep, he came out to help. When Su Shoying saw him coming, she explained, Pick these out and send them to my parents and my eldest brother and his wife. Okay, you decide. Well, you stay at home and look after Anan. I'll go take it to my parents. No need. I'll do it. It's too sunny outside. Yang Fan hasn't seen his parents for many years. If he hadn't been busy making money and dealing with an aunt's illness after being reborn, he would have thought about going there long ago. Su Shouying didn't quite trust him. Why don't we wait for Anin to wake up and go there together in the afternoon? Mom and Dad haven't seen Anin for a while, they should want to see her too. Okay, I'll listen to you. Yang Fan knew that Su Shouying didn't trust her, so he didn't force her. After Su Shouying distributed the things, she went back to her room to take a nap. The busy farming season has just ended, so there is not much work to do in the fields. It is enough to just work in the morning and afternoon when the sun is not too strong. Chapter 14 Plan. Seeing that the mother and daughter were asleep, Yang Fan quietly left the yard. In the yard, there were a lot of shallots and sweet potato seedlings, as well as some water spinach and lettuce planted on the left side, but they had not grown yet or were still small. There were also cucumber vines climbing up the wall, and you could vaguely see thumb-sized cucumbers on them. On the right side of the yard, there was a dry toilet, and Yang Fan didn't have a good impression of it. There are some Chinese cabbages and peppers planted on the wall outside the door. Yang Fan took a broom and cleaned up the yard. He then took a bucket and fetched some water and watered all the vegetables that were wilting in the sun. In addition, he cleaned the house again and counted his money. The ginseng was sold for 400 yuan. After giving Su Shouying 200 yuan, he still had 200 yuan left. From yesterday till now, he had spent a total of almost 60 yuan. He now had 140 yuan left, which was a considerable amount of money in this era. In the 1980s, the best business was undoubtedly the clothing business, and of course, the barbershop business was also good. At this time, everyone started to have some money, and Western culture and Hong Kong fashion entered the mainland, conveying the latest fashion information. Young people began to pay attention to appearance and the color of clothes. In his previous life, after Yang Fan made a small amount of money from selling ginseng, he came to the city and saw young people in the city wearing beautiful and bright clothes, which were completely different from the clothes worn by most people in the countryside. He immediately realized that this was a business opportunity. The styles are simple and the colors are single, mostly black, gray, green and blue, with very few bright colors and styles. However, this entrepreneurial road is indeed difficult. He thought it was just a simple reselling, but after doing it he realized that there were many tricks involved. Yang Fan suffered a lot from society and endured a lot. 140 yuan is still not enough capital to start a clothing business. I still need to accumulate more initial capital. Yang Fan thought about it and came up with an idea. After sorting out the next things, Yang Fan was about to go back to his room to take a nap when he heard an An's voice coming from next door. He hurried over and saw that An had woken up. She was fanning Su Shouying with a fan in her little hands. Daddy! As soon as she saw Yang Fan, she immediately threw away the fan, stood up, opened her arms towards Yang Fan, and asked Yang Fan to hug her. Yang Fan hugged her with a smile. Daddy is holding you, aren't you hot? It's not hot. Yang Fan looked at the sweat on her forehead and thought to himself that he had to make money as soon as possible to buy an electric fan. This summer is really hot and stuffy. The two people's voices woke up Su Shouying. Yang Fan asked her if she wanted to sleep a little longer. Su Shouying said no, so she got up, washed her face, and the family of three went to Yang's father and mother's home. Yang Fan's father was called Yang Jiefeng, the second child in the family, and everyone called him Yang Lauer. He had an older brother, a younger brother, and a younger sister, but his uncle was kidnapped when he was young, and Grandma Yang cried until she went blind, and later she was in poor health, and she passed away when Yang Fan was still young. As for his aunt, she had already married a man from the county town and seemed to be living a good life, but she seldom came home and would occasionally give some subsidies to Grandpa Yang. Yang Fan did not have a deep impression of this aunt. He only remembered that when she came back when he was a child, she was dressed better than the villagers and gave him candies to eat. At that time, Yang Fan liked this aunt very much and was always looking forward to her coming, because every time she came, Yang Fan could have candy. Chapter 15 Why are you holding An? Grandpa Yang Fan, Father Yang Fan and elder brother Yang Fan all live in not-so-good places in Jiutang village, far away from the village entrance. The place where Yang Fan lives now can be said to be the best location for the whole family. At this moment, the roads in Jiutang village have not been repaired yet and are all mud roads. You can still see many energetic children playing various games. Throwing stones, catching cicadas, catching dragonflies, playing in the mud, and playing house. Yang Fan had a bad reputation in the village. He looked like a frivolous person all day long, so the children didn't dare to approach him. So along the way, the children looked at him curiously but didn't call him. Annan was held by Yang Fan and was happy about everything she saw. The family of 3 first arrived at Brother Yang's house, but there were only 2 nephews and a niece at home. Sister-in-law Yang had gone to work in the fields. As for Brother Yang, he worked as a temporary worker in a cannery in the town, earning 14 or 15 yuan a month, which was considered a very high-paying job. However, there are 3 children in the family, and 2 of them are in school. The annual tuition fees are a considerable expense. In addition, Yang Fan is useless, and he has parents to support, children to raise, and Yang Fan's family of 3 to occasionally help, not to mention the social interactions he has to deal with on a daily basis. So, this amount of money is really not enough. Uncle, Aunt. Today happens to be Saturday. My eldest nephew Yang Yong and my second nephew Yang Jie do not have to go to school. The busy farming season is over, so they do not have to go to the fields and just do housework at home. They are now cleaning the chicken manure in the chicken coop. In addition to the 2 of them, their third niece Yang Hongxia is only 6 years old this year and will be old enough to go to school next year. She is also washing dishes by the well at home. The 3 children were quite surprised to see Yang Fan coming, as they were not very familiar with this young uncle. Well, where are your parents? The eldest nephew Yang Yong is 11 years old. He started school late and is only in the 3rd grade of primary school. Hearing this, he hurriedly said, Mom went to the fields, and Dad went to work. Oh. Yang Fan nodded and said to Su Xiaoying, give the things to Xiaoyong. We will come over to see him when we get back from our parents' place. Good. Su Xiaoying gave the things to Yang Yong, gave him a few instructions, and Yang Fan and his family of 3 left again. As for Yang Yong's 3 children, he had no idea how surprised they were when they saw snacks such as eggs and candies in the bag. My eldest brother's house is not far from Yang's father's house. After walking about 10 meters, you will arrive. Compared to the eldest brother's house, the place where Yang's father lives is even more dilapidated, and it is incomparable to Yang Fan's house. Yang's father was in the yard, weaving with bamboo strips, while Yang's mother, Xia Yongmei, was bending over and sweeping the floor with a broom made of iron broom grass. They were wearing clothes full of patches and looked very old. Although they were less than 50 years old, they looked like they were in their 60s and looked gray all over. Yang Fan looked at the aging appearance of his parents and his eyes instantly turned red. He sorted out his emotions and said in a hoarse voice, Dad, Mom, I'm back. This home was a place he could not return to no matter how much he wanted to. Now that it was right in front of him, Yang Fan felt a little homesick. Yang Jiefeng and Xia Yongmei looked up when they heard the voice and were a little surprised to see Yang Fan holding the child and Su Xiaoying carrying something beside him. You. His bastard son, apart from asking for food and money, when had he ever come to their place on his own initiative? Moreover, he was holding his own daughter and his own wife? Didn't he the sun rise from the west today? Father Yang paused for a moment and blurted out, Why are you holding an? Chapter 16, Shoot Wood. Yang Fan was speechless. Why can't he hug his daughter? I was already feeling sad and complicated when I saw that my old father was in a sad and complicated mood, but I was immediately speechless after hearing his words. Before Yang Fan could speak, Zhao Yongmei asked, I heard that you took an into the county hospital for treatment yesterday? When did you come back? What did the doctor say? Is the money enough? Only Su Xiaoying knew that the money they had collected was stolen by Yang Fan. Su Xiaoying stepped forward and said, Yes, I came back around noon. Annan is fine. The doctor prescribed some medicine. As long as she takes the medicine, she won't have a fever anymore. As for the money, Yang Fan earned some, which is enough for the family. Grandpa, Grandma. Annan said to Yang Fan, Dad, I want to come down. Yang Fan put Annan down, and Annan immediately ran to her grandmother. Zhao Yongmei hugged her distressfully. Oh, my Annan has suffered a lot, Grandma, just look at her little face and it looks so thin. Grandma, I made a big pork bun, it's very good, and the food made by Daddy is better than that made by Mommy and Grandma. Even if the child's words were not so accurate, Yang's mother could understand them. But was he talking about Yang Fan? She was a little unconvinced. Yang Jiefeng didn't believe it either, so he put down his work and said, Let's go inside and talk first, it's too hot outside. After entering the house, Zhao Yongmei sent Annan out to play, and then the 4 of them sat down. Yang Jiefeng looked at Yang Fan, but asked Su Xiaoying, you just said that Yang Fan made money? Yes, Dad. She said, and put one of the bags in her hand on the table. Yang Fan went up the mountain to dig up some ginseng yesterday and sold it for a few hundred yuan. He took an in to see a doctor that day. And these are what Yang Fan bought for you. How could there be ginseng in the mountains? Yang Jiefang questioned subconsciously, and then reacted in the next second. You went into the mountains? Are you crazy? Yang Fan was touched. Only his parents would never notice his safety first, not that he had earned a huge sum of money. Dad, wealth and honor come from risk. Don't worry, I won't go there anymore. You. Yang Jiefang originally wanted to scold him, but Yang Fan admitted his mistake very quickly and with a very good attitude, which made Yang Jiefang, who always thought he could only talk back to him, speechless. In the end, he could only teach her in a sullen tone, what kind of place is the deep mountains? There are not only wild boars, but also big insects. If you want to make money, just find a job. The fact that you can come back this time is purely because of the blessing of the Bodhisattva and your good luck. Otherwise, if you were gone, how would you let Xiaoying in and live in the future? I know, Dad. Yang Jiefang and Jia Yongmei looked at their well-behaved son and felt a little unfamiliar with him. They thought that Yang Fan would get better one day, but they didn't expect that day to come so soon and so suddenly. Why do you suddenly want to earn money to support the family? It was just a nightmare. In the dream, you all didn't want me anymore. That dream was so real. After I woke up, I felt that I couldn't live like this. Yang Fan smiled, with bitterness in his eyes. Jia Yongmei glared at him and said, Pooh, 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 what nonsense are you talking about? Pooh, then smack the wood. Yang Fan cooperated with her in a funny way. After seeing him patting the wood, Jia Yongmei said, since you are sensible, you should live a good life and find a job. I will ask your eldest brother to help see if there is any work you can do in the town. No, Mom, I'll go look for it myself. If I can't find it, I'll bother Big Brother again. Chapter 17. Let yourself go. Yang Fan did not directly reject Jia Yongmei's suggestion, so Jia Yongmei did not force it. Now that her son has finally repented and realized that he wants to live a good life, she doesn't want to push him too hard, lest he return to his old ways. Then go to the town or county these days to see if there is any work. If not, talk to your eldest brother. Okay. Yang Fan nodded. Seeing how well behaved he was, Yang Jiefang and Jia Yongmei looked at each other silently, both feeling a little uncomfortable. Yang Jiefang coughed, remembering what Su Xiaoying had just said. How many dollars did you sell the ginseng you dug yesterday for? Where did you sell it? Well, wild ginseng is more expensive. I went to the county pharmacy to buy it yesterday. Keep this money to live a good life. Don't use it to treat your bad friends to dinner and drinks like before. Yang Jiefang said while watching Yang Fan's reaction, Dad is not against you making friends, but your friends are not serious. Yang Fan nodded and replied, I know, Dad. Originally, he was, as later generations would say, a sucker. When we go out to eat and drink, he is always the one who pays the bill. Seeing that Yang Fan was not angry, Yang Jiefang couldn't stop preaching. After all, in the past, for every word he said, Yang Fan would say 10 words. Over the years, those words were stuck in his throat, which made him very uncomfortable. He was completely letting himself go at this moment. Yang Fan, sitting opposite him, felt that his old father was getting more and more excited as he spoke, and his saliva was about to spurt out towards him. Yang Fan. Zhao Yongmei next to her echoed the sentiment, but Su Xiaoying did not dare to interrupt. In the end, it was An who came back from playing in the yard who rescued Yang Fan, Daddy. She was sweating while playing, and Su Xiaoying quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe An's sweat. Yang Fan took the opportunity to say, Dad, I still have to go to Grandpa's place. Do you want to go? You go, I won't go. Grandpa Yang had 3 sons and 1 daughter. In that era, for children was not considered too many, but rather too few. However, even though there were few children, Yang Jiefang, the second child, was not very favored because of poverty. From childhood to adulthood, the old man would give any delicious food to his eldest son and youngest daughter. After they grew up, all the money given by his sons and daughters as filial piety was used to subsidize his eldest son. Although Yang Jiefang didn't say it, how could he not have resentment in his heart over the years? The old man lived with Yang Fan's uncle Yang Yingxiong. Although he was not very nice to Yang Jiefang, he was still nice to Yang Fan because they were close to each other. Of course, he treated Uncle Yang's sons and daughters, who were Yang Fan's cousins, better. People's hearts are biased, and Yang Fan understands this because he is also biased. Yang Fan brought his wife and children, carrying some things to see the old man, which really scared the old man and his family. It was not until Young Fan left that the old man and Uncle Yang were sure that Young Fan had come here not for any purpose but to deliver something. Why did Young Fan suddenly change his gender? Then I took another look at the things that were delivered. Wow, there were 10 eggs, and a lot of candies, twisted dough sticks, and biscuits. These are all good things. How could Young Fan be so rich? Young Fan didn't bother to guess what other people were thinking. After delivering the things, he didn't say much to the old man and the others, and went back with his wife and children. Annan was probably tired, and she fell asleep in Yang Fan's arms. Without Annan speaking, the journey seemed a bit quiet. Fortunately, I returned home soon. Chapter 18 Immortal Cake. In summer, even at 5 or 6 in the afternoon, the sky is still bright. After Yang Fan carried Annan back to the room, he and Su Xiuying looked at each other in silence. Su Xiuying was just about to clean up the house to avoid the awkward atmosphere when Young Fan said, "Xiuying, I'm going to go out for a while and we'll be back soon." Su Xiuying didn't ask Young Fan what he was going to do, but Young Fan took the initiative to explain, "Now the weather is hot, I want to make some fairy cakes and sell them in town. There is a cannery in the town with a lot of workers. Those who can work there have high wages and have plenty of spare money to enjoy their food." The Xian Renban that Young Fan mentioned is a kind of food here, not the Xian Renbanban, which is an insult in some local dialect. Xian Renban is the local term in Ningjiang County. Outsiders call it jelly, which is mostly used in making milk tea or sugar water. Immortal cake? Will it be a bit bitter? Of course, the locals will eat fairy cakes, and there is a saying that if you eat fairy cakes on the first day of the dog days in the lunar calendar, you will not get prickly heat throughout the summer. Because the cooking process is rather complicated, the Xianran Ban will be a bit bitter. If the skills are not good, it will be too thick, which will affect the taste and make the Xianran Ban bitter. If the skills are good, the Xianran Ban will taste sweet without adding honey or sugar. The bitter Xianran cake is because they are not good at making it. I can't make it, and the ones I sell are the ones that I plan to add sugar to. Add sugar? Su Xiuying was a little worried. Will the cost be too high? White sugar is not cheap, it's the same price as pork, and we can't even afford to eat it at home. On the contrary, the ingredient for making fairy cake, fairy grass, does not require money to buy as it is available everywhere in the village. The only other thing that needs to be paid is their labor cost. Don't worry, you can earn it back. Su Xiuying was of course worried, but she and Yang Jiefang had the same idea. They couldn't attack him at this time. She secretly calculated the money in Young Fan's hand and changed the subject. "Let me show you something." As she spoke, she entered the room, and soon a crumpled newspaper was taken out. On the blank space of the newspaper, a bill was written with a pencil. The above money is all the money given to Su Xiuying by her parents, older brother and sister-in-law after she got married, as well as the money borrowed from some better villagers. The purpose of her taking this thing out to show Young Fan was very simple. Yang Fan still had more than 100 yuan in his hand. If he wanted to make fairy cakes to sell, he would not need so much capital. Su Xiuying was afraid that he would spend the money recklessly, so it would be better for him to return all the money. The bill totaled about $50, with the lion's share paid by my parents and eldest brother. The total for the two families was $42, which they had paid in installments over the past 4 years. Although they all said they didn't have to pay it back, Su Xiuying was not that kind of person. She wrote down every penny she received in the newspaper, waiting to pay them back when she had money. If the parents don't say anything, then just talk about the eldest brother and his wife. Their family is also burdened with heavy responsibilities, and there is no reason for them to support their younger brother's wife and daughter. This is also fortunately that the eldest sister-in-law is a good person, otherwise, if it were someone else, taking care of her younger brother's family like this, it would probably cause unrest in the family. Therefore, Su Xiuying has always been very grateful to brother Yang and sister-in-law. Apart from the debts to family members, the remaining were 2 5-yuan bills. One 5-yuan bill was borrowed from Aunt Sufan next door. Her family had many people and was not well off. However, Aunt Sufan's husband, Uncle Yude, was a carpenter. He made furniture for many people in the surrounding villages. Compared with others, the family conditions were considered acceptable. After all, these days, apart from those who have jobs, craftsmen are the most popular. Chapter 19 U2. The other 5 yuan was borrowed from the village party secretary. When Anan was a little over 2 years old, he fell ill and went to the town clinic for treatment. The young family was not at home at the time, so the village party secretary took him there and paid for the medical treatment and medicine. He also bought a lot of food for Su Shouying and Anan. It has been almost 2 years since the money was repaid. Of course, the village party secretary never mentioned this matter. Yang Fan listened and nodded slightly. Okay, I will send the money over tomorrow. Now that it's still light, I will go pick the fairy grass first. Su Shouying was relieved to see that he agreed. She was really afraid that Yang Fan would be angry. Okay, I'll cook first. No hurry, I'll cook it when I get back. Seeing Su Shouying wanted to say something, Yang Fan smiled and said, Anan wants to eat the food cooked by her father. Su Shouying was slightly stunned, pursed her lips and nodded softly. There are fairy grasses everywhere in Jiutang village. However, there is a wasteland that is almost entirely covered with fairy grass. The place is a bit desolate, and no one has built a house within a few hundred meters. Yang Fan carried a bamboo basket on his back and looked at the cactus grass all over the ground. He felt very satisfied. He took out a rusty sickle and started cutting it manually. When it was getting dark, he returned home carrying a bamboo basket full of fairy grass. The dim light bulbs in the house have been turned on. In such a big room, there is only one light. The courtyard door was not closed, and Yang Fan pushed it open and closed it. Su Shouying heard the noise and came out to help. I'll steam the rice and sweet potatoes first, you go cook the dishes, and I'll do this. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Yang Fan handed the bamboo basket to Su Shouying, washed his hands, and then went to the kitchen to cook. I didn't buy much meat today, only enough for the whole day. After all, the weather is hot now, and if I leave it until tomorrow, it will go bad. After washing the meat that had been salted at noon, Yang Fan cooked some lean meat soup. Since he had bought oil, he did not blanch the vegetables but stir-fried them directly. Then he fried 3 poached eggs and added sweet potatoes and rice, which was enough to eat. Anan smelled the fragrance of rice, and followed Yang Fan around early in the morning like a little tail. She didn't climb onto the bench until Yang Fan finished cooking. She stared at the food on the table. Shouying, let's eat. Good. Su Shouying processed the fairy grass and went to the basin to wash her hands. When I came into the house, I saw the dishes on the table. The food is really delicious, but how can it not be delicious when it contains so much oil and water? Although Su Shouying felt distressed, she said nothing. Hurry up and eat. Yang Fan called out when he saw Su Shouying still standing. Anan grabbed Yang Fan's hand in dissatisfaction. Dad, I want more. Okay, Dad cooked a lot, you can eat slowly, there's no rush. Su Shouying sat down, feeling both relieved and a little jealous. It's only been 2 days and her daughter has abandoned her. She picked up the bowl, picked up the stir-fried vegetables and started eating. As she was eating, a fried egg with golden brown on both sides suddenly appeared in the bowl. In the middle of the egg, a few drops of soy sauce were luxuriously dropped. Su Shouying raised her eyes and met Yang Fan's gentle gaze. Don't just eat vegetables, you have to eat eggs and meat too. And it needs to be nourished, and so do you. During this meal, Yang Fan and Su Shouying had different thoughts. Only Anan enjoyed the meal the most. In the end, she even concluded, it's better than the meal Grandma made during Chinese New Year. There is meat to eat during the Chinese New Year, but not much. Each piece of meat is cut into very small pieces, but it is included in every dish, so we try to get a bit of the meat. Of course, vegetables cut into large pieces like Yang Fan's for making soup taste better than those with meaty aroma. Chapter 20 Day 3. On the other side, when Yang Hai got home from get off work, he heard his wife telling him that Yang Fan had come to give him eggs, candy and fried dough twists. He asked in surprise, are you sure it was my brother who gave it to me? Or did he bring his wife and daughter with him? That's impossible. Where did he get the money to buy so many eggs? I wasn't at home at the time. Xiao Yong and the others collected the money. When Zhou Hongying came back from the fields and learned the news, she had the same reaction as Yang Hai. Where did Yang Fan get the money? But if Shouying followed, there should be no problem with the source of the money. Yang Hai frowned slightly. I have to go to work tomorrow, you can take some time to go and see what's going on. Good. Except for Yang Hai's family who were surprised at Yang Fan's change, the other relatives who received his things were all confused after learning about it. Yang Fan, who was being talked about, boiled water in an iron pot after finishing his meal. Although the weather is hot, the well water is still a little cold. It is okay for adults to take a bath, but children still need hot water for a bath. There is no entertainment activity at the moment, so after doing what needs to be done, the family of 3 went to bed early. Going to bed early can also save some electricity bills. A young body is good. Yang Fan got up early in the morning. It was just daybreak, but many people in the village were already awake. Go down to the fields and do the work before the sun comes out completely, so you don't have to work under the scorching sun. Su Shouying and An in the next room had not gotten up yet. Yang Fan tiptoed into the room and looked at the two people, one big and one small, sleeping soundly on the bed. The corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. Putting his hand on An's forehead, Yang Fan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that she didn't have a fever, then gently closed the door. There is not much firewood at home, so I have to go collect firewood after making breakfast. After Yang Fan washed the rice, he cooked some porridge. Then I picked a handful of chives from the vegetable garden in the yard, planning to stir-fry some chive eggs and some vegetables, which would be enough for me in the morning. By the time the meal was ready, it was already daybreak, probably around 6:30. Su Shouying stood up and quietly left the house, and saw 3 bowls of steaming white porridge on the table, with fragrance coming from the kitchen. She hurried over and saw Yang Fan, shirtless, cooking. As if he heard her footsteps, he looked back and said, "Wake up, brush your teeth quickly, and wake up An later. She needs to take medicine after breakfast." "Oh." Su Shouying responded confusedly, and then said to herself, "The third day." Yes, the third day when Yang Fan got better. She hurried to the well to wash up, while Yang Fan was still talking about what they were going to do today. "The firewood at home is almost gone. I'll go get some after I finish eating. When I come back, I'll make fairy cakes. If I'm in time at noon, I'll push them to the town to sell." Yang Fan suddenly went from ignoring everything to discussing everything with her. Su Shouying was still a little uncomfortable with it. After An got up, she asked Yang Fan to brush her teeth. Yang Fan was naturally very happy. He was in a very good mood holding his well-behaved daughter in his arms all morning. After finishing breakfast, tempted by a piece of candy, An frowned and swallowed the medicine, then quickly put the peeled candy into her mouth. The sweet taste instantly diluted the bitterness of the medicine, and An's little face was no longer wrinkled, but became happy. "Shouying, I'm going to go out and collect some firewood. When An finishes eating, you can brush her teeth again. If that doesn't work, you can just rinse her mouth." "Good." Chapter 21, Start Brewing. There are many bamboo forests in Jotang village, and there are many places to pick up branches, so there is no need to worry about not having enough firewood. When he reached one of the places, he met some of his fellow housemates who had come with him to collect firewood. "Yang Fan? Are you here to collect firewood too?" The recent changes in Yang Fan have spread throughout the village. Although there were no means of communication in the village, the speed at which they transmitted messages was far beyond the reach of the internet of later generations. Any slight disturbance will be known to the whole village immediately. Therefore, almost everyone who likes gossip knows that Yang Fan has turned over a new leaf. Yes. Those who came to collect firewood were not Yang Fan's elders, so Yang Fan did not call them. The others looked at each other in surprise as they saw Yang Fan bending down to pick up firewood. Is this really the prodigal son's return? When they heard that Yang Fan took the child to the hospital for treatment, they thought he was just acting on a whim. But now he even comes to collect firewood himself? You know, among all the men in the village, Yang Fan is the whitest. He doesn't do any dirty or tiring work and is whiter than all the girls in the village. Secretly, they look down on Yang Fan and think he is sissy and not manly at all. But now seeing that Yang Fan was indeed working hard to collect firewood, they couldn't help but say, "Yang Fan, you can call me if you need anything in the future. Yeah, we don't have money, but we still have some strength. A prodigal son who returns is worth more than gold." In the past, Yang Fan was careless and idle, but now he is willing to take responsibility. As a villager, everyone is happy to see this and will help wherever they can. Yang Fan was touched. He looked up and smiled at them, revealing his 8 white teeth. "Okay, thank you in advance." After decades of ups and downs in the business world, Yang Fan hasn't seen such simple care for a long time. The others were also very happy to see Yang Fan generously accept their kindness. But we were not very familiar with each other, so we didn't talk much afterwards. After collecting firewood, they said goodbye and went back home. Yang Fan was carrying firewood back and met many villagers who were returning from working in the fields on the way. He greeted every person he saw. All the villagers who were called were amazed. It goes without saying that gossip about Yang Fan will be the focus of tonight's dinner. Back home, I saw Su Shouying mending clothes with needle and thread, while An was sitting on her small stool, holding a tattered picture book, and leaning on a high stool, reading with great interest. hearing the sound of the door opening, and then immediately raised her head. After seeing that it was Yang Fan, she immediately said excitedly, "Dad." She quickly put down her beloved comic book, stood up and ran towards Yang Fan. She was not tall, and due to malnutrition, her height was estimated to be only 70 centimeters, which was a long way behind her peers. At this moment, she ran towards Yang Fan, her body swaying. Yang Fan was startled and quickly threw the firewood in his hand aside, took a few steps forward and caught it unsteadily. "Daddy, hold me. Daddy is dirty, I will hold you later." And then hugged Yang Fan's thighs and said reluctantly, "Okay, then Daddy will hold it in a while." Yang Fan's heart was about to melt. He put away the firewood, coaxed in and asked her to continue reading the picture book, then he went to get the fairy grass he picked yesterday. After washing the grass jelly, cut it into small pieces, then add appropriate amount of water and baking soda, and boil it over high heat. The lid should not be covered during the whole process, and you have to keep an eye on it and stir it from time to time. This process takes at least an hour and a half, which is quite strenuous. Su Xiuying was mending clothes but not concentrating. Occasionally she would look up to see how Yang Fan was cooking. Seeing that his steps were correct, I felt relieved. Chapter 22 Genius. After more than an hour, the grass jelly was cooked. Yang Fan was sweating at this time. He didn't bother to take off his white sweatshirt. He took out the gauze he bought yesterday and started filtering. This is the fairy grass juice. To make real herbal jelly, you have to continue boiling it with a certain proportion of water, then add cornstarch and sugar, and add slowly while stirring until you feel resistance in the spoon. Then you can stop. After boiling, turn off the heat and let it cool. 3.5 hours had passed since the cooking began. It would be too late to arrive at noon, but I could catch up with the cannery workers getting off work in the afternoon. Su Xiuying ran over to see the finished product and was a little surprised. The immortal cake cooked by Yang Fan was even better than hers. Could this be the legendary genius? Even if he had never made it, he could learn it just by watching it, and he could cook it better than others? Yang Fan made a lot, so he kept a lot for his family and gave away. It's not even 4 o'clock yet. We just need to get to town before 5:30. There's plenty of time. He divided it into several portions and then chilled them with well water. Now there was no refrigerator, so this was the only way. Nen, who was standing by, had already wanted to eat. Yang Fan smiled and patted her head, saying, "Don't worry, wait until it cools down before eating." Fortunately, the temperature of the well water was cool enough, and Yang Fan changed the water at intervals, so the fairy cake soon became cool. Yang Fan didn't feel sorry at all. He took a spoon and added a lot of sugar into the bowl, which made Su Xiuying, who was standing by, almost unable to help but lecture Yang Fan. Only those who don't manage the household know how expensive firewood, rice, oil, and salt are. Sugar is as expensive as meat, yet so much of it is put in it. Eat it. Su Xiuying was thinking whether she should remind Yang Fan tactfully when she saw a small bowl of icy cold fairy cake placed in front of her and her daughter. The white sugar has not completely melted yet, and no sugar grains can be seen on the black fairy cake. It looks sweet and delicious. Food for her and Nen? Nen, who was standing by, was not as stunned as Su Xiuying. She just took the spoon and started eating. After taking a bite, she started to fart. "Daddy is so delicious. This black compress is so good. There's more after you finish eating, but you can't eat more. You can only eat 2 bowls at most." "Yeah." Nen nodded and responded vaguely, with his little head almost buried in the small bowl. Yang Fan called Su Xiuying and said, "Xiuying, you should try it too." Oh. Su Xiuying responded, and when she looked at Yang Fan, she saw him putting sugar into a small pot. "I'll go pay them back later, and bring them some xianren cake." Okay. Yang Fan actually gave this small pot to other people. Su Xiuying didn't expect him to be so thoughtful. She looked at the perfectly thick fairy cake in the bowl, picked up the spoon and took a bite. It tastes sweet and cool when you put it in your mouth, as if the summer heat can be dissipated at once. The xianren cake is doing very well, but I don't know if I can make money from it. Yang Fan didn't know about Su Xiuying's worries. After preparing the fairy cake in the pot, he took the money he wanted to pay back and went to Aunt Sufan's house first. There was nothing important to do late in the afternoon, and people generally didn't go out to work, so Aunt Sufan was at home, and even Aunt Sufan's husband, Uncle Yude, was at home. Uncle Yude is a carpenter. In addition to making furniture for people, he also often repairs furniture at people's homes. After all, everyone is poor, and there are always fewer people making furniture than repairing furniture. Uncle Yude, Aunt Su Fun. The gate was not closed. Yang Fan knocked on the door a few times and went in. Uncle Yude was holding a piece of wood and polishing something facing the gate, while Aunt Su Fun was mending shoes next to him. Chapter 23. He is too poor. Yang Fan? Aunt Su Fun put down her work and asked, "What can I do for you?" Yang Fan handed over the 5 yuan in his hand. "I'm here to pay you back. Xiao Ying borrowed 5 yuan from you before and never paid it back. I felt bad about it. Now that I have money, you let me come and pay it back. Don't be so anxious." Lu Sufan was about to refuse, but was interrupted by Yang Fan. "Aunt Sufan, don't worry, returning the money to you will not affect Xiao Ying in my life, and I plan to make money, so don't worry." "Well, that's good. Aunt Sufan, bring a bowl over here. I made some fairy cakes. You can all try some." Xian Renbin is not an expensive item, so Lu Sufan did not refuse. She went into the kitchen to get a bowl, looked at the Xian Renbin that Yang Fan scooped out, and praised, "I didn't expect that Yang Fan could make Xian Renbin. The color and thickness are really good, better than mine." "Aunt Sufan, you are exaggerating." "I'm not exaggerating." Lu Sufan glanced at Yang Fan and felt that he was much more handsome than before. "You made this fairy cake really beautifully. It's not much worse than the one we sell." After chatting for a while, Yang Fan asked Uncle Yude to help him make a small cart. After stating his requirements, Yang Fan gave another 50 cents deposit. Uncle Yude said the price of this cart was $3. Of course, that was the price for neighbors. After agreeing, Yang Fan took the pot to the village party secretary. The village party secretary happened to be at home with his 2 grandsons. When he heard that Yang Fan came to repay the money, he was still confused. It was not until Yang Fan talked about what happened 2 years ago that he remembered it. It can be seen that he did not take the 5 yuan to heart at all. He didn't want the money, so Yang Fan naturally refused, but finally returned the 5 yuan. Seeing that the village party secretary had 2 grandchildren at home, Yang Fan scooped 2 large bowls for them. After he left, the 2 children started clamoring to eat the fairy cake. It was not something expensive, so the village party secretary let them eat it. But after eating for a while, the 2 grandchildren said it was very sweet and delicious. "So sweet? Is there sugar in this fairy cake?" "Yes, Grandpa, this is the most delicious fairy cake I have ever eaten." The village party secretary quickly picked up the spoon and took a bite. It was refreshing and the strong sweetness spread in his mouth. "This really has sugar in it. And they put a lot of them." The family conditions of the village party secretary are naturally good, and he is considered upper class in the village. But even so, he can't bear to eat white sugar. Usually, when he wants to eat something sweet, he just uses plain water and white sugar, and only puts a small layer at the bottom. He is satisfied with just a little bit of sweetness. But now Yang Fan obviously didn't just put a little bit. It's so sweet, he must have put a lot of sugar. For the first time, the village party secretary discovered that it was not that the Xianren ban was not delicious, but that he was too poor and did not have sugar to go with the Xianren ban. Otherwise, the Xianren ban was extremely delicious. "Grandpa, can you give me the spoon when you're done eating?" "What are you eating?" The village party secretary picked up his bowl and said, "You and your brother share one bowl." "Grandpa wants this bowl. This fairy cake is cool and eating it in the summer can really relieve the heat." When the little grandson saw that his grandfather had snatched away his fairy cake, he immediately burst into tears. After leaving the village party secretary's house, Yang Fan went to his eldest brother's house first. Zhou Hongying looked at the sky and was about to go out to Yang Fan's house, but before she left the house, Yang Fan came over by himself. "Yang Fan?" She looked at the pot in Yang Fan's hand and asked in confusion, "Why are you here?" "Something's up, sister-in-law. Is my brother going to work?" Chapter 24, Setting Up a Stall. After a few pleasantries, Yang Fan talked about repaying the money. Zhou Hongying was a little surprised. "Payback? Where did you get the money?" So Yang Fan repeated to his sister-in-law what he had said to his parents yesterday, and finally said, "This money may not be enough to repay the help from my brother and sister-in-law, but I will pay it back when I make money in the future." Out of the more than 40 yuan, Yang Hai accounted for more than 30 yuan. This is what Su Xiaoying recorded. Apart from the money, the food was actually given more, which could not be calculated in terms of money. In addition, these were all accounts recorded after Su Xiaoying got married. In fact, before she got married, Young Hai helped pay for Yang Fan's betrothal gifts and the money for building the house. All these added together must be hundreds. No need. Zhou Hongying was really surprised, but still quite relieved. Since you want to live a good life, then you can keep the money for yourself. And is still young, and there will be many places to spend money in the future. Your eldest brother's salary in the factory is not bad, so he doesn't need your money. It would be a lie to say that Zhou Hongying had no complaints about her brother-in-law. But she couldn't let her husband ignore her. After all, her brother-in-law was not doing well, but Su Shouying was a good person, and Anan was also very cute. If they didn't help, Su Shouying and Anan would really be left with nothing. Zhou Hongying's heart was not that hard. Now that Yang Fan has come to his senses, he feels a sense of accomplishment as he thinks his sincere help over the years has not been wasted. Yang Fan was speechless. What day is today? He came to pay back the money, but no one wanted it. But this also shows that these people are really good. Yang Fan was touched, but still let Zhou Hongying accept the 30 yuan, and then left the remaining half of the fairy cake in the pot to his sister-in-law and her family. As for the rest, he took it to Yang's father's house. Since they were their own parents, there was no such thing as whether to pay the money back or not, so the 10 yuan from Yang Fan was a sign of filial piety. The two elders were afraid that Yang Fan would return to his old ways in the future, so they naturally took the money and planned to keep it for him. After leaving all the remaining fairy cakes to his parents, Yang Fan went home. He has to set up a stall in town soon, so it's better to go early. The cart has not been made yet, but the flatbed cart that I borrowed from an uncle in the town can be used to set up a stall. There were not enough pots at home, so Yang Fan borrowed a big pot from Aunt Sufan, and then pushed 2 big pots of fairy cakes and a large jar of sugar to the town. Su Shouying originally planned to go with Yang Fan, but Anan had not fully recovered from her illness and the weather was hot, so after Yang Fan's persuasion, she decided to wait a few days before going together. On the way out of the village, they passed by a place for cooling off. Many villagers were sitting there chatting with their palm leaf fans. When they saw Yang Fan pushing 2 pots, they all asked curiously. When they learned that he was going to set up a stall in the town to sell fairy cakes, they were not very optimistic. They had planned to support him, but when they heard that a bowl of fairy cakes cost only 10 cents, they immediately gave up. It is too expensive to buy a bowl of Xian Renbon for 1 cent. They are reluctant to spend this money. With this dime, wouldn't it be nice to buy some candy? At 5:15, Yang Fan's cart stopped near the entrance of the cannery. Besides him, there were 2 other stall owners. Although it is now open, for many people, setting up stalls is still a capitalist way of doing things, which is looked down upon, so not many people set up stalls. Yang Fan looked at the 2 stalls, one was selling rice cakes and the other was selling sugarcane. Chapter 25 sold out. Sugarcane was quite common in later generations, but nowadays, it is quite rare. After all, those who have land now don't have enough time to grow crops, so how can there be any spare space to grow something as luxurious as sugarcane? Of course, wealthier families will still grow it. However, as far as Yang Fan knows, it seems that not many people in Jiutang village grow sugarcane. Everyone who has open space grows various grains and vegetables. What they sold did not conflict with Yang Fan, which made Yang Fan feel relieved. When Yang Fan was looking at the other 2 people, the 2 people were also looking at Yang Fan. Although they didn't know what Yang Fan was selling, when they saw the big pot, they knew it must be different from what they were selling. After waiting for a while, the factory workers went off work. They were not surprised to see people selling sugarcane and rice cakes, but they were a little surprised to see Yang Fan. Wow, there is a new stall owner today, and he is quite handsome. Many people saw the 2 big pots on Yang Fan's cart and walked over curiously to ask what was being sold. After learning that they were fairy cakes, they lost interest. Yang Fan opened the lid of the pot and said, "I added sugar to the Xian Renban, and you can see that it is cooked very well." Although Yang Fan chilled the cart with well water before setting out, it was no longer cold by the time he pushed it into the town. If he could buy some ice cubes to keep them cold, in addition to the fairy cakes, he could also sell some sugar water. He believed that it would sell very well in this hot weather. Yang Fan said this and poured half a can of sugar into the pot in front of everyone. With so much white sugar, it must be very sweet. Suddenly, many people were attracted. How much is this? 1 bowl is 10 cents, which is about 3 spoonfuls. Yang Fan's spoon is not small, so 3 spoonfuls is quite a lot. But popsicles are only a few cents. Isn't this fairy cake too expensive at 10 cents? Someone asked, and Yang Fan smiled and said, "You'll know whether it's worth eating after you eat it." Today's popsicles are made of a mixture of sugar and water, or saccharin. They are certainly not as good as the summer heat-relieving fairy cake. Moreover, children cannot stand the cold and will get diarrhea after eating popsicles. Yang Fan was indeed doing well, and many people in the factory didn't need that little money, so quite a few people paid for it right away. They all bring lunchboxes to work, so they all have bowls now. Yang Fan quickly sold out more than 10 bowls. Some of them took the cake and left, while others ate it beside Yang Fan's cart. After a while, the onlookers heard those people exclaiming, "Brother, your Xianran ban is really good. It is not bitter but sweet. Moreover, the Xianran ban itself is well made." Several people eating nearby gave thumbs up. It takes skill to make the commonly eaten immortal cake so delicious. Others were a little unconvinced. Is it really so delicious? It's just a fairy cake, it's quite bitter. Will it taste better if you add sugar? It's delicious. People who can work in a factory are not short of that dime. The reason they hesitate is that they are afraid it is not worth it. Now that someone has successfully tested the poison, they can't help it. On the first day of selling, Yang Fan brought 2 large pots, which contained about 40 bowls. Soon the whole pot was empty. People all have a herd mentality. When others saw so many people gathered around Yang Fan, they all wanted to buy some and try them out. 1 dime, spent. But many people didn't buy it. Because those who enjoyed the delicious food immediately bought several more and decided to pack up and take home, which made those who came to buy it just to follow the crowd but didn't get any, miss it even more. Boss, will you come tomorrow? Chapter 26 Dog Knows. Come. After the onlookers knew that Yang Fan would come again tomorrow, they gradually dispersed, and some went to the stalls selling rice cakes or sugarcane. The 2 pots of Xian Renbin had been sold out. Yang Fan packed up his things, but did not go back directly. Instead, he walked towards the stalls selling glutinous rice cakes. In this hot summer, glutinous rice cake is not particularly popular. After all, it is much simpler to make than fairy cake. If you really want to eat it, you can make it yourself. There is no need to spend money to buy it. Boss, how much is a rice cake? 3 cents. Seeing that it was Yang Fan, the stall owner said, "Your Xianran cake is selling really well." "Not bad, give me 4 rice cakes." "Okay." After paying the money, Yang Fan put the rice cake wrapped in oil paper into the pot, and then pushed the cart to his uncle's house to borrow the cart. This uncle has no relationship with Yang Fan, they are just from the same village. When the uncle learned that Yang Fan wanted to borrow the cart for a few more days, he readily agreed. After expressing his gratitude, Yang Fan went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy a bucket and then pushed the cart home. The 2 pots of Xian Renbin sold out quickly. It was not yet 6 o'clock and it was not dark yet. It would only take about 10 minutes to walk home from the town. Yang Fan? How are the sales of your Xianran cake? When passing by the place to cool off, many villagers were still there. They were very curious to see Yang Fan coming back so soon. Yang Fan smiled and replied, "Sold out." Sold out? So quickly? Everyone was very surprised. It was only less than an hour ago, and they were already sold out? When did Xian Renbin become so popular? Many people were moved. They can also make Xian Renbin, so can they also make it and sell it? Yes. Yang Fan didn't say much. Even if the villagers wanted to sell Xianran Ban, he couldn't stop them. But he was still very confident in his Xianran Ban. If it really sold, someone would have thought of it long ago, and it wasn't because it was not made well. Just like simple fried rice, everyone can make it, but if you make it, even dogs will despise it, but if a chef makes it and sells it for hundreds of dollars, people will still rush to buy it. Where did you sell it? Plant entrance. Yang Fan answered a few questions, then said he wanted to go home to cook, and pushed the cart back. When I got home, Su Xiuying was mending clothes at home. Seeing Yang Fan coming back, she quickly looked at the 2 pots. "Why did you come back so soon? Did you sell them?" "Sold out." Yang Fan parked the car in the yard. "Xiuying, I bought a bucket to hold the immortal cakes. Take Aunt Sufan's pot, wash it and give it back to Aunt Sufan." Su Xiuying quickly came over to take the pot and asked in surprise, "It's selling so quickly?" Although the Xian Renbin made by Yang Fan was indeed delicious, she felt that no matter how delicious it was still Xian Renbin, and it was too luxurious to spend only 1 dime to eat it. Anyway, if it were her, she would definitely not be willing to do so. Well, the factory workers are paid several dozen yuan a month, so there's no need to save a dime. Su Xiuying thought so too. The salary of regular workers in the factory starts at 30 or 40 yuan. 1 cent is really not a lot for them. She was just judging others by herself. In the room, Anan heard Yang Fan's voice and ran out quickly, "Dad." Yang Fan held the rice cake wrapped in oil paper, looked at her sleepy face, and hugged her. "You just woke up? Have you been good at home?" "Yes, Anan is very well behaved." She sniffed and said, "What's that smell?" "It smells so good." Yang Fan scratched her nose and said, "You have a really good nose. Daddy bought you some rice cakes, but you can only eat one piece." Rice cakes are mostly made of glutinous rice, and it is bad for children's stomach if they eat too much. Chapter 27, Strong Attitude. Yang Fan put Anan down, asked her to wash her hands, and then handed her a piece of rice cake. The rice cake was already cold, but Anan was not afraid of the heat, so she stuffed it directly into her mouth and commented, "Daddy, it's delicious. Everything I eat recently is delicious." "Xiuying, I put the rice cake on the table. You may want to eat it later. I'll go cook first." "Yeah." Seeing Anan's happy look, Su Xiuying's mood also improved. "I'm going to return Aunt Sufan's pot and go to the fields by the way." Yang Fan paused as he entered the kitchen. "What are you doing in the field?" "We don't grow rice in this land. We need to turn it over and plant other crops. Other people's fields have been turned over almost completely, but ours has not been touched yet." Yang Fan frowned slightly. Their family's field seems to be more than 2 acres. How tiring would it be to plow it and then plant crops? Should we rent this land to someone else for planting for the time being? Yang Fan held her back, and when he saw the discomfort on Su Xiuying's face, he immediately let go of her hand. "I'm busy with the Xianrenban business right now, so I'm afraid I can't take care of the farm business at the same time. I can do this. But I don't want you to work so hard." When Su Xiuying heard this, she couldn't help but smile at herself. Don't want her to work so hard? So what have you been doing all these years? Yang Fan knew that he had been a jerk before. He coughed and made a decision directly. "I sold more than 4 yuan today, and the cost was only 50 cents. In the future, the money we earn will allow us to survive even if we don't farm. This is only the first day. Who knows if business will be this good every day? Besides, Xian Renban can only be sold in summer. What about in winter? Only when there are crops in the fields can we avoid starvation. Land is the most important thing for rural people. In special times, even gold cannot compare to it. Gold may not be enough to buy food sometimes, but as for the land, as long as they are diligent and have seeds, they can have food to eat and will not starve to death. The country is in turmoil, policies are changing all the time, who knows when they will be unable to do business again. This land is their last resort, and they cannot give it up." Yang Fan knew Su Xiuying's worries, but he was clear about the changes in the future and his own abilities, so he advised, "Xiuying, don't worry, this is just rented out temporarily, or given to my brother and sister-in-law to farm. If my business doesn't make money or can't be done, then we can take the land back. I'm not going to sell the land, right? I don't think it's necessary." "I can." "You can't." Yang Fan said firmly, "Besides, you have to help me sell the immortal cakes. You also have to take care of Anan and the farm. How can you take care of everything? It's better to rent out the land, otherwise the crops in the farm will die if you don't take good care of them." Su Xiuying felt that she could do it, but she didn't want to argue with Yang Fan now, for fear that her firm attitude would make Yang Fan angry, and he would give up and return to his old ways. Thinking that he said the land was rented to his elder brother and his wife, Su Xiuying took a step back and said, "Okay, but the land can only be cultivated by our family. Okay, I'll go cook first." Su Xiuying went next door to return the pot, and Yang Fan started cooking. He didn't buy meat today, but there were plenty of eggs at home, so he fried some tomato and eggs in a plate of sweet potato leaves, and then cooked a bowl of mushroom soup. Although there is no meat in the mushroom soup, its own flavor is enough. As for the rice, it is pure rice. Yang Fan never mixes corn grits or the like in his cooking. Chapter 28 Good morning, wife. Yang Fan hasn't eaten rice cake for a long time. When he missed it in his previous life, he asked the chef to make it. It tasted good, but it was not the same as he remembered. When he ate it again now, Yang Fan couldn't help squinting his eyes. It was this taste, the taste that he had been thinking about for a long time in his previous life. Su Xiuying was eating and seeing Yang Fan's expression, she couldn't help but ask, "Is it really delicious?" "Well, try it. There are 2 pieces of rice cakes on the oil paper." Yang Fan was planning to eat 2 pieces himself. After all, Su Shouying didn't have a big appetite and was usually full after dinner. She probably couldn't finish 2 pieces of rice cakes. Yeah. Su Shouying nodded, I'll eat after I finish my meal. Anan, who was standing by, looked at the extra piece of rice cake eagerly, almost drooling, but Yang Fan turned her head and said, Anan, Dad said that you can only eat 1 piece today. You are still taking medicine, so be good. When you get better, Dad will buy you another one. I'll be good. Anan pouted and ate seriously. The meals Dad cooks are so good that every time she eats her little belly full. After dinner, Anan swallowed all the medicine at the temptation of a piece of candy, then put the candy in her mouth. When the sweetness spread, she squinted her eyes happily. Su Shouying looked at this scene and felt it looked familiar. Then she thought, isn't this exactly the same as Yang Fan just now? Yang Fan asked Su Shouying to take Anan to take a bath, while he began to clean the table, wash the dishes, and prepare things for tomorrow. I have to get up early tomorrow, so after washing up, I went to bed. Lying on the bed, Yang Fan sighed. When can I lie in the same bed with my wife? There is still a long way to go. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Yang Fan got up very early. It was just past 6 o'clock and already bright. After washing up, he went to the kitchen and started kneading the dough, intending to make some simple hand-rolled noodles. Since there is not much to do, the speed is still quite fast. When Su Shouying woke up, 3 bowls of steaming noodles were already cooked on the table. Yang Fan smiled when he saw her. Good morning, wife. My wife is so pretty. Su Shouying responded somewhat uncomfortably, morning, I'll go wake Anan up. Let me do it, you go wash up first. Good. Su Shouying walked out of the courtyard door, and Yang Fan's doting voice came from behind her, my little Anan, it's time to get up. Daddy has cooked noodles for you. She paused and looked back. Yang Fan had already entered the house. How long can this kind of life last? With Anan's flattery, the family of 3 ended their warm breakfast. Because she didn't need to go to the fields, Su Shouying was free all of a sudden. Seeing that Yang Fan still had to wash the dishes, she stepped forward and took the initiative to take it. Yang Fan naturally disagreed, but Su Shouying insisted, I can't just sit there and do nothing. I feel uncomfortable being idle like this. Okay. Yang Fan thought about it. Nowadays, except for lazy people like him, everyone is really hardworking. What kind of enjoyment? It doesn't exist. If they are not allowed to work, they may feel uncomfortable. He only thought about compensating Su Shouying, but forgot that Su Shouying might feel uncomfortable if he took on all the responsibilities. The problem of washing dishes is solved. Yang Fan carried a bamboo basket and went out to collect firewood and cut fairy grass. As soon as he arrived at the place, he found that there were actually 2 people from the same village here at Xianrenko. One of them was from a prominent family in Jiutang village, the same age as Yang Fan, named Yu Weidong. He grew up playing with Yang Fan when they were young. The other one, whom Yang Fan wants to call Aunt, came from another town and married to Jiutang village. Chapter 29, 50 Cents of Cooperation. Both of them felt a little embarrassed when they saw Yang Fan. The reason they came to cut the fairy grass was naturally because the news that Yang Fan had sold out of the fairy cakes in the town yesterday had spread, and they immediately wanted to follow suit. Yang Fan guessed it, but he didn't show any emotion on his face. He greeted them naturally, Aunt Hongyan, Dongzi, you guys are here to cut the fairy grass too? Yes. Yu Weidong responded. Seeing that Yang Fan didn't look unhappy, he said embarrassedly, everyone in the village was saying yesterday that you were selling fairy cakes in town and they were very popular. My wife also drove me out to cut fairy grass early this morning. I plan to make some to sell in town. So that's how it is. Yang Fan nodded and didn't say much. The 2 of them breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Yang Fan didn't look angry. We are all from the same village. It would be embarrassing if we damaged the harmony because of this matter. The most important thing is that they are not in the right in this matter. Seeing that Yang Fan didn't insist on this point, his favorable impression of Yang Fan greatly increased. It has really changed. It is totally different from before. Yu Weidong sighed silently in his heart. Because of the matter of the fairy cake, the 3 of them didn't have much to talk about. After cutting the fairy grass, they went back to their homes. As soon as Yang Fan came back, Su Shouying said anxiously, I just heard from Aunt Sufan that it seems that many families in the village are also planning to make fairy cakes and sell them. Just sell it. I have confidence in the Xian Renban I made. Su Shouying calmed down after hearing this. That's true. Take her for example. She also knows how to make fairy cakes. However, it is difficult for her to sell them for even $1 a day. But she was still a little worried, and couldn't help but ask, why don't we just not rent this land for now? Don't worry, I'll just leave it there even if I don't rent it, and I won't go to the land for the time being, is that okay? Su Shouying was completely worried because there was no food to grow on the land at home. Seeing her worried look, Yang Fan sighed, okay. Although he was confident that he could save her from suffering in the future, from Su Shouying's perspective, it was normal for her not to believe him, and she might even think that he was too ambitious. After discussing the land matter, the two began to cook the immortal cake. However, Su Shouying basically didn't have to do anything except helping out. Most of the time she was busy cleaning the house, taking care of Anan, and occasionally teaching her to read. Su Shouying had attended a literacy class before, so she knew quite a few words and was able to do simple addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. It was no problem for her to teach a 3-year-old child. After a busy morning, I finally succeeded in cooking it. This time Yang Fan made a full bucket and a pot. Of course, the first bowl of soup must be given to Anan first. Su Shouying was reluctant to eat it, thinking that she could earn 10 cents more by eating one more bowl. However, Yang Fan now adopted a domineering and unquestionable approach towards her. The whole family felt happy while eating the immortal cake cooled with well water. After eating, Yang Fan started to prepare lunch. Anan has almost finished taking the medicine. The doctor said that if she doesn't feel any discomfort after taking the medicine, she doesn't need to go back for a follow-up checkup. After resting for a while in the afternoon, Yang Fan went out under the scorching sun. He wanted to go to the supply and marketing cooperative today, where they sold popsicles. Yang Fan wondered if he could cooperate and asked the boss to help him freeze some ice cubes. When we arrived in town, it was still early, around 4 o'clock. Yang Fan came to the supply and marketing cooperative and successfully negotiated a 50-cent cooperation with the popsicle seller. For the boss, his freezer can't be full, so he can use the extra space to freeze some water. It only costs a little more electricity and he can get 50 cents, which is definitely a good deal. Chapter 30 Malicious Price Reduction. The boss didn't freeze ice today, but there was a lot of ice on the edge of the freezer, so Yang Fan paid 20 cents to buy it. The boss borrowed a knife and scraped off all the ice on the edges. Yang Fan put the ice in the empty basin he had brought earlier, and then put the pot on the basin, just right. Now that he had ice, he pushed the cart to the factory gate. There is quite a lot of traffic near the factory gate. After all, there are quite a few shops here, so Yang Fan's stall here also attracted the attention of many passers-by. However, after learning that it was a 1-cent fairy cake, most of them were discouraged. It's only 1 cent. You can eat anything else. It's too luxurious to eat a fairy cake. This is what most people think. Occasionally, there are some people who are not short of money. When they learn that the Xian renbun is chilled, they order a bowl without any hesitation. After eating, they all gave a thumbs up. It takes a skill to cook the simple fairy cake to just the right degree. After selling a few bowls, Yang Fan saw Yu Weidong and his wife and Aunt Hongyan pushing carts to the factory gate to sell fairy cakes. When they looked at each other, Yang Fan felt nothing, but Yu Weidong and Aunt Hongyan were a little embarrassed. Yang Fan had just made some money selling fairy cakes for a day, and they were already rushing to imitate him. They were from the same village, so it was indeed a bit embarrassing. But in this day and age, money is hard to earn and shit is hard to eat. If you don't want to eat shit, then work hard to make money. They didn't steal or rob, they earned money through their own skills, so it's not shabby. After a while, the people in the factory went off work. The number of people setting up stalls at the door increased from Yang Fan and 3 others to 5. The stall owner who sold rice cakes and sugarcane yesterday also came one after another. Many workers who were longing for Yang Fan's xianranban went straight to Yang Fan's stall. Everyone was very surprised to learn that today's xianranban was frozen. After all, the weather was too hot and it was really not easy to eat something cold. There were quite a few people queuing up at Yang Fan's place, but no one at Yu Weidong and Aunt Hongyan's place even looked at what was being sold. Yu Weidong's wife Wang Meili pushed Yu Weidong and said, "Hurry up and shout, or they will all go to Yang Fan to buy it." They didn't expect that Yang Fan had so many regular customers after only 1 day of sales. Not so good, huh? What's wrong with that? Wang Meili looked at Yu Weidong with dissatisfaction, frowning slightly. Are you not going to scream? Yu Weidong has always been henpecked, so he had no choice but to compromise. Okay, I'll call you. He had never done business before, and it took a lot of courage for him to set up a stall. Now he was asked to sell his goods on the street, which made him feel embarrassed. Hurry up! Seeing that Wang Meili was about to get angry, Yu Weidong could only lower his eyes and pretend that he didn't see those people. Xianren Ban, 8 cents a bowl. His voice was very low, and Wang Meili immediately became angry. Just as she was about to speak, Aunt Hongyan called out loudly, selling Xianren Ban, 8 cents a bowl. Selling Xianren Ban, 8 cents a bowl. Come and have a look. Many workers who were queuing here for Yang Fan heard the shouting and hurried to Aunt Hongyan. It's 8 cents over there, 2 cents cheaper. Hurry, go buy it over there. Wang Meili watched this scene with envy, her eyes almost red. She stopped urging her useless husband and took the initiative to shout, selling Xianren Ban, 7 cents a bowl, we sell it for 7 cents a bowl. Hearing this, those price-conscious customers moved to Yu Weidong before they had the chance to buy from Aunt Hongyan. When Aunt Hongyan heard this, she quickly lowered the price to 6 cents. Even those who originally thought that a few points didn't matter and were still queuing up for Yang Fan couldn't help but be tempted. A man asked Yang Fan, "Boss, they have reduced the price to 6 cents, won't you lower the price?" Chapter 31. Do you want it or not? If I don't reduce it, my costs are here. If I reduce it, I will lose money. This kind of business that maliciously competes on price is doomed to fail. As businessmen, they generally don't engage in price wars. Even if they do, they all know what they are doing. Like Yu Weidong and Aunt Hongyan, if you lower the price and I lower the price, the result will only be a lose-lose situation, and the business will not be able to succeed. When the people in the queue heard what Yang Fan said, many of them were not satisfied. Just as they were about to speak, Wang Meili lowered the price to 5 cents. Boss, I don't want it. It's 5 cents over there. I'll buy it there. Suddenly, there was no one left here at Yang Fan's place. The price war between Aunt Hongyan and Wang Meili has not yet ended. After Wang Meili lowered the price to 5 cents, customers did not buy immediately. Instead, they looked at Aunt Hongyan to see if she would lower the price again. Sure enough, Aunt Hongyan gritted her teeth and finally lowered it to 4 points. Wang Meili sneered and immediately lowered the score to 3 points. At this moment, Aunt Hongyan was unwilling to surrender anymore. 3 cents is already very low. After all, it is not easy to cook Xianren Ban and it takes a lot of time. She has sacrificed this time to do other things as cost. If the price is reduced further, there will be no point in selling Xianren Ban. So, she also lowered the price to 3 cents, the same price as Wang Meili. As for who the customers buy from, it depends on who has better craftsmanship. Aunt Hongyan felt that she was older than Wang Meili and must have cooked immortal cake more times than Wang Meili. Practice makes perfect, so she should be no worse than Wang Meili. When the customers saw that the price had dropped to 3/10 and would not go down any further on either side, they all knew what was going on and randomly chose a store to buy the Xianren Ban. Seeing that there was no ice under the pot where they put the Xianren Ban, I asked curiously, "Boss, isn't your Xianren Ban iced?" Of course not. Wang Meili and Aunt Hongyan were both very confused. How could they have ice? You have to know that even a single-door refrigerator costs 600 or 700 yuan. With the current salary level of rural people, they would have to go without food or drink for 4 or 5 years to be able to afford it. Ice cube is a luxurious word. Ah, there's no ice. Many people felt a little regretful, but when they thought about the 70% discount, they felt that they could still tolerate it. However, the person at the front of the line looked left and right and didn't see the bottle of sugar. His heart trembled, and he asked tentatively, "Boss, you don't make this fairy cake without sugar, do you?" Wang Meili immediately got angry and squinted her eyes. "What kind of sugar do you want for 3 cents? Don't you know how much a pound of white sugar costs now? If you want to eat white sugar, add it yourself at home. How many bowls do you want?" She opened the lid and the black fairy cake came out. Those who were waiting in line saw the fairy cake. If we compare the Xianren Ban to a painting, the Xianren Ban cooked by Yang Fan has even colors, while the one cooked by Wang Meili has patches of color here and there, which is a complete mess. "Boss, why is your fairy cake like this?" The customer saw it and was shocked. This is totally different from what Yang Fan sells, but it is comparable to what his mother cooks. However, if it is the same as what his mother cooks, then he can just go home and ask his mother to make it. Why bother to spend money to buy it outside? Wang Meili was angry she had a bad temper to begin with. In addition, the Xianren cake, which could originally be sold for 8 cents, can now only be sold for 3 cents. This has caused a lot of anger in the recent price war. "I say, it's only 3 cents for the immortal cake, why are you making such a fuss? Do you want it or not?" Chapter 32 Stop Loss in Time. Spending money and still being bullied? Who spoils you? Wang Meilei's attitude immediately annoyed the customer. What's your attitude? The elder brother snorted coldly, no wonder it's so cheap. Everyone come and take a look. This xianran cake is much worse than the one the younger brother made yesterday. It doesn't have sugar in it, and it's not iced. It's not like I can't afford a dime. I don't want it. After saying that, the eldest brother returned to Young Fan. There were already several people buying things in front of Young Fan's stall. After seeing that the fairy cake was not cooked well, had no sugar and was not chilled, they decisively gave up. This fairy cake tastes just the same, it has no flavor. No matter how cheap it is useless. After all, you can make this thing at home. The stall in front of Yang Fan was bustling again. As for the stalls of Wang Meilei and Yu Weidong, because of Wang Meilei's attitude, even customers who wanted to get a bargain were reluctant to go there. Isn't there a 3-cent shop across the street? If you want to save money, you can go there. Besides, the fairy cake there looks better than the one at Wang Meilei's. I really didn't expect that his craftsmanship is not that good, but he has such a bad temper. Wang Meilei saw that there were quite a few people crowding in front of Young Fan's stall. Even Aunt Hongyan's stall had a few people, but there was no one in front of her stall. She was so angry that she hit Yu Weidong and said, "It's all your fault, you loser." After she said that, she turned and left, leaving Yu Weidong alone, at a loss as to whether he should continue setting up the stall. Yang Fan's business was not affected by Yu Weidong and his team at all. On the contrary, the fairy cake they made highlighted Young Fan's goodness. Coupled with the selling point of being iced, many people were still willing to have a bowl of such a refreshing and sweet fairy cake in the middle of summer. Aunt Hongyan's business is not good either. Only a few people buy from her, and the money she earns is not proportional to the time she spends. She didn't leave, but insisted on setting up her stall. However, business would not improve just because of her persistence, so until Young Fan was almost sold out, no one was interested in her stall. "Yang Fan, give me a bowl." Aunt Hongyan gritted her teeth and used 1 cent out of the 12 cents she earned today to buy a bowl of Young Fan's fairy cake. She wanted to see what the difference was between her and Yang Fan's fairy cakes. Yang Fan looked at the remaining xianran cake in the pot and said with a smile, "Aunt Hongyan, there may not be a bowl left, so I'll give it to you." "No, you still have to pay." Seeing that there was only half a bowl, Aunt Hongyan put 5 cents on Young Fan's cart. Even before eating the xianran cake, Aunt Hongyan knew she had lost just by looking at its appearance. She looked at Young Fan with doubt in her eyes. "Did you make this? Or did your wife make this?" "I did it." Aunt Hongyan looked at Young Fan as if she had just met him for the first time. After a while, she said, "You did a good job." Even without sugar or ice, she would have lost just by looking at the finished product of the xianran pancake. This business is indeed not something that everyone can do. Fortunately, I only sold it for 1 day, so it was not a bad idea to stop the loss in time. After selling the fairy cakes, Young Fan started to pack up, then said hello to Aunt Hongyan and left. He first went to the supply and marketing cooperative, bought some vegetables and things needed for setting up a stall, and then pushed the cart home. "I sold it for nearly $6 today, and after deducting the cost, I made $5. Su Xiaoying looked at the table and saw a lot of change that Young Fan took out, and couldn't help but do some calculations. Not to mention a lot, if you can maintain an income of 3 yuan a day, that would be 90 yuan a month, which is 1 or 2 times more than what the factory workers make. This income is definitely a high income. Su Xiaoying never thought that she could make so much money by selling a simple fairy cake. However, she looked at the mung beans and quick seeds that Young Fan bought and asked curiously, "Why did you buy mung beans?" Chapter 33 Putting the cart before the horse. With ice, we can actually sell some mung bean sweet soup and clear soup. Qingdiling, in particular, is very popular in Donghua province. It has therapeutic effects such as strengthening the spleen, removing dampness, and moistening the lungs. The most important thing is that it tastes good and is suitable for all ages. Su Xiaoying was still worried instinctively. After all, the Xian Renbin had only been on sale for 2 days, and it was too early to develop a new product before it was stable. But she really didn't understand this aspect, and Young Fan, who made the fairy cake successfully, obviously knew more than her, so Su Xiaoying would not pretend to know something she didn't. "Okay, then you can give it a try. If it doesn't sell well, we will continue to focus on selling xianran ban." Yang Fan was a little surprised. He thought Su Xiaoying would object, and he had already prepared a plan in his mind on how to persuade Su Xiaoying. Yang Fan's eyes were a little hot, which made Su Shouying feel uncomfortable. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? No. Yang Fan smiled, I just think it's great to have you. Even if he were to start over in his new life, he actually didn't understand Su Shouying. After all, Su Shouying passed away more than 3 years after she married him in her previous life. During those 3 years, he never tried to understand his wife. Su Shouying had never heard such sweet words before, and she blushed immediately when she heard them. I felt that Yang Fan had really changed a lot. Not only could he do business and cook, he could even say sweet words. However, he was still as thick-skinned as before. After all, if you are not thick, you can't just eat and drink for free for so many years. After Yang Fan steamed the rice, he went to Uncle Yude's house next door. Aunt Su Fan was cooking. Uncle Yude opened the door. Seeing that it was Yang Fan, he smiled and said, I was just looking for you. Uncle, is my cart ready? Yes. Uncle Yude called Yang Fan in, I have been working on your cart for the past 2 days. Come and take a look. Is there anything you want to modify? After all, this is my first time making this. Yang Fan looked over and saw a small cart in the yard. The cart was modified based on the street vendor carts of later generations that Yang Fan had mentioned. He checked it and found that it perfectly matched what he had described. Yang Fan nodded with satisfaction. The craftsmen of this era have really solid skills. There are 3 holes in the cart, which Yang Fan uses to place 3 buckets, one for selling fairy cakes, one for selling mung bean soup, and another for selling clear soup. There is a base underneath and some space around it, and the extra space is used to store ice cubes. Uncle, it's okay. You did a great job. Ha ha. Yude was in a good mood when someone praised his craftsmanship. He couldn't help but smile, see if there is anything that needs to be changed? If it's not too much trouble, I can change it for you now. Yang Fan pushed the cart and shook his head, no, this is already good enough. As he said that, Yang Fan took out $2.50 and paid the balance to Yude. The cart was pushed back home. Su Shouying saw the cart and asked curiously, how much did it cost to make this cart? 3. So cheap? Yes, Uncle Yude gave me a friendly price. Friendly price? It's true. When Su Shouying saw the hole for the bucket, she looked at Yang Fan with some surprise. It seems that he had considered selling mung bean soup and kingbuling a long time ago, and it was not a whim or arrogance just because he made some money from selling fairy cakes for 2 days. If we have our own cart, we have to return the original one as well. Yes. Yang Fan nodded, so tomorrow I will trouble my wife to accompany me to the town. In fact, it's okay for Yang Fan to go in 2 trips, but he wants to cultivate his relationship with Su Shouying. If he goes out to make money every day and leaves his wife and daughter at home, isn't he putting the cart before the horse? Chapter 34, A New Look. Su Shouying nodded randomly and agreed, then ran back into the house, making the excuse of taking care of Anan. Yang Fan was in a good mood seeing this. In the evening, I made stir-fried meat, lean meat soup, and the usual stir-fried vegetables. I also made candied sweet potatoes with the 2 remaining sweet potatoes at home. The sweet potatoes they grow are not very sweet. After all, they don't have enough water and no fertilizer is used, so they are not grown very well. But when they are made into candied sweet potatoes, they are very sweet. Anan stared at the sweet potato with sugar throughout the meal, but Su Shouying let her eat 2 pieces and didn't allow her to eat anymore. Anan acted coquettishly to Yang Fan, but for the sake of his daughter's teeth, Yang Fan did not relent and agreed. Fortunately, he cleverly made 2 meat dishes. Although the candied sweet potato was very attractive to Anan, the meat was also irresistible to Anan. So, Anan was very satisfied with this dinner with Ruru's comfort. The medicine had been taken, and this time, she did not take any more medicine after dinner. Anan happily ran around the yard. In the middle of the night, when there were no children playing outside, Anan took out the picture book that she had read countless times, and read it quietly under the dim light. Yang Fan frowned slightly when he saw this scene. The book is small to begin with, and the light bulb is not bright enough. Won't I become nearsighted if I read it like this when I grow up? Still have to make money. There are so many things I want to buy, but my wallet is not thick enough. The next morning, Yang Fan got up early. There were a lot of things that needed to be prepared today, so after making breakfast, he started cooking and preparing to set up the stall in the afternoon. At the same time, he also thought of a new way to make money. It's still related to clothing. Although he can't sell clothes in person now, he can sell designs. In his previous life, Yang Fan learned a lot of things in order to make money, including drawing clothing designs. Although he was not proficient in it, it was enough for him. As for designing these things, he had no shortage of them after returning from the future, so he was not in a hurry to sell some design drawings. But this matter still needs to be carefully considered. It is not something that can be sold just like that. For now, it is better to develop the sugar water business first and have a stable income, so that Su Xiaoying can feel more at ease. After Anan woke up, she ate the boiled noodles made by Yang Fan. Her little face was red. Although it was impossible for her to gain weight after being nursed for a few days, her face was obviously not as sallow as before. Instead, it looked smoother and much more beautiful. It's not just Anan, Su Xiaoying is the same. Life had crushed her and made her haggard, but the ease she felt these days was reflected in her face. She was already good looking, and now that she had recovered, she looked even more beautiful. Yang Fan really couldn't understand what he was thinking when he was in his 20s. Isn't it nice to have such a beautiful wife and lovely daughter? Why are you messing around with other men? After cooking a bucket of mung bean soup, a bucket of kingbiling and a bucket of fairy cake, Yang Fan covered them with lids and used well water to cool them down. When the time was almost up, Su Xiaoying packed up, let Anan sit on the cart, put a straw hat on him, and the family of 3, with 2 carts, walked towards the town. When I met villagers on the road, I greeted them. After they left, they no longer knew about the villagers' discussions. When they arrived in the town, they returned the cart first. Then Yang Fan brought Su Xiaoying, who looked puzzled, to the supply and marketing cooperative, got the agreed ice, and paid 50 cents. Su Xiaoying didn't expect this to work. After all, in her opinion, it would be impossible to sell iced mung bean soup without a refrigerator. She never thought that this could be done in cooperation with others. She began to look at Yang Fan with a new respect. Regardless of his character, he does have business acumen, which is much better than hers. Chapter 35, 2 Spendthrift. When I was waiting at the factory gate, 2 stall owners selling rice cakes and sugarcane had already arrived. Aunt Hongyan and Yuedong did not come today. I wonder if they gave up or improved their skills and will make a comeback later. Soon, it was time for the workers to get off work. Many people went straight to Yang Fan after work, with sweat on their foreheads. When they saw Yang Fan's stall, they confirmed it again and again. "Boss, did you change the cart today? I almost didn't recognize it." "Yes." Yang Fan replied with a smile, "Today we not only have iced Xianren Ban, but also iced mung bean soup and iced kingbiling." While the man asking the question was talking, he also saw the cardboard that Yang Fan had pasted on the cart, with the products and prices written on it. Xianrenban and mung bean soup are both 1 cent a bowl, while kingbiling is much more expensive, costing 1.5 cents a bowl. This is also normal. Kingbiling not only has a lot of ingredients, but also is expensive. There's kingbiling? The man who asked the question looked about the same age as Yang Fan. His eyes lit up and he asked, "Can you open the lid so I can take a look?" Yang Fan naturally would not refuse his request. When the lid was opened, the young man saw the beautifully colored kingbiling. He couldn't help himself and said, "It's obvious that a lot of thought went into making this. Boss, I want 3 bowls." As he spoke, he picked up his large kettle and frowned, "It should be enough. If not, I'll drink some later." "Okay." Yang Fan smiled. Luckily the guy's kettle was really big, just enough to hold the water. Because the ice cubes were always separated by the bucket, the cold water was not too cold, but at the same temperature, which was enough. "I have to go home quickly and let my parents have a taste too." The young man handed Yang Fan 45 cents, but Yang Fan said to Su Xiaoying, "Wife, take the money." "Ah?" Su Xiaoying was stunned for a moment. Seeing that the young man turned around and handed the money to her, she quickly took it and said "oh" twice in confusion. The young man said to Yang Fan enviously, "Boss, your wife is so pretty." "Yeah, I think so too." Su Xiaoying, who was standing by, blushed immediately. Yang Fan is so shameless. How can he speak like this in front of outsiders? The young man was gently pushed aside. The person queuing behind him was a woman in her 30s. She was very nicely dressed, and by very nice I mean her clothes were new and had no patches. "Boss, I'd like to have a bowl of kingbiling and 2 servings of mung bean soup." After adding new products, Yang Fan's business is better than before. Especially the kingbiling, even if it was sold for 1.5 cents, there were still many people willing to pay for it. Su Xiaoying couldn't believe it when she saw it from the side. This is 1.5 cents. It's such a waste to spend it like this. Even if you want to satisfy your appetite, there are mung bean soup and fairy cake. But unexpectedly, the most expensive ones are sold out first. When the people behind learned that the kingduling was out of stock, they had to settle for the next best thing and choose mung bean soup and Zion renbun. Business was particularly good. In less than half an hour, all the 3 buckets of sugar water that Yang Fan brought were sold out. Su Shouying just felt like a dream. Both of his trouser pockets were full of money, and he had some in his hands. After Yang Fan finished selling his things to those people, he packed up and said, "Wife, let's go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some vegetables before going home." Good. Because the sale had just started, Annan was still very interested. When she heard that they were going to the supply and marketing cooperative, she happily hugged Yang Fan's thigh, thinking about buying something to eat and pleasing her father in advance. She knew that her father would buy her delicious food, and her mother would often tell her not to eat this or too much of that. Chapter 36. Let me peel it. Su Shouying had no idea that her little cotton-padded jacket had a leak. After arriving at the supply and marketing cooperative and buying the meat, Yang Fan saw an old man selling prawns with some left. He went up and bought all the prawns. At the same time, I bought in some white rabbit milk candy and a golden hairpin in the shape of a butterfly. When the 2 small wings were gently flapped, they looked very lively, like a real butterfly spreading its wings to fly. Yang Fan had some impression of this thing. He seemed to have seen many girls wearing it in his previous life. Of course, Annan likes it very much too. This is her first jewelry. After leaving the supply and marketing cooperative, Yang Fan took Su Shouying and her daughter to a junk recycling shop, where they bought a lot of picture books and storybooks from the owner. The main reason is that the town is too small, and there are not many books to sell. Even the stationery store only sells some textbooks and the like, and there are no extracurricular books at all. If you want to buy extracurricular books, you have to go to the county bookstore to buy them. On the way back, Annan was very happy. With a white rabbit candy with a rich milky taste in her mouth and a few picture books bought for her by Yang Fan in her hands, Su Shouying said she didn't want anyone to help her hold them and insisted on holding them herself. Yang Fan thought about it, and it seemed that he also had quite a few picture books. He bought them all himself because even though he had grown up, he still had a childish heart and had always liked to read old Master Q comics. However, usually after he finished reading them, the comics would be borrowed by Su Guowei, who claimed to be his brother-in-law, and would never be returned. Looks like I have to get this comic back when I have some free time. Even though it's not worth much money, Su Guowei is a man who is never satisfied with what he eats. He takes advantage of others so much and even picks up his bad friends who take care of his wife and live off his parents. Yang Fan doesn't want him to take advantage of him again. He didn't care about the cartoon, but Su Guowei did. If he took it back, Su Guowei would definitely feel the pain, and that was enough, because he had always been disrespectful to his own wife. After returning home, Yang Fan started cooking. Su Shouying began to clean the house and watered the vegetables in the yard. As for Annan, she was already in the yard with a picture book in her arms, reading it with relish. But soon, when the smell of meat wafted through the yard, Annan began to lose concentration while reading. After reading for a while, he would run to the kitchen to take a look, and occasionally ask, "Dad, is it time to eat?" When he found out that the meal was not ready yet, he ran off to read picture books again, although he would come back to ask Yang Fan after a while. Yang Fan was cooking and didn't feel bored at all. Instead, he thought his daughter was so cute and he always answered her questions patiently. While cooking, he vaguely heard someone coming outside. It was not until the meal was ready that Yang Fan asked Su Shouying, "Did someone come to our house just now?" "Yes, Aunt Sufan is here." "Aunt Sufan, what's the matter with you?" Yang Fan asked as he picked up some food for Annan. "Tell Dad if you want anything else to eat." "I want shrimp." "Dad will peel it for you later, you eat first." Annan nodded and quickly buried his head in eating. The child was half walked and half carried from the town and was already tired and hungry. Seeing Yang Fan peeling shrimps, Su Shouying also put down her chopsticks and peeled shrimps for Annan. "No, it's just that Aunt Sufan said that the rumor in the village today was that Aunt Hongyan and Wang Meili and her husband went to sell fairy cakes yesterday and competed with our family for business. Why didn't you tell me about this? These are all minor matters. Besides, they couldn't sell anything yesterday. They didn't do as well as I did. Everyone came to buy from me. It didn't affect my business." As he spoke, he put the shrimp he had peeled into Su Shouying's bowl. "Let me peel it." Chapter 37. Laying 2 eggs a day. Looking at the red and white prawns in the bowl, Su Shouying picked up the chopsticks and ate the prawns. Yang Fan was peeling shrimps and asked, "Is it delicious?" Um. Many cities in Donghua province are close to the sea, so the price of seafood is relatively cheap in Ningjiang County compared to some places that require transportation, and is cheaper than pork. However, for the simple rural people, shrimps have little meat and are not as affordable as meat. In fact, in this day and age, many places are not very interested in seafood. Su Shouying had only eaten some caught river shrimps before. Those shrimps were very small and she just ate them for flavor. She really couldn't remember the specific taste of the shrimp meat. Now after eating it, she found that the shrimp meat tasted delicious. Yang Fan was very skilled at peeling shrimps and he quickly peeled all of them. He gave most of them to Su Shouying, a small portion to Anan, and only ate a few himself. He had tasted all kinds of delicacies in his previous life, and in this life, he just wanted to give the better ones to his wife and daughter. As Su Shouying was eating the shrimp, she suddenly remembered that she was talking about Aunt Hongyan and her friends. She couldn't help but ask, will Aunt Hongyan and her friends come again? If not them, if there are other people in the village doing this, our business will be affected, right? There's nothing we can do about it. After all, you can't stop it. Let's just let it go. If this one doesn't sell, we'll develop a new variety. Yang Fan smiled and gave Su Shouying a reassuring look. Don't worry, your husband knows a lot. I was just lazy before. Oh. Su Shouying wanted to ask, how did Yang Fan learn it? But I feel like asking these questions is unnecessary. Dad, the shrimps are delicious. Grandma Nan's voice rang out, everything Dad makes is delicious. I like Daddy to do it for you every day. Yeah. And Anne's little head kept nodding. After dinner, she didn't go to the yard to play, but took out the picture book and read it attentively. In fact, all the children of her age in the village had playmates, but because of Yang Fan, Anne was always taken care of by Su Shouying and hardly ever played with other children. Fortunately, Anne is very sensible at a young age and never causes trouble to Su Shouying. He is so well behaved that it makes people feel sorry for him. As the saying goes in later generations, being sensible is the cruelest evaluation of a child. Yang Fan has actually noticed this problem during this period, but he has not yet figured out any solution, and he doesn't know if there are any playmates of the same age as Anan in the village. Shouying, the weather is hot now. I will go to the town to sell sugar water. You can stay at home and take care of Anan. It's okay. Anan and I will go with you. We don't have anything to do at home anyway. Without having to work in the fields, there were suddenly a lot less things to do at home. Yang Fan shook his head, and Anan is almost 4 years old, but she doesn't have any playmates. She must be eager to play with other children. See if there are any children of similar age in the village that you can bring to play with her. Su Shouying was stunned. She didn't expect that this was what Yang Fan meant. I see. Yes. Yang Fan continued, tomorrow I will go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy 2 chickens. You can raise them then. It would be best if they can lay 2 eggs every day. You can keep one for yourself. Su Shouying responded vaguely. She was a little unable to cope with Yang Fan's straightforward kindness and his sometimes sudden love words. As Yang Fan said this, he was thinking about buying some cloth tomorrow. The clothes worn by his wife and children at home were too worn out, especially Anan. She hardly had any new clothes. Most of them were altered from Su Shouying's clothes. Su Shouying also kept changing the same few clothes over and over again. Yang Fan himself, on the other hand, wore the best clothes in the family and had 1 or 2 new clothes every year. He was particularly generous with himself. Chapter 38, Laying 3 Eggs. By 1983, cloth coupons had gradually withdrawn from the market. For example, people in rural areas basically all wear patched clothes, and only those who are a little better off can afford new clothes. After all, the clothes were new for 3 years and old for 3 years, and then mended for another 3 years. At the end of the year, the cloth coupons of the whole family were only enough to make clothes for 1 person. There is no doubt that in the Yang family, this person is often Yang Fan. Now that he doesn't need a ticket, Yang Fan can buy things more conveniently. This is the only benefit of traveling to this point. Policies in all aspects have begun to relax. If it were earlier, he would be restricted in everything he did. The next morning, Yang Fan repeated yesterday's life. Get up early to make breakfast for my wife and daughter. This time Su Shouying also got up early. Without saying hello to Yang Fan, she was busy in the yard alone. Yang Fan took a moment to take a look and instantly knew what Su Shouying wanted to do. He smiled and said, Shouying, you just need to clean up the area where the chickens are raised. As for the cages and fences, go find Dad today and have him do it. Yang Jiefang is quite good at weaving. In other words, people of their generation all knew some weaving skills, even Jia Yongmei. As for Yang Fan, he learned a lot in later life, but he really didn't learn weaving. Good. Yang Fan cooked millet porridge in the morning and fried 3 eggs with green onions. The eggs were golden and fragrant with the flavor of green onions. Green vegetables are indispensable on the dining table in Donghua province, so Yang Fan also fried a plate of sweet potato sprouts. After Su Shouying cleaned up the chicken farm, she went to waken up for dinner. It was a warm morning, and Yang Fan even got a kiss from his daughter. After breakfast, Yang Fan began to cook the sweet soup to be sold in the afternoon. Su Shouying said goodbye to Yang Fan and took An out to play. Yang Fan looked at the simple home and went back to work at the stove. In the afternoon, when setting up the stall, An hugged Yang Fan's legs and said, "Daddy, you have to get fatter soon, An will miss you." "Yeah, Dad will miss An too." Yang Fan kissed his daughter and then pushed the car out of the hospital. Su Shouying, who had been silent, suddenly said, "When buying chickens, buy 3. Ah? Yang Fan was stunned. "It doesn't matter if you didn't hear it." Su Shouying quickly turned around and went back to the house. Just after taking 2 steps, she heard Yang Fan's shameless voice, "Okay, listen to my wife and buy 3 chickens. Then, lay 3 eggs every day." After she finished speaking, Su Shouying's pace quickened. Yang Fan was in a good mood. As for Su Shouying, he was actually prepared for a long-term battle, but he didn't expect that after such a short period of time, Su Shouying would be willing to be nice to him and even care about him. "My wife is so soft-hearted." Yang Fan came to the factory gate to sell sugar water with excitement. Although these people don't drink every day, there are too many people in the factory. Some don't drink today, but others do. Plus, with the passers-by, once the business is balanced, although it won't sell as fast as at the beginning, at least it will be sold out without a problem, and there won't be much left even if there is any. However, Yang Fan did not plan to sell for too long. He would only sell for an hour anyway, so he could not just sell all the vegetables and go home. The world is so big, but the most important thing is to go home and cook for my wife and daughter. Fortunately, Yang Fan hadn't been selling for long, so they were sold out early today. Yang Fan pushed his cart to the supply and marketing cooperative and bought 3 chicks as his wife asked him to, and also bought a lot of cloth. However, he still wanted to save money, so he didn't buy much cloth, just enough for his parents, wife and daughter to make a new set of clothes for each of them. Chapter 39: Spending Money Again. When I got home, it was already dark. Su Shouying had steamed the rice and was washing the vegetables to be fried in the evening by the well. The courtyard gate not far away was not closed, and An was looking out the door. There was no light in the room, only a kerosene lamp. Although the village now has electricity, the electricity bill is still a considerable expense for many people. Even if most people have electricity, they don't use it and still use kerosene lamps. Normally, when Yang Fan is at home, he would turn on the lights, but when he is not at home, Su Shouying would be reluctant to leave. "Dad, it's Dad who's back." The road in the village was pitch dark and An didn't see anyone, but she heard the sound of a cart and ran out immediately. Su Shouying was startled when she saw this and quickly got up and chased after him. There are a lot of kidnappers nowadays, so you have to take good care of your children. Before she caught up with him, Su Shouying heard Yang Fan's hearty laughter. "My daughter is here to pick up Daddy, come on, let Daddy hug her." Then, Su Shouying heard An's giggle, and her heart couldn't help but soften. The sound of the cart's wheels rolling heavily on the uneven road, and soon, Yang Fan arrived home. There was a kerosene lamp placed on the stool near the door, burning vigorously. Under the dim light, Su Shouying was washing vegetables by the well. The light shone on the side of her face, making her look very soft. "Why aren't the lights on?" Yang Fan asked, placing the chickens in the small cages hanging next to the cart into the chicken coop that Su Shouying had built. "Did Dad make this railing? You don't have to do anything to turn on the lights." Su Shouying stood up, went into the house and turned on the light in the main room, then walked over to the chicken coop carrying a kerosene lamp. "Dad made the railings. He finished it within half an hour of me saying so. He said he would get me a cage tomorrow, huh? These chickens look a little listless. I've walked all the way and haven't eaten or drunk anything. I guess I'm hungry. I just need a feed." Su Shouying had already prepared a broken bowl. After shaking some water into it, she threw the unwanted vegetables she had just picked into the chicken coop. The chicks huddled in a corner, shivering. "I bought some cloth and put it on the cart." "Go get it." I'll go cook first. Cloth? Su Xiuying was startled and took the kerosene lamp to take a look. Sure enough, she saw a lot of cloth on the cart. Not only were there several colors, but the material was also good, and it was obvious that it was not cheap. Why did you buy the cloth? You're wasting money again. Yang Fan was in the kitchen and pretended not to hear. I've bought them all. Su Xiuying said this and carried the cloth into the house. Although she blamed Yang Fan for spending money recklessly, she was still very happy to see Yang Fan buying cloth. And had never had a new dress since she was a child, so it was just right to make her a new one. But with this quantity, we can make 10 sets, right? Su Xiuying didn't think much about it. She hurriedly carried the kerosene lamp to the cart. She had just seen that there were other things on the cart besides the cloth. When she opened it, Su Xiuying found drawing paper, a pen, and a knife. There is a lot of drawing paper, but if it is only for an, it would be too extravagant. It will not be too late to buy these things when he is about to go to school. In her heart, she blamed Yang Fan for spending money recklessly, but Su Xiuying was still relieved to see that Yang Fan always thought about his daughter. Take everything back into the house. She then took the kerosene lamp and helped Yang Fan clean up the water from the melted ice in the 3 buckets so that Yang Fan could use them tomorrow. By the time she finished, Yang Fan's meal was also ready. These days, Yang Fan bought meat every day under the pretext that Anan was sick. Looking at the meat, Su Xiuying started to calculate in her mind again. Chapter 40 Vanishing Cream. As soon as Yang Fan saw Su Xiuying like that, he knew what she was thinking. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, I didn't spend money recklessly. These are what the family needs. Besides, business is booming now, so you don't have to worry about money." That is true. When Su Xiuying was cleaning the barrel just now, she saw that it was empty and there was not a single drop of liquid left after selling it. In fact, there are many reasons why Yang Fan sells so well. First, no one competes with Yang Fan. Second, his craftsmanship is indeed good. Third, he thought of using ice as a selling point. Fourth, and most importantly, Yang Fan is willing to add sugar. Although the cost is high, the profit is also high. There is no need to worry too much about whether you put a few cents more sugar. Besides, Yang Fan took something out of his trouser pocket. "This is for you." His palm was facing downwards, and Su Xiuying couldn't see clearly what was inside. "What is it?" Su Xiuying stretched out her hand, and a cool object was placed in her palm. Yang Fan moved his hand away, and Su Xiuying immediately recognized the object in his hand. "Vanu's cream?" There was a hint of surprise in his tone. I still remember that the team leader's daughter Yang Jinju bought a box of colorful snow creams, which attracted the attention of all the women in the village. Su Xiuying also took a look at it at that time. Yang Jinju treated it very preciously and didn't let anyone touch it. She also told them the benefits of the snow cream and applied some on it. It smelled so good. What kind of woman doesn't care about beauty? Su Xiuying doesn't care about her image at all. Isn't it because she doesn't have the conditions? This is too expensive. It's enough to buy a lot of meat. Su Xiuying's surprise only lasted for a moment, and she immediately remembered the price of the vanishing cream. It seemed to be $1.20. It's for you to use. What's so expensive about it? Yang Fan didn't care. He picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks and said, "I make money to spend on you too." "No, you should return it. I am a countrywoman and I don't need such expensive things." "I can't return it. If you don't want to use it, I'll throw it away." Su Xiuying was reluctant to throw it away. She wanted to tell Yang Fan, but the awkward relationship between them made it impossible for her to say anything. She could only mumble, "Don't buy these things next time. They are not practical. With this money, I might as well eat meat." Su Xiuying stood up and carefully took the vanishing cream back to her room. They then went out to eat. Seeing the warm interaction between Yang Fan and Anan, Su Xiuying felt that the wall she had built in her heart was slowly collapsing. She didn't show it on her face. She picked up the bowl and chopsticks and continued eating. That evening, after taking a shower, Su Xiuying took out the vanishing cream that she had just put in the only cabinet in the house. She looked at the box of vanishing cream with the help of the kerosene lamp. There was a beautiful woman printed on the lid. She was wearing beautiful clothes and had a bouquet of flowers on her chest. She looked very beautiful. She opened it and smelled it. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt it smelled better than Yang Jinju's that day. Su Shouying stretched out her little finger, gently spread a little bit of the snow cream on the smooth surface, and then applied it on her face. After a while, it blended into the skin like snowflakes. She touched the areas where the cream was applied and the areas where it was not applied, and always felt that the areas where the cream was applied were smoother. No wonder it's so expensive. There's a reason why it's so expensive. Su Shouying didn't have the luxury of painting her entire face. Instead, he touched his face and applied it wherever there was roughness. This good thing must be used sparingly. She won't be willing to buy it next time. The snoring sound came through the next room and came inaccurately. The sound that she had found very annoying in the past now brought Su Shouying a sense of peace of mind. She lay on the bed and closed her eyes. I couldn't help but pray in my heart, hoping that Yang Fan would remain the same for the rest of his life and never change back to his original appearance. Chapter 41 Call Sister-in-Law. Finish breakfast. Yang Fan said something to Su Shouying and went out. Perhaps it was fate, as Yang Fan met Su Guowei on the road before he even reached his home. As soon as he saw Yang Fan, Su Guowei, wearing a pair of homemade clogs, waved to Yang Fan. Hey, Yang Fan, I haven't seen you for a long time. I heard that you made some money by selling fairy cakes in the town these days. How about it, would you like to invite brother-in-law to the state-owned restaurant? As for the incident that day when Yang Fan chased him away with a broom, Su Guowei had long forgotten about it and did not take it seriously. He just thought that Yang Fan had a brain seizure at that time. I came to you to get my picture book back. What? Your picture book? It took so long that Su Guowei couldn't react for a while. Yang Fan looked at him and said, I bought Old Master Q, Nuwa Patching the Sky, 3 Visits to the Thatched Cottage, etc. There are 7 or 8 books in total. I want to read them now. Return them to me. You have borrowed them for long enough. What? Su Guowei immediately realized that the book was not his, but he had already claimed it as his own, so how could he give it back? He immediately laughed and said, the book seems to be gone. I'm sorry, Yang Fan, but we are brothers, so don't take it seriously. This is almost $1, how can you not care about it? Since you lost it, you should pay for it. We are brothers, so I forgive you for losing my book. Su Guowei's grinning face froze immediately. Really? Yang Fan, you want your brother-in-law to pay you? Come on, what kind of brother-in-law are you? Don't be so shameless. Yang Fan looked at him without any joking on his face. Either return the book or the money. What if I don't return it? Are you sure? Su Guowei smiled. So what if you are sure? Just you? In the past, Yang Fan was played around by him, and half of Yang Fan's money went into his pocket. What's more, Yang Fan was just like him, a second-rate guy, hated by everyone, and even lazier than him on weekdays. How could this delicate and tender boy beat him? What a joke! Practice? Su Guowei smiled contemptuously. Just practice, who is afraid of who? He is going to teach Yang Fan a lesson today and make him call him brother-in-law from now on. 3 minutes later. Su Guowei lay on the ground and said in a panic, Yang Fan, no, brother, be gentle, or you'll break a bone. Yang Fan grabbed him with his backhand and knelt on one knee on his waist. Why don't you give it back? Yes, I'll return the book to you when I get back. Do you still dare to call yourself uncle? I won't dare to do that anymore. I won't joke around anymore next time. Su Guowei cursed secretly in his heart. Shit. What kind of magic potion did this little bastard Yang Fan take? How did he suddenly become so strong? And when he hit him just now, the other party seemed to be very methodical. Did he buy some martial arts secret book and practice secretly? What are you going to call my wife when you see her next time? Bah, call me sister-in-law, sister-in-law. Yeah. Yang Fan let him go with satisfaction. Be more respectful in the future. If you talk nonsense to my wife again, I will come to you to talk about life. He attached great importance to the word life. Let Su Guowei understand that this life is not a literal life, but it is very likely to be a life of being beaten like today. He got up and ran to put on his slippers that had been knocked away, rubbing his hands and grimacing in pain. Yang Fan showed no mercy when he attacked him. Yang Fan dusted off his hands and glanced at him. Although Su Guowei is a petty-minded person who steals things and is lazy and gluttonous, he cannot be said to be a bad person. In his previous life, after Yang Fan found medicinal herbs and sold them, he stayed in the county for quite a long time. At that time, he was still thinking about getting his parents' forgiveness, so he naturally would not leave Jotang village easily. It seemed that he heard the news of Su Guowei's suicide just before the new year this year. Chapter 42, Lucky Husband. Yang Fan was not very clear about the reason why Su Guowei committed suicide. He only remembered that he took all the money in the family and borrowed a lot of money from relatives and friends, saying that he was going to do business. As for the result, it was obviously a failure. Yang Fan kept this in mind and turned around and went home. Now he no longer needs to cut the fairy grass. After Su Xiuying no longer has to go to the fields, she takes care of the hygiene at home. Yang Fan now runs his business and cooks for the mother and daughter. After returning home, Yang Fan began to prepare the sweet soup to be sold in the afternoon. Su Xiuying took Anan out to play with other children. At first, Anan was reluctant and wanted to stay at home to read picture books. However, after playing together once, he began to like going out to play. She often wore the jewelry Yang Fan bought for her to show off, and she was so happy to see the envious eyes of her friends. Su Xiuying naturally also received curious inquiries from others. Is your Yang Fan really a prodigal son? That's not true. Before Su Xiuying could answer, Aunt Sufan, who was out with her to enjoy the cool air, answered for her. Xiao Yang seems to be quite capable now. He goes out to set up a stall every day. Because Su Xiuying had only been married to Jiutang village for a short time and had been busy with household affairs, she was not very familiar with the other wives who had married to Jiutang village around the same age as her, and she just knew them. Wang Meili, who was sewing the soles of shoes at the side, sneered when she heard this. You've made a lot of money, how can you not be diligent? Maybe everyone will ask Su Xiuying to do things for them in the future. Wang Meili once tried to compete with Yang Fan for business by selling fairy cakes, but failed miserably. She has always been jealous of Yang Fan. She went back and calculated Yang Fan's income. He could earn at least 3 yuan a day, maybe more. 3 yuan a day, 90 yuan a month, what kind of concept is this? A relative of her relative was a team leader in the factory, and he only earned 50 yuan, but Yang Fan could actually earn 90 yuan a month? How could Wang Meili not be jealous? But making sugar water is not that difficult. As long as she learns it, she can make money. But Wang Meili was reluctant to spend so much money on it. What if she didn't make any money? Wang Meili felt that she couldn't afford the risk of failure. It is too expensive to learn how to make mung bean soup, but you can learn how to make fairy cake. But her cooking skills were not good, so these days, every night, she had to work hard to make the fairy cake. She was embarrassed to do it during the day, afraid of being seen and gossiped about, so she practiced at night. Poor Yu Weidong, who eats a lot of fairy cake every day. Recently, he felt like vomiting when he heard these 3 words. Wang Meili's words were full of sourness. Of course she was jealous of Yang Fan's ability to make a lot of money, and also jealous of Su Xiuying's good fortune. It was obvious that Su Xiuying was inferior to her in every way before, but now her husband can make a lot of money. Su Xiuying heard the tone in Wang Meili's words. But she was not born to argue with others, so she just smiled and said nothing. Aunt Sufan at the side was not used to her bad habits, and immediately laughed and said, yes, when Xiuying married me before, I knew at the first sight that her good fortune was all in the future. Now it seems to be true. Look at Yang Fan, such a mixed-up person. Xiuying has only been married into the Yang family for a few years, but Yang Fan immediately turned over a new leaf and is even able to make money in business. I think this is all because Xiuying has a good fortune and will bring good luck to her husband. When this was said, many people felt that it made sense. Looking at Su Xiuying again, she is indeed pretty and seems to be very blessed. Wang Meili was not convinced and said, it's just shit luck. There's still a lot of life ahead of us. Su Xiuying felt a little embarrassed when she heard this. She was not familiar with Wang Meili and did not quite understand what Wang Meili meant by her sarcastic words. Some people want to have good luck but can't. Aunt Sufan continued to talk. Wang Meili heard that this was referring to her previous experience of selling fairy cakes. She felt ashamed when she felt the gazes from others. She put away the things in her hands and said to the children not far away, Dia, Xiaohu, go home. Having said that, she stood up and left first. The 2 children looked at their mother who was leaving, then looked at their friends beside them, and finally went back reluctantly. As soon as Wang Meili left, the atmosphere suddenly became much more harmonious. Su Xiuying is still the focus of the crowd. Although they are not quite sure how much money Yang Fan makes, they can calculate a rough estimate based on pricing and costs. If he maintains his current income, he must be making dozens of dollars a month. This is more than the salary of a regular employee. Yang Fan is incredible. It looks like he is going to get rich. He has to maintain a good relationship with Su Shouying. Maybe he will really ask Su Shouying for help in the future. On the way home, Su Shouying held An's hand, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose. It's been a week, and Yang Fan has not returned to his original state, but is getting better? Whenever she thought of this, Su Shouying felt that these days were like a dream. She was in despair 1 second, but the next second, life suddenly got better, and it got better and better. Back home, Yang Fan has already boiled the sugar water and is cooling it down with well water. Daddy! An ran over, her face flushed. I want some sugar water. Okay, go inside and sit down first. It's too hot outside. Yang Fan wiped the sweat off An's forehead, and then said to Su Shouying behind him, Shouying, you should also go inside. Good. After entering the main room, Su Shouying looked outside the yard. The man was shirtless and sweating profusely as he prepared the sugar water. He was very careful and made sure not to let any sweat or anything else fall into the sugar water. Looking closely, Yang Fan seems to have become a little darker these days, but compared to other people he is still so fair, so it is not obvious. After getting the well water, Yang Fan moved all the things to a cool place, then went into the kitchen and scooped 3 bowls of cool soup. An is reading a comic book with earrings hanging from her ears? No. Are those the roots of sweet potato leaves? An, drink the sugar water. Don't read while eating. Yang Fan put her own plastic bowl in front of her, and put another bowl in front of Su Shouying, and asked, What's that on An's ear? The roots of sweet potato leaves. Su Shouying couldn't help but smile. Today she saw that all the other children were wearing them, but she didn't, so I pinched 2 for her. Pinch the roots of sweet potato leaves into sections, just like tassel earrings. Girls who love beauty will do this to play with, so it's normal that Yang Fan doesn't know this. Yang Fan said helplessly, An, if you want to wear earrings, Dad will buy you real ones in the future. What are earrings? It's the one you pinned on your ear. An shook her head when she heard that, and the string of sweet potato leaf tassels also swayed with her. No, I want this one, Sister Si Ting and the others all wear this one. Yang Fan smiled helplessly, okay, as long as you like it. Well, this is so beautiful. Do you want one, Dad? I'll ask Mom to make 2 for you. Dad, it's not necessary. Yang Fan smiled, fearing that his daughter would put on those tassel earrings on him, which he could not bear. Chapter 43 Let's cut some meat. An felt very sorry. She couldn't understand why her father didn't want such a beautiful thing. After drinking the sugar water, Yang Fan looked at the time and decided to go make lunch. He has already steamed the rice in advance, so now all he needs to do is stir-fry a few dishes. Yesterday he went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some potatoes. Prices are really cheap now, with potatoes costing 5 cents a pound. Yang Fan bought 2 for only 2 cents. He peeled the skin neatly, cut it into shreds and rinsed it with water. Yang Fan picked a chili pepper from outside the door and stir-fried a plate of spicy and sour potato shreds. He was willing to add some oil, and the spicy aroma continued to waft out, covering up the smell of Aunt Sufan's cooking next door. In fact, it has been like this for a long time. Ever since Yang Fan started to turn over a new leaf, the fragrance has been coming from next door every day. Fortunately, their house is close to the house, otherwise who knows how many families would have suffered this ordeal. Uncle Yudi, who was cutting wood, smelled the smell and couldn't help but say, Let's cut some meat for our family tomorrow. They didn't think anything of not eating meat before, but ever since Yang Fan started spreading poison next door every day, the adults were still okay, but his grandchildren were so hungry that they were about to cry. The 2 elders didn't dare to let the children come over at mealtime, for fear that they would smell the smell and make a fuss about eating meat. They couldn't stand Yang Fan eating meat every day. Okay. Aunt Sufan responded. She couldn't stand it anymore. Yang Fan didn't know that his cooking had affected others. After he fried some spicy shredded potatoes, he fried some plain shredded potatoes, sautéed some scallions, then put in the shredded potatoes, added some soy sauce, and sprinkled some chopped green onions. The aroma was so fragrant that An kept circling around Yang Fan in the kitchen. In the end, Su Shouying carried her out. Eggs are a must for daily consumption. Yang Fan fried 2 eggs, looked at the things in the kitchen, and thought that he would have to go to the supply and marketing cooperative in the afternoon to buy a lot of new ones. We didn't stir-fry the vegetables. 3 dishes were enough for 2 adults and 1 child. Yang Fan had just come out of the kitchen, sweating profusely. He took out a palm leaf fan from the house and fanned himself and Su Shouying in the direction of the fan, which would cool both of them down at once. Seeing that he was fanning himself with one hand and eating with the other, which seemed a bit difficult, Su Shoying put down her chopsticks and said, "Let me do it." "No, just eat yours." After finishing their meal and digesting the food for a while, the family of three prepared to take a nap. "There's no way. The sun is too strong now and I can't go anywhere." Anan insisted on sleeping with Yang Fan, so Su Shoying was alone in the empty room today. Yang Fan naturally wanted his daughter to sleep with him, but he couldn't sleep well with his daughter around, so he kept fanning her with a fan. Looking at his daughter's red little face when she was sleeping, Yang Fan felt that Anan seemed to have gained some weight these days. Yang Fan fell into a drowsy sleep only after he got tired of fanning himself. "It's really hot in this hot summer, and I'm really sleepy." When I got up, Su Shoying was already up and was feeding the chickens in the yard. I don't know when Yang Jiefeng came, and he was there with wooden boards, building a shed for the chickens. The weather was too hot and the chickens couldn't stand it. "Dad, when did you come here?" "I just came here not long ago." Seeing Yang Fan coming out with his upper body naked, Yang Jiefeng looked behind him and said, "Anan hasn't woken up yet?" "No, I'm still sleeping." "Then keep your voice down and don't disturb my good granddaughter's sleep." As he was speaking, Yang Fan walked over and saw that the chicken coop had been set up in a proper manner. The chicks were in the cages. Yang Fan's arrival scared them and they all huddled in the corner. Sweet potato seedling tassel earrings deleted. Chapter 44, Driving Lessons. After feeding the chickens, the three of them went into the house and sat down. Each of them had a palm leaf fan. Yang Jiefeng fanned himself while looking at his son, who had been a good-for-nothing for more than 20 years but had recently turned over a new leaf. He nodded with satisfaction and asked, "How are your sugar water sales going recently?" "Business is pretty good. I can make at least $5 a day." Yang Fan can actually earn a minimum of 6 or 7 yuan a day now. "That's good, but this won't last forever. Winter is coming and we won't be able to do the sugar water business. You have to think about the future and not just take one step at a time and look back." In fact, the money Yang Fan earns now is enough to support his family, even if he only works in the summer. But Yang Jiefeng is afraid that he will become more and more lazy after being lazy in the winter. Yang Fan nodded, "I know, Dad." Seeing that he listened to the sermon, Yang Jiefeng felt much better. These days, when he went out, everyone loved to talk to him about Yang Fan. In the past, they talked about Yang Fan to complain about him, but now, everyone congratulated him, saying that their son was finally turning over a new leaf and that he would be able to enjoy a good life in the future. After talking about some things about future plans, Yang Jiefeng felt relieved to see that Yang Fan had a plan in mind. He then asked another question. "I passed by your land 2 days ago and found that you didn't grow anything there. Although you have made money now, the land is the most important. No matter when, food can ensure that people don't starve to death. Have you forgotten how our ancestors came to Jiotang village? Of course they had nothing to eat and were fleeing from famine. Dad, I'm doing business now and can't take care of the land. Shoying also has to take care of the children, so I really can't take care of it. I thought, if my eldest brother and sister-in-law are interested, we can let them farm it. We don't need to pay. Just give us some of the harvest in the future. If I don't do business in the future, we can go back to farm the land." "That's it." Yang Fan's words made sense. Yang Jiefeng frowned and thought for a moment, "That's fine. It just so happens that your eldest brother wants to make more money recently. It's okay to give the land to him. Your eldest brother has helped you a lot in the past. It's right not to take money. Brothers should support each other." Yang Fan naturally nodded in agreement to what his old father said. Far from being annoyed by these sermons, he actually enjoyed them very much. This is all the care his family has for him, something he could never have gotten no matter how hard he tried in his previous life. However, Yang Fan noticed the key point: brother needs money recently. What does he want to do? Your eldest brother wants to learn how to drive. A relative of one of his colleagues in the factory is said to be driving a large truck. Not only is the salary high, but he can also make a lot of money. Your eldest brother was very tempted and wanted to learn how to drive, and then find someone to introduce him to be a truck driver. However, learning how to drive is too expensive. In the 1980s and 1990s, learning to drive, or rather more than just learning to drive, as long as you were learning a skill, the price would not be cheap. In his previous life, Yang Fan went to learn to drive in the 1990s, and paid more than 3,000 yuan for tuition. Although it is 1983 now, it is still not cheap, and it is estimated that the minimum cost is more than 1,000 yuan. This is a huge amount of money and not everyone can afford it. After all, there are no formal driving schools now, only private instructors. Yang Fan frowned when he heard this. I have no problem with saving money to learn how to drive, but it's too dangerous to drive a truck now. What's dangerous about delivering goods? Yang Jiefang agreed with his eldest son's idea of saving money to learn to drive. After all, having a skill can support you for a lifetime. Although the tuition is a bit expensive, it is worth it. We may encounter many people who rob goods along the way. Driving a truck in 1983 was profitable and lucrative, but also dangerous. There were no highways, so usually two drivers would take turns driving. If you drove on small roads, there would be gangs that specifically targeted these trucks to rob them. If you were unlucky, you would lose money, but if you lost your life, that would be really unfortunate. Yang Jiefang didn't know about this and was immediately shocked. Is it so dangerous? How could this happen? Then won't the police arrest them? Chapter 45, Untying the Knot. How can we catch him? By the time you call the police, he will have already run away. This won't do. I can't go to learn how to drive. If I get hurt, I'll have nowhere to seek justice. Making money is important, but life is more important. Yang Jiefang was not a bold man. When he heard that he had to put his head on the waistline of his pants to make money, he immediately disagreed. Your eldest brother didn't tell me before. This kid must have deliberately kept it from me. No, I have to go find him and talk to him. Yang Fan hurriedly held him back. Dad, don't worry, my brother hasn't gotten off work yet. Besides, my brother doesn't even have the money to learn how to drive. Why are you in such a hurry? Yes, you see I am confused. I will tell him when he comes back that he cannot learn to drive. Yang Fan smiled helplessly and said, Dad, it's good to have a skill after learning to drive. You don't have to become a truck driver after learning to drive. But if you don't work as a truck driver, how can you make money? You can buy a car and help others transport goods, or be a driver for rich people. In short, if you learn to drive, you can still do a lot of things. You don't have to be a truck driver to make money. Yang Jiefang looked at Yang Fan innocently. Rich people have money but nowhere to spend it? They buy a car and still find a driver? Don't they feel bad about letting someone else drive the car? This small four-wheeler must be very expensive. I can't afford it even if I don't eat or drink for the rest of my life. There is something right in what you said. Yang Fan remembered that in his previous life, when he went out, he saw a boss driving a Santana. The market price was about 200,000 yuan at that time. In the 1980s, when a millionaire could be listed in the newspapers, 10,000 yuan was equivalent to 2.55 million yuan today, so 200,000 yuan would be 51 million yuan today, which is enough to buy a house in the CBD of Beijing. Moreover, Santana is not something that anyone with money can buy. It represents power and status. So, if my brother can save money to learn how to drive in this era, it is possible, but it is really difficult for him to save money to buy a car. But since Yang Fan said so, it means that he can certainly earn the money, and then he can just buy one for his elder brother. As a younger brother, what's wrong with buying a car for your older brother? But now, Yang Fan silently counted his money and swallowed these words. Now you should save money for driving lessons first. After you finish learning, you won't have to worry about not finding a job. There are not many people who can drive now. Yang Jiefang nodded. That was indeed the case. It's not possible that if you spend more than 1,000 yuan to learn how to drive, you can't do anything else if you can't be a truck driver, right? Although he didn't understand, he felt that something that cost so much to learn was not that simple. He looked at Yang Fan, reached out his hand and patted his shoulder, sighed and said, Xiao Fan, you can consider things so comprehensively now. Dad is really relieved. Dad has no future in this life, and does not expect you to make a lot of money. As long as you are healthy and live a safe life, it will be good enough. I know, Dad. The old father's hair was already mostly white. Yang Fan held back the sourness in his eyes and said, I caused my parents and the rest of the family to worry in the past. It's my fault. If you know your mistakes and correct them, you are still a good child. After the father and son talked like this, their misunderstandings were resolved a lot and the atmosphere became much better for a while. At this moment, Annan was also woken up. As soon as she saw her grandfather coming, she called out sweetly. When Yang Jiefang opened his arms to hug his soft granddaughter, he saw the soft granddaughter throw herself into his son's arms. Yang Jiefang said sadly, Annan, you only hug daddy, not even grandpa? Su Shouying was listening and thought, not only grandpa doesn't hug me anymore, mom doesn't hug me either. Annan is a considerate child. When she heard her grandfather's sad words, she quickly ran to comfort him. For a moment, the house was filled with laughter. Chapter 46 Design Drawing. After Yang Jiefan finished speaking and left, Yang Fan also went to the town to continue his stall living. He made a lot of money these days, but he also spent a lot. Excluding the expenses, Yang Fan's current capital plus the money he earned was less than 200 yuan. Su Shouying still had 200 yuan, but that was given to her to give her peace of mind. Yang Fan would rather set up his stall for a few more days than ask for the money back. After finishing work today, Yang Fan went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy a lot of things. When he returned home, it was just getting dark. The sweet soup is not selling so fast recently. After experiencing the novelty, people are not willing to drink it every day. But fortunately, it can basically be sold out. The only difference is that the stall time is a little longer than before. After returning home, Yang Fan cooked dinner and ended the pleasant dinner with an aunt's flattery. Shouying, come here. What's wrong? Yang Fan handed the blueprint he drew last night to Su Shouying. I bought some cloth, and I plan to make a set of clothes for my parents. You can make one set, and an aunt can make 2 sets. This is the blueprint of the clothes I drew. Do you think you can make it like what I drew? Su Shouying looked at the drawing in the light of the light bulb. There is nothing special about her parents' clothing designs, except for some small details. However, the designs of her and an aunt's clothes are different. They are all skirts, and judging by the styles, they should turn out pretty well. This is so beautiful. Even without the color, the style of the clothes is very beautiful. Can you make it? I don't know. Su Shouying said unconfidently, I have never made a skirt. Maybe I can make it, but I don't know if it can be as beautiful as the picture. After all, Yang Fan's clothing design drawing had a lot of annotations, so Su Shouying could understand it easily. I trust you. If you want to make it the same, you need a sewing machine. If you cut it yourself, it will undoubtedly be much more difficult. If the stitches are not good, it will also affect the appearance. At this time, Su Shouying had already forgotten that the clothes were made for her to wear. Does anyone in the village have a sewing machine? Yang Fan frowned slightly. Sewing machines are not only expensive, but you also need an industrial ticket to buy them. Nowadays, when getting married, even one of the 4 big items, let alone the 4 big items, can attract the attention of the whole village. The 4 big items refer to the 3 wheels and 1 bell, a bicycle, a watch, a sewing machine and a television. Yes, the captain's daughter, Yang Jinju, has a sewing machine, but what? Su Shouying lowered her eyes slightly, thinking about how to put it. Seeing her expression, Yang Fan guessed, you don't have a good relationship with her? Or is she not good at lending money? I don't think he will lend it to me. Su Shouying was vague. Forget it, just make it yourself. It's for your family to wear anyway. If it doesn't look good, I'll ask someone to make it for you later. Su Shouying waved her hands when she heard this. No, I can do it. She almost forgot that these were clothes for herself, so why was she still worrying about it? The main reason was that she had just seen Yang Fan take out the design drawings in such a formal manner, and she subconsciously thought that Yang Fan was going to do some business. Well, then you do it this way. Can I not do this? Su Shouying said, and then quickly explained, it's not that it doesn't look good, but I don't need to wear such beautiful clothes in the village, and it's not convenient to do things in a skirt. For Su Shouying, clothes just need to be durable, dirt-resistant and practical. As for wearing beautiful clothes, that is too far away for her. Chapter 47 3 people can sleep together. Durable clothes can be worn as before. This piece of fabric is more suitable for making skirts. Can you bear to use such beautiful fabric to do rough work? Yang Fan smiled and said, besides, I don't have to go to the fields now, so I have plenty of time to wear skirts. My wife is so beautiful, she should dress beautifully. If there is anything inconvenient, let me do it. It has to be said that Yang Fan had a firm grasp on Su Shouying's thoughts. Every word he said made it impossible for her to refute, and she was very tempted. She looked at the beautiful beige floral fabric in her hand. It was neither too bright nor too plain. The material was comfortable, much more comfortable than the linen she had worn before. Even if she were to make ordinary clothes, I'm afraid she wouldn't be willing to wear them when she was working. Su Shouying nodded in agreement. No woman can resist a beautiful dress, not even her. As for the love words Yang Fan said, Su Shouying automatically filtered them out and no longer blushed or felt shy like she did before when she first heard them. She now had a certain immunity to Yang Fan's love words. The light was poor at night, and Su Shouying was reluctant to turn on the light or light a kerosene lamp to do needlework, so the family of 3 went to bed early. Before going to bed, Anand hesitated again and again, but still decided not to leave his mom and dad to sleep. It was only when she was about to fall asleep that Anand suddenly remembered why she had to choose just one. Obviously, 3 people could sleep together. Yang Fan still doesn't know what his daughter's future assists will be. At this moment, he was alone in the empty room, listening to the buzzing of mosquitoes. He couldn't help but turned on the light and swatted a few mosquitoes before going to sleep. I have to buy a mosquito net tomorrow. There was a mosquito net in Su Shouying's room, but it was tattered. It was brought over by Zhao Yongmei from her previous room. There probably wasn't a mosquito net at her parents' home now. Early the next morning, Su Guowei came over to return the book. He had been looking for books these days, and finally found out that he had lent out 2 books, and that person had lost them. So at this moment Su Guowei came here with 7 books and 2 cents to pay back the money. It was Su Shouying who opened the door for him. When he saw Su Guowei, he subconsciously frowned. Seeing Yang Fan still cooking in the kitchen, she whispered, "What are you doing here?" She was really afraid that Su Guowei would come and lead Yang Fan astray. Su Guowei smiled awkwardly and was about to call her sister, but then he remembered the pain he had that day and said respectfully, "Sister-in-law, is brother Yang home? I'm here to return his book." He pushed the book in his hand forward, and Su Shouying saw that he was holding 6 or 7 picture books in his hand. She knew that Yang Fan had bought a lot of picture books before, but usually after he read the books, Su Guowei would borrow them and never return them. This person who only goes in and out actually wants to come over to return the book? And he also calls his sister-in-law Yang Fan young brother? Didn't the sun rise from the west today? Su Shouying was a little surprised and hesitant. She originally wanted to take the comic book directly, but she thought that she could only prevent it temporarily, not forever, so she might as well take this opportunity to see what Yang Fan and Su Guowei were up to. After thinking for a while, Su Shouying shouted into the room, "Yang Fan, Su Guowei wants you to return the book." Yang Fan had just finished cooking the dishes when he heard Su Shouying's call. He brought the dishes to the table, then washed his hands and walked into the yard. "Brother Yang, I'm here to return the books." Su Guowei handed the book to Yang Fan. "There was a 20 cents on the top of the book. I can't find 2 books, so I'll give you 20 cents as compensation." Chapter 48. He is better than Yang Fan. Su Guowei has a very good attitude. Yang Fan's move that day really made Su Guowei feel from the inside out that Yang Fan had changed. He was no longer the person he could manipulate at will. To put it nicely, Su Guowei is a man of insight and wisdom, but to put it bluntly, he is a bully who only cares about the weak and fears the strong. As soon as Yang Fan gave in, he gave in. I don't know where he got the 2 cents from, but when Yang Fan took it, you could clearly see the heartbreak on his face. "Brother Yang, I won't bother you anymore. I'll leave first." "Well, go ahead." When Su Guowei was about to walk out of the yard, he looked back and saw Yang Fan smiling and handing the picture book and 2 cents in his hand to Su Shouying. He was a little puzzled. Yang Fan clearly believed that men should be the managers of the family. Why was he giving money to Su Shouying now? However, these days he specifically went to inquire about Yang Fan's affairs and found out that Yang Fan really made money. Just by selling those simple sweet soups, you can earn more in a month than a regular factory worker. Su Guowei didn't quite believe it, but his family members made some calculations, so he had to believe it. Before, his family members hated him for hanging out with Yang Fan, but now that they knew Yang Fan was making money in business, they all asked him to learn from Yang Fan, to find Yang Fan, and to let Yang Fan guide him. Su Guowei didn't dare to talk about the beating he received from Yang Fan a few days ago. He could only express his disdain for Yang Fan in front of his family. In fact, Su Guowei felt that it was just business, a simple matter. If he knew how to make sweet soup, he could still make so much money. However, with so many businesses, it was not necessary to make sweet soup. After a few days, he will go to the town or county to have a look. There is no reason why he cannot do what Yang Fan can do. In Su Guowei's heart, although he could not beat Yang Fan, he firmly believed that he was smarter and more powerful than Yang Fan. Yang Fan didn't know that even his rebirth could not change Su Guowei's determination to do business. On the contrary, his business success strengthened his belief in doing business. After selling the sweet soup, Yang Fan bought a lot of things, including mosquito nets and Motto brand toilet water. When they got home that night, Su Shouying was still sewing outside before it got completely dark. Yang Fan held an in, who came to greet him, and asked Su Shouying, "Have you been sewing for a whole day?" "No." Yang Fan didn't believe it. Looking at her work results, he knew that she had spent all her free time sewing clothes. She made An's clothes first. Children's clothes are small, so in just one day, Su Shouying had already made a rough outline of the clothes. "The weather is bad, don't do it, it hurts your eyes." Yang Fan handed her a big bag in his hand. "I bought 3 mosquito nets and some floral water, 2 for home use, and 1 for my parents tomorrow." Su Shouying's eyes lit up when she heard this: mosquito net and floral water? The mosquito repellents at home are all grass picked from outside, which are somewhat useful, but not very effective. If you want to sleep without mosquitoes at night, you have to buy a mosquito net to block most of them. She hurriedly got up, put the things in her hands into the house, and then went to sort out the things Yang Fan bought. And then quickly followed to get the mosquito net. When she heard her mother say there would be no mosquitoes at night, she jumped up and down on the bed happily. "That's great, there will be no more big mosquitoes biting the nest." Su Shouying hung the mosquito nets in the 2 rooms with ropes, and then looked at the 2 bottles of toilet water. As soon as she saw the brand, it was from Shanghai, so she knew the price would not be cheap. She sprayed it and it smelled really good. Nowadays, many people use toilet water as perfume. Chapter 49: Earn money to buy a big bed. After dinner, Yang Fan took out the drawing paper and continued to draw the design. Seeing this, Su Shouying couldn't help but ask, "Why are you still drawing this?" She was afraid that Yang Fan would have to buy cloth again. Cloth was not cheap now. It was already very good for her to have this new set of clothes this year. She would not need to make any more for the next 2 years. "You will go with me to sell sweet soup tomorrow and help me watch the stall. I have something to do, so I'll ask my parents to take care of Anan." "Okay." Su Shouying nodded, remembering what Yang Fan asked about the sewing machine yesterday. "Do you want to go to the store to find a tailor to make clothes for you, and then sell them?" "Yes and no." Yang Fan explained. What he wants to sell is the design. How many skirts can be sold in a town? However, no matter how small the mosquito is, it is still meat. In addition, Yang Fan also needs to look at the market, and then step by step, expanding from point to surface. Su Shouying once again looked at Yang Fan with admiration. Is it possible to do this? However, she asked in confusion, "Can't we do it ourselves?" "No money." Oh, yes. She was stupid. Moreover, if she does it herself, it will definitely be a huge expense. For Su Shouying, who is seeking stability now, she is still unwilling to take this risk. Su Shouying did not say that all the money in the family should be used to make clothes. Yang Fan's current method is very good. He can make money, and even if he loses, it will not be too much. She didn't understand business, she only knew that without money, her family would starve to death and live the same life as before. "I'll go cook first." "Good." After dinner in the evening, the family of 3 washed up, and Anan asked her parents to sleep with her. Yang Fan clearly saw that Su Shouying was very resistant, but he didn't know how to refuse his daughter. Although Yang Fan felt sorry, he didn't want to force her. He squatted down and said to Anan, "My daughter, the bed at home is too small. If Daddy and you squeeze together to sleep, it will be very hot. Are you feeling hot when you sleep now?" "Hot. Well, it will be warmer if Daddy sleeps with you, so when Daddy makes money and buys a big bed, we can sleep together, okay?" Anan frowned and thought about it, and finally nodded, "Okay, but Daddy has to make money quickly to buy a big bed." "Okay, Dad and Anan will make a pinky promise." The father and daughter made a promise, and Anan finally slept with Su Shouying. The kerosene lamp was still lit. Su Shouying took out a picture book and told Anan the story of the Monkey King's rampage in heaven. Yang Fan returned to the house and looked at the mosquito net that had been hung up in the bed that had obviously been made. The corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. "Don't be afraid, there is still a long way to go." Early the next morning. After breakfast, Su Shouying took the mosquito net, toilet water, and some potatoes that Yang Fan bought yesterday, and took it into Zhao Jiefeng's house. Yang Jiefeng was smoking a pipe. Zhao Yongmei, who was standing beside him, looked at the things Su Shouying brought over with a smile on her face, but she couldn't help but blame him. "How can we, an old couple, use these precious things? You too should save the money. When Anan grows up, he will have many other places to spend the money." "Mom, the mosquitoes are very poisonous this summer. These are necessary expenses. Don't save this money." Yang Jiefeng puffed his lips and blew out a puff of smoke. "Shouying, our Yang Fan is all thanks to you. After so many years, he finally changed his mind. It's hard for you. Dad, don't say that. I'm fine. Yang Fan. Su Xiuying waved her hand, he treats me very well now. As for why Yang Fan suddenly turned over a new leaf, Su Xiuying had no idea, but she felt that it had nothing to do with her. Maybe it's because of my age, and suddenly, at some point, I become mature. Chapter 50, Crackling Tube. Yang Jiefeng and Jia Yongmei didn't say much. They think that Yang Fan's improvement is thanks to Su Xiuying. Su Xiuying chatted with them for a while, and then she said that Anin would like to trouble them to help run the stall in the afternoon. Zhao Yongmei smiled and said, "Of course, I won't be working in the afternoon. I am so happy to have Anin accompany me. Then I'll go back and get busy. I'll send Anin over in the afternoon." "Okay, go ahead, tell us if you need any help." "Yeah, thanks, Mom." Zhao Yongmei asked Anin to stay at her grandmother's house for lunch. Anin frowned and said anxiously, "Grandma, why don't you come to my house for dinner? Daddy's cooking is really good. The food Grandma cooks is better than that cooked by Mom, and the food Dad cooks is better than that cooked by Grandma. It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it is difficult to go from extravagance to frug. Anin has been eating well these days, so she definitely wouldn't want to eat the soups and dishes that didn't have much oil or flavor like before." It must be said that Anin was actually starting to be a bit squeamish when it came to eating. However, this was also Yang Fan's purpose, he just wanted to give his wife and daughter the best. Just eating meat and white rice, what's good? There will be better things in the future. Zhao Yongmei heard Anan's words and smiled helplessly. "You little glutton, you have the food cooked by Dad, but you don't like Grandma's food. Grandma is angry." "Grandma, don't be angry. Then, Anin will cook the meal you made." Seeing Anan's embarrassed face, Zhao Yongmei felt distressed again. She stopped teasing her on purpose and gently pinched her little face, which had grown a little chubby these days. "Okay, Grandma is just teasing you, go back quickly." After making sure that Grandma was really not angry, Anin smiled again. She no longer wanted Su Xiuying to hug her, but took her hand and skipped towards home. When he got home, Yang Fan was busy making sugar water. When he came out, he saw Su Xiuying holding a small bamboo and a knife and doing something. "What are you doing?" "Crackling tubes." Su Xiuying cut them carefully. Just now on the road, Anin saw other people playing with them, and she wanted to try it too. "This is easy to make." Yang Fan remembered this thing. He also played with it when he was a child, and this was his favorite game. He often used it to play shooting games with children from the same village. A small bamboo tube is cut into two halves, one half is inserted with a bamboo root, and the other half is used to fill a bomb. The bomb is usually made of the seeds of the stinking flower. It hurts a lot when it hits people. However, the term stinky flower pinch is used here, and the official name is five-color plum. The green seeds can be used as bullets in crackling guns, and can be eaten after they turn black. They are a bit sweet. If they grow flowers, although they smell a bit stinky, the flowers are colorful. Girls often string them together and use them as headdresses. "Let me do it." Seeing that Su Xiuying was having a hard time, Yang Fan took over. It's not that she wasn't strong enough, but the knife at home was very rusty. But it was not a problem for Yang Fan. After a few cuts, he cut the bamboo tube that Su Xiuying had not cut open. After a while, the crackling tube was ready. Anin looked at Yang Fan in admiration and thought that her father was so amazing and knew everything. "It's okay, Anin, take it and try it." Anin had played other people's games before, so he was able to play them right away. The seeds of the stinking flowers that we had just picked were already placed on the chair, and we shot them one by one. Su Xiuying warned from the side, "Anin, you can't hit people with this, understand?" Crackling tube. Stinky flower pinch 5-color plum. Chapter 51 Egg fried rice. Anin had a lot of fun playing with the new toy. After talking to Su Xiuying, he started playing with the children not far from the door. Seeing that there were adults there, Su Xiuying instructed Anin again and left the gate open. While doing her work, she did not forget to look up at Anin. Su Xiuying has now started to help with the preliminary work of boiling the sugar water. When men and women work together, work becomes less tiring. Yang Fan was very happy that Su Xiuying helped him wash mung beans. This is a rare opportunity to spend time with his wife, how could he refuse? After boiling the sugar water and cooling it down with well water, Yang Fan began to cook again. He looked at the few firewood left and thought that he would have to collect more firewood after dinner. Considering that there was not much firewood, Young Fan made a simple egg fried rice at noon. The rice grains were distinct and each grain was wrapped in the egg liquid. It looked golden, like unhusked rice, and was very beautiful. Anan, who was having a great time playing outside, heard Su Xiaoying calling her for dinner. She immediately took the crackling tube her father made for her, left her friends behind, and ran back home. The world is big, but the most important thing is eating the food cooked by my father. As soon as the little guy ate the egg fried rice, he was amazed. Daddy, the rice is so good. Yang Fan learned how to make egg fried rice from a chef, so it's naturally delicious. Even Su Xiaoying couldn't help but light up her eyes when she ate the egg fried rice. Now she believed that Yang Fan's cooking skills were really good. It's not because the ingredients are good that the rice tastes good. She also made this simple egg fried rice once when she first got married, but she thought it tasted very good at the time. After all, it was made of refined rice and eggs, so how could it not taste good? But now, after having eaten the egg fried rice made by Young Fan, she realized that the egg fried rice she made was literally just rice fried with eggs, that's all. Hearing his daughter's praise, Yang Fan handed her the water on the table and said, "Anan, drink some water before eating. The egg fried rice is delicious, but it is still a bit dry. Anan eats too fast now and chokes easily." Aha! Anan always listens to what his father says. Yang Fan looked at Su Xiaoying again and found that she was eating faster than usual. He couldn't help but ask, "Wife, is my egg fried rice okay?" Su Xiaoying raised her eyes and met Young Fan's sparkling eyes, which looked like a big dog begging for praise. She couldn't help but smile in her heart, but her face was expressionless. She coughed and nodded slightly. "Well, it's okay." Yang Fan deliberately made some extra fried rice, and sure enough, he was right. Su Xiaoying, who usually only ate one bowl of rice, ate 2 bowls today. Anan, who usually ate more than half a bowl or even 1 bowl, ate 1.5 bowls this time. After eating, Su Xiaoying took her to walk back and forth along the corridor in the yard to help digest the food. Yang Fan packed up his things, put on the bamboo basket, said something to Su Xiaoying, and went out to collect firewood. It was almost dark when I came back from selling the sugar water. I had no time to collect firewood, so I could only collect it when I was free during the day. After collecting the firewood, he went back without stopping. After taking an hour's rest at noon, Su Xiaoying got up and sent Anan to her grandparents, and then went to town with Yang Fan, who had packed his things. It's still early for the factory workers to get off work, but there is nothing we can do about it. Fortunately, there is a good flow of people here, so we can sell some. After getting ice from the supply and marketing cooperative, Yang Fan gave some instructions, gave Su Xiaoying a lot of change, and left with his design drawings. Chapter 52. Are you trying to cheat her out of money? The place Yang Fan was going to was not far from the factory, about 700 or 800 meters away. After all, this town is not very big, and there are only a few adjacent streets with heavy traffic. There are only a few shops making clothes, but only one of them has a young owner, and that is the one Yang Fan went to. The shop has only a small storefront. At a glance, you can see the owner sitting in front of the sewing machine at the back. Besides her, there is a girl who looks about 17 or 18 years old, helping her. Seeing Yang Fan coming in, the girl immediately came up to greet him. "Brother, do you want to make clothes?" Is the boss here?" They are all from the town. Even if he doesn't know each other, Yang Fan actually knows that the owner of this store is the woman who looks to be about 26 or 27 years old in front of the sewing machine. When the boss heard this, he stopped what he was doing and stood up. "Young man, what kind of clothes do you want to make? The clothes hanging here can all be made into clothes." The boss was wearing a loose blue skirt, the same one that was the most eye-catching one hanging in her store. "I have the blueprints." This surprised the boss a little. Most of the people who come here to make clothes choose existing styles from her store, or verbally describe what they want to make, and she is the first one to bring her own drawings. Yang Fan shook the blueprint in his hand but did not unfold it. "Actually, I came here to discuss cooperation with the boss." "Cooperate?" Yang Fan was about to speak when he saw the boss suddenly look at him carefully. After a while, she pointed at Yang Fan and said, "Are you Yan Zi, Yang Huanyan's brother? I think your name is Yang Fan?" Yang Huanyan is Yang Fan's second sister. Zhao Yongmei gave birth to 3 children, Yang Hai, Yang Huanyan, and him. Compared with their peers who have 5 or 6 or even 7 or 8 children, 3 children in their family is really too few. However, Yang Huanyan also married to the county many years ago through the introduction of her aunt who married to the county. Due to transportation and economic reasons, Yang Huanyan seldom came back, but she would mail some money or things back every few months. Yang Fan was stunned by the sudden recognition. Who are you? This person does look familiar. However, Yang Fan has been in the town for many years, and he is familiar with all the shop owners in the town. Now that the boss said this, Yang Fan began to carefully search his memory. Before he could turn the page, the boss said excitedly, "It's really you. I saw you when Yin Zi got married before." When she said this, Yang Fan also recalled his second sister's wedding. "You are my second sister's friend Su Fong, right? This person is from the same village as Su Xiuying." It can be said that Yang Fan's ability to marry Su Xiuying was indirectly related to Su Fong. "Yes, it's me." After confirming Yang Fan's identity, Su Fong was a little embarrassed. "You just said that you want to do business with me?" Su Fong probably knew something about who Yang Fan was. A second-rate person who was lazy and likes to eat and wait for death. She didn't believe that he could do business now. "Are you trying to cheat her out of money?" Su Fong immediately put his defense on full blast. Yang Fan noticed that there was a small room behind her with a simple table and stools. He glanced at the little girl who had been watching the show nearby and said to Su Fong, "Sister Fong, let's talk inside." Su Fong reluctantly brought Yang Fan in. She is his sister's good friend. Yang Fan shouldn't cheat her, right? Never mind. She would just refuse whatever he said later. The two sat down, and for Yang Huanyan's sake, Su Fong poured a glass of water for Yang Fan. After walking in the hot sun for so long, Yang Fan was really thirsty. He drank a sip without hesitation and then put the drawing in his hand on the table. "Sister Fong, take a look at this drawing." Chapter 53. Who is following you and us? Su Fong took the blueprint hesitantly, and then was slightly stunned. "This skirt looks great." Nowadays, most skirts are loose-fitting and made of simple fabrics, and people are still relatively conservative in their dressing style. However, this skirt has a full waistline, but it is not exposed at all. You can imagine how beautiful it would be when worn. Not to mention, in addition to this design, the wavy design of the skirt, the floral design on the skirt, and the designs on the neckline and sleeves are all very special and beautiful. Just by looking at it, Su Fong could already imagine how beautiful the skirt would be when it was finished. "What's this next to it?" Su Fong pointed at a long piece of floral fabric on the blueprint, and was a little confused as to why it was on the design. Was it to be used as a decoration on the skirt? "It's a headband." "Headband?" Su Fong didn't quite understand. "Same as a headscarf?" "No, the same." Yang Fan explained the use of the headband, and then said, "This is much better looking than a headscarf, and cheaper than jewelry. When we sell skirts, we can make the leftovers from making skirts into headbands and give them away. I believe customers will be very happy." Headbands are very popular in later generations. There are countless ways to braid a simple headband. In addition to fixing the hair, it can also modify the face shape. Of course, it is mainly used for decoration. Su Fong. Who told you and us? Also, did she agree to sell skirts with him? However, after listening to Yang Fan's description of the use of the headband, Su Fong could roughly imagine that it was indeed a very beautiful hair accessory. Such a simple hair accessory, why hadn't she thought of it before? However, the skirt was indeed beautiful. Su Fong asked, "How do you want to cooperate?" Yang Fan originally planned to split the profits 10:9, but Su Fong was his second sister's good friend and didn't trust him, so Yang Fan decided to give up 10%, "I'll provide the fabric, and you'll do the work. I'll give you 10% of the profits for each skirt you sell, plus 2 yuan for the labor." $2 for labor. Su Fong was willing to do this alone. Although it was a bit hard, $2 was really a lot of money, and there was also a 10% share of the profits. Su Fong was slightly excited, but she quickly calmed down and told herself that her partner was Yang Fan, so she had to think about it carefully. But after thinking about it, this way of cooperation did not cause any loss to her. At most she would just lose some labor costs. "How much do you plan to sell this dress for?" $15. 15? If she could sell one, the commission would be $1.50. Adding the labor cost, she could get $3.50 for each skirt she sold. As for whether the price will be too high, it has nothing to do with her for now. In fact, Su Fong still doesn't quite believe in this cooperation. Yang Fan actually doesn't have much capital, but at the beginning, his partners certainly don't trust him and are unlikely to invest, so he proposed this mode of cooperation. When he makes money, he will propose other modes of cooperation, and he thinks Su Fong will definitely be willing to do so then. Okay. Su Fong nodded, "But if the skirt can't be sold, I will also give you the labor fee, and I will give it to you in advance. After that, Young Fan took out 2 yuan and handed it to her. The size must be made according to what I said. If there are some that don't fit and want to be customized, I can measure her size and make it for her. However, if it is customized, I will charge an extra 2 yuan for the labor fee. Of course, we will each split it in half. Does it have to be this size? What if it doesn't fit? Don't worry, most people can wear it. There is no such thing as one size fits all here now. People who have money buy cloth and make their own clothes, or take them to a tailor shop and have someone help them make them. If you pay directly to buy clothes, the amount is really too little. Chapter 54 Change of Plan. After Su Feng took the $2 from Yang Fan, she explained in detail what to do. To her surprise, Yang Fan actually understood. He directly told her the details of many places and told her what to do. This surprised Su Feng. Sister Feng, how long does it take you to make a skirt? If you bring the cloth now, I can make it tonight. Making a skirt is much simpler than making clothes and pants. If Yang Fan hadn't made some detailed designs, she could have done it even faster. Yang Fan was a little surprised. So fast? Then I'll go get some cloth now. Originally, Yang Fan planned to sell only the design drawings, but he didn't expect that the person he met was Su Feng, so Yang Fan had to change his plans temporarily. Fortunately, he still has about 200 yuan in his hand, and 50 or 100 yuan is definitely enough for the initial purchase of cloth. Moreover, the profit of clothing is really high, especially in this era, otherwise those who have traveled through time and space and been reborn would not all flock to do the clothing business, because it is really profitable and simple and convenient. In this era, the barbershop business is good, but Yang Fan can't be a barber, right? He has to cut hair himself, and his hands will break. It's not as easy to make money as making clothes. Yang Fan changed his plan temporarily and decided to go back and talk to Su Xiuying before going to the supply and marketing cooperative. The road was not far, and after a while, Yang Fan saw from afar that there seemed to be a lot of people gathered in front of his stall. Yang Fan's heart tightened and he quickly ran over. Please make way for me, thank you. Pushing through the crowd, Yang Fan first looked for Su Xiuying. She was standing in front of the cart, shouting anxiously, "Stop hitting me, stop hitting me." Yang Fan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that she was fine, and looked at the 3 people who were fighting at the center of the incident. Su Guowei was fighting with 2 strangers, or rather, Su Guowei was being beaten unilaterally. He was already weak when fighting alone, let alone facing 2 people. He held his head and howled as he was beaten. Damn it! Yang Fan, you owe me a big favor now. Yang Fan, who was about to rush forward, smiled helplessly upon hearing this, but he did not stop raising his foot and directly kicked a man in his 20s who had his back to him. The latter was caught off guard and was kicked to the ground. Su Guowei paused while holding his head, raised his eyes and was slightly stunned. Yang Fan? Fuck! Who kicked me? Yang Fan's kick immediately attracted the firepower of the 2 men. They turned around and punched Yang Fan without saying a word. Yang Fan sneered and dodged quickly. These 2 men didn't have any special moves, they were just punching randomly, relying on their strength. For Yang Fan, it was easy to deal with them in no time. Su Guowei stood up with a grin, looked at Yang Fan and gave him a thumbs up. What's going on? Yang Fan looked at him. Su Guowei helped me. Su Xiuying ran over and said, these 2 people came to buy sugar water just now, but their words were a bit too much. Su Guowei interrupted directly, what do you mean by excessive? It's excessive, okay, brother Yang, these 2 people flirted with my sister-in-law and wanted to touch her. I saw them. How could I let them flirt with my sister-in-law? I had to take action. Look, he can also use idioms. Hearing this, Yang Fan glared at the 2 men. Seeing that Yang Fan was about to come towards them again, the 2 men were so scared that they ran away after saying just wait. Yang Fan hurriedly said to everyone, go away. It's so hot, go do your own things. Chapter 55, Meaning. After the crowd dispersed, Yang Fan asked Su Xiuying, are you okay? I'm fine. Thanks to Su Guowei today. Su Xiuying used to look down on Su Guowei, but she was a person who believed that 1 was 1 and 2 was 2. It was indeed Su Guowei who helped her today, and she would not hide it. Moreover, this incident made Su Xiuying realize that Su Guowei was not such a bastard. At least, compared to the 2 people just now, he still had a bottom line. Yang Fan patted Su Guowei on the shoulder and said, thank you for today's help. After all, I am the eldest, after all, my sister-in-law and I live in the same house, so of course I won't help outsiders. But I don't know those two people today, and I don't know which village they are from. I'm afraid they will come to retaliate in the future. It's okay. My wife will help me watch the stall today. From tomorrow on, I will still be in charge. That's good. Su Guowei said this, looking at Yang Fan with a complicated expression. But Yang Fan, your skills are really good. Why didn't I see that you were so awesome before? Yang Fan glanced at him proudly and said with a smile, there are many things you haven't seen. If you are unsure about something in the future, come and ask me. Yang Fan naturally had a hidden meaning when he said this. Su Guowei didn't hear anything, but felt that Yang Fan was a little too cocky. I won't talk to you anymore, I'm going to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some things. Wait a minute, it's so hot, have a bowl of sugar water, I have to go to the supply and marketing cooperative soon. Su Guowei naturally would not refuse. It would be a bastard not to take advantage of an opportunity, not to mention that he just got beaten for helping Su Shouying. Isn't it right for Yang Fan to treat him to sweet soup? But whether it was because of Yang Fan's good craftsmanship or because it was a rare thank you gift for doing good deeds, Su Guowei always felt that the syrup was particularly sweet and delicious. After they drank the sweet soup, Yang Fan didn't want to talk to Su Shouying about buying cloth because there were outsiders present. He had to go to the supply and marketing cooperative with Su Guowei first, planning to tell her after returning. Before leaving, Yang Fan gave a bowl of kingdealing to the big brother who had just arrived and sold sugarcane and the big brother who sold rice cakes, and asked them to help look after Su Shouying. The two big brothers had gained benefits, and since Yang Fan spoke politely, they naturally patted their chests and guaranteed that there would be no problem. Su Guowei looked at Yang Fan with some emotion. I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful now, and so kind to my eldest and sister-in-law. What am I talking about? What about you? When are you getting married? Su Guowei is the same age as Yang Fan. Yang Fan's child is now 3 years old and almost 4 years old, but Su Guowei has not found a wife yet. In fact, at his age, he is already an older bachelor. Which girl is willing to marry me? As a young and strong man, how could Su Guowei not want to get married? However, everyone knew that he was a second-rate guy, and his family didn't have much money, so naturally no one was willing to marry him. After all, he was not like Yang Fan, who had the help of his parents and brothers and sisters, and his appearance was quite deceptive. In the past few years, relatives have been helping to introduce him to girls, but either he didn't like them or they didn't like him. As he was getting older, his parents became anxious and gave him an ultimatum. As long as there is a girl who likes him and his family can afford it, it doesn't matter whether he likes her or not, he has to marry her. So Su Guowei has always wanted to make money, but he has no capital, no ability, and no ideas. He has always just been thinking about it in his mind. Now that he sees Yang Fan making money, his mind can't help but become active again. Su Guowei did not say these words to Yang Fan. He did not want to embarrass himself in front of Yang Fan. After all, when they were together before, he always boasted a lot. If he told others his true situation, he would be asking for a beating. Chapter 56 gives Su Shouying an attitude. Yang Fan and Su Guowei came to the supply and marketing cooperative while talking. After what happened today, the awkward relationship that had previously been caused by Yang Fan asking him to return the comic book has eased a lot, and they are even closer than before. To be honest, their relationship was not that close before. One was a smart guy who took advantage, and the other was a stupid guy who was taken advantage of. They were just bad friends, not close friends. I'm going to get some soy sauce. Yeah, see you later. Yang Fan nodded, said goodbye to Su Guowei, and went to the place where he bought cloth. He still had a lot of beige floral fabric that he had bought for Su Shouying. Although the color and small flowers were beautiful, it was not easy to make nice clothes out of them, so the fabric was piled up and no one bought it. He didn't take too much cloth. He asked the clerk to measure 12 feet of cloth, which was probably enough to make 2 skirts. $1 is 1 foot, so 12 feet is $12. If the skirt can be sold, it will be 30 yuan, minus the cost of 12 yuan, the labor fee of 4 yuan, and the 10% share of 3 yuan, there will be 11 yuan left, and the average profit of 5.5 yuan per skirt. If this sells well, it will make much more money than Yang Fan earning from selling sugar water all day long. Just selling one skirt will almost catch up with his daily income from selling sugar water. And this is because Yang Fan offered a low price. You have to know that if this kind of skirt can be sold in a high-end shopping mall like a department store, it can be sold for dozens or even hundreds of dollars. And Yang Fan's cost is still high. If he purchases a large amount of cloth and uses factories for batch production, the profit will be unimaginable. After buying the cloth, Yang Fan returned to Su Feng's shop again. Because he had just paid for the labor cost of one skirt, Yang Fan paid another 2 yuan and told Su Fong that he would come back to pick up the skirt tomorrow. That's right, one skirt was to be sold in the store, and Yang Fan planned to take the other skirt to the county to sell. The reason why Yang Fan went through so much trouble to take a skirt to the county to sell was actually because he wanted to test the waters. Although he had great confidence in himself, if he had a chance to live his life over again, Yang Fan also wanted to do everything safely and show Su Xiuying his attitude. After all, Su Xiuying does not have the vision of future generations. No matter what he says, it is normal for her to doubt, disbelieve and feel uneasy. Yang Fan can certainly insist on his own way and slap Su Xiuying in the face with facts in the end, but doesn't this go against his purpose of making money? Why not work a little harder to make your wife feel at ease? Yang Fan didn't think this was a futile effort. Of course, he didn't think it was so hard. His rebirth was meaningful because he was making money for his wife and daughter, not because he simply wanted to live a better life. To put it bluntly, what kind of rich and luxurious life has he not enjoyed? Su Fong had already received $4 from Yang Fan. She was still a little suspicious about Yang Fan, but she didn't show it on her face. She said cheerfully, "Okay, then you can come and pick it up tomorrow morning. I open at 8 o'clock. Okay, thank you Sister Fong first. I should thank you." Even if the skirt couldn't be sold, she would not lose money if she just made the cost. Seeing Yang Fan was about to leave, Su Fong asked, "By the way, has your sister sent anything back recently? Come to think of it, I haven't seen your sister for almost 2 years. You guys haven't been in touch? How can we contact each other? She's busy and I'm busy too, so we can't make it together. Sending a telegram to arrange a time isn't very practical. Since she got married, the opportunities to meet each other have become fewer and fewer." Yang Fan nodded. "It seems like it has been a few months since I sent anything." Chapter 57, A Big Step Forward. After leaving Su Fong, Yang Fan returned to the factory gate. There were a lot of people gathered in front of the cart. The workers had already gone off work, and many regular customers were buying sweet soup. When they saw Yang Fan coming, they all greeted him in a friendly manner. Some even teased Yang Fan for being so lucky to marry such a beautiful wife. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan accepted all of them and admitted very directly that he had married a good wife, which made Su Xiuying standing beside him feel very embarrassed. It was almost time, and Yang Fan saw that some of the sweet soup was still not sold out, so he simply packed up his things and took Su Xiuying to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy a lot of things. She didn't say anything when she was shopping, but when there were no outsiders on the way back, Su Xiuying couldn't help but say, "You don't have to spend so much money on food every day, just give in some nutrition. I'm fine. Besides, our life is already very good now." Su Xiuying is right. I never dared to think about eggs and meat before, as they were only eaten during the Chinese New Year or to replenish the body when sick. Usually I ate sweet potatoes, boiled vegetables without oil, corn grits, and rice together, and occasionally some thin porridge, which was all I needed. But now, not only do we eat white rice every day, but we also stir-fry the vegetables with oil, eat an egg per person, and eat meat almost every day. It's not minced meat, but big chunks of meat that are sure to make your mouth full of oil, and occasionally we also have seafood. Su Xiuying had never dared to imagine such a day before. Just like the good life with Yang Fan, it seemed a little unreal. Yang Fan was aware of her feelings of unease, but he had no intention of changing them. He could take his time with other things, but he didn't want to take his time with being good to his wife and daughter. He just felt that what he had done was just the beginning. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing and I won't spend it recklessly. I also think that the money spent on your and Aunt's health should not be saved. After all, health is the capital of the revolution. If your health breaks down, then all the money saved will have to go to the hospital." Su Xiuying knew exactly how much money Yang Fan had in his hands. She knew that he did not spend it recklessly, and that all the money he spent was actually spent on her and his daughter. On the other hand, it seemed that he had never bought anything for himself after making the money. She felt relieved, but also a little worried. It has to be said that Su Xiuying's attitude towards Yang Fan has changed unconsciously. From her previous disappointment and indifference, she now begins to have expectations for him again. "Well, it's okay as long as you have an idea." Su Xiuying had actually mentioned this matter a few times before. The reason why she mentioned it again and again was that she was uncertain about Yang Fan and was afraid that this good thing would suddenly disappear. Yang Fan naturally did not feel impatient about this, but instead felt it was very comfortable. If it weren't for the fact that he needed money all the time for his business and his family, he would have wanted to give all the money to Su Xiuying to show his loyalty. After talking about this, Yang Fan mentioned the way of cooperation in buying cloth. Just like Yang Fan thought, Su Shouying had no objection when she learned that he only had to invest a dozen yuan to make 2 skirts for trial sale. It was a rare opportunity for Yang Fan to be alone with his wife, so on the way back, they chatted about this and that, and neither of them stopped talking all the way. Later on, Su Shouying even took the initiative to talk about the villagers, which made Yang Fan very happy. Today is also a day when I take a big step forward in my pursuit of my wife. After returning, Su Shouying first went to Yang Jiefang to pick up an. There was not much sugar water left, so the family of 3 simply had a bowl each. It was sweet and An was very happy after drinking it. His legs kept swinging on the stool. Chapter 58 Outdated. Yang Fan was going to the county today, and he asked about the location of his second sister's home in the county. As for the sweet soup stall, he originally planned not to set it up, but Su Shouying disagreed and insisted on setting it up. Yang Fan was afraid that the 2 people from yesterday would come over to cause trouble and seek revenge, so he disagreed. However, Su Shouying was reluctant to give up the rare and stable business of sugar water, so she finally talked to Yang Jiefang. Yang Jiefang decided that he and Jia Yongmei should go with them. After all, they could do the work at home at any time, but business was not always available. 3-1, Yang Fan lost. He had no choice but to prepare the syrup and then went to town first. As for the procedures for getting ice from the supply and marketing cooperative, I walked Su Shouying through them yesterday and she knew them all. When she arrived at Su Fang's store, she saw Yang Fan at a glance and walked towards him with a smile. Yang Fan, I knew this skirt looked good when I saw the picture yesterday, but I didn't expect it to be so beautiful when it was made. As she spoke, she asked the shop girl to take out the skirt and said to Yang Fan, take a look, is there anything else that needs to be altered? I'll alter it for you now. I've already put the other one up for sale. If it weren't for the money, I would have bought this skirt myself. It's really beautiful. Yang Fan looked up and saw that the beige floral waisted skirt designed by Yang Fan was hung in the most conspicuous position where the blue skirt was hung yesterday. He took a look, then looked away and looked at the other skirt in front of him. He carefully examined several details of the design and found that Su Fang sewed it very well. All the little thoughts he had designed were well sewn. You did a great job. No need to change it. Yang Fan gave her a thumbs up. Sister Fang, you are amazing. No way. Su Fang's smile grew wider. No one doesn't like to hear nice words. No, there isn't, these are just polite words, and in your heart you're hoping that the other person will praise you more. As for the headband braiding, I will teach you a few simple ways to do it. If you learn it, you can use it as a selling point when you sell skirts. Su Fang's eyes lit up when he heard this. You can do this? Great, then teach me. As for herself, apart from braiding 2 pigtails and tying a ponytail, she really can't do anything else. It's quite novel to hear that Yang Fan, a grown man, can braid hair. Yang Fan's braiding methods are all simple and beautiful ones used in later generations. When he was lonely in his later years, he would often watch such braiding and makeup videos, imagining drawing eyebrows and braiding hair for his wife and daughter. The girl in the shop had long hair, so Yang Fan used her hair to braid it while Su Fang watched from the side. The braiding technique is not complicated, but it is difficult to make it look good. Yang Fan taught Su Fang several braiding methods suitable for different face shapes and asked her to do it accordingly. After the headband was braided on, my sister's eyes lit up and she was reluctant to take it off. Fortunately, Yang Fan had extra headbands, so he gave it to her. The fabric was bought by Yang Fan, so Su Fang naturally didn't dare to say that she should give it to the girl in the store. Seeing that Su Fang had learned it, Yang Fan gave her a few more instructions, then picked up the skirt and went to catch the bus to the county. When he came back from the county in the afternoon, he would come back to see if the skirt had been sold. Seeing Yang Fan leave, Su Fang glanced at the shopgirl who was still looking at herself in the mirror and said with emotion, she has really changed. Yes, think about it, it has been many years since I last met Yang Fan, he was still a child back then. Now that I'm married and have children, I'm probably mature. Looking at him with the same eyes as before, he's like an old piece of clothing, out of date. Chapter 59 Selling Skirts. The reason why Yang Fan wanted to go to his second sister's place was that in his previous life, his second sister Yang Huanyan died at the age of 44. Yang Fan learned the news 3 years after her death. He asked someone to find out and learned that she died of illness, but Yang Fan was not sure what the illness was. He wanted to go back to pay his respects, but was once again driven out by his elderly parents with a broom. At that time, Yang Fan was busy with the company and did not have much time to bother with him. He had to ask someone to find out the location of his second sister's grave, paid his respects in a hurry, and then left. Yang Fan wanted to go over and see his second sister, remind her to take care of her health, and when he had money in the future, he would have her have a physical examination every year to prevent any problems. Arriving at the county, Yang Fan did not go directly to his second sister's house. He planned to sell the skirt first and then buy some things to go there. Besides, it was almost time for lunch and he had to eat there. No one had much food at home right now, and Yang Fan did not want his second sister's husband's family to think that he was coming here to eat for free. When he came, Yang Fan also told Su Xiuying in advance that if he couldn't go back in time due to some urgent matters, he would stay in the county for one night. I am very familiar with Yang Fan in Ningjiang County. He had spent a long time in the county in his previous life, so he already had an idea of where to sell the skirts. A 15 yuan skirt is neither cheap nor expensive, the price is relative. But if it is relative to wages, 15 yuan is a high price. After all, even for county employees, the average salary is only about 40 to 50 yuan, and 15 yuan is equivalent to 1/3 of the salary. The regular female workers in factories, teachers in schools, family buildings for various employees, and well-dressed women who have time to go shopping are all Yang Fan's targets. This time he did not go to the street, but went directly to a building housing the families of employees of a government department. At present, many units allocate housing to formal employees, so most, if not all, of the people who live in staff housing have a lot of spare money and are willing to spend it. It is not yet 11 o'clock, and under the shade of the trees in the family building, many old ladies or women are gathered in groups of 3 or 5, cracking melon seeds and chatting, while some are walking their children. Yang Fan took the skirt and walked to one of the 3 young women and said, "Beautiful ladies, do you want to buy a skirt?" Before they could speak, Yang Fan took out the skirt. The 3 men originally thought someone was trying to be a hooligan when they heard him shouting "beautiful girl," but they didn't expect that Yang Fan was really here to sell clothes. When they saw the off-white floral fabric, the 3 men were curious. Of course they had seen this kind of fabric before. It was beautiful, but they didn't know what kind of clothes it could be made into. When they saw that Yang Fan took out this kind of fabric, they immediately became interested. The skirt stretched out in front of them, dotted with small florals, with wavy pleats on the hem, a distinct waistline, a wavy collar at the clavicle, and slightly arched sleeves, a modification of puff sleeves. This skirt is so pretty. I didn't expect this floral fabric to be so pretty when made into a skirt. How much is it? 18 yuan. Yang Fan smiled and said, "I was selling it somewhere else today, and this is the last one left. I passed by here and saw a few beautiful ladies. I thought this skirt would suit you very well, so I came over to sell it to them." 18? The 3 of them frowned slightly. This price was a bit expensive. "Yes, this is the last one for today. If any of you want it, I'll sell it to you at a lower price, 16. If you don't want it, I'll go home to eat." Chapter 60, Free Dichlorbos is also sweet and sour. The 3 of them were attracted by the skirt at first, but they were a little hesitant because of the price Yang Fan mentioned. Seeing him so straightforward, he directly discounted the price by 2 yuan, and even said that they could leave if they didn't buy it. They immediately became anxious. "Why are you so anxious?" "I haven't said I don't want it yet. I bought this one." Another long-haired woman said directly, "I'll give you the money now. I want to buy it, too." Seeing that someone was fighting for it, the third woman couldn't help but say, "Give me this skirt. The best things are those that are stolen. You may not want to buy it, but if others are vying for it, you will want to buy it too." People are like this most of the time, blindly following the crowd, which is why Yang Fan chose these 3 people to promote his products. Yang Fan said in embarrassment, "This is the only skirt we have today. How about I send 2 more tomorrow? Then I can give each of you $1 off. So you guys stop fighting for now?" Seeing that Yang Fan gave them another $1 off, the 3 of them looked at each other, and the one with long hair said, "Okay, I'll buy it tomorrow." "Then I'll buy it today." The woman with a ponytail smiled and handed the money to Yang Fan. "You 2 sisters can buy it tomorrow, but I should be able to wear it, right?" Yang Fan handed the skirt to her and said, "You have such a good figure, of course you can wear it. So, go home and try it on. I'll wait here. If you can't wear it, I'll return your money." "Okay, then I'll go up first." "Sister Cui, Sister Hua, you guys wait here, I'll be down in a moment." $15 is not a small amount. If she buys a skirt that she can't wear, she will cry to death. After the ponytailed woman left, Yang Fan patted his head and said, "Oh, I just forgot to give the gift to that girl." "What gift?" Sister Cui and Sister Hua's eyes lit up when they heard this. The free DDT also tastes sweet and sour. No matter what kind of gift it is, you have to accept it since it is a gift. Yang Fan took out the headband. It's this headband. A headband? It looks nice, but how do you wear it? Yang Fan pondered for a moment. It's not convenient for me to braid your hair. How about this? I'll ask my wife to come over tomorrow, and I'll braid her hair, and then you can learn on the side. It's just a little troublesome, but it's okay. The customer is God. The two sisters should be kind and help me promote the skirt. No problem, it's easy. As the three were talking, the woman with the ponytail, who had changed her clothes, came down. Sister Hua and Sister Chui's eyes immediately lit up. This skirt is so beautiful. The ponytailed woman was also delighted and said, well, I changed and looked in the mirror. It really looks good, and the skirt really fits me well. I regret giving it to you first. Sister Hua said, looking at Yang Fan, boss, you must come tomorrow. Yes, we will definitely buy it. Yang Fan agreed readily and agreed to meet at noon tomorrow, then he left. He did not go directly to Yang Huanyan, but bought 2 steamed buns and a bag of pickled mustard tubers, which cost him a total of 1.5 cents. This was his lunch. As for water, Yang Fan brought his own kettle. After eating the steamed buns, Yang Fan went to buy some fruits and some rice and flour. He estimated the time and went to the door with the things in his hand. Yang Huanyan's husband is Zhuo Lijun, a formal employee of the water supply company. He was allocated a house in the county. Not to mention now, even in the future, this is a stable job. Not to mention in this era, working in a government department, even if you are not an official, is enough to be envied. Zhuo Lijun was introduced to Yang Huanyan by Yang Fan's aunt Yang Luiying. To be precise, he was introduced by Yang Luiying's husband, Yang Fan's uncle Zhou Changjung. Zhou Changjung also worked in the water supply company, and Zhuo Lijun was considered his subordinate, so he introduced his wife's niece to his subordinate in order to win Zhuo Lijun over to his own side. Chapter 61 Brought to my sister. This is a 6-story building in an old neighborhood. Yang Huanyan's family of 4 plus Zhuo Lijun's parents, a total of 6 people, live in a house of more than 60 square meters. I knocked on the iron door outside, and a familiar voice came from inside. Who is it? Second sister, it's me, Yang Fan. Yang Huanyan, who was sewing in the room, was startled when she heard the voice and quickly put down the things in her hands. An old woman in her 50s or 60s sitting opposite her frowned slightly. Yang Fan? I remember it was your vampire brother? The old woman was Yang Huanyan's mother-in-law, Su Zhaodi. She had always looked down upon Yang Huanyan's background and felt that marrying Zhuo Lijun was really marrying up. Not to mention that Yang Huanyan had bought things or sent money to support her brother on several occasions, and Su Zhaodi found out about it, which made her even more displeased with Yang Huanyan. Now when she heard that it was the vampire brother coming, Su Zhaodi's face immediately darkened. Yes, Mom. Yang Huanyan responded awkwardly and got up to open the door. Let me be frank with you, I don't have any money. Su Zhaodi glared at Yang Huanyan and said, don't even think about taking a penny from this family to support your good-for-nothing brother. Yang Huanyan bit her lip, didn't respond, and went straight to open the door. The door finally opened. Yang Fan saw Yang Huanyan in the door and said, second sister. It had been a long time since she had seen her family, not to mention her younger brother Yang Fan, whom she had doted on since childhood. When she saw him, Yang Huanyan was so happy that her eyes immediately turned red. I've become thinner and darker. She called to Yang Fan, come in quickly. While Yang Huanyan was looking at Yang Fan was also looking at his second sister whom he had not seen for a long time. Her condition was even worse than Su Xiuying's before. Su Xiuying was at most thin due to lack of nutrition due to lack of food, while Yang Huanyan looked much older, with her face full of traces of time and life. Although she was less than 30 years old, she looked as old as a woman in her 40s. She was completely different from the woman of the same age as Yang Huanyan that Yang Fan met in the staff building today. Sister, I bought you something. Yang Huanyan took a look and saw that Yang Fan was indeed carrying a lot of things. A quick glance revealed big peaches, as well as refined rice, flour, some eggs and sugar. This. Before Yang Huanyan finished speaking, Su Zhaodi, who had been watching from the living room, had already seen what Yang Fan was carrying. She immediately stood up, walked to Yang Huanyan, pushed her aside, and took the things from Yang Fan's hand. She had a rare good look on her face. Hey, Huanyan's brother, you came when you said you would, why did you bring so many things? She held it in her hand, estimated the weight, and the smile on her face grew wider. The total weight is estimated to be $5 or $6. Brought it to my sister. What kind of person is Yang Fan? From just a few words in Su Xiaoti's actions, he could clearly see that his second sister would probably not have a good life in this family. He smiled and said to Su Xiaoti, "My second sister used to look very good, but after getting married, she looked worse and worse. I thought of buying her some food to nourish her, but it shouldn't be because of the food. After all, my brother-in-law is a formal employee of the water supply company with a high salary. He can't treat my second sister harshly." "Aunt Su, don't you think so?" Su Xiaoti could see that the implicit criticism in his words was against the Zhuo family for their ill treatment of Yang Huanyan. But she has lived to this age, what has she not heard? Just listen to this kind of talk, and take the benefits you get. He is just a vampire brother. How can you expect him to support Yang Huanyan? Chapter 62 Only for you. Su Xiaoti pretended not to understand and took the things to her room before coming out to greet Yang Fan. "Huanyan, ask your brother to sit down and pour him a glass of water." Yang Huanyan was a little embarrassed, but she still happily asked Yang Fan to sit down. "Xia Fan, why are you here at this time? Have you eaten? If not, Ahem." Su Xiaoti interrupted Yang Huanyan and said to Yang Fan with a smile, "We had lunch at noon, and now there is only some vegetable juice left. Look at you, you didn't even say hello before coming here, and now there is nothing left at home." "Mom, home." "Shut up." Yang Huanyan lowered her eyes in embarrassment. She used to only report good news to her family and not bad news, making everyone think that she was living a good life after marrying into the county. But now she's afraid she can no longer hide it. But Yang Huanyan was also heartbroken. Her brother came over with so many things, but her mother-in-law acted as if he was guarding against thieves. She was unwilling to even serve him a meal and didn't give her any face at all. Yang Huanyan didn't know how to face her brother at this time. Yang Fan's eyes flashed with anger, but he didn't show it on his face. "Don't bother, I came back after I ate." These words made Yang Huanyan feel even more ashamed. Su Xiaoti didn't feel Yang Huanyan's embarrassment at all, and smiled at Yang Fan. "So that's the case, that's good. I wonder if you came to see Huanyan today for something? Don't worry, just tell us if you have anything to say. We will definitely help if we can." Yang Fan naturally wouldn't believe what Su Xiaoti said. How could a person who was unwilling to even invite guests to a meal help? The reason for saying this was just to find out Yang Fan's purpose. But Su Xiaoti was overthinking it. Yang Fan came here purely to see his second sister. As for the result, he already knew it. "Nothing, I just came to the county to do some work, and came to see my second sister." Yang Fan said and stood up. "I have to hurry home, so I won't sit for long." Yang Huanyan hurriedly followed him and asked anxiously, "Are you leaving so soon?" "Yeah." Yang Fan nodded. "I feel relieved when I see my second sister." Su Xiaoti also stood up and said a few polite words, then instructed Yang Huanyan, "Huanyan, why don't you send your brother downstairs quickly? Don't delay your brother's business." Yang Huanyan glanced at Yang Fan, who took the initiative to say, "Second sister, please take me downstairs." Since he said so, Yang Huanyan had no choice but to send him downstairs. Downstairs. Yang Huanyan looked at Yang Fan guiltily. "Xiao Fan, I'm sorry. When you came home today, your second sister didn't greet you properly. You didn't even drink a sip of water." Second sister. Yang Fan didn't care about this. In the Zhuo family, have you always lived by their wishes? Yang Huanyan smiled bitterly. "Don't tell my parents about this. They are old and I don't want them to worry. Besides, we are marrying up." Seeing his second sister like this, Yang Fan felt very distressed. "Once upon a time, my second sister was just a carefree girl who had beautiful fantasies about her other half. Now, her edges have been smoothed out by life, and that fantasy is just a fantasy after all." Yang Fan was incapable of doing anything now, so he could only take out 10 yuan from his pocket. "Second sister, this money is not much, you take it, don't let your mother-in-law know, keep it for yourself to take care of yourself, don't think about your husband and children all the time. To me, my parents and my eldest brother, no matter your mother-in-law, your husband, or your children, they are not as important as you, so don't always think about us, and think about yourself when doing things, understand?" These words made Yang Huanyan's eyes sore and she almost cried. She resisted the urge to cry and pushed the 10 yuan back. "No, I live better in the county than in the village. This 10 yuan is too much. You can use it to buy some delicious food for Xiaoying. I remember Anan is almost 4 years old. Children need to eat good food." Yang Huanyan didn't expect that Yang Fan, who had always been heartless and inconsiderate of others, could now say such words. She had been treated well by her in-laws for her kindness to Yang Fan in the past, but after hearing these words now, she felt it was all worth it. After all, no one wants to be an ungrateful person for their efforts. Second sister, don't worry. I've started a small business and made some money. You don't have to worry about the family. We will all be better and better in the future. On the contrary, you really need to take care of your health and don't be so stubborn. Yang Fan said, still frowning and reminding, next time I come over, I'll take you to the hospital for a physical examination. You're doing business? That's great, Xiao Fan has grown up. As for a physical examination, no need, I'm in good health. Yang Fan sighed inwardly, and then stuffed the money into her pocket. Keep it well, and go out for a good meal when you have time. Don't let your mother-in-law know, and don't think about spending it on the child, because the child can't control his mouth. This money is from me, Yang Fan, for second sister, and it's only for you, second sister, do you understand? He knew that if Su Zhadi knew about the money, it would be good if $1 out of 10 could fall into Yang Huanyan's mouth. As for Yang Huanyan's children, no matter how much Su Zhadi disliked Yang Huanyan, she probably wouldn't mistreat her grandchildren. So Yang Fan told her in advance that the money was for her and asked her not to let the children know, because children don't keep their mouths shut and might tell others one day, and then Yang Huanyan would be scolded again. Yang Huanyan felt both relieved and happy. She couldn't help but let down the tears that she had been holding back. Who said that a daughter who was married off is like spilled water? Who said her brother is a vampire? Okay, take the money, sister. I won't tell my parents about what happened to you for now. I'll come to see you next time and take you to the hospital for a physical examination. In his previous life, Yang Fan had only heard that it was cancer, but he didn't really know what kind of cancer it was. He somewhat regretted not having checked it out properly at that time. After all, when a person dies, it is like a light going out. Moreover, the person had been dead for several years at that time. There was no point for Yang Fan to check any disease. Who would have thought that he could start over again today? Yang Huanyan smiled helplessly and did not refute. Next time he comes over, she will say there is no need to go to the hospital for a checkup. After saying a few more words, Yang Fan left when there was no trace of the pain on Yang Huanyan's face. Looking at her younger brother's receding back, Yang Huanyan couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She looked around, then entered the apartment building and stuffed the big unity that Yang Fan had given her into the small pocket at the left seam of her underwear. Yang Huanyan knew very well that if Su Zhadi knew about the money, she would not give her a penny. She had no chance to get money in the Zhou family. Zhou Lijun's salary had to be handed over to Su Zhadi, who was in charge of the family's money. She could only save a penny or two by occasionally helping to buy something, or sometimes taking on some odd jobs to earn some money, which she would then save and send back home. This is also the reason why Yang Huanyan always takes a long time to send things to her parents' home. Chapter 63, Business is Business. Yang Huanyan had just gone up 2 steps when Su Zhaodi's head suddenly popped out from the corner. She was startled. Mom? Why are you here? Why is your brother here? Are you here to borrow money? No, he just said a few words to me and left. Perhaps because she had done something wrong, Yang Huanyan's heart was pounding. Besides, even if he came to borrow money, I don't have any money to lend him. Su Zhaodi frowned and thought for a while before nodding. That's true. All the money in the family is in her hands. Even if her son secretly gives some to Yang Huanyan, it won't be much. This is also the reason why Su Zhaodi can tolerate Yang Huanyan. If Su Zhaodi really used the Zhou family's money to subsidize the Yang family, she would have kicked Yang Huanyan out long ago. Su Zhaodi glanced at her coldly. Since your brother is not here to borrow money, then why did he come here? And why did he bring so many things? You have to be careful. This time he paid and didn't get what he wanted, he will definitely come again next time. Yang Huanyan didn't say anything, but her heart was chilled. She thought about the big unity in her pocket, and the guilt that had arisen in her heart gradually faded away. After Yang Fan left Yang Huanyan, he prepared to go back directly. He originally thought that he would stay for quite a while at his second sister's house, but he didn't expect Yang Huanyan's mother-in-law to be like this. This was completely different from what Yang Fan expected, so he might as well leave early and ask Su Fong to make the skirt and earn money as soon as possible, so that he could speak and act with confidence. The afternoon bus had not arrived yet, so Yang Fan simply walked back. The sun is scorching. When Yang Fan arrived at the county, he was almost sweating profusely. He first went to the supply and marketing cooperative, bought 60 feet of cloth, and spent 60 yuan. At this point, he only had a little over 128 yuan left. Yang Fan carried the cloth and went to find Su Fong first. When Su Fang saw Yang Fan, her eyes lit up. Yang Fan, you're here? I'm telling you, the skirt has been sold. A girl who came with me also said it was pretty and left a deposit for me. I asked her to come pick it up tomorrow. Su Fang didn't expect that the skirt would be so easy to sell. It had just been hung at the door for a short time when two girls passing by saw her and wanted to try the skirt on when she came in. After they found it fit, they immediately took out 15 yuan to buy it without her having to sell it. Another girl who came with her also wanted to buy it, but Su Fang said it would be ready the next day and asked her to pay a deposit first. Yes. Yang Fan put down the cloth and said, I also have 2 customers who have ordered skirts. Can you make 3 today? It must be possible. Su Fang's eyes lit up even more. She seemed to see a lot of small bills flying towards her. She took out 15 yuan from her pocket with a smile on her face. This is the 15 yuan I sold today. No hurry. Yang Fan didn't take the money. I think we should sign an agreement before this. After all, you can see now that this skirt will sell well. In the future, we will definitely make more and more of it. Su Fang nodded. That's right, then how should we cooperate with each other? In her heart, she still didn't trust Yang Fan a little bit, and she herself didn't have the courage, so even though Yang Fan hadn't suggested sharing the cost, she still expressed her intention first. Just take the cost and share. Her idea was in line with Yang Fan's wishes. After all, making $5.50 for a skirt might be a lot for others, but for Yang Fan, it was really little. He didn't want to share his profits. If Su Fang disagreed, he would look for other people to cooperate with. If Su Fang is shameless and continues to make his skirts, Yang Fan is not afraid. After all, anyone can make skirts, and the design drawings are the real IP. Can. The two hit it off immediately. I signed the agreement immediately and put my fingerprints on it. Then the payment method was explained. Half of the labor cost would be paid first, and the other half and 10% of the commission would be settled after the skirt was sold. This way, both parties are protected. Su Fang doesn't have to worry about working for nothing, and Yang Fan's cost can also be slightly reduced. Now Yang Fan has bought enough cloth to make 10 skirts, so Yang Fan has to first pay Su Fang 10 yuan for the labor fee, plus $1.50 from the skirt sold yesterday, a total of $11.50. Out of the 15 yuan, Su Fang gave 3.5 yuan to Yang Fan, and the rest went into her own pocket. Sister Fang, please make a few more today. Although I only ordered 2 skirts, I can definitely sell more than 2, so please make as many as you can today. Su Fang nodded. Okay, I'll find a way to deal with this. Yang Fan didn't ask her what solution she had thought of. Anyway, the profit she was given was only that much. It was up to her whether she wanted to divide it up and find others to do it, or what to do next. If she can't complete it, Yang Fan will consider asking other people for help. After all, doing business is not charity. For the sake of his second sister, Yang Fan has already taken good care of Su Fang. Anything more is just business. It's almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Yang Fan went to the supply and marketing cooperative again, bought some vegetables and a string of candied haws, planning to give them to his daughter when he saw her later. After buying the things, he came to the factory gate. Su Shouying was indeed still there, and so were Yang Jiefang, Zhao Yongmei, and Anin. There were not many people there at this moment, so Yang Jiefang was playing with Anin, while Zhao Yongmei was talking to Su Shouying. Dad, Mom, Shouying. When Yang Fan's voice came over, Anin immediately let go of his grandfather's hand, ran towards Yang Fan, and shouted excitedly, Dad. Ouch. Yang Fan hugged her tightly and weighed her. He felt that she was indeed heavy, and then he said with satisfaction, Do you miss your daddy? Anin nodded, hugged Yang Fan's neck and said with a smile, I thought about it. After that, she looked at the thing in Yang Fan's hand next to her body, swallowed her saliva and asked, Dad, what is this? This is candied haws. Su Shouying also walked over to Yang Fan and scolded him softly, Why did you buy her candy again? She's going to get cavities in the future. It's okay, she doesn't eat much. This is true. Although Yang Fan bought a lot of candies and snacks for his daughter, Su Shouying put them all in the cabinet and locked them up, strictly controlling An's sugar intake. Yang Fan occasionally bought some extra things, such as today's candied haws, but it didn't matter, because Su Shouying would deduct the candies Anin would eat in the future anyway. Poor Anin, he didn't know that these candied haws had to be exchanged for future candies. After giving the candied haws to Anin, Yang Fan asked, How are the sales today? It's okay. Some are still not sold out. Let me see. Yang Fan held Anin and looked at the 3 buckets of sugar water. There seemed to be 1 or 2 bowls left in each of them. There's not much left. Let's drink it ourselves when we get home. I bought some vegetables today and we'll eat with my parents tonight. After hearing what was said at first, Su Shouying originally disagreed and wanted to wait a little longer, but after hearing what was said later, she thought that it would be better to go home early, as it was really hard for her parents to stay with her for so long. Besides, my parents have never eaten the food cooked by Young Fan. They have worked hard for most of their lives and they deserve to eat something good. Did you buy enough vegetables? Do you want to buy some more? Don't worry, that's enough. Seeing that Su Shouying agreed to go back, Yang Jiafeng and Jia Yongmei naturally agreed. And then, can you walk by yourself? Daddy wants to push the cart. Good. And then, Grandpa will hold you. No, Grandpa. And then refused while licking the candied haws, I'm not a 3-year-old child anymore. I can walk by myself. This made everyone laugh. Zhao Yongmei joked, yes, and then is not a 3-year-old child anymore, she is a 3.5-year-old child. Chapter 64. Never eat meat for the rest of your life. Back home. Yang Fan took out the bowl, gave each of them about a bowl of the remaining sugar water, and drank it all. Zhao Yongmei licked her lips after drinking it, and couldn't help smacking her lips and said, this sugar water is really sweet. It tastes so good. Yang Fan had served it to them before, but they just tasted it and gave it to their eldest grandson and others. This time, he drank the entire bowl by himself. For them, it was a rare delicious taste. Of course, soon they tasted better. The meat is fine, the key point is that his son can cook the dishes so deliciously, even the ordinary vegetables are rare delicacies. Yang Jiafeng said that if it were only for these vegetables, he could go his whole life without eating meat and only eat vegetables. Jia Yongmei said disdainfully, how can a dish cooked with so much oil not taste good? Su Shouying didn't say anything after hearing this. In fact, she thought so before, until she tried it herself, and then she found that even if she poured all the oil in the oil bottle, the food would not be as delicious as Young Fan's. He was indeed a good cook, and it had nothing to do with how much oil or meat he used. Anyway, that's what I said, just go to the CD in the end. In that era, many people were not able to eat enough, so Yang Fan specially cooked a lot of white rice, so everyone had a full stomach. Yang Jiafeng drank 3 bowls of white rice by himself, and when the dishes were all gone, he drank another bowl of white rice with the vegetable juice. Yang Jiafeng touched his belly contentedly and patted Young Fan on the shoulder. I never thought that Dad would be able to enjoy your blessing one day. Zhao Yongmei on the side was more concerned about how Young Fan could cook. Maybe I'm a genius in this area. Zhao Yongmei nodded. This was the only explanation. She looked at Young Fan with pride in her eyes. This is a skill. If selling sugar water doesn't work anymore, you can find a small shop to be a chef. I heard that being a chef makes a lot of money. I know, Mom. Yang Fan didn't explain too much. By the way, Dad, how's the driving lesson that Big Brother mentioned last time going? Big Brother Yang Hai has been at work, and Yang Fan is also busy, so they haven't found time to talk about this. Yang Jiafeng sighed and shook his head. You don't know your elder brother yet, he is stubborn and will never turn back until he hits the wall. He said that his friends' relatives are fine, so he will be fine too, as long as he is careful. Fortunately, he has no money now, otherwise he would go to learn how to drive now. It's really hard to pay $1,000. In the days when a family with a monthly income of 10,000 yuan could be reported in the newspapers, only a well-off family could afford to pay 1,000 yuan to learn to drive. For people like Yang Hai, who wanted to learn to drive but didn't have much money, they basically had to borrow money from everywhere and use the whole family's strength to pay for the tuition. Anyway, I won't give him the money. It's so dangerous. I don't agree to it. When people get old, they no longer have the fighting spirit they had when they were young. They just want their children to be safe and healthy. No matter how rich they are, they don't think about it, as it is all destined. Seeing this, Young Fan smiled and said nothing more. He will talk to his eldest brother about this matter when the time comes to see what he thinks. Of course, Young Fan doesn't want his elder brother to be a truck driver. He can learn to drive, but being a truck driver is hard and dangerous. It's not like he can't make money, so he might as well help his elder brother and become a truck driver. After being reborn, what could be more important than having your loved ones around you? Chapter 65. Ideological Work. After chatting until about 8 o'clock, Yang Jiafeng and Jia Yongmei went back. Su Shouying closed the gate and asked Yang Fan, how are the sales of the skirts? She knew that Yang Fan took a skirt to the county to sell. It's sold, and 2 customers have ordered skirts. Yang Fan said, telling her about his cooperation with Su Feng in the afternoon, and then said, don't worry, I will control the cost. Su Xiuying was a little confused when she heard that Yang Fan made $11 from 2 skirts. Before, he made 5, 6, or 7 yuan a day by selling sweet soup, and she thought the salary was really good. Who would have thought that Yang Fan could just draw a design and sell a skirt, which would be equivalent to the income from selling sweet soup for a day? Is it so easy to make money these days? She was obviously almost starving to death if she relied on herself before. Su Xiuying discovered that Yang Fan was indeed very talented in this area, just like in cooking, and she didn't want to limit Yang Fan's development. She thought for a moment and said, you only have about 200 yuan in your hand. That's your capital. If you want to do it, just do it. It doesn't matter even if you lose all the money in your hand. I have only one request for you, that is, you can't borrow money and get into debt. Do you understand? After finally paying off her debts and feeling relieved, Su Xiuying didn't want to go back to her old days of hunger. Okay. Yang Fan looked at her steadily, thank you, wife. Su Xiuying coughed a little uncomfortably and changed the subject, then I will drop an off at my parents' place tomorrow. Let's go to the county town early in the morning, right? By the way, I remember you went to my second sister's house today. How is my second sister now? Speaking of Yang Huanyan, Yang Fan shook his head slightly, not very good. What's wrong? Yang Fan briefly explained the situation, and then said, I guess her husband doesn't treat her very well, otherwise he wouldn't allow that old woman to torture her. Then how can we help her? Su Xiuying didn't expect that Yang Huanyan was having such a hard time. You have to know that Yang Huanyan married into a water supply company with a stable job, was allocated a house, and lived in the county. Many people envied this marriage and envied her, but no one expected that she would live such a hard life. Su Xiuying suddenly felt a little fortunate that she did not choose to pursue a rich man in the county. Firstly, she felt that she didn't like the other person, and secondly, she didn't feel the other person's sincerity at all, as if he was using money to buy a wife. Su Xiuying felt that since she was a country girl, she would never be able to get along with the city people. It is said that couples should marry someone of equal social status. They were not a good match, so she decisively rejected the suitor before they got married. Finally, the matchmaker introduced Yang Fan to her, who lived not far from her village. Su Xiuying thought he was a good match and was the right one for her. Of course, after finding out that Yang Fan was a second-rate person, Su Xiuying also regretted it. It's not enough to just consider whether the couple is a good match, you have to consider other things too. When I make some money, I will help her privately, and then do some ideological work on her. Thought work? You want to? Yeah. Yang Fan nodded, if my second brother-in-law is a bad guy, then I will persuade my second sister to divorce. Su Xiuying was worried when she heard this, but if a woman gets divorced, life will be very difficult. She had considered divorcing Yang Fan before, but she could never make up her mind. Life is one thing, children are another, but more importantly, if you are divorced and stay at home, you will be looked down upon. You may be pointed at wherever you go, and your children will also be affected. In addition, there may be many relatives who want to introduce you to a second marriage. It's fine for me, but what about the children? So if there is really no other way, Su Xiuying feels that no one would want to get divorced. Chapter 66 Braiding My Wife's Hair. The two of them talked briefly about Yang Erji's problem and didn't say much more. After all, if you want to help her, you have to have money yourself so that you can have the confidence to speak. The next day, Yang Fan got up early and made breakfast, but did not cook sugar water. After he and Su Xiuying went to the town to get the skirt, they would take a bus directly to the county and forget about setting up the stall in the afternoon. Yang Jiefang and Jia Yongmei could do it, but Yang Fan was still a little worried that the two people who had molested Su Xiuying before would come for revenge, so he didn't mention it to his parents. Annan has gained a lot of weight visibly these days, and the same goes for Su Xiuying. She looks much better and is no longer as sallow and exhausted as Yang Fan was when he was just reborn. After breakfast, I talked to Annan and found that the child had a pouty mouth and didn't want to leave his parents. Wait for Dad to come back and bring you some big meat buns. Annan, who was holding back tears, suddenly burst into laughter. Really? Real. Then go quickly, Dad. Yang Fan shook his head and kissed her little face. You little greedy bug. Listen to your grandparents at home, don't run around, and wait for Mom and Dad to come back, okay? I know, Dad. After instructing their parents, Yang Fan and Su Xiuying came to the town. Su Fong had 2 dark circles under her eyes, but her face was full of smiles. Young fan, I worked all night to make 8 skirts yesterday. I have done my best. Of course, she still asked for help. That's enough. I thought you could do 5 or 6. Su Fong nodded and was about to say something when she saw Su Xiaoying behind Young Fan and greeted her. Xiaoying, you're here too. Sister Fong. The two were from the same village, and although they were of different ages, they naturally knew each other. I haven't seen you for a long time, you are still so beautiful. Su Fong complimented, and then said to Young Fan, you were so lucky to marry such a beautiful wife. He. Yang Fan laughed, and then said, Sister Fong, there is no problem with the skirt. Let me leave one for your guest, and I will take the rest. Okay, I'll continue sewing later in the morning when there aren't many people around. Yang Fan took out a skirt and gave it to Su Xiaoying, saying, Xiaoying, take one and wear it. I need a model to sell the skirt. You can wear it to show the effect to the customers. I will braid your hair later. Su Xiaoying held the skirt, feeling a little helpless. Can I do it? Of course you can. Go quickly. Yang Fan said to Su Fong, Sister Fong, I'll lend you the small room for a while so Xiaoying can change her clothes. Su Fong smiled and said it was no problem, then pulled Su Xiaoying into the house. After a while, Su Fong's voice of praise was heard from inside. Then, the door was opened and Su Fong came out first, followed by the somewhat shy Su Xiaoying. Although she had always dreamed of wearing a beautiful skirt, she had never worn one before. After all, it was not convenient to wear a skirt when working in the village, and her family was not rich. So, this was her first time wearing a skirt, and the suddenly exposed calves made her a little shy. The beige skirt was a perfect fit for Su Xiaoying. It showed off her slender waist and revealed a part of her calves that were white and slender. Yang Fan's eyes lit up when he saw it, but the pair of old cloth shoes on her feet were an eyesore. Seeing Yang Fan staring at her, Su Xiaoying became even more shy. Does it look good? It looks good. It looks great. Yang Fan took out a hairband and said, Come and sit down. I'll braid your hair. Chapter 67 Reward. Su Xiaoying had an oval face. After thinking for a moment, Yang Fan immediately took a hairband and braided a simple hairstyle for her. She divided her hair into a 2:8 split, revealing her smooth forehead, and slightly modified her cheeks on both sides to make her face look smaller. It's so beautiful. Su Fong was a little envious. She envied Su Xiaoying for having a husband who could braid her hair. As for her husband, he probably wouldn't be able to learn it in his lifetime. Su Xiaoying was facing the mirror, so she naturally saw her own blushing face. She saw Yang Fan looking at her in the mirror and stood up shyly. Okay, let's go to the county after we finish editing. It will be late soon. Yang Fan knew that she was embarrassed, so he didn't expose her. He talked to Su Fong about it, then wrapped the skirt with cloth, put it on his shoulder, and ran after Su Xiaoying. Before getting on the bus, Yang Fan handed Su Xiaoying the motion sickness medicine he had prepared in advance. They brought their own water bottles, so there was no need to buy water. Su Xiaoying's motion sickness wasn't particularly severe, so she took some motion sickness medicine, and she was in good condition throughout the journey. Seeing that she was not feeling unwell, Yang Fan took her to the family building where they had been yesterday. He arrived at the perfect time. There were already 6 people standing under the shade of the tree, 3 of whom were the 3 from yesterday. The woman who bought the skirt was still wearing her new skirt today. In later generations, people cared about who would be ugly and embarrassed if they wore the same clothes. But now, everyone is proud to wear the same clothes. This proves that everyone is at the forefront of fashion and there is no concept of wearing the same clothes. Boss, you are finally here. I was delayed somewhere else for some time. I'm late. Yang Fan explained with a smile, and then said, Are these beauties here to buy skirts? Yes. The one called Cui Jie responded, and then couldn't wait to ask Su Xiaoying beside Young Fan, Boss, this is your wife, right? She is so beautiful. Not only is she beautiful in her dress, but her hair is also braided so beautifully. I don't even know how they braided it. Yes, this hair is really cleverly braided. Boss, please take out the skirt so we can see it. 3 women make a drama, let alone now there are 6 women. They talked back and forth, but they all paid 15 yuan and bought all the skirts Yang Fan brought. One of them, Cui Jie, bought 2 and said she wanted to give 1 skirt as a gift. After buying the skirt, they sat on a stone stool, with Su Xiaoying acting as a model while the others stood by and learned how to braid their own hair. Yang Fan only taught simple styles. These women were not like most girls in later generations who had clumsy hands. They had strong hands-on skills and they all learned quickly. Boss, thanks. It's time for dinner. Why don't you come to my house for dinner? Of course, this is just a polite remark. After thanking her, Yang Fan politely declined and then left the family building with Su Xiuying. After they walked away, Su Xiuying asked, "You've sold all 6 skirts? Then how much money do we have to make?" Before Yang Fan could answer, Su Xiuying counted on her fingers and soon asked excitedly, "Is it 33 yuan a day?" Yang Fan nodded, "Yes, thanks to my wife." "What does it have to do with me?" "Of course it matters." Yang Fan said seriously, "If you weren't so beautiful in this skirt, the people brought by the guests yesterday wouldn't have paid for the skirt all at once. I guess they wanted to take a good look at it, but who knew that as soon as you showed up, they stopped hesitating immediately." Su Xiuying looked at him helplessly, "You are exaggerating. The skirt is beautiful. It has nothing to do with me. Even if there is any, it is only a little bit. Come on, it's lunchtime. Let's go have a good meal. I have to reward you, my great contributor." Chapter 68 First Heart to Heart. In response to Su Xiuying's refusal, Yang Fan finally did not take her to the state-owned restaurant, but to a small shop instead. The two ordered 2 servings of rice noodles with lean meat soup. Seeing that the store sold buns, Yang Fan bought 3 large meat buns and planned to take them back for an in to eat. Seeing this, Su Xiuying smiled and said, "Are you really going to buy it for her?" "Of course, I have to do what I promised my daughter, otherwise Anin will think that her father is a man who doesn't keep his word." "Well, what you did was right. In fact, when I first married Yang Fan also loved to make promises, but these were usually just words and he never did them. In just less than a month, Yang Fan's change can be described as earth-shaking. Su Xiuying has now begun to get used to it. This kind of Yang Fan is the real one. The previous Yang Fan was just a dream. She doesn't like to think about these things, she just wants to live a good life. After they finished eating the rice noodles, it was still early and the shuttle bus had not arrived yet, so Su Xiuying suggested walking back home. It was normal to walk from the county to home, and many people were willing to walk to save the 2 cents of bus fare. Yang Fan nodded in agreement. The two walked home in silence. Yang Fan was racking his brains to think of a topic, but he didn't expect Su Xiuying to speak first this time. "Yesterday you said that if my second brother-in-law treats my second sister badly, if my second sister is willing, you will let her divorce?" "Well, a person can live better than being harassed by others. Actually, I've thought about divorcing you before." Yang Fan was stunned and stopped walking. He explained helplessly, "Xiuying, I really have changed. I know you don't believe it now, but time will prove everything. From the day I said I would change, to every day in the future, as long as there is a day when I don't do it well, then you." Yang Fan. He was interrupted by Su Xiuying before he finished speaking. "I'm telling you this not because I want to divorce you. I've seen how you've behaved over the past month, and I think this kind of life is good. It's just that when I heard you talk about my second sister yesterday, it reminded me of myself. Now I'm suddenly glad that you changed in time, because that time when Anin got sick, it almost crushed me, and I was almost determined." In Su Xiuying's heart, Anin is the little angel who heals her. She wants to give the little angel the best life. She doesn't want her to be without a father and be bullied and ridiculed in the future. This is why she has always tolerated Yang Fan. Now that Yang Fan has become a better father, Su Xiuying is very happy. "Thank you, Su Young." The two said these words and didn't continue talking about this. However, after they became a little more familiar with each other, they got along much more naturally. Su Xiuying was obviously more relaxed in front of Yang Fan and not as twisted as before. After returning to the town, Yang Fan did not go directly to Su Feng's store, but brought Su Xiuying to the supply and marketing cooperative. Su Xiuying thought he wanted to buy some vegetables and didn't say anything. But he actually came to a stall selling shoes. "What are you doing here? I've been unhappy with your shoes for a long time." "Ah?" Su Xiuying was stunned and looked down at her black cloth shoes. "Because I have worn it for a long time, I have washed it many times, and the color has turned a little white. There is a bulge at the big toe. Although it is not broken, dense lines can be seen, and it is not far from cracking. I still have these to wear, so I don't need to buy new shoes." "But Anin, you can buy her a pair." Yang Fan replied domineeringly, "You know, I never listen to you on this kind of thing. Anin wants to buy it, and you have to buy it too." Chapter 69 The Chicken That Lays Eggs. Yang Fan would naturally not be stingy when buying shoes for Su Shouying and an inn. But I didn't have much money, so I only bought Su Shouying a pair of small leather shoes for 5 yuan and a pair of sandals for 1 yuan. As for an inn, I also bought her a pair of small leather shoes and a pair of small cloth shoes. Su Shouying felt that Yang Fan was a real spendthrift. Although I earn a lot, I also spend a lot. It's just a pair of shoes, there's really no need to spend so much money. Making the shoes yourself only costs a few cents, but now you have to spend so much. How much meat can you buy with that? But Yang Fan sent Su Shouying away with just one sentence. He knew what was going on. After buying shoes, Yang Fan bought a lot of vegetables and then carried the things to Su Feng's store. Su Feng was really happy to see Yang Fan. Today, except for the skirt that was ordered, there were 2 skirts left. Su Feng worked hard to make them in the whole morning. Every time they were sold out as soon as they were put up, Su Feng began to doubt her life. Are there so many rich people now? Her income was pretty good, but if she had to buy a $15 skirt, she would have to hesitate for a long time before making a decision. The 3 skirts cost 45 yuan. After Su Feng deducted her own share of 7.5 yuan, she gave the remaining 37.5 yuan to Yang Fan. Su Shouying watched from the side and silently counted. 10 skirts, a total profit of $55. After calculating this number, Su Shouying felt her breathing become a little heavy. 55 yuan a day. That's equivalent to a month's salary for many regular workers in the factory. Thinking of this, Su Shouying was somewhat thankful that she had not stopped Yang Fan from doing business before. However, the money still needed to be reinvested, so Yang Fan did not give the money he earned to Su Shouying. Instead, he went to the supply and marketing cooperative, measured another 60 feet of cloth, and then gave it to Su Feng. When handing the cloth to Su Feng, Yang Fan said casually, "Sister Feng, this skirt can still be sold for a while. When this skirt is no longer popular, I will give you a new design." Su Feng understood the subtext of his words. It was both a warning and a way of doing Su Feng a favor. After all, if Su Feng was really short-sighted and bought the cloth directly and did the business herself, then Yang Fan would definitely not cooperate with her in the future. But now Yang Fan, perhaps for Yang Huanyan's sake, hinted to her that he was the hen that laid the eggs, so she should not snatch the eggs and lose the hen that lays eggs. Su Feng smiled and said, "Okay, I trust your ability." It would be a lie to say that Su Feng had no other thoughts at all. After all, she was the only one who worked so hard, and Yang Fan only produced a design drawing, but he took the lion's share. She would also think, how much money can she make if she does it herself? Of course, Su Feng was tempted by this number. However, she still has a bottom line, or perhaps the current interests are not enough to touch her bottom line. In short, after hearing Yang Fan's words, Su Feng became a little more sober. Yang Fan was right. This style of skirt would not be popular all the time. It would eventually become outdated. What skirts would she sell at that time? She still had to follow Yang Fan to make big money. Take a long-term view. After walking away from Su Feng's shop for a long time, Su Shouying asked about the conversation between Yang Fan and Su Feng. Although what they said sounded fine, Su Shouying felt that there must be something else between them. Yang Fan also wanted to teach Su Shouying more, so he explained to her patiently. "So that's how it is." Su Shouying nodded. "At the time, I just felt that there was something else behind your words, but I didn't quite understand it." Chapter 70: The Wolf is Coming. After having a heart-to-heart talk with Yang Fan, Su Shouying's attitude towards him improved significantly. She had just gone with the flow before, but now, she wanted to give herself one last chance. If Yang Fan still disappointed her this time, she would no longer believe anything he said. On the way back to the village, Yang Fan told Su Shouying some interesting things about business. Finally, I told her the economic explanation of the boy who cried wolf. Su Shouying had heard the story of the boy who cried wolf, but she never expected that the story could have such an explanation. Yang Fan concluded, "So it's the same lie. If the shepherd boy didn't say that the wolf was coming, but that there was gold in the mountain, then no matter how many times, there will always be villagers who will go, because going there will only waste a little time. There will always be people who will think, what if there really is gold in the mountain? Even if it's a lie, going there to take a look will only waste a little time. If there really is gold, then they will get rich. So that's how it is." Su Shouying seemed to understand, if we say it's the wolf coming, the villagers won't believe it, because the wolf is coming, and they went there once or twice, just out of kindness to help, and it doesn't benefit them. Yang Fan nodded, looked at her and smiled. Yes, one has nothing to do with oneself, and the other is beneficial to oneself, so the choices made are naturally different. So, it is the same in doing business. Looking at problems from different angles will lead to different results. Just like Su Fong, although she lost a small profit in the short term, in the long run, she will gain a big benefit. But what if you don't continue to cooperate with her in the future? It depends on her choice. Doing business is of course risky. Sometimes choices are more important than brains. Besides, even if I don't continue to cooperate with her, she will still lose the profits she made before. In the previous cooperation with me, she actually made money, didn't she? Su Xiuying nodded, glanced at Yang Fan, and quickly lowered her eyes. Along the way, Yang Fan explained business matters to her in an easy-to-understand way, especially the story of the boy who cried wolf, which shocked Su Xiuying. She couldn't help but admire Yang Fan in her heart, but she didn't dare to look at Yang Fan, for fear that Yang Fan would discover her little bit of admiration for him. But her little cover-up could not be hidden from the experienced Yang Fan. At that moment, he couldn't help but feel proud, and was very fortunate that he didn't forget to study after he succeeded in his previous life. Otherwise, how could he know this story? It is true that studying is good. I must let my daughter study hard in the future. She can talk nonsense and have a lot of reasons and evidence when she preaches the truth. When I got home, I saw Anan standing in front of the yard gate with a crackling gun aiming at a small bottle not far away. Judging from the bullets under the stool, he had obviously been playing with it for quite some time. Yang Jiefang was smoking a pipe and watching with a smile, while Jia Yongmei was weaving something with some rattan sticks. Dad! When Anan saw Yang Fan carrying something at first sight, she immediately dropped the cigarette and ran towards Yang Fan. Su Xiuying, who was next to Yang Fan, was completely ignored by her. Su Xiuying said sadly, "Anan, Mom is back too." It's not that Anan likes her father more, but her mother used to take care of her, and her father's love is what she has always longed for. After her father became a better person, he was very busy, but he would always buy her delicious food and fun things. It's normal that Anan likes her father more now. Anan immediately turned his head and ran towards his father's arms, and ran towards his mother, shouting with the same enthusiasm, "Mom." Chapter 71, Sharing Joy. Yang Fan smiled and was about to speak when the gate of the courtyard next door opened and Lu Sufan came out. She was startled when she saw Su Xiuying and shouted in disbelief, "Xiuying? Aunt Sufan." Yang Fan and Su Xiuying both called out. "It's really you, Xiuying. I thought I was seeing things when I saw you in the yard just now." Lu Sufan came over, took a look at Su Xiuying, and praised, "You are so beautifully dressed. I thought someone from the city came to your house just now." Su Xiuying was a little embarrassed. "Aunt Sufan, you are exaggerating." "It's not an exaggeration. You were good looking before, but you didn't have nice clothes to match. Now that you put on nice clothes, you immediately look like a city dweller." For today's simple and unpretentious rural people, the adjective city people is definitely the best compliment. Su Xiuying smiled shyly. Zhao Yongmei came out, and the two of them started chatting at the door. Yang Fan said something, then took the child and carried the things into the house. Soon, Lu Sufan heard Anan's excited voice coming from the room. She glanced at Zhao Yongmei and said, as the saying goes, a prodigal son who returns is worth more than gold. Your Yang Fan has really changed for the better this time, and he is also very capable. I will enjoy happiness in the future. Apart from his own family, the villagers who know best how much money Yang Fan makes are the old couple Lu Sufan. After all, they live next door and can often hear what's going on next door. Even if they can't hear it, they can smell that the food is really good. Although they can make money, they are reluctant to spend their money on food and drink. Most of it is saved or used to support their children. Zhao Yongmei waved her hand and said a few polite words, then said, "If you ask me, you still married a good daughter-in-law. Yes, your Xiuying is really good, she is pretty and capable. She has never given up even though Yang Fan is such a jerk for so many years." The two of them silently imagined Su Xiuying's patience and tireless teaching of Yang Fan during the years of their marriage, and they both admired her very much. In the house. With new shoes to wear, Anan immediately changed into his small leather shoes and pulled his grandfather and mother to let them look at them. Yang Fan handed some extra meat, eggs, white sugar, brown sugar, etc. to Yang Jiefang. Zhao Yongmei came in and saw it, and hurried forward and said, "No need, just keep these for yourselves. Don't worry about me and your father. We have money. Mom, this is my filial piety. There's no need to be polite. Besides, I made some money today." Yang Fan, who earned more than 50 yuan a day, was a little proud at the moment and especially wanted to share the news with his parents. This kind of feeling was something he had never experienced in his previous life. In his previous life, he had money, but apart from satisfying himself, he could only donate the money. There was no one to share the joy of success with him. Zhao Yongmei knew that Yang Fan was selling clothes, but she didn't understand the details of the cooperation. She only knew that Yang Fan went to the county to sell skirts and could earn several dollars for each skirt. How much did you earn today? Yang Fan showed her his palm, and Zhao Yongmei guessed, $5? Although 5 yuan is a lot, it is the income that Yang Fan has earned every day for the past month, and sometimes even more, so Zhao Yongmei is not upset about it. You add a zero after it. 50? The first word was still loud, but the next word was automatically silent. Zhao Yongmei looked at Yang Fan excitedly, grabbed his hand, and lowered her voice to a very low voice. Son, you said you made 50 today? Zhao Yongmei looked at Su Xiuying in disbelief, who nodded with a smile. Zhao Yongmei covered her chest with her hands excitedly and subconsciously looked for someone to share her joy, but Yang Fan and Su Xiuying were obviously impossible. As for her granddaughter, she was still holding her new shoes and laughing foolishly, and had no idea what the adults were talking about. So she looked at her old man, only to see that he looked relatively calm, but his pipe, which he always treasured, had fallen to the ground at some point, and he had forgotten to pick it up. If this hadn't betrayed him, she would have thought he was quite calm. Chapter 72. The pattern needs to be opened. Don't show off your wealth. Zhao Yongmei understood this, so after knowing that Yang Fan had earned so much money, she subconsciously kept silent. But she was very excited and didn't know how to express it, so she could only grab Yang Fan's hand and grimace, looking like she was having a seizure. Yang Fan looked at this scene and felt helpless, but he was more happy in his heart. This is the meaning of his hard work to make money. In my previous life, I heard that men should not work hard for their family or partner, because they will work hard even without them. This is true, but Yang Fan has experienced it and feels that without family and partner, he will work hard, but the meaning of this effort will be greatly reduced. At this moment, he had only earned 55 yuan, but because of his family's happiness and excitement, Yang Fan felt that he was happier than when he signed a contract worth hundreds of millions in his previous life. Mom, calm down. This is just the beginning. I will make more money in the future. As he spoke, Yang Fan took out a big Unity note and gave it to her. You and Dad can use this money. Don't save it. Eat and drink as you like. Your son will earn more money. If he had more money than he had, and if he had to keep it for business, Yang Fan would have wanted to give more to his parents. No, you're in business now, money must be tight. Although Zhao Yongmei didn't quite understand how Yang Fan did his business, she knew that to be able to earn so much, costs must have been incurred. Although he had made some money now, he would definitely have to continue investing. Don't worry, Mom. I don't mind the $10. As he spoke, Yang Fan picked up the pipe and handed it to Yang Jiefang, who had come to his senses but whose lips were still trembling. Dad, you have to open up your horizons. You will definitely enjoy great fortune in the future. Okay. Yang Jiefang nodded, his eyes slightly red. In his life, he did not seek to be rich or live a good life, but only to have enough food, clothing, and health for his family. But not seeking does not mean that he does not have extravagant hopes. As a parent, who does not want their children to be successful? It's just that he knows that his children do not have that ability, and he does not want to let his children bear this burden. But if the child really becomes Jackie Chan, how can Yang Jiefang not be happy, proud, and relieved? Zhao Yongmei was also very excited when she heard this. She put away the big ring that Yang Fan gave her and stuffed it into the extra small pocket sewn inside her pants. After knowing that Yang Fan could make so much money, they couldn't help but worry about losing money. So the next step was to ask Yang Fan what kind of clothes he sold. Yang Fan said that he was cooperating with Su Fong from the town to sell skirts, but he didn't explain the details of the cooperation, so the two elders thought that they both invested together. The cost might be only tens or hundreds of yuan, so they could still bear the loss. As for the skirt, it was naturally the one Su Xiuying was wearing. Zhao Yongmei kept praising the dress, with a hint of envy in her eyes that she could hardly detect. If I were 20 years younger, I would buy a skirt like this to wear. Son, your skirt is so beautiful. Yang Fan was touched by his parents' affirmation and care. Seeing that it was getting dark, Yang Fan invited his parents to have dinner here. If it were usual, the two elders would definitely refuse. Whose food is easy to come by now? Even if it is my own son, it is not a matter of course. But now, my son earns 55 yuan, so it is okay to eat occasionally. What's more, the food Yang Fan cooks is really delicious. They felt that the food in state-owned restaurants should be just like this and couldn't be any better. Night. Yang Fan made spicy and sour shredded potatoes, stir-fried sweet potato sprouts with garlic, stir-fried pork, and boiled a winter melon meatball soup. He used all refined rice without any coarse grains, and made a big pot of rice. Fortunately, everyone was able to eat it, and in the end it was the clean plate campaign. After eating, Yang Jiafan and Anan sat on the stools, leaning against the wall, touching their stomachs. The expressions on the faces of the grandfather and grandson were exactly the same, full of satisfaction. Chapter 73 Backfire. After dinner. Su Shouying mentioned that Yang Fan had already bought cloth to make clothes for his parents, but Su Shouying had been busy during this period and the progress was slow. So far, she had only sewn a top for Anan. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yongmei asked Su Shouying to give her the cloth and she would sew it herself. Su Shouying's original intention was to let Zhao Yongmei know that although Yang Fan bought clothes for her and Anan, he did not forget his parents and was not unwilling to sew clothes for her, so she refused. However, Zhao Yongmei insisted on doing it herself. She did not misunderstand Su Shouying. She also felt that Su Shouying was too tired. She was busy with so many things every day and had to sew so many clothes. So she took the cloth bought by Yang Fan away without giving her a chance to refuse. When Zhao Yongmei said this, she completely forgot that her life was not much easier than Su Shouying's. She even had to work in the fields, which made her more tired than Su Shouying. Speaking of land, Yang Fan's land, Yang Jiafan had already talked to Yang Hai about it last time and gave it to them to cultivate temporarily. So Zhao Yongmei would help her sister-in-law Zhou Hongying with work in the fields during this period. After the two elders left, Su Shouying was a little at a loss. Will mom misunderstand me? I originally meant to tell them that you didn't forget to make clothes for them. Don't worry, even if my mom misunderstood me, she can't misunderstand you. Yang Fan said this casually, but Su Shouying suddenly nodded seriously. That's true. Who understands the pain of a mother who believes her daughter-in-law but not her own son? Su Shouying took her 6-foot-long cloth to Yang Fan's room and said, I've worn this skirt before, so it's definitely not good to sell it. So, let's give this cloth to Sister Fong tomorrow and make it into a skirt to sell. No, I don't mind your request. But I can't make 2 identical skirts. One is enough. Then you can make it in other styles. I'll design one for you. Su Shouying waved her hands when she heard that. Forget it, I'll just make it and give it to my sister-in-law next time, okay? Over the years, the support that eldest brother Yang Hai's family has provided to Yang Fan's family cannot be summed up in just a few words of thanks. Hearing this, Yang Fan nodded and said, okay. Then I have to make it quickly. It's already mid-September. If I wait any longer, the weather will get cold and I won't be able to wear it. Seeing Su Shouying happily carrying the cloth back to the room, Yang Fan said But in my mind I was thinking about making money quickly so I could buy a sewing machine. Not only is it convenient for Su Shouying, Yang Fan also wants other women to envy Su Shouying. After all, if you have a sewing machine in the village, others will look up to you. After digesting the food, An's biological clock is ready. Because the food Yang Fan cooked at night was so delicious, she insisted on sleeping with Yang Fan, so Yang Fan started telling her stories. But, 1, 2, 3. Yang Fan looked at An whose eyes were getting brighter and brighter. Dad, what happened next? What happened to Snow White? An, it's late, you should go to bed. I want to hear a story. No, you need to go to bed. Then you finish telling me about Snow White and I will go to sleep. Yang Fan had no choice but to finish telling the story of Snow White. Fortunately, An was a trustworthy child, and went to bed obediently after Yang Fan finished telling the story. Before going to bed, she still said, Daddy, An will sleep with you tomorrow. Yang Fan. It's painful and happy. Looking at his daughter's sleeping face, Yang Fan could actually understand. After all, he slept in the next room, and he could always hear Su Shouying coaxing An to sleep, either by singing or telling the story of the havoc in heaven 1,000 times. An had heard and seen these things before, so naturally she was not interested in them. However, the stories Yang Fan told her were all new, which made her completely sleepless and immersed in the stories. Was this considered a self-defeating move? Chapter 74, Early Search. The next morning, we had breakfast. An kept pestering Yang Fan to tell him stories. Yang Fan told 2 stories, but An was still not satisfied and kept looking at his father with admiration. She thinks her father is amazing. He knows everything, cooks delicious meals, buys new clothes, and tells stories. He is the most amazing father in the world. the most powerful father was finally rescued by Su Shoying, otherwise, Yang Fan felt that he would definitely get lost in the admiring eyes of his daughter, and then he would do nothing but tell his daughter stories all day. After taking care of Anan, Yang Fan planned to go to town. Now that the clothing business has just started, he will definitely focus on this in the future. As for the sugar water, it would be a pity to give it up now. Yang Fan thought about letting Yang Jiafeng or his sister-in-law Zhou Hongying do this business. As for Su Shoying, if the incident with the two little hooligans had not happened, Yang Fan would have been willing to let her sell sugar water, but now, he was worried. No money was as important as his wife. Yang Fan carried a bamboo basket on his back, said something to Su Shoying and her mother, and then walked to the town. He went straight to Su Fang's shop. As soon as I arrived, I was met with Su Fang's smiling face again. It was a little after 9 in the morning and Su Fang had already opened the shop for an hour. In just this hour, she had actually sold another skirt. Yang Fan, you're here. Su Fang said with a smile, how many skirts do you want today? I worked overtime to sew all the 10 skirts yesterday. Give me 8. You need so much today? You want it in your store too? Su Fang nodded, I just sold 1 skirt, and now I have 9 skirts. If you leave me one, I will definitely not have enough to sell. Then I'll take 7. Yang Fan thought for a moment and asked, I'll go measure some cloth later. You should be able to sew a few strips in the store today. Then measure 18 feet of cloth. Good. So Yang Fan went to the supply and marketing cooperative and measured 18 feet of cloth. At the same time, he was thinking that as sales increased, the production of skirts would also have to increase. It seemed that he had to look for partners in the county in advance. After measuring the cloth, the clerk who was measuring the cloth for Yang Fan knew Yang Fan and took the initiative to talk to him. Brother, is your family a tailor shop? I seem to see you come to measure this pattern of cloth every day recently. Is this pattern so popular? In fact, when this pattern of cloth first came out, it was still selling well. After all, everyone is not blind and can naturally see that the pattern is beautiful. But as the clothes made from it were ugly, this cloth gradually became unsaleable. The reason why Yang Fan bought so much and the supply and marketing cooperative still had so much inventory was because they bought too much cloth at the beginning and ended up not being able to sell it, causing all the cloth to pile up. Now seeing Yang Fan coming to buy every day, and buying a lot each time, I am naturally curious. Yes, it's the Fangjie tailor in town. That one, I know. Are you the lover of the lady boss? No, it's my brother. Yang Fan said after a few words, I'm a bit in a hurry. The clerk said oh and hurriedly measured the cloth for Yang Fan. In general, the clerks in the supply and marketing cooperative are arrogant, but Yang Fan is a big customer, so the clerks are quite polite to him. Otherwise, many clerks have an expression of buy, get out if you don't buy. Carrying the cloth on his back, Yang Fan came to Su Fang's shop again. After giving her the cloth, he put the skirt that Su Fang had wrapped for him into the bamboo basket and then went to catch the county bus. The bus to the county is still as crowded as usual every day. When Yang Fan arrived, the line was already very long, and when it was his turn, there were no seats left. Chapter 75 Encountering a Thief. Yang Fan found a place with a handrail, held on with one hand, and looked out the car window. More people got on later, and the driver waited until the entire car was full before finally starting the bus. The bus swayed on the uneven dirt road. While standing up, Yang Fan also moved his bamboo basket from his back to the front. After all, the bamboo basket had no lid, so it would be easy for someone to steal it. While protecting the bamboo basket to prevent it from being crushed, Yang Fan saw out of the corner of his eye a dark hand holding a sharp blade, which was scraping towards the trouser pocket of the person in front of him. He was startled, frowned slightly, and then shouted to the woman who had been robbed, Sister, are you going to the county too? Many people around Yang Fan turned around to look at him. When the thief heard the noise, he quickly withdrew his hand, lowered his head, but kept glancing at Yang Fan. Yang Fan seemed not to see him. After asking the two people beside him to make way, he squeezed next to the woman. The woman was puzzled and was about to speak when she saw Yang Fan winking at her with his back to the thief. She frowned slightly, wondering if Yang Fan was teasing her or something, when Yang Fan continued, Sister, what are you going to the county to buy? Isn't your brother-in-law going with you? While speaking, Yang Fan shook his head slightly at her. The woman finally realized that something was wrong and continued the conversation with him. Seeing Yang Fan following the woman closely, the thief had to step back a few steps and try to look for another target. Yang Fan had been following the thief out of the corner of his eye. Seeing this, he whispered to the woman, there was a thief just now. After saying that, he immediately made a gesture to keep quiet. The woman whispered, "Where?" She subconsciously touched the place where she put her money, and felt something bulgy and solid on her hand, then she breathed a sigh of relief. The man with the buzz cut and the floral shirt. Yang Fan indicated the direction with his eyes, and the woman immediately saw the man. He didn't look at them, but his eyes were rolling around, and it was obvious that he was not a good person. What should we do? It was obvious that this person had not given up and wanted to continue stealing. Yang Fan shook his head. He was not sure if the man had any other weapons. It would be fine if it was just a blade, but he was afraid of other weapons. There were so many people in the car, including the elderly and children. If he shouted and did not subdue the thief immediately, it would be easy to hurt other people by mistake. Losing money is a small matter, losing life is a big matter. Before Yang Fan could think of a way to subdue the thief, he saw that the thief could no longer hold back and was about to strike again. This time he was targeting a woman in her 50s. "Oh, I dropped $1. Can you help me find it? Did it fall at your feet?" Seeing the thief reaching out again, Yang Fan had no choice but to repeat his old trick and shout again to alert everyone. And this time he shouted that he had lost $1. This $1 is not a small amount. If you can find it, you can buy more than a pound of meat. I don't know how many people secretly searched for it at their feet, and at the same time, they were alert to the people around them to see if they had found it. If they really picked it up, most people would probably want to keep it for themselves. So many people have the same idea at this moment: whoever picks it up first gets it, but of course, it can't be seen by others. Therefore, with everyone being wary of the people around them, the thief had no way of committing a crime again. Once is a coincidence, twice is not possible. How could the thief not understand that Yang Fan did it on purpose because he saw him stealing? The thief looked at Yang Fan with a malicious look, but Yang Fan was not afraid at all and stared at him directly. The aura of the superior was indescribable. When the thief saw Yang Fan like this, coupled with his imposing manner, his arrogance immediately disappeared. Most of these people are the same: they bully the weak and fear the strong. If you are afraid of him, he can bully you. Chapter 76: The Middleman. Nowadays, buses in rural areas do not have to specify their stops. Some people can go down if they want to, and some people can go up if they want to. So when everyone was still thinking about the dollar, the thief realized the situation and got off the bus halfway. The woman standing next to Yang Fan breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this. "You were so brave." She was standing next to Yang Fan and naturally felt the thief's malicious gaze. She was so scared that she didn't dare to look up. She was only thinking about where she should hide if a fight broke out. "Help if you can. Thank you for what you did just now." The woman felt relieved when she heard this. This time she came out with a lot of money in her pocket. If she really lost the money, all her years of work would be in vain. Polite. Yang Fan nodded slightly. Only then did he take a quick look at the woman next to him. She was wearing a simple yellow button-down shirt, black trousers, and black cloth shoes. She had a neat ponytail and a pretty flower bud hairpin on her head. She was holding a bamboo basket covered with a white cloth, so one couldn't see what was inside. She was probably in her 20s, still very young. The two were not familiar with each other, and after chatting about the thief for a while, they didn't say anything more. After getting off the bus at the county, they went in different directions. This time, Yang Fan went to the staff building of another unit and used the same method. Although it was not very fast, he had sold all the skirts he brought after 2 or 3 o'clock. The county is not like the town. The living standard of those who can work here is basically much better than that of the town people. In addition, Yang Fan's precise positioning. If you find the right method, it's still very simple to sell 7 skirts. After selling the skirts, Yang Fan did not leave in a hurry. Instead, he found a noodle shop, sat down to eat noodles, and asked the boss about something. At this time, there were not many people in the store, but the boss was happy to chat with Yang Fan. There are only 2 textile factories in the county, and they are both state-owned. "Brother, do you want to work in a textile factory? To get into a factory these days, you need connections. It's no use asking me." Yang Fan knew about these 2 textile factories in his memory. However, in his new life, he didn't want to rely on his memories of his previous life for everything. It would be safer to confirm some things before doing them. After all, he had been reborn, the butterfly's wings had already flapped, and many things might change. The locals call these 2 factories the 3rd factory and the South factory. The 3rd factory is not too far from where Yang Fan is now. It has a superior geographical location and has always had an advantage over the South Factory. As for the South Factory, it is located in the southernmost part of Ningjiang County. Yang Fan remembers that this factory was merged with the third factory 3 years later. It is said to be a merger, but in fact it means that the South Factory can no longer operate. It takes a long time for the ice to freeze 3 feet thick. Although the South Factory was not merged with the third factory until 3 years later, problems have certainly already arisen in the South Factory now. From this perspective, Nanchang is a good partner. If I just went there rashly, as an individual, I would probably find it difficult to get anything good in Nanchang. Nanchang is still a factory, a state-owned factory. At that time, there were no private factories in Ningjiang County. As for attracting investment, that is a treatment only available to cities like fishing villages. This spring breeze has not yet reached the small county town of Ningjiang. Of course, Yang Fan might not be able to meet the leader if he went there rashly. Therefore, it was better to find a reliable middleman. In this way, as long as he gave the middleman some benefits, he would not be afraid that the other party would not speak for him. Chapter 77 Coincidence. Finding a reliable middleman is a problem. When Yang Fan started his clothing business in his later life, he first engaged in reselling. After all, he did not know how to design at that time. He learned it only after he had accumulated some capital and wanted to build a factory. So he didn't know anyone from these 2 factories in Ningjiang County. After thinking about it, Yang Fan decided to go to the South Factory gate to inquire first. The South Factory's get-off work-off time is 5:30, the same as the factory in the town. It was almost 5 o'clock when Yang Fan came over. This place is quite remote, with few businesses, but there are more stalls than those in front of the factory in the town. Yang Fan randomly found an old man who was selling some vegetables, probably because he couldn't eat them at home. After Yang Fan bought a bunch of lettuce and leeks, he sat down next to the old man. Before he could ask any questions, the bored old man started the conversation. "Young man, are you waiting here for your wife to get off work?" "Yeah." Yang Fan responded vaguely, and then asked, "Uncle, do you know the leader of the South Factory?" "Leader? Why are you looking for the leader?" The old man looked alert, which made Yang Fan have some guesses in his mind. Just as I was about to test it out, I heard a loud voice, "Dad, you are selling vegetables here again." Yang Fan raised his eyes, and when he saw the person coming, he thought, what a coincidence. This person was the lady Yang Fan had helped on the bus. The old man greeted him and said, "I'm helping you with your household expenses. All the money from the sales is for you. After all, you grew these vegetables." The woman shook her head and laughed, then she saw Yang Fan next to her father. "It's you." "Hello, my name is Yang Fan. I didn't expect to meet you again." Before the woman could say anything, the old man looked at Yang Fan suspiciously. "Do you know each other?" He was just asking about the leaders of the South Factory, and now he knows his daughter. The old man couldn't help but wonder if Yang Fan had any sinister intentions and deliberately came to approach them. "Dad, didn't I say that I met a thief on the bus this morning? It was this comrade who helped me. Otherwise, my money would have been stolen. Fortunately, this comrade came to my rescue." Yang Fan smiled and said, "You're too polite, young lady." After hearing this, the old man became less wary of Yang Fan. People who are brave enough to do something righteous should not be bad. I heard that the thief was carrying a razor blade, but this guy was brave and resourceful and scared the thief away. He is really a good person. Thinking of this, the old man said, "Young man, thank you for helping me with my daughter's matter. By the way, my name is Shi Yuanchao, and my son Shi Zichang is a small director in this South Factory. I don't know why you want to know about the leaders of this South Factory, but if you want to get to know them, then since you helped my daughter, I can introduce you to each other." Yang Fan didn't expect that this matter could be solved so easily. He thought he would have to wait for 3 days. He immediately said gratefully, "Uncle Shi, thank you. Don't worry, I can guarantee that I have absolutely no bad intentions in looking for Director Shi." "Well, then you just wait here, my son will be off work soon." "Okay, sir." While waiting for Shi Zichang, Yang Fan chatted with the father and daughter of the Shi family and learned that Shi Muten was married to the village from the county, but she would come over every week, sometimes bringing some vegetables she grew herself, and sometimes bringing some cakes she made herself. However, Shi Muten sometimes took too many vegetables, and it was difficult to preserve them in summer, so Uncle Shi simply came out to sell the vegetables that could not be eaten, and returned the money to Shi Muten. As for Uncle Shi, he only has these 2 children. Mother Shi died of heavy hemorrhage when giving birth to Shi Muten. Uncle Shi has never married in these years. He has been both a father and a mother, and he raised the two children. Chapter 78 Cooperation. While the three were chatting, the bell for the end of get off work at the South Factory rang. After a while, people came out one after another. Most of them walk, and occasionally a few ride bicycles. Wherever the bicycles pass by, they attract a lot of envy. There were also many people buying things in front of the stalls, and some people came to buy vegetables at Uncle Sher's stall. Many people even greeted Uncle Sher, and it was obvious that they were longtime patrons of Uncle Sher and were regular customers. But judging from their attitude, we can tell that they don't know that Mr. Sher's son is a leader in the South Factory. When everyone had left, Mr. Sher looked toward the door and began to pack up his sack. Today's vegetables were not sold out, and there were still 2 bundles left. Yang Fan glanced towards the door and fixed his eyes on one of them. The man was riding a 28-bar bicycle and looked to be about 30 years old. He was wearing a white shirt and black trousers. His hair was combed meticulously, probably with mousse. He was wearing gold-rimmed glasses. His temperament was completely different from others, and he stood out from the crowd. "Dad!" The man called out to Grandpa Sher, and when he saw Sher Muten, he called out again, "Muten, why are you here too? If you don't know me, you would think that I need my parents to pick me up every day at my age." Sher Muten rolled her eyes at him and said, "Who's coming to pick you up?" "I'm just worried about Dad, so I came here to pick him up." "You are being nosy. If you weren't here, I would have taken Dad home on my bike. Now that you're here, do you want to sit in the front? I can't carry 2 people. Sher Zichang said something, and then saw Yang Fan, who had been watching them chatting, and asked curiously, "Who is this guy?" "Xiao Yang." Uncle Sher did not introduce directly, but said to Yang Fan, "It's not convenient to talk here, how about we find a place to talk in detail?" Yang Fan nodded, "Let's find a place to eat nearby. It's probably time to eat at this time. I'll treat you." "How can I let you treat me? You are helping my daughter. I know the place. Muten, you can take Yang Fan and your brother to Lao Wan's restaurant for dinner. I, an old man, will not join in the fun." "Okay." Sher Muten agreed immediately. Then he asked Sher Zichang, who looked confused, to send Uncle Sher back first, and then the 3 of them came to a small shop not far from Sher's residence. Although the shop was small, it had a lot of dishes. Uncle Sher seemed to say something to Sher Zichang, and after sending Uncle Sher home, he thanked Yang Fan again and again. Since Sher Zichang was the host, it was naturally him who ordered the dishes. Yang Fan was not picky about food and always followed the host's wishes. While waiting for the dishes, Sher Zichang asked about the specific things that happened to Sher Muten in the car. After listening, Sher Zichang thanked Yang Fan again and said, "Young brother Yang is really brave and resourceful. In that situation, he was still fearless. I can't take the responsibility. If I really had the courage and the strategy, I would have arrested the person and taken him to the police station. It's pretty good to be able to do this given the situation at that time." Sher Zichang looked at Yang Fan with appreciation. After all, there were so many people on the bus. "If I shouted rashly, I'm afraid someone would get hurt. I hope no one is hurt." After that, he took the initiative to mention, "My dad said, you want to find the leader of the South Factory? Although I am not the top leader in the South Factory, I can still make some decisions." Sher Zichang guessed whether Yang Fan wanted to find a job or ask someone to find a job for him. It wasn't too difficult for him to just place someone in the factory. "Yes." Yang Fan nodded. "I wanted to discuss a cooperation with Nanchang, but I didn't expect that I would help Comrade Sher today. And you are her brother. I met you so easily. I thought it might take several days to meet you, so I didn't bring any samples today." Then, Yang Fan explained what he was going to do specifically. "I only provide the design, and your factory will handle the rest. You decide the selling price, and I only take 20% of the profit." Chapter 79, No More Talk. Sher Zichang frowned slightly when he heard this. "I may not be able to make a decision on this matter. The factory's performance is not good, and he has no say on new projects or new collaborations. What's more, Yang Fan is so arrogant. He wants 20% of the profits just for producing a design?" Sher Zichang felt that no matter what kind of design it was, he could not give up 20% of the profit. After all, it was just drawing a picture, and he got 20% of the profit. Isn't it too easy to make money? Did he think that if he helped his sister, he would cooperate with him and give up 20% of the profits? If so, it can only be said that Yang Fan is not a good person. Sher Zichang was thinking about how to politely reject Yang Fan, besides your design, the factory director will not agree to this 20% profit. Director, sure, I know you won't believe me if I say the design is great, and you don't know that 20% of the profit is actually a very fair distribution method, I said. I think we should wait until I bring the design and clothes over tomorrow, and then you can see them for yourself. As he said that, Yang Fan looked at Shermuden and said, Miss Sher, please come with us tomorrow. The design I drew is for female customers. You can give Director Sher some advice as a woman. They both nodded politely in agreement. In fact, they all felt a little regretful and felt that they had chosen the wrong person. When it does not concern his own interests, he may be a good person who is brave enough to do what is right, but when it concerns his own interests, he may be a greedy villain. People are inherently complicated, they are just blinded by one thing. Yang Fan also knew that the other party did not believe him, but they were all just strangers, so some promises were useless to make, and he would have to wait until tomorrow to show them the samples to know for sure. During the meal, Yang Fan did not mention the cooperation again, but chatted about family matters. However, Sher Ziqiang and Shermuden were both a little absent-minded, and seemed to want to finish their meal quickly and leave. Yang Fan had no choice but to finish his meal quickly, agree with the two on a meeting time and place for tomorrow, and then walk back. It was already past 6 o'clock, and the afterglow of the sunset was draped in the sky, like autumn maple leaves, very beautiful. Yang Fan jogged home with the bamboo basket on his back. Before I reached my home, I saw a kerosene lamp hanging at the gate from afar. Yang Fan felt warm in his heart and walked forward. He found that Su Shouying and Anan were actually waiting at the door. For a moment, he felt his chest swelling and was very touched. Daddy! Oh, my precious daughter. Yang Fan picked her up and asked, Do you miss your daddy? Yeah, I thought about it. At first, Anan was too embarrassed to say that she missed her father, but now she can express her love for Yang Fan very naturally. Yang Fan kissed her and looked at Su Shouying. I'm sorry, wife, I'm back late. Su Shouying looked at him and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad you're okay. I encountered something and came back late. What's wrong? I'll tell you later. Yang Fan smiled and said, Have you eaten? I'll go cook. Su Shouying said as she walked towards the kitchen, I have already prepared the rice and washed the vegetables. Chef Yang, just start cooking. It's not that Su Shouying was unwilling to cook the food for Yang Fan, but it was the little Shruanan who expressed her unwillingness when she saw her mother cooking and wanted her father to come back to cook. Su Shouying felt helpless and amused, so she simply agreed to Anan. Her daughter is being willful, so is she? Next time it's this late, you can just eat first and don't have to wait for me. No. Anan said seriously, pouting, Mom said that the whole family should eat together, we have to wait for Dad. Hearing this, Yang Fan glanced at Su Shouying and asked, Did Mom really say that? Chapter 80 Consider it. After Anan's affirmative answer, Su Shouying blushed with shame. In the dim light of the bulb, she was stunningly beautiful. Yang Fan withdrew his gaze and entered the kitchen. He placed the clean Chinese cabbage and chopped pork on the stove. Yang Fan squatted down, used a bamboo shoot to light a fire, and quickly fried 2 eggs, then fried 3 eggs. You can't lack the nutrition of eggs every day. After Su Shouying picked up some food for Anan, she asked, Is it hard to sell skirts today? Why are you back so late? No, I wanted to cooperate with people from the South Factory, so I wasted some time. Looking for cooperation with Nanchang? Su Shouying was a little stunned. Why do we have to cooperate with Nanchang? Aren't we cooperating with Sister Su Fong now? After Yang Fan explained what happened today, he said, Cooperation with the South Factory does not prevent cooperation with Sister Su Fong. Su Fong represents the town, and the South Factory represents the county. I am going to the county to sell clothes now. No matter how many people Sister Fong can find to make clothes, it will not be enough to sell. After all, it is a small business. As for the theft, he didn't say anything, he just said that he helped someone with a small favor, and that person happened to know the director of the South Factory, so he introduced them to each other. Then why didn't you cooperate with South Factory from the beginning? Because I also want to see if this skirt really meets everyone's aesthetic standards. I have to have some achievements and confidence before I can discuss cooperation with Nanchang. Su Shouying understood, and she nodded and said, Then you should go home directly today instead of going to Sister Fong's place. She may not have any stock. Well, so I made an appointment with the people from the South Factory to meet at 2 p.m. Even if Sister Fong doesn't have any stock, it's still possible to ask Sister Fong to make a skirt in the morning. Su Shouying nodded and said nothing more, feeling complicated again. Yang Fan had already considered all these things in details that she had not expected. This was really different from the Yang Fan of the past. Even though she had already clearly realized that Yang Fan had changed a lot, he still refreshed her perception of his changes time and time again. After dinner, Su Shouying suddenly thought of something. You are going to cooperate with Nanchang now, what about the sugar water stall? Then let's go to Big Brother's house and discuss it with them. Good. After washing the dishes, Su Shouying picked some vegetables from home and took out a lot of candies and cakes from the locked cabinet, which made Anan, who was standing beside her, drool. Su Shouying touched her head and said, Anan, you have already eaten candy today, you can't eat anymore. These candies are for Brother Xiaoyong and the others. Are you willing to share them with Brother Xiaoyong and the others? Give one to Brother Xiaoyong and them. Of course, I like Sister Hongxia. Mom, I will give one of my candies tomorrow to Sister Hongxia, so that Sister Hongxia can have one more than Brother Xiaoyong and Brother Xiaojie. You're so good. Mommy would like to thank Anan on behalf of Sister Hongxia for giving up her candy. Anan is so obedient. Mommy has decided to give Anan 2 candies tomorrow. And Anne's eyes widened immediately. Really? Of course, Mom keeps her word. Thank you, Mama. Yang Fan said dissatisfiedly, and then, Dad bought the candy. Thank you, Dad. Yang Fan couldn't help but kiss his daughter's innocent smile and kissed her again. His stubble gently slid across her delicate face, making Anne's little face itchy. She laughed and pushed Yang Fan away. There are no street lights at this moment. Once you go out, if there is no moonlight, the night will be pitch black. The moon was bright tonight, and one could just about see a little bit of the road. Yang Fan, holding a kerosene lamp, walked in front, paving the way for Su Shouying and her daughter, to prevent them from stepping on anything and tripping. There was still a dim light on in my eldest brother Yang Hai's house. Yang Fan knocked on the door, and his sister-in-law Zhou Hongying's voice came from inside. Who is it? Sister-in-law, it's me, Yang Fan. Footsteps were heard and soon the door opened. Zhou Hongying looked at Yang Fan and his family of 3 and said, Why are you here at this time? Come in quickly. Behind her were Yang Yong's 3 children. When they saw Yang Fan and Su Shouying, they all called for help. Chapter 81 Craftsmanship. Su Shouying handed the things in her hand to Zhou Hongying. Sister-in-law, these are some candies I brought for Xiaoyong and the others. What else do you want to get from my sister-in-law's house? Zhou Hongying took a look and found that they were white rabbit milk candy, fried dough twist, and some potatoes, cauliflower and other vegetables that they did not grow at home. While she was watching, the 3 children could no longer contain themselves and stretched their necks to watch together. It's white rabbit milk candy. I can't even eat one of this in a year. Yang Yong and his friends were fortunate enough to have eaten a white rabbit milk candy, and they still remember it vividly. There were probably about 10 candies. Zhou Hongying gave one to each of the 3 children and one to Anan. Anan waved her hand and said, Aunt, I've already eaten candy today. I can't eat anymore. I've given tomorrow's candy to Sister Hongxia. Su Shouying smiled when she heard this, and said that she wanted to give her share to Hongxia, so that she would have one more than her 2 brothers. Yang Hongxia's eyes lit up when she heard this and she looked straight at Zhou Hongying. Zhou Hongying didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so she had to hand the candy to Yang Hongxia, and said to Yang Yang and Yang Jia, This is what Anan gave to her sister, you can't fight over it. Mom will keep the rest and eat them later. No. Hongxia, do you want to thank your sister? Yang Hongxia grabbed 2 candies and thanked excitedly, Anan, thank you, I like you the most. Hee, I like Sister Hongxia too. The 2 sisters went to play outside in the yard while talking. Yang Yang and Yang Jia each took the candy and said who they were going to play at their home and ran away. They wanted to show off to their friends that they had white rabbit milk candy. Zhou Hongying shouted from inside the house, Come back early. No. Zhou Hongying shook her head and put the things on the table. Yang Hai and Yang Fan had already sat down. Yang Hai brought wine and peanuts and said he wanted to have a drink with Yang Fan. Just drink a little, I have to go out tomorrow. Don't worry, I have to go to work too, so I'll just drink 2 cups, no more. The wine was bought in bulk, the taste was average, but the flavor was very strong. Yang Fan took a sip and felt that he had not drunk this kind of low-quality rice wine for a long time and missed it quite a bit. What difficulties did you encounter today? Tell me, I will definitely help you if I can. No. Yang Fan shook his head. Brother, sister-in-law, you all know that I was doing the sugar water business before, right? Zhou Hongying nodded. Yes, I heard from my parents before that they can make 5 or 6 yuan a day. In a month, it is higher than your brother's salary, but it is not very stable. When the weather gets cold, I think business will be bad. Well, winter comes late here, sometimes not until December, so the business can still be done for a few months, but now I have found another job, so I don't have time to run this dessert stand. It would be a pity if I give it up, so I want to ask sister-in-law if you want to do it? If you do, I will give you the cart and the remaining materials. What other job have you found? Can it earn more than selling sugar water? Well, I'm selling clothes now, and I make more money than selling sugar water. So that's how it is. Yang Hai nodded. Your sister-in-law can run the sugar water stall, but boiling the sugar water requires skills. I drank the sugar water you boiled before, and it was indeed this. Yang Hai gave a thumbs up and said, your sister-in-law's drink may not be as delicious as yours. I'm just afraid that others won't buy it. It's easy. I'll have time when I get back from town tomorrow morning. I'll teach my sister-in-law how to cook this. If you get the heat and ingredients right, the taste won't be bad. How can you say that? This is your business. In this era, people keep their skills hidden for fear that others will learn them and leave them without a job. When Zhou Hongying heard this, she immediately refused. Her original thought was that if her work wasn't as good as Yang Fan's, she would just lower the price appropriately. Chapter 82. Thank you on behalf of your sister-in-law. Don't worry, sister-in-law. I have many skills. It's not a big deal to teach you. If you want to do it, I will teach you. We are all family. No need to be so polite. Yang Fan really wanted to say, there are a lot of short videos on the internet about this kind of skills and recipes in later generations. If you are interested, what can't you learn? Zhou Hongying said seriously, brothers should settle accounts clearly. I can't take advantage of you so much. So, I will give you half of the money I make from making this sweet soup. No need. Yang Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sister-in-law, forget about this little money. What? This little bit of money must be calculated. It would be best if we can give and take. We can't take advantage of the other. This kind of relationship won't last long. What Zhou Hongying said is right. Yang Fan thought about it and realized that this amount of money was really nothing to him, but it was a considerable income for his eldest brother's family. It's okay to help, but there has to be a limit to helping, otherwise people will never be satisfied. Who can guarantee that they will not be tempted by huge benefits in the future? Okay, but sister-in-law, forget about half. We'll take 30% of the profits and settle it once a month. When the time comes, you can just give the money to Xiaoying. Okay, then it's settled. Zhou Hongying was satisfied. In her opinion, there should be a limit to how people interact with each other. After Yang Fan took the money, she felt at ease spending the money she earned from selling sweet soup. Seeing that the two had finished their conversation, Yang Hai spoke up, come on, Xiao Fan, this is a toast to you. I want to thank you on behalf of your sister-in-law. What's there for us to thank each other for? If anyone wants to thank someone, it should be me who should thank you. Having said that, Yang Fan still drank the wine in the small cup in one gulp. Yang Fan smacked his lips twice, feeling the spicy taste in his mouth. Brother, I heard from Dad before that you want to learn how to drive? Well, you should know that my job is good now that you are doing business outside. But after all, I am just a temporary worker. I don't earn as much as those regular workers. I don't know when I can get a permanent job. I heard that a freight driver can earn several hundred yuan a month. Yang Hai's face turned red, and he was quite excited when he said this. Several $100s a month, isn't that more than what I earn in a year? As for the driving lessons, it is indeed expensive, but if I work for a few more months, won't the money for driving lessons be earned back? Hongxiao will also go to school soon. By then, I will have to support 3 children to study, plus the food, drink, and toilet at home. My salary is enough, but if I want to live a better life. He shook his head. What's more, the county is very prosperous. If he can earn several hundred yuan a month, he might have the opportunity to buy a house in the county and even move his children's household registration to the county. He has been a peasant all his life and has not received much education, but he wants to earn more money to pave the way for his children. If one of them can be admitted to university in the future, it will be a real honor for the family. I have no objection to learning to drive, but being a freight driver is indeed dangerous. You can't make so much money without being dangerous. I don't have any skills, but I have a lot of strength. Don't worry, little brother. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan stopped trying to persuade him and started talking about other things. Anyway, it's not too late to talk about this when my brother learns to drive. At about 8 o'clock, young Fan and his family of 3 returned home. Anan played for more than an hour and her body was dirty, so Su Shoying had to wipe her body again. After changing her into clean clothes, she forgot about the story and fell asleep in the second she lay on the bed. Su Shoying looked at young Fan, who was looking at her with a slightly red face, said something like go to bed early and hurried into the room. Chapter 83 Huge Profits. Another person got up from the bed. Yang Fan lifted the mosquito net and prepared to make breakfast. I bought some leeks from Grandpa Sure yesterday. We still have a lot of flour and vermicelli at home, so Yang Fan plans to make some dumplings stuffed with leeks and vermicelli. There is no need to make more for just 3 people. Yang Fan was quick and agile. He quickly prepared the filling and kneaded the dough, then rolled out the dough sheets one by one. He made a lot of filling. Yang Fan planned to use part of it to make buns filling in the evening. It was too late to make buns now as he did not ferment the dough in advance. After the dumplings were wrapped, the water in the pot boiled. Yang Fan added some oil and put the dumplings in. The white dough revealed lush green, and each dumpling was round. When the time was almost up, Yang Fan added some of the lettuce he had bought yesterday, and then some salt, a little soy sauce, and some chopped green onions before serving. Anan got up very punctually after Yang Fan prepared breakfast. Before, she had difficulty getting up, but since Yang Fan took over the breakfast at home, she can get up by herself almost every day without Su Shoying calling her, which made Su Shoying laugh and cry. Daddy! Yang Fan brought the dumplings to her. Have you brushed your teeth? Mom brushed it for me. These dumplings are hot, wait until Mom and Dad are watching before eating them. Anan looked at the steaming and fragrant dumplings in front of her and nodded, okay. Yang Fan went into the kitchen and brought out 2 more bowls of dumplings. At this time, Su Shoying had also finished washing up. After sitting on the stool, Anan immediately said, Daddy, Anan, can I eat now? It's okay, but the dumplings are very hot. You need to blow on them more before you can eat them, okay? Aha! Anan had been scalded before and knew the feeling. So I took the spoon and blew on it carefully over and over again. When I saw that the heat was much less, I took a small bite. It was still a little hot, but within an acceptable range. Great! Daddy is so awesome. She felt that even Sun Wukong, who could perform 72 transformations, was not as good as her father, because Sun Wukong could not cook, but her father could. With his daughter's daily flattery, Yang Fan packed up the dishes and went to the town carrying a bamboo basket. This time, Su Fong directly moved a small stool and sat in front of the store. When she saw Yang Fan, her eyes lit up, and it was obvious that she was waiting for him. Yang Fan, why didn't you come yesterday? Yang Fan gave all the 120 feet of cloth he had just measured at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative to Su Fong. I came back from the county very late yesterday, so I didn't come to see you. How were the skirts selling yesterday? They're all sold. Su Fong really couldn't believe that this 15 yuan skirt could sell so well. Although overall, not many were sold, there weren't many stocks either. Besides, wouldn't it be faster to make money by selling this skirt than by making clothes for others? How are you selling in the county? It's sold. Seeing that Yang Fan took twice as much cloth as yesterday, Su Fong already had some guesses, but she still didn't expect that this skirt could make such a huge profit. The 2 of them settled the money. Originally, Su Fong should have given Yang Fan 38.5 yuan. However, because Yang Fan took enough cloth to make 20 skirts today, 20 yuan was deducted as an advance labor fee. In the end, Su Fong gave Yang Fan 18.5 yuan. Sister Fong, I have to go to the county this afternoon. Please make as many as you can. Don't worry. Su Fong didn't feel tired at all. For her, making money was not tiring at all. It was full of motivation. The 2 talked for a while and then Yang Fan left. He first went to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative to buy some things, and then walked quickly back home. He would have to teach his sister-in-law how to cook sugar water when he returned. At the same time, he also told the ice cream seller in advance. Chapter 84 I'm afraid of my brother driving a Land Rover. When Yang Fan came back, it was still early, around 9 o'clock in the morning. Su Shoying now has less work to do in the fields, and Yang Fan has taken over most of the housework, which has made her life much easier. Therefore, she is now at home using the cloth that Yang Fan had measured earlier to make the skirt that she is going to give to Zhou Hongying. She had already made the small set of clothes for Anan, but she hadn't given them to the child right away, but put them away. The main reason was that the clothes she made were a little bigger, because Anan was well nourished and growing fast, so she made one of the two sets of clothes a little bigger. "You're back so soon?" Hearing the door opening, Su Shouying looked up and saw Yang Fan coming and carrying a bamboo basket. "Well, I'll tell you what happened and come back after the money is settled." Su Shouying paused, as if to gain momentum, and then continued her movements. Yang Fan was sharp-eyed, and seeing this, he asked directly, "What did you want to say just now?" "How do you know what I wanted to say just now?" Yang Fan smiled but didn't answer. "What's wrong? Tell me if you have something to say, even gossip is fine." He thought that what Su Shouying wanted to say but didn't want to say must be some trivial matter, so she hesitated whether to tell him. The desire to share is very important between couples. "I just went out to collect firewood and met Yang Jinju." "Well, what happened to her?" This was the second time Yang Fan heard Su Shouying mention her. The first time was when he asked who in the village had a sewing machine, and Su Shouying mentioned Yang Jinju's name. "Didn't I wear the skirt you designed 2 days ago?" She saw it from afar that day. When she met me today, she asked me indirectly where I bought the skirt. In fact, Yang Jinju also mocked Su Shouying. Although she was mocking Su Shouying, the target of her attack was Yang Fan. I think Su Shouying can suddenly afford to wear beautiful dresses, which makes her look like a nouveau riche. After all, everyone knows how much Yang Fan spent before. Now that he has made money, why doesn't he save it to live a good life, but buys a dress that looks very expensive? Everyone doesn't care about this. To put it bluntly, these people are just jealous. Maybe when you are not doing as well as they are, they will be very kind to help you, but if you are doing better than them, they will feel uncomfortable. Just like what people said later, they were afraid that their brothers would suffer, and they were also afraid that their brothers would drive a Land Rover. "You can live well, but you can't live better than me." At this moment, most people in the village have this kind of feeling towards Yang Fan's family. "So what did you say?" "What can I say? Just tell her that I bought it from Sister Su Feng. If she goes to buy it, we can also make money, right?" Su Shouying said with a smile. "That makes sense. You already have the potential to be a businessman." "Really?" "I think so too." Su Shouying smiled even more. "If she knew that I had a share of the money to earn for the skirt she bought, would she be angry?" "Who cares? The money is already in hand." Yang Fan had noticed before that the relationship between the two was probably not good, and Su Shouying's current appearance further confirmed his guess. However, there should be no major conflicts. It is probably just that Yang Jinju is a little too vain. Plus, he is such a bastard, so Yang Jinju may not have looked down on Su Shouying before. Of course, Yang Fan only guessed half right. The most fundamental reason is that Su Shouying is prettier than Yang Jinju, the village beauty. She doesn't admit it, but she is not blind and knows it clearly. So when she speaks and does things, she will inevitably target Su Shouying unconsciously, which is due to the jealousy of women. Chapter 85, Unequal Value. It was almost 10 o'clock when Zhou Hongying came over. Yang Fan taught her step by step how to make delicious sugar water, and Su Shouying also learned by the side. Although she doesn't do this business, she can still cook it for her family in the future. It's always a good idea to have more skills. It was almost 12 o'clock when we finished studying. Today is a weekday. Yang Hai and his 2 sons went to work or school, leaving Zhou Hongying and their youngest daughter who was not yet in school at home. Yang Fan had to cook anyway, so he asked Zhou Hongying to call the children to have lunch together. Zhou Hongying didn't hesitate to agree to this matter. She pushed the cart, the cooked syrup, and some of Yang Fan's remaining ingredients back and said she would come back to eat later. Yang Fan happened to have bought a lot of vegetables in the morning, so he made a pork ribs and lotus root soup at noon, and also made a sweet and sour pork ribs. Then he fried the lettuce he bought from Grandpa Shuri yesterday, and stir-fried mushrooms with meat. The dough that had been fermented in the morning could also be used to make buns, so Yang Fan simply wrapped the buns with stuffing and then steamed them all. Anan was originally waiting in the yard for Sister Hongxia to come over, but the fragrance from the kitchen kept coming, and she couldn't stand it anymore, so she stood at the kitchen door and watched eagerly. While Yang Fan was cooking, he would occasionally feed some vegetables to his daughter, which made Anan very happy. There was a knock on the door. Su Shouying hung up the freshly washed clothes and waved her hands, thinking it was her sister-in-law Zhou Hongying coming over. However, when she opened the door, it turned out to be Lu Sufan. "Aunt Sufan." Shouying. Lu Sufan was very embarrassed. "What are you cooking?" "My grandchildren came over and were so hungry when they smelled the food. They cried and wanted to eat it. No matter how I coaxed them, it didn't work. Can I buy some from your family? After saying that, she handed the dollar in her hand to Su Shouying. Although I don't know what Young Fan is cooking, I know it's meat as soon as I smell it. When the grandchildren came to eat, Lu Sufan also went to buy half a pound of pork in the morning. The children were happy to eat it first, but after the smell came from next door, the meat instantly lost its fragrance. In fact, let alone the children, Lu Sufan couldn't help thinking about it when she smelled the smell. I don't know how Yang Fan cooks the dishes. They're all meat, so why do his dishes taste so extra delicious? No. Su Shouying quickly stretched out her hand to refuse. The child wants to eat, I can pack some for you to take back, it doesn't cost any money. Lu Sufan had helped Su Shouying and her daughter a lot before. Although the gifts were worthless, they were precious help in times of need. Wait a minute, I'll serve it to you. Hey, not too much, just let the child taste it. Lu Sufan shouted. Su Shouying responded, then went into the kitchen and told Young Fan about it. Aunt Sufan helped me a lot before. It's rare that her child wants to eat something. Let's get her some of everything. Okay, you don't have to explain this to me. It just so happens that I made quite a large portion. He picked up 8 pieces of spare ribs and a lot of fried meat with mushrooms. People nowadays like to eat fatty meat, so Young Fan specially picked out a lot of fatty pork belly and took 4 generous buns. The whole plate was piled full, and he also took a bowl of lotus root soup. When Su Shouying brought it out to Lu Sufan hurriedly took out money from her pocket. There are so many, that $1 is not enough. Aunt Sufan, if you mention money again, I will take the dish back. Seeing that Su Shouying was serious, Lu Sufan was moved. Shouying, thank you, and thank your Young Fan for me too. Aunt Sufan, there's no need to be so polite between us. Lu Sufan shook her head but thought in her heart, it's different, the value of what she gave and what the other party gave is not equal at all. Little did she know that for Su Shouying, the thought is what matters most. Chapter 86, One More Injured Person. Lu Sufan brought a plate of food and a large bowl of soup, which surprised Yude, who was waiting in the yard. Why are you bringing so much? As he spoke, he took the lotus root soup and praised, it smells really good, and it's all meat. No wonder the kids don't like the meat we cook. Bring it closer and smell it. It smells even better. Grandpa, I want to eat. Grandpa, I want to eat too. The 2 children had been looking forward to it for a long time. Fortunately, Yang Fan gave enough, otherwise Lu Sufan and Yude would probably only be able to taste the bones. However, it was because they ate the dishes cooked by Yang Fan that they realized that meat is indeed fragrant, but the meat cooked by Yang Fan is even more fragrant. Isn't $1 too little for Yang Fan and the others? No money was given. Lu Sufan kept licking the bones. The couple didn't accept any money at all. Yude paused while drinking his soup and said, how can this be possible? Let alone the cooking skills, the meat itself is not cheap. We can't take advantage of them like this. Of course I know, but Shouying refused to accept it. Let's remember this and return it later. That's fine. Yude nodded and then sighed, but Yang Fan has really changed a lot. Not only can he make money, but his craftsmanship is also so good. What's the old saying, God has given you food to eat? When I saw him before, I felt that he was smart, but I didn't expect him to be so smart. Speaking of Yang Fan, Lu Sufan also felt emotional. The 2 of them live next door to each other. They may know more about Yang Fan's character than Yang's father and mother. Now that he has changed so much, it seems that he is really a prodigal son who has returned, and not just a flash in the pan. Zhou Hongying had finished packing and brought her daughter over. As soon as she entered the room, she saw the food and soup already laid out on the table. She looked at Su Shouying and asked in surprise, Shouying is learning a new dish? I've never heard Su Shouying say she can make sweet and sour pork ribs. I didn't do this. Young Fan did it. Yang Fan can cook? Zhou Hongying was a little surprised, but when she thought about it, he could cook the sugar water fairy cake better than an old hand like her, so it didn't seem surprising that he could cook. Then I'm going to have a good taste. After preparing dishes for the 2 children, Zhou Hongying casually picked up a piece of pork ribs. Then the sour and sweet taste exploded in her taste buds, and she couldn't help but give a thumbs up. When I was a child, my mother and I went to a wedding banquet of a distant relative. We were lucky enough to have a banquet in a big hotel. There was this sweet and sour pork ribs on it. It was very delicious. I think Yang Fan's is almost the same as that big hotel. It tastes like what I ate when I was a child. It was also the first time for Su Shouying to eat the sweet and sour spare ribs made by Yang Fan. She nodded in agreement. It is indeed delicious, but everything Yang Fan makes is delicious. She was telling the truth, but Zhou Hongying misunderstood. Yes, whatever Yang Fan cooks tastes good. This teasing tone made Su Xiuying blush. She had no intention of praising Yang Fan, she was simply stating the facts. After that, Zhou Hongying was amazed at every dish, even the simple lettuce. As for the two children, they had already taken a bite of vegetables and a bite of steamed buns, their hands and mouths were completely busy, and they didn't need the adults to pick up the food for them, they picked it up diligently on their own. And then also did not forget to show off her father to Yan Hongxia. Sister Hongxia, is the meal that daddy cooked good? The food cooked by my uncle is delicious, better than that cooked by my mom. Zhou Hongying. Although it is true, as an old mother, I still want some preference. Well, there is one more injured person in this village. Chapter 87, Muddling Through. After dinner, it was already late. Yang Fan didn't even have time to pack his things, so he hurried away with the bamboo basket. Zhou Hongying helped Su Xiuying clean up the dishes and said to her as she cleaned up, "Xiuying, you have finally come to a happy ending after all the hardships you have endured. I see that Xiaofan is not only able to make money and cook, but he is also very considerate of you. You probably don't want to divorce him now, right?" Su Xiuying had only told Zhou Hongying about her desire for a divorce. Well, he said it depends on his performance. I think Xiaofan is doing really well, it's like he's grown up all of a sudden. Yeah. Su Xiuying responded softly. On the other side, Yang Fan had no idea that his two sisters-in-law were talking about him. After hurriedly taking the skirt from Su Feng, he called a motorcycle that would go to the county, gave him 50 cents, and the driver took Yang Fan directly to the small shop they had been to yesterday. Shi Ziqiang and Shi Muden have arrived. When they returned last night, they didn't want to come, but Shi Yuanqiao felt that he couldn't go back on his word since he had already promised others. Moreover, Mr. Shi felt that Yang Fan was not the kind of person who would repay a favor. When Yang Fan came over, he saw the two of them and apologized. "Sorry, I'm late." "No, you are not late, we are early." Yang Fan sat down. He was indeed not late. He took the bamboo basket off his back and said, "Director Shi, I won't waste my time talking nonsense. Let me show you the finished product of the skirt I designed." After he finished speaking, he took out the skirt from the bamboo basket and spread it out in front of Shi Ziqiang. At the first glance of the off-white floral waist dress, Shi Muden couldn't help but exclaim, "This dress is so beautiful." Cough. Shi Ziqiang coughed. He has good eyes and is in this line of work, so he can naturally see that this skirt is indeed beautiful. In particular, the waist design and the tailoring in several places are different from existing skirt designs. Your skirt is indeed okay, but isn't it too simple? Such a simple skirt is going to take 20% of the factory's profits? He thought that the people in their factory could also design it. Yang Fan smiled and said, "Some things are indeed simple, but could you have thought of it before I took out this skirt? When it comes to advertising, creativity and design, many of the finished products may look simple to you, but could you have thought of them before they came out? The most important thing is, Director Shi, this is just the first skirt I designed. I can design clothes for all 4 seasons, and I guarantee that every design I make will be better looking than this skirt." Yang Fan smiled confidently. "Of course, I can show my skirt to others, so I'm not afraid of others copying it." Shi Ziqiang understood what Yang Fan meant. What is valuable is Yang Fan, the egg-laying chicken, not the egg of the skirt. "I think your skirt is indeed pretty good, but we can't guess what ordinary people like. If we produce it in large quantities, the warehouse will be piled up. I'm afraid that Nanchang can't hold on any longer. The current Nanchang does not seek to achieve anything meritorious, but only to avoid making mistakes." The cooperation Yang Fan sought was indeed a breakthrough for Nanchang, but was it too risky? If it failed, Nanchang, which could have survived for a few more years, might not be able to survive. "I know a little about the situation at the South Factory, Director Shi. I didn't say we would start mass production. I understand your concerns, but it's okay to try it on a small scale. The cost of a small-scale investment shouldn't be a big deal for the South Factory, right? Unless the South Factory wants to muddle through and just keep going like this." Yang Fan wasn't sure whether Nanchang had tried to make changes in its previous life, but it was a fact that it had been merged. Chapter 88 The pattern opens. There was indeed nothing wrong with what Yang Fan said, and it also touched Shi Ziqiang's heart. However, although they haven't said they want to cooperate yet and the factory hasn't notified them yet, Shi Ziqiang is confident that he can convince the factory to cooperate. It's just an issue of profit, and he thinks the factory director is unlikely to agree. It's really easy to get 20% profit just by drawing a design. Shermutin said, "Brother, this skirt is really beautiful. If it's on sale, I would buy one to wear as long as I can afford it." Although Shermutin married into the village, she had a more privileged life than most people since childhood. Her consumption concept was also different from that of children like Su Xiuying who grew up in hardship. As long as they had the ability and confidence, they were willing to spend money to please themselves. "Director Shi, to be honest, I sold this skirt before discussing this cooperation with you." Shi Ziqiang's eyes jumped, and he quickly asked, "How much are you selling it for?" $15 a piece. Due to limited staff, we can only make about 10 skirts a day. As a result, the demand exceeds the supply. $15? This price is a bit high, especially compared with the per capita income. Nanchang makes ready-made clothes and mass produces them, so the prices of the clothes are relatively low. In fact, Nanchang has also been involved in high-tech products, but the clothes it makes are not easy to sell, so it has to turn to mass production. Moreover, selling 10 skirts a day is indeed a small number for Nanchang, but Yang Fan is just an individual. He has no channels to distribute the goods, and no partners. If he sells 10 skirts by himself, that is 150 yuan, and the profit is at least 75 yuan, which means Yang Fan can earn 75 yuan a day. Calculated in this way, it is more than 2,000 yuan a month, which is a higher salary than his. And is this income real? Shi Ziqiang quickly calculated in his mind and was shocked. But he is a leader after all, and he can still keep calm. He finally understood why Yang Fan dared to ask for a 20% profit. If the price was 15 yuan or even higher, then Nanchang would still make a profit, so what if he gave Yang Fan 20%? Shi Ziqiang's vision suddenly opened up. "Brother Yang, come on, let's go back to the South factory. I'll take you to talk to the factory director about this." Shermutin didn't know that her elder brother was reluctant just now, but now he was enthusiastic, so she had to say, "Brother, since you guys are going to the factory, I'll go back first." She didn't go home last night because she asked Shermutin to help with the review, but she has to go back to her husband's house today. Her husband's family was already quite unhappy with her frequent visits to her parents' home, and now she's staying overnight there, which is a bit too much. "Go away, go away." Shi Ziqiang waved his hands, not wanting to pay any attention to his sister. Shermutin smiled helplessly and looked at Yang Fan. "Comrade Yang, do you have many skirts? I want to buy one." "Have." Last night, Su Fang probably hired someone else to work all night to make 10 skirts, and Yang Fan brought them all. Yang Fan wanted to give it to Shermutin, but Shermutin didn't need the money and didn't want to owe Yang Fan a favor, so she finally gave him 15 yuan. However, when he saw the gift headband, Yang Fan gave another explanation. Shi Ziqiang, who was waiting impatiently at the side, his eyes suddenly lit up when he heard about the function of this headband. This headband can be made entirely from scraps and it doesn't take much effort, but its effect will be liked by girls who love beauty, and gifts are also very helpful for sales. Chapter 89 Meeting the Factory Director. Shi Ziqiang was listening at the side and insisted that Yang Fan show him some hair braiding techniques. But he was a husband and Shermutin was a wife, so it was not convenient at all. So in the end Shi Ziqiang acted as the model himself, and Shermutin learned by holding her own hair. Although the braid was a little messy, it still looked pretty good. After braiding her hair, Shi Ziqiang abandoned his sister and took Yang Fan back to Nanchang. Although the distance was quite close, he didn't have the heart to walk over. Instead, he generously called a motorcycle taxi, paid the driver 1 cent, and took him to the gate of the South factory less than a kilometer away. The guard saw Shi Ziqiang and greeted him familiarly. "Director Shi, why are you so late at noon today?" "Something." Seeing Shi Ziqiang hurriedly responding, he pulled Yang Fan into the South factory, which surprised the guard. "Director Shi is usually quite steady, why is he so anxious today? And he's even arguing with a grown man. The world is really going downhill, and people's hearts are not as they used to be." The other side. Shi Ziqiang took Yang Fan and met many workers along the way, but Shi Ziqiang simply greeted them and then took Yang Fan directly to the factory director's office. "Enter." After a few knocks on the door, a deep male voice came from inside. Shi Ziqiang pushed the door open and walked in, followed closely by Yang Fan. What I saw was a relatively simple office, but it was quite large, with a desk, office chair, bookshelf, a coffee table and a mahogany bench, which was used specifically for entertaining guests. As for the director of the South factory, it was also the first time that Yang Fan met him. He was sitting in an office chair, looking at something at his desk. He was wearing glasses, had a slightly bald head, and some wrinkles on his face. He was probably around 45 years old. Hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, he did not look up, but continued to look at the documents in his hand. "What's the matter?" "Director, I brought someone to see you today." Upon hearing this, the factory director finally put down the documents in his hand, raised his head, and looked past Shi Ziqiang at Young Fan. Seeing this, Young Fan nodded slightly. "Who is this?" He was carrying a bamboo basket and wearing only clean clothes. He didn't look like an important person at all. Shi Ziqiang brought such a person to see him. Was there something special about this person? Shi Ziqiang hurriedly introduced, "Director, this is Yang Fan. Yang Fan, this is Huang Shangdong, the director of our South Factory." "Hello, Director Huang." Yang Fan greeted. Huang Shangdong nodded slightly, and then continued to cast a questioning look at Shi Ziqiang, who hurriedly explained, "Director, Comrade Yang Fan found me yesterday and said he wanted to discuss a cooperation with the factory. Today I confirmed that this cooperation is feasible and will be of great help to our factory, so I brought him here to see you." Hearing this, Huang Shangdong finally stood up, and then asked Yang Fan to sit on the mahogany chair, while Shi Ziqiang obediently made tea on the side. "Comrade Yang Fan, tell me, what kind of cooperation do you want to discuss with the factory?" Yang Fan repeated what he had said to Shi Ziqiang at noon. Unlike Shi Ziqiang, who had subconsciously become suspicious and dissatisfied when he heard about the 20% profit, he still listened carefully to Yang Fan's plan, and occasionally asked questions quietly if he didn't understand something. Shi Ziqiang watched from the side and couldn't help sighing in his heart, thinking that he was worthy of being his leader, as he was more patient than him and better at judging people. Of course, this was a complete misunderstanding on his part. The reason why Huang Shangdong had no doubts was entirely because Shi Ziqiang had talked to Yang Fan, and Huang Shangdong trusted him and would not act without purpose, so he was willing to listen to everything he said before making a decision. Chapter 90. He will be a character. After Yang Fan finished speaking, he took out a skirt from the bamboo basket and talked about his achievements in selling skirts outside these days. As expected, Huang Shangdong also quickly calculated a number in his mind, and the profit he obtained also made him excited. After Yang Fan finished speaking, Shi Ziqiang, who was standing by, finally started to speak out the draft he had prepared when he came. "Director, although Comrade Yang Fan's request for 20% profit is a bit too much, but..." Before he finished speaking, Huang Shangdong slapped his thigh, stood up, and extended his hand to Yang Fan. "Comrade Yang Fan, happy cooperation." "Ah? Director, do you agree?" Yang Fan was still fine, but Shi Ziqiang was extremely surprised. He hadn't even spoken the draft he had prepared yet, but the factory director agreed? Was it such a big deal? Was this why he was the factory director and he could only be the director? In terms of courage, he is indeed not as good as the factory director. Of course, Shi Ziqiang misunderstood again this time. Yang Fan was not too surprised. This cooperation was actually just a calculation problem. Everyone was not a fool. The cost and the profit could be calculated. If it were other factories with good performance, there might not be a need to waste time or money on trial and error. After all, they can make money on their own and do not need Yang Fan to add icing on the cake. But the Nanchang factory is different. They are in urgent need of change, because if they don't change, someone from above will come and change them. Spending a little time and money, which is nothing to Nanchang, to win a bright future for Nanchang, even a fool would know the choice. After reaching a cooperation intention, Yang Fan and Huang Shangdong discussed in detail how to cooperate and signed a contract. Although Yang Fan only provided the design drawings, he would get a larger share of the profits if the South factory sold well, so he participated in how to sell the skirts and how to set the price. This surprised both Huang Shangdong and Shi Ziqiang. Although everyone knew before that Yang Fan was a talented person, otherwise he would not have been able to design such a beautiful skirt, but after seeing Yang Fan talk about business matters, they realized that Yang Fan's talent in business might be even better than his talent in design. This boy will definitely become a big shot in the future. Huang Shangdong and Shi Ziqiang both commented like this in their hearts. The three of them chatted in the office until the bell rang for the end of get off work at the South factory. Huang Shangdong patted his head and said with a smile, "I didn't expect it's time to get off work. Xia Yang, come on, I'll treat you. Let's go out for a meal and continue chatting." Good. This kind of business entertainment is inevitable, and Yang Fan did not refuse. Only when you have a certain status in the future will you have the confidence to say no. As the head of a factory, Huang Shangdong still has a car for commuting, a Volga, which is probably a bit old. But these days, having a car is awesome and can be envied by everyone. Seeing Yang Fan looking at the car, Huang Xiangdong smiled and said, I can't afford a car from the factory. Once the skirt is on the market, Director Huan will be able to afford it. Then I'll take your kind words, ha. The car carrying Yang Fan and his party came to a restaurant which was considered high-end at that time, with a very unique name, called the Red Flag Hotel. Huang Xiangdong didn't call anyone else, just Yang Fan, him and Shi Ziqiang. After entering the restaurant, it was obvious that the people here knew Huang Xiangdong. After Huang Xiangdong greeted him, he got him a private room. Huang Xiangdong took the menu and asked Yang Fan to order. After Yang Fan ordered 2 dishes, Huang Xiangdong and Shi Ziqiang each ordered 2 more dishes. As for the wine, Yang Fan said that his wife at home did not allow him to drink, so Huang Xiangdong did not order anymore. After all, he had to drive soon. Chapter 91 Cooperation achieved. 5 dishes and 1 soup. Except for 1 stir-fried vegetable which is a vegetarian dish, all other dishes, including the soup, contain meat and are considered meat dishes. Cooking in restaurants these days is really affordable, and there are not so many different seasonings. All ingredients are genuine, safe, hygienic and clean, unlike in later times, which are all about technology and hard work. The Chinese people all like to talk about things at the dinner table, so the 3 of them continued to talk about the previous topic while eating. As they talked, they felt closer to each other and started to talk about other things. Huang Xiangdong took a sip of tea and said, Brother Yang, to be honest, the South Factory is not doing well right now. I heard rumors that the South Factory is likely to be merged into the 3rd factory. I have put all my thoughts on this cooperation you mentioned. If it doesn't succeed, I don't know what to do. Director, is this news true? Is our South Factory really going to merge with the 3rd factory? Well, if we continue like this, it's only a matter of time before we merge with the 3rd factory. Shi Ziqiang frowned slightly when he heard this. If the 2 factories merged, the lower-level employees would not be affected, but the leaders of the old factory would definitely be excluded. Then his life would not be so easy. Yang Fan advised, Don't worry, Director Huang, this skirt will definitely sell well. That's right. Huang Xiangdong picked up the cup and said, Brother Yang, I, old Huang, will use tea instead of wine to toast you. I wish our skirts will sell well. Then I'll also give a toast to Brother Yang. The 3 of them clinked their glasses in the air, and the meal ended successfully. When the meal was almost over, Yang Fan went out to use the toilet. When he came out to pay the bill after the meal, Huang Xiangdong realized that Yang Fan had already paid. Brother Yang, I agree to be the host, how can I let you treat me? Director Huang, there will be plenty of opportunities to invite me in the future. You can just invite me back at the next celebration banquet. Yang Fan said, afraid that Huang Xiangdong would give him money, so he waved and left in a hurry. My wife is still waiting for me at home, I'm going back first. After saying that, Yang Fan hailed a motorcycle taxi at the entrance of the hotel and left quickly. Huang Xiangdong watched this scene, smiled and shook his head. This Yang Fan really knows how to behave. Yes, he will definitely have a great future. Shi Ziqiang agreed. The 2 looked at each other and saw the confidence in this cooperation in each other's eyes. Yes, how could such a talented person fail? It was already 7:30 when Yang Fan returned to the village. There was still a kerosene lamp hanging at the door, the light was dim, but warm enough. Su Xiuying accompanied in and waiting for Yang Fan at the door. As soon as he arrived home, Anan heard the sound of the door opening and immediately ran towards Yang Fan. Why are you waiting here? Aren't there many mosquitoes? It's okay. We sprayed floral water and wore long sleeves. Yang Fan sniffed and found the scent of toilet water in the air, but it was not particularly strong. It seemed that Su Xiuying only sprayed a little bit to save money. Have you eaten yet? I ate it, but Anan didn't eat much. Yang Fan was puzzled, why don't you eat much? Are you sick? He remembered that Anan had always had a good appetite and could eat a big bowl of rice every time. Now she had grown a lot taller. Yang Fan was holding her and she was much heavier than before. Su Xiuying glared at him, how dare you say that? It's all your fault. Ah. The food you cook is so delicious. She doesn't like the food I cook anymore. Although she ate it out of courtesy, it was nothing compared to the food Yang Fan cooked. At that time, Anan wished she had 2 stomachs. When Yang Fan heard the real reason, he couldn't help laughing. Mama's cooking is not as good as Daddy's. Anan said to Yang Fan, Dad, please cook for me. Anan didn't have a full stomach at night. And then, Daddy can cook for you, but sometimes Daddy has something to do and can't cook, so you won't eat? You can't not eat just because it doesn't taste good, okay? Because Daddy will feel bad if you're hungry, okay? Yang Fan taught her seriously, speaking softly, and Mommy works so hard to cook for you, but you say that Mommy's cooking is not tasty. You are so hurtful to Mommy. If you work so hard to cook in the future, but Mommy and Daddy say that it is not tasty, and you eat the food cooked by other children, will you be happy? No. And then imagined the scene, and her eyes instantly turned red. I'm sorry, Mom, it's Ann's fault. Su Shouying's heart melted, and she quickly took the child from Yang Fan's arms. Oh, Anan, Mommy doesn't blame you, don't cry, ah. You too, why are you talking about the child? Teach her a little. Yang Fan also felt distressed, Anan, whatever you want to eat, Dad will make it for you. A child's temper comes and goes quickly. When she heard there was food to eat, she was immediately attracted and held back the tears that were about to fall. The steamed buns from lunch were gone, so Yang Fan simply ordered some noodles. Anan and Su Shouying each had a bowl, which made Su Shouying ask, why are you cooking noodles for me? I'm afraid you haven't had enough either. Do you think I'm still a child? I won't eat if there's nothing delicious to eat? For someone like her who is hungry all year round, as long as she can fill her stomach, there's no reason to be so picky. Eat, I'll tell you what happened today. Su Shouying didn't eat much for dinner, but she could still eat noodles now. As soon as Su Shouying put the warm and delicious noodles in her mouth, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. It was indeed different, and she couldn't blame the child. If she were not an adult and had self-control, she would only want to eat the food cooked by Yang Fan. Yang Fan quietly watched his wife and daughter eat, while talking about what happened today. While eating, Su Shouying asked, does this mean that the cooperation with Nanchang has been successful? Well, the contract is in the bamboo basket. You can put it away later. Hearing this, Su Shouying quickly finished her noodles, gulped down a few mouthfuls of soup, wiped her hands, and went to the bamboo basket to get the contract. You didn't sell the skirt today? I don't have time. I've been staying in the South factory. Only Sher Muden bought one. So that's how it is. Su Shouying took out the contract. She felt that this white A4 paper looked quite high-end. She wiped the table again and again before she dared to put the contract on the table and gently flipped through it. Although she could read, the contract was professional after all, so she only vaguely understood it. But with Yang Fan explaining it to her, she finally understood it all. In other words, as long as you draw a design like the last time, and when the South factory produces and sells the skirts, you can get 20% profit on each skirt? How much is that? Yeah. Yang Fan nodded. The price of the skirts at the South factory is higher, probably 18 yuan. But after all, they don't sell directly. All the major suppliers buy from them, so the price will be cheaper. It's hard to say. The price of each store is different, but we can still calculate how much money they make from a skirt. Yang Fan has calculated that even if the price is 10 yuan per piece, the cost to the Nanchang factory will not be more than 5 yuan. So even if it is 5 yuan, Yang Fan can still get a share of 1 yuan. Don't underestimate this $1. If the South factory supplies the goods, the quantity will be in the hundreds or thousands. Isn't this better than Yang Fan working hard to sell skirts outside? Chapter 92 Reliable. Su Shouying also understood this truth and a look of joy appeared on her face. If the skirt keeps selling, you can keep making profits. Yang Fan smiled and said nothing. Just think about this sentence, there is no such good thing. The county is so small that the market will eventually become saturated, so we still have to innovate. And the county is small after all, and the profit is limited, but for Yang Fan now, he still has to take one step at a time. Take your time. After Anan finished eating the noodles, Su Shouying accompanied her in the yard to digest the food before taking her to wash up. Perhaps Yang Fan's education at night took effect. Tonight, Anan did not make a fuss about sleeping with Yang Fan. Instead, she said to Su Shouying, Mom, I want to listen carefully to your stories tonight. Although I already know all the stories you told, I still want to listen carefully. She couldn't waste her mother's hard work telling her a story by not listening. Yang Fan. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, after breakfast, Yang Fan came to the town carrying a bamboo basket. Su Feng had been waiting there for a long time. Yang Fan looked at her dark circles and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sister Feng, you have to make money and sleep. Your dark circles are bigger than those of a national treasure. How can I sleep? I can't sleep when I think about how much money I will lose if I take a break. Then you should also take care of your health. You can never make enough money. Don't let your health break down and all your money go to the hospital. Su Fong was stunned for a moment, then nodded seriously. You make sense. After chatting about trivial matters, we started to talk about the main topic. Su Fong first told Yang Fan about what happened yesterday. It turned out that she had made all the remaining skirts. No wonder she had such dark circles under her eyes. Although not all of them were sold out this time, she still sold 5, and there are still 5 skirts in the store. How many do you want? You have to leave one for me. Yesterday a customer said he liked it but didn't bring enough money. Today he came to buy it and paid a deposit. It's okay. I was busy yesterday and didn't go to sell them. I still have 9 in my hand. Su Fong also breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, I've been busy for so many days, I can take a break today. I'm not going to the county today. I'll sell the skirt in your store for now. Why don't you go? Is business bad? Su Fong was a little worried because she hadn't earned enough money yet. No, I want to take a day off today and stay at home with my wife and children. I don't want to miss my daughter's growth because of making money. Yang Fan has always wanted to promote cooperation with Nanchang, and he had this intention. There is no end to making money. If he could start over again, he would know better what is most important to him. He didn't want to miss his daughter's growth and become estranged from his wife and daughter because of making money. Hearing this, Su Fong looked at him in surprise. I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful and think of this. Okay, leave the skirt here. I have a feeling that business will be good today. Those who buy the skirt will also become an advertisement when they wear it. Yesterday, someone came to Su Fong to buy a skirt because someone else bought one. Okay, I'll go to the supply and marketing cooperative to measure the cloth later. You take your time. Your health is more important. I don't think I'll go to the county every day from now on. Su Fong nodded, okay. Seeing that Yang Fan was not unwilling to do this business, she felt relieved. She suddenly realized that she did not feel safe when she was alone, but if she worked with Yang Fan, she would feel very safe. This boy, unknowingly, could give her a sense of reliability. Chapter 93 Disrespect for Elders. After Yang Fan went to the supply and marketing cooperative to measure 120 feet of cloth, he settled yesterday's money with Su Fong. I sold 5 skirts yesterday for a total of 75 yuan. After deducting the money given to Su Fong, the final profit was 64.5 yuan. After deducting the advance payment for the 120 feet of cloth, the total profit I gave back to Yang Fan was 44.5 yuan. Yang Fan took the money and counted the money in his hand. Yesterday I went to the Hongqi restaurant for a meal and paid 18 yuan for it. I also spent some money and earned some money. Now Yang Fan still has a little over 300 yuan in his hand. Finally, his savings are no longer stuck at 200 yuan. After counting his money, Yang Fan, who had originally walked out of Su Fong's shop, turned around and went back into the shop. What's wrong? Did you miscalculate? No. Yang Fan asked directly, Sister Fong, do you know where I can get industrial tickets? What do you want industrial tickets for? Don't ask. I want it. Do you know anyone who can get it? Money is not a problem. Industrial tickets are rarely circulated in the market. You know that only those who have won awards such as outstanding employees can get them. I also asked someone to buy an industrial ticket for me before I bought a sewing machine. Well, let me ask that person for you. Is it necessary? Yes, thank you, Sister Fong. Polite. Now that the cooperation with Nanchang has been finalized, the matter of buying a sewing machine for Su Shouying naturally has to be put on the agenda. In addition, the living standards of the whole family need to be improved, and my parents' house is very old and leaks when it rains, so this matter also needs to be put on the agenda. Yang Fan silently calculated in his mind, then went into the supply and marketing cooperative, bought a lot of vegetables, and also bought 2 fish. I've been eating meat every day these days and haven't eaten fish for a long time. When I got home, Su Shouying and Anan were not at home. They must have gone out to play with the children. In the past, Anan didn't like to go out and play with other children, but now she wants to stay outside every day except for mealtimes to show off how delicious her father's cooking is and how beautiful her new clothes and shoes are. Yang Fan didn't go out to call them, but cleaned up in the kitchen and prepared to make lunch. Just as the fire was lit, there was a knock on the door. Yang Fan, Shouying, are you home? Yang Fan cleaned his hands, walked to the yard and opened the door. When he saw the person coming, he was slightly startled, then greeted, Auntie. Of course, the old man did not go to Jotang village alone to escape famine. The person in front of him was a former villager of his. He called her sister, but they were actually not related at all. In his previous life, Yang Fan had no impression of her. He only remembered that they didn't have much contact. After Xiuying's incident, she went around calling him a bastard in other people's homes. However, Yang Fan was indeed a bastard at the time, so he didn't refute it. Yang Fan, are you home alone? Yang Fan couldn't remember his aunt's name, but she looked to be in her 60s. She was wearing a thin blue shirt and holding a palm leaf fan. She was wearing cotton and linen trousers of the same color. The trousers were a little short, and he couldn't tell whether they were 7-point or 8-point trousers. She was wearing a pair of plastic slippers. Yes, what can I do for you, Aunt? The aunt just smiled and said nothing. Instead, she walked past Yang Fan and entered the yard. She looked around the yard carefully and then saw the 3 chickens that Yang Fan raised in the yard. It seems like you have a really good life. You even have chickens. Yang Fan frowned slightly and asked again, what does Aunt want to talk to me about? Yang Fan, what's wrong with your attitude? I'm your aunt. Even your grandfather doesn't dare to talk to me like that. The aunt taught Yang Fan a lesson, then went into the house and went straight to the kitchen. Seeing a lot of meat and fish on the stove, his eyes lit up and his voice became higher. It seems that you have really made money and can afford to eat so much meat. Yang Fan didn't say anything. At this moment, he wanted to see what this so-called aunt was up to. Seeing that Yang Fan didn't say anything, the aunt didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, she picked up the meat on the stove and said, Yang Fan, I heard that you made money by selling sugar water before, right? What's wrong? Yesterday I saw that it was your sister-in-law Zhou Hongying who was selling it. I asked her and she said that you didn't want to do it anymore and gave it to her to do it? Yes. Yang Fan now understood the purpose of this cheap aunt's visit. It turned out that she was interested in his family's dessert business. What does she know as a woman? Auntie disagreed. I think your cousin is more capable than her. Why not let your cousin run the sweet soup business? He will definitely do a better job than her. Yang Fan sneered, I can give my things to whoever I want. Yang Fan, that's not what I meant. Your cousin is your family, and Zhou Hongying is an outsider after all. Wouldn't it be better to do it for your cousin than for Zhou Hongying? You may have forgotten who my eldest sister-in-law's husband is. I can still tell who is an outsider between my cousin and my eldest brother. Besides, although I call you aunt, you are not my real aunt. The aunt didn't seem to expect Yang Fan to be so disrespectful. She covered her chest with one hand and pointed at him with the other, looking quite annoyed. How can you speak to your elders like this? Also, you said my sister-in-law is a woman, then what are you? Yang Fan said coldly, not caring about the feelings at all, Aunt, I have to prepare dinner, so I won't let you stay here to eat. The aunt was disappointed and said harshly, I'm going to ask your grandfather to judge. You have made a little money and you don't know who you are. After saying that, she left angrily. Although he was over 60 years old, he was in very good health. He walked briskly and even took a potato from Yang Fan. Yang Fan was too lazy to argue with her about a potato, so he said nothing and continued cooking. The other side. The aunt left Yang Fan's house angrily and went straight to the old man's house. Uncle Yang Yingxiong went to work, and aunt went to the fields, leaving the old man alone at home. Seeing the aunt coming over, the old man greeted her, Sister Yulan, why did you think of looking for me today? The Yang family had little money and no capable people. After Yang Yulan's family gained a foothold in Jotan village, they gradually reduced their contact with the Yang family. The so-called reduced contact actually means that the two families don't visit each other much, especially during the New Year and other festivals. The rest of the time, everyone lives in the same village and sees each other every day. Brother, you have to make the decision for me. What's wrong? The old man was very surprised. It had been a long time since their two families had contacted each other. Your Yang Fan was disrespectful to me. I spoke to him with good intentions, but he almost pointed at me and scolded me. He also said that I was an outsider and a woman. Brother, how can Yang Fan be so disrespectful to his elders? Although the old man was old, he was not confused. He did not believe everything he heard. Instead, he asked, why would our Yang Fan scold you when he was fine? These days, all he hears when he goes out are people praising Yang Fan. This morning when he went out he even heard people saying good things about Yang Fan. Why is he suddenly being disrespectful to his elders now? If it was the Yang fan from the past, he would have believed it, but the Yang fan now is a good man who has turned over a new leaf. Chapter 94. Who do you think you are? The old man asked back, as if he had stepped on Yang Yulan's tail. Brother, what do you mean by this? Can I, an elder, slander him? This does make sense, but the old man also knows that Yang Yulan has a lot of problems, so he said directly, then I'll go ask Yang fan what's going on. What else can it be, big brother? You have watched Shenkai grow up, and he is in trouble now. As his cousin, Yang fan should help him. But what about Yang fan? I am asking him a few questions. He has made a little money and doesn't take his elders seriously. The old man grasped the point. What happened to Shenkai? What else can we do? Didn't Yang fan make some money selling sugar water some time ago? Now he doesn't do it anymore. Shouldn't this business be left to our Yang family? But Yang fan actually gave it to Zhou Hongying, an outsider? Doesn't he know who is closer to him, his cousin or his sister-in-law? Her words sounded so natural that for a moment, the old man thought he had misheard. It took him a while to realize that he had heard correctly. Although Yang fan gave the business to Zhou Hongying and his grandson Yang Hai are from the same family. The old man knows very well who is closer to him and who is closer to Yu Chengkai, his not-so-close cousin. Sister Yulan, that's not what you mean. Hongying is a member of our Yang family after she married into our family. So, according to what you said, Chengkai is not a member of our Yang family if he doesn't have the last name Yang? Yang Yulan was stunned for a moment. Brother, how can you say that? I am from the old Yang family, and my grandson is naturally from the old Yang family too. You watched Chengkai grow up, don't you know what this child is like? The old man is really knowledgeable. Yu Chengkai is not much inferior to Yang fan in the past. When I see him on the street, he always ignores me. Sometimes he would come to my house empty-handed during the Chinese New Year to eat and get a red envelope. But the old man is old, so he doesn't care about this. Besides, it doesn't cost much, so he just does it. But to be honest, this child has no outstanding qualities. As the two were talking, Yang Yingxiong came back. He would occasionally come back for lunch at noon, and when he saw Yang Yulan, he called out, Aunt Hero, you're back. Come and judge for yourself. Big brother is confused. Then, with Yang Yulan's comments and the old man's supplement, Yang Yingxiong, the old man in the subway, looks at his phone.jpg. He encountered the same problem as the old man, that is, where did Yang Yulan get the face? Yang Yulan's shamelessness was beyond the two men's imagination, and finally the old man became extremely annoyed. He called Yang fan over and asked Yang fan to make his own decision. Even though he was Yang fan's father, he had no right to decide. Now, almost all members of the Yang family have arrived. Even Yang Hai came over after hearing the news, and when he saw Yang Yulan, he almost couldn't help but slap her in the face. Yang fan looked at the mess and said in a cold voice, I can give my dessert stand to whoever I want. It has nothing to do with others. I'll leave it here today. Even if my sister-in-law quits someday, I'll throw the stand away and I won't give it to you Chengkai. Yang Yulan, I call you aunt to give face to grandpa. Otherwise, who do you think you are? Do you really think that just because you have the surname Yang, you are a family member of our Yang family? Get out of here. That's quite impolite. If it were usual, the old man would definitely talk about Yang fan, but today, the old man felt that what he said was particularly appropriate. Sure enough, to deal with shameless people, one has to be as tough as Yang fan. Chapter 95, Generosity. Regarding the farce at the dessert stall, no one dared to say anything more due to Yang fan's cold face and impolite words. However, most members of the Yang family support Yang fan's approach. After all, Yang Yulan is not their real aunt, so Yang fan can't complain about helping his own brother. If Lu Chengkai can get this job, then aren't they, the real Yang family members, more qualified than Lu Chengkai? Yang Yulan left in disgrace. Not only did she not get anything good in return, but she also almost destroyed the rare family affection in the Yang family. Yang fan didn't take her affairs to heart. After saying this, he hurried back because he still had fish stewing in the pot. A steamed sea bass, the two fish heads were cut off separately to make fish head tofu soup, and the other fish was cut into pieces and made into fish meat and shrimp stew, with some vegetables and mushrooms added, which was very fragrant. Su Xiaoying and Anan both loved to eat spicy and sour potato shreds, so Yang fan naturally would not forget it. He used the lean meat to make meatballs, and the pork belly was stir-fried with chili peppers, and he also stir-fried some sweet potato leaves. The 5 dishes in one soup made the dish very rich. The dishes were large in quantity, so Yang Fan called his parents and his eldest brother and his family, who had returned temporarily at noon, to come over for dinner. In the end, even the juice from the sweet potato leaves was eaten with the rice and was eaten up cleanly. The 3 children of the eldest brother were even more reluctant to go home. They wanted to live in their younger uncle's house and eat such delicious food every day. Of course, after being beaten up by my eldest brother and sister-in-law, I went back crying. After everyone in the family had left, Su Xiaoying asked, "Did we say something too harsh about what happened with my aunt today? After all, we all live in the same place and will have to interact with each other in the future. What are you afraid of? Do you think she will be able to help us if we are in trouble in the future and ask her for help? Not likely." Su Xiaoying knew a little about this old lady's true colors, and as a woman, she knew more gossip than Yang Fan. That's right. Since it doesn't matter whether she is offended or not, why should I let her use her status as an elder to kidnap me? Yang Fan didn't take it to heart. Don't think about it. Didn't you see that Grandpa didn't say anything? It proves that he agrees with what I did. Okay. Hearing this, Su Xiaoying stopped struggling and asked, "Are you going to the county this afternoon? I think it's getting late." The whole family was eating and chatting at the table, so the meal took more than an hour, which was much later than the usual mealtime. "No, I'll stay at home with you and in today. After all, you can never make enough money. Why do I need you to accompany me? I'm not a child anymore." Su Xiaoying was a little shy, and quickly called out to Anan, who was playing in the yard, "Anan, it's too hot, don't stay in the sun." "I know, Mom." Anan responded, caught the ant and went under the eaves to continue playing. Yang Fan said that he would stay at home with his mother and daughter and would not go anywhere. In the afternoon, Su Xiaoying took her children out to play, and Yang Fan followed them. Su Xiaoying chased him away. There were women and children everywhere, so why was he standing there? Yang Fan had no choice but to go back home. Seeing that it was still early, he put on his bamboo basket and went outside to collect firewood. Perhaps because he saw that Yang Fan had been having a very smooth time recently, when he was collecting firewood, he met Yang Yulan's beloved grandson, or so-called cousin, Yu Chengkai, who had come to make trouble today. Seeing Yang Fan, Yu Chengkai immediately snorted and said sarcastically, "Some people, after making a little money, think they are important people, but they don't know that they are nothing outside. Should we say they are truly a family? It all says the same thing. Besides, what does it have to do with him if Yang Fan is nothing outside? Does that mean he is nothing outside? What is there for him to be proud of?" Yang Fan couldn't understand this kind of people. Yang Fan had encountered quite a few such people when he was doing business in his previous life. They would always talk about me XX, and so on, with such a smug look on their faces, as if they were talking about themselves. So what if your friend made money and bought a luxury car? What does it have to do with you? People who don't know would think that you bought the luxury car. Seeing Yang Fan's disdain for him, Yu Chengkai got angry and said coldly again, "Didn't you make money? Don't you still have to collect firewood here like me? If you have the ability, go to the county and buy a house. I can live wherever I want. What does it have to do with you?" Yang Fan didn't want to bother with such people, but it was also annoying to have a fly buzzing around you. Yu Chengkai choked, then said, "Some people have really become phoenixes after flying to the top of a tree. After making so much money, they don't even recognize their relatives anymore." There were not only Yang Fan and Yu Chengkai collecting firewood here, there were 3 other people, all from the village. However, Yang Fan was not familiar with them, so he just said hello and walked over. Seeing Yang Fan and Yu Chengkai talking at this moment, no one dared to breathe, but pricked up their ears to listen to the latest gossip. Yang Yulan made such a big fuss today that the news has already become a hot topic in the village this afternoon. I guarantee that everyone can hear it. Some people, like Yang Fan, think that Yang Yulan's family is too shameless, but some people also think that even if you, Yang Fan, are unwilling to give the stall to Yu Chengkai, it is really rude to speak to your elders like that. Besides, you have made money, so what's wrong with helping your relatives? Yang Fan wouldn't care about this kind of person. There is never a shortage of such people who are generous to others in this world. If the knife does not cut your own flesh, you will not feel pain. Yang Fan put the firewood into the bamboo basket, stood up and looked at Yu Chengkai. "Relatives? What kind of relatives are you? You don't think that just because I'm polite enough to call Yang Yulan aunt, you really think we are relatives?" Yu Chengkai was stunned. He really didn't know about this and was speechless for a moment. Relatives whom I have called each other for so many years are no longer relatives? If not, then what reason did they have to ask Yang Fan to give the dessert stall to him? He didn't dare to speak, as others would think he was guilty. After all, the Yang family is an outsider household, and it is not clear whether they are real relatives. Now after hearing Yang Fan mention it, Yu Chunkai did not dare to refute it. Only then did he know the truth. It turns out that these two people with the surname Yang are not from the same family. Yang Fan didn't care about other people's eyes. After picking up enough firewood, he walked away leisurely. On the other side, Yu Chunkai couldn't stand the inquiring gazes of others, so he hurriedly put on the bamboo basket and followed Yang Fan and left. As soon as he left, the other three started chatting instantly. So they are not relatives. Yu Chengsai's family is really shameless. Yes, and there was nothing wrong with Yang Fan giving his stall to his eldest sister-in-law. She is his eldest brother's wife, so why would he not trust her? It's better than giving it to Yu Chunkai. In my opinion, given Yu Chengsai's personality, even if we really give him the stall, it will fail in a few days, right? When they thought of Yu Chengsai's personality, they all nodded in agreement. Chapter 96, Move Around More. Yang Fan didn't take Yu Chengsai's affairs to heart. Every family has a terrible relative, not to mention that they are not even relatives at all, so there is no need to consider the other party's feelings. After collecting firewood and returning home, Yang Fan cleaned up the chicken coop and spread the swept chicken manure into the vegetable patch. Then he went to the kitchen and put things in order. There aren't many things in the house, so it's quick to tidy up, but it's too empty. At this time, everyone is at work. Those who are not working are working in the fields or resting. There are no other people as idle as Yang Fan except for the scoundrels. Therefore, Yang Fan has no other friends except those bad friends before. Seeing that it was still early, Yang Fan simply started making some buns. Last time, we didn't make many buns, and Anan only ate 2. These past 2 days, she has been saying that she wants to eat more. Anyway, there is nothing to do now, so Yang Fan kneaded the dough and waited for it to ferment. While waiting for the dough to ferment, he was not idle. He took out the paper and pen he bought last time and started drawing the design. Designs are not only good if they are ahead of their time. Yang Fan looks at this era from the perspective of future generations, and the clothes he designs also take into account the aesthetics and acceptance of this era. For example, shorts, miniskirts, or suspender skirts, no matter how beautiful the design is, few people dare to wear them. The National Day is coming in a few days. Huang Shangdong means to work overtime in the next few days and try to stock the products in major stores during the National Day. Yang Fan will have to go to the factory tomorrow to check out the specific situation. Although he has nothing to do now, Yang Fan doesn't want to make any mistakes since it concerns his profits. When it gets dark, Su Shouying and Anan, who had gone out to play, came back. Anan's clothes were all dirty and she was sweating. Su Shouying wiped her body and changed her clothes as soon as she got home. After changing, Anan ran to stick to Yang Fan again. When she heard that Yang Fan was going to make her favorite buns in the evening, she happily shouted in the yard by herself. Su Shouying felt helpless when she saw this scene. It was true that Anan smiled more often since Yang Fan changed, but she was also just pretending. Yang Fan asked her, "What kind of filling do you want to eat?" "Anything is fine. I'm not picky. Whatever you make tastes good." "You trust me so much?" He stared at her steadily, which made Su Shouying feel a little at a loss. She reached out and pushed Yang Fan. "You are too close to me. You are my wife, and it is not okay for me to get close to you?" "No, it's just too hot." Seeing that she couldn't stand it, Yang Fan stopped talking, stepped back, and said with a smile, "Are you hinting that I should buy an electric fan?" "Why buy that thing? It's expensive as hell, and it consumes a lot of electricity. The most important thing is that the weather is about to get cold, and it will be covered in dust in a few days." "That makes sense. I'll buy it next year." Su Shouying. It seems that Yang Fan is becoming more and more shameless. And she also fell a little. This feeling didn't exist even when she first married Yang Fan. After all, at that time, they were not much different from a blind marriage. At most, they had met a few times and had dinner together once before the wedding. They were almost like strangers. Most of her feelings for Yang Fan were because he was her husband and her first man. But now, it is Yang Fan's intelligence, sense of responsibility, good craftsmanship and other advantages that attracted her. Yang Fan did not press too hard, but just made small daily attempts. After all, it is very painful to be alone in an empty house. Before the dough was fermented, Yang Fan started cooking dinner. Su Shouying went into the kitchen, wanting to learn a thing or two. Now Yang Fan took on the task of making money and taking on most of the housework at home. Although Su Shouying was very happy, she also felt that she could not help at all. She thought about learning a few tricks so that when Yang Fan was tired or didn't want to cook, she would be able to cook a few good dishes. Yang Fan naturally tried his best to teach Su Shouying what she wanted to learn. Only after learning, Su Shouying found that the seasoning ratio was important, but the knife skills and the heat are also important. She couldn't have any knife skills, and the heat, just burning the fire and taking out the stick, she couldn't do it, it was too dangerous, so she could only learn the simple taste. After the dishes are ready, the dough is almost fermented. Yang Fan made the stuffing with cabbage and meat. He steamed quite a lot this time, about 40. He kept some for himself, and gave some to his eldest brother, parents, and grandfather, and that was about it. And didn't he eat much and said he wanted to save room for the buns. Fortunately, the fire was strong enough, and by the time they finished their meal, the buns were steamed. There will be 10 for the eldest brother's family of 5, and 6 for my parents. As for Grandpa, he lives with my eldest uncle Yang Yingxiong's family, so it is not appropriate to give only one to Grandpa. Besides, a lot of steamed dumplings this time, so Yang Fan calculated, 2 for the old man, and 1 for each of the 6 people in my eldest uncle's family, so 8 will be enough, and there will be 14 left. 12 will be eaten by my family tonight and for breakfast tomorrow, and the remaining 2, Yang Fan asked Su Shouying to send to Aunt Sufan and Uncle Yude next door. Taking advantage of the moonlight, after sending his eldest brother's family and his parents' family off, Yang Fan came to his grandfather's house. It was my Aunt Luo Xiaoyu who opened the door. She was very surprised to see Yang Fan. Yang Fan, why are you here so late? Well, I made some buns at home and sent them to Grandpa. Luo Xiaoyu glanced at the bamboo basket in his hand and said, "Come in, Dad is not asleep yet." Okay. Yang Fan walked in. The old man was sitting on a stool, washing his feet in a basin. Yang Fan took the initiative to say, "Grandpa, I made some buns at home and sent some to you." You are thoughtful. The old man looked at Yang Fan, his cloudy eyes full of relief. Don't take your aunt's matter today to heart. If she makes any excessive demands in the future, don't pay attention to her. I, your grandfather, am not senile yet. I know, sir. The old man said a few more words, and then Yang Fan suggested going back. The aunt took out the bowl and took out all the buns, and Yang Fan went back with the empty bamboo basket. As soon as he left, the eldest aunt said, "This child is actually considered ours." If it was only for the old man, then 2 or 3 buns would be enough. Giving so much was obviously taking them into account. Yang Fan has really changed a lot in the past month. Not only can he make money, but I think he is also a good person. Yang Yingxiong picked up a bun and started eating. I was wrong about him before. The old man felt the soft flour and fragrant stuffing in his mouth, and said, "In the future, you should spend more time with the second son's family. I think Yang Fan will have a great future." As Yang Fan said before, although the old man was good to Yang Fan, he was far inferior to his uncle's family. His heart was biased towards his uncle's family. Seeing that Yang Fan would have a promising future, he advised his uncle's family to spend more time with Yang Fan's family. I can't say I had any calculations, I just think it's normal for family members to help each other. This way the family can grow stronger and everyone can be better off. Chapter 97 The Man Pulling and Tugging. Yang Fan didn't know about the old man's conspiracy, and even if he knew, he wouldn't say he was disgusted. As for helping relatives and friends, as long as they are not bad-hearted and greedy, what's wrong with giving them a hand? Yang Fan, who has been reborn, has become more indifferent to many things. Of course, if it were a relative like Yang Yulan, even if she was his biological mother, Yang Fan would not have a good face. Early the next morning, Yang Fan heated up yesterday's buns. Fortunately, the weather was cool at night, so the buns would not go bad and he could eat them in the morning. After breakfast, Yang Fan said goodbye to his wife and daughter, put on his bamboo basket, and walked to Su Fang's shop. The dark circles under Su Fang's eyes seemed much lighter today. It seemed that she took Yang Fan's words to heart. Yang Fan, we sold 11 of the 14 skirts we had yesterday. Oh? Is there a big order? You guessed right. Su Fang's eyes were full of smiles that could not be concealed. Several girls came as a group to buy. They bought 6 at once. They said some people couldn't come, so they asked them to help buy. Later I sold 5 more. But because I didn't stay up late yesterday, I only have 5 skirts in stock today. Yang Fan nodded, it's okay, I won't sell the skirt today, you can keep it in your store. Okay. Su Fong responded happily. If Yang Fan sold it, there would be no profit sharing. Now that business is so good and there are not many goods, Su Fong naturally wants to keep the skirt and sell it in her own store. She took out the cash box and settled yesterday's money with Yang Fan. A total of 11 skirts were sold. After deducting Su Fong's share, Su Fong still had to give Yang Fan $137.50. Su Fong's heart bled when she handed the money to Yang Fan. How nice it would be if all this money was hers. However, she earned a lot during this period, more than the previous month. Thinking of this, Su Fong felt much more balanced. By the way, Sister Fong, did you ask about the industrial tickets I asked you to find out about? I asked. Su Fong put away the money box and said, when you mentioned that yesterday, my family went to ask the person before. He said that it would be no problem to get the industrial ticket, but it would cost 10 yuan. If you disagree, I will ask someone else. It was only 5 yuan when I asked for it before, but now it is so much more expensive. Fine. Compared with his wife's happiness, Yang Fan didn't care much about the 10 yuan. He took out a big unity note from the money Su Fong gave him and said, Sister Fong, then help me get the industrial ticket back. Okay, I'll take care of it. So I won't measure the cloth today? Not for now. I still have a lot of fabric from the one you measured yesterday. I don't plan to stay up late today, so I'll give it to other people to do. I think what you said yesterday was very good. Which one? Don't exhaust yourself, or you'll end up giving all your money to the hospital. That's right. Safety and health are the real blessing. As for making money, we just need to work hard on the premise of good health. Yang Fan smiled and said, Sister Fong, that's all for today. I have something else to do today, so I'll leave first. Okay, be careful on the road. Well, can I get the industrial ticket when I come over this afternoon? It should be possible. I'll ask my family to go there at noon. Okay, thank you for your help. I'll treat you and my brother-in-law to a meal someday when you're free. Su Fong responded with a smile. After Yang Fan left, she returned to the store, took out the cash box, and began to count the money carefully. She had counted the money several times, but it was still not enough, so she counted it again and again. On the other side, Yang Fan, who was leaving Su Fong's store, was also counting money, but he was counting in his mind. After receiving more than 100 yuan in cash, Yang Fan's savings reached more than 400 yuan. After getting the industrial ticket in the afternoon, he can go to the county tomorrow and buy a sewing machine. When I have more money, I will think about repairing my parents' house. The weather will soon turn cold, and with wind and rain leaking out, how will the two old people withstand it? The money from the South factory was supposed to be paid monthly. If he started selling goods in October, he would have to get the first share of the profits in November. During this period, he couldn't stop selling clothes in the county, otherwise he would have no income this month, and his wife would probably not be at ease. After getting off the bus, Yang Fan took a motorcycle taxi and went directly to Nanchang. Yang Fan asked the security guard to go to the factory to inform them. If it was anyone else, the security guard would not bother to pay attention. But he knew Yang Fan. He was the man who had been arguing with Director Shi last time. He hurriedly went to inform Director Shi. Sure enough, when Director Shi heard the name of the visitor, he came to the door excitedly, and then pulled Yang Fan in again. Gatekeeper. He didn't really understand why he was so happy to see a man. Shi Ziqiang took Yang Fan directly to the factory director's office. Huang Shangdong was looking at a report in the office at this time. When he saw Yang Fan coming over, he waved and said, Brother Yang, you've come at the right time. Come and see how this skirt is made. He took out 2 skirts from the drawer and handed them to Yang Fan. Yang Fan took it, examined it carefully, and nodded, very well done, better than the sample I brought before. He was not flattering. The women workers in the textile factory did have good skills. That's good. I feel relieved now that you are so sure about this. Shi Ziqiang asked from the side, Director, what about the other half? The other half is naturally to see how well it sells. Director Huang, how many orders have been placed for this skirt? The factory does not make skirts without any basis, of course. Before making them, they first contact all the major stores that they want to distribute the products to, and ask them to pay deposits and place orders first. This can effectively alleviate the factory's cost and capital problems, and there is no need to worry about overproduction causing backlogs. Huang Shangdong shook his head slightly. The orders were not too many, but after they saw the finished product, they all placed orders. It was much better than I expected. Don't worry, after the first batch of skirts are sold, they will naturally come back to get the goods. Well, I hope so. One more thing. Huang Shangdong realized that Yang Fan was hesitant to speak, so he said directly, "Brother Yang, what is our relationship? Just say it if you have something to say." Director Huang, I'll be frank then. What Yang Fan wants to talk about is the matter of the third factory. This skirt is quite simple. As long as you buy one, those embroiderers can make it. If this skirt becomes popular, will the third factory also make the same skirt? If so, the resource channels of the third factory are definitely better than those of the southern factory. If the third factory wants to compete, the southern factory will probably have no chance of survival. Don't worry, Factory 3 doesn't dare to do that. Huang Shangdong's words gave Yang Fan a reassurance. Okay, then it's okay. As for the flow to other counties or cities, we'll talk about it later. Sure, Zichang had been listening nearby and found this somewhat amusing. Brother Yang, are you thinking too far ahead? We haven't even taken the first step yet. Chapter 98, Buying the Sewing Machine in Full. Yang Fan ignored Sure Zichang's joke. What do you call this? It's better to be prepared. Sure, Zichang obviously has not experienced the beatings of the dark society in the business world. This is because the third factory is a state-owned factory and dares not do such things, otherwise, the south factory would be beaten to a pulp in a minute. This is very similar to companies in the future. Any company with potential will basically be acquired very quickly. It is difficult for a small company to become big, especially in a monopolistic industry such as games. After staying in the South Factory for a whole morning, Huang Shandong insisted on treating Yang Fan to lunch, so the group went to the Hongqi Hotel again. Director Huang? As soon as he entered the restaurant, Huang Shandong was recognized by someone. Yang Fan was one step behind Huang Shandong. When he heard the voice, he looked and found that the man looked very familiar. Thanks to the clear memory of his previous life, he quickly matched the visitor with the person in his memory. Zhou Changjiang and Zhuo Lijun behind him. One is Yang Fan's uncle and the other is his brother-in-law. Director Zhou is also here to eat? Yes, the department is celebrating today. What are you doing? Zhou Changjiang responded, and quickly glanced at Yang Fan and Sure Zichang, but the other party obviously did not recognize Yang Fan. This is normal. Yang Fan had only met Zhou Changjiang or Zhuo Lijun once when they got married. So many years have passed now, so it is normal that he could not recognize them. Us too. Huang Shandong laughed and walked away. We are all civil servants. Although we have basically no overlap in our work, we still meet each other on some occasions. Therefore, it is necessary to say hello when we meet and keep in touch with each other. Who knows if we will need help from each other one day? After the normal courtesies, everyone went to their respective boxes. Does the South plant also have business dealings with the water supply company? No, but I know them all. At this point, Huang Shandong looked at Yang Fan curiously. How do you know they are from the water supply company? It's fate. I heard that Zhou Changjing seems to be developing his own faction this week. Huang Shandong was even more puzzled. You even know this? Yang Fan smiled and didn't answer. Huang Shandong was also tactful. Seeing that Yang Fan was unwilling to say more, he did not ask any more questions, but said, the competition in their water supply company is still quite fierce. Don't think it is a sinecure, because many positions in the Water Conservancy Bureau will be transferred from the water supply company, so you know. So that's how it is. Yang Fan nodded. The water supply company is under the jurisdiction of the Water Conservancy Bureau, and everyone would like to move up if they can. The current promotion method, in addition to ability and qualifications, is decided by voting and recommendation. When everyone is on the same starting line, it becomes important to know how many people in the company support you. No wonder Zhou Changjiang wanted to gather Zhuo Lijun, but the way he did it was enough to make Yang Fan speechless. Did he think he was fighting for the throne? He even tried to arrange a marriage. During the dinner, Yang Fan did not mention Zhou Changjiang again. He asked before because he couldn't figure out Zhou Changjiang's purpose in winning people over. Huang Shandong naturally paid the bill, but when he left, Sure Zichang said, the factory director and brother Yang both hosted the party, so I'll host it next time. Don't compete with me. Whoever competes with you will pay for it next time. Huang Shandong said bluntly. Yang Fan smiled, gave the two of them a few more instructions, and then said that they would come back after the National Day. After he left, Huang Shandong once again said to Sure Zichang, this kid is so young, but his mentality is really stable. Yeah, if I were him, I would want to live in the factory during the National Day holiday so I can know the sales of the skirts at any time. Well, it's confirmed once again that he will definitely be a big shot in the future. Not knowing how highly Huang Xiangdong and Shi Ziqiang thought of Yang Fan, he left the Hongqi Hotel and went straight back to the town. As a result, Su Fang gave him an industrial ticket. Yang Fan didn't expect to get the industrial ticket so quickly. Seeing that it was still early, he simply called a motorcycle taxi and went directly to the county department store with the industrial ticket. Hello, what is the current price of a sewing machine? To buy a sewing machine, you need an industrial ticket. Comrade, do you have one? Some. After these words came out, the salesperson's expression finally became a little enthusiastic. Then take a look at our sewing machine, the B brand, which is produced by a manufacturer in Duomo City. Now it only costs 110 yuan. Nowadays, everything that comes out of Shanghai is high-end and classy. The wooden table supports the sewing device, which uses pedals to drive the pulley and hemp ropes to drive the gears. The brand new sewing machine is really beautiful. As for the salesperson's claim that it was only 110 yuan, it was really ridiculous. 100 yuan today is equivalent to 10,000 yuan in the future, so this sewing machine is quite expensive. However, this price was within Yang Fan's expectations and not too much, so he nodded and said, "Okay, then let's take this one. Can you give it to me as a gift? Do you really want to?" The salesperson saw that Yang Fan was wearing ordinary clothes and was very happy. He looked at Yang Fan with a different look in his eyes and was not surprised that he could buy something worth more than 100 yuan just like that. Yang Fan didn't answer, but took out the money directly. When the salesperson saw this scene, a look of shame appeared on his face. She had asked her relatives to help her find this job at a high price, and since she was young, she wanted to find a rich man. Yang Fan, who could buy a sewing machine without blinking an eye, definitely met this standard. "Comrade, as long as it is in Ningjiang County and not in the mountains, we will deliver it, but you have to pay 20 cents for the fare." The salesperson spoke softly, and then took out a few forms. "Comrade, please fill out these forms. If your sewing machine breaks down in the future, we will provide warranty for 10 years. Okay. Yang Fan counted out 100 yuan, and then put the remaining money back into his trouser pocket. He took out the form and filled it out. "Okay, when will it be delivered?" Comrade, can we be friends?" Yang Fan was stunned, then he realized that there was something wrong with the salesperson's eyes. He looked very much like those people who threw themselves at men in his previous life, except that the man in front of him was much more subtle and rough. "I'm sorry, but my wife doesn't allow me to make friends with other women." "Wife? You have a wife?" "Well, this sewing machine is for my wife." The salesperson was devastated. "I finally met a handsome, generous man, but I didn't expect he already had a wife." Sure enough, all the good men are from other families. After the salesperson recovered, his attitude returned to what it was when Yang Fan first bought the sewing machine, even worse, but he still did his job. She called someone, rode a human-powered tricycle, loaded the sewing machine onto the cart, and followed Yang Fan's directions, riding towards the village. At 2:30 in the afternoon in Jiutang village, most people who were taking a nap had woken up. "The heat is unbearable and I can't even take a nap for long. I might as well get up and enjoy the cool air." The bamboo forest at the entrance of the house is a good place for most people to cool off, and people entering and leaving the village can see it. Then, they saw a human-powered tricycle riding towards them, they saw Yang Fan on the tricycle, and they saw the sewing machine on the tricycle shining in the sunlight. So, Yang Fan bought a sewing machine? Chapter 99. You can call me Dad. This is the first question that arises in everyone's mind. Then, without waiting for anyone to confirm it, they denied it themselves. Don't be ridiculous. They all knew how much Yang Fan earned from making sweet soup before, and he could never afford to buy a sewing machine, let alone that he was stupid enough to give such a profitable business to Zhou Hongying. This sewing machine was not bought by Yang Fan, so whose is it? Yang Fan was the only person on the bike. As for the man riding the bike, he must be helping to deliver the sewing machine, not the buyer. Could it be that the master was kind and saw Yang Fan walking, so he gave him a ride? It should be, ugh. It must be like this. Before the car got close, those who were enjoying the cool air had already stood up eagerly and left the shade. The children around them also stopped playing and looked at them in curiosity. There were also some people who went to inform Su Xiuying or Yang Jiefan themselves or asked their children to do so. Your husband's son has made great progress. Su Xiuying was bewildered when she received the message. The person who informed her was a half-grown child. The child himself probably didn't know what had happened. Anyway, he just said, my mother said that your husband has made a name for himself. Come to the village entrance quickly. This was all the information Su Xiuying received. Has Yang Fan made it big? Well, I have been quite successful recently. But what does this have to do with going to the village entrance? Su Xiuying put away the skirt that was almost finished in her hand, called in who was still playing with the chicken, and walked towards the village entrance. Before they arrived, they met Yang Jiafang and Jia Yongmei on the way, and they were followed by several villagers. Mom and Dad. Xiuying, did you receive the news too? What news? Su Xiuying was confused. A child asked me to go to the village entrance. I don't know what happened. Before Jia Yongmei could respond, other people in the village started talking at once. Xiuying, your Yang Fan has made great progress. I saw him come back with a sewing machine. Then can I not discuss with you about Yang Fan buying a sewing machine? That's a sewing machine. How can Yang Fan afford it? If you say that now, and it doesn't belong to Yang Fan later, wouldn't that make him feel disappointed? While others were still talking, Su Xiuying was stunned. Sewing machine? Others thought Yang Fan couldn't afford it, but Su Xiuying knew he could. And he had mentioned it before, but she didn't believe it at the time. Did he really buy her a sewing machine? Su Xiuying found that she was feeling great anticipation and a secret joy at the same time. She quickly controlled herself and told herself not to expect too much before she figured things out, lest she end up being disappointed, as the villagers said. Just then, there were many footsteps and voices. Su Xiuying looked up and saw a lot of people walking towards her at the corner, surrounding a human-powered tricycle. On the tricycle was Yang Fan and a brand new sewing machine. Yang Jiafang and Jia Yongmei also saw it, and for a moment they were confused about the situation. Mom and Dad. Yang Fan jumped out of the car and went straight to Su Xiuying. Xiuying. There were people talking around. This was really bought by Yang Fan for Su Xiuying. Su Xiuying is so lucky. It hasn't been long since Yang Fan reformed himself that he can buy her a sewing machine. If you ask me, even if you make money, you shouldn't buy a sewing machine. Why not save the money for meat? Besides, you will need money for many other things in the future. Buying a sewing machine is a waste. Su Xiuying heard these words carefully. She pointed at the sewing machine and asked, Yang Fan, did you really buy this sewing machine? Well, I bought it for you. Do you like it? Of course I like it. What woman can resist a sewing machine? Su Xiuying nodded, feeling very excited. However, with so many outsiders present, she didn't know what to say. Don't stop me here. Master has to go back after delivering the sewing machine to me. Yang Fan said, and then called to the master, Master, it's not far ahead. Okay. The tricycle stopped at the door of Yang Fan's house. Everyone saw Yang Fan and the master working together to move the sewing machine into Yang Fan's house. Only then did everyone believe that this was really the sewing machine Yang Fan bought. After they realized what was happening, they came up to him one by one and tried to get close to him. However, due to Yang Fan's previous reputation for being a scoundrel, no one dared to get close to him, except Su Weigua. He came close to Yang Fan and asked quietly, Brother Yang, is it really that profitable to sell sugar water? Now people in the village don't know that Yang Fan is selling clothes. Of course not. Then what do you do to earn so much money? Su Weigua said with envy, if you have any chance to make money, please help me. Before, Su Weigua was not convinced to call Yang Fan brother, but now, Yang Fan has only worked for a short time and he can earn enough to buy a sewing machine. What's wrong with calling him brother? If Yang Fan is willing to help him make money, he can even call him dad. Yang Fan glanced at him and said, okay, I'll call you when I have the chance. If you are unsure about anything in the future, you can also ask me. Okay. Su Weigua didn't know that Yang Fan's words would save his life later. Su Xiuying and Yang Fan's parents were the people who were surrounded the most. Young women and unmarried girls basically surrounded Su Xiuying. Those who were about the same age as Jia Yongmei were all around her. As for men, no matter old or young, they all surrounded Yang Jiafang. Yang Fan felt better when he saw his old father smoking a pipe, boasting nonchalantly with the corners of his mouth raised wildly. Didn't he buy a sewing machine just to make his family look good and let his parents brag about it? After chatting for about half an hour, everyone dispersed. It's not that they wanted to leave, but Yang Jiafang and the others were eager to go in and look at the sewing machines. They had been patient for half an hour. As for those who wanted to come in and see, sorry, let's do it another day. This is a new sewing machine. What if it breaks? Once the gate is closed, the view of people outside can be blocked. Yang Jiefeng then patted Yang Fan on the shoulder and grinned, "Good boy, you managed to buy a sewing machine without saying anything. It's just a little money." Yang Fan smiled and said, "Mom and Xiaoying usually do a lot of sewing, which is hard work and tiring for their eyes. With a sewing machine, they can relax a little. Besides, if you buy a sewing machine, you will have some face, right?" In the past, because of Yang Fan's eccentricity, Yang Jiefeng was often looked down upon and gossiped about in secret. Yang Jiefeng patted Yang Fan on the shoulder again and said with a smile, "You understand, Dad." All his life, he wanted to prove himself. However, for Yang Fan in the past, it was a luxury for him to live a stable life. He also knew his eldest son Yang Hai, who was honest, filial and capable, but Yang Jiefeng felt that it was unlikely that he could be smart and do great things. Therefore, Yang Jiefeng's wish has always been that his two children are safe and healthy. Chapter 100. I like it very much. What do you know? Zhao Yongmei's words interrupted Yang Jiefeng's sigh. She patted Yang Fan and said, "You kid. You really don't know how expensive firewood, rice, oil, and salt are. This is a sewing machine. How can you buy it without even discussing it with us? Mom, should I go back? You dare?" Zhao Yongmei glared at him and ignored Yang Fan. She dragged Su Xiaoying into the house. The sewing machine was placed in the main room. "Xiaoying, let's go check out the sewing machine." The two of them came to the main room and saw the brand new sewing machine, but they didn't dare to touch it. Yang Jiefeng walked over and put his dark, rough hands directly on the body of the sewing machine. "The sewing machine is really beautiful, no wonder it is so expensive." "You old man, your hands are so dirty, don't break the sewing machine." Zhao Yongmei slapped his hand away and wiped the place where Yang Jiefeng had just touched with her clothes, and then she gently stroked it. "I never thought that I would be able to touch my own sewing machine in this life. Mom, if you like it, I'll buy you another one next month." "What are you buying?" "It's free." Zhao Yongmei looked at Yang Fan disapprovingly. "Xiaoying has one now. I can just come over and sew clothes if I want. Don't buy another one. It's a waste of money." She was speaking from the heart. One machine was enough. It was not like she couldn't use it. Yang Fan said helplessly, "Okay, I'll listen to you. If you need any mending, come over any time. You don't have to tell me." It was almost 6 o'clock at this time, so Yang Fan simply asked the two elders to have dinner at home. However, before the rice was steamed, my eldest brother, his wife, and their family came over. It turned out that Yang Hai came home from get off work and heard that Yang Fan had bought a sewing machine, so he went to the town to buy some things and brought some meat and pastries to celebrate with Yang Fan. Yang Fan laughed and said, "It's not a big deal, why celebrate it? Let's have dinner at home tonight." Before Yang Hai could say anything, several children started shouting, "Oh yeah! My uncle's cooking is delicious. Mom, I want to eat at my uncle's house." Yang Hai was speechless, but he still agreed. The three children immediately cheered happily. Zhou Hongying on the side laughed and scolded, "You little bastards, you used to say you liked your mother's cooking, but now you all like your uncle's cooking. Mom's cooking isn't as delicious as my uncle's." Yes, then I will sell you to your uncle as a child. Then I can always eat the food cooked by my uncle?" Zhou Hongying. Did she raise three ungrateful bastards? They even abandoned their own mother for a bite of food. Naturally, Yang Fan cooked dinner. He did not go shopping for groceries in the afternoon. Fortunately, Yang Hai bought a lot of meat and bones. In addition, there were some dried seafood at home, so he made 6 dishes and 1 soup, as well as a simple noodle soup. When both adults and children had eaten their fill, Su Xiaoying made another pot of tea, and everyone sat quietly and chatted while digesting the food. In response to his parents' questions, Yang Fan replied, "All the money is earned from selling clothes. This dress is so popular." Yang Hai was a little tempted, but still said, "I would like to follow you to sell clothes, but I can't do it with my personality." No matter how much money Yang Hai could make from the sugar water business, he estimated that he couldn't do it himself. It's not that he is too embarrassed to set up a stall, but because of his personality, he doesn't like dealing with others, let alone selling clothes. He has to be able to talk and praise people for their nice clothes before they will buy from him. "Do your job well and don't lose it," Zhao Yongmei advised. "I know." Yang Fan nodded with a smile and then asked Zhou Hongying, "Sister-in-law, how is your sugar water business doing now?" "It's pretty good. I can earn about 3 to 5 yuan a day, which is much more than what your brother earns. Zhou Hongying smiled with her hands covering her mouth. At the same time, she was glad that she did not stop Yang Hai from helping her brother. Otherwise, how could she have had this good thing today? Yang Jiefang was relieved when he heard this. Okay, it's great that you two brothers can get along so well. Dad tells you, no matter who makes the money in the future, don't forget what is the most important thing. I know, Dad. Yang Hai also responded, Dad, don't worry. It was almost 8 o'clock and the children were feeling sleepy, so everyone went back reluctantly. Anan had fallen asleep in Su Xiuying's arms. She carried Anan back to the house, closed the mosquito net, and saw Yang Fan coming back after closing the door. She whispered, Have Mom and Dad gone home yet? Well. Xiuying, do you like this sewing machine? You know, I bought it for you. I know. Su Xiuying responded, turned her back to Yang Fan and walked towards the sewing machine, and a small voice came, I like it very much. When Yang Fan heard this, he knew that she was shy and felt sweet in his heart. His wife's attitude towards him has been getting better and better recently, and it seems that she will have a chance to become his permanent wife by the Chinese New Year. With no one at home, Su Xiuying finally had the chance to take a good look at the sewing machine. She turned on the light bulb and, under the dim light, quickly finished sewing the remaining few steps on the skirt for Zhou Hongying. After Yang Fan finished washing up, he saw her working at the sewing machine and walked over to her and said, It's too late now. Let's do it tomorrow. It's okay, I got it done. Su Xiuying's face was a little excited. This sewing machine is really easy to use. If I were to sew the rest of my sister-in-law's skirt by myself, it would take me more than an hour. But now, it only takes a few minutes, and the stitches are so fine and neat. As long as you like it, it will get better and better in the future. Yeah. Su Xiuying nodded. She stood up holding her skirt and said, Then I'm going to bed. Good. After returning to the house, Su Xiuying put away her skirt, sprayed some toilet water, checked that there were no mosquitoes in the bed, and then turned off the kerosene lamp. She lay in bed, but her heart was still excited. The arrival of the sewing machine once again made Su Xiuying feel like it was all a dream. It was really because Yang Fan was making money too fast. More than a month ago, she was still thinking about how to fill her stomach, but soon she transitioned to having meat for every meal, and now she even had a sewing machine. This is the second family in the village that owns a sewing machine. When will she be able to have such blessing? Yang Fan, who was separated from Su Xiuying by a wall, fell asleep in seconds after lying on the bed. He was really busy today, going back and forth to the county twice, and then working in the kitchen for more than an hour after returning. He was already exhausted. A dreamless sleep. When Yang Fan woke up the next day, he found that Su Xiuying had gotten up earlier than him and was fiddling with her sewing machine. When she saw Yang Fan getting up, she asked embarrassedly, Did I wake you up? No, I usually get up at this time to make breakfast. I made some porridge. I saw that there were only vegetables from the vegetable garden and some eggs at home. Okay, then I'll stir-fry some vegetables and eggs and make porridge, and then go to town to buy vegetables later. Okay. Su Xiuying nodded, then I'll continue. I'll take apart all the clothes that are too small for an N and sew them again. Chapter 101 The Joy of Sewing Machine. With a sewing machine, Su Xiuying became enthusiastic about sewing clothes. I spent the whole morning sewing there, except for eating breakfast. When Yang Fan took An into the town to buy groceries, she was there mending clothes. When Yang Fan came back, Su Xiuying was still there mending. This made Yang Fan a little amused. The sewing machines of this era were probably more attractive to women than the luxury cars of later generations, right? Aren't you tired? Yang Fan couldn't help but ask sincerely. Not tired, I didn't do anything, it was all done on the sewing machine. Okay. Yang Fan shook his head and laughed, Then you sew, I'll go make lunch. Su Xiuying didn't even turn her head and continued to mend her clothes. Yang Fan returned to the kitchen and put the things he had just bought in order, including rice, flour, rice noodles, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, tea, and other common condiments. In addition, Yang Fan also bought a lot of vegetables and some dry goods, in case he didn't have time to buy vegetables and couldn't even eat meat. The dry goods he bought were dried squid and some bacon. Yang Fan steamed the rice and was about to go to the yard to pick some vegetables when he heard Su Xiuying asking An to call his aunt over. I'll go, it's too hot. Good. An didn't appreciate it. Dad, I'll go with you. I want to play with Sister Hongxia. Yang Fan had no choice but to carry her in his arms. At noon, Young Hai and his two children went to school, leaving Zhou Hongying and her youngest daughter at home. She was cooling down the boiled sugar water and preparing to cook. Yang Fan came in holding the child at the door. Sister-in-law, are you home? Yang Hongxia, who was writing in the main room, ran out quickly. Uncle, Anan. Sister Hongxia. Anan got down from Yang Fan's arms and immediately ran to Yang Hongxia, who took her into the house to play. Zhou Hongying responded from the kitchen, I'm at home. She wiped her hands and bumped into Yang Fan, who was just at the kitchen door. Xiao Fan, what's the matter? Xiaoying has something to talk to you about, so I want you to come over. Yang Fan looked inside and said, you haven't cooked yet? Then come to my house for dinner, you don't have to cook anymore. How can this be good? I just had dinner at your house yesterday. Sister-in-law, we are a family and we don't have to gossip about each other. It's just a matter of adding a pair of chopsticks. Yang Fan said as he walked out, Hongxia, how about having dinner at uncle's house? Ah, Mom. I want to go to my uncle's house for dinner. Anan, let's go and have dinner at your house. Yeah, Daddy's cooking is so delicious, let's get fat. The two children didn't even wait for Yang Fan, and ran out directly. Yang Fan had no choice but to remind them, run slower, don't fall. Seeing that her daughter had gone there, Zhou Hongying no longer refused. She simply locked the door and went to Yang Fan's house for dinner. What do you want from me, Xiaoying? You'll know when you go there. She's busy mending clothes now, otherwise she would have come here in person. Yang Fan knew that Su Xiaoying was going to give Zhou Hongying a skirt. Normally, she would have gone there in person, but now, she was so obsessed with the sewing machine that she couldn't help herself. Yang Fan saw that even his clothes were put on the sewing machine. Mysterious. Zhou Hongying smiled and said, selling sugar water is not hard, but it takes up a lot of time. There are a lot of clothes at home that I don't have time to sew. I have to borrow your sewing machine someday and sew them all. Sister-in-law can come anytime she wants. As they were talking, they soon arrived at Yang Fan's house. When Yang Fan entered the room, he saw Su Xiaoying finally getting up from the sewing machine. Sister-in-law. Xiaoying, what do you want from me? Yang Fan said beside him, you guys chat, I'll go cook first. He had just entered the kitchen when he heard Zhou Hongying's surprised cry. Zhou Hongying never expected that Su Xiaoying called her over to give her a skirt. This skirt is so beautiful. It seems to be the same as the one you had before? Yes, Yang Fan is selling clothes, and this is the style he sells. It's so beautiful. Go and see if it fits. If it doesn't, I'll alter it for you. Now that we have sewing machines, it's easy to alter clothes. Zhou Hongying didn't say no. She really couldn't refuse such a beautiful dress against her will. Then I'll try. Go quickly. After a while, Zhou Hongying came out of the room in a changed skirt. Her action of changing clothes attracted the attention of the two children. Wow, Mom is so beautiful. Auntie is so pretty. Zhou Hongying looked at her skirt and blushed slightly. She smiled at Su Xiaoying and said, Xiaoying, how is it? It looks good. It looks suitable to me. It fits me well. Zhou Hongying said, turning around, this skirt is really beautiful. I only wore it once on my wedding day, which was many years ago. The skirt is no longer wearable. Then, she said seriously, Xiaoying, thank you. Why should we thank you? When Yang Fan hadn't changed, you helped me in so many times. If it weren't for you and Big Brother's help, I'm afraid and I might not have had the chance to wait until Yang Fan changed. Okay, let's not talk about the past. Zhou Hongying was afraid that she would be sad, so she interrupted and said, I like this skirt very much, so I will accept it and I won't thank you. That's right. I'll change my clothes first. I have to work later, so I don't want them to get dirty. Zhou Hongying said, and went into the room to change her skirt. After coming out, she tried the sewing machine again and felt the joy of the machine. When I have money in the future, I will also buy a sewing machine. This is really useful. Before I bought it, my sister-in-law, who sews the sewing machine, would come over and use it anytime. That will be troublesome then. While the two sisters-in-law were talking, Yang Fan had already prepared the meal. Stir-frying is very quick, and in a short while, 4 dishes and a soup were served on the table. When Zhou Hongying saw the dishes, she came close to Su Xiaoying and whispered, your family just bought a sewing machine, but you still eat so lavishly every day? This is meat and soup. What kind of family is this? Yang Fan put some of his earnings with me. He knows the rest of the family expenses. It doesn't matter if he spends it all. I still have money in my hands. It won't go back to the way it was before. So that's how it is. It's okay as long as you keep it in mind. Zhou Hongying said, feeling a little envious. Before, young Fan was careless and didn't make any money, but after he changed his ways, he became so smart and earned more in the past month than others have earned in several years. We are brothers, so why is Yang Hai so honest? But Zhou Hongying thought about it. She was attracted by Yang Hai's honesty, so she stopped worrying about it. But she still felt envious. Pork ribs and chestnut soup, mushroom chicken, steamed egg custard, Chinese cabbage stewed with tofu and candied sweet potato are all so delicious that you want to swallow your tongue. Chapter 102 Poor Man. Zhou Hongying couldn't help feeling emotional as she ate. This dish is even more sumptuous than last year's New Year's family dinner, mainly because it has more meat and tastes good. It's just a simple dish of bok choy stewed with tofu. The ingredients are so simple that she can definitely afford it, but it's far from being able to make it so delicious. There is also rice, which does not contain any other grains, just pure refined rice. Even if it is just white rice, Zhou Hongying feels that she can eat 2 more bowls. The most common one is sweet potato, which is available in every household. I thought I was tired of eating it, but I didn't expect it to be so delicious after adding sugar. But sugar is too expensive, so I can't learn it. After lunch, Zhou Hongying rushed to wash the dishes. Yang Fan didn't want to compete with her, so Su Xiuying had to help with her. After finishing the cleaning, she took the skirt and went back holding Yang Hongxia's hand. Before she got home, Zhou Hongying was stopped by someone. She looked back and found that it was the team leader's daughter, Yang Zhenju. Before Su Xiuying, she was the only woman in the village who owned a sewing machine. But Yang Zhenju is actually a poor person. In the early years, when the educated youth went to the countryside, she fell in love with one of them. Those educated youths were all from the city, good-looking, and well-educated, and many girls in the village liked them very much. Yang Zhenju fell in love with one of the educated youths, and later the educated youth was considered to be married into the captain's family. Although the captain's surname was Yang, he was not from the same place as Yang Fan. The captain was a local native, but he just happened to have the surname Yang. In fact, everyone knows that the educated youth married Yang Zhenju in order to do less work, and the team leader had a lot of power and could eat and sleep well. But later, when the college entrance examination was resumed, the educated youth was admitted to university with the help of the books bought by the team leader. Originally, Yang Zhenju was supposed to go with him, but the educated youth swore that he would settle down there first and then take Yang Zhenju over. Yang Zhenju believed him, and then there was no news of him again. As for the sewing machine, it was the dowry that the captain bought for his daughter. He only has one daughter, Yang Zhenju, so he has always wanted to find a wife to marry into his family. However, in the nearby villages, unless they are so poor that they can't make ends meet, no one would agree to marry into his family. If there is an educated youth who is good-looking and can read, how can the team leader not agree? These things only passed through Zhou Hongying's mind for a moment. When she looked at Yang Zhenju, she was attracted by the skirt she was wearing. Why do you have this skirt? I was going to ask you something. Yang Zhenju pointed at the skirt in Zhou Hongying's hand with her chin. Did you also buy this skirt at Fangjie's tailor shop? Fangjie tailor shop? Zhou Hongying knew this shop. The owner seemed to be good friends with her husband's sister. Did Xiuying buy her skirt from her? So she was Yang Fan's boss? After thinking about Yang Fan's income, Zhou Hongying felt that it was unlikely. Yes. You're willing to buy such an expensive skirt. Yang Zhenju was a little surprised. This skirt is really popular recently. I saw several people wearing it in the town. Zhou Hongying was stunned for a moment, then asked tentatively, how much did you pay when you bought it? I spent 15, how much did you spend? The price should be the same. Yes, it's the same. Zhou Hongying thought that this skirt should not be cheap, but she didn't expect it to cost 15 yuan, which is equivalent to Yang Hai's monthly salary. Seeing her absent-minded look, Yang Zhenju frowned slightly and said, I heard that Su Xiuying's family also bought a sewing machine yesterday? Yes. Zhou Hongying understood Yang Zhenju's hostility towards Su Xiuying very well. I looked carefully today, it's B brand, a big brand in Shanghai. Huh, you're talking as if no one doesn't have a sewing machine. I got one many years ago. This sentence is so hurtful. Zhou Hongying didn't want to talk to her anymore. Do you have anything else to do? If not, I'll leave first. She really thought that everyone was like her, doing nothing all day and still having food and drink. I heard you're selling sugar water now, do you have any at home? I'd like to buy 2 bowls of Kingbuling to drink, it's so hot out here. Hearing that she was going to take care of her own business, Zhou Honying immediately stopped arguing with her and smiled at her. Yes, come to my house, do you have a bowl? Without. Then use mine first, and bring it back to me when you're done. Okay. Young Fan on the other side. After lunch, I took out my homework book and pen and taught Anan to write. The first thing I taught was Arabic numbers from 1 to 100. It was Anan's first time to recognize words, and he seemed full of energy and interest. After writing one word 100 times, she got bored and wanted to go out and play. Write 100 more times, and then let mommy take you out to play, okay? Anan still listened to Young Fan's words and immediately picked up the pencil again. Okay, then I have to finish writing too quickly. Well, you saw it when you went to Sister Hongxia's house today. Although Sister Hongxia hasn't started school yet, she's already writing. You should also learn from Sister Hongxia, okay? Well, Dad, I'll finish writing 3 today. Anan is awesome. After being praised by her father, Anan finally finished writing number 4, and then she asked Su Xiuying to take her out to play. Yang Fan was alone at home, so he simply took out the money and counted it. When he went to the town today, he naturally did not forget to visit Su Feng. Su Feng sold 5 skirts yesterday, so Yang Fan earned another 62.5 yuan. Su Feng still had 18 skirts that had not been converted into money, and after they were sold, it would be another profit. Now that he has bought the sewing machine, he went to the town in the morning to buy a lot of other things. With these 60 plus, he now has more than 350 left. Tomorrow is National Day, and Yang Fan plans to take Su Xiuying and Anan for a walk in the county. Yang Fan brought up this matter during dinner. Why go to the county? It happens to be October 1st, and you and Anan have been staying in the village and haven't been to many places. Now that your family is well off, you should go out for a walk and broaden your horizons. Su Xiuying thought about it and realized that this was indeed the truth. She nodded and said, okay. She also didn't want Anan to stay in the village like her. She still hoped that her daughter could read more, gain more knowledge, and go to university in a big city in the future. When Anan heard that they were going to travel the next day, she was so excited that she couldn't sleep. Su Xiuying talked to her for a long time before she finally fell asleep in a daze. The next day, she was woken up by Anan. Mom, you said you wanted to go out and play with Dad today, get up quickly. Su Xiuying looked at her energetic appearance and smiled. Why don't you usually get up so early? A child's biological clock is a real mystery. Mom, get up quickly. Okay, I'll get up, and you go wake up Dad. Oh. Anan rolled over and got out of bed, shouting, Dad, Dad, get up. The sun is shining on my butt. Chapter 103 Going Out. Anan got up really early. Yang Fan hasn't even gotten up yet. After being woken up, Yang Fan was no longer sleepy. It should be just after 5 o'clock now, but the sky is already bright. Yang Fan picked some water spinach and spring onions from the yard and went to the kitchen to cook some simple rice noodles. He had saved some of the soup from last night and soaked it in well water. It was still good today, and adding some of the soup to the rice noodles would make them taste better. In addition, he fried 3 poached eggs and dripped a few drops of soy sauce on them. The eggs were about 70% cooked, but the yolks were not fully cooked. They were eaten with the soup and tasted very fragrant. After Su Xiuying finished washing up, she sat down at the dining table holding in and seeing Yang Fan taking out chopsticks. She smiled and said, I shouldn't have told her in advance yesterday. I didn't expect her to wake up so early. It's okay. It's better to go out earlier so the sun won't be so hot. Just spoil her. Su Xiuying smiled, took the chopsticks, and said to Anan, do you want Mom to feed you today? No, I can eat by myself. Anan has really grown up a lot in the past month. Because of the daily nourishment, her little face has become pink and fair. Coupled with the new clothes Su Xiuying made for her, she looks like a little Fua. She didn't know how to use chopsticks yet, so she used a fork. The fork was specially bought for her by Yang Fan, and it was just right for eating rice noodles. Delicious. Anan praised Yang Fan again while eating. Recently, Yang Fan corrected her when she spoke, and she could speak correctly sometimes. Seeing that the food she hadn't eaten was scattered everywhere, Su Xiuying lowered her head to eat her own food. The vermicelli was cooked with yesterday's pork ribs and chestnut soup, which had a light aroma of pork ribs and the sweetness of chestnuts. The vermicelli was cooked just right, not soft at all, and very chewy. It's really a pleasure to take a bite of noodles and a sip of soup. After eating, Yang Fan washed the dishes, while Su Xiuying cleaned up the chicken coop and fed the 3 chicks before packing up her things to go to the county. Actually, you don't need to bring anything, but children tend to sweat easily in hot weather, so you should still bring a set of clothes to change into, otherwise the clothes will get wet and stick to their bodies, and they will get sick when the cold wind blows. Apart from that, there is nothing else to do except bringing a water bottle and carrying a small cloth bag. It's still early and there's no shuttle bus. Let's take a motorcycle taxi. Isn't it too expensive to take a motorcycle taxi? And is there enough room in one? Why don't we walk? It's too far. Anan can't stand it. Besides, let's go out and play, so let's not worry about these small amounts of money. Yang Fan smiled and subconsciously wanted to reach out and touch Su Xiuying's head, but the latter dodged him. Su Xiuying realized that she moved too quickly and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I just..." Fine. Yang Fan knew that Su Xiuying was still on guard against him and had anticipated this. He pretended to be hurt and said, "It seems that I am not working hard enough." No. She just responded reflexively. In fact, now, even though she didn't want to admit it, she had almost accepted Yang Fan again. Then let's take a motorcycle taxi. 2 will do. We can sit on one, but it's too dangerous. Nowadays, 3 or 4 people can squeeze into a motorcycle taxi, but for Yang Fan, this is really too unsafe. Good. Seeing Yang Fan lightly broach the subject, Su Xiuying felt a little disappointed. She wanted to say that she really didn't mean it, it was just that her body had become so skilled that she had muscle memory. The family of 3 packed up their things and went out. As soon as I went out, I met Lu Sufan, who got up early to go to the town to buy vegetables. When she saw Yang Fan and his family of 3, she was stunned for a moment. "Where are you going?" "Let's go to the county. Today is October 1st. We want to take Anan to the zoo." "So that's how it is. Have fun then. Are you going to the town to catch a bus now?" "Let's go together. I just need to go to the market to buy some vegetables." Su Xiuying nodded and said, "Okay." Anan walked between Yang Fan and Su Xiuying, holding their hands, while Lu Sufan walked on the other side of Su Xiuying. The two talked as they walked, and because of the road, Yang Fan and Anan walked together, and Su Xiuying and Lu Sufan walked together. Yang Fan vaguely heard some of what they said, but they were all talking about various family matters, and Yang Fan had no interest in them. It was not until they reached the town that Lu Sufan separated from them. There were not many motorcycles in the morning, but there were still 2. Yang Fan called 2 and paid them a cent more than by, asking them to ride slower and keep a good distance so as not to lose him. Nothing happened on the way, and after about 20 minutes, the car arrived at the county department store. It was Anan's first time to visit the department store. When she saw this tall building that was obviously different from the ones in the village, she immediately exclaimed, "Mom, this building is so tall." It was still early, and although the department store was open, many shops were closed. Looking through the glass doors, you could still see the clerks inside cleaning. Su Xiuying also reacted, "Did we come too early?" "Really?" Yang Fan nodded, he also forgot about the issue of time. "The zoo probably isn't open yet. Let's wait an hour or 2 before going. There is a zoo in the county. It's not big, but it is definitely a popular attraction at this time." "Okay, where are we going now?" "Let's go for a walk in the square." Yang Fan wanted to buy something, but if he bought the things now, it would be so tiring to go to the zoo later with so many bags. "Okay, I'm not familiar with this county." Su Xiuying rarely came to the county, after all, she could buy anything she needed in the town. The county was far away, and it cost money to take a bus, so she would never go there unless it was absolutely necessary. It was early, so I decided to just walk there. It would take about 10 minutes to get there. At this time, most of the shops open are breakfast shops, and there are also some vegetable and fruit sellers on the roadside. I was going out after breakfast, but when I saw fried dough sticks on the roadside, and wanted to eat them again. Yang Fan guessed that she couldn't eat too much, so he bought one. It was just right for the 3 of them to share. When we got to the square, there were a lot of people. Many people from the neighborhood got up early to exercise, and there were many children playing games. Some were selling toys. Anan didn't take the initiative to ask for them, but Yang Fan couldn't refuse, so he immediately bought her a lot of small toys and picture books. Yang Fan and Su Xiuying played games with her in the square, and Anan never stopped laughing. Taking care of a baby is indeed tiring. In just 1 hour, Yang Fan was already sweating profusely. He felt that it was even more tiring than when he had boiled the sugar water for several hours by himself before. When you are tired of playing, find a clean place nearby to sit down. An held the water gun and gestured around, but unfortunately she couldn't play with the water in the kettle, so she could only play with it when she got home. Chapter 104, Class. After staying in the square for more than 2 hours, the three of them felt a little tired, so Yang Fan simply called a rickshaw to go to the zoo. When they arrived at the zoo, not only the children, but even Su Shouying was watching with great interest. She had never seen many animals. After all, she didn't have the conditions before. When she was a child, the school organized a trip to the zoo, but her family had no money, so she didn't go. When her classmates came back and told her about animals, Su Shouying was so envious. Unexpectedly, after many years, she finally realized her dream. Moreover, it was also healing for her to see her daughter go to the zoo when she was a child. When they came out of the zoo, Su Shouying said to Yang Fan, who was holding an Yang Fan, "Thank you. Thank me properly. When I was in elementary school, the school organized a tour to the county zoo. It only cost 5 cents per person. Everyone in the school went except me. On the day of the trip, I secretly went to the town and watched my classmates get on the bus. I could only watch from afar. At that time, I was really envious." Su Shouying said seriously, "Thank you for making my childhood dream come true, and thank you for letting An go to the zoo at such a young age." Yang Fan didn't expect this to happen. "We are husband and wife, there is nothing to thank for." "Yeah." Su Shouying nodded slightly. Yes, they are husband and wife. In Su Shouying's eyes, a husband and wife should share joys and sorrows, support each other, and respect and love each other. Before, she and Yang Fan had not achieved any of these things, not even sharing the joys and sorrows, because when there was something sweet, Yang Fan would eat it first, leaving only the bitter for her and Inen. After seeing big lions, big tigers, and various other animals, it's almost time for lunch. However, Yang Fan did not choose to eat near the zoo. Anyone who has been to a tourist attraction knows that the food inside and outside the tourist attraction is not only expensive, but also usually unpalatable. In order to avoid being ripped off or cheated, Yang Fan walked for a long time and then entered a small shop that looked clean and hygienic. Yang Fan ordered a braised pork, a stir-fried lettuce, a steamed spare ribs, and a tomato egg drop soup. The taste was still very good, and the ingredients were affordable and clean, but Su Shouying and Inen were much calmer while eating. With Yang Fan's excellent cooking skills, they felt that the cooking skills of other restaurants were commonplace. If they had been able to have this meal before, they would definitely be so moved. After finishing his meal, Yang Fan sat in the store for a while before preparing to go to the department store again. Inen didn't look tired at all. She was very excited and didn't even need Yang Fan to carry her. She walked for 20 minutes, which surprised Yang Fan. When we arrived at the department store, there were many people there. It was a holiday, and most of the people traveling were families, but there were also young couples or couples who were obviously still in love. As soon as they entered, Su Shouying pointed at a place in surprise and said, "Yang Fan, look over there." Yang Fan looked in the direction she pointed and smiled. It seems that the South Factory is cooperating with the department store. This is not surprising. There are only 2 clothing factories in the entire county, so it is normal for them to cooperate with department stores. This is really incredible, and Su Shouying looked at the skirt under the light of the store, her eyes lit up. This skirt looks so beautiful when it is placed there. She came here today to take a motorcycle, so she didn't wear that skirt. Yang Fan took her hand and said, "Let's go and see how much it sells for." Su Shouying hurriedly followed him, and after just 2 steps, she realized that Yang Fan was holding her hand. She paused slightly and fell behind Yang Fan a little. From her angle, she could just see Yang Fan's profile. Although he is darker than before, he is also stronger and his facial lines are more distinct. Looks very good. Su Shouying knew this when she was dating Yang Fan. She admitted that she was a little confused by Yang Fan's appearance at the beginning. Su Shouying blushed slightly, but did not struggle and followed him. Since she had decided to live a good life with Yang Fan, they would definitely be intimate in the future. But for some reason, even though they already had a child, Su Shouying always felt her face turn red and her heart beat fast when she thought about it. There were a lot of people in this clothing store, and the skirt designed by Yang Fan was obviously the main style, hanging in the most conspicuous place. The waiters in the store were a little overwhelmed. For example, when Yang Fan and his friends came in, no one paid attention to them. Yang Fan didn't care. He held the child in one hand and held Su Shouying's hand with the other. He squeezed forward a little and heard many people asking about the price of the skirt. The original price was 30 yuan per piece, but today is National Day, so the current price is 25 yuan per piece, and a headband is given as a gift. Customers who buy the skirt but don't know how to braid their hair can go to the side and learn how to braid their hair. The waiter pointed to a place and Yang Fan looked there. Sure enough, he discovered that there was a special space in the store where people were teaching how to braid hair. Those braid styles were clearly the ones he had taught Shi Zicheng and Huang Shangdong before. I didn't expect Huang Shangdong to be so bold and spend a lot of money to set up a braiding area. He obviously saw that many customers were discouraged when they heard the price, but after seeing the beautiful braids, they decided to pay. This behavior is very similar to many people in later generations who bought something they didn't want to buy because of a gift, such as a microwave oven. Su Xiuying was slightly surprised when she heard the price. As far as she knew, Yang Fan had previously sold it for 15 yuan. Su Xiuying suppressed the doubts in her heart and did not ask. Because there were too many people, Yang Fan didn't plan to buy clothes in this store, so he walked out after learning the price. Su Xiuying looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to them, so she asked in a low voice, "Yang Fan, why are they selling for 25 yuan here? They said it's on sale, the original price is 30 yuan. This is twice the price Yang Fan sold it for. Normally, if you sell clothes on the street by yourself, you don't need to hire people or rent a storefront, so you can sell them cheaper. This store has a braiding area, which increases the cost. And if you sell clothes in a department store, some people will still dislike it even if you sell them cheaply." Su Xiuying understood the first part, but she didn't understand the second part. Why? Isn't it good if it's cheaper? For some wealthy people, the more expensive something is, the more it reflects their status. Prestige? Style? Su Xiuying nodded, not quite understanding. Well, she doesn't understand the world of rich people. Let's go, this store is too crowded, let's go to other stores. Chapter 105. Anin is bullied. There is more than one clothing store in the department store. Yang Fan saw several stores selling skirts designed by him, and their business seemed to be very good. He took Su Xiuying to a clothing store that had no cooperation with Nanchang. The business was good, but it was not as good as other stores. There was no place to stay. What are you doing here? This store sells adult women's clothing. Yang Fan certainly couldn't have bought clothes for himself or his daughter. It's also unlikely that it was Zhao Yongmei, as the styles here didn't suit her, so it could only be that he bought them for herself. Buying clothes, of course. I don't need it. Su Xiuying quickly refused in a low voice. I just made a skirt last month, so I don't need to make another one. In previous years, she didn't have a new piece of clothing in a year, so Su Xiuying was very satisfied to have such a beautiful dress this year. One skirt is not enough. Besides, I will only wear this skirt for a month or so, and then the weather will get colder. I need to buy some more clothes. Although there is no autumn in Donghua province, the weather is changeable and sometimes it is cold, so it is common to wear a thin coat or long sleeves. Although it is still hot now, the store has already started selling autumn and winter clothes. These are usually the styles that were left over from last year, so it is cheaper to buy them now. Of course, Yang Fan didn't buy them for Su Xiuying just because they were cheap, but when he went out shopping, he had to buy a lot. As for the style, nowadays, except for the really rich people, not many people really care about this. They are already happy to have new clothes to wear, so why bother to care about the style? Then the old clothes can still be worn. How many patches did you put on your old clothes? There's only a little cotton, how warm can it be? Su Xiuying retorted quietly, just wear 2 more layers, winter clothes are too expensive. What we're selling now are all old styles, which are much cheaper than the new models that will be sold in a while. Besides, as you just saw, our skirts are selling so well, so our share next month won't be less. Su Xiuying had no choice but to agree. She could never convince Yang Fan on these matters. The main reason is that although the family has money now, we just bought a sewing machine and want to buy new clothes, some of which are too high profile and eye-catching. Yang Fan could more or less guess what Su Xiuying was thinking, but he didn't care about other people's opinions. In his next life, he just wanted to give the best to his family. He has to hide the money he earns to buy clothes. He might as well just find a piece of tofu and kill himself. Of course, Su Xiuying's concerns are justified, and it is the right thing to do not to be too high profile, but the question is, how can his current behavior be considered high profile? Yang Fan had a good eye and quickly picked out several long-sleeved shirts and long pants for Su Xiuying to try. Seeing that he had picked too many, Su Xiuying wanted to refuse, but when she met his unquestionable gaze, she had to try them on obediently. The results of the trial were very good. She was already very beautiful, and Yang Fan had taken good care of her during this period. There was no trace of hard work on her face, and instead she was full of happiness. If she said she was 18 years old, people would believe it. An was praising Su Xiuying beside him. Mom is so pretty. Don't talk nonsense. Su Xiuying felt a little embarrassed and looked at young Fan again. How is it? If it doesn't look good, forget it. It looks great. My wife is so beautiful that she looks good in anything she wears. The waiter nearby saw the scene and agreed with a smile. This comrade is so lucky to have met a husband who loves you so much and has such a good eye that he can pick out clothes that suit you at a glance. Su Xiuying looked at herself in the mirror. It was a self she had never seen before, with unconcealable happiness in her eyes. Well, comrade, please pack up all the clothes she tried on. Su Xiuying tried on 2 sets of clothes, 2 pairs of pants, a long sleeve top, and a thick cotton coat. When she heard the price of 73 yuan when she checked out, her heart was bleeding. $73. If I buy cloth and make clothes myself, how many clothes can I make? Next, Yang Fan wanted to buy shoes for Su Xiuying, but Su Xiuying refused to buy any more shoes for her. Yang Fan had to compromise and suggested going to the town to buy a pair, and she reluctantly agreed. The consumption in the county is too high, she dare not buy things in the county anymore. As for An's clothes, Yang Fan wanted to buy them, but Su Xiuying disagreed, saying that it would be fine to just buy cloth and make them. It's not that he was reluctant, but the child's style changes every day, so buying clothes is a waste of money, it's better to make them yourself. Yang Fan agreed, thinking that he could also design clothes. Because she spent 73 yuan, Su Xiuying didn't want to buy anything anymore. This time she spent almost a sewing machine, which was really too exciting for her. In fact, the main reason is that the thick coats are too expensive, otherwise the prices of the rest of the clothes are still affordable. But later Yang Fan still bought 2 thick coats, one for Yang Jiefeng and the other for Zhao Yongmei. The one for Yang Jiefeng was a thick military coat, as he had always envied other people's military coats, so Yang Fan wanted to buy one for him. Zhao Yongmei's thick coat was chosen by Su Xiuying, and Yang Fan thought it was okay, so he agreed. The 2 coats cost more than 80 yuan. Yang Fan originally wanted to go to the cinema to see if there were any movies available, but Su Xiuying disagreed. It cost nearly 200 yuan for the whole day, which is really horrible. If she had known that coming to the county would cost so much, she would have regretted it. But even though I feel sad, I am really happy. Yang Fan was also happy, although he only had about 150 yuan left in his hand, but money is earned to be spent, otherwise it will be meaningless. After returning home, Su Xiuying packed her things and delivered the things she bought for her parents. An also filled his water gun with water and couldn't wait to follow Su Xiuying out to show off his new toy to his friends. The small water gun in her hand is the only one of its kind in the village. If she takes it out, it will surely attract a lot of envy. Yang Fan was abandoned at home and was too lazy to go out, so he just put everything in place. The clothes I bought for Su Xiuying have been put away in the closet. Her shoes and An's things were all bought from the supply and marketing cooperative. An's things are mainly cloth. Now that we have a sewing machine at home, it is very convenient to make clothes for the children. I was packing my things when someone knocked on the door. Yang Fan opened the gate and said, "Aunt Sufan, what's wrong?" "Oh, you Weidong Xiuhu has snatched your An's water gun." Xiuying is not here, and An is sitting on the ground crying. Su Xiuying went to deliver clothes to Yang Jiefeng and Zhao Yongmei. An should have been playing with other children on the way. The new toys might have made some naughty kids jealous. An is just a girl, so it is normal for her to snatch things away. Where? Chapter 106, Touching the Bottom Line. It's right there in the square. It is called a square, but in fact it is just a large piece of concrete space. Every time the harvest comes, everyone will take the millet to the square to dry. This place is not far from Yang Fan's home, only a minute's walk away, and Yang Fan saw An crying heart-wrenchingly from afar. This was the first time that Yang Fan saw An crying so sadly since his rebirth. In the past, she would just have red eyes, and she could be coaxed into crying by dropping a golden bean. There was anger in Yang Fan's eyes, but he suppressed his anger and shouted, "An. Dad, Dad." When An heard Yang Fan's voice, she cried even harder, and quickly got up from the ground, ran towards Yang Fan, and hugged Yang Fan's thighs. Her clean clothes had become dirty, and there were some water stains on her hair. "The water gun is gone, woo-woo." Yang Fan picked her up and comforted her. "It's okay, don't cry, Dad will help you get it back." While patting An's back, he also saw the culprit who was holding An's water gun. When Yang Fan came over, he was still holding a water gun to spray An, and the water on his head came from that. When he saw Yang Fan coming, he stayed quietly aside, with fear on his face, and hid the water gun behind him. Yang Fan glared at him, and just when he was about to speak, a sharp voice came. Who? Who dares to bully our child? The people who came were Xiaohu's parents Yu Weidong and Wang Meili. Yang Fan had dealt with this couple shortly after he was reborn. He still remembered that as soon as he made some money selling fairy cakes, Wang Meili immediately brought her husband to steal the business, and even lowered the price to steal Yang Fan's business. It turned out to be their child. No one bullied your child. It was your child who snatched my child's water gun and splashed the water on her head. Yu Weidong, is this how you teach your children? Yu Weidong is a reasonable man, but unfortunately, he has an unreasonable wife. More importantly, he is henpecked and is completely controlled by Wang Meili. Yang Fan's questioning at this moment made Yu Weidong want to ask the child, but he saw Wang Meili standing in front of Xiaohu, who was frightened by Yang Fan, and said in a sharp voice, Yang Fan, why are you yelling? Don't you know that you scared our child? It's normal for children to fight and quarrel. Is it necessary for you to make such a fuss? What? Do you realize that I scared your child now? Your child didn't think about this when he bullied my child. Yang Fan's pair of dark eyes were devoid of warmth, staring straight at Wang Meili. If a child is undisciplined, it is the fault of the father. Okay, I won't bother with your child, but the adults will pay for the child's mistakes. Now, apologize to my child. Asking us adults to apologize to a little kid? What a joke. Apologize to my child, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Wang Meili was frightened by Yang Fan's behavior. She didn't dare to meet his gaze. Her eyes rolled around. Yang Fan, what do you mean by that? Do you still want to hit me? There are men in my family. After that, she directly pulled Yu Weidong. Yu Weidong, if you don't go up, Yang Fan will bully your wife and son. Meili, our son was indeed wrong in this matter. Let's apologize to him and forget about it. What did you say? Wang Meili looked at Yu Weidong angrily and grabbed his ear with her hand. Yu Weidong, you coward, I got nothing by marrying you. Now my son and I are being bullied, and you can't even protect us. What use do I have for you? Yang Fan interrupted and said, I don't have time to watch you two fighting. Now, apologize to my daughter. Wang Meili glanced at Yang Fan, then at Yu Weidong, who was keeping his head down and saying nothing. Then she sat down on the ground and burst into tears. My life is so miserable, you all bully me. I married here and I am a local too, but I never thought anyone could bully me. Even my husband doesn't do anything. There were quite a few people gathered around, but most of them were indifferent to Wang Meili's crying and throwing a tantrum. Wang Meili's son Xiaohu has been a naughty boy for a long time, not just for a day or two. Over the years, every child in the village has suffered from his son's bullying. When the children fight, the adults come over and the result is that the children fight. Why do the adults care so much? Their own children are bullied by her son for no reason. If someone insisted on making a fuss, Wang Meili would just throw a tantrum and say that they were from the same village and were bullying her, a woman from another place, and that there was no way to reason with her. This Wang Meili is really shameless. She does this every time. Yes, my child was bullied by his little tiger before, and there was a scratch on his face, resulting in a scar on his face now, but this matter was just passed over so lightly. Yu Weidong is the same. He is a grown man, but he is bullied by a woman every day. I think this matter will be left unresolved. Wang Meili is such a shrew. Who else can deal with her? Hey, let's keep our own children away from her children from now on. That's all we can do. Everyone was talking in a low voice, but no one spoke up for Wang Meili or Yang Fan. Helping Wang Meili, that's impossible. Helping Yang Fan? That might get him entangled by Wang Meili, a bitch. It's not worth it. They should just watch the show quietly. Just when everyone thought that Wang Meili's throwing a tantrum would not get over, Yang Fan put an N down and said to her, Anan, Daddy is going to play a game with you. Close your eyes, and when Daddy tells you to open them, you can open them, okay? Belch. Anan hiccuped. Although she didn't know why her father wanted to play games with her now, her father's strong appearance made her less sad. Dad, water gun. Well, when Daddy asks you to open your eyes, the water gun will be back. Okay, then Anan, close your eyes now. Upon hearing this, Anan obediently closed her eyes. Yang Fan stood up and walked towards Wang Meili without saying a word. He had a blank expression on his face and looked at Wang Meili as if he was looking at a dead person. Wang Meili, who was throwing a tantrum on the ground, felt as if her throat was suddenly strangled. She looked at Yang Fan with horror in her eyes. Yang Fan, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? I didn't want to hit a woman, but you allowed your son to bully my daughter, which touched my bottom line. Having said that, Yang Fan raised his foot and stepped on Wang Meili. His kick was not fast, so Wang Meili rolled over and quickly dodged it. Are you crazy? Wang Meili shouted, help me, Yang Fan is crazy, he wants to hit me. You wait on, didn't you see? He really wants to hit me, you coward. Yu Weidong was indeed a coward, but he would not bear to watch his wife being beaten, so he quickly stood in front of Wang Meili, but was kicked away by Yang Fan. Chapter 107, The Fierce Yang Fan. Wang Meili didn't expect Yang Fan to act so arrogantly. Her husband was kicked away by him without mercy. She was isolated and helpless. Seeing Yang Fan coming towards her, Wang Meili shouted, I'm sorry. After saying the apology, Wang Meili found that it was not that difficult. Stop hitting me, I'm willing to apologize, I'm sorry. Tell your son to apologize to my daughter and return the water gun to her. Yang Fan didn't actually want to hit Wang Meili. But if he really wanted to hit her, there was no way a woman like her could dodge the first blow. This was the scene Su Xiaoying saw when she rushed over. Yang Fan stood next to Wang Meili and her husband, with a fierce and unquestionable aura. Anan was protected well behind him. She closed her eyes and seemed to have a smile on her lips. For some reason, Su Xiaoying's eyes suddenly felt sore. Once upon a time, she and her daughter were bullied, and they could only swallow their anger. It was clearly someone else's fault, but in the end they were asked to apologize. This is why Su Xiaoying has always tolerated Yang Fan before. It is too difficult to live without a man in this era. Wang Meili quickly stood up and grabbed her son, apologize to Yang Anan. Give the water gun back. Xiaohu was always a bear. He didn't want to listen to Wang Meili's words, no, I don't want it. I want this water gun. Bang! Wang Meili slapped Xiaohu on the head. She was really angry this time. This brat, didn't he see that his mother was about to be beaten? He still wanted a water gun? What kind of water gun did he want? Give me the water gun and apologize to Yang Anan. Wang Meili said, and grabbed the water gun. While they were talking, Yang Fan had already asked Anan to open her eyes and brought her in front of the mother and son, apologize. Hurry up, tell Yang Anan that you're sorry. I don't want it. Xiaohu felt embarrassed to be watched by so many people and forced to apologize by his mother. He immediately broke free from Wang Meili's hand and ran home crying, I'm going to tell my grandma, you all are bullying me. Wang Meili didn't expect her son to dare to disobey her. Just as she was about to chase him, she felt a burning gaze above her head. She looked up and saw Yang Fan looking at her with a half smile. Yang Fan, my son ran away. Wang Meili handed over the water gun with both hands. I'll give the water gun back to you, or should we just let it go? I've already said that if a child is not well educated, it is the fault of the parents. Since your son is not here, you should apologize to my daughter on behalf of your son. Wang Meili told Yang Fan that the apology just now was nothing, but asking her to say it seriously to a little girl made her really lose face today. But Wang Meili didn't dare to disobey him. After all, Yang Fan's ruthlessness was still fresh in her mind. She looked around in humiliation. There were many people, but no one wanted to stand up and speak for her. Wang Meili had no choice but to squat down, forced to smile, and said to Anan, I'm sorry, my son was ignorant and snatched your water gun. Now I give it back to you. Anan looked at Wang Meili, feeling a little scared. She looked up at her father and saw him nod slightly. Then she reached out to take the water gun and said softly, it's okay. When Wang Meili heard this, she immediately stood up and asked, can I leave now? Please. As soon as she got her consent, Wang Meili left immediately. Before Yu Weidong followed her, she nodded apologetically to Yang Fan and then chased after her. The others looked at Yang Fan but didn't dare to say anything. After all, Yang Fan's anger had not completely dissipated yet, and everyone was a little scared looking at him. Su Xiaoying then came over and whispered, Yang Fan, are you okay? It's okay, let's go home. Where are mom and dad? They don't know. The person who called me told me secretly. I said I had something to do and went home first. Su Xiaoying said this and smiled, my parents are so happy to see the clothes. They don't have to suffer from the cold this winter. Don't worry, I'll buy some thick quilts when the payment comes next month. Donghua province belongs to the real south. There are no kangs in winter. The weather is damp and cold, cold to the bone. Even in bed, you are freezing, not to mention the lack of warm clothes and quilts. The winter there is really like a saying in later generations Southerners survive the winter by relying on their righteousness. Okay. Su Xiaoying did not refuse. Whether it is parents or children, winter is a season when it is easy to get sick. At that time, there is no money to see a doctor, so they can only endure the pain until they can't bear it anymore and go to see a doctor. Su Xiaoying squatted down, touched the water stain on An's head and said, "Anan, you are not hurt, right?" "Mom, I'm fine. Dad helped me get the water gun back." "Well, Anan is awesome, let's go home and play." Anan nodded. The water gun being stolen just now also left a little trauma on her. Now she doesn't dare to take out the water gun to play with it, because she is afraid that it will be snatched away again. This was bought for her by her father, and she doesn't want to give it to anyone else. After returning home, Su Xiaoying asked Yang Fan, "Are you okay with what happened just now?" Even though she didn't see Yang Fan about to hit someone, she heard the whispers of others. "Fine. Wang Meili is not easy to get along with. She won't retaliate against us, right? What are you afraid of? We are all from the same village." Yang Fan didn't care much. People like Wang Meili are typical bullies who only fear the strong and bully the weak. This is why Yang Fan deliberately took action to make her submit. Otherwise, trying to reason with someone like her would be like talking to a deaf person. Su Xiaoying thought about it and agreed. Wang Meili is different from the person who came to the stall to cause trouble last time. Everyone knows each other well. Besides, they are from the same village and it is not a life and death feud. No matter how much resentment they hold, nothing serious should happen. But I still have to keep an eye on Anan in the future. Although Wang Meili knows the severity of the situation, her child doesn't. If Anan is hurt, it will be too late to regret it. Yang Fan nodded, "What you said makes sense, I'll have to trouble you to keep an eye on me from now on. Why work so hard? You go out and earn money, and leave the housework to me." After playing in the yard for a while, Anan forgot about Xiao Hu bullying her. When she saw Yang Fan cooking in the kitchen, she immediately gave up her water gun and followed Yang Fan around. She was already hungry by noon. In the evening, Yang Fan cooked 2 dishes and a soup. After the family of 3 had their fill, they went to bed after digesting their food. At Yang Fan's mandatory request, Su Xiaoying turned on the light bulb, read the new picture book, and told Anan a bedtime story. But it didn't take long for Anan, who was tired after a day's work, to fall asleep in seconds. Su Xiaoying yawned, gently pulled the light cord, and also lay down to sleep. In her dream, she returned to her childhood. When she was watching everyone get on the bus to the zoo with envy, Yang Fan came out, stretched out his hand and said to her, "Wife, come on, I'll take you there." Chapter 108 New Style. He didn't have much money left, so the next morning, Yang Fan got up early, made breakfast, and went to town early. Su Fang saw Yang Fan, whom she hadn't seen for a day, and smiled. "Yang Fan, why didn't you come over yesterday? Take the family for a walk around the county." The two chatted for a while, and Yang Fan asked, "Sister Fang, how is your business lately?" "It's pretty good. Because it was National Day yesterday, many people came to order clothes. I sold 7 more pieces in the past 2 days, and I have made all the remaining fabrics." At this point, Su Fang paused and continued, "But Yang Fan, we have to change to new ones. It's not about the skirt, but although the weather is still hot now, it will only be hot for 2 months at most, and then the weather will turn cold. For many people, it is not cost effective to wear a 15 yuan skirt for 2 months. Although it can still be worn next year, thinking that winter is coming soon, everyone will still be patient and prefer to buy winter clothes." Yang Fan had indeed not considered this point, but when Su Fang said it, he understood what she meant. "Okay, after this batch is sold out, let's switch to long-sleeve styles." Su Fang nodded, "Okay." As she spoke, she took out a cash box from inside the house and settled the money for the sale of 7 pieces of clothing with Yang Fan. After deducting Su Fang's own money, the final amount left for Yang Fan was 87.5 yuan. Yang Fan originally had only a little over 150 yuan in savings, but with this 87 yuan, his savings suddenly returned to over 200 yuan. After collecting the money and chatting with Su Fang for a while, Yang Fan left. He came directly to the supply and marketing cooperative to see if there were any good fabrics available recently and to make new styles. After looking at the colors and patterns of the cloth on sale, Yang Fan had an idea and left without buying any cloth. It is better to wait until the design comes out before choosing the fabric. He went to buy a lot of vegetables and then carried the things home. On the way home, Yang Fan met Yu Weidong, who was out. Yu Weidong was very embarrassed. After all, he had just been kicked by Yang Fan yesterday and lost face. However, he did not hate Yang Fan. He just nodded at Yang Fan a little embarrassedly without saying anything, and the two passed each other. At home, Anan has put down the water gun and picked up a picture book to read. Yang Fan didn't allow her to read at night, so she could only read during the day. As for Su Xiaoying, she soaked the clothes she bought yesterday in water and then hung them out to dry. You're back? Yeah. Yang Fan put down his things and helped Su Xiaoying hang up the heavy winter clothes. I went to Sister Fong to settle the bill, bought some things and came back. Su Xiaoying nodded. Well, you don't have to get involved, I'm almost done. Yang Fan smiled and said nothing, but continued to help her hang up the clothes. And over there saw Yang Fan coming back, looked up, and then continued to immerse himself in the world of picture books. Seeing that the mother and daughter ignored him, Yang Fan had no choice but to go into the kitchen to busy himself. After a while, Zhou Hongying came over. She came here to borrow a sewing machine. She came yesterday, but Yang Fan and the others had gone to the county early in the morning, so she came to nothing. Sister-in-law, you can use it. I'll continue to be busy. Okay, go do your thing. Su Xiaoying said hello and went to feed the chickens. The empty space at home where the vegetables were pulled out must be planted with new vegetables. After she finished her work, she returned to the house and chatted with Zhou Hongying. Yesterday I heard that you Weidong's kid bullied Anan? Yes. Su Xiaoying briefly explained what happened and said angrily, not only did he snatch the water gun, but he also took Xianan from the water gun. He is really too shameless. Chapter 109 The Surge in Customers. I heard that your Yang Fan kicked you Weidong? That woman Wang Meili was scared to death? Zhou Hongying was not at the scene of yesterday's incident. She heard it from others afterwards. But what others said may have been processed. It may be true, but it may be a little exaggerated. Yeah. Su Xiaoying nodded. I didn't expect Yang Fan to be so tough this time. After thinking about it, Su Xiaoying finally used the word tough. Indeed, compared to the cowardly Yang Fan in the past, the current Yang Fan is particularly tough in protecting his wife and daughter. He doesn't even give Wang Meili and Yu Weidong any face. He is tougher than many men in the village who can turn big things into small things. Zhou Hongying was also happy for Su Xiaoying and her brother-in-law. Well, Wang Meili probably didn't expect that this time she would run into someone like Yang Fan who didn't give her any face. Think about how many children in the village she bullied before, when she acted like a spoiled child and allowed her son to bully her. The adults had no place to complain, she deserved it. The fact that Wang Meili is hated by so many people shows how naughty her son is and how much she usually throws tantrums. Otherwise, if Yang Fan had started fighting yesterday, the villagers would have helped to stop him no matter what happened. After this incident, I hope she can discipline her son more in the future. I think it's difficult. Zhou Hongying shook her head, but continued sewing. The two sisters-in-law were talking, and when it was almost time for dinner, Zhou Hongying took her clothes and wanted to go back. Su Xiaoying naturally politely asked her to stay for dinner, but Zhou Hongying didn't feel comfortable enough, so she thanked her and left with her clothes. When Yang Fan brought out the dishes, he saw that Zhou Hongying was not there, so he asked, "Is the sister-in-law back home?" "Well, the clothes are all done." As she spoke, Su Xiaoying called out to the outside of the yard, "Anan, wash your hands and eat. You've been reading for the whole morning, so you need to rest your eyes." Although Su Xiaoying was concerned about Anan's eyes before, she didn't take it that seriously. At most, she would talk about it at night. But ever since Yang Fan gave her some popular science about myopia, she has been very concerned about Anan's eyes. Even during the day, it is not good to overuse your eyes. Oh, here it comes. Yang Fan simply cooked a lean meat soup, a stir-fried cabbage and a roasted eggplant. After being cooked by him, the simple dishes became rare delicacies. After eating, Yang Fan finished all the housework. Then he took a pen and paper, leaned against the wall beside the bed, and thought about a new design. Seeing that Yang Fan hadn't left the house, Su Xiaoying stood at the door of the room and watched him frown as he picked up a pen. She felt that Yang Fan looked even better this way. If she were in the future, she would know a saying, "Men who work hard are more handsome." Yang Fan sensed someone at the door from the corner of his eye, looked up, and put down the pen in his hand. "Xiaoying, what's wrong?" "It's okay, I just saw that you didn't go out." "You are holding this paper, are you going to design clothes?" After all, the last time he saw Yang Fan holding drawing paper, he was drawing a design. "Yes, the weather is going to get colder soon, so it's time to design winter clothes." "I see. Then you design it. I'm going to take an in to take a nap." "Good." Seeing her leave, Yang Fan picked up the pen again, thought for a while, and quickly drew lines on the paper. The national day passed quickly for Yang Fan. Except for buying things at the supply and marketing cooperative in the morning and settling accounts at Su Feng's store, he stayed at home all the time. It is worth mentioning that the remaining 11 skirts of Su Feng were sold out very quickly. Not only that, she worked overtime and asked Yang Fan to measure out another 120 feet of cloth to make skirts. The sudden surge in customers during the National Day holiday was actually brought by people from the county. People who have been to the county these days will inevitably see the skirt designed by Yang Fan, but the price in the county is really expensive, and many people are reluctant to buy it, so they just look at it. Unexpectedly, after returning, they saw the same skirt in the town again, and the price was so much cheaper. Instantly, many people felt that they had gotten a good deal and bought the skirt immediately. So Su Feng's business was good for a while. Although it was hard work, she made a lot of money in those days. At the same time, Su Feng realized that Yang Fan did not go to the county, but found a partner in the county. Although she didn't know who it was obvious that this partner was much more capable than her since he could sell skirts in a department store. This also made Su Feng see Yang Fan's ability, and at the same time made her more determined to cling to Yang Fan and continue to cooperate with him. Chapter 110, Loss of Composure. It's 7 days since National Day. That day, Yang Fan took the town bus and arrived at the gate of the South Factory. The guard saw Yang Fan and still remembered him, so he took the initiative to greet him. "Young man, it's you. Are you looking for Director Shi again?" "Yes, please, sir." "Then I'll go and inform you. You wait here for a moment." The old man stood up and walked into the factory, muttering, "This young man has a really good relationship with Director Shi." "Yang Fan? Why do I always feel like there's something wrong with what this old man says?" After waiting for a while, not only Shi Ziqiang came, but also Huang Xiangdong came. The security guard followed behind them, and looked confused as he saw Director Huang and Director Shi happily hugging Yang Fan and entering the factory. This? Did he misunderstand Director Shi? Was it Director Huang who had a good relationship with this young man? As soon as you enter the office. Huang Xiangdong couldn't help it. He no longer had to maintain his image and happily hugged Yang Fan. "Brother Yang, you must not know how well our skirts sold during the National Day. Everyone in the factory worked overtime, but they still sold out. I really didn't expect that this skirt would sell so well at such a high price." These days, Huang Xiangdong is very busy and also very proud of himself. The Nanchang, which had always been half dead, was able to make a name for itself in October with a skirt. If the quantity had not been underestimated, its sales these days could have easily surpassed those of the 3 factories. But even if it didn't surpass them, it was almost the same. From this we can see how well the skirt designed by Yang Fan sells. I went to the department store on October 1st and saw that it was indeed selling well. It's more than good. Shi Ziqiang also sighed. Now this skirt has become popular. Director Huang acted decisively and has already reached cooperation with other counties and cities. It should be able to sell well while the weather is still warm. Yes, and although the cost of braiding hairbands is high, the rewards are even greater. I found that some customers actually bought skirts just to learn how to braid hair. You don't know that there are many styles of headbands on the market now. After all, this thing is really easy to produce. Speaking of this, Yang Fan also nodded. "Well, when I came here, I did see that many girls on the street had their hair braided in many different styles. Braided hair has indeed become a popular trend." "How many skirts have you sold in the past few days?" "Almost 3,000. In 6 days, more than 3,000 skirts were produced, an average of 500 skirts a day. In this era, this sales volume is really high. And this price is really a high-end product." According to Yang Fan's calculations, the cost of a skirt in the factory is probably no more than 3 yuan. Even if it is sold for 15 yuan a piece, it is still 45,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan in the 1980s was no less than 1 million yuan in later times. With this income, it was no wonder that Director Huan lost his composure. Moreover, he was now cooperating with the city and other counties, so even if the sales were not too high due to the weather, it should not be difficult to sell a few thousand units in total, which would be a considerable income, enough to prolong the merger fate of the South Factory. This result is not bad. Director Huang originally said a number calmly, wanting to see Yang Fan's expression of loss of composure, but Yang Fan turned out to be very calm. He felt unbalanced and wanted to wake him up. Is this result just pretty good? For Yang Fan, who has experienced several small goals of Taobao's daily turnover, this result is just good. Of course, Taobaa's turnover is jointly created by many merchants. Yang Fan just said that he has seen many big scenes and will not lose his composure easily. Chapter 111 New Design Drawing. Director Huang looked at Yang Fan and felt that this man was either too arrogant or too confident in himself. But it doesn't matter. As long as Yang Fan can help him make money, he is awesome. But we should also prepare new designs, right? This skirt should be the last style for the summer. Yes. Yang Fan took out a few pieces of paper from his cloth bag and handed them to Huang Shangdong. Director Huang, take a look, this is the new design I drew. Huang Shangdong immediately took it and said, "Boy, you drew it in advance before I even reminded you, amazing." As he spoke, he looked down at the design drawing. Is this jeans? Yes. In the early 1980s, jeans were loved by young people and became a street fashion. However, this fashion was not recognized by the elders, who thought that jeans were too tight on the thighs and buttocks and were immoral. There was even a university in Shanghai that directly told a student who had passed the exam that if he continued to wear jeans, he would be rejected for admission. Although many people did temporarily take off their jeans due to family reasons, jeans were still a good seller. However, it was not until 1985 that jeans became popular all over the country. Ningjiang County is relatively backward, and there are not many people wearing jeans, but there are quite a few. Is there a market for this? Huang Shangdong himself is in the clothing business, so he can accept others wearing jeans, but he himself cannot accept it. In his opinion, how could a grown man wear such tight jeans? Because of my own slight prejudice, Nanchang has never actually produced jeans. Of course. Yang Fan gave an affirmative answer. Before Yang Fan could say anything else, Huang Shangdong expressed his concerns. Jeans are not cheap. More importantly, although they are long pants, they are not warm, right? This is true. The average price on the market now is between 25 and 30 yuan, which is very expensive. I have taken into account everything you said. Huang Shangdong still believed in Yang Fan, so he said, I'd like to hear the details. First of all, it's a market issue. Many people in the older generation really can't accept jeans, but in fact, more people can accept them, especially young people. Ningjiang County is backward, and few people are seen wearing them. But have you seen that there are fewer people selling jeans in Ningjiang County? Huang Shangdong thought about it carefully. There seem to be very few stores selling jeans in Ningjiang County. As far as he could remember, there were only a few. However, there seemed to be a lot of jeans for wearing compared to those for selling. Of course, these data are just his impressions and need to be verified. More importantly, it's actually quite popular among celebrities nowadays to wear jeans. Although most people can't watch TV dramas and movies nowadays because they don't have televisions, celebrity posters are still very popular, and many of the clothes worn by the celebrities in those posters are jeans. So it's very likely that some people actually want to buy it, but there are too few for sale in Ningjiang County. It is indeed possible. Huang Shangdong nodded and looked at Yang Fan. Go on. The second is the issue of price. The price and popularity of skirts prove that everyone still has the spending power and is willing to spend. So as long as they like jeans, there is no need to worry about the sales of jeans. Moreover, unlike skirts, jeans are not only for young female customers. Jeans can be worn by men, women, young and old, and they face a wider customer base. Chapter 112 Precise Control. Listening to Yang Fan's talk, Huang Shangdong was gradually convinced. However, there is one last question left. What about keeping warm? In winter now, most people still choose to wear cotton pants. If you don't have money, you can layer thin trousers and wear several pairs to avoid being so cold. If it is jeans, it is not easy to layer them. After all, the fabric of jeans is hard. Of course, if you can afford jeans, you don't need thin pants to layer them. The problem of keeping warm is even simpler. Jeans can be made with fleece. And Director Huang, please take a look at the following designs. Huang Shangdong was stunned and looked at the manuscript paper in his hand. There were indeed many sheets, but he raised a lot of questions when he saw the first sheet and did not pay attention to the rest. He put the top piece of manuscript paper at the bottom. The second design was still jeans, but the style of the pants was completely different from the first one. The first one said it was tight jeans, while the second one was loose. Huang Shangdong did not ask this time, but continued to flip through the manuscript. The third design drawing is for autumn clothes and autumn trousers. It is a very simple and elegant style, and looks much more upscale than the blue, pink, and red patterned ones on the market. The fourth design is a sweater, the fifth and sixth designs are coat styles for men and women, and the seventh design is a scarf. Yang Fan is a cunning man. Even if he didn't design these things, Nanchang would definitely produce them. Since he designed them and his drawings were used, he should get a share of the profits. Especially the autumn clothes and autumn trousers, they can't be too simple. Of course, the autumn clothes and long trousers from the 1980s were really eye-catching. But generally speaking, the things he designed are really good looking, at least they are much more novel than those clothes on the market that look the same and copied from each other. After Huang Shangdong finished reading, he asked the question that he had been holding back, "Brother Yang, you just said that you want to make jeans with fleece. How do you do that? Do you stuff cotton inside like cotton pants?" In later generations, many trousers have fleece-lined versions, and many people wear jeans in winter. Yang Fan explained the required processes. In fact, it was still possible to make it with the technology available in the 1980s, but it was a little rough and complicated. Huang Xiangdong was enlightened after hearing this. It is possible. But the cost will be very high, and the price will be high. It may not be feasible. Well, I took this into consideration, so I designed a pair of loose jeans. Paired with thermal pants, it will be no problem for us to survive the winter. So that's how it is. Huang Xiangdong looked at the design again. This is feasible. If you can afford jeans, it's not a problem to buy an extra pair of thermal pants. After all, cotton pants are really ugly. But what about these tight jeans? Actually, this pair of jeans isn't tight. Yang Fan smiled. There should be similar jeans in other places. They're called bell-bottom jeans. They're a little tight around the butt and thighs, but very loose from the knees down. So it's okay to wear a pair of thermal pants with this pair. Bell-bottom pants are high-waisted and hip-hugging, and wide below the calves, making them look like a pair of straight long legs. They can be worn by both men and women and are very popular. In fact, it is difficult to have any innovation in the style of this type of pants. The only details that can be made are the buttons on the waist and the outline of the trouser legs. If it is summer, Yang Fan will definitely design a complicated printed top, which will never be outdated when worn in the future, and it will be a perfect retro Hong Kong style of the 80s. Huang Xiangdong nodded. I still believe in your vision. Although the jeans and thermal underwear are all details, they do look much better. He finally understood why his wife was so picky when mending clothes, even for a single button. It turned out that even the choice of a single button could affect the beauty or ugliness of a piece of clothing. Okay, then take a look at which pictures you want. Huang Xiangdong flipped through them and finally eliminated the scarf. Although the scarves are also very beautiful, he thinks that most people nowadays knit their own scarves and are unlikely to spend money to buy them, so the sales volume should not be optimistic. Of course, in addition to this aspect, another reason is that the South factory has never produced scarves, which is quite troublesome. As for sweaters, Huang Xiangdong has never bought one. His sweaters are all knitted by his wife. They don't have any styles. They are just ordinary colorful sweaters. But Yang Fan's sweater is really good looking, even though there is no color in the picture. However, the style of this sweater is more feminine. As he was thinking about this, he saw the small words in the lower right corner, which said women's sweater. You seem to be better at designing women's clothing? Not really. Yang Fan shook his head. It's just that there are more styles for girls, and women have greater spending power, so they are more willing to spend money to make themselves beautiful. Huang Xiangdong weakly retorted, No? Aren't we men richer? Then let me ask you, if I design a nice-looking men's sweater, will you buy it? Of course not, my wife will knit it for me. Yang Fan smiled and nodded. Yes, men's sweaters are knitted by their wives, or else by their mothers. For most men, clothes are just for warmth. As long as they are not too ugly, they are actually fine. They live a rough life. But if a woman sees a nice-looking sweater, do you think she will still remember that she can knit a sweater herself? Huang Xiangdong thought about his wife's personality and found that it was not necessarily the case. If she sees nice clothes, she will definitely buy them. After all, her craftsmanship is just so-so. Her husband can be rough, but she can't. Huang Xiangdong suddenly felt a little heartbroken. As soon as he saw his expression, Yang Fan knew the answer. So, when it comes to clothing, women do have more purchasing power. And women's clothes can be made in more styles and colors, but men's clothes are mostly simple and elegant, and the colors are relatively single. Okay, let's just make women's clothing and make money first. Shi Zicheng, who had been silent, nodded in agreement. Yang Fan, you are really amazing. You have such a precise control over the market. Not bad. Yang Fan smiled. Afterwards, Huang Shangdong signed another profit-sharing contract with Yang Fan for 6 design drawings. As for the pricing, Yang Fan also gave some suggestions. After the conversation, Shi Ziqiang said he would treat. Yang Fan and Huang Xiangzi agreed. When it was almost time to get off work, the three of them got into Huang Shangdong's car and headed for the Hongqi Hotel under the watchful eyes of the security guard. Chapter 113 2 Fake Items. After having dinner with Huang Shangdong and Shi Ziqiang, Yang Fan walked around the county again, bought some things, and then walked home. There is no shuttle bus at the moment. As for taking the bus, Yang Fan is not reluctant to spend the money, but wants to exercise. In his previous life, he was always busy with his career and neglected to exercise. Since he was in his 30s, he had more and more health problems. In this life, he didn't want to ruin his health just to make money. Of course, he also had to exercise more often. In fact, he wants a second child. It's good to have a brother or sister. Yang Fan didn't want An to be alone without even a brother or sister after he and Su Xiuying left. Yang Fan was walking home, but then he looked back. It's still early today, and he wants to go see his second sister. It was already past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Yang Fan arrived at Yang Huanyan's house and raised his hand to knock on the door. It is very inconvenient for people to communicate these days. Generally, they use telegrams to arrange time. Otherwise, if they want to visit distant relatives without making arrangements in advance, whether they can visit them depends on fate. Maybe it was bad luck. After knocking on the door a few times, no one answered, but someone from Yang Huanyan's neighbor's house came out. The old lady kindly said, "They are not at home. It seems that the child is sick and left early in the morning." "Okay, thank you, ma'am." After expressing his thanks, Yang Fan walked home again. When he returned to the town, he first went to Sister Feng's store. There was someone in the store, so Yang Fan found a small stool and sat down to wait. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Sister Feng sent the customer away. "Yang Fan, I sold 8 more skirts yesterday and today." Most of them were sold because they were too expensive in the department store and bought them immediately after seeing my products. Su Feng originally thought that Yang Fan's cooperation with the county might affect her business to some extent, but she didn't expect that not only did it have no impact, but because the county sold it at a higher price, her products sold more easily. As she spoke, she took out her cash box and said, "I went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy vegetables these mornings and I met several girls wearing our skirts. They are really beautiful. Now there are only 3 pieces in stock in the store. Do you think we should make more?" "No, you're right. The weather is going to get cold soon. The living standards of the people in the town are not as good as those in the city. Even if there is any, the business will be very limited. Let's forget it." Su Feng sighed regretfully. "If we had started selling this skirt in May, we would have made a lot of money now." "It's a pity." "It's okay. It's not like we can't sell it in the winter. We can just keep releasing new styles." "Well, do you have any ideas for new clothing styles?" Yang Fan was naturally prepared, and he prepared 2 copies of the design. At this moment, he took out another design from the cloth bag, but this design was different from the one given to the South factory. After all, Su Feng makes clothes by hand, and the conditions there cannot be compared with those in the factory. There are some clothes that the factory can make that she cannot make. Yang Fan handed her the design drawing in his hand. One is a regular long-sleeved shirt, one is a sweater, and the other is cotton pants. Regular long sleeves can be easily sewn with a sewing machine, but sweaters can only be made by hand. Sweaters in the 1980s were basically high-necked solid colors, some with some patterns, or high-necked vertical stripes, which were relatively simple. The sweater designed by Yang Fan is a solid color round neck sweater, and it is a fake 2-piece sweater. A white shirt collar is designed at the neckline, and the bottom edge of the shirt is designed on the edge of the sweater, making it look like 2 pieces of clothing are worn. "Yang Fan, is this sweater 2 pieces of clothing?" "1 piece." Yang Fan smiled and explained to her what the style of fake 2 pieces was. Chapter 114 Unattainable. Su Feng was amazed. "How did you come up with this idea? This sweater is really well designed and looks very trendy." As for whether it would look good when worn, she wasn't sure, but for him to think of this, Su Feng felt that Yang Fan was really amazing. Yang Fan smiled and didn't answer. It wasn't his idea, he just made the design based on the shoulders of later generations. As for the cotton trousers, these are the most common trousers Su Feng makes in winter. Most people will choose dark blue, red or black. Dark colors are not easy to get dirty and are in line with current aesthetics. As for the styles of cotton trousers, it can be said that there are not many styles. Yang Fan did not add anything extra in his design. There are only two colors designed, black and beige. The design of the trouser legs and waistband has been slightly changed. The fabric of the trousers is smooth and textured, resistant to dirt and dust and easier to clean. Su Fong frowned slightly. Will anyone buy the off-white color? Of course, although it is indeed inconvenient to go out, for some girls who love beauty, they would not be willing to wear these pants when going out, right? And it is impossible for a person to have only one pair of cotton pants, right? Su Fong immediately understood what Yang Fan meant. Black, red, and blue cotton trousers are all popular styles. Many people only have two pairs as replacements and will not buy new ones. After all, in everyone's perception, cotton trousers are meant to keep warm. Now, if a pair of cotton trousers that are both warm and good looking suddenly comes along, of course you have to buy them. You have a really sharp mind. I hadn't thought of that before. Cotton trousers generally don't break down and can be worn for several years. Some thrifty people can even wear them for 10 years or so without any problem. Then leave the design here for now, and I'll buy the fabric later. Good. Su Fong nodded and handed the money she had just counted to Yang Fan, which was exactly 100 yuan. In this way, the money in Yang Fan's hand returned to more than 300 yuan. However, he couldn't spend much of the money for the time being, and had to save it for measuring cloth at the end of the month. Then in November, when the share of the money from the South factory came in, if the money was enough, he would have to find someone to repair his parents' house, and buy winter clothes and quilts for the family. With this calculation, money is still very tight. Earn more, spend more. Yang Fan didn't have enough initial capital, and it was not easy for him to make some big money. Let us do this for now, and wait and see next year. This year, let us cooperate with Nanchang and have a good new year, Yang Fan thought. After sorting out what to do next, Yang Fan went to the supply and marketing cooperative and bought a lot of things before carrying the things back home. Today he did not carry a bamboo basket, but was carrying a large pile of things. When he entered the village, many villagers saw him and they kept talking to Yang Fan along the way. Nowadays, if your family eats meat, it will attract a lot of snooping. Yang Fan's family was not spied on simply because the neighbor Aunt Su Fan did not make trouble and told others that Yang Fan's family ate meat every day. In addition, Yang Fan did not have many friends in the village, and no one was around, so naturally no one would find out. But even so, the fact that Yang Fan had become rich could no longer be concealed. Many people were actually asking Su Shouying what Yang Fan was doing now. Su Shouying's answer to this is, don't ask, the answer is she is selling clothes. Of course, after learning this answer, many people wondered how it was possible to make so much money by selling clothes. Although they didn't believe it, they still wanted to ask Su Shouying to help talk to Yang Fan and introduce them to a job. As for why they didn't tell Yang Fan directly, firstly, Yang Fan's previous domineering image was deeply rooted in people's minds, and secondly, the incident between Yang Yulan and Yu Weidong some time ago also made everyone see that Yang Fan was not someone who could be messed with. Even relatives are not allowed to be beaten, and women are beaten. Just these two reasons make others hesitate to approach Yang Fan, always feeling that he has an unattainable aura. Chapter 115 Help. When he returned home, Yang Fan found that Su Shouying and Nin were at home. It's probably not even 4 o'clock yet. At this time, Su Shouying usually takes the children outside to enjoy the cool air and chat. Why didn't you go outside to enjoy the cool air today? Don't mention it. Speaking of this, Su Shouying sighed. Some time ago, many people came to me to inquire about you. Of course, their main purpose was to ask you to introduce them to do the same job as you. Of course, I refused. But today, many people directly stuffed money into my pocket. I didn't know how to refuse, so I had to carry Nin back home. When someone knocked on the door outside, I pretended not to be home. After Su Shouying married Yang Fan, she didn't interact with many people in the village. Apart from the Yang family, there were some married women of the same age, and the neighbor Aunt Su Fan. When these people were not very familiar, let alone other people. So Su Shouying's social skills are really not that good. When others ask her to do something, she doesn't know how to refuse politely. Even if she refuses, some people will still come up to her and it will be even more difficult for her to refuse. And some people had helped her before, which made her very embarrassed. But she knew that it was impossible to introduce Yang Fan's job to others because they didn't know how to design it. As for why she didn't tell the truth about Yang Fan's job, it was because she was afraid of people getting jealous. After all, Yang Fan's job seems to be very leisurely. He can make money by just drawing pictures, which can make people feel unbalanced. It's okay. You can just refuse directly next time. If it doesn't work, let them tell me and say that you can't make the decision. Yang Fan knew what these people were thinking, but he couldn't even take care of his own family, let alone help. Of course, when his business became bigger, he would not forget to help the villagers. After all, the village spirit of Jiutang village was really good, and Su Shouying had received help from many people before. A drop of water is repaid with a spring of water. Su Shouying nodded and said helplessly, "This is the only way." The big guys are too enthusiastic, and sometimes it's really unbearable. It seems that she will not go out for the next few days, and will wait until everyone's enthusiasm has died down. Just as I was thinking about it, there was a knock on the door. Su Shouying was stunned. Could it be that he came to my house? As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Hongying's voice outside dispelled her concerns. It's sister-in-law. Su Shouying put the dirty clothes in the basin, clapped her hands and went forward to open the door. "Sister-in-law, why are you here? Come in and sit down." "I won't go in." Zhou Hongying smiled and handed the bamboo basket to Su Shouying. "These are the vegetables grown by our family. We picked a lot today and wanted to bring some to you. After all, we have given all your land to grow, and the vegetables in the yard are definitely not enough to eat." This is indeed true. Except for shallots and peppers, most of the vegetables in the yard have been plucked bare by Yang Fan. Usually, they are eaten on the same day they have just grown. Even if they are not eaten on the same day, they will be eaten the next day. Zhou Hongying noticed that Yang Fan would sometimes buy vegetables, so she thought about bringing some over. "Shouying, you know where my farm is. If you don't have any vegetables at home, you can go pick some from my farm." "How can I be so embarrassed about that?" Su Shouying took the vegetables in the bamboo basket to the water-shaking well and put them away, then returned the bamboo basket to Zhou Hongying. "What's there to be embarrassed about?" Zhou Hongying waved her hand nonchalantly. "You gave us the land to grow crops, and we didn't give anything in return. We just picked some vegetables. We can pick whatever we want. Anyway, there are so many crops in the land that we can't eat them all. If you don't pick them, they will just rot in the land. In that case, thank you, sister-in-law." "Thank you, I'm going back now." After thanking Zhou Hongying, Su Shouying closed the courtyard door and said to Yang Fan, who was shaking the water, "From now on, I will go to my sister-in-law's field to pick vegetables for our family. You don't need to buy them. It's a waste of money." Chapter 116 Pricing. Every time Yang Fan came back from buying vegetables, Su Shouying felt heartbroken. Although these vegetables may not be too expensive, for her, this is a completely unnecessary expense. It's just that the land has been given to her eldest sister-in-law's family, and the vegetables grown in the yard are not enough to eat, and they can't do without vegetables, so they have to bear this expense. "Okay, then you can pick the vegetables from now on. I won't buy them." Su Shouying was in a good mood after saving some money. Seeing that Yang Fan had shaken the water, he sat on a small stool and prepared to wash the clothes for the whole family. It is summer now, the clothes are thin, and people don't go out, so the clothes are not dirty and are easy to wash. Seeing that Su Shouying washed the vegetables effortlessly, Yang Fan went to an empty vegetable patch and turned it over with a hoe, then poured water on it and sowed the seeds again. The next few days. Except for occasionally going to the county to check on the progress of the South Factory, Yang Fan spends the rest of his time at home. By the end of October, the weather turned cooler. Yang Fan also selected the cloth, wool, etc., and took them to Su Feng's shop. He stayed in the shop for a whole day, and Su Feng finally made the sample clothes in the 3 design drawings. "It's okay, just do it this way." Yang Fan picked up the cotton pants and sweater and said, "When you hang them up at the door to sell, you can hang them as a whole set, not just one piece." Su Feng looked at him gesturing and her eyes lit up. "It really looks better hanging like this. It has to look good together. Why didn't I think of it before? I was only concerned about the fact that I didn't have the mannequin. My brain really can't adapt." Su Feng shook her head. It's such a simple thing, but she still needs others to remind her. No wonder her shop has not been doing well after being open for so long. Yang Fan smiled and ignored it. "Then just do as you did today. As for the pricing, the cost price of a long-sleeved shirt is 3 yuan, the cost price of cotton trousers is about 6 yuan, and the cost of making an adult sweater is about 2 kilograms of wool. Adding the collar and hem, the cost price of the sweater is about 5 yuan. Although the cost price of a sweater is not as high as cotton trousers, it is much more troublesome to make than cotton trousers. After all, sewing machines cannot knit sweaters, and this style of sweater can only be made by hand. However, Su Fang said there was no problem with this. Regarding the previous skirt issue, she had already cooperated with many women who stayed at home and did not have jobs. Knitting sweaters can almost be said to be a basic skill for women in this era. After the sweater is knitted, it is completely feasible to take it to a store to have it processed into 2 fake pieces. The price of cotton trousers used to be around 12 yuan, and ordinary long-sleeved shirts were usually between 7 and 8 yuan. The higher or lower depends on the style. As for sweaters, I have never sold them before. Nowadays, most people's sweaters are probably knitted by their families, and they are cheap. Su Fang told the market price in the town. Of course, the prices in the county are definitely more expensive than in their town. Yang Fan thought for a moment and said, well, you can sell the long-sleeved shirt for $8, the cotton pants for $15, and the sweater for $18. Okay. Although the price is higher than the market price, Su Fang is not worried at all about not being able to sell it. If you say it's expensive, wasn't the skirt I sold before more expensive? Compared to the skirt, the price of this winter coat is really reasonable. In fact, Yang Fan didn't expect to make much money in Su Fang's store. After all, the ones here are small time, while those from the South factory are big time. But the advantage of cooperating with Su Fang is that if he sells today, Yang Fan can settle the money tomorrow. At a time when he doesn't have much money, this quick settlement method helps him get through the days when he is short of money. Chapter 117 Lard Dregs. After agreeing on the price of the clothes, Yang Fan planned to go back. Su Fang had already paid Yang Fan for the remaining 3 skirts. However, the money he spent during this period, plus the money he spent on cloth and wool, was almost over 100 yuan, and he now has about 200 yuan in his hand. Tomorrow is November, and Yang Fan plans to go to the South factory to see how much money he can settle. Now that the weather is cold in the mornings and evenings, the house repairs have to be done as quickly as possible. He went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy meat and fish. There was no rice left at home, so Yang Fan bought a lot of rice. He also bought a lot of pork fat, planning to go back and make lard. Some dishes are really delicious when fried with lard. Carrying the bamboo basket on his back, Yang Fan would greet everyone he knew on the way home. After some people responded, they looked at Yang Fan and seemed to be hesitant to speak, as if waiting for Yang Fan to ask. However, Yang Fan pretended not to see it. He knew what they were asking for, but as he said before, it was useless to say more now that he couldn't help. It would be better to pretend to be confused. If he asked, he would have to make excuses, and others would think he didn't want to help. When he came back, Yang Fan saw Aunt Sufan at his house. Seeing Yang Fan, Aunt Sufan smiled and said, "Can I borrow your sewing machine? It's really useful. It took me half a day to sew the seam of my clothes by myself, but now it's done in a moment with the sewing machine. Well, Aunt Sufan, come over anytime if you need anything in the future." Okay. Aunt Sufan smiled and said, "I won't be polite with you. This sewing machine can be used at any time. Before, only the team leader's family had it in the village. I am not familiar with Yang Zhenju, so I can only envy it. Yang Zhenju is quite arrogant, so she doesn't have many friends. Unless one is thick-skinned or has a really good relationship with her, no one would dare to borrow her sewing machine. Now that Yang Fan's family has it, Su Shouying is fine, but because of Yang Fan, there are still many people waiting and watching. Aunt Sufan borrowed it today, and I believe that in the near future, more and more people will borrow it." Aunt Sufan chatted for a while, and then saw Yang Fan preparing to cook, so she said to Su Shouying, "Shouying, you go ahead and get busy. I'm going home to cook too. Your uncle you will probably be back soon." Good. After Aunt Sufan left, Su Shouying entered the kitchen and asked, "What smells so good?" "It's making lard." "Ah, I want to eat that lard later." Anan, who was following Yang Fan around, asked, "Mom, what is lard residue?" "It's delicious. When Daddy makes it, you can have some." Anan immediately looked at Yang Fan and said, "Dad, I want some lard residue later." "Okay, can you go outside with Mom first? Don't let the oil splash on you later." Anan was very obedient. "Then I'll sit outside and wait for Dad." Yang Fan praised them a few words, and then concentrated on making lard after they left. Half an hour later, the lard was refined, and there was a big bowl of lard residue. The lard just out of the pot was crispy and crispy. When you took a bite, the fragrant oil came out, which was so greedy that the kids next door cried. Yang Fan sprinkled some cumin powder to make the lard more fragrant. "It tastes like my childhood." Su Shouying tasted a piece and was in a good mood. "What I liked most in the past was the lard made at home. At that time, I could always get 1 or 2 pieces of lard residue, which was so fragrant. And Anne's mouth was full of oil as he ate, and he kept praising, "Great. As expected, everything is delicious if it's made by my dad." Yang Fan also tried a few pieces. The taste was just so-so, but in this era, it was indeed a rare good thing. Su Xiuying thought it was delicious, mostly because of the filter of her childhood. Chapter 118, Fame. When cooking at noon, Yang Fan used refined lard to stir-fry the dishes, which were really fragrant. He simply made a steamed fish, a bowl of egg custard, and a plate of fried water spinach that Zhou Hongying brought yesterday, and added lean meat soup. 3 dishes in one soup. With white rice, Yang Fan ate 3 bowls of rice directly. In his previous life, he was very good at cooking, but he rarely cooked, and few people had eaten his cooking. The family hired a chef, who was very good at cooking, but Yang Fan found the food tasteless. As expected, delicious food is more meaningful when shared with important people. After dinner, Yang Fan planned to go outside to collect some firewood. Before I even left the house, someone came over. Yang Fan was very familiar with the person who came. Whose wife was she? Yang Fan didn't know her name, so he just greeted her politely, "Aunt." "Yang Fan, you are at home too?" "Well, I'm going to go out and collect some firewood." Yang Fan looked at the clothes in her bamboo basket and smiled. "Aunt, are you here to borrow the sewing machine?" "Xiuying is in the room, you can just go find her." The man quickly put on a smile. "Okay, thank you then." "You're welcome." Yang Fan responded and went out. That day, the news that Yang Fan was easy to talk to spread throughout the village. Su Xiuying heard this from Aunt Sufan and smiled helplessly. He is indeed easy to talk to now. "Is it Hongjin who is here today?" Yes, Aunt Hongjin came to borrow the sewing machine and happened to run into Yang Fan, so Yang Fan let her use it as she pleased. Unexpectedly, after she used it, she spoke well of Yang Fan to everyone. Aunt Sufan covered her mouth and smiled. They were frightened by Yang Fan's attempt to hit Wang Meili before. But it's good to have a reputation. No one will dare to bully you and your daughter again in the future. As neighbors, when Yang Fan was in trouble, although many people lent a helping hand, there were also many people who mocked him or even took advantage of his misfortune. Aunt Sufan knew all about this and sometimes even spoke up for Su Xiuying. Su Xiuying nodded. She also felt that it was good for Yang Fan to have such a reputation. Nowadays, if a man cannot stand up for himself in a family, he will be looked down upon and bullied. "Your house is probably going to be busy now." Su Xiuying smiled and understood what Aunt Sufan meant. When everyone found out that Yang Fan was easy to talk to, the matter of borrowing a sewing machine naturally became a priority. Even if they don't have any clothes that need sewing at home, they probably want to come over and take a look and touch them. If the clothes are not torn, they would like to tear a hole in them and use them. Yang Fan prepared to cook only after Aunt Sufan left. The one who came today is Aunt Hongjin, Uncle Tsung's wife. A face appeared in his mind, and Yang Fan suddenly realized, "Oh, yes, I remember it now." Although he could remember even the smallest things from his previous life, such as punctuation marks, memories were not something that could be used at will. Sometimes, if something was not very clear, he would need to retrieve it and try hard to recall it. Yang Fan was too lazy to think about it. After all, he could find out by just asking. Even if he didn't know, it didn't matter since he was not an important person. After knowing this, he didn't care. Instead, he smiled and asked Su Xiuying, "What do you want to eat tonight?" "My sister-in-law brought some radishes over. I'm craving for some radish meatballs." Radish meatballs are also a childhood memory for Su Xiuying. She was fortunate enough to eat one at a banquet and was amazed by it. "Sure. I still have some of the meat I bought this morning." Yang Fan would naturally do his best to prepare what his wife wanted to eat. Grate the radish, mix well, then squeeze out the water. Chop the lean meat into minced meat, stir-fry with a little oil until it changes color, add green onions and diced mushrooms, add some soy sauce for seasoning, stir-fry evenly and mix with the shredded radish, then add appropriate amount of starch, stir well and pinch into small balls, then steam them. In fact, it would be more fragrant if fried, but this would waste some oil, and Anne had just eaten lard residue at noon, so she is still a little hot. If she eats fried meatballs, she might get a sore throat. We steamed a plate of about 20 potatoes, and Yang Fan fried another plate of sweet potato sprouts. These 2 dishes were enough for the evening, so it was not advisable to eat too much. Chapter 119, Buying a Digital Watch. Today, after Yang Fan had breakfast, he got on the bus on time. It was not yet 10:30 when we arrived at the county. Not long after getting off the car, a man walked towards Yang Fan, shouting, "Brother, brother! Yang Fan looked at him carefully. The man looked to be around 25 or 26 years old, with an unshaved beard on his chin, looking quite weathered. He was wearing a gray suit jacket and leather shoes, but his red socks somewhat spoiled the look. "What's up?" He came over and took out a watch from his pocket like a thief. After making sure Yang Fan had seen it, he quickly put it back. "Brother, do you want an electronic watch? It's a brand new one." Yang Fan understood the man's behavior. Although they are no longer being arrested, the policy has only been open for a short time and no one knows when the policy will change again, so it is always better to be cautious. "How much?" "This thing is indeed a childhood memory. Generally, after a year, the electronics are gone and you have to replace them." The man smiled and made a 2 sign. "Why is 20 so expensive?" "Brother, you are wrong. When I go to buy goods, I have to calculate the labor costs and ticket costs. Besides, the policy is better now. If the policy suddenly changes, I will take huge risks." Yang Fan rolled his eyes at him and said, "Don't try to play tricks on me. Do you want to do this job? Am I the one who forced you to do it?" As he said this, he calculated carefully. He had quite a few people to send gifts to, so he probably didn't have enough money. He had no choice but to say, "Well, $15 a watch, I'll take 5 from you now. Leave me your contact information. I guess I'll need to buy some more in the future." $5. The man was startled for a moment, but it was too late for him to calm down. He could only say, "Okay, brother, I see you are a straightforward person, so I'll pay you $15. I'll lose a little, but I'll just consider it as making friends with you." Yang Fan felt calm. When he was doing business in his previous life, he had used this kind of rhetoric a lot. He took Yang Fan to a remote place, and then opened his suit jacket. Wow, it was full of electronic watches, just like those mobile phone vendors selling mobile phones in later generations. "Which 5 do you want?" Yang Fan thought about it, and then picked 2 black and red watches, and chose all black for the remaining 3 watches. The dial is round, but with some edges and corners, and there are no minute and second hands, but straightforward numbers. The whole watch looks very mechanical and advanced in this era. After checking that there were no problems, Yang Fan paid the money readily. Seeing that Yang Fan could bring hundreds of dollars to buy things, the man smiled even more. "Brother, nice to meet you, my name is Shin. You just said you wanted to buy some more in a while? Really strong? This name." Yang Fan was silent. "Well, do you have any for children? One with a smaller dial." "Of course." Shin said hurriedly, "but it will take some time. I'm out of stock. I have to go buy more." "Brother, let's make an appointment and come over then. How much do you want?" 6 pieces, please. Choose nice-looking watches. 3 girls and 3 boys. As for the time, how long will it take for you to get the goods?" 2 days will do." Jin said hurriedly, "Then brother, let's meet the day after tomorrow. How about this time and this place?" "Okay." Yang Fan exchanged a few polite words with him, then said goodbye to him and went to the South Factory. The security guard was already very familiar with Yang Fan. When he saw Yang Fan, he took the initiative to say, "Comrade Yang Fan, right? The factory director told me that if you come, you can just go in." "Okay, thank you, sir. Do you need me to take you in?" "No, I know the way. When I went to Huang Shangdong's office, I happened to meet Shi Ziqiang. He quickly called Yang Fan, "It seems to be almost noon, and I thought you would not come today." Chapter 120 Huge Share. "I was delayed a bit on the way." Yang Fan responded and asked, "Is Director Huang here?" "Yes, I just happened to be going to his office as well." Shi Ziqiang smiled. "The factory director has been very successful recently. You made a lot of money from your skirts. It's a pity that you approached us too late, otherwise you would have made more money." "It's okay. There will be plenty of opportunities to make money in the future." "You are really open-minded." Shi Ziqiang felt heartbroken just thinking about the loss of money in a few months. At the same time, he was also very glad that he chose to believe Yang Fan that day. After the meeting this morning, Director Huang kept him and hinted that there would be a bonus in his salary this month. The 2 men came to Huang Shangdong's office, where there happened to be someone inside. When Huang Shangdong saw Yang Fan coming, he waved his hand and asked the worker to go down first. "Brother Yang, long time no see." Yang Fan looked at him and smiled. "Director Huang looks really high-spirited." "Ha ha ha, thanks to you." Huang Shangdong asked Yang Fan to sit down. Shi Ziqiang made tea skillfully beside him. He took out a report from the table and handed it to Yang Fan. This is the sales report of floral skirts last month. Take a look. Yang Fan took it and looked at it carefully. The report was very detailed, showing the cost, sales volume, and the purchase price of each manufacturer. Yang Fan took a quick glance and then looked directly at the sales volume. The total population of Ningjiang County is about 1 million, and the sales volume is about 30,000 pieces. Probably 1 out of 30 or 40 people bought a skirt from Nanchang. Of course, this data is not calculated in this way. Some merchants may not sell all of the 100 skirts they bought from Nanchang, and there may still be a backlog. In addition, the sales in other counties are also taken into account, so this data should be greatly discounted. The purchase price of those merchants is basically between 12-15, and the specific amount depends on how much goods they purchase. If they purchase more, the discount will naturally be bigger, and if they purchase less, the discount will be smaller. The final total profit was 400,200. If Yang Fan took 20%, it would be 80,040. Even though Yang Fan was prepared, he was still a little surprised by this number. He used to think that having around 20,000 would be good. After all, the time when he was reborn was indeed a little late, and he did not expect that Nanchang would be so powerful that it could directly negotiate cooperation with several other counties and sell a lot of products through this. Brother Yang, this is too much money. I didn't dare to take it out. I thought we should go to the bank together and I will transfer it to you directly at the bank. Okay. Yang Fan nodded. With this money, he will be more confident in doing anything in the future. Shi Ziqiang glanced at the report from the side, and was shocked when he saw the money Yang Fan took. I think there will be some next month, but definitely not much. Huang Shangdong sighed and said the same thing as Shi Ziqiang. It's such a pity. If you had found me 2 months earlier, your money would have doubled, Brother Yang. Having said that, Huang Shangdong looked at Yang Fan with envy. Although he and Shi Ziqiang both made contributions to the company, the factory was not theirs after all, and the money they could earn was definitely not as much as Yang Fan's. It's okay. Winter clothes can also be sold. Well, I hope the next batch of goods can sell as well as the floral skirt. The higher-ups are paying special attention to the South factory, which is both motivation and pressure. Huang Shangdong said a few words, then laughed heartily. Brother Yang is now a millionaire, you have to treat us later, I won't compete with you. Of course, no one can argue with me. You two brothers can order whatever you want and I'll pay for it. Chapter 121 Goodbye Second Sister. Sitting in Huang Shangdong's car, the three of them came to the postal savings bank. Soon, the more than 80,000 yuan was deposited into Yang Fan's passbook. However, in general, it should be more than 79,000 yuan because Yang Fan withdrew 1,000 yuan. Looking at the numbers on the passbook, Yang Fan felt a sense of satisfaction that he could never have felt even if he had earned billions in his previous life. He put away the passbook and said to Huang Shangdong, "Two brothers, let's go to the Red Flag Hotel." Perhaps out of envy and jealousy, Huang Shangdong and Shi Ziqiang didn't order too many dishes, but they did order a bottle of wine that cost about 100 yuan. A wine worth around 100 yuan is just barely acceptable. Compared with the really expensive wine, such as Fei Tian Mutai, it is not worth mentioning. Even Yang Fan, who just made 80,000 yuan, can't afford it. Yang Fan was afraid that one bottle was not enough, so he ordered another one. This made Huang Shangdong and Shi Ziqiang look at Yang Fan with a higher regard again. Yang Fan is never stingy when he should be generous. Although he has made so much money, he does not have the mentality of a poor man who has suddenly become rich. He orders a bottle of wine worth more than 100 yuan. He is really generous. The two asked themselves, if it were them, it would be difficult to be so straightforward. It is precisely because it is difficult for them to do it, so they admire those who can do it. In the end, they only drank one bottle of wine. Huang Shangdong asked Yang Fan to return it, but Yang Fan said he would give it to him. Huang Shangdong felt embarrassed to do so, as Yang Fan had spent a lot of money on the meal, so he refused. Yang Fan didn't return it, but packed it up and planned to take it back for his father to drink. Yang Jiefeng didn't love much in his life, cigarettes and alcohol were the only two. He still remembered that when he was just reborn, he picked mulberries from the mountain and put them in a jar to soak in wine. He calculated the time and decided that it would be just right to take it out and drink it during the new year. Do you want me to take you back? Huang Shangdong was just being polite. Besides, he had called the hotel's driver himself and was in a daze. Yang Fan knew it. He smiled and refused. No, you still have to go to work. I have some things to do in the county. I won't bother you, Brother Huang. Okay, let's go back first. After saying goodbye, Yang Fan sorted out his cloth bag, thought about it, and decided not to buy anything. He looked at his watch. It was not yet 1 o'clock in the afternoon. If he went there, Yang Huanyan should be at home. So he walked to Yang Huanyan's house empty-handed. After knocking on the door, Su Zhaoti's inquiring voice came from inside. Yang Fan, Yang Huanyan's brother. The house was not well soundproofed, and soon Yang Fan heard Su Zhaoti calling Yang Huanyan, go open the door, your brother is here. Yang Huanyan's hurried voice came from inside the door, I'm coming. After a while, the door opened. Yang Huanyan's eyes lit up when she saw Yang Fan. Xiao Fan, you're here, come in and sit down. Su Zhaoti was sitting in the living room calmly, and didn't say anything when she saw Yang Fan coming in. I don't know if it was because Yang Fan came to pick up something last time. She was knitting a sweater, glanced at Yang Fan, and said, Brother Huanyan, why didn't you buy anything for your sister when you came this time? Yang Huanyan, who was pouring water from the kitchen, felt a little embarrassed when she heard this. Xiao Fan, drink some water. You must be thirsty in the middle of the day. Well, thank you, second sister. Yang Fan nodded and was about to reply to Su Zhaoti when she saw her eyes light up and said, is this a watch? Huanyan's brother, you are really amazing. You can even afford a watch. Her son can't even afford it, so where does Yang Huanyan's vampire brother get the money to buy a watch? After hearing what she said, Yang Huanyan realized that Yang Fan was indeed wearing an electronic watch. Seeing that her brother was living well, she was sincerely happy for him. However, Yang Huanyan knew what her mother-in-law was thinking at this time, so she changed the subject and said, are your parents okay at home? The weather is cold in the morning and evening now, so tell them to take care of their health. Chapter 122 Insult. Yang Fan understood her good intentions and didn't want to make things difficult for Yang Huanyan, so he followed her lead and started chatting with her about family matters. But how could Su Zhaoti let go of Yang Fan who had made money? It was natural for the former vampire Yang Fan to avoid him, but now that Yang Fan was making money, then Yang Huanyan, as the daughter-in-law of the Zhou family, naturally had to help the Zhou family by getting some money from her mother's family. Yang Fan, what have you been doing recently? You even wear a watch. Please help your sister more. Look at Huanyan, she has no job and does nothing at home. This is not a solution. When Yang Fan heard this, he became furious. He really couldn't stand Su Zhaoti. She said this to his face, and he didn't know how she treated him behind his back. However, he had to know when to attack her. After all, he didn't know what his second sister was thinking. He would have to ask her privately about her true thoughts later. Otherwise, if he stood up for her under the pretext of doing something good for her, Yang Huanyan would be the one who suffered in the end. Aunt Su, I call you aunt for my sister's sake. Otherwise, if I saw an old woman like you on the street, I would have beaten you up a long time ago. Su Zhaoti didn't expect Yang Fan to act so arrogantly. She was shocked when she heard this. What do you want to do? Do you want to beat up an old woman like me? I won't hit you, but my sister works in your Zhou family. Although she doesn't make any money, she does all the housework, children's affairs, and daily meals, right? If my sister wasn't there, how much would it cost to hire someone to do this? When Su Zhaoti heard that Yang Fan would not hit her, she immediately became aggressive again. She stood up and pointed at Yang Huanyan who was sitting next to her and said, isn't this what a daughter-in-law should do? Which daughter-in-law doesn't do this? And she even takes credit for it. Look at the daughter-in-law next door. She has a formal job in the factory, earning dozens of yuan a month, and can buy groceries, cook, and do housework. She is much better than Yang Huanyan. Originally, your Yang family's daughter married into our Zhou family, which means you are marrying up. In her heart, even if Yang Fan made money, she would still look down on him, thinking that a peasant from the countryside could not have a great future. And even if he made money, it was only a small amount of money. As for the watch, who couldn't afford it these days? Take her son for example, can he not afford it? He just can't bear to do it. Yang Fan is a poor man who suddenly became rich. He wants to show off his money and act like a poor man. Don't really think that she thinks she is a big shot just because she treats him better. Su Zhaoti's words were too much. She didn't give Yang Huanyan any face at all. It seemed that she felt that even if she was so sarcastic, Yang Huanyan would not dare to leave the Zhou family. She was quite fearless. How could Yang Fan bear it any longer? He had given up on his initial idea long ago. His current thought was that even if young Huanyan didn't want to, he couldn't agree. Your Zhuo family is noble? Then we won't stay here anymore. Second sister, let's go. Xiaofan, don't. Yang Huanyan hurriedly grabbed Yang Fan's hand. When she saw Yang Fan looking at her, she shook her head slightly with red eyes. Seeing Yang Huanyan like this, Su Xiaodi became even more arrogant. Humph, I thought she was a tough guy, but it turns out she is just like this. Rural peasants are peasants, they don't know how to respect the elderly and love the young. Yang Fan, you are not welcome here, get out. Yang Huanyan, who had been forbearing, finally couldn't help but said, Mom, Xiaofan is my brother, isn't it a bit too much for you to say that? Too much? He was the first to disrespect me. What? Yang Huanyan, you married into our Zhuo family, and you're still turning your elbow outward? When your brother was disrespectful to me just now, you didn't defend me. I knew you were an ungrateful person who could never be fed. Chapter 123 Making an exception for you. Mom! Yang Huanyan shouted helplessly, hoping that Su Xiaodi would give her some face. However, she was not good at speaking, and she had always obeyed Su Xiaodi. She had rarely mustered the courage to speak up for Yang Fan. The family situation was not good, and she didn't want to burden her brother with her own affairs. Ungrateful? Yang Fan felt that Su Xiaodi was very unreasonable. Su Xiaodi, since your Zhuo family is so good, let's get a divorce. Xiao Fan. Yang Huanyan was startled and quickly pulled his clothes, signaling him to stop talking. Su Xiaodi sneered, looking sarcastic and mean, divorce if you want. Do you think you can use this to blackmail me? Who are you trying to scare? I'm afraid that after she gets divorced, who would want a remarried woman? But my Li Jun is different. He's a remarried man and very popular. Mom, Xiaofan is talking nonsense. Even though her mother-in-law trampled on her like this, Yang Huanyan still had to bow her head. Nonsense? Su Xiaodi glanced at Yang Fan and became more arrogant, then let him apologize to me, otherwise, this marriage is over. He really has no manners at all. How can this be possible? Why not? Su Xiaodi glared at Yang Huanyan and said, Huanyan, if you still want to live a good life in our Zhuo family, I suggest you quickly cut off your relationship with your family. This kind of brother can't help at all and will only harm his sister. Yang Huanyan clenched her hands tightly. She didn't know how things had come to this. The mother-in-law was overly harsh and kept pressing her, but Xiaofan couldn't bear to see her being wronged, so he stood up for her. She couldn't blame Xiaofan at all. Besides, if Su Xiaodi wasn't her husband's mother, she would have wanted to slap her in the face. Right now, Yang Huanyan feels like she is in a difficult situation. Ask Xiaofan to apologize? Impossible. But would she really go with Xiaofan and divorce Zhuo Lijun? How could she do that? What about the child? How would others view them? Would the Zhuo family let her raise the child? Even if they did, could she, a woman who knew nothing, support the child? If she took the child back to the village, how would others view her? How would they view her parents? A series of questions made Yang Huanyan's brain knotted and she couldn't say a word. She was speechless, but Yang Fan was not stunned. He thought Su Xiaodi was too much last time, but he didn't expect Su Xiaodi to be so excessive. As for the problems that Yang Huanyan was worried about, he could probably guess, but 99% of these could be solved with money. In Yang Fan's view, anything that can be solved with money is a trivial matter. Old woman, I'll take my sister away first. In 2 days, Saturday, when your son is on vacation, I'll bring my sister over to discuss the divorce. Having said that, Yang Fan took Yang Huanyan away. Yang Huanyan didn't know what to do at the moment, so she just followed Yang Fan away silently. The door opened, and Su Xiaodi watched the two of them leave the house. She pointed at Yang Huanyan's back and shouted, if you have the guts, leave. If you have the guts, don't come back. Bitch. Just as he finished speaking, he saw Yang Fan coming back. Looking at the aggressive Yang Fan, Su Xiaodi's legs suddenly weakened. What do you want to do? I don't hit women, but I'm making an exception for you. As he said that, Yang Fan slapped Su Xiaodi in the face, scaring her so much that she collapsed to the ground. Yang Fan stopped looking at her and turned away. When I went downstairs, I heard Su Xiaodi crying and shouting, swearing at me. Chapter 124 Divorce, Second Sister. After going downstairs and feeling the cool breeze, Yang Huanyan came back to her senses. She looked at Yang Fan helplessly, and could vaguely hear her mother-in-law crying in her ears, Xiaofan, what should we do now? The tears that I had been holding back finally fell at this moment. Second sister, I'm sorry. Yang Fan felt very sorry. I know it's because of me that your relationship with Su Zhaodi has become so strained. You should not go back to the Zhua family. Don't blame you, my second sister knows. In fact, Yang Huanyan was deeply moved by Yang Fan's actions. Since she married into the Zhua family, she hadn't felt this kind of warmth from her family for a long time. And she was also responsible for the situation. Yang Huanyan knew that she had resentment in her heart, and what Yang Fan said was also what she really thought, so she did not strongly stop Yang Fan from standing up for her. But she didn't expect things to come to the point of divorce, and now she really doesn't know how this matter will end. Let's get a divorce, second sister. Yang Huanyan, who was deep in thought, heard her brother's words and smiled bitterly. Xiao Fan, divorce is not as simple as you think. I know what you are thinking, but it's okay. I can handle all of this. Just ignore the strange looks or gossip from others. Yang Huanyan shook her head and said nothing. In her opinion, Yang Fan thought things were too simple. Seeing that Yang Huanyan was not in the mood to talk, Yang Fan pulled her aside and said, let's go back first. At this point, this is all we can do. The brother and sister walked home in silence. When in town, Yang Fan first brought Yang Huanyan to Su Fang's shop. Yang Huanyan finally came back to her senses. Xiao Fan, what are you doing here? I remember this seems to be Xiao Fang's store. When she got married, Su Fang had not opened a shop yet. She opened it later. Yang Huanyan had heard something about it, and when she saw the name of the shop, she guessed that it was the shop opened by Su Fang. It's Sister Fang's shop. Yang Fan said as he pulled her in. Su Fang was greeting guests at the moment. After Yang Fan and his friends came in, she took the time to look at them, then retracted her gaze and quickly raised it again. Yanzi? You go ahead and do your work first. Yang Huanyan perked up and smiled at her. The shop is not big, but it has everything. Yang Huanyan can take a look at it at a glance. Seeing Su Fang's condition, she knows that she is doing well. Yang Huanyan regrets a little. When her aunt introduced her to a city dweller with good conditions, she married Zhuo Lijun without getting along with him. If she could have seen him more at that time, she would not regret it now. Otherwise, it's fine to marry someone from the town, village, or anywhere else. As long as the person is good, your life will always be stable and secure. After a while, Su Fang finished measuring the size of the customer and sent the customer away. She then stepped forward and held Yang Huanyan, saying in surprise, Yanzi, why did you come back suddenly? I haven't seen you for 2 years, and your child. They should be quite big now, right? I last saw your daughter when she was 2 or 3 years old. Well, I have something to do and I need to go back home. How are you doing? Very good. Su Fang smiled, looked at Yang Fan, and teased, thanks to your brother, I have made a lot of money recently. Your brother is really amazing. Upon hearing this, Yang Huanyan looked at Yang Fan, confused. She knew that Yang Fan made some money, but he never told her what he did specifically. Now it seems that he cooperated with Su Fang? Chapter 125. A bed. Yang Fan gave Yang Huanyan a calming look. Sister Fang, how are you doing? It's good. We can sell it tomorrow. Okay. Yang Fan nodded. You sell some ready-made clothes here, see if there is anything suitable for my sister and get her 2 sets. Yang Huanyan hurriedly asked, Xiao Fan, what clothes are you going to buy for me? I won't go back until the day after tomorrow. I'll have to stay at home for a few days. How can I go back without a change of clothes? You don't need 2 sets, 1 will do. It's not easy for you to make money, don't waste it. It's a waste to buy clothes for you. Yang Fan gave Su Fang a look, and the latter immediately took 2 sets of clothes for Yang Huanyan. They are all very ordinary styles. 1 set is thin trousers and short-sleeved shirts, and the other set is long trousers with a small floral shirt, also thin. In this weather, it is a bit cold to wear short-sleeved shirts in the morning, and it is too hot to wear long-sleeved shirts at noon. I can only take thin ones, and thick ones can't be worn at all now. Su Fang made all the clothes in 1 size, and Yang Huanyan was not fat, so after trying them on and finding them suitable, Yang Fan paid for them directly. Su Fang only charged the labor cost of the clothes, and sold the rest to Yang Fan at cost price, so the clothes were not expensive, and she paid 18 yuan for 2 sets of clothes. Yang Huanyan watched from the side, her heart bleeding. After all, winter is coming soon, and if it was her money, she would definitely save it to buy winter clothes. But even though there was blood, Yang Huanyan was more happy. Since she got married, in more than 9 years, she has only bought new clothes twice. This is also the reason why Yang Huanyan has never dared to go home, firstly because she was afraid of embarrassment, and secondly because she was afraid that her family would worry. When she married Zhuo Lijun, it was because of her aunt's introduction and because Zhuo Lijun was good. Yang Huanyan and Zhuo Lijun were strangers, so she must have considered all aspects of the relationship. Otherwise, what would two strangers talk about? Is there no love? The family conditions are not good, and Yang Huanyan does have the mentality that if she lives a good life, she can also lend a hand to help the family. She is not a brother-supporting demon, but just wants to help the family appropriately if she has the spare capacity. Yang Huanyan thinks this is human nature. But after she got married, she found that the family was indeed well off, but they were all wary of her. Not to mention helping the family out of her spare time, even she herself, except for the money Su Zhaodi gave her for daily groceries, she didn't get a penny on weekdays. Yang Huanyan had to take some private jobs to earn some money and send it home. After buying the clothes, Yang Fan took Yang Huanyan to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some vegetables. After finishing everything, the two of them went back home carrying large and small bags. When I entered the village, I met a lot of acquaintances. Many of them recognized Yang Huanyan. It was really tiring to greet them all the way. Hearing the knock on the door, Anan immediately stood up. "Mom, is Dad back?" Su Xiaoying, who was collecting clothes in the yard, hurried over to open the door. "Second sister? Why are you here? Come in." Su Xiaoying was startled when she saw Yang Huanyan outside the door. She had only met this second sister once, and she almost didn't recognize her just now. After all, they hadn't seen each other for many years. Yang Fan said to Su Xiaoying, "Xiaoying, clean up a room. My second sister will stay at our house tonight." "No need, Xiao Fan, I'm going back to sleep with my parents. There aren't any beds left at my parents' place. They've all been divided up." Yang Huanyan had forgotten about this and said embarrassedly, "Xiaoying, I'm sorry to bother you." "It's okay, I'll go clean it up in a while. Second sister, please sit down, I'll pour you some water." Su Xiaoying took out the kettle, a little absent-minded. There is a room at home, but there are only 2 beds. If one bed is given to Yang Huanyan, then wouldn't she have to share a bed with Yang Fan today? I don't know why, but when I thought of this, Su Xiaoying's heart started beating very fast. Chapter 126, Meeting the Parents. After calming down, Su Xiaoying poured some water for Yang Huanyan. She called out Anan, who had hidden in the room, and introduced her. "Second sister, this is Anan." "Anan, call me Aunt." "Aunt." Yang Huanyan looked at Anan and said embarrassedly, "Auntie came in a hurry and didn't bring anything with her. I will give you more next time." She had been thinking about things at home and had completely forgotten that Yang Fan had children at home. Moreover, it was really inappropriate for her to come here empty-handed. "Second sister, you are too polite. Most of the food you sent over before went into her stomach, so you should have given it to her a long time ago." Su Xiaoying's words made Yang Huanyan feel relieved. She smiled and said, "How old is Anan?" "I remember she was over 3 years old." "Well, her birthday is next month. After her birthday, she will be 4 years old in terms of age. Time flies by so fast." Yang Huanyan said with emotion, and then looked at Anan with joy in her eyes. "Anan is so pretty, she has all the advantages of you and Yang Fan." Su Xiaoying smiled and touched the shy Anan. Before, Anan was pale and skinny, but now, in just over 2 months, Anan has been well taken care of. She is much taller, her skin is much whiter, her face is plump, her eyes are big, and she looks fair and tender, very lovable. When Su Xiaoying takes her out, she is always praised. Yang Huanyan noticed the sewing machine in the corner of the living room and asked curiously, "Is that a sewing machine?" Although the sewing machine is covered with cloth, you can still tell it is a sewing machine. "Yes, Yang Fan bought it last month. Because many people in the village came to borrow the sewing machine, it was inconvenient to go in and out of the room, so we put it in the main room." Yang Huanyan was a little surprised. "This must be more than 100, right? And you need an industrial ticket." Yes, Yang Fan made some money from his business. As for the industrial tickets, he asked someone to buy them for him. Yang Huanyan took a breath of cold air. How much money did her brother make? He could even afford a sewing machine. Perhaps, regarding the Zhou family's affairs, her brother was not completely impulsive, but really had the ability to help her solve them? Thinking of this possibility, Yang Huanyan felt as if the huge stone pressing on her heart had moved away a little. What kind of business is Xiaofan doing? It seems he is cooperating with Xiaofang? It's the clothing business. Su Xiaoying wasn't sure whether she should tell Yang Huanyan the truth, so she said, "Let Yang Fan tell you later." I'll go clean up the house first. Okay, thank you for your help. Yang Huanyan just wanted to be quiet. Su Xiuying entered the room and Xiayan and followed immediately. However, Yang Huanyan did not remain quiet for long, as there was a knock on the door and the voices of her parents. When she heard the sound, she quickly got up and opened the door. When Jia Yongmei saw Yang Huanyan opening the door, her eyes instantly turned red. You damn girl, you've been married for so long, and you still remember to come back. She tried hard to hide her emotions. People of her generation were not good at expressing their feelings. So at this moment she kept patting Yang Huanyan with her hands to express her love, while Yang Jiafang remained silent. Mom and Dad, please come in and talk first. Su Xiuying came out of the house and greeted them. And in behind her rushed over Grandpa and Grandma. Oh, my dear granddaughter. Yang Jiafang picked up Anan, and the group walked into the house. As soon as they sat down, Zhao Yongmei scolded Yang Huanyan, look, why didn't you tell us you were back? We only knew you were back after hearing about it from other people in the village. Chapter 127 I'll find her a partner. Yang Huanyan looked at her parents whom she hadn't seen for a long time and said nothing. They seemed a little older than I remembered. Seeing that she didn't speak, Zhao Yongmei asked in a low voice, did something happen? Yang Jiafang, who had not spoken to his daughter, could not help but said, did the boy from the Zhua family bully you? Yanzi, tell Dad, and I will teach him a lesson for you. Hearing her parents' worried words, Yang Huanyan, who had been able to endure it before, suddenly couldn't bear it anymore and burst into tears. When Yang Fan heard the voice, he hurriedly stopped what he was doing and walked out. He originally wanted to have a good meal with his family and then talk about Yang Huanyan's matter. Seeing Yang Fan coming out, Yang Jiafang asked hurriedly, Yang Fan, what happened to Yanzi? Did Zhuo Lijun bully her? How can I explain this? Yang Fan didn't know exactly what was happening to Yang Huanyan in the Zhua family. But a glimpse of the situation revealed something. Su Zhaodi was so open in front of him, and who knows how she would torture his second sister behind his back. Finally, Yang Fan told Zhuo's family what he saw and heard during his 2 visits, especially what old lady Su said and how she bossed Yang Huanyan around. I thought, she dared to treat my second sister like this in front of me, so there's no need to say how my second sister lived in the Zhua family. Yang Fan sneered, as for Zhuo Lijun, although I don't know how he treated my second sister, he must know about what old lady Su did to my second sister. Since he knew it, but didn't stop it, or didn't succeed in stopping it, old lady Su's attitude didn't restrain at all. No matter what, he is unqualified. What Yang Fan didn't say was that Zhuo Lijun was willing to marry Yang Huanyan for the sake of his career. Otherwise, how could someone like him, or someone like old lady Su, tolerate a rural girl like Yang Huanyan as the daughter-in-law of the Zhuo family? This family has no throne to inherit, but their ambitions are high. You did the right thing. Yang Jiafang slammed the table, his dark face showing obvious anger. I felt that Yanzi shouldn't have married him at the beginning. When we got engaged, that old lady Su despised us. Humph, if you despised us, why would you marry a daughter-in-law? Everyone was envious of Yang Huanyan for marrying a man from the county and a man who worked in a government department. But they know their own business. When they talked about marriage, the 2 families had met. Su Zhaodi obviously did not become like this overnight. She expressed her dislike for the Yang family at that time, but Zhuo Lijun was determined to marry, and Yang Huanyan was also determined to marry, so the elders naturally had to agree. Yang Huanyan felt even more aggrieved when she saw how her family members felt sorry for her. Obviously, she could have endured it alone, but as soon as someone showed concern and comforted her, she suddenly felt so wronged. Dad, I want my second sister to get a divorce. Yang Jiafang, who was very angry just now, frowned when he heard this. He was not afraid that Yang Huanyan's divorce would bring shame on him, but in this world, how could a woman live her life after divorce? This is the stereotype in their minds. It seems that a woman cannot live a good life, and will have a very bad life or even die without a man. Yang Fan understood it. After all, everyone lives in a different environment, so their personalities are naturally different. If you ask your sister to divorce, what about the child? Although Zhao Yongmei felt sorry for her daughter, she did not approve of the divorce. There are other people who will point fingers at her. It's not good for her to have the child or not. If she doesn't want it, how can she bear to give up her own flesh and blood? If she wants it, it doesn't matter whether the Zhua family is willing or not. Just say yes. How can your sister get married with the child? Even if she gets married, people will dislike Yanzi for bringing a burden with her, and they won't treat Yanzi's child well. There are so many problems that we can think of, not to mention the ones that we haven't thought of. Think about it, divorce is difficult. Yang Jiefeng nodded and said in a deep voice, your mother is right. What I mean is that we should go to the Zhuo family and talk to them. We should teach Zhuo Lijun a lesson and let the Zhuo family see that Yan Zi is not without support. This way, they won't dare to bully Yan Zi too much in the future. Don't dare to bully her too much? Mom and Dad, does it mean that my second sister will live a good life in the Zhuo family if her in-laws don't dare to bully her? What can we do? Yang Jiefeng glared at Yang Fan. After Yan Zi marries, she will be a member of the Zhuo family. We don't live together, so how can we force them to treat Yan Zi well? Since life in the Zhuo family is not good anyway, let's get a divorce. Zhao Yongmei couldn't help herself and hit Yang Fan. You kid, why do you always want your second sister to get married? Although Su Zhaodi is too much, every daughter-in-law has gone through the same thing. Just be patient. Besides, your second sister is divorced and has a child. Who will support her in the future? How will she find a partner? Will you find one for her? I'll support her and find her a partner. As long as my second sister agrees, I can find someone 1,000 or 10,000 times better than Zhuo Lijun. Yang Fan spoke with great force. Zhao Yongmei was about to tell him not to brag when she saw Yang Fan's serious expression, not joking at all. She was so angry that she laughed. You support your second sister? Well, tell me how you support her. As for finding a partner, Zhao Yongmei didn't want to talk about it. What kind of good man can a man who can find a second married woman with children be? Aren't they all left over by others? Yang Fan didn't say anything. He just walked into the house, took out today's cloth bag, and then took out a passbook and handed it to Zhao Yongmei. Mom, take a look. Why are you showing me your passbook? Zhao Yongmei glanced at Su Xiuying, and seeing that she didn't care, she opened the passbook and took a look. Yang Fan had just opened a new passbook, so there weren't that many records of deposits and withdrawals, only today's 2 lines, so she could easily see the string of numbers at the end, which was the balance. This she widened her eyes, pointed her finger upwards, and muttered, 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 10,000. Do you have? Before she could finish her words, Yang Jiefeng, who was beside her, covered her mouth. He also saw that it was more than 79,000 yuan. Yang Jiefeng quickly grabbed the passbook in his hand, closed it, leaned over and whispered, Smelly boy, where did you get so much money? Su Xiuying and Yang Huanyan looked at each other in confusion after seeing their parents' reactions. What happened? What 10,000? Could it be that Yang Fan had more than 10,000 yuan in his savings account? Yang Huanyan's eyes widened instantly and she covered her mouth, afraid that she would scream. As for Su Xiuying, she was much calmer, because Yang Fan had calculated the share of income from the South factory for her before, saying that it would be 10,000 or 20,000 yuan, and today she was going to the South factory to settle the money. However, Su Xiuying only appeared calm on the surface. In fact, she was just as shocked as everyone else. She looked at Yang Fan and felt that he seemed to be glowing. At this moment, she remembered a sentence Yang Fan had said before, and now she also wanted to use it on Yang Fan. Awesome. Chapter 128, Leaving. Yang Jiefeng was still questioning. Tell me, did you do anything illegal? Judging from his limited intelligence, any business that could make so much money in such a short time must be illegal. After all, how can working hard to make money be faster than stealing, robbing, or cheating? No. Yang Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he had to explain the cooperation with Nanchang, and finally did not forget to bring up Su Xiuying. Xiuying also knows. The others immediately looked at Su Xiuying. Under the eager gazes of the 3 people, Su Xiuying nodded in a rather silly manner. Oh my! Yang Jiefeng slapped his thigh. His voice was very excited, but he said in a very low voice, my Yang family is really rich. I can't make so much money in my lifetime. Good boy, Yang Fan, good boy, you are worthy of being your father's good son. He hugged Yang Fan tightly, and it was obvious that he was really excited. Zhao Yongmei was equally excited. This is incredible. This much money is enough for your family to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. This is great. Yang Huanyan couldn't help but ask curiously, how much money is there? She was just too curious. And her brother has changed so much, he can even cooperate with Nanchang. This is the place she dreams of entering. Anyway, your brother is enough to support you, and it won't be a problem to add your 2 children. Zhao Yongmei didn't say much. She was afraid that Yang Huanyan would not be motivated in the future and would become the same person as Yang Fan before. Yang Fan smiled and said, so Mom agreed to let my second sister get a divorce? This. Zhao Yongmei hesitated. Marriage is a big deal, and it's not something that can be easily solved with money. Even if your second sister has your help after the divorce and doesn't have to worry about food and clothing, what will she do in the future? There will also be other people's gossip. In her opinion, family members are only with you temporarily, but your spouse is with you for life. It is difficult to live without your spouse. I'm not afraid. Yang Huanyan, who had not expressed her opinion on the divorce, suddenly said, I am not afraid of other people's gossip. As long as I can leave the Zhou family, I can hold on no matter how difficult and hard the days are. I just can't bear to leave my 2 children. Yuding is okay. Su Zhaodi didn't like her anyway. If I wanted Yuding, she would probably agree, but Liang Kai. I will find a way to deal with this, but I can't guarantee it. Yang Fan looked at Yang Huanyan and said seriously, second sister, if the Zhou family doesn't agree to let Liang Kai follow you, will you still get a divorce? Yang Huanyan nodded heavily, leave. Although Su Zhaodi was sarcastic and mean, she was indeed nice to Zhuo Liang Kai. So even if Zhuo Liang Kai stayed in the Zhou family, he would be able to live a good life. On the contrary, her daughter has to follow the instructions at home at a young age. Su Zhaodi also said that after finishing elementary school, Yuding will not be allowed to continue going to school. Yang Huanyan didn't know if divorce was the right choice at the moment, but for Yuding's sake, she could only feel sorry for her son. As for what her future will be like and whether she can find a husband, she no longer considers those things. If she really can't meet a good man, that is also fate and she won't force it. Zhao Yongmei didn't want her daughter to suffer, but her thoughts made her unable to help but ask, Yanzi, are you sure? There will be no chance to regret after the divorce. Mom, don't you want me to leave? Chapter 129. Push her firmly. Zhao Yongmei sighed, nodded, and shook her head. I don't know how Zhuo Lijun treats you. After all, no matter how much Su Zhaodi behaves, she is just a mother-in-law. Decades from now, you will still have to live with Zhuo Lijun. In this world, it is very hard for a woman to divorce and raise children. I just hope you can think it over carefully. If you regret it in the future, won't you blame us who advised you to divorce? She can only give advice on this matter and will not interfere, as she does not want her daughter to blame her in the future. After hearing this, Yan Huanyan felt a little hesitant again. In fact, Zhuo Lijun was neither good nor bad to her. When she first got married, they were very sweet together for a few months, but later on, for various reasons, their relationship became very cold. Zhuo Lijun didn't know how to explain it, but Yan Huanyan felt that she had been living a very suffocating life in Zhuo's home. Zhuo Lijun would not tell her anything, but would tell Su Zhaodi. He never shared any interesting things or troubles at work with her. When he got his salary, he would keep some for himself and hand over the rest to Su Zhaodi. He was indifferent to her and hardly talked to her. Even if Yang Huanyan tried to find a topic, he would be cold and indifferent, and would only reply to her a few words at a time. Over time, Yang Huanyan was no longer willing to be so cold. In fact, if Yang Huanyan had lived in the future, she would know that Zhuo Lijun's behavior is called cold violence. Isolate you, ignore you, destroy you, and make you doubt whether you are not doing well enough? Second sister, I suggest you get a divorce, but if you don't want to, I won't persuade you anymore. After all, your life is your own. Yang Fan saw her hesitation and decided to give her a strong medicine, but second sister, if you don't get a divorce this time, how are you going to face Su Zhaodi and Zhuo Lijun again? Yan Huanyan immediately thought of what Su Zhaodi and Yang Fan said today. Yes, there is no way to end it. Xiao Fan, I want to leave, but I'm afraid I will back down. Please help me. She knew that she was sometimes firm about this matter, and sometimes easily persuaded. In the final analysis, it was still because of her uncertainty and fear of the unknown. So Yan Huanyan directly expressed her true thoughts. She wants to leave, but her personality may make her retreat, and she hopes Yang Fan can give her a firm push. Second sister, I know what you mean. I will help you. Zhao Yongmei asked from the side, so this is the decision to divorce? Well, Mom and Dad, don't worry about this. I will solve it for my second sister. That won't do. Zhao Yongmei rolled up her sleeves and said, since old lady Su has decided to divorce me, I don't have to endure it any longer. You may not be able to scold her, so I have to go. If she scolds Yan Zi again, I will scold her back. Yang Jiefang nodded in agreement. That's right, I am a man after all, I have to go over there to take part in the event, and ask your eldest brother to come as well, and tell the Zhuo family that we in the Yang family are not without men. Okay, I'll listen to you. Yang Fan thought this made sense. Let's leave the shrew old lady Su to my mom to deal with. My mom is also capable of fighting, and I think she will not be at a disadvantage in a fight between the two of us. You guys chat, I'll go cook first. Enan, who had been accompanying him but didn't understand what was being said, immediately followed Yang Fan to the kitchen after hearing this. After a while, her clear giggles were heard from inside. Outside, Zhao Yongmei continued to talk about divorce. If we get divorced, will you come back home to live? Chapter 130, Clear Mind. Yang Huanyan didn't know whether to come back or not. If she came back, she would be the one who knew her the most here, and there would definitely be more gossip. But she didn't want to go somewhere far away from home. After dinner, let's ask Xiaofan for his opinion. After this incident, Yang Huanyan felt that her younger brother had grown up and could earn so much money, so he must have an idea about this matter. That's good. Your brother is making money now and has become more reliable. Speaking of Yang Fan, Zhao Yongmei's frown relaxed. She originally thought that her son's ability to find a good job and live a good life without making mistakes would be the greatest reward for her. She never expected that he could do business and make so much money. This made Zhao Yongmei, who hadn't hoped for her son to succeed for a long time, feel a little unreal, but also excited and relieved. As long as her children can live a good life, she doesn't ask for anything else in her life. After a while, the aroma came from the kitchen, and everyone stopped talking about Yang Huanyan's divorce and started praising Yang Fan's cooking skills. Is it really delicious? Yang Huanyan was a little unconvinced. I've never seen Xiaofan cook before. Your brother probably has a talent in this area, just like doing business, he also has a talent, otherwise he wouldn't be able to make so much money. Speaking of this, Yang Jiafang couldn't help but brag, I think Yang Fan's talent must be inherited from me. Zhao Yongmei snorted, you can't even cut vegetables, and I'm following you? It's more like following me. You have the nerve to say it's up to you for the meal you cooked? You old man, do you want to fight? Seeing that the couple was about to quarrel, Su Shouying and Yang Huanyan hurried to persuade them. The two were just arguing and were not angry at all, so the quarrel soon died down. Seeing this scene, Yang Huanyan smiled and said, looking at you guys like this, I'm really curious about Xiaofan's cooking skills, but this smells really good. Seeing that they stopped arguing, Su Shouying said something and went to help in the kitchen. It is not easy to cook for a whole family. As the host, she has to help Yang Fan. She can't let Yang Fan work alone in the kitchen. Yang Fan did not refuse Su Shouying's arrival. Having her help out a bit, things did go a lot faster. After a while, 5 dishes and a soup were served one after another. Yang Huanyan helped to serve the rice. Looking at the dishes on the table, she said with emotion, it does look delicious. It looked better than the food at her wedding, and the taste was obviously good. Xiaofan, I really didn't expect you to have this skill. It's a bit small for 6 people to sit around a square table, but they can still sit together if they squeeze together. Most families have been eating like this since they were young. However, Annan served her a lot of extra food and placed it on the stool, so that she would feel more comfortable eating. Yang Fan was right next to her. Whatever she wanted to eat, Yang Fan could just raise his hand and get it for her. It was very convenient. As soon as she took a bite of the food, Yang Huanyan realized that what her parents had just said was not an exaggeration at all. And she hadn't eaten pure white rice for a long time. When she was at Chua's house, Zhuo Lijun and Zhuo Liankai ate white rice, Su Zhadi ate a mixture of white and brown rice, and she and her daughter Zhuo Yuding ate only brown rice or sweet potatoes. As the fragrant and soft white rice entered her stomach, Yang Huanyan felt like crying. What a miserable life she lived in the Zhuo family. Obviously her family was much poorer than Zhuo's, but she shouldn't have to go without a bite of white rice all year round. Did she marry a rich husband and her living standard lower? Yang Huanyan felt that her brain suddenly became clear. Leave. Must leave. Chapter 131 The Irresponsible Scumbag. There is nothing that a big meal can't solve. If there is, then 2 meals will do. For Yang Huanyan, this big meal from Yang Fan cleared up her cloudy brain. Does she have to eat sweet potatoes with Zhuo Lijun for the rest of her life? No, it can't. Seeing that her younger brother and friends were able to eat meat through their own efforts, why couldn't she do the same? After dinner, Su Shouying made tea, and the family sat at the dining table, drinking tea and chatting. Yang Huanyan's matter was the most urgent matter, so there was no small talk. Zhao Yongmei directly asked Yang Fan about Yang Huanyan's food and accommodation after the divorce. After the second sister gets divorced, if she doesn't want to live in the village, I will rent a house for her in the town or county. As for the job issue, I can help ask the South factory. It will definitely be no problem to give her a temporary job, but I can't guarantee a formal job. Of course, the second sister can also work with Su Fong. She is working with me now, and there are a lot of things to do in the store. As for the children's schooling, I, as their uncle, will take care of it. It depends on where the second sister wants to go. South Factory. Both Yang Huanyan, Zhao Yongmei and Yang Jiefeng were very excited. That was a factory bigger than the cannery in the town. All the factories in the town were places they dreamed of working in. Unfortunately, they couldn't get in without connections. The South Factory is a large factory in the county. Working there, even as a temporary worker, is a job that even those who pay may not be willing to work there. Being able to work in a factory is equivalent to having a stable job. If you can become a regular employee in the future, you will be able to live a better life than countless others. Yang Huanyan was very excited, but when she thought of her good friend, she became a little uncertain. Although Nanchang is stable, it doesn't seem like you can make as much money as working for Su Fong. Xiaofan, where do you suggest I go? Yang Fan looked at her and said, given second sister's current situation, it would be more appropriate for her to go to the South Factory. The salary and job are both stable. Sister Fong's job is hard and tiring, and the salary is definitely much less than that of the South Factory, but it is free and close to home. Of course, in the long run, neither is a good choice. After all, by the end of the 1990s, there was a wave of layoffs. In his previous life, Yang Fan went to the vegetable market to buy materials and saw many people hanging around. After learning more, he realized that they were all laid-off workers were their families, waiting for the vegetable vendors to throw away the rotten leaves so that they could pick them up. Then I'll think about it. Yang Huanyan couldn't make a decision. Nanchang is indeed the best choice, but if she lives in the county, she should be able to afford the rent and the money for her children's education. As for working for Su Fong, Xiaofan said that the salary would not be too high, so she would definitely need him to help her, but as Xiaofan said, she has flexible hours, her boss is her good friend, and she is close to home and can go home anytime. Well, let's get a divorce first. Just stay here for the next 2 days and don't think about anything. Yuding is still at home. I'm worried that she might be angry and have no food. Then I'll go to her school tomorrow to ask for 2 days off for her and then bring her back. You don't have to show up yet, and we can meet directly when Zhuo Lijun is on vacation. Yang Huanyan nodded, okay. The family chatted for a long time, mostly about Yang Huanyan. Yang Fan also learned about Zhuo Lijun's character from her. Cold violence? Haha, he is indeed an irresponsible scumbag. Chapter 132. You have to believe in Yang Fan. That night, the family chatted until very late, and Yang Jiefeng and Zhao Yongmei went back home carrying a dim oil lamp. As for Anan, she had already fallen asleep on Yang Fan's bed. After Yang Huanyan finished washing up, Yang Fan took a cold shower directly. Although it is cold at night, for a young man like him, taking a cold shower is no problem. After saying something to Yang Huanyan, Yang Fan returned to his room. In the room, Su Xiuying lay on the innermost side and in the middle, and the outermost side of the bed was reserved for him to sleep in. He looked at Su Xiuying's closed eyes, knowing that she was embarrassed, and lay down on the outer side. Xiuying, I turned off the lights. Su Xiuying didn't open her eyes, yeah. With a click, the light was turned off. It was very quiet in the darkness, with only the sound of a few people breathing. Su Xiuying was very nervous, but after waiting for a long time, she didn't hear Yang Fan's voice. She couldn't tell whether she was disappointed or relieved, and she fell asleep unknowingly. Feeling the steady breathing of the mother and daughter beside him, Yang Fan leaned to the side with a smile on his face. Good night, my 2 babies. No words were spoken that night. Early the next morning, Yang Fan got up as usual to make breakfast, but found that Yang Huanyan was already up and was washing her clothes from yesterday. Xiaofan, why are you here so early? Did I wake you up? No, I usually get up at this time. Yang Huanyan nodded and whispered, Xiuying and Anan are still sleeping, right? Well, I'll go make breakfast first. By the time it's done, they'll be almost up. Good. Seeing Yang Fan enter the kitchen, Yang Huanyan continued to wash her clothes. It's very easy to wash these few pieces of clothes. Unlike at the Zhuo family, she was responsible for washing clothes for the whole family. It was okay in the summer because the clothes were thin, but it was not so easy in the winter because the clothes were thick, and the weather was cold without hot water. Her hands were often swollen from the cold, and she felt both painful and itchy. And last night, without Zhuo Lijun snoring, Yang Huanyan slept so soundly. She couldn't imagine how easy life would be without Zhuo Lijun. Yang Fan casually cooked some rice noodles and fried 4 poached eggs. By the time he was done, Su Shouying and An's biological clocks had also woken up. After the four of them finished breakfast, Yang Fan picked up his cloth bag and prepared to walk to the county to pick up Zhuo Yuding. Be careful on your way, Yang Huanyan advised. Rest assured. After Yang Fan left, Su Shouying began to clean up the room and saw Yang Fan's passbook casually placed on the bed. She hurriedly tried to put it away. When she was putting it away, she opened it and took a look, then her mouth opened wide. More than 79,000. It wasn't the 10,000 or 20,000 yuan, she thought. Su Shouying was both surprised and happy, but then she forced herself to calm down, locked the passbook and placed it in the deepest part of the cabinet. The worry that had been hanging in her heart for a long time was finally put to rest. With this money, she would never go back to her previous life. Thinking of Yang Fan now, Su Shouying felt a little relieved. Mom, Sister Hongxia is here. I want to play rubber band with her. Okay, you can't go far. No. When Su Shouying came out, she saw Yang Huanyan and said, Shouying, you haven't washed yesterday's clothes yet, right? Take them out and let's wash them together. No need, second sister, I can do it myself, you just rest. It's okay, let's go together. We have so much to do on weekdays. Now that we have to stop all of a sudden, I really don't know what to do for a while. Hearing this, Su Shouying comforted her, second sister, things will get better and better in the future. You have to believe in Yang Fan. Chapter 133 Even a Dog. The Other Side. Yang Fan came to Zhuo's house, and only Su Zhaodi was at home. Seeing Yang Fan, Su Zhaodi thought of the slap she received yesterday and tried to close the door, but was blocked by Yang Fan. She said in horror, What are you doing here again? I told my son yesterday that I would divorce your sister. It's no use for you to regret it. Whoever regrets it, come with me to school. Go to school? Su Zhaodi immediately became alert. What do you want to do? Originally, Yang Fan wanted to go directly to the school, but he suddenly remembered that he had not seen his niece for a long time and his niece didn't know him at all, so he had to find Su Zhaodi to pick her up together. Go pick up Yuding, a money loser. You Zhuo family wouldn't want her, would you? You want Yuding? No. We have raised her for so long, you can just take her in? That's fine. Yang Fan didn't care, if your Zhuo family doesn't want it, forget it. My second sister won't have children after the divorce, otherwise it will be difficult to get married again. In this case, I'll leave. Su Zhaodi panicked. Zhuo Yuding naturally didn't want it. She just wanted some money. Besides, since Yang Huanyan was not at home today, all the work fell on her. But she could leave a lot of the work until the afternoon and wait for Zhuo Yuding to do it when she got home from school. If she was taken away now, wouldn't she have to do all the work for the next 2 days? Moreover, Yang Huanyan is a promiscuous person. She is thinking about remarrying before she even divorces. She is really not a good person. No, you can't leave. Seeing Yang Fan really leave, Su Zhaodi got anxious. I didn't say we can't discuss it. You can take Yuding, but just pay us the money we've spent on raising her for the past 9 years. Yang Fan was rich, so Su Zhaodi thought of a price, just give me 100. As long as you give me 100, Yuding will be taken by your Yang family. Are you crazy? 100? Forget it, our Yang family doesn't want children anymore. When Yang Fan heard the price, he immediately turned around and wanted to run. Su Zhaodi panicked and hurried out to grab Yang Fan. You can't leave, you must take the child with you. Looking at her wrinkled and distorted face, Yang Fan's heart sank. A granddaughter whom one has been with day and night for 9 years, even if she was just a dog, after raising her for 9 years, one would have feelings for her. But Su Zhaodi didn't care about her granddaughter at all and only wanted to squeeze out every last benefit from her. It is conceivable how hard life this niece has in the Zhuo family on weekdays. In fact, if possible, Yang Fan did not want to use this method to fight for Zhuo Yuding's custody, but if he did not do so, he was afraid that the Zhuo family would not let go easily and would ask for a lot. If the Zhuo family really treated Zhuo Yuding well, Yang Fan would be willing to pay the money, but since they didn't, Yang Fan didn't want the Zhuo family to take advantage of him. But this must not be known to the child, otherwise it will leave a huge trauma in the child's heart. The thought only lasted for a moment. The moment Yang Fan was pulled, he jumped several steps and looked terrified. I don't have any money, I don't want it. Su Zhaodi gritted her teeth, not sure whether Yang Fan really didn't want it or was just pretending. But when she saw Yang Fan turning around and going downstairs, she became anxious, fearing that a money-losing item would fall into her hands. I'll take you there, no money required. I suddenly don't want it anymore. You don't want it, and your sister doesn't want it either? That's the flesh that fell from her belly, is she so cruel? Su Xiaoti's tone was a little anxious. If both children stay in the Zhua family, it will be difficult for her son Li Jun to find a wife in the future. Chapter 134 I'm not hungry. Seeing that Yang Fan seemed to hesitate, Su Xiaoti hurriedly continued, mother and daughter are connected by heart. If you don't agree to take you away this time, I won't be so easy to talk to next time. If you regret it, then we won't agree. At this moment, old lady Su had forgotten her previous plan and only wanted to get rid of Joy Yuting, this burden. Yang Fan pondered for a moment, and finally nodded awkwardly, okay, let's go to school now. Su Xiaoti went back to the house to get the key, and without even changing her shoes, she took Yang Fan to school in slippers. The primary school that Yang Yuting attended was not far from the Zhua family. It's less than 10 minutes walk away. After arriving there, Su Xiaoti didn't know what grade Joy Yuting was in or who her teacher was, or whether she knew the information from Yang Fan. After a while, the teacher brought Joy Yuting over. Seeing Su Xiaoti, she shrank her head in fear, Grandma. After saying that, she quietly looked up at Yang Fan again, wondering who this man standing with the teacher and grandmother was. Yuting, I'm your uncle. I've asked for leave for you these 2 days. Come back to my hometown with me later. Your mother is waiting for you at home. Joy Yuting knew that she had an uncle, but she had long forgotten what she had seen when she was a child. She subconsciously looked at Su Xiaoti, who raised her hand impatiently and said, it's your uncle. Pack up and go back with him first. Since Grandma said so, Joy Yuting, as a child, naturally had no right to speak. After packing up the books, she came out carrying a small patched cloth bag. Su Xiaoti had already left and only Yang Fan was still waiting for her. Joy Yuting was very thin, but quite tall, probably about 1.45 meters, her height was like her second sister, and she wore long trousers that seemed to be too short, like cropped trousers. Her face was sallow, her hair was dull, and she was obviously malnourished. She walked up to Yang Fan, lowered her head, and called out uneasily, Uncle. Mom didn't come back last night. Grandma didn't let her eat and made her do a lot of things. When she went to bed at night, she heard Grandma and Dad arguing. They seemed to be talking about divorce and said they didn't want her anymore. Joy Yuting felt very helpless at this moment. She had many doubts in her heart, but she dared not ask anything. Yang Fan squatted down and looked at her at eye level. Yuting, don't be afraid, your mother is at your uncle's house now, she won't abandon you, come home with me now, okay? Give your school bag to your uncle, I'll help you carry it. No, I can get it myself. Yang Fan sighed, took her school bag directly in his hands, and was about to speak when he heard a gurgling sound. Joy Yuting quickly covered her stomach, her face flushed, and she said, I'm not hungry. I don't usually have enough to eat, and I didn't have anything to eat last night. I also did so much work. I only drank some rice soup in the morning. It would be strange if I wasn't hungry. Didn't you have breakfast this morning? Yang Fan frowned slightly, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. It's only around 9 o'clock now. If you had breakfast this morning, it's impossible for you to be hungry so quickly. Unless you didn't eat, or only ate a little. This Su Xiaoti, since her second sister is not at home, doesn't she even give sweet potatoes to her granddaughter? I drank the rice soup. I'm not hungry, uncle. Joy Yuting was afraid that her uncle would find her troublesome and that even her mother would not want her anymore. She knew that if her mother wanted to separate from her father, her grandmother and father would definitely not want her, and she would then have no choice but to follow her mother. But if her mother didn't want her either, Joy Yuting didn't know what to do. Chapter 135 Take Back. Although she is only 9 years old, Joy Yuting has become particularly sensitive because of her upbringing. Inferiority complex, lack of security, fear of being a burden to others, and living under the influence of others. At such a young age, he has experienced all the hardships of life. Yang Fan knew what she was thinking and felt very distressed. He didn't say anything, but took his niece's hand, and then went to a bun shop near the school, bought 4 big meat buns and handed them to Joy Yuting. Eat. If you are thirsty, tell your uncle. He has brought some water. Joy Yuting really wanted to refuse, but she was too hungry, and the buns were right in front of her and smelled so good. She looked up at her uncle and saw that there was no disdain in his eyes, but only warmth. She took the meat bun and whispered, Thank you, uncle. Well, you eat first. After you finish eating, we can go to the station to catch the bus. Eating while walking is not good for your stomach. Joy Yuding nodded, feeling warm in her heart. Apart from her mother, no one had ever cared about her so much and bought her buns. She hadn't eaten anything other than sweet potatoes and brown rice for a long time. In the end, she couldn't resist the protest of her stomach. After taking a bite, Joy Yuding couldn't help but tear up. She ate 4 big meat buns very quickly. When there was only one left, she suddenly remembered Young Fan and handed the bun to him. "Uncle, have you eaten?" "I ate it." "You eat it. It won't taste good if it gets cold." Joy Yuding could still eat it, but she was a little reluctant. Such delicious meat buns are also delicious when they are cold. "Eat it." Her uncle's voice sounded again, and Joy Yuding finally ate the meat bun. Yang Fan took out a kettle from his cloth bag and handed it to her. "Drink some water." "Thank you, uncle." Joy Yuding thanked him in a low voice. She felt that her uncle was not only good-looking and soft-spoken, but also a very nice person. After drinking the water, Yang Fan took her to take the bus. There is a bus from the county to the town at 9:30, and then this bus goes from the town to the county at 10 o'clock. When Yang Fan went over, he just caught the bus, but there was no seat left. Yang Fan protected Joy Yuding and held the back seat of someone else's seat to steady it. The journey was not smooth, but fortunately Joy Yuding was not prone to motion sickness. After about 20 minutes, the car arrived in the town smoothly. Yang Fan took Joy Yuding out of the car, first went to Sufong to buy 2 sets of clothes that Joy Yuding could wear, and then went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy today's vegetables, and then prepared to go back. Joy Yuding followed all the way, very quietly. Yang Fan wasn't very good at getting along with children, so he didn't say anything. When I got home, it was almost 11 o'clock. The gate is open. Yang Huanyan was feeding the chickens. Joy Yuding saw her as soon as she entered and said excitedly, "Mom. Second sister, I brought Yuding back to you." Yang Huanyan turned around and saw Joy Yuding. She put down her work, walked over, touched her head and said, "Are you scared? Did Grandma give you food last night?" Joy Yuding shook her head, "No. I knew it." Yang Huanyan guessed that Su Zhaodi would be inhumane, but guessing was one thing, and Su Zhaodi actually did it was another. She suppressed her anger and asked, "Are you hungry now? Mom will make you a bowl of rice noodles? My uncle bought me some meat buns in the county, so I'm not hungry yet." Upon hearing this, Yang Huanyan took Joy Yuding into the house and said to Yang Fan, who came in to clean up, "Xiao Fan, I'm sorry for the expense. It's just a few dollars, why waste it?" As he spoke, he handed the clothes he had just bought for Joy Yuding to her. "This is the clothes I bought for Yuding. You can change them in the next few days." Chapter 136, Sending a Watch. "Thank you so much." Yang Huanyan didn't say anything more. Anyway, she would always remember the kindness of her younger brother. Joy Yuding didn't expect that the new clothes were bought for her. After following Yang Huanyan back to the room, she happily tried on the clothes. The clothes fit very well and the size Su Fang got was quite suitable. Yang Fan was cleaning the kitchen and preparing to cook. Su Shouying took in and out to pick vegetables from her sister-in-law's field and had not returned yet. Yang Huanyan came out and saw Yang Fan preparing to cook, so she hurried over and said, "Xiao Fan, are you going to cook?" "I'm ready. I plan to do it at 11. What's the matter?" Shouying said she was going to her sister-in-law's field to pick vegetables, and she might ask her sister-in-law and her parents to come over for dinner. "Okay, then I'll wait for Shouying to come back and do it." As he spoke, Yang Fan remembered the watch he bought yesterday. Because of Yang Huanyan's matter, he didn't mention this matter yesterday, and only remembered it when Yang Fan was rummaging through the cloth bag today. After thinking for a while, he went into the room, took out a black and red watch and handed it to Yang Huanyan, who looked confused. "Why are you giving me the watch?" "I bought this for you. I wanted to give it to you when I visited you yesterday, but I didn't expect to see it, so I didn't tell you." Yang Fan raised his chin and said, "Try it on and see if it fits you." "This is too expensive." Yang Huanyan quickly handed the watch to Yang Fan. "Xiao Fan, I can't take this. An electronic watch must cost at least several dozen, right?" Yang Huanyan saw it in the department store. "Take it and wear it. I bought it not only for you, but also for my eldest brother and dad." After hearing that other people had one, Yang Huanyan accepted it and put on the watch immediately. "This electronic watch is really good looking and looks very fashionable at first glance. As long as you like it." As they were talking, Su Shouying and Anan came back, along with their eldest sister-in-law and her daughter Yang Hongxia. The eldest brother and 2 sons were at work or school and were not at home. "What are you talking about? Yang Fan smiled and said, I bought an electronic watch for my second sister, and she is trying it on now. By the way. As he spoke, he took out a pure black watch and handed it to Zhou Hongying. Sister-in-law, this watch is bought for my brother, you can give it to him. Oh, I bought one for your eldest brother, too. Zhou Hongying took it, looked at the high-tech electronic watch, and tried it on her wrist. Okay, then I thank you on behalf of your brother. You're welcome. Yang Fan handed another black and red electronic watch to Su Xiuying. Xiuying, this one is yours. I have one too. Of course, you are my daughter-in-law, and others will have you if they don't have you. Su Xiuying took the watch, not daring to look at Yang Fan, but feeling very happy in her heart. Yang Fan is getting better and better at speaking. Is it because of his business? She tried the watch on and thought it was extremely beautiful. I have to put the watch away before it gets damaged. You buy it to wear. Yang Fan stepped forward, snatched the electronic watch from her hand, and then put it on her. Su Xiuying's wrist is very thin and white. The black and red electronic watch makes her wrist look even more delicate and beautiful. It's just that with the electronic watch, she looks like a city girl. Yang Huanyan and Zhou Hongying quickly pushed Yang Fan aside and praised how beautiful the mask looked on Su Xiuying. They were both sincere, especially Yang Huanyan. She had lived in the county for so long that she was considered half a city dweller, but she didn't look as much like a city dweller as Su Xiuying. Looking at Su Xiuying now, she was completely different from the hard-working sister-in-law in my impression. Chapter 137. She has always been very beautiful. Near noon, Yang Jiefeng and Jia Yomei also came over. With the help of Su Xiuying and Yang Huanyan, Yang Fan quickly prepared 5 dishes and a soup. When the old father Yang Jiefeng received the electronic watch from Yang Fan, he was so happy that his teeth were not visible. He kept saying that it was the blessing of his ancestors that made Yang Fan successful. Yang Fan also took out the wine that he drank at the Hongqi Hotel yesterday. Yang Jiefeng drank a few glasses and his whole face turned red, but the corners of his mouth were still raised. After dinner, Yang Jiefeng was a little tipsy, so he stopped chatting and asked Zhou Hongying to take the children and Jia Yongmei to help his old father go back for a nap, while Su Xiuying took in for a nap. Yang Huanyan looked at this scene and said with emotion, my sister-in-law has changed a lot. She looks even prettier than when she got married a few years ago. She has always been beautiful. Yang Fan smiled. Yang Huanyan did not explain. Su Xiuying is indeed good-looking, but when she talks about beauty, she means the sense of happiness that radiates from the inside out. If you look at her from this perspective, she must be very ugly at the moment. Second sister, aren't you going to take a nap? I was thinking about something and couldn't sleep. Now, whenever Yang Huanyan has free time, she can't help but think about her divorce the day after tomorrow and how she will live after the divorce. Please consider whether to live in the county or in the town, so that I can ask someone to find a house for you in advance. There were no formal agents in those days, and it was not easy to rent a house without channels. This matter. Yang Huanyan paused, and then continued, maybe I will need your help in the future. If I work in the South Factory, the salary from the South Factory should be enough to support me and my child, but I don't want to live in the county for the time being. I suddenly realized that my parents are getting old. I want to be closer to home in the town so that it is more convenient to take care of them. She wanted to fulfill her filial duty. Otherwise, Yang Huanyan wanted to live in the county, not only because of the salary at Nanchang, but also because in the county, if she could not get the custody of her son, she could also take care of him nearby. But you can't have your cake and eat it too, so after thinking about it, she decided to choose her parents. After all, my son is still young, and there will be many opportunities to take care of him in the future, but as for his parents, each day passes by and they become one less day. After hearing this, Yang Fan could roughly guess what Yang Huanyan was thinking. He said with an idea, originally I didn't want to buy a house in the county so early, but now I will see if I can buy a house in the county. Then I will bring my parents over to live with me, and my second sister can also live in the county. Buy a house. How much does that cost? After Yang Huanyan finished speaking, she suddenly remembered that her younger brother seemed to be a millionaire, so wouldn't it be easy for him to buy a house? Well, it's not expensive anyway. Yang Huanyan. Not expensive? Who can afford a house now? Of course, she didn't know that when Yang Fan said it was not expensive, he was referring to it relative to future generations. Just like Yang Fan's current Ningxiang County, if it develops into a 5th or 6th tier city in the future, the average price will be around 7,000 yuan per square meter, which many people cannot afford, not to mention 1st and 2nd tier cities and big cities like the capital. With such high housing prices, one may only be able to buy a toilet even if he works hard all his life. It is so despairingly high. But what about houses nowadays? It is absolutely true that a courtyard house in Beijing costs 10,000 yuan. If Yang Fan was not in a hurry at this stage, he would definitely go to the capital and buy a few courtyard houses. If you buy a house now, you will make a profit. As for the houses in Ningjiang County, depending on the size and location, you can definitely buy a good one for 2,000 yuan. Chapter 138, Toasting with Tea. Yang Fan has so much savings now, so he will definitely buy a few more houses. As for the city where you will settle down in the future, it is best to choose it in advance and buy 1 or 2 houses. When an goes to school in the future, he definitely cannot stay in the countryside. However, if you invest this money now, the investment period must not be too long. Yang Fan certainly still hopes to cash it out as soon as possible. He must buy houses in some demolished areas. He had to save some money to build his own factory and do business. After all, he couldn't always cooperate with Nanchang, he had to have his own stall. Yang Huanyan was very happy when she learned that Yang Fan could buy a house in the county and bring his parents to live with him. Of course, Yang Fan also said that it would take some time to move to the county, and he would have to stay in the village for a while, which was nothing to Yang Huanyan. Then I'll go work at the South Factory. If I'm in the county, it will be convenient for me to take care of Liang Kai. Well, I'll ask someone to take care of the renting. In the afternoon, my eldest brother Yang Hai came back, and naturally the whole family had dinner together in the evening. The eldest brother is usually dull and honest. When he learned that the Zhuo family bullied his sister, he shouted that he would stand up for Yang Huanyan, which touched Yang Huanyan. In the Zhuo family, no one ever cared about her. The divorce was a foregone conclusion. Everyone talked about Yang Huanyan's life after the divorce. They were all very happy to learn that Yang Fan could help her find at least a temporary job in the South Factory. At least Yang Huanyan would have no problem supporting herself and her daughter in the future. After saying this, Yang Fan took out another 500 yuan and handed it to Yang Jiefeng, which shocked Yang Jiefeng. Why are you giving me so much money? The weather will soon be cold, and it will rain a lot. The house you and mom live in should be renovated. You also need to buy quilts and other things for the winter. You and mom can use them as you like. If you don't have enough, ask me for more. How can this not be enough? 100 is enough. Yang Fong had never seen so much money in his life. The family had saved for so many years, but they probably couldn't even take out 100 yuan from their savings. Now Yang Fan gave him 500 yuan at once. It was natural for Yang Jiefeng to be shocked, but of course, he was more surprised. I want you to do a major renovation, including the yard, the gate, the tables and chairs. I want you to order a batch of new ones. Kid, you can't waste the money you earn like this. Zhao Yongmei scolded Yang Fan, but she was happy in her heart. Take the extra money. It's only natural for a son to honor his parents. Yang Fan said, then looked at Yang Hai. Hey brother, I'll go to the bank to withdraw money in a few days. I'll pay for your driving lessons. Yang Hai was confused. This is more than 1,000. Yes, I do. That's going to have to be borrowed. How can I let you pay for it? Yang Hai said this, and then subconsciously said, is it too late for me to learn how to sell clothes now? He didn't know about Yang Fan's cooperation with Nanchang, let alone that Yang Fan had earned enough money to be published in the newspaper. He just saw that his brother bought him a watch, took care of his parents, and paid for his driving lessons. He thought that his brother had made so much money that he didn't want to learn to drive anymore. Yang Fan smiled helplessly and had to tell him about the cooperation with Nanchang. Zhou Hongying was secretly surprised and thought to herself that she should let her child become a designer and design clothes in the future. It would be too easy to make money this way. So that's how it is. Yang Hai was quite disappointed. But thinking about learning to drive and then making a lot of money soon, his mood immediately improved. He picked up the teacup and said, Xiao Fan, I'll toast you with tea. Thank you. Chapter 139 Dispute, Child Support. 99% of the problems in the world can be solved with money. If they can't be solved, it must be because there is not enough money. Because Yang Fan is rich, Yang Huanyan's divorce, which should have been a sad thing, became a good thing for the whole family under his deliberate influence. Yang Huanyan's divorce meant she could escape from the sea of suffering and move towards a happy life. Soon, the day for the agreed divorce arrived. On Saturday, in addition to going to the county to discuss the divorce with the Zhuo family, Yang Fan did not forget to have an appointment with Jinda Chiang. After the whole family got off the car, Yang Fan brought his family to the place where he and Jin Deqiang had agreed to meet. When they arrived, Jin Deqiang had already arrived. Seeing Yang Fan's whole family, he was a little hesitant to confirm, "Brother? It's me." Yang Fan asked his parents to wait there for a while, and he walked over alone. "Did you get the watch?" "I got it." Jin Deqiang lifted up his coat, and Yang Fan immediately saw the exquisite small electronic watches inside. "Okay, 6 watches, give them all to me." "Okay bro, 90 in total." Yang Fan took out a 100 yuan note and gave it to Jin Deqiang, who found a big unity note and gave it to Yang Fan, then said with a smile, "Brother, remember to take care of me next time you have business. You should be able to find me in this area." "Good." After the payment and goods were settled, Yang Fan waved goodbye to him. After Jin Deqiang walked away, Xiao Yongmei immediately asked, "Xiao Fan, who was that man? Why did you give him money?" When Jin Deqiang showed Yang Fan the watch just now, he was avoiding people around him, so Yang Fan's parents didn't see it. "The watch seller," Yang Fan said, and then said, "Let's talk about it when we get back. Let's deal with the second sister's matter first." "Good." This time, except for the person involved, Yang Huanyan, Yang's father, mother, and eldest brother all came, but the eldest sister-in-law Zhou Hongying, Su Xiuying, and the children did not come. Especially Zhuo Yuding, Yang Huanyan did not want her to see her parents quarreling, so she did not let her come with her. Returning to the Zhuo family again, Yang Huanyan felt somewhat complicated. Yang Fan and Yang Hai stood at the front and knocked on the door. After a while, a little boy came to open the door. Seeing so many people gathered at the door, he took 2 steps back in fear and asked, "Who are you?" Just after asking, he saw Yang Huanyan behind the crowd and said excitedly, "Mom." Yang Huanyan was very excited when she saw her son. She hadn't seen her son for a few days and of course she missed him. "Let's talk inside." When a group of people went in, they saw Su Zhaodi and Zhuo Lijun in the living room. When Su Zhaodi saw Yang Huanyan coming with a large group of her family members, she sneered, "Wow, they really came." Yang Huanyan didn't say anything, but walked to her son Zhuo Liangkai and said, "Liangkai, go into the house first. Mom has something to tell Dad, okay?" Zhuo Liang was a little scared when he saw so many people. He nodded and went into the house. Yang Huanyan followed him and closed the door before walking to Zhuo Lijun. "You don't mind the divorce, right?" Lijun certainly has no objection. Su Zhaodi on the side rushed to answer, "Since you want a divorce, then tell us everything. We want Liangkai, and Yuding will be given to your young family. Also, you have to give 5 yuan a month for Liangcai's support in the future." It's not that Yang Huanyan doesn't want to give this money, after all, it's to support her son, but if she gives this money, will it really be used for her son? Moreover, does her daughter not have to take responsibility? Yang Fan naturally understood this truth and sneered, "Okay, but you have to give 10 yuan a month for Yuding's upbringing. Are you crazy? A little girl who loses money, do you need $10 a month?" Su Zhaodi retorted immediately, but these words made Yang Huanyan and Xiao Yongmei, who are also women, feel very uncomfortable. Looking at Su Zhaodi again, she seemed to have no feeling at all, and completely forgot that she was also the money loser in her words. It's just that she is willing to degrade herself, but others are not. Chapter 140 Divorced. Yang Fan was now somewhat calmer about Su Zhaodi's words. After all, this was not the first time Su Zhaodi had said this. He did not try to reason with her, either you don't have to pay child support to each other, or you pay more, otherwise Yuding will be raised by you. What? We don't want it. When Su Zhaodi heard that Zhuo Yuding was going to throw everything to the Zhuo family again, she immediately became anxious. "Then you don't have to give anything. You have all your documents with you, right? Just go and leave. Let me make it clear that except for Yang Huanyan and her daughter's clothes, our Zhuo family will not give her anything else." Yang Fan and his family didn't want anything from the Zhuo family, so after discussing it and settling Zhuo Liangkai down, the whole family went to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Zhuo Lijun followed beside her without saying a word. He was like Su Zhaodi's puppet, doing whatever she said and having no ideas of his own. Yang Huanyan was very disappointed about this. In fact, before coming here, she must have imagined Zhuo Lijun's reaction in her mind. She also wondered how she would control herself from being soft-hearted if Zhuo Lijun tried to keep her. But now it seems that all her previous thoughts were self-indulgent. Zhuo Lijun didn't say a word about divorcing her. It is said that a husband and wife are bound by love for 100 days after they were married. They have been married for almost 10 years and they would have developed feelings for each other even if they had a dog. However, Zhuo Lijun did not seem to care at all. Well, it's better if he is so heartless, and she doesn't have to worry about being soft-hearted. After arriving at the Civil Affairs Bureau, Zhuo Lijun and Yang Huanyan went in to handle the formalities, while Yang Fan and others waited at the door. Inside, Zhuo Lijun felt complicated as he looked at Yang Huanyan, who was taking out her ID. He actually didn't want to divorce Yang Huanyan. It wasn't that there was any love between them. It was just that these days without Yang Huanyan were indeed a bit troublesome. A lot of things at home needed to be done by Su Xiaodi. When Su Xiaodi did too much, she would start nagging. And in the past, her nagging was always about Yang Huanyan, but when she was not around, Su Xiaodi's nagging was directed at him. Zhuo Lijun sometimes found it really annoying. Moreover, after divorcing Yang Huanyan, Su Xiaodi would definitely not let him stay single. He would then have to find another wife and get along well all over again. Just thinking about it was tiring. Do you really want a divorce? Yang Huanyan was a little surprised when she heard this. You don't agree? My mother is sometimes a little too extreme, but she doesn't mean any harm. Hearing this, Yang Huanyan found it a little funny. My mother says every day that I told her that this is called a mama's boy and he is a very scary man. Besides, it wasn't him who was being too harsh, so of course he could talk without any worries. Can you bully someone at will without any ill intentions? Besides, after all this, do you think this matter can be resolved without a divorce? Zhuo Lijun thought Yang Huanyan didn't want a divorce, so he said hurriedly, as long as you admit your mistake to my mother, she will calm down and will definitely agree not to divorce and accept you again. Yang Huanyan didn't know what to say. After living together for nearly 10 years, she realized that she had never seen Zhuo Lijun's true face. She did not reply to Zhuo Lijun, but said to the staff member who was handling the formalities, "Comrade, please be quick, I have something else to do later, thank you." This statement made her attitude clear. It is impossible for her to stay together, and she should admit her mistake to Su Xiaodi. She did nothing wrong, so why should she admit it? When Zhuo Lijun heard this, he sighed with some regret, feeling exhausted both physically and mentally. Chapter 141. Only one day a week. The divorce procedures were completed quickly. When Yang Huanyan and Zhuo Lijun came out, Su Xiaodi immediately greeted them. Is it done? It's done. Zhuo Lijun handed the divorce certificate to Su Xiaodi, who immediately put it away carefully with a smile on her face. She then looked at Yang Huanyan next to her and said in a bad tone, "Since you're divorced, you should hurry to my house, pack up your things and leave." There is one thing I want to say. Yang Huanyan said, looking at Zhuo Lijun, "Although Liang Kai is raised by your Zhuo family, he is still my child, a piece of flesh and blood that fell from my body. So from now on, I will come to see him every Sunday and take him out to play. This should be no problem, right? Similarly, if you want to come to see Yuding, I won't stop you." I don't agree. Before Zhuo Lijun could say anything, Su Xiaodi on the side was about to refuse. Liang is our Zhuo family's child. Since you are divorced, he has nothing to do with your Yang family. After Su Xiaodi spoke, Zhuo Lijun basically had no objection. Even if he had an opinion, he would hold it in and listen to his mother. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan walked up to Su Xiaodi and looked down at her. Disagree? Old lady Su, I suggest you think about some things before you speak. His eyes were fierce, and Su Xiaodi almost remembered the day when Yang Fan beat her fiercely as soon as she looked into Yang Fan's eyes. She was frightened and took a step back, and subconsciously gave in. I will watch, but only one day a week, no more. She was thinking in her heart that she would teach her child to be alienated from Yang Huanyan and her son. By then, maybe I could rely on Liang's ability to get some money from Yang Huanyan. When Yang Huanyan saw her eyes rolling around, she knew that she must be up to something bad again. She responded perfunctorily twice, but she felt extremely relieved in her heart. How could she dare to treat Su Xiaodi like this before because she was the daughter-in-law of the Zhuo family? She lived in fear every day, depending on the face of old lady Su. Now that she is divorced, she has nothing left to be controlled by old lady Su. After returning to the Zhuo family, Yang Huanyan simply packed her own and her daughter's clothes. Su Xiaodi then clamored to check, fearing that Yang Huanyan had taken away something from the Su family. You check it out, so that you won't blame me if something is lost in the future. Yang Huanyan threw the urea bag containing clothes on the ground. She took Zhuo Liangkai, who was standing aside and didn't know what was going on, to a corner and explained to him in a low voice why she would not be at home in the future. The child was still young and didn't understand what divorce was, so Yang Huanyan didn't say it clearly. She just said that for some reasons, she and her sister had to live in another place, but they would come to see him every Sunday. Zhuo Liang was the one who was raised by Yang Huanyan, so when she packed her clothes and prepared to leave, Zhuo Liang cried heartbreakingly. He didn't know what was going on, he just knew that his mother had packed all her clothes and was about to leave him. Yang Huanyan felt heartbroken, but there was nothing she could do. There is no way the Zhou family would let him go, so they can only compensate him in other ways. If Zhou Lijun can give birth to another son in the future, they will see if there is a chance to get him back. Even though the door was closed, Yang Huanyan could still hear Su Zhaodi scolding her son. Tears fell from her eyes, and Zhao Yongmei patted her on the shoulder. As a mother herself, she could relate to the situation. Yang Fan said beside him, "Don't worry, second sister, I will take Liang Cai's matter to heart, and there will always be a way to solve it." Chapter 142, Straightforward. When Yang Huanyan heard Yang Fan's words, she looked at him hopefully. "Really? Well, when have I ever lied to you?" "You've lied to me many times." Yang Fan. "I forgot that I used to be a liar and a second-rate person." However, Yang Huanyan still believed in Yang Fan. Since her brother said there was a way, there must be a way. Yang Fan did plan this way. Taking Yuding back was just a delaying tactic. Liang Cai was also his nephew and his second sister's child. He was definitely unwilling to hand the child over to the Zhou family. After all, with the family tradition of the Zhou family, how could they raise a good child? But if Liang Cai is wanted, the Zhou family will definitely not agree to divorce, so it is better to divorce first and deal with Liang Cai's matter slowly. If it really doesn't work, you can just pay some money to buy it out. I'm sure the Zhou family will be happy to do so. The whole family didn't stay in the county for long. After leaving Zhuo's house, he went straight back to the village. What surprised them most about this divorce was Zhou Lijun's attitude. He was like a mute person and didn't say a word, which made Yang's father and eldest brother very upset. They wanted to take the opportunity to make trouble and beat Zhou Lijun up, but with so many people coming, they couldn't find a reason, so the two of them were sent back on their way, feeling extremely depressed. Yang Huanyan felt much more relieved after her divorce, but she was still a little worried because Zhuo Liangcai was still in the Zhou family. When they got to the town, Yang Fan took his family to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy a lot of vegetables, planning to celebrate at noon. Zhao Yongmei also asked for some pomelo leaves, planning to boil water for Yang Huanyan to get rid of the bad luck. When she returned, someone at home was borrowing a sewing machine. Seeing Yang Huanyan, she greeted her and asked, "Huanyan, why are you back?" This person is probably in her 50s or 60s. Yang Fan calls her Aunt Gue. Her husband is from a well-known local family named Yu. Her son works away from home. She seems to be quite wealthy. Many people in the village try to please her. However, Yang Fan doesn't like this person very much. He has the impression that she is quite gossipy. Of course, there are no people in the village who don't gossip, just like Su Xiuying and Zhao Yongmei, who are all gossipy. However, everyone has a limit to gossiping, but Aunt Gue is a big mouth who likes to pry into other people's family affairs. Because her son is rich, the villagers dare not speak out against her. Before Yang Huanyan could reply, Aunt Gue smiled and said, "This is your daughter, right? Why didn't your son bring her back? It's been many years since I last saw her." In the past 2 days, almost everyone knew that Yang Huanyan came back empty-handed and lived with her brother at home. Everyone thought it was just a normal return trip to her parents' home, but unexpectedly, the next day, Yang Fan brought back Yang Huanyan's daughter as well. At this time, everyone was guessing that Yang Huanyan must have had a quarrel with her husband, otherwise why would she bring her daughter back to her parents' home, and take her every other day? Although Aunt Gue went too far, Yang Fan did not immediately come to Yang Huanyan's rescue. The divorce cannot be kept secret for a few days, and the villagers will know about it sooner or later. Conversely, Yang Huanyan will also have to face the strange looks after the divorce sooner or later. Now is her first difficulty. Yang Fan can help her temporarily, but he can't help her forever. She has to rely on herself. Zhao Yongmei was not aware of what was going on and was about to change the subject with an awkward smile, when Yang Huanyan spoke up herself, "I'm divorced, and my daughter is mine." Her straightforwardness stunned Aunt Gue. Divorced? After she realized what was happening, her voice was a little sharp. "Are you really getting divorced? Why are you getting divorced so peacefully? I remember your husband seemed to work in a government department, right? You're getting divorced even though you have such good conditions?" Chapter 143. Women are not cruel. Yang Fan did not expect that his second sister would be so straightforward. Seeing that Aunt Gue spoke in a somewhat aggressive manner, Yang Fan did not intend to stand idly by. He didn't help just now because he wanted to give his second sister the courage to face the rumors after her divorce. Now that he sees that she has nothing to worry about, Yang Fan will definitely not let her be bullied by others. But before he could speak, Yang Huanyan said rather forcefully, "Yes, we are divorced. I don't care about the good conditions you mentioned. If Aunt Gue thinks my ex-husband has good conditions, why don't I introduce him to you? Maybe my ex-husband can get along well with your daughter." "What are you talking about? Is a divorced man like your ex-husband worthy of my daughter?" Aunt Gue immediately became anxious. "You said my ex-husband is good and works in a government department. I thought Aunt Gue might have taken a fancy to him, so I wanted to introduce him to you." Aunt Gue was furious. "I asked you kindly if you had any conflicts, and you said that to me? I am still your elder, Yongmei, and your daughter got divorced, but I didn't cause her to get divorced. Why are you angry with me? Then why are you asking so many questions when you know that my Yen Zi is in a bad mood after the divorce? Does the divorce have anything to do with you?" Zhao Yongmei doesn't spoil Aunt Gue. After a while, the two started arguing, from Yang Huanyan's affairs to other people's affairs, and then to some trivial matters. The two were equally powerful, but no one was the winner. Because Yang Fan politely asked Aunt Gue to leave. Using his sewing machine, asking about his second sister, scolding his mother, and yelling at his house, these are all untrue. Yang Fan had a bad reputation in the village. Once he opened his mouth, even Aunt Gue had to give in, feeling a little aggrieved. If her son was not at home, she would show the people of the Yang family who was the boss in this village. When Aunt Gue left and they were the only ones left in the room, Yang Fan gave Yang Huanyan a thumbs up and said, "It feels like I'm seeing my old second sister." Before Yang Huanyan got married, she was not like this now. She was also quite aggressive and boys of the same age did not dare to mess with her. When she argued with Aunt Gue just now, Yang Fan seemed to see his second sister from the past. "I just did this. Is that okay? I felt good when I was arguing just now, but then I felt regretful." Yang Huanyan was indeed a little angry. She was already in a bad mood because of her son's affairs, and Aunt Gue's obviously malicious inquiries, as well as her implicit suggestion that she shouldn't divorce her ex-husband because he was well off, made her even more unhappy, so she couldn't help but retort. "Calm down, we are all from the same village, Aunt Gue is still an elder no matter what. I am afraid that if she behaves like this, it will be spread out." Zhao Yongmei said unhappily, "What's the problem? This is how it should be. You will be alone from now on. Single mothers should have a tougher temper, otherwise, they will be bullied. Mom is right, second sister, you even dare to confront Aunt Gue. I guess in the future, even if they don't like you, they won't dare to say it in front of you. As for what's going on behind your back, you can't hear it, so it doesn't matter." Yang Huanyan nodded, that was indeed the truth. If a woman is not ruthless, her position will not be stable. Hearing this, Yang Huanyan was a little amused. What the hell is going on? Okay, let's not talk about these unhappy things. Today is my second sister's divorce, it's a good day. I'll go cook, and we can celebrate at noon. Congratulations to my second sister for escaping from the bitter sea of the Zhou family. Seeing that her family members were happy for her, Yang Huanyan felt a lot less stressed. Life in the future seems to be better. Chapter 144 Getting Rich. At noon, the whole family sat around a table. This is considered a big reunion for the Yang family. Even during the Chinese New Year, people were not so gathered together. Yang Fan cooked a lot of dishes, especially meat dishes. The 5 children's mouths were full of oil, but unfortunately their stomachs were not big, so they were soon full and sat on small stools with their round bellies, their eyes still lingeringly looking at the dishes on the table. "I still want to eat, but my stomach can't hold anymore." After dinner, Su Shouying made some tea and the family chatted while digesting the food. Yang Fan took out the small watches he bought today and handed 3 to his eldest sister-in-law Zhou Hongying, and 2 to his second sister Yang Huanyan. "This is the children's electronic watch I bought for my child. Try them on and see if they fit you." "This? Yang Fan, it's too expensive." Zhou Hongying looked at these 3 beautiful electronic watches and couldn't say no, but she also felt a little envious. Her husband has a watch and 3 children, but she doesn't. It's not that Yang Fan didn't buy it for her, it's just not appropriate. What is the point of a brother-in-law buying a gift for his sister-in-law? As for why Yang Fan didn't buy one for Zhao Yongmei, it wasn't because he couldn't bear to, but because Zhao Yongmei had a lot of things to do and couldn't rest. The electronic watch was not waterproof, and it was inconvenient to take it off when doing things on weekdays. But Su Shouying was not so lucky, as Yang Fan cooked all the meals at home, so she only had to take it off when washing clothes and bathing the children. She didn't have to take it off at other times. It's okay, give it to the children. Yang Fan called in and again, put a watch on her, and taught her how to tell time. As soon as the child got a new watch, he wanted to go out and show it off to his friends. Since eldest brother Yang's child was taking it with him, he was not afraid. After giving a few instructions, he let the eldest child, Yang Yong, take the 4 children out to play. After the child left, the house became much quieter. Yang Fan said to Yang Huanyan, second sister, please stay with me for the next few days. As for Yuting, please take a few days off. I will look for a house in the county in the next few days. Good. Dad, my second sister's problem has been solved. You should also hurry up and fix the house at home to avoid rain. Yang Jiefang nodded, and then looked at Yang Fan, you kid, you're ordering your dad around. The family was mainly talking about Yang Huanyan's future plans, but Yang Fan would go to the county to handle all of these tomorrow, so she would just stay at Yang Fan's house for the time being. Seeing that there was nothing to worry about, Yang Jiefang simply went back with Zhao Yongmei to find someone to deal with the house matters, while Zhou Hongying, Su Xiuying, and Yang Huanyan went out to look for the children. Suddenly, only Yang Fan and Yang Hai were left in the huge house. Brother, I'll go get your driving tuition money tomorrow, you can find someone here first. Just find the coach that the colleague's relative had found before. We all know him, so we don't have to worry about being cheated. Yang Fan nodded, okay, as long as you know your limits. Thank you for this, brother. Don't worry, I will return the money to you when I make money. Don't worry. Yang Fan smiled and said, we are brothers, there is no need to be so polite. That can't be possible. 1 is 1 and 2 is 2. Even brothers should settle accounts clearly. Yang Fan didn't say much. He knew his elder brother's temper and trusted him. However, Yang Fan also wanted to learn how to drive, but after thinking about it, he decided to wait as he didn't really need a car for the time being. The 2 brothers chatted for several hours over peanuts, and Yang Hai didn't return home until after 4 o'clock. The other side. Yan Huanyan and Su Xiuying came out together, which attracted a lot of people's inquiries. When they learned that Yang Huanyan was divorced, they all wanted to gossip. However, the 3 of them kept their mouths shut and no one could get any information out of them. All they knew was that their daughter would live with Yang Huanyan and their son would live with Zhuo Lijun. And when the villagers saw the electronic watches on Su Xiuying and Yang Huanyan's hands, and the 5 children each had an electronic watch, they all thought that Yang Fan had really made a fortune. Chapter 145 The Speed of Message Transmission. There are many stories in the village about Yang Fan's wealth, but no one knows the details. But when everyone saw Yang Jiefang showing off every day, they knew that he had really made a fortune, and even the house he lived in needed a major renovation. Nowadays, when people repair their houses, they basically don't hire workers. Neighbors help each other. There is no wages, and at most they are provided with meals. Although Yang Fan was not in charge of repairing the house, he told Yang Jiefang in advance that those who came to help would be paid 30 cents a day, and meals would not be provided. After all, if it comes to cooking, it is Zhao Yongmei who will have to work hard. 3 cents is already a lot. People would help even if they were not paid, and they would be even more enthusiastic if they were paid. Of course, Yang Jiefang was not a fool with a lot of money. He would not accept anyone who came. He only invited some adult men. He would not accept children who were obviously trying to make money. But there were still some children who came over to help, so Yang Jiefang gave them some candy to eat, making the house lively every day. Many children went to help with things within their ability, hoping to get a piece of candy. Of course, this is all a story for later. Early the next morning. After Yang Fan had breakfast and did some housework, he walked towards the town carrying a cloth bag on his back. I have been busy with Yang Huanyan's affairs recently and haven't gone to Su Fong to take over for several days. So he went to Su Fong's store first today. When he saw Yang Fan, the first thing he asked was, Yang Fan, you're here? Is Yanzi okay? I heard she's divorced. Even though there is no internet today, the speed at which villagers spread messages is no less than that of the internet in later generations. Yang Fan rarely complained in his heart, it's okay, I left yesterday. How's the kid? My daughter is with my sister, and my son is with his ex-husband. This. Su Fong frowned slightly, then Yanzi must be feeling very uncomfortable, right? Has she been staying at your house these days? Yes. Then tell her to come to my shop when she's free, so I can comfort her. Yang Fan nodded, okay, I'll talk to her later. By the way, how are the clothes selling? Well enough. Su Fong smiled and took out the cash box. I sold 3 sweaters, 2 cotton pants, and 5 long-sleeved shirts. And I found that most of the people who bought these clothes had bought skirts before. Well, the styles and prices I designed are aimed at those who have extra money. 3 sweaters cost 54 yuan, 2 pairs of cotton trousers cost 30 yuan, and long-sleeved pants were the most sold, so she sold 5 of them for a total of 40 yuan. After deducting Su Fang's cost and labor, Su Fang had to give Yang Fan a total of 90 yuan and 60 cents. Su Fang directly gave 91 yuan, and Yang Fan didn't say anything when he saw it. Given the relationship between them, there was nothing to worry about over 40 cents. Anyway, they would round it up, and next time if the decimal point was less than 5, Yang Fan would take the initiative to round it up. The weather hasn't turned completely cold yet, so not many people are buying winter clothes. When the weather gets colder, they will be easier to sell. Yang Fan knew what she meant and took the initiative to say, "I'm going to the county in a while. I'll buy woolen cloth when I come back." Good. Seeing Yang Fan was about to leave, she reminded him again, "Remember to ask Yan Zi to come find me." If the business in the store hadn't been booming, Su Fang would have taken the initiative to look for Yang Huanyan. New. After responding, Yang Fan caught the bus to the county and arrived at Nanchang again at around 10:30. After greeting the security guard, Yang Fan came to Huang Shangdong's office as if he knew the place well. Chapter 146, asking Huang Shangdong for help. What brings Brother Yang here? Huang Shangdong happened to be in the office. When he saw Yang Fan coming in, his face immediately broke into smiles. How could he not be happy? After all, this was his golden thigh, the person who could delay the merger of his South factory. I have something to ask Brother Huang today. Can you ask me for anything else? In Huang Shangdong's opinion, Yang Fan was a man who could earn 80,000 yuan a month without batting an eyelid. How could such a rich man be asked for help? What else can he solve that Yang Fan can't? Hearing his incredulous tone, Yang Fan helplessly spread his hands. Brother Huang, what you said is true. I am also a human being, not a god. I can solve any problem. Then tell me what is it that I can solve but you can't? I have a sister who got divorced recently. She has a child to raise alone. I was thinking about finding her a job, and that's when I remembered your Nanchang. I want you to give her a temporary job, or a regular job, to replace someone else. I'm willing to pay her whatever amount is due. Nowadays, whether it is regular workers or temporary workers in the factory, there is a sense of inheritance. Generally speaking, if I stop working, I have the right to give the job to someone else. If I really can't find anyone to take over my job, I can sell the job and get some money. Of course, for Huang Shangdong, it is very easy to arrange someone to go in, and he doesn't need to replace anyone. But when you ask someone to do something for you, you still have to pay them, and as to who you are giving it to, both parties know it clearly. Brother Yang, you are too polite. If your sister comes, I will definitely arrange a seat for her. As for the money, forget it. No, that won't work. Yang Fan quickly refused. I feel bad for asking my brother to help me. I'll give you as much as you deserve. If you didn't replace someone, then the money should go to my brother. Huang Shangdong refused again, but Yang Fan finally forced 300 yuan into his pocket. It's not a lot of money, but it's not too little either. Yang Fan felt that given his relationship with Huang Shangdong, this number was more appropriate. After talking about Yang Huanyan, the two of them had already had tea. Brother, there is one more thing I would like you to help me with. Oh? Is there anything else I can help with? Yang Fan nodded and said with a smile, it's still about my sister. I want to rent a house for her in the county, preferably closer to the South factory. Rent a house? Huang Shangdong thought for a moment and said, maybe there is, but I have to go back and ask my wife, how big a house do you need? Okay, you can help me look at this. As for the house, it doesn't have to be too big, 2 or 3 bedrooms are fine, and it shouldn't be too remote. It should be convenient for shopping and things like that. It would be best if there is a primary school nearby, but if there isn't one, it's not a big deal. Zhuo Yuding was still in elementary school, but Nanchang was a bit far from the elementary school she used to attend. If there was no bicycle, he would not force it. He would go buy a bicycle and let his second sister ride it to pick up the child. The two chatted for 2 hours, and at noon Yang Fan naturally invited Huang Shangdong to have lunch. Of course, the two did not forget to call Shi Zichang, and the 3 of them went to the Red Flag Hotel for another meal. After dinner, Yang Fan waved goodbye to the two at the restaurant entrance. Then he came to Postal Savings Bank. He had little money left after giving Huang Shangdong 300 yuan and treating him to a meal, so he needed to withdraw some money. In addition, he also had to withdraw money for his brother's driving lessons. After calculating the money he would need, Yang Fan took out 3,000 yuan. Chapter 147: The Price of Cruelty. After withdrawing the money, Yang Fan did not go back directly. Instead, I visited several places in the county. The houses nowadays are mostly old, and it is easy to find people downstairs in the community. Yang Fan basically asked around and found that there were relatively few people selling houses. After all, now was not like the future, when the real estate industry was booming and houses were being built one after another. As long as one had money, there were countless houses available. Most people who own houses now live there themselves. Even if they have extra houses, they have many children, and when their children get married and start their own families, they will also need houses. However, there are still some people who sell their houses for various reasons. Of course, it may also be because no one can integrate these resources, so the information is not shared. Yang Fan's question is ultimately one-sided. In addition, Yang Fan also asked about some houses that he remembered were going to be demolished. However, this is not particularly urgent. As far as he knows, the fastest house to be demolished will be in 3 years, so it is enough to buy it 1 year in advance. The housing prices may rise slightly, but Yang Fan can still accept the extent of the increase in recent years. After understanding the general situation, Yang Fan did not rush and prepared to go home. The house hunting took some time and it was already past 4 o'clock when we got back to town. As usual, he went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy vegetables before going home. Return home. And then was as excited as ever. Even her niece, who hadn't said much for a few days, showed obvious joy when she saw Yang Fan. Yang Fan was just wondering why he and his niece didn't have much of a relationship when Yang Huanyan at the side told him the truth. "Xiao Fan, this is over. My Yuding has only eaten a few meals of yours, and now she's starting to dislike the food I cook. Before, they didn't even have rice to eat, but now, after only a few days, they have already started to be picky about the food. Ha, then second sister must learn cooking from me these days." Yang Huanyan glared at him, then smiled and said, "How was your trip to the county today?" "Well, I talked to Brother Huang, the director of the South Factory, and he promised to arrange a permanent position for you in the factory." Formal employee? Yang Huanyan was stunned. A formal employee. The monthly salary is several hundred yuan, which is higher than my brother's salary. She originally thought that being able to negotiate a temporary job was impressive enough, but she didn't expect that she still underestimated her brother's ability. It's a formal job. As for renting a house, I've asked Brother Huan to help me find one. I'll go to the county in a couple of days to ask about the situation. Once the rent is settled, you can go to work, second sister. Oh my. Yang Huanyan walked back and forth a lot in excitement, then calmed down. "Xiao Fan, is the factory director so nice? Did you agree to it in exchange for giving up your share or something?" "No, I have a good relationship with Brother Huang. Besides, I can help him make money, so he must give me this face." As for the 300 yuan given to Director Huang, Yang Fan did not mention it. He didn't want Yang Huanyan to bear any pressure. After all, for her, 300 yuan was a sum she couldn't earn even after working for many years. Yang Huanyan felt relieved and patted Yang Fan on the shoulder. "I never thought that my brother would be so capable one day. He has really grown up." Before, even though her brother got married and had children, Yang Huanyan didn't think he had grown up. But now when she sees that Yang Fan really understands the word responsibility, she knows that he has really grown up. Hearing this, Yang Fan shook his head slightly and said nothing. He did grow, but at an extremely cruel cost. Chapter 148: The Collapse of Zhuo Lijun. After get off work, Yang Fan asked Zhuo Yuding to take him into his eldest brother's house and call his family over. But I failed to call anyone over, and told him to come after dinner. Yang Fan sighed, knowing that his eldest brother and his family were embarrassed to come to his house for a free meal, so he said they would come after dinner. There are really too few relatives like this. Of course, it was precisely because of their precious qualities that Yang Fan regretted so much in his previous life. If they were ungrateful, vain, and treacherous people, they probably would not be remembered. Yang Fan did not force his eldest brother and his family to come for dinner. Knowing that they were not coming, he did not cook for them and just cooked for 5 people. And enjoyed the meal very much. Zhuo Yuding had been staying at Yang Fan's house for the past few days, so she ate well, slept well, and didn't have to do much work. Her face looked much rosier and she didn't look as dull as before. As Zhuo Yuding's biological mother, Yang Huanyan naturally noticed the subtle changes in Zhuo Yuding, and felt more and more that her divorce was the right thing to do. Otherwise, her daughter would continue to grow up in the Zhou family, and she would probably hate her mother when she grows up. Even though Liang Kai is not here, it would be great if my son could be with us. Thinking of Zhuo Liang Kai, Yang Huanyan felt heavy in her heart. But she didn't mention this to Yang Fan. There have been too many things that have troubled Xiao Fan recently, and she can't trouble me anymore. Later, she became a formal employee of the South factory, and slowly saved money to see if there were any other ways. At the same time, on the other side, the Zhuo family. Since his divorce from Yang Huanyan, what Zhuo Lijun worried about came true. With Yang Huanyan away, all the daily housework fell on Su Zhaodi, and she had to get up every morning and evening to pick up and drop off the children. Su Zhaodi was happy for only 2 days, because since there was no one to give orders to her at home, she had to do all the work by herself. Over the past few days, not only could she not stroll around and chat in the community like before, she also suffered from severe back pain. Unfortunately, there was no one at home to help her share the burden, as her son had to go to work and her grandson had to go to school. Even if she doesn't have to work or go to school, she can't bear to let her son and grandson work. But no one helped her, so she had to do it herself. However, since Yang Huanyan married into the Zhuo family nearly 10 years ago, Su Zhaodi had rarely done anything. Although they were just an ordinary family, Su Zhaodi's life was quite like that of a rich lady. Su Zhaodi was tired and bored every day, so she couldn't let Zhuo Lijun work, but she would complain and grumble, and she never stopped scolding Yang Huanyan. That day, Zhuo Lijun came back and, as expected, ate the food prepared by his mother. Su Zhaodi hadn't cooked for 10 years, so she didn't have any cooking skills to begin with. After not cooking for so long, she had even less skills. Moreover, she was very frugal, and almost always bought leaves that were sold at a low price or even unwanted, and she only cut a few ounces of meat, chopped it into small pieces, and mixed it with the vegetables. One had to be very careful to pick out the small amount of minced meat. There was no meat and the vegetables were unpalatable. Zhuo Lijun knew that the family would be miserable without Yang Huanyan, but he didn't expect it to be so miserable. He looked at Su Zhaodi and frowned slightly. "Mom, isn't my salary all with you? Buy more meat, I have to go to work, my son has to go to school, and you can't even see the minced meat. It's free to buy meat. You don't know how expensive firewood, rice, oil and salt are until you run a household. But I could eat better before." Su Zhaodi didn't answer this. It was natural that they could eat better before, because Yang Huanyan and Zhuo Yuding's rations were safe to buy meat, so they ate sweet potatoes. Now that they are not here, the three of them have to budget for meals, and no one saves rations, so the food is naturally worse. Chapter 149 Finding a House. Seeing Su Zhaodi didn't say anything, Zhuo Lijun felt really tired. "Mom, even if meat is expensive, I can afford it with my salary. Besides, now that there are 2 less mouths to feed at home, shouldn't we have more money? 5 people have their own way of living, and 3 people have their own way of living. How can 3 people be counted as 5? Su Zhaodi looked at Zhuo Lijun disapprovingly. "Besides, you don't have a wife now, and it will cost a lot of money to find another one. You must save some money now, otherwise how can you find another one?" When Zhuo Lijun heard this, he didn't know what to say. He didn't really want to find another one. After all, if there was one more person in the family, they would have to get used to each other again. If he married someone who was difficult to get along with, there would be a world war at home every day. But if he didn't find another one, there would be no woman in the family, and relying on his mother alone would not work. It hasn't been long and he can't stand it anymore. Thinking of this, Zhuo Lijun regretted again that he was pressured by his mother's filial piety and agreed to divorce Yang Huanyan too easily. When talking about finding another daughter-in-law, Su Zhaodi's tone showed a hint of urgency. Originally, she didn't want another woman to snatch her son away, but these days she found that it would be impossible to have no daughter-in-law to give orders at home. So just marry her. Even if she enters the Zhuo family, she is still an outsider after all. After all, her son values her as his biological mother more. Your eldest aunt met a few days ago and said she wanted to introduce you to a wife. I'll go ask her tomorrow about the conditions. If possible, we'll meet this Saturday. If you're a good match, hurry up and get the marriage certificate. By the way, let Yang Huanyan see that without her, you can marry a better wife than her. Su Zhaodi is still resentful about the fact that Yang Huanyan dared to divorce her. Zhuo Lijun heard this, thought about it, and finally responded in a dull voice. At the dining table, Zhuo Liangkai lowered his head and ate his meal, his eyes red. He didn't like his grandmother. She always scolded his mother and sister, and now his mother and sister are gone, they must have been scolded away by his grandmother. Also, when his mother was not around, the food his grandmother cooked was terrible. Today is also a day for me to miss my mother and sister. After staying at home for another 2 days, Yang Fan came to the county again. Huang Xiangdong lived up to expectations. A relative of his wife's friend went to work in another place and planned to settle down there, so the house in Ningjiang County was rented out. It's less than 5 kilometers away from the South Factory. It's very close. Huang Xiangdong took Yang Fan to the downstairs of his house. After waiting for a while, his wife came down. Huang Xiangdong introduced her to him. Yang Fan, this is my wife. Wife, this is Yang Fan. Sister-in-law is so beautiful. Yang Fan praised, brother Huang is really lucky. Yang Fan's words made Huang Xiangdong's wife Wu Choyun very happy. Hey, you are so good at talking. No, I just told the truth. After exchanging pleasantries, Wu Choyun took the two of them to the old neighborhood where they wanted to rent a house and met her friend. As for the homeowner, he is out of town, so all matters are entrusted to Wu Choyun's friends for help. Once the deal is settled and a contract needs to be signed, the contract will be sent over by the post office. The house is on the 6th floor. Although it's a bit high, it has good sunlight. The man took Yang Fan and the others upstairs, took out the key and opened the door. The house has 3 bedrooms, a living room, a toilet, a kitchen, and a small balcony. The furniture here is basically all there. My cousin and the others haven't moved yet. If you want to rent it, you don't have to buy too much, but you have to pay a deposit. Chapter 150, Thank You and Cook. Yang Fan looked at the house and found it was indeed well preserved and had everything it needed. Yang Huanyan moved in and could move in almost immediately. That's fine. How much does it cost to rent it for a month? 15 a month. 15 is too expensive. But the price is negotiable. So in the end Yang Fan negotiated it down to 10 yuan a month, 2 deposits and 1 payment. After paying a 5 yuan deposit, a simple contract was written and sent by the landlord's relative for the landlord to sign. Fortunately, they were in the same province, so the contract would be returned to Ningjiang County in about a week. So the relatives of Yang Fan's landlord made an appointment for the next meeting. As for Huang Xiangdong and Wu Choyun, they would not come next time. After they separated in the community, Yang Fan said he wanted to treat Huang Xiangdong and Wu Choyun to dinner. Huang Xiangdong said no, and the two of them refused back and forth. Finally, Wu Choyun made the decision and invited Yang Fan to her house for dinner. So the 3 of them went to the market and bought a lot of vegetables. Since Yang Fan had to go home in the afternoon, he rejected Huang Xiangdong's invitation to drink. Huang Xiangdong's house is quite big, with 3 bedrooms, a living room and a small storage room. Today is not Saturday or Sunday, so his 2 sons are not at home, but they are studying in a nearby school and will come back for lunch at noon. It was almost noon. As soon as she got home, Wu Choyun took the dishes into the kitchen. Yang Fan followed her in and said, "Sister-in-law, let me cook today." "You can cook too?" Wu Choyun was a little surprised. After all, very few men can cook. "Well, the craftsmanship is decent. But I can't let you, a guest, cook." Wu Choyun quickly refused. It didn't make sense to let the guests cook. "No, today I want to thank you and Brother Huang, and Brother Huang helps me a lot on weekdays. Let me cook, and you and Brother Huang can try it." Huang Xiangdong was listening to this at the kitchen door, and was also a little curious about Yang Fan's cooking skills. "Why don't you and your sister-in-law each cook half of the dish?" "Boy, I really want to taste your cooking skills. If it tastes bad, I won't show any mercy." There was a hint of sourness in his words. Huang Xiangdong had learned to cook when Wu Choyun was pregnant, but he had no talent at all, so he finally asked his mother-in-law to help him cook. After this incident, his family never let him enter the kitchen again. Therefore, Huang Xiangdong has always felt that, except for those who are truly talented, men like him generally cannot cook, and even if they can, their skills will definitely not be good. "Okay." Yang Fan agreed immediately. Wu Choyun glared at Huang Xiangdong secretly, but Huang Xiangdong had already agreed, so she couldn't embarrass him in front of outsiders. She could only discuss with Yang Fan what dishes to cook. It was not good for them to be alone in the kitchen, so Huang Xiangdong came in to help. Yang Fan looked at the dishes, and then made stir-fried pork with dried bamboo shoots and kelp and pork rib soup. Seeing that Wu Choyun had made her own pickles, he did not steam the fish he bought, but directly made sauerkraut fish. The sour and spicy taste made Huang Xiangdong sneeze, but he didn't want to cover his nose at all because the smell was so fragrant. After making the pickled fish, he made mapo tofu. They agreed to cook together, but Wu Choyun ended up stir-frying a plate of vegetables and shredded potatoes. As soon as the dishes were ready, Huang Shangdong's two sons came back one after another. Mom, what did you do? It smells so good. When they entered the house, the two children saw Yang Fan and were stunned for a moment. I've never seen this person before, what should I call him? Huang Shangdong came out of the kitchen carrying the dishes and said with a smile, "This is your Uncle Yang. And this dish, except for the greens and shredded potatoes, everything else was made by your Uncle Yang." Chapter 151 Ordinary Crafts. The two children called out Uncle Yang, then looked at the delicious food on the table and couldn't help swallowing their saliva. There are fish and meat, and they smell so good. How can they, who are so young and have no resistance, tolerate it? After serving the rice, Wu Qiuyun asked everyone to eat. Huang Shangdong said with a smile, "Brother Yang, your dish really looks good. It looks better than the dishes at the Red Flag restaurant. Let me try it." The first thing he picked up was the pickled fish. The fish was cooked just right, and when I picked it up with chopsticks, it was steady and didn't seem to break at all. The thin, snow-white fish was equally sour and spicy, and it was so fragrant and spicy that I almost swallowed it, and I wanted to eat a few bowls of rice. Delicious. So delicious. Huang Xiangdong realized that he didn't know how to describe the really delicious food. He could make all kinds of comments when he ate at the Hongqi restaurant before, but he couldn't comment on the dishes cooked by Yang Fan. Delicious. Just delicious. The real deliciousness cannot be described. He quickly took 2 mouthfuls of rice, and when he went to pick up some dishes, he found that his wife and 2 sons were eating so fast that the chopsticks almost left after images. Oh shit. Huang Xiangdong was startled for a moment, then quickly joined them. Yang Fan. Not really. Really not. Although his cooking is indeed not bad, it is not to this extent. The reactions of Huang Xiangdong's family of 4 made Yang Fan think he was a cooking god. He actually took advantage of the Rebirth cheat. Although these delicacies are not very common in the future, they can still be eaten in many restaurants if you are willing to pay. It can only be said that there are indeed few delicacies now, and there are not many restaurants. There are even fewer people who can afford to eat delicious food or even top restaurants. The big pot of rice was basically eaten by Huang Xiangdong's family of 4. Yang Fan eats slowly, so he only ate 1 bowl of rice, and the rest was eaten by their family. As for the dishes on the table, the 3 dishes and 1 soup prepared by Yang Fan had been eaten up, and the juice was used to soak the rice. As for the green vegetables and shredded potatoes prepared by Wu Qiuyun, they were basically untouched. Wu Qiuyun looked at the leftover food on the table, feeling quite embarrassed. Although the dishes Yang Fan cooked were indeed delicious, her husband and sons were too disrespectful to her. They asked her to at least eat some. How embarrassing was this for her? Huang Xiangdong held his round belly, gave a thumbs up, and said with great satisfaction, "Brother Yang, this is your cooking skill. The food at Hongqi restaurant is far inferior to yours. It was a waste of money to go to Hongqi restaurant before." His 2 sons looked at Yang Fan with sparkling eyes, as if they saw their favorite toys. "Yang Fan, it's just ordinary craftsmanship, as long as Brother Huang likes it. It's a good thing I asked you to cook, otherwise I would have missed it. This is not just ordinary cooking." Wu Qiuyun exclaimed beside him, "This is clearly the cooking of a master chef. If you apply for a job at a big hotel, you will definitely get a job. This is amazing." At the same time, she also envied Yang Fan's family because they could eat meals cooked by Yang Fan every day. This was like a fairy tale life. I dare not think about it. The 2 children went downstairs to digest their food because they were too full. Yang Fan was drinking tea at Huang Xiangdong's house and chatting with him about the progress of the clothing in the factory. Because the weather is not cold yet, the clothes have not yet appeared on the market, but the cooperation has been discussed. With the skirt as the base, plus the style of the winter clothes is indeed more novel and beautiful than those on the market, there are still many orders. Huang Xiangdong patted Yang Fan on the shoulder and said enviously, "Brother Yang, you are going to get rich again this time." Chapter 152 Su Guowei's visit. It was already past 2 o'clock when I left Huang Xiangdong's house. There were no cars at this time, so Yang Fan simply walked back. He had walked this road so many times that it didn't seem far. After going back and telling his second sister about the rental, Yang Fan said, "It's just that Yuding may still have to study in the original school. The nearby primary school is not too far away from the school Yuding attended before, so there is no need to bother. It's okay. I'll be promoted to junior high school in 2 more years." "Okay." Yang Fan nodded. "Then we can move in after the agreement is signed." It will probably take another week. Is it okay for Yuding to not go to school during this period? How about I give her extra lessons when I'm free? In the Yang family, Yang Fan was the only one who had finished junior high school, so when Yang Fan said he was tutoring Joy Yuding about elementary school knowledge, Yang Huanyan did not doubt his ability. Okay, I'll ask her to ask you anything she doesn't know. Yang Fan responded and thought about the next steps of setting up the factory. If you want to set up a factory in this county, there are not many preferential policies and opportunities. The best place to go is naturally the circled Shenzhen Stock Exchange. Next year, there will be a large number of factories and enterprises invested by overseas Chinese and foreign capital in Shenzhen Stock Exchange. There, it can be said that the right time, right place, and right people are all there. But if I want to go to Shenzhen, how to make arrangements at home becomes a problem. Let us wait and see after the new year. However, regardless of whether you go to Shenzhen for development or not, it is very necessary to go to Shenzhen after the Chinese New Year. Even if you don't set up a factory yourself, you can do it purely for investment. Thinking of this, Yang Fan looked at Yang Huanyan, who was sitting in front of the sewing machine. Second sister, where are my wife and the others? Yang Huanyan was the only one at home. They must have gone to help their parents. Many children in the village went to help. Our mother bought some candies and gave some to the children who helped every day. It's really lively now. I see. I'll go out and get some firewood then. Good. Seeing that the firewood was running out, Yang Fan went out carrying a bamboo basket. As soon as he went out, he saw Su Guowei pacing back and forth at the door. Yang Fan was slightly surprised. Su Guowei, what are you doing at my door? Cough. Su Guowei did not expect to run into Yang Fan head on. He hadn't thought of his lines yet. When he suddenly saw Yang Fan, and added to the things he had heard about him during this period, he always felt that after Yang Fan made money, his whole temperament became very much like that of a city person, high and mighty, and unattainable. He greeted awkwardly, long time no see. Yang Fan was speechless. If you have something to say, just say it. Seeing Yang Fan's impolite look, Su Guowei felt a little more friendly. I have something to ask you. We'll talk as we go. Yang Fan was still hurrying to collect firewood, as it would be dark any later. Su Guowei quickly followed up. I met a friend recently who said he was going to Shenzhen to buy clothing, electronic watches and other things and sell them back. Do you think this is possible? When Yang Fan heard that Su Guowei wanted to do business, he stopped and looked at him deeply. Su Guowei's scalp tingled when he was looked at by him, and he simply asked, what's wrong? It's no problem to go to Shenzhen to buy goods and sell them back, but is the person you know reliable? Of course. Real? Being stared at by Yang Fan's affectionate eyes, Su Guowei wanted to say yes, but when he thought of that so-called friend, he became uncertain again. How did you two know each other? Yang Fan continued walking forward. Yes, I knew him when I was in school. He was from the next town. He went to work in Shenzhen 2 years ago. Now he is a big boss. I just got to know him recently. Several people he knew have made a lot of money. Chapter 153 Analysis. When Yang Fan heard this, he found a lot of loopholes. Well, to be honest, you two aren't that familiar with each other. Even if you were familiar with each other before, you haven't seen each other for so many years. You don't know what he has become. Su Guowei wanted to refute, but what Yang Fan said did make sense. He was a little unconvinced. Then how do you know he lied to me? After all, we have known each other since childhood, and he is from the next town, so he shouldn't lie to me, right? Besides, there are a few people I know who are also from their town. They all did business with him and made a lot of money. I heard that he brought his parents to the city. My parents have been taken to the city. If they really lied to you, how can you find them? Although Su Guowei was not convinced, he found that what Yang Fan said actually made some sense. What did he say about taking you into business? Speaking of this, Su Guowei quickly stood up again. He said he would take me to Shenzhen to buy goods, and then bring them back to sell. I went with him, not giving him the money directly. How could he cheat me? Yang Fan shook his head when he heard that. Even though he didn't know what happened to Su Guowei in his previous life, he knew that this matter was a little unreliable. Why should he help you get rich when you have no relationship with him? Is it because you two used to pee together when you were kids to see who could pee farther? Do you think if you follow them, they won't deceive you? There are a lot of tricks involved. Apart from other things, Su Guowei followed him and was completely in the dark about the Shenzhen Stock Exchange. He knew nothing and could only follow that person. He went there to purchase goods as told by that person. He also knew the price of the goods and the quality. Just based on these 2 points, he could cheat a lot. If there is another ruthless person, he will sell you some goods first and get the money, and then arrange for someone to rob you of your goods, leaving you penniless. If you are out of town and have no one to rely on, and you are really robbed, you will have to suffer in silence. Yang Fan's questions left Su Guowei stunned. It seems that doing business is not that easy. If this friend really cheated him and the things Yang Fan said happened, he might really lose both his money and his life. Then what should I do? When they arrived at the place to collect firewood, Yang Fan squatted down to pick up firewood. Seeing this, Su Guowei hurried to help pick up firewood. He suddenly felt somewhat fortunate that he had the nerve to come and ask Yang Fan. Originally, he had not planned to come and ask Yang Fan, but he wanted to do business, and not only would he have to use the money at home, he would also have to borrow a large sum of money. He had to be cautious with this money. Thinking of what Yang Fan had said before that he could ask him if he was undecided, Su Guowei came here anyway, even though he was a little embarrassed due to his pride, because he wanted to make a lot of money. Upon hearing this, he realized that his business, which he thought was perfect for making money, was like a fishing net, full of holes. Of course I reject him. But Su Guowei was a little reluctant. Tell me the problem. As long as I am careful, there should be a way to avoid it, right? He really couldn't refuse the opportunity to make a lot of money. Seeing that the backpack was full, Yang Fan stood up and looked at him and said, "There are so many of them. If they really want to cheat you or steal your goods, do you think you can avoid it? If the money is gone, how will you explain it to your family?" Yang Fan had no idea how Su Guowei was cheated in his previous life. He only heard that he borrowed a large sum of money, and it seemed that everyone in the village was in debt. Su Guowei was unable to repay the debt and could not face his family, so he finally chose to commit suicide. Chapter 154 Market Research. What Yang Fan said expressed what Su Guowei was most worried about. He really couldn't imagine what he would do if the money was gone. All he had been thinking about was how to get rich with the money and how to use it after he got rich. Then, what should we do? Should we just give up? Su Guowei was somewhat unwilling. After all, what Yang Fan said was based on the fact that the man had cheated him. If the man had not cheated him, then if he gave up, he would have lost the opportunity to make a fortune. But he didn't dare to gamble. If this friend cheated him, then he really had no way out. Yang Fan saw through his thoughts and sighed. Going to Shenzhen to buy goods and then reselling them yourself is actually a fairly simple thing. Although there are many tricks involved, it is not impossible to do it alone. I'm going to do it alone? Su Guowei's eyes lit up. Yes, he could go by himself, but he has no channels and no acquaintances in the Shenzhen Stock Exchange. The profit of reselling is the price difference. If he doesn't know anyone he can trust, the purchase price is too high, and he won't make much money by selling it back, and if I were alone, those bosses might also cheat me, right? Yeah. Yang Fan was somewhat relieved that Su Guowei had thought of this, so you need to identify it yourself. How do you identify it? At this moment, Su Guowei humbly asked for advice. He suddenly realized that there was a reason why Yang Fan could become rich. Looking at his brain, he was indeed smarter than him. Do some market research. Market research? This word is too lofty, please forgive me for not understanding it. Yang Fan gave some specific examples. To put it simply, first determine the business you want to do, such as selling clothes, electronic watches, shoes, or something else. After confirming, let us take selling clothes as an example. In Ningjiang County, many clothes are purchased from Shenzhen City or G City. You need to understand the styles, fabrics, and prices, and check the selling prices in Ningjiang County and whether they are hot selling. Styles that are not popular should not be purchased. You need to know the popular styles, colors, and acceptable prices. In this way, when purchasing, you should know what clothes to choose. Hearing this, Su Guowei was a little confused. It turns out that there are so many things to do just to purchase goods. He thought he had enough capital, so he went to Shenzhen and chose clothes that he thought looked good or that were recommended by the store owner, and bought them at a suitable price. Of course. So, if your friend is working with other store owners to cheat you, he might sell you some slow-moving goods. Not only that, he might even sell them to you at a high price. If you don't know this in advance, you won't know it at all and might even think you're getting a good deal. Upon hearing this, Su Guowei broke out in a cold sweat. Because his friend said that he knew someone who could help him get a lot of cheap and good-looking clothes to sell. Now after Yang Fan's analysis, why did he do that? He couldn't even sell the cheap and good-looking clothes himself, so why did he have to give the money to him? Then what? Come in and talk. While the two were talking, they had already returned to Yang Fan's home. The gate to the yard was not locked. Yang Fan pushed it open and saw Yang Huanyan washing vegetables by the well, while Su Xiaoying was feeding the chickens. The two children had moved stools into the yard and were reading picture books together. You're back? Su Xiaoying turned around, saw Su Guowei, and frowned slightly. Although Su Guowei helped her last time and made Su Xiaoying have a slightly different opinion of him, it is not so easy to break the filter she has had for Su Guowei for many years. Seeing Yang Fan getting involved with Su Guowei again, she immediately became worried. Chapter 155 I Am a Genius. Hello, sister-in-law. Su Guowei was self-aware and knew that Su Xiaoying didn't like him, so he was very nice to her. Of course, he now needs help from Yang Fan, and Yang Fan may have just helped him a lot. He is very grateful to Yang Fan, and naturally he respects Yang Fan's wife even more. Su Xiaoying nodded. Come in and sit down. Hey, thank you, sister-in-law. Yang Fan brought Su Guowei to the main room. Su Xiaoying fed the chickens and came over to make tea for them. She then did not leave and sat next to Yang Fan. If Yang Fan talked to other people, Su Xiaoying would not be like this, but when talking to Su Guowei, she was quite frightened. Yang Fan felt a little amused, but didn't say anything. Instead, he continued with the previous topic. What I just said is just the preparation before purchasing. Su Guowei asked hurriedly, well, I have written them all down, what else? When you go to buy goods, you need to pay attention to the price first. Don't be afraid of losing face. You must be thick-skinned and sweet-mouthed. Ask the prices of those stores and even factories. In addition, you must also compare the quality. The next thing is the salesmanship. As an individual businessman, the quantity of goods you purchase is definitely not large, but you can't say it directly. So what should I say? After all, I really didn't score much. You can say that you want to cooperate with him for a long time and make up an identity for yourself. For example, you have several stores, and now you are only buying so little, just to test the sales. Anyway, you can think about it, this is probably what you mean, and this way you can lower the price a little bit. Hearing this, Su Guowei looked at Yang Fan with some admiration. Have you been to Shenzhen? How come Yang Fan, who has never been out of Ningjiang County, knows so much about these twists and turns? I'm a genius. Okay, he believed it. Su Guowei really believed it. To be able to earn so much money for the family in just 1 or 2 months, he must be a business genius. Later, Yang Fan told him a lot more. He told Su Guowei about the pitfalls he had fallen into or the pitfalls he had seen others fall into, which made Su Guowei realize that although reselling looked simple, there were actually many tricks involved. If he went in rashly, he might get a bloody head and lose all his money. Seeing that Yang Fan was about to cook, Su Guowei tactfully suggested going back. Su Xiaoying politely invited him to stay for dinner, but Su Guowei smiled and refused, then left. He didn't have the nerve to stay for dinner. But what Yang Fan told him today was too important, so he has to bring something over tomorrow to express his gratitude. Jiutang village is not very far from Shujia village, and it only takes about 10 minutes to walk there. It was also a coincidence that as soon as Su Guowei arrived at the entrance of the village, he met the friend who said he would take him to do business. There was also a man following him, who was also from Shujia village. They had played together when they were in school, but this man went out to work early and came back generously, saying that he had made a lot of money. Hey, Su Guowei, where have you been? I just went to look for you, but your mom said you weren't there. I have to go out for something. What do you want to see me for? The man who said he wanted to take Su Guowei to do business was called Dongzi, whose full name was Lu Dingdong. He was wearing fashionable jeans, a shirt tucked into his trousers, and his hair seemed to have mousse, making him look very fashionable, just like a Shangjiang person. Another person from the same village as Su Guowei was called Su Yoji, who was 5 or 6 years older than Su Guowei. Su Guowei was not very familiar with him, but he and Lu Dingdong seemed to have met in Shenzhen, and later did business together. They were also quite rich. And I heard that when he came back this time, he also bought a house in the city and wanted to bring his parents to live in the city. Chapter 156, Thoughtful. I just told Da Ji that I will be back in Shenzhen the day after tomorrow, so I want to ask if you have raised enough money? I have to buy the tickets tomorrow. Lu Dingdong came over, patted Su Guowei on the shoulder, and then took out a pack of Hongtishan from his trouser pocket and handed one to Su Guowei. The two brothers said in a friendly manner, "You have to hurry up here, we won't wait for you if you are late." When he handed the cigarette to Su Guowei, a hint of heartache flashed in his eyes. If he didn't want to make money from Su Guowei, he would definitely not give this cigarette to him. This was the second cigarette he had given to Su Guowei. Su Guowei took the Hontishan cigarette and pinned it behind his ear. This is a good cigarette. I should find a crowded place to smoke it slowly, and also show off. It's not easy. My family doesn't agree with it. Lu Dingdong frowned slightly and was about to say something when Su Yoji next to him said, Dongzi gave you this opportunity because of our childhood friendship. Dongzi ignored many people who wanted to do business with him. Look at those people who followed Dongzi. You know them all. They all made money, including me. Now they are all going to buy a house in the city. I know, but I have no money. If my parents refuse to take it, there's nothing I can do. Su Guowei looked very distressed, but he became wary of Lu Dingdong and Su Yoji. He had felt before that their attitude towards him was quite casual, but now, listening carefully, it seemed as if they were forcing him to do business with them. Is there really a ghost here? How about I go to your house tomorrow and help you convince them? Su Yoji said, your parents should listen to me. Before Su Guowei could say anything, Lu Dingdong frowned slightly beside him and said, forget it. If Guowei's parents don't agree, don't force it. We can be more relaxed without him. No, Guowei is still a good guy. When we were kids, we didn't bring him with us. Now that we're in business, we should put righteousness first. Let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, we've done our best. Maybe Guowei is not destined to get rich. The two of them were talking back and forth. If it were the previous Su Guowei, he would definitely not be able to tell that the two were singing a duet, but would be very moved. He was touched and said, I understand the good intentions of both brothers. I also want to get rich. When I return, I will do my best to persuade my parents. Su Yoji and Lu Dingdong did not doubt anything. When they heard what he said, they said, okay, then tell us if you have any problems. If you really need help, I will come to your house. Good. Su Guowei responded with a smile, then said hello and goodbye to the two. After turning around, he put away his smile and frowned slightly. Originally, he still had some doubts about what Yang Fan said, but the conversation just now made him realize that Lu Dingdong and Su Yoji were really working together to deceive him. Yang Fan was right, friends really can't be trusted. Su Guowei felt a sense of fear in his heart. He couldn't imagine that if he hadn't gone to find Yang Fan, he would have definitely stepped into this trap. By then, his family would be broken up and it would not be a joke. As for why he didn't refuse directly just now, Su Guowei had his own considerations. He was so anxious before, but suddenly he changed his mind. He was afraid of being found out by Lu Dingdong and others. It was Yang Fan who gave him the advice, and they would go and trouble Yang Fan then. Lu Dingdong has a lot of younger brothers under his command. If he really wants to deal with Yang Fan will definitely not be able to handle it. I have to say that Su Guowei's consideration this time was quite thorough. Chapter 157 Want a second child. The other side. After Su Guowei left, Su Xiuying asked Yang Fan, Su Guowei wants to do business? Well, come and learn from me. Oh. Su Xiuying nodded. She heard what the two had just said, and she couldn't believe that Su Guowei was actually going into business. Her silly look was somewhat adorable, which touched Yang Fan's heart. He couldn't help but reach out and smooth her hair that was blocking her forehead. Don't worry, if he wants to go out with me to fool around, I will definitely not agree. Su Xiuying smiled and looked at Yang Fan, her ears slightly red. She nodded, well, I believe you. The bubbles of ambiguity swirled around the two of them. Yang Fan was about to say something when Yang Huanyan, who was in the yard, walked in with a vegetable bowl in her hand. Xiao Fan, aren't you going to cook yet? It's almost dark. Yang Fan glared at Yang Huanyan in secret and said helplessly, okay. He went into the kitchen and continued his life as a cook. After dinner in the evening, there was no entertainment activity. After Yang Fan tutored Zhuo Yuding on the textbook knowledge, Yang Huanyan took her to bed. In the room, Su Xiuying had already coaxed An into sleep. These days, she followed Zhuo Yuding around and played everywhere. She didn't even have time to listen to stories every night because she was too tired to fall asleep. Yang Fan came into the room after taking a shower. Su Xiuying was leaning sideways to tuck in the quilt for An. When she saw Yang Fan come in, she pointed at An and signaled Yang Fan not to make any noise. Yang Fan agreed and got on the bed. He lay down on the bed and turned out the light. The two people's breaths intertwined in the air for a long time, and Young Fan whispered, after the second sister leaves, "Can we still sleep in the same bed?" As he spoke, he reached out his hand over his daughter and accurately grasped Su Xiuying's hand. The latter struggled slightly and then let Young Fan hold her hand. As an adult man, it is very uncomfortable to have my beloved wife lying next to me every day without being able to touch her. Su Xiuying responded softly, feeling a little sweet inside. Hearing her agreement, Yang Fan became a little more aggressive. "Then can I have a second child? It is 1983 now, and it will soon be 1984. If we don't have children soon, we will have to implement family planning." Yang Fan didn't want to have a son, but simply wanted to have another child, whether it was a boy or a girl. When Anan grew up, it would be nice to have a brother or sister to help him. Only children are all very lonely, and they will face great pressure in supporting the elderly in the future. Su Xiuying. In the darkness, a blush gradually appeared on the fair and beautiful face. For a long time, no sound was heard. Yang Fan thought she was asleep, so he asked in a low voice, "Xiuying, are you asleep?" "Without. Why didn't you answer my question just now?" Who would ask such a question? Su Xiuying was really embarrassed. Why can't a husband and wife ask? Yang Fan said as a matter of course, hinting at something, "What do you think?" "I think we should have a baby as soon as possible, otherwise we may not be able to have one in the future. Besides, Anan will be 4 years old next year. The age gap between the two children is too big, and they may not be able to play together." Su Xiuying didn't understand the hidden meaning of Young Fan's words. She had only one thought in her mind, that is, Young Fan wanted to have a second child with her. "Yeah," she responded. "Anan is 4 years old now." If it weren't for Yang Fan's previous behavior, Su Xiuying would have thought of having 2 children in 3 years. She is the only one who has only 1 child after so many years of marriage. The childhood friends she knows all have 2, 3, or even 4 children. Su Xiuying also wanted to have another child while she was still young and her body would recover quickly. "You promised?" Su Xiuying was too lazy to pay attention to Young Fan at this moment. He clearly heard it, so why did he keep asking? This kind of question is really embarrassing. The next second, there was another person on top of her. Su Xiuying was startled. "What are you doing?" "The child is still here." Chapter 158: A Child in Need of Love. When Young Fan heard Su Xiuying's agreement, he couldn't help but turned over his daughter, and placed his strong arms on both sides of Su Xiuying's head to support his body and prevent himself from pressing her. "You and your second sister are still in the next room. It's not the right time to have a baby today." Su Xiuying pushed Young Fan's chest with both hands. He was not wearing a shirt, and he felt Young Fan's thick chest when he touched him. Su Xiuying was so scared that she immediately put her hand down. "I didn't say I wanted a child now, I just felt a little excited and wanted to collect some interest." "Interest?" Before Su Xiuying could figure out what the word interest meant, she felt a soft sensation on her lips. The night was quiet, their breaths intertwined and their bodies heated up. Not long after, Young Fan stopped and whispered, "You go to sleep. I'll go out and take a cold shower." After the people got off the bed and left the room, Su Xiuying touched her lips and laughed softly. At this moment, she felt very sweet in her heart. The next morning, when Yang Fan got up, Su Xiuying got up after a while. She went to the kitchen to help Young Fan make breakfast. In silence, a warm atmosphere flowed in the air. She waited until the meal was almost ready before she went to wake Anan up. Yang Huanyan and Zhuai Yuding also got up over there. Yang Fan simply cooked some porridge and fried some vegetables, thinking that the sun was not so strong recently, so he could make bacon and pickles. After dinner, there was not much to do at home, so Yang Fan simply took Su Xiuying and the 2 children to the town. Su Fong over there was already looking forward to seeing him. She felt like a long time had passed since Yang Fan came for a few days. Of course, she didn't have any thoughts about Young Fan. She simply regarded Young Fan as a noble person in her life. Su Xiuying came, and the 2 of them naturally chatted for a while. Su Fong paid Young Fan about 100 yuan, but Young Fan didn't take it and asked Su Xiuying to take it. Faced with Su Fong's teasing eyes, Su Xiuying felt a little embarrassed, but she was very happy in her heart. A few of them still had to go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy things, so they didn't chat much with Su Fong. The 2 children were walking in front, while Young Fan and Su Xiuying were following closely behind. Seeing Zhuai Yuding's happy look, Su Xiuying couldn't help but whispered, "I feel that Yuding has become much more lively recently. When she first came, she was too dull." Well, she didn't have a good life in the Zhua family before. She didn't even have food to eat. How could she be happy? Fortunately, my second sister is divorced now. Second sister will definitely get better and better in the future. Yang Fan looked at her and said seriously, we too. Su Shouying embarrassedly hit him with her hand and said nothing more. Knowing that the family had a lot of savings, Su Shouying didn't say anything when Yang Fan bought meat and bones. With such a large amount of savings, it is human nature to eat better and live a more luxurious life. Otherwise, what is the point of earning money? She is not the kind of person who only knows how to save money. She saved money before, but it was just because she didn't have much money. With Yang Fan's way of spending, the little money at home will be used up soon. On the way, seeing Joy Yuding's eyes shining as she looked at the candied haws, Yang Fan took the initiative to buy 3 strings. 1 string for Anan, 1 string for Joy Yuding, and 1 string for Su Shouying. Su Shouying took the candied haws sheepishly and said angrily, just buy it for the child, why are you buying it for me? I'm already an adult. You are not that old at all. In my heart, you are also a child who needs to be loved. After Yang Fan finished speaking, he squatted down and wiped the candy from the corner of An's mouth. He had no idea what kind of storm his words had stirred up in Su Shouying's heart. Chapter 159, One Price, 500 Yuan. Su Shouying was feeling sweet in her heart when she heard a familiar voice. Shouying? She was startled and looked towards the source of the voice. Sure enough, it was her sister-in-law Hu Lihong. Hu Lihong came over, looked at Yang Fan's hands full, and smiled even more enthusiastically. What are you here to buy? The news that Yang Fan had become rich was also spread in their village, but few people believed it. After all, who doesn't know what kind of person Yang Fan is? In addition, because the villagers didn't know what Yang Fan did specifically, and some people were jealous of Yang Fan, they spread a lot of messy rumors, so his getting rich was even more unbelievable. Among the many rumors Hu Lihong had heard about Yang Fan before, she believed that Yang Fan was doing business with some other second-rate people, owed a huge debt, and was being chased by debt collectors. The Su family members all thought so over the past few months, they did not dare to go to the Yang family to find out the truth, for fear of being implicated. But now, Hu Lihong saw what Yang Fan was holding in his hands. At just one glance, she saw that Yang Fan had bought a lot of meat, and Su Shouying and the 2 children were holding candied haws. Not only herself, but also her children would not be willing to buy this thing. Just buy some vegetables. Su Shouying responded coldly. How can this be casual? Hu Lihong said, and stepped forward to grab the bag in Yang Fan's hand, but Yang Fan quickly stepped back several steps. She was not embarrassed at all. I see you bought a lot of meat, and you can all afford to eat candied haws. Yang Fan's eyes turned slightly cold when he heard this. In fact, in his previous life, he had not interacted much with Su Shouying's family, and only knew a little about their faces. The most contact he had was probably after Su Shouying and died in a car accident, when this group of people came to the Yang family to ask for an explanation. There was no sadness at all, only a calculating face, wondering how much blood he could get out of the Yang family by using Su Shouying. Su Shouying gave an awkward smile. The new year is coming soon, buy something good. Yang Fan, I heard you got rich? Is that true? Before, Hu Lihong had unclear thoughts and was unwilling to believe that Yang Fan had made a fortune. But now Su Shouying's slightly defensive look made Hu Lihong feel uneasy. Could it be that Yang Fan has really become rich? If that's the case, then the Su family can also benefit from it to some extent, right? No. Yang Fan smiled, I just found a job, and my life is better than before. Hu Lihong's eyes lit up. What kind of job? Help Nanchang do something. South Factory? This is the dream factory. Hu Lihong never expected that a second-rate guy like Yang Fan could actually work in the South Factory. She subconsciously lowered her voice. How much did it cost? Can I go too? I borrowed 300 yuan from relatives and friends to buy it. Yang Fan smiled and said, Sister-in-law, I need to pay back a 50 yuan loan during the Chinese New Year. Can you help me? I told Shouying, but she didn't want to. How about I take Shouying back home when I have a day off? When Hu Lihong heard that Yang Fan wanted to borrow money, she immediately became anxious. How can I have the money? And how can you spend 300 yuan to buy a job? That's 300 yuan. If you give it to me, it's enough for my family to eat and drink for a long time. My parents insisted that I go. What can I do? Sister-in-law, if you want to work in the South Factory, why don't I sell you this job for a flat price of 500 yuan? After all, I am used to being idle and I am not used to working at all. Chapter 160 As a matter of course. Hu Lihong looked at Yang Fan speechlessly. You bought the job for $300, and you want to sell it to me for $500? Yang Fan said, as a matter of course, sister-in-law, you have to know that this job is not something you can buy whenever you want. We have put in a lot of effort to find someone to buy it. Besides, I have already paid 300 yuan. If I sell it for another 300 yuan, wouldn't that mean I won't make a penny? I must make some money. If it weren't for Xiao Ying's face, I would have sold it to others for 800 yuan. You bought it for 500 yuan and made 300 yuan. Don't you think it's a good deal when you think about it this way? I made a net profit of 300 yuan without doing anything. At this moment, Hu Lihong's mother tongue is speechless. He is indeed a second-rate person. His shameless and unruly character can really make people angry to death. How can such a person get rich? Ha, how funny. Don't say it's impossible. Even if they really get rich, it's most likely due to fraud. It's better to stay away from such people as far as possible, otherwise you will be unable to get rid of them. As for the things that Yang Fan bought today, Hu Lihong had some guesses. After Su Xiaoying got married, her husband would not give her a penny except what she earned herself, so it was normal for people like Yang Fan to show off when they had some money and then spend it lavishly. After all, it was a job at the South factory. Even if it was a temporary job, it would still be 20 yuan. Wouldn't it be easy to buy some meat? I just don't know how embarrassed you will be if you don't keep a penny and can't pay back the money. Hu Lihong, who was cunning, thought he had seen through the truth. She sneered in her heart and looked at Su Xiaoying pitifully. No need for that. Although brother Xiaoying's work is not as good as the South factory, it is still okay. Is it really possible? Of course. Hu Lihong was quite proud. Her husband works as a temporary worker in a factory in the county, earning 15 yuan a month. It is definitely a high salary. I wanted to see Yang Fan's envious eyes, but I saw Yang Fan was very happy. Sister-in-law, how about Xiaoying and I go visit you and brother in 2 days? Let's finalize the matter of you lending me money. Hu Lihong immediately felt an alarm in her heart. Damn! I was so busy showing off that I forgot Yang Fan mentioned making money. Although Xiaoying's income is not bad, the family expenses are also high. There are 3 children to study and 2 elderly people to take care of, so there is no savings at all. We are still thinking about Xiaoying coming back to honor our parents. Hu Lihong immediately began to complain. But Yang Fan wouldn't listen. He just didn't believe that she had no savings and insisted on borrowing money. Hu Lihong had no choice but to pretend that she saw an acquaintance and ran away in a hurry. As for her original intention of getting some meat, she had long forgotten it. She just wanted to avoid being touched by Yang Fan and also specifically stated that they would not be at home during that time. As soon as she left, Su Xiaoying, who had been staring blankly at the side, came to her senses and looked at Yang Fan with admiration in her eyes, the kind of admiration that Yang Fan didn't have even when he made 80,000 yuan. You're so awesome, aren't you? In the past, Su Xiaoying was controlled by her sister-in-law at home. She had no idea how many times she had suffered at her hands, both openly and covertly. Su Xiaoying felt that she would never be able to deal with such a person in her entire life. But now, Yang Fan easily made Hu Lihong run away in fear. This is so fucking amazing. Yang Fan saw his wife's admiring eyes and laughed a little. Fortunately, it's useless to reason with your sister-in-law. You have to be more shameless and more dishonest than her. If she asks you to do something in the future and you don't want to do it, just ask her for money. She seems to value money more than her life. If you ask her for money, she will definitely not agree. Then if she doesn't even lend you money, you can refuse to do anything she asks you to do. Chapter 161 Impotent Rage. It may be difficult for Su Xiaoying to be as shameless as Yang Fan. But it should still be possible to ask her to borrow money. Here are some tips for rejection. You are amazing. Su Xiaoying praised sincerely. Yang Fan smiled and said nothing. The group of 4 bought their things and went home. A lot of things were bought this time, and Yang Fan started to get busy when he got home, while Su Xiaoying took Yang Huanyan and the children to Zhou Hongying's place. After all, to make pickles, you have to pick a lot of vegetables, so you have to pay some money or let them know. While Yang Fan was busy, Su Guowei came. Seeing Yang Fan preparing meat, fish and chicken, he couldn't help swallowing and suddenly felt that the candies he brought were not worth mentioning. What's the matter? Yang Fan asked him. Talking about business, Su Guowei said hurriedly, I rejected them today, and then there was a man named Su Yoji in our village who made a little fortune. He did business with Dongzi, the man who brought me to do business. He took the initiative to say that he would persuade my parents for me. I went back last night to guard against this and specifically told my parents in advance. So no matter what he said, my parents didn't give in. Su Yoji looked very unhappy. When I sent him out, he warned me a few words. It's just impotent rage. Su Guowei was startled, then he carefully pondered Yang Fan's words, nodded in agreement, that's right. They are just incompetent and furious. The money is in our pockets, and we don't agree. Can't they still take it away? I'm just afraid that if I promised well before and didn't do it later, they will retaliate against me. Aren't they going to Shenzhen tomorrow? You should stay out of the spotlight for the next 2 days. Su Guowei sighed and said, this is the only way. After he finished speaking, he looked at Yang Fan, who was seasoning and marinating various meats, trying hard to get rid of the meaty aroma, and showed a flattering smile. Brother Yang, it's quite profitable to go to the Shenzhen Stock Exchange to trade, don't you want to do it? Yang Fan had indeed never thought about doing this before. He wanted to build a factory directly. But now he suddenly thought, if he didn't do it, someone else could do it. The weather is getting colder, and the sweet soup business has not been profitable recently. Zhou Hongying also said that she would stop setting up the stall for a few more days, while Yang Hai was going to learn to drive. The tuition fee was 800 yuan, but the service fee would be 300 yuan, a total of 1,100 yuan. Yang Fan lent him 1,000 yuan. His family also had some savings, so he could still take out 100 yuan. Being a freight driver is actually quite lucrative these days. But wealth and honor are achieved through risk. After all, there are a lot of bandits and robbers. If you encounter a high-ranking bandit, you may even lose your life in serious cases. Yang Fan thought that learning to drive was no problem, but doing this was too dangerous. It was not like he couldn't help his elder brother make money. He had never thought of what to do with his elder brother before, but now Yang Fan had thought of it. Anyway, he is not in a hurry to settle down in Shenzhen Stock Exchange. He can either start a business with his elder brother or open an agency. Now that information and data are closed, anyone who can get hold of the data can make money. However, being an intermediary is definitely hard work in the early stages, and it is not as easy to make money as selling clothes. These thoughts only flashed through his mind for a moment. He looked up at Su Guowei and asked, why? Do you want me to lead you in this? Yeah, I can't trust others, but I can trust Brother Yang. Besides, you know this business, and I'm afraid I'll lose money doing this. Su Guowei rubbed his hands and said, here's what I think. If I make money, I'll share some of the profits with Brother Yang. You can't just ask someone to teach you how to make money for no reason, right? Everyone knows that making a fortune in silence is a good way to make a fortune. But Su Guowei had no choice but to bring it up shamelessly. More importantly, he saw that Yang Fan told him all the ins and outs of doing business without hiding anything from him, and he didn't seem to care. Chapter 162, Human Relationships. I'll have to think about this. Yang Fan did not agree directly. Su Guowei hurriedly said, of course. Brother Yang, please think about it carefully. I'm not in a hurry. He watched Yang Fan busy in the kitchen and he couldn't help, so he walked to the yard and started sweeping the already clean yard again. Yang Fan heard the voice, washed his hands and came out to take a look. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Su Guowei, you don't have to do this. It's okay, Brother Yang. Su Guowei said with a smile, I'm not doing this to ask you to take me to do business, but to thank you for helping me avoid being cheated. Don't feel any psychological burden. Su Guowei will never forget this favor. As you wish. Yang Fan shook his head and ignored him. Anyway, the yard was not dirty, and there was no work for him to do at home. Su Xiuying was diligent to begin with, and with her second sister who was embarrassed to live in his house, she kept everything clean inside and out. After working for a while, Su Guowei found that there was really nothing at Yang Fan's house that needed his help. He didn't want to stay here and eat for free, so he asked Yang Fan to invite him to dinner. However, Su Guowei thought of the delicious meat and refused. After all, he came here to give gifts and express gratitude, not to eat for free. He still has to save face in front of Yang Fan. At around 11 o'clock, the sound of children playing could be heard outside. Yang Fan had already marinated the meat. He walked out when he heard the voice. Anan happened to hold him over and said in a baby voice, Dad, Anan helped Mom pick a lot of vegetables. A lot. As she spoke, she let go of Yang Fan and gestured with her little fleshy hands. Really? Yang Fan smiled, squatted down, picked her up, and kissed her on the delicate face. Anan is great, you can help your mother with things now. Yeah, Anan is great. Yang Fan walked to the yard. There was a wooden cart at the door, with green mustard greens on it. Yang Huanyan also brought in a piece of fresh bamboo and placed it on the clothesline not far away. She said to Yang Fan, I'll use it to make bacon for you. Thank you, sis. The mustard greens were moved in, and the uneven cement floor at the entrance of the main room was washed. Some of the mustard greens were placed there to dry and used to make pickled mustard greens, and the other part was washed and used to make sauerkraut. Zhui Yuding was helping out, and Yang Fan waved at her when he saw her. Yuding, there are candies in the room, come in and have some. This candy was brought by Su Guowei. Candy? And An's ears immediately perked up. Dad, I want some candy too. Yang Fan pointed at Su Shouying with his chin. Then you have to ask your mother first. Anan struggled to get down and ran to ask Su Shouying, Mom, can I have some candy? Where's the sugar? Su Shouying stopped washing the vegetables and asked Yang Fan while seeing the bag on the dining table. Su Guowei took it. Him? Su Shouying was curious, why did he send you candy? It would be good enough if Su Guowei didn't take advantage of Yang Fan, but why did he give candy to Yang Fan? You know what happened that day. He came to thank me for that. Su Shouying was startled and whispered, did you really get it right? Yang Fan smiled but said nothing. The answer was already very clear, so Su Shouying did not ask any more questions. She just sighed, wow, we are all from this village, but people's hearts are unpredictable. She opened the bag, which contained not only a lot of candies but also some cakes. It was far inferior to what Yang Fan bought, but Su Shouying didn't even look at it. I'm very relieved that they have this kind of thought and remember your kindness, and they didn't feel like they were helping me in vain. After all, anyone who truly wants to help others does not do so for the sake of getting something in return. Chapter 163 Uncle and Second Cousin. Yang Fan took this opportunity to warn her, you are soft-hearted. What others say is not trustworthy. Don't trust others too much. I know. Su Shouying nodded, opened the bag, and distributed the candies and cakes to Zhui Yuding and Anan. She then took some out to give to Yang Huanyan. The two ate some and continued to work. As we were talking, there was a knock on the door. Yang Fan, are you home? Su Shouying hurriedly went to open the door, and when she saw the person coming, she called out, Uncle? The man who came was Yang Jiafang's brother, Yang Fan's uncle, Yang Yingxiong. He usually lives with the old man and is the most favored of the three children in the Yang family. The relationship between Yang Fan's family and his uncle's family cannot be said to be good, but it is not bad either. After all, they are a family and there is no deep hatred. They interact with each other. But it cannot be said that the relationship is very good. After all, the old man favors his uncle's family and gives them all the good things. As the neglected family, Yang Fan's family naturally does not like his uncle's family so much. Besides the uncle, the people who came were Yang Fan's second cousin Yang Wodong, who was 4 years older than Yang Fan. I remember that he seemed to be doing some small business and was rarely at home. He spent most of his time wandering around the county or the city. Before Yang Fan made money, he was considered the second most promising person in the Yang family. As for the first one, it is my uncle's youngest son Yang Guoliang. He doesn't have a job yet, but he was admitted to a junior college 2 years ago and is studying in another province. He is the only college student in the entire Yang family and also my grandfather's favorite grandson. He thinks Yang Guoliang has brought honor to the Yang family. Shouying. Yang Yingxiong smiled at Su Shouying, then looked at Yang Huanyan who called him, I heard Yan Zi got divorced? Yang Huanyan nodded. She has been asked these questions more often these days, and she is no longer so sensitive to them. Yang Yingxiong wanted to say something, but when he saw Yang Fan coming out with the bacon, he didn't say anything. Yang Fan, you made the bacon so early? Well, the new year is coming soon. Uncle and brother Guodong, please sit inside. I'll come back after I put the bacon up to dry. Su Shouying quickly invited the two of them in. Yang Huanyan helped Yang Fan hang up all the meats. As she did so, she whispered, why did Uncle come to see you? It should be related to brother Guodong. After drying the bacon, the two men went into the house. Su Shouying had just made tea and poured a cup for each person. Yang Yingxiong looked at the tea in the cup, took a sip, and said with emotion, it seems that Yang Fan, you really made a lot of money. You even bought tea to entertain people. It's just a small amount of money. Yang Fan smiled and said, Uncle, is there something you want to talk to me about this time? I'm fine, it's mainly because your brother Guodong has something to ask you. As for why Yang Yingxiong came along, it was naturally because although Yang Fan and Yang Guodong were party brothers, they were of different ages after all. They didn't play together much when they grew up. In addition, Yang Guodong was always out and about, so their relationship became even more distant, so they asked Yang Yingxiong to bring him along. Yang Fan looked at Yang Guodong, who smiled embarrassedly. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the electronic watch on Yang Fan's hand. Not only Yang Fan, he found that Su Xiuying and Yang Huanyan also had one, and judging from the style, it was a fashionable model. He quickly asked, Where did you buy this watch? County, what's going on? How much did you pay for it? 15. Yang Fan didn't quite understand what his cousin wanted from him. It's too expensive. Yang Guodong said distressfully, You should buy it from me, I will sell it to you for 10 yuan. Yang Fan smiled and did not comment. I really overpaid for this price, Yang Fan. Next time you need to buy something from other cities, just come to me. I can get the goods and I guarantee it will be cheaper than other places. Chapter 164, Earning Money While Lying Down. Brother Guodong, are you looking for me for this? Will you buy things from him next time? Yang Guodong remembered his purpose and quickly stopped the topic. No, I didn't come to you for this. I wanted to ask what business you are doing now. See if there is any area for us to cooperate. When saying this, Yang Guodong felt really ashamed. In the past, he looked down on his cousin Yang Fan, who was idle, lived off his parents at home, and had no future. Unexpectedly, after only a few months of change, he actually made so much money. Yang Guodong didn't know the exact amount, but his father said that Yang Fan earned at least 2,000 yuan, because it was Yang Fan who paid for Yang Hai's driving lessons. Yang Guodong was surprised by the speed and amount of money made. He inquired about what had happened to Yang Fan during this period and found out that his father's claim of earning 2,000 yuan was an underestimate. Yang Fan should have earned more. Originally, Yang Guodong had always thought that he could earn about 1,000 yuan a year, occasionally 1,500 or even 2,000 yuan, which was already the best among his peers. But now compared with his cousin, Yang Guodong felt that he was nothing. The most important thing is that no one knows what Yang Fan does to make so much money. According to his father, Yang Fan goes home every day and does not stay outside. Clothing, but I don't think you can cooperate with me on this. Yang Fan said tactfully. Yang Guodong did not give up and continued to ask, Yang Fan, I am your cousin, you don't have to worry about our cooperation. I am now doing a wide range of things, and I also make clothing. I am sure there will be areas for us to cooperate. Brother Guodong, it's not that I don't want to cooperate with you, but I am cooperating with Nanchang. My main task is to provide design drafts to Nanchang. Design draft? As someone who has been out there, Yang Guodong naturally knows what this thing is. Yang Fan had no choice but to explain how he cooperated with Nanchang, explaining that he really couldn't cooperate with him, not that he was unwilling to take him with him. After hearing what Yang Fan said, Yang Guodong was stunned. Although he had never encountered this kind of cooperation, he had heard of it. He had been to a large factory in Shenzhen before. It was said that the designers in the factory were hired from Shangjiang and had high salaries and status. He never expected that Yang Fan was doing such a job. Just pick up a pen, design something casually, and you can make money while lying down. Yang Guodong's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but move closer to Yang Fan. Yang Fan, do you think I can still learn design at my age? It's never too late to learn something, but in the design industry, hard work is important, but talent is more important. To design clothes that are popular and novel, you need a lot of inspiration. Yang Fan actually doesn't have much talent in this field. The reason why he was able to design was entirely based on the fact that he came back from the afterlife. Then can you teach me? As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yingxiong on the side disagreed. You kid, you can do business with Yang Fan, but what design are you talking about? That's Yang Fan's bread and butter, how can he teach you casually? After being out there for a long time, people have become more and more shameless. They even ask others to teach them how to make a living. Yang Guodong smiled awkwardly when he heard this. I was just joking. He just spoke too quickly, thinking that he could make money without doing anything, and didn't think too much about it. Chapter 165 Ant's Question. Seeing this, Yang Fan had to explain again. He said that he could not teach and he also learned from reading books. If Yang Guodong was interested, he could write down a few books on design and let him buy them and study them himself. Upon hearing this, Yang Guodong felt that it was unlikely for him to read the book, but thinking of the money Yang Fan earned, he shamelessly asked Yang Fan to write the title of the book. After talking for a while, Yang Guodong found that his cousin seemed to be very knowledgeable. Yang Fan could talk a lot about places like Shenzhen, where he had never been. There were some things that Yang Fan knew that even he didn't know, which surprised Yang Guodong very much. Of course, when the two were chatting, Yang Fan also learned from Yang Guodong what his cousin did. Actually, he was also engaged in reselling, but he did not buy goods directly from the factory, because he did not get much goods and did not have any channels, so he just followed others. He needed goods in the form of goods, and they would clearly mark the price and take a commission. Compared to saying that he would take Sugwa way to do business, this is much more sincere. No wonder Yang Guodong said he would look for him when buying a watch in the future. The more Yang Guodong talked with Yang Fan, the more he felt moved. This cousin is really amazing. Yang Guodong feels that he has learned a lot from his words. It was almost noon when Yang Yingxiang urged Yang Guodong to go back. Nowadays, no one would go to someone's house to eat for free, except for those who want to take advantage. Yang Guodong also knew this truth and felt a little sorry. He wanted to talk to Yang Fan again. Yang Fan naturally invited him to dinner, but Yang Yingxiang refused. It didn't matter in the past, but today he saw Yang Fan bought a lot of meat. He wanted to stay for dinner, and Yang Fan would definitely treat them with meat. Yang Yingxiang didn't want to take advantage of this. Seeing that he couldn't keep them, Yang Fan had no choice but to send them out. In fact, he really didn't mind this, but Uncle Yang and the others did mind, so Yang Fan couldn't force them to stay. Since Yang Guodong came, other relatives have come to visit. His purpose is different from Yang Guodong's, but he also wants to get closer to Yang Fan. If there are any problems at home in the future, he will inevitably ask Yang Fan for help. After all, these days, having money means having ability, and everyone wants a capable relative. Yang Fan didn't have much resentment towards these people, as long as they were not very bad relatives. Just when he was preparing to help Yang Huanyan move to the county, his aunt Yang Luiying, who had not been home for a long time, came back. She went to the old man's place first, and when she arrived at Yang Fan's house it was already 2 or 3 in the afternoon. When Yang Huanyan saw Yang Luiying, she called out awkwardly, "Aunt." It was her aunt who introduced Zhuo Lijun to her. It was said that she put a lot of effort into it. Now that she is divorced, she did not even inform her aunt, the introducer. Yang Fan also called out, "Aunt." After letting the children shout again, Yang Luiying gave them some candy and let them go out to play. Su Shouying made some tea and the 4 of them sat down. Yang Luiying didn't say anything. She looked directly at Yang Huanyan. "Yanzi, I heard that you and Zhuo Lijun are divorced? You were living well, why did you suddenly get divorced?" She said this in a questioning tone. After all, Zhuo Lijun was her husband's subordinate, and the relationship between the two was very stable because of the relationship between their wives. Now that Yang Huanyan and Zhuo Lijun are getting divorced, the relationship between Zhou Changjiang and Zhuo Lijun has become less stable. Chapter 166, Talking While Standing. Before Yang Huanyan could say anything, Yang Fan on the side said, "Of course they divorce because they are not living well. Otherwise, who would divorce when they are living a good life?" Yang Fan's words made Yang Luiying turn her gaze to him. She went to the old man first, and naturally learned about Yang Fan's recent situation from there. She was indeed quite surprised that Yang Fan had turned back and made a lot of money. Maybe having money gives you confidence. Yang Luiying still remembers that when she went back many years ago, Yang Fan's attitude towards her was quite flattering. Now that he is rich and speaks more confidently, his attitude towards her is different. Yang Luiying felt that this person was really realistic. If Yang Fan knew that Yang Luiying thought this way about him, he would definitely have a good talk with her. Of course, he couldn't have treated his aunt Yang Luiying badly just because he was rich, but simply because Yang Luiying was upset by the tone of questioning Yang Luyan. Besides, when she introduced Yang Huanyan to someone, she said it was for Yang Huanyan's good, but more importantly, wasn't it for her own selfish reasons? Yang Luiying smiled and said, "Then tell me, why is your life so bad?" "I have investigated Zhuo Lijun before and he is not bad. He is filial, has a house and a regular job, and not too many relatives. Marrying into such a family, I can't say you will enjoy happiness, but it is 100 times better than marrying a peasant in the countryside, right? I wonder how Auntie defines a good day." Yang Huanyan sensed that the atmosphere was not right, and hurriedly said, "Aunt, I am indeed sorry for you, but I am getting a divorce because I really can't stay in the Zhuo family anymore. Zhuo Lijun has very good conditions and is a filial son, but he is too filial and listens to his mother completely. All the money he earns is given to his mother, and I don't get a dime. According to Yang Fan, Zhuo Lijun is a mama's boy, and whatever his mother says is what he does. I don't even have dignity, let alone status, in the Zhuo family. In the end, it's a matter of the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, but which family doesn't live like this? You haven't separated, so you can only endure it. Besides, you will have to live with Zhuo Lijun in the future, and as for your mother-in-law, she won't be able to torment you for long. Yang Fan couldn't stand it any longer. It's been 10 years. How many decades can a person have? Aunt, you may have good intentions to introduce my second sister, but you are not involved in the Zhuo family's situation, so don't talk without any hesitation. What's more, now that they are divorced, there is no point in talking about this. Yang Fan, what do you mean by this? Yang Luiying looked at Yang Fan unkindly. Aunt, I don't mean anything. I just think that my second sister is divorced now and is living a good life. Let's just ignore her. Her life is hers. It's okay as long as she doesn't regret it. This made Yang Luiying lose her temper. She sighed and wanted to say something, but Yang Fan was right. They were already divorced, so there was no point in saying more. I am the bad guy. Aunt, don't say that. Yang Huanyan waved her hands quickly. It's not like that. I agreed to marry Zhuo Lijun, and you can't imagine that Zhuo Lijun's mother is such a person. Yang Luiying shook her head and said without further explanation, as long as you don't regret it, it's fine. I heard a few days ago that Zhuo Lijun has been on a blind date recently and it seems that he will soon get married for the second time. Hearing this, Yang Huanyan lowered her eyes, feeling a little sad. 10 years of marital relationship cannot be let go just like that. Chapter 167 Reunion Dinner. Seeing that Yang Huanyan was unhappy, Yang Fan comforted her. He can remarry so quickly, which shows that he has no attachment to you, my second sister. This is better. If he can have a son in his second marriage, I believe we can also fight for the custody of Liang Kai. Yeah, I know. She understood the principle, but it was not so easy to put it into practice. Yang Luiying didn't say anything. In fact, her original idea was to get the two of them to remarry. After all, they had been married for 10 years and had 2 children, so she felt it would not be so easy to separate them. Unexpectedly, there was no major problem in the relationship between the couple, but the problem was in the relationship between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. To be honest, she also had problems with her mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, and they didn't get along that well. But over the years, she endured it and lived like she advised Yang Huanyan. She didn't think there was anything wrong with it, but after listening to her nephew Yang Fan, she realized that there was actually another way. Of course, Yang Luiying just thought about it. If she really goes back to the past, she might not have the courage and confidence to divorce. It was just that others had accomplished what she herself hadn't done, and Yang Luiying envied them from the bottom of her heart. Thinking of this, she was relieved. Since you are divorced, you have to live your life well from now on. I heard that Yuding is following you, so are you planning to live in your parents' home now? No. Speaking of this, Yang Huanyan looked at Yang Fan with relief in her eyes. Xiao Fan rented a house for me in the county and found me a job in the South Factory. It shouldn't be a problem to raise Yuding in the future. South Factory? Yang Luiying was shocked. She didn't expect Yang Fan to have this ability. After a long while, she sighed, Xiao Fan has really grown up. He can even buy a job at the South Factory. The little kid who used to pester her for candy is now able to support a family. Yanzi, you must work hard in the South Factory in the future. You can't lose such a good job. I know. Yang Huanyan nodded. Because of this job, she had more expectations for the future. Yang Fan changed the subject and asked, Aunt, are you staying here tonight? Stay one day and go back tomorrow. Then let's call Grandpa, my dad, my brother and others to have dinner together tonight. At noon, Yang Luiying had lunch at her uncle's house, and it was also normal for her to have dinner with Yang Fan's family in the evening. So she nodded and said, okay, thank you for your help. She had originally intended to question Yang Huanyan today, so she didn't bring any gifts when she came over. Unexpectedly, she was retorted by Yang Fan as soon as she opened her mouth. When you come over for dinner in the evening, you have to bring some things with you. After chatting for a while, Yang Luiying went to Yang Fan's parents' house, and Yang Huanyan followed with the children. Yang Fan and Su Xiuying went to the town to buy some vegetables for cooking in the evening. At around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Yang Fan started preparing to cook. His father killed a chicken and brought it over, so Yang Fan used the delicious parts such as the chicken legs, chicken feet and chicken wings to make a chestnut roast chicken, and used the remaining bad parts to make soup with mugwort. A plate of sweet and sour pork ribs, which Su Shoying and an light, was also made, followed by steamed fish, braised pork, mapo tofu, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, smashed cucumbers, and stir-fried water spinach with garlic. 9 dishes in one soup. It sounds like a lot, but there are 13 people in Yang Fan's family, including his parents, his eldest brother's family of 5, his second sister and her daughter, and his aunt, so the amount of food is not too bad. There were not enough seats, so they moved their own dining table and stools from Yang Hai's place, divided some food for the children, and ate at another table. Chapter 168. A house. Looking at the dishes in front of her that were comparable to those during Chinese New Year, no, even better than those during Chinese New Year, Yang Luiying felt directly that her nephew had really made money. In the past, everyone always said that she lived the best among the 3 siblings. She married into the county, her husband had a high salary, and they also had a house in the county. Yang Luiying always believed so. Now look at the eldest brother Yang Yingxiong and the second brother Yang Jiefeng. Although they did not make much money, their children are very promising and it is no problem for them to surpass their family. At least the dishes Yang Fan prepared today, even if Yang Luiying was entertaining guests, would not be so extravagant as to serve only meat dishes. Look at this braised pork, a big bowl full of it, with rich soup, fragrant aroma, and attractive color. Just looking at it makes people salivate. Su Shoying and Yang Huanyan helped serve everyone's meals. Yang Fan also sat up and said, "Grandpa, Aunt, let's eat." The child couldn't wait any longer, but he still waited until the old man started eating before urging his mother to pick up some food for him. The meat alone is delicious, not to mention the added bonus of Yang Fan's cooking skills. Yang Luiying had originally planned to talk while eating, but once she started eating, the only sound left on the table was the sound of chewing. Delicious food can bring people happiness, and everyone at the table is very happy at this moment. There were 9 dishes in one soup, and each dish was quite large, but we ate them all up, even the chicken but in the soup was finished. Yang Luiying touched her bloated belly and gave Yang Fan a thumbs up. "Yang Fan, your dish is even better than the one I cook in the big restaurant in the city." Previously, she and her husband went to the city to attend a leader's housewarming party, and they went to a big restaurant in the city. The braised pork in that restaurant left a deep impression on Yang Luiying, so much so that she always thought that she must save money to go to that restaurant to eat again in the future. But now, compared with Yang Fan's braised pork, Yang Luiying suddenly felt that the braised pork in that big restaurant was just so-so. The old man also nodded, quite touched. "It tastes like my childhood." Yang Fan. Perhaps the best compliment for a dish is the taste of childhood. The old man had eaten quite a bit, and now he was rubbing his stomach lazily. "Luiying, I remember Xingwang seems to be 25 this year?" "Yes." Speaking of this, Yang Luiying had a headache. "Hey, he's not married yet." "He actually has a girlfriend, but the girl's family's requirements are difficult for us to meet. Her eldest son Zhou Xingwang is already 25 years old and has been dating his current boyfriend for 2 years. Logically speaking, at this age and having been together for this long, they should have gotten married a long time ago, but the girl's family is not bad, and the gift price they asked for is difficult for them to meet. After all, apart from the eldest son who was about to get married, the second son is also about to get married at about the same age. The family is not prepared to pay so much money for both sons to start their own families at once." "What do you want?" Yang Fan was a little curious. After all, his uncle Zhou Changjing's salary was not low and he worked in a public institution, so his welfare benefits must be good, much better than most people's conditions. The other party wants 3 turns and 1 ring, and a separate wedding room, and a gift of 888 yuan. Yang Luiying sighed when she said this. Other things are easy to deal with, but this wedding house is not easy to deal with. Nowadays, few people ask for a house when they get married. Generally, the woman lives with the man as parents after marriage. This time, Yang Luiying's family really couldn't afford the house she was asked for. Chapter 169. Go home often. Hiss. The old man and others took a breath. This is the first time he has seen such conditions for marrying a wife. If he had met the same conditions for marrying a wife before, he would probably still be single now. Even now in the village, among the 3 turns and 1 ring, even if there is only one, it can make the whole village envious. What's more, the gift money is 10 or dozens of yuan, and the most is only 1 or 200 yuan. This one costs 888 yuan. The old man said that he has never seen so much money in his life. Not to mention asking for an apartment. This is not a house built in the village that can be bought for a few $100s. This is a house in the county, and it cannot be bought without several $1,000s. The old man considered and said, if it really doesn't work, let's change it. Marriage requires equal status. If the girl's family can offer this condition, their own conditions must be good. However, Yang Luiying cannot provide this condition, which proves that their family's conditions must be no worse than the girl's. In the old man's opinion, such a combination is a mismatch. Hey, Dad, I've thought about it, but your grandson likes her. Yang Luiying was worried to death. Not only her son was set on that girl, her husband also was attracted by her family background. Yang Fan listened from the side but did not offer to help. Firstly, he didn't like his cheap uncle Zhou Changjung, and secondly, he wasn't familiar with his cousin Zhou Xingwang. Besides, borrowing money to buy a house was not a small amount, and Yang Fan didn't want to ask for it easily. You know, borrowing money is the easiest way to create hatred, not to mention that he took the initiative to ask for money before his aunt even asked. Perhaps because the topic was opened up, Yang Luiying began to talk about her family affairs. All I can say is that every family has its own problems. They have always thought that this aunt must be living a happy life since she married and lived in the county and her husband worked in the government. However, they did not expect that she also had so many troubles. This night, the family chatted until very late. The old man felt sleepy and went back home first. Yang Luiying was still chatting at Yang Fan's house, but it was too late, so she didn't go back. Instead, she slept on the same bed with Yang Huanyan. Fortunately, it is cool at night now, so it is not hot to sleep together, and it is even warmer. The next morning, Yang Fan got up early to make breakfast. Yang Luiying was going back today, and Yang Fan and Yang Huanyan also had to go to the county. The contract had been mailed back, and Yang Huanyan could move there. Let's take a ride together later. Good. After agreeing to take a car together, Yang Luiying went back to the old man's place to pack her things, while Yang Fan and Yang Huanyan also packed their things together. Zhuo Yuding has been on leave for more than a week. Although Yang Fan has been helping with her lessons, it is not good to keep on taking leave, so she has to return to school as soon as possible. These past week have been the happiest days for Zhuo Yuding. She looked at her uncle, aunt, and little cousin and felt particularly reluctant to leave. If she didn't have to go to school, she really wanted to stay at her uncle's house. After all, her uncle was not only good-looking and easy to talk to, but also cooked delicious food with lots of meat. It was the most delicious meal she had ever eaten. However, when she thought about not having to face her grandmother when she returned, Zhuo Yuding felt less regretful. The only thing that made her sad was that her brother could no longer be with her. Sister Yuding, are you leaving? Grandma Ann's voice brought Zhuo Yuding back to her senses. She looked at Annan, who was holding her clothes, squatted down, pinched her little face and said, yes, sister still has to go to school, she can't live here forever. Can I not go to school? Although Annan hasn't started school yet, she hates going to school. There are many brothers and sisters in the village, but since she went to school, they can no longer take her to play. Zhuo Yuding shook her head, no, sister has to go to school. Only by studying can you change your destiny. Zhuo Yuding is very serious about studying. It was said in the past that knowledge can change destiny, but she only half understood it. She vaguely knew in her heart that if she studied hard, she might be able to change her current situation. Now that she has lived in her uncle's house for some time, Zhuo Yuding has a better understanding of this sentence. Look at my uncle. It is because he studied design that he was able to earn so much money, eat so much meat, and allow my mother and her to leave my grandmother. In the future, she will study hard, learn design, and make a lot of money. Over there, Yang Huanyan packed her things. Su Xiuying said, second sister, why don't I come with you? You are moving today, so you must be busy with a lot of things. Yang Huanyan was about to refuse, but Annan beside her said loudly, Dad, I want to go too. I want to go with Sister Yuding. Yes, second sister, you see these two children are still inseparable? Yang Huanyan subconsciously looked at her daughter, only to find that there was strong expectation in her eyes. She didn't want to trouble her brother and sister-in-law again, but seeing her daughter's expectant look, she couldn't bear to refuse. Okay, Xiuying, I have to trouble you again today. What polite words. We are a family. Yang Huanyan smiled and said nothing, but she felt warm in her heart. There weren't many things, just some clothes and toiletries, so they packed up quickly. Yang Fan went to the yard and picked up some bacon that hadn't been dried yet, and told Yang Huanyan, second sister, the house we rented has a balcony, so you can take the meat to the balcony to continue drying it. Good. Yang Huanyan didn't refuse. Whenever I, as her younger brother, want to give her something, I will never give her a chance to refuse. Just after we finished cleaning up, the old man and uncle and the others arrived. They came to see Yang Luiying off, but when they reached the village entrance, they stopped and waved their hands, indicating that they would come back, and Yang Luiying continued to move forward. After walking a long way, she looked back and found that she could still see the old man. This made Yang Luiying feel guilty. I found that my father has aged a lot when I came back this time. She married and moved to the county, which was not far from the village, but due to inconvenient transportation and busy family matters, she often only went home once every few years. Her mother is no longer with us, and her father has grown old, but she has not noticed. She needs to go back more often to visit them, otherwise she never knows when she might not be able to see them again. Yang Huanyan had an average relationship with the old man, but she was deeply touched by his words, "Aunt, just come back more often in the future." After she got married and moved to the county, she rarely went home. The two looked at each other and understood each other's feelings. "Yeah, I have to come back more often." As the group was talking, they soon arrived at the town. They arrived early, so they were lucky enough to get a seat when they got on the bus. Half an hour later, Yang Fan and his friends separated from his aunt at the station. Aunt Yang went home, while Yang Fan and his friends went to their rented house. After getting the contract and paying the final payment, Yang Huanyan also got the keys. Looking at the bright 3-bedroom and 1 living room in front of her, she was a little excited. "This, Xiaofan, the house is too big, isn't it?" "It's not big at all. There are 3 rooms. When Liang Kai comes over, he will definitely occupy one. He's grown up too. He can't share a room with his sister anymore." Chapter 170, Borrowing Industrial Tickets. Speaking of Zhuo Liangkai, Yang Huanyan couldn't help feeling a little sad. She was afraid that her son would misunderstand her and think that she didn't want him anymore. Seeing this, Su Xiuying hurriedly changed the subject and said, "Second sister, let's go buy wash basins first. There is still a lot of dust in this house and it needs to be cleaned up. Well, I can also get familiar with this area." Seeing them getting ready to leave, Yang Fan smiled and said, "Then you guys go ahead. I'll go find Brother Huang. I need to tell him about my second sister's work the day after tomorrow." "Okay." Yang Huanyan said hurriedly, "Xiao Fan, thank Director Huang for me." "No." At the door, Yang Fan separated from them and went directly to the South Factory. The security guard saw Yang Fan and greeted him familiarly. "Hey, young man, I haven't seen you for a long time." "Well, I've been a bit busy lately." After chatting with the old man for a while, Yang Fan came to Huang Shangdong's office. He knocked on the door a few times but found no one there. He then went to Shi Zichan's office, but surprisingly, no one was there either. Just when he was thinking about asking the security guard, he saw a female worker wearing the uniform of the South Factory. Yang Fan hurriedly shouted, "Comrade, where is Director Huang?" "Director Huang has gone to inspect and will be back soon." The female worker looked at Yang Fan with curiosity in her eyes. "You are not from our factory, are you? I don't think I have seen you before." "Well, I have something to ask Director Huang." "Thank you." Seeing that Yang Fan didn't want to say more, the female worker didn't ask any more questions. Those who were able to enter the factory must have been approved by their superiors, and it was not something she could ask too much about. After the female worker left, Yang Fan returned to the door of Huang Shangdong's office. As the female worker said, Yang Fan saw Huang Shangdong after he waited for less than 10 minutes. He was walking in the front, followed by 4 or 5 people, among whom only Shi Zichan was known to Yang Fan. Seeing Yang Fan, Huang Shangdong's eyes flashed with surprise. "Brother Yang, why are you here?" Without waiting for Yang Fan to reply, he turned back and said to the people behind him, "You go back first, and report back in the afternoon." The others looked at Yang Fan curiously and then left one after another. Shi Zichan naturally stayed. The 3 of them came to Huang Shangdong's office, and Shi Zichan took the initiative to become the tea-making tool. "It's almost the end of the month," Huang Shangdong said with a smile. "Although the sales volume has not been fully counted, we still know the rough number. Your share next month will definitely be higher than last time. It is normal to be higher, after all, winter clothes are more expensive, and Yang Fan has designed several models this time, targeting a wider group of people." Yang Fan nodded. "Well, winter hasn't officially arrived yet. Clothes will sell better next month." "That's right." Huang Shangdong's smile deepened. "I went to a meeting recently and met the director of the 3rd factory. I don't know how much he envied me. Unfortunately, he didn't know that I hired you as a designer and you wanted to poach the old craftsmen in my factory." "Ha ha ha, if he has the ability, he can poach them. Looking at Huang Xiangdong's happy expression, you can tell how depressed he is because of the pressure from Factory 3. By the way, what brought you here today? The settlement day has not yet arrived, so it is impossible for Yang Fan to come at this time. Yang Fan took the teacup handed over by Shi Zicheng, thanked him and said, "The rent has been settled. My second sister moved in today. I plan to let her get familiar with the place tomorrow and start working in the factory the day after tomorrow." That's easy to say. What's your second sister's name? I'll have someone tell the guard tomorrow. Tell her name and I'll have her bring in to arrange work. Yang Huan Huan means happy, Yen means swallow. Okay, I'll remember that. By the way, there is one more thing, Brother Huang, do you have any extra industrial tickets? Yes. Huang Xiangdong naturally had quite a few tickets, but he usually didn't use them very often, so he would ask someone to sell them to him. How many do you want? 3, please. I want to buy 3 bicycles. Huang Xiangdong. Shi Zicheng. It really hurts to hear him say so lightly that he would buy 3 bicycles. My niece's school is a little far away, and it takes more than half an hour to walk. My sister takes her to school and then comes back to work, which takes more than an hour to go back and forth. It's too tiring, so I want to buy her a bicycle. Huang Xiangdong nodded. It's really hard to go back and forth. It would be better to have a bicycle, but I only have 2 tickets now. Zicheng, do you have any more? Yes, there happens to be one more. For regular workers like them, they get industrial tickets, which others can't get, but they treat them as welfare. However, since they don't use much, most of them are sold. Then I'll give it to you at the market price, $10 apiece? No need. Shi Zicheng waved his hand and said, "We are no longer friends, no need." Huang Xiangdong also agreed, "Yes, Lao Shi and I have received a lot more salary in the past few months because of you. If you want this industrial ticket, take it. We didn't buy it with money anyway." Thank you. Yang Fan smiled and did not refuse. After finishing the business, the 3 of them started chatting about family matters. Huang Xiangdong mentioned the meal Yang Fan cooked last time and he couldn't forget it. Shi Zicheng was full of emotion. "Director Huang, please stop talking. If you keep talking, I'll start drooling. At least you got to eat it. I haven't even eaten it." But Brother Yang is really a person who can't be judged by appearance. You can't tell at all that he can cook. Director Huang has eaten a lot of good food. If he can describe Yang Fan's cooking skills as the most delicious, then they must be pretty good. I think. Huang Xiangdong rubbed his hands and looked at Yang Fan shyly. "Why don't you come to my house and cook another meal at noon?" Yang Fan. Can't you speak properly? Let's go to my second sister's house. She just moved in and needs to light a fire to warm up the house. Okay, that's troublesome. What's the trouble? Yang Fan smiled and stood up and said, "Then I'll go back and prepare. You can come directly after get off work. Brother Huang still remembers the place, right? Remember, then Lao Shi and I will go directly there after get off work." Good. When Yang Fan came back with the vegetables, Su Xiaoying and the others had already returned and were cleaning up with rags. The 2 children, Zhuo Yuding and Anen, were also helping to the best of their ability. Dad. As soon as Anen saw Yang Fan, she threw away the rag in her hand, ran over and hugged Yang Fan's thighs, blinking her big eyes. "What delicious food did you buy?" Yang Fan. "Well, this girl seems to have less and less regard for him. In the past, the first thing I saw was him, but now, the first thing I saw was what he was holding in his hand." Yang Fan said with a smile, "I bought 4 strings of candied haws. You can give them to your sisters." He handed the candied haws wrapped in oil paper to Anan. The little girl got the food and immediately abandoned her father, taking the candied haws and sharing it with Zhuo Yuding. While sorting out the food he had bought, Yang Fan said, "Second sister, Director Huang and Director Shi will be coming over for lunch at noon. I'll introduce you to them. You can start working at the South Factory the day after tomorrow." They're coming over? Oh, then we have to clean up quickly. We also have to do some shopping. No need. Yang Fan smiled and said, "I've bought the food and wine. I'll cook at noon. You just need to clean up the living room. There's no rush for the rooms since they won't be going in." Chapter 171, Contradictory Talk. Then should I send something to Director Huang? Yang Huanyan always felt that Huang Xiangdong had helped her a lot and was also Yang Fan's benefactor, so she always wanted to give him something when she had the chance. No, I have a good relationship with Brother Huang. We can just go to pay New Year's greetings and then give gifts. It's not a festival now, so giving gifts suddenly would seem alienating. Yang Huanyan frowned and nodded. What you said makes sense, so I'll listen to you, but did you buy tea? When someone comes over later, I have to invite them to have tea, right? Second sister, I bought some wine. Okay. Yang Huanyan was like a child who had not reviewed well before an exam. She was always afraid that she had missed something, which made Yang Fan laugh and cry. At a little after 12 o'clock, Huang Xiangdong and Shi Zicheng came over carrying fruits and pastries. Yang Huanyan hurriedly greeted them, and after Yang Fan's introduction, everyone became polite again. Then Yang Fan went into the kitchen to continue cooking, while Yang Huanyan and Su Xiuying helped to greet the two guests outside. With the children talking and talking, it wasn't awkward at all. After chatting for 5 or 6 minutes, delicious smells began to waft from the kitchen, making everyone lose interest in chatting. Their eyes kept drifting towards the kitchen, and their words were incoherent. However, except for Su Xiuying, who was immune to Yang Fan's cooking skills, no one else noticed. She couldn't help but cover her mouth quietly, finding it a little funny. Director Huang was talking about his children's study problems, and second sister Yang replied that it was indeed difficult to find a wife. They were simply talking at cross purposes. As for the two children, they were already watching eagerly at the kitchen door. Yang Fan looked at everyone's anxious expressions and shook the spoon in his hand faster. But there was nothing else he could do. After all, you can't hurry to make delicious food. There were 10 dishes including 3 fresh vegetables, prawns in tomato sauce, braised spare ribs, pork stewed with vermicelli, smashed cucumber, stir-fried pork with green pepper, braised pork, salt-baked chicken, spare ribs, and yam soup. It was so sumptuous that Huang Xiangdong and Shi Zicheng felt a little embarrassed. I thought the things I brought were enough, but now looking at the dishes, it's far from enough. As the rice was served, everyone started to eat after Chef Yang Fan picked up some dishes. Su Xiuying and Yang Huanyan were better, after all, they had been eating Yang Fan's cooking for a while and had some immunity, but Huang Xiangdong and Shi Zicheng were not so good. They really didn't know how Yang Fan's cooking skills were so good. They were better than many chefs in the restaurants they had visited. How could he add those seasonings so just right? The meal was a great pleasure for both the host and the guests. Huang Xiangdong and Shi Zicheng ate until their bellies were full and they looked extremely satisfied. After a brief chat, it was time to go to work. Before leaving, Huang Xiangdong smiled at Yang Huanyan and said, "Second sister Yang, tomorrow you can just go to the South Factory gate guard and register your name. Someone will bring you in." "Okay, please help Director Huang." After some polite exchanges, the two left. As soon as the door closed, Yang Huanyan rubbed her stiff face and said, "Finally, I'm done with the greetings. Well, take a break and go to the department store to buy a bicycle this afternoon." "Bicycle? Why do you want to buy a bicycle?" Yang Fan told her his plan, and Yang Huanyan waved her hand quickly. "Xiao Fan, I don't need it. It's not a big deal for such a short distance. It's only a few steps away. This bicycle is too expensive, and my second sister owes you too much. She doesn't know when she can pay it back." "Okay, second sister, there are only 3 siblings in our family, so we should support each other. Today, I am just lucky enough to be successful, so I will support you and Big Brother first. But if you and Big Brother were successful first, I believe you would not forget me, right?" "That's what I said, but..." Yang Huanyan winked at Yang Fan. After all, he is no longer a single person, but a man with a family. He has to discuss these decisions with Xiuying. Chapter 172. What is the way out? Su Xiuying understood what Yang Huanyan meant and said hurriedly, "Second sister, just accept it. Before Yang Fan didn't make any money, you helped us a lot. Now that Yang Fan is capable, it's only natural for you to help your second sister." Su Xiuying didn't feel uncomfortable at all about Yang Fan helping his family. After all, if it weren't for these people, she and Anan would not have been alive until now. Yang Fan is now capable and it is his duty to repay them. "Yes, second sister, Xiuying has said so, so don't refuse." "Okay." Yang Huanyan nodded and said to Su Xiuying, "Xiuying, thank you." "No, second sister. I should be thanking you." Knowing that Su Xiuying didn't care, Yang Huanyan breathed a sigh of relief. After all, when she was in the Zhua family, both her mother-in-law and her husband cared a lot about her occasional help to her natal family. Even though she didn't use the Zhua family's money, the Zhua family said that after she married into the family, she belonged to them, and the money she earned should naturally belong to the Zhua family. Now that Su Xiuying did not have any grudge against Yang Fan because of this matter, Yang Huanyan felt relieved. In the afternoon, Yang Fan got 3 industrial tickets, so he bought 3 bicycles. But after buying it, he was a little confused because Yang Huanyan didn't know how to ride a bicycle. Yang Huanyan was also confused. She kept thinking about how convenient it was to have a bicycle and completely forgot that she had never learned how to ride one. So Yang Fan and his family of 3 decided to spend one night in Yang Huanyan's new rented house, and spent the entire afternoon teaching Yang Huanyan and Su Xiuying how to ride a bicycle. Fortunately, it was easy to learn this thing. He just fell a few times during the process, leaving marks on the brand new bicycle, which made Yang Huanyan and Su Xiuying very distressed. Shua family. Su Xiaodi has been in a good mood recently. Since her son divorced Yang Huanyan, she had been taking care of a son and a grandson by herself at home, which was really exhausting. So she quickly arranged a blind date for her son, and in the past few days, it was successful, and they were going to get married soon. When the woman got married, she would finally be able to take a breath. Su Xiaodi walked home carrying the vegetables in her hands. When she was almost downstairs, she saw a few neighbors talking not far away. When they saw her, their expressions were a little strange. Su Xiaodi greeted them in a good mood. "It's so late, why don't you go back to cook?" They all live in family buildings, and their husbands, sons, daughters, and other people work in almost the same place. "Ah, I'll be right back." A few people laughed dryly and responded with a hint of sarcasm. Su Xiaodi noticed that something was wrong with them, and asked with a frown, "What's wrong? What happened?" Those people deliberately showed their expressions in anticipation of Su Xiaodi's question. When they saw her speak, one of them immediately asked, "Grandma Joie, guess who I saw today?" Without waiting for Su Xiaodi to answer, the man continued, "Your former daughter-in-law is Yang Huanyan. It's incredible. Your daughter-in-law now lives in Nanchang Street with her brother and sister-in-law. You will never guess what they are doing." After saying that, he left a question, waiting for Su Xiaodi to ask. Su Xiaodi was not prepared. She felt that Yang Huanyan, her former daughter-in-law, was unlucky. She asked in a bad tone, "What happened to her? What options are there for a remarried woman who has to take care of a child and doesn't have a job?" Her brother got rich and bought her a job at the South factory as a regular employee. He also bought her a bicycle. What a beautiful bicycle. After saying that, the man stared at Su Xiaodi, waiting to see her make a fool of herself. They had been neighbors for more than 10 years, and everyone knew Su Xiaodi. She used to say in front of them that her daughter-in-law was useless. Later, after getting divorced, she said that her son had escaped from misery and asked them to help find a good girl for him. How can you be so confident? It's hard to find a remarried woman, but is it easy to find a remarried man? Do you really think your son is a rich son-in-law? Chapter 173. No need to see grandma again. What? Su Xiaodi was very shocked. She bought a bicycle and is still a regular employee in the South factory? How is that possible? I don't believe it. Seeing her expression, the man was satisfied and said in a cold tone, "You believe it? This is the fact. TSK, and I heard from the neighbors over there that Yang Fan bought 3 bicycles at once. This is really a fortune. You say, Yang Huanyan's brother didn't get rich early or late, but got rich after Yang Huanyan's divorce. Was it because of bad feng shui before?" When Su Xiaodi heard this, her face turned dark. What does this mean? Is it that her family has bad feng shui? Will it affect Yang Fan's fortune? Su Xiaodi originally wanted to tell others that her son had found a girlfriend, but now she had no time to show off and hurriedly went back with the vegetables. She had no mood to cook. She sat in the living room waiting for her son to come back, with a look of confusion on her face. Yang Huanyan had no idea that her ex-mother-in-law had found out about her affairs and was feeling very anxious. After practicing cycling, the family had a delicious dinner in the evening. There was not much entertainment afterwards, and everyone went to bed after digesting the food. Lying on the bed in the rented apartment, Yang Huanyan finally felt at peace. It's finally time to start a new life. Mother. What's wrong? Will we be able to have enough food in the future and never have to see grandma again? With the moonlight outside the window, Yang Huanyan saw the expectation in her daughter's eyes. She smiled and said, "Well, we can have enough food in the future and we don't have to see grandma anymore." As she spoke, Yang Huanyan tucked the quilt in for her daughter. "Go to sleep. You have to get up early to go to school tomorrow." After getting a positive answer from her mother, Zhuo Yuding finally felt relieved and fell into a sound sleep. Yang Huanyan felt panic and regret about getting divorced so quickly, ending her monotonous life of nearly a decade, but she suppressed it. After all, her brother helped her solve all the difficulties she encountered, and she could not be weak. Now seeing her daughter like this, Yang Huanyan is finally certain that divorce is the right thing to do. The next morning, because Zhuo Yuding had to get up early to go to school, Yang Fan also had to get up early to cook. Yang Huanyan said no, but Yang Fan usually got up this early, so it was not a big deal. Besides, Yang Fan felt quite accomplished when he could cook the food that his family liked and enjoyed. He doesn't want to be busy outside in his life, but hopes to be a son, husband, and father who stays at home often. Xiao Fan, are you making egg-filled pancakes today? Yeah, what's wrong, second sister? Let's do more. Yan Huanyan thought for a moment and said, Yuding and Liangkai go to the same school. When I send Yuding to school, I can bring some for Liangkai as well. Yan Huanyan feels very indebted to her son. She left in such a hurry that day that she hasn't had the chance to explain to her son until now. Good. After breakfast, Yang Fan took an in on a bicycle, and Su Xiuying rode another, and the three of them returned to the village. As for Yang Huanyan, she took Zhuo Yuding to school. Xiuying, you ride in front and I'll follow behind. Don't be afraid, just take your time. Good. Although she had learned how to ride, Su Xiuying was still a little nervous about riding on the road all of a sudden. After instructing the child's mother, Yang Fan said to Anan in the back seat, Anan, you have to hold on to Daddy tightly, and don't swing your feet around, or you'll get caught in the wheels, okay? I know, Dad. Yang Fan was still a little worried, so he threatened her, if you fall off the bicycle, your father won't know about it, and then you won't be able to find your parents. These words were very effective. Anan was so scared that he hugged his father's hands even tighter. Hold on tight, Dad is leaving. Set off. Chapter 174, Rich Temperament. The Nanchang factory starts work at 8 o'clock, and Zhuo Yuding's primary school starts at 7 o'clock. When Yang Huanyan took her to school, it was not yet 7 o'clock. She went straight to her son's classroom. The child was already there, sitting in his chair. The teacher hadn't arrived yet, so Yang Huanyan quickly greeted her son. Mother. Zhuo Liang saw his mother immediately put down the book, ran over happily, hugged Yang Huanyan's waist, raised his head and asked her, Mom, where did you and sister go? I'm sorry Liangkai, Mom and sister have to live outside for the time being, and they can't go back to Dad's house anymore. Zhuo Liangkai said aggrievedly, Mom doesn't want me anymore? Yang Huanyan quickly explained to him, No, how could Mommy not want you? You are just staying with Daddy temporarily. When Mommy is able to do so, I will take you out, okay? Really? Of course it's true, but you can't tell Dad and Grandma about this. It's our secret, okay? Zhuo Liang nodded, and Yang Huanyan stretched out her hand again. Let's make a pinky promise. We'll make a promise to each other for 100 years and never change. After giving the instructions, Yang Huanyan handed him the egg-filled pancake hanging on the bicycle. This is the egg-filled pancake your uncle made for you. Who is my uncle? Let's wait until Sunday. Mom will take you home to meet your grandparents and uncle, okay? Aha! The children couldn't help but want to eat it when they smelled the aroma, but they also wanted to keep it. Yang Huanyan didn't let him keep it. If he kept it, she didn't know whether it would go into his mouth. After watching him finish eating it with satisfaction, she touched her son's face lovingly and said, Then Mom will go to work. In the future, Mom will send your sister to school and come to see you when she is free. Okay? Zhuo Liangkai, who had eaten the delicious egg-filled pancake, nodded in satisfaction, okay. After giving her son some more instructions, Yang Huanyan hurriedly left on her bicycle. People in the countryside get up very early. Just look, Yang Fan and his wife were riding their brand new bicycles and had just arrived at the village entrance when they were recognized by some sharp-eyed uncles and aunts. Hey, isn't this Yang Fan from Yang Lauer's family? Oh my goodness, this is incredible, did you buy a bicycle? It's so beautiful. Yang Fan, did you buy a bicycle? 1 tells 2, 2 tells 3, 3 tells 100. After a while, Yang Fan and Su Xiuying could no longer ride the bikes, so they had to push the bikes and answer the villagers' questions. Yang Fan, is this the bicycle you bought? Oh my goodness, I heard that a bicycle costs more than 150 yuan, right? Yang Fan, did you buy 2 bicycles at once? Can you ride them? Otherwise, leave one at my house and I'll keep it for you. Mrs. Li, how can you be so shameless? If you say that, Yang Fan can't ride over. Doesn't he have parents? Yang Fan was squeezed and asked questions one after another, but he did not get impatient. He answered one by one and skipped the ones he did not want to answer. Even though he has a good attitude, for some reason, most people don't dare to be rude to him. Maybe it's because he has the aura of a rich man? Anyway, it looks quite intimidating. When we were almost home, my parents came over after hearing the news. Yang Jiefeng and Jia Yongmei looked at the bicycles that Yang Fan and Su Shouying were holding. Why do they know that the news about their son is always spread by others? Although, it's still very cool. Dad, Mom. Why did you suddenly buy a bicycle? Yang Fan smiled and said calmly, my second sister has to pick up the kids when she goes to and from get off work, so it's convenient for her to have a bicycle. I happen to have an extra ticket, so I bought it. What? Yan Zi has another one? Yang Jiefeng immediately expressed his intention to teach Yang Fan a lesson. Just because you have money, you can spend it so carelessly? Do you know? Chapter 175 and in Versailles. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Yang Fan. Dad, I bought you one too. Ahem. Yang Jiefeng coughed tactically. Money is earned to be spent. Let me see, which one is for me to ride? This statement aroused public outrage. Damn, he changed his mind so quickly. Yang Fan was amused, handed him the bicycle in his hand, and asked, can you ride it? If not, go to the village entrance to practice. What can't I do, your dad? You weren't even born when I learned to ride a bicycle. Yang Jiefeng took the bicycle solemnly, put away the pipe in his hand, and handed it directly to his wife. He then touched the bicycle body with an intoxicated look on his face. If you didn't know him, you would think he was touching his wife. Seeing this, others also came forward to touch the bicycles and pushed Yang Fan aside. Anan was originally hugging her father's thighs, but later she was surrounded by her friends in the village, who asked her what it felt like to ride a bicycle. So little Anan also learned Versailles. There's nothing special about it. You'll understand when you have a bicycle at home. Everyone else looked at Anan with envy, thinking to themselves that they would ask their father to buy a bicycle for them when they got home. Of course, they didn't dare to mention it again after they were treated to the stir-fried pork with bamboo shoots. The whole family was surrounded. Only the wealthy and elegant Yang Fan was left out. Hey, he is the one who bought the bicycle, why are you ignoring him? Seeing that no one paid attention to him, Yang Fan shook his head and simply turned around to go home to do his work. After taking out the bacon to dry in the sun, he watered the vegetables in the garden. Just as he was thinking about feeding the chickens, Su Guowei squeezed in from the crowd. Seeing Yang Fan standing by the well, he was surprised and said, Brother Yang, it's only been a short time and you've already bought 2 bicycles. Su Guowei was really envious. A few months ago, Yang Fan was still a loafer like him, who was hated by everyone. But now, when people go to Jiutang village and talk about Yang Fan, everyone will give him a thumbs up and say that he is smart. Of course, it just means that Yang Fan is smart. As for whether he has good character or not, that is not the case. After all, they have always wanted to ask Yang Fan for help in finding a job, but when they pass the message to the people around him, they are basically rejected, even his relatives. It's okay. You can do it in the future. Hearing this, Su Guowei rubbed his hands, his heart burning with anxiety. I hope so. He was really looking forward to the new year, thinking that after the new year, Yang Fan might go to Shenzhen with him. Have you considered going to Shenzhen? Not yet. I have to ask my family. They're pretty busy lately. He hasn't asked his eldest brother Yang Hai what he thinks. His eldest brother has been very busy recently. In addition to going to work on weekdays, he also has to help with some chores in the fields at home. After all, there are so many fields that he can't put all the pressure on his eldest sister-in-law alone. Now, with driving lessons, he has almost no time. Su Guowei understood. The news of Yang Huanyan's divorce was also widely spread in their Shujia village. After all, there were very few women in that era who dared to divorce. More people view divorce as being abandoned rather than a voluntary and equal separation between 2 parties. He also heard today that Yang Fan sent Yang Huanyan to the county yesterday, so he came to see Yang Fan. In fact, the main reason is that Su Guowei has no job and usually plays with cats and dogs. Now he finds that he can't do that anymore, so he is bored. How are those people? Su Guowei knew that Yang Fan was asking about those people from Dongzi. Although they were unhappy, they all left. After all, he didn't want to, and those people couldn't force him to do business at knife point. But since I didn't fool anyone, I won't be in a good mood anyway. Chapter 176 Consider Again and Again. While talking to Su Guowei, Young Fan did his work. By the time he finished his work, the people outside finally dispersed. Dad and Su Xiuying pushed the bicycles into the yard. They were reluctant to leave the bicycles outside the door. They would be heartbroken if they got bumped or stolen. The two elders' faces were beaming, and it was obvious that they were very happy to be flattered by the villagers. Even Su Xiuying's face was red. She didn't know how many people envied her for marrying such a capable man. Jia Yongmei was smiling brightly, but when she saw Yang Fan, she immediately stopped smiling. You just spoil your dad. If you need a bicycle, just buy him one. Why buy him one? It's a waste of money. Hey, Comrade Jia Yongmei, how can it be a waste of money if my son honors me? Explain your thoughts clearly. Am I wrong? Jia Yongmei was not afraid of her old man. Xiao Fan needs a bicycle to go back and forth between town and county. He is doing serious work. What do you need a bicycle for? You can't go to town for half a month. But I don't have a bicycle. If I had one, I would have to go to town every day to do my work. Are you going there to get some work done? You're just going there to show off. Zhao Yongmei had already seen through Yang Jiafeng. Yang Fan saw his father attracting his mother's fire and evacuated decisively. When parents quarrel, children should not get close to them, otherwise they will suffer. He walked up to Su Xiuying, handed her a glass of water and asked, "Are you tired?" "Not tired." Su Xiuying blushed and shook her head, then pushed him and said to Su Guowei behind Yang Fan, "Su Guowei is here, but he didn't even pour me a glass of water." No, sister-in-law, I'm not thirsty." This time when he came to Yang Fan's house, Su Guowei found that Su Xiuying's attitude towards him was obviously better, and he felt quite flattered. You have to know that when Su Xiuying saw him before, his eyes were not eyes and his nose was not a nose. Although he didn't care before, if he wanted to do business with Yang Fan now, he couldn't offend his sister-in-law. And to be honest, he was actually quite happy that other people's attitude towards him suddenly became better. After all, no one wanted others to look down on him. Su Xiuying took a sip of water, but still poured a glass of water for Su Guowei. "Thank you, sister-in-law." "No need." Su Xiuying glanced at him, seeming to be hesitant to speak. Su Guowei was a man with good eyesight. Seeing this, he immediately asked, "Sister-in-law, do you have something to ask me?" "Indeed." Su Xiuying nodded. "Do you know what's happening with my family now?" In fact, what she wanted to ask was how the news of Yang Fan making money spread in Shujia village, or how her mother's family viewed it. Su Guowei didn't know how to answer. "It's pretty good." After answering, he suddenly said, "No, I heard recently that your eldest brother and his wife's family are making a fuss about dividing the family property." "Separation? Why?" Su Xiuying didn't expect to get such an answer. "Even if the family is divided, generally speaking, my parents still have to live with my eldest brother and his wife, right?" She knew that her eldest sister-in-law and her mother had always been at odds, but it was still okay when she and her younger sister were around and could help share the heat. Now that they were married, her mother probably directed all her heat at her eldest sister-in-law. "It seems to be saying that your uncle and aunt favor your brother." Su Guowei felt a little uncomfortable talking about other people's affairs in front of others. "Everything I say is carefully considered." Su Xiuying couldn't help but sneer. "She has been partial to my brother since she was a child. She has 5 sisters in total, an eldest brother, she is the second oldest, the third oldest is also a daughter, and the fourth oldest and the youngest brother are twins, a boy and a girl." Twins, a boy and a girl, have a good meaning. Since she is the youngest child, her parents have always treated her younger brother like a treasure. Even her fourth sister has a much better life than her because of the twins. Chapter 177 Can the Su family still be robbed? Su Guowei didn't dare to say anything. He and Su Xiuying are from the same village. He doesn't know exactly what Su Xiuying's family is like, but he knows most of it. That's how it is in the countryside, there are no secrets at all. Su Guowei called Su Xiuying's mother auntie. Su Xiuying said her mother favored her brother, but to say that she favored him was an understatement, she simply spoiled him. It is true that some people are partial to other people's children, but it is rare to be as excessive as Su Xiuying's mother. Su Xiuying's family was extremely poor. The children probably had only rice soup every day and were starving to the point of being skinny. But even so, when the whole family was hungry and cold, they still worked together to buy fine rice and flour for their youngest brother. Even the eggs in the house all went to that youngest brother. He ate so much that he became plump and white. There was no other child in the whole village who was more blessed than brother Su Shouying. Upon hearing this, Su Shouying hurriedly asked, "When did they say they wanted to split up the family?" "Just 2 days ago, right? Anyway, they haven't divided it yet because your uncle and aunt don't agree, but your sister-in-law and elder brother don't want all the money they earn to be used by your uncle and aunt to subsidize you, younger brother." Recently, the headlines in the village have been about the division of Su Shouying's family. Su Shouying frowned worriedly when she heard this. Because she had been married to the Yang family for more than 3 years and had no money, the Su family came when Su Shouying had just been married for a year or two, but did not get money from Su Shouying, so they never came again. Speaking of which, Su Shouying hasn't seen anyone from the Su family for 2 years. However, the Su family didn't care, as long as their poor relative Su Shouying didn't come to take advantage of them. If the family splits up and there is no elder brother and sister-in-law to support the younger brother, then her parents will definitely not have enough money to support the younger brother, and then they might think of the 3 sisters who are married. Even if he couldn't remember, Yang Fan's earning power wouldn't be concealed for long. In the Su family, she had a good relationship with her 3rd sister who was also unpopular. As for her 4th sister, who was a twin boy and girl, Su Shouying actually didn't like her very much. When she was a child, because she was a twin, the 4th sister was more favored than the eldest brother, the son. The younger brother was 1st, the parents were 2nd and 3rd, and she was 4th. She lives a much better life than Su Shouying. Of course, Su Shouying didn't dislike her 4th sister because of this. After all, it was her parents who earned money at that time, and they could spend more of their money on whoever they wanted. Although Su Shouying felt unbalanced, she was also being kind to her parents. She didn't have any resentment towards her 4th sister on this matter. She didn't like her 4th sister because she was always showing off, often using the food she had to tempt her and her 3rd sister, and saying some very nasty things. In addition, when she did something wrong when she was a child, she always made her and her 3rd sister take the blame, and often didn't do her own work, but ordered her and her 4th sister to do it. Su Shouying and the 3rd sister were relatively honest, and since the 4th sister was favored, they dared not disobey her, so they did whatever she told them to do. She glanced at Yang Fan, and Yang Fan gave her a comforting look. Yang Fan understood Su Shouying's worries. It is impossible that the Su family has always been unaware of the fact that he makes money, but it doesn't matter even if they know. Yang Fan has never deliberately concealed it. If he doesn't want to take his money, can the Su family still rob him? Su Guowei didn't stay too long. After all, Yang Fan's parents were there, and it would be awkward for him to stay too long. Besides, it would be noon soon, and he didn't dare to eat for free. In the early years, if you went to someone's house for a meal, you had to bring food coupons and pay. Although everyone's life is better now, they are still mostly poor and attach great importance to food. Chapter 178. God doesn't mind having me as an extra, right? After the family had lunch at noon, my dad couldn't wait to take my mom out to show off. Yang Fan looked at the weather. It was a bit gloomy today and it was probably going to rain. I'll go to the county to settle the accounts in 2 days. I haven't been to Su Fong's place for several days, so I don't know how the clothes are selling. It's almost time to end the cooperative relationship with Su Fong. Let us wait until this year is over. If I go to the Shenzhen Stock Exchange, I will cooperate with Su Fong again. Because they were afraid of rain, the family of 3 did not go out the whole afternoon and stayed at home. Anan was almost 4 years old, and Yang Fan took the paper and pen he had bought and began to teach her to recognize numbers. Children are fickle, and they were very excited when they first started learning, but they fell asleep within 10 minutes of learning. Yang Fan didn't force her. After all, she was still young and there were still several years before she went to school. There was no rush to learn slowly. In the afternoon, Brother Yang and his family came over to see Yang Fan's bicycle. Yang Hai looked at the brand new bicycle in the yard with envy, and secretly decided that he must earn money to buy one in the future. Brother, how are you learning how to drive? It's okay, but there are too many people who want to learn how to drive. Yang Hai said this with some emotion. I didn't expect that there are so many rich people now, and so many people would sign up for such an expensive tuition. I go there every day to learn how to drive for half an hour, but I end up waiting for an hour. Yang Fan said wisely, there is never a shortage of rich people in this world. Brother Yang nodded, deeply touched. With so many rich people, God shouldn't mind having one more of me, right? Before he learned to drive, he thought everyone was like them, or like in their village, where every household celebrated New Year's Day by eating a piece of meat. Unexpectedly, it was because his vision was too narrow. Don't worry, big brother, your life will definitely get better and better in the future. Yeah, sure. After learning to drive, Brother Yang felt particularly confident. After all, he had finally mastered a skill to make a living and no longer had to worry about starving to death. Yang Fan thought of what happened to Su Guowei today, so he said, "By the way, brother, I want to discuss something with you." "What's up?" "After the new year, I want to go to Shenzhen and other places to buy goods, and then bring them back to sell here." Yang Hai subconsciously whispered, "Isn't this just speculation? It's reselling. The goods there are very cheap. If you sell them here, you can make a lot of money." This. Yang Hai hesitated. Although speculation is allowed now, the policy changes from time to time. What if? He is a relatively stable person and is not very adventurous. According to Yang Fan, Brother Yang's personality is not suitable for doing business. However, there is no problem with him leading the team now. And even if he doesn't lead the team in the future, sister-in-law Zhou Hongying's personality is very suitable. Her personality and Brother Yang's personality complement each other. By the time Mrs. Yang has learned it, there will be no problem at all for the couple to work together in business and let Mrs. Yang watch. "Don't worry, I can guarantee that there will be no problem." Brother Yang laughed when he heard this. "You think you are a god? Can you guarantee that there will be no problem?" However, after Yang Fan said this, Brother Yang felt much calmer. "Okay, I will listen to you on this matter. What do I need to do?" Yang Hai still owes Yang Fan 1,000 yuan, so he feels under a lot of pressure. Yang Fan explained the situation and the operation in detail. "Su Guowei will go with us when the time comes. Brother, if you are afraid of losing money, then buy less goods at the beginning." Chapter 179 Best Partner. Yang Hai felt at ease working with Yang Fan. Although he didn't know how much money Yang Fan had earned during this period, it seemed that Yang Fan not only paid off the family debt, but also had money to rebuild the house for his parents, lent him money for driving lessons, bought a sewing machine, bought 3 bicycles, helped his second sister find a job and rent a house, and ate meat every day. Just calculating these things, it would be at least several thousand yuan. And it is impossible for his brother not to save money. With this calculation, the amount of money he earned is unimaginable. If other people approached Brother Yang to do business, he would not agree, but for this younger brother who had changed a lot, Brother Yang decided to take a risk. Zhou Hongying standing by was also very excited. She had no intention of objecting at all. Before, Yang Fan just gave her the unwanted small dessert stand, and she made a lot of money. Her salary even exceeded that of Yang Hai. So Zhou Hongying fully supported Yang Fan's idea of taking Yang Hai to do business. In fact, she had always had this idea before, but was too embarrassed to say it. Later, she knew the reason why Yang Fan made money, and she also knew that she couldn't take Yang Hai with her. That's Su Guowei. Brother Yang seemed to be hesitant to speak. This guy and Yang Fan used to hang out together. The people around them might change, but they are the only ones who remain the same and are the best partners. Brother, he is also correcting himself. When Brother Yang heard this, the worried look on his face relaxed. "That's good, as long as you want to change, it's never too late." "Yeah." Yang Fan responded softly, but he didn't think so in his heart. It is never too late for a person to change for the better. It's just that the important people around you are gone, and not everyone will wait for you in the same place. In his previous life, Yang Fan corrected himself, and the Yang family finally waited for the birth of their son and brother, but it was too late. Brother Yang didn't notice that Yang Fan was not right. He smiled and said with emotion, "That's great. You have all changed for the better." When it was almost time for dinner, Brother Yang and his family went home. Yang Fan did not force them to stay for dinner. After dinner, the courtyard gate was closed and the 3 chickens were put into the cage. In order to save electricity, the dim light bulb in the main room had already been turned off, leaving only one light in the room. Su Xiaoying had just coaxed in into sleep and was about to turn off the lights when she saw Yang Fan coming in through the curtain. She looked up in surprise and asked silently, "What's wrong?" "You promised me." Yang Fan replied in a low voice. Su Xiaoying was stunned, then she remembered something. When her second sister and her family were still at her house, she promised Yang Fan that after her second sister left, she would sleep in the same bed with Yang Fan alone. As for what would happen, Su Xiaoying naturally knew. Speaking of which, although the two have been married for nearly 4 years, except for the first 1 or 2 months after their marriage, they have not had much intimate contact since then. That's why Su Xiaoying was so ashamed. At this time, she was wearing a simple white floral mid-sleeve top. The light yellow floral pattern had faded a little due to washing, and some of the floral pattern had even disappeared. She was wearing a pair of blue linen knee-length pants. It's already December and the weather is a bit cold, but she hasn't made pajamas for winter. In the future, people will sleep in sweaters, trousers and socks during the winter, so there is no need to make extra pajamas. She had fair skin and her face was blushing with shame. When illuminated by the dim warm light, she was so stunning that people couldn't take their eyes off her. Yang Fan also knew that she was a little shy, so he stepped forward and directly picked her up from the bed like a princess. Su Shouying was startled and subconsciously wanted to scream, but she thought of her sleeping daughter and quickly covered her mouth. She raised her eyes, and her clear eyes met Yang Fan's deep gaze. The next second, Su Shouying hurriedly lowered her head. She felt that the man's lower body was holding an umbrella. Chapter 180, An Autumn Rain and a Cold. The lights were turned down and the whole house became dark in an instant. In the darkness, Su Shouying could only hear the breathing of two people. The man's arms around her were particularly strong, and his breath falling on her head always made her feel hot. There was no moon today, but he seemed to be able to see it. He walked smoothly to the bed and put her down gently. The next moment, I felt weight on my body. Su Shouying raised her eyes, but it was too dark and she didn't meet Yang Fan's eyes for a long time. She was a little nervous. Yang Fan. Su Shouying felt the man's head fall down, his lips seemed to be close to her ears, and his voice was low and sexy. Wife, can I? How should she answer such a question? Su Shouying was so embarrassed that she almost died. She did not wait for Yang Fan's answer, but only for his action. Her head was supported by strong hands, and she felt a soft touch on her lips, and Su Shouying's mind went blank. Yang Fan was also a little excited and emotional at this time. He found that until this moment, he really had a sense of settlement. Rebirth was real, his wife was real, his daughter was real, and all the people he cherished and cared about were still there. It was a dreary day. At this moment, thunder finally sounded. After a while, the sound of raindrops falling on the ground could be heard outside, covering up all the sounds inside the house. Maybe because he had been holding it in for too long, or maybe because he was too excited, Yang Fan lasted a long time that night. Su Shouying was so embarrassed that she had no idea how Yang Fan could have such good energy and strength. When it was over, she glanced at the faint light outside the window, not caring that she hadn't cleaned herself yet, and fell asleep immediately after closing her eyes. Seeing this, Yang Fan leaned over and gently kissed her slightly swollen lips. Then he glanced downward and saw that there were many marks on her fair skin, feeling a little guilty. After he covered his wife with a quilt, he put on his clothes, poured the contents of the 2 kettles into the basin, added cold water, and when the water temperature was right, he took a towel and went into the house. It was still not very bright outside, so Yang Fan turned on the light. Su Shouying seemed to be stabbed by the light and frowned in discomfort. He sat on the edge of the bed and whispered, "Go to sleep, I'll wipe your body for you." Su Shouying responded in a daze and fell asleep. Yang Fan was wiping her body all the way, and when he reached her flat belly, he suddenly thought, could his child already be pregnant here? Thinking of this, Yang Fan felt happy. In her previous life, when Su Shouying was pregnant, he didn't take care of her at all. If she could get pregnant again, he would definitely make up for it. After wiping it clean, Yang Fan looked at his wooden bed. In fact, this bed was newly made for him by his father when he got married, but 4 years have passed after all, and no matter how good the wooden bed is, it is bound to creak when doing such exercise. However, Yang Fan still wanted to rebuild the bed. Otherwise, what would he do if his powerful body suddenly fell apart while he was making it? It was still early and it was raining. After Yang Fan finished packing, he simply climbed onto the bed, hugged his wife, and fell asleep. Every autumn rain brings a chill. The sky is dark. Because of the rain and cold weather, there was no sound outside. Looking out from the yard, I saw occasional people passing by, all of them holding umbrellas or walking in a hurry in the rain. Su Shouying woke up and looked at the watch, only to find that she had slept until 11 o'clock. She sniffed and smelled the fragrance of rice. She thought it was Yang Fan making lunch. When Su Shouying thought about what happened last night, she felt extremely embarrassed, but she still had to get up to wash up. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she found that her legs were very sore, especially her thighs. Su Shouying couldn't help but curse inwardly, "Beast." Chapter 181, Being a Lazy Pig. "Mom, you're awake." As soon as the curtain of the room was opened, Annan, who was sitting on a stool reading a picture book, immediately hugged Su Shouying. Su Shouying's legs went weak, and she took 2 steps back under the impact. Her daughter's soft voice continued, "Dad said Mom wanted to be a lazy pig today and sleep in. Does she want to be a lazy pig?" Men who have abstained from sex for too long are really hard to deal with, as they seemed to have endless energy. However, when she thought of the man's strong chest and abdominal muscles yesterday, sweat started to flow down her neck. Against the backdrop of the thunder, Su Shouying accidentally glanced at it several times. Su Shouying squatted down and said with a smile, "It was Mom who was being lazy today. And then didn't even bother her. She is so good. Hee, my dad told me that. He said that Mom worked too hard in the past, and that I should be a lazy pig and rest more in the future." Su Shouying's face turned red instantly. How could he tell this to a child? If you don't understand now, how embarrassing it will be when your child grows up and understands. And then, Mom will no longer be a. Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Young Fan, who came out of the kitchen with dishes in his hand. "Wife, you can't promise something you can't do." Su Shouying saw him and glared at him in reproach. "You bastard, how dare you say that?" He walked over and kissed her quickly in front of her, and seeing her blushing slightly, he smiled and said, "Go wash up quickly. There's only one more dish left." Su Shouying looked at her daughter unfortunately and didn't see it, which made Su Shouying feel relieved. They would never be too close to others in front of their children in their entire lives. After she finished washing up, Yang Fan had already prepared the meal. Su Shouying then discovered that there was a bowl of golden chicken soup in the bowl. Where did the chicken come from? The chickens they raise are still small and cannot be eaten at all. Yang Fan smiled and used a spoon to skim off the chicken fat on top for her. "Aunt Sufan and I bought it. You are too thin and need to be nourished. It's too expensive." "It's not expensive to feed my wife." Yang Fan moved the bowl towards her. "Drink it quickly, and skim off all the chicken fat." Nowadays, a little bit of fat is considered a big deal, like the chicken fat from cooking soup, which is so delicious that no one knows how delicious it is. But Su Shouying doesn't like it. Of course, she didn't have the conditions before and couldn't even eat it, so how could she be qualified to dislike it? But she didn't expect that Yang Fan actually knew it and wasted it by skimming off all the chicken fat. You don't have to skim off the chicken fat. It's such a waste." "What's a waste if I give you food? It's worth it no matter how much." Su Shouying picked up the bowl to cover the blush on her face. This Yang Fan is getting better and better at saying sweet words. He is indeed a filthy rascal. I curse like this in my heart, but I felt very sweet inside. And then drank the chicken soup happily. She didn't quite understand why her parents left the delicious chicken soup alone and wasted time talking. The chicken soup is fragrant and sweet. In this rainy and cold season, Su Shouying feels not only warm physically but also warm in her heart. It has been raining heavily. There is absolutely no intention of stopping. Since there was nothing special for the family of three, they didn't go out. The sky is gray. Yang Fan tidied up the house and then took a nap with his wife and daughter. Maybe because she got up late, Su Shouying couldn't fall asleep. Although she tried her best to toss and turn less, Yang Fan still noticed it. "Can't sleep? Well, it's too late this morning. Did I wake you up?" Yang Fan turned over, hugged Su Shouying, and made her face to face with him, then smiled and said, "No, I didn't fall asleep either." Looking at his handsome facial features, Su Shouying realized that Yang Fan's temperament had changed a lot during this period, becoming more mature and stable. She bit her lip slightly, and suddenly it seemed unreal. "Yang Fan, is this a dream?" Chapter 182 Embrace Your Own World. This question gave Yang Fan a startle. His eyes deepened slightly, and then he reached out to tidy up the hair that fell on her cheek. "Why do you ask?" "That's great." Su Shouying lowered her eyes slightly. "I'm always afraid of losing." "Yeah, that's great." He is also afraid of losing. In fact, Yang Fan didn't know if this was a dream. If it was, it would be too real, the real world. If not, he would work hard. Even if it was a dream, he would try to make the people he cared about live a good life. As his thoughts raced through his mind, Yang Fan teased her deliberately, "I think you were not tired enough yesterday." His hand gradually moved down, and Su Shouying instantly grabbed his hand. At this moment, she could no longer think about anything else, and asked nervously, "Is the child still there? Change rooms then?" "No more." Su Shouying patted him and said in a very low voice, "It still hurts." She hadn't enjoyed sex for a long time, so she naturally couldn't bear the sudden exertion. Yang Fan didn't really think about it. He held her hand and said, "Don't worry, I'm just teasing you." Although he said so, his hand still moved down. "I'll massage your thigh." Su Shouying glanced at him, but still didn't refuse. "My thighs are really sore and numb." His palms were warm and strong. He covered my legs and massaged them gently with just the right amount of force. After a few strokes, the soreness in my thighs really felt much better. It was a rare warm moment with his wife. While pressing the button, Yang Fan asked her quietly, "During this period, I'll ask someone to find out if there are any houses for sale in the county. If there are any suitable ones, buy them. It would be better for an in to study in the county in the future." Su Shouying did not object to this. "Okay, I'll listen to you. The family is rich now, and for every Chinese, a house is a home, a harbor, and a sense of security." Su Shouying is still looking forward to having a home in the county. The couple talked in low voices. Perhaps because Yang Fan massaged her so well, Su Shouying fell asleep to the sound of the rain. Yang Fan took out his sore hands, covered his wife and daughter with a blanket, and then hugged his whole world, closed his eyes and fell asleep. The rain lasted for 3 days before it stopped. Yang Fan had nothing special to do, so he simply didn't go out. After all, not only is the weather cold, but the dirt roads in the countryside become muddy when it rains. If you go out, your shoes will be covered with thick mud, and if you are unlucky, you may step on a lot of poultry manure. On the 4th day, the weather finally began to clear up. The sky after the rain was washed clean and blue, without a trace of haze, and it was very beautiful. Yang Fan went to see his father. In fact, the house was almost renovated, and only the finishing work was left. Seeing that there was still enough money, Yang Fan talked to Su Shouying and then rode his bicycle to Nanchang. Huang Xiangdong had been waiting for Yang Fan for a long time. After inspecting his work, he poured him some tea and said, "I didn't expect it to rain these days. Although the sun came out today, the temperature has indeed dropped a lot. Our clothes will definitely sell better." "Well, how is my second sister doing here?" "Very good. I asked the leader of their group and he said that young Huanyan was very skillful and got the hang of it quickly. She did a good job." Yang Fan felt relieved when he heard this. "That's good." Huang Xiangdong handed him the account book that had been prepared in the drawer. "This is the account for November. Take a look. If there are no problems, I will bring people to the bank to transfer the money with you later." Chapter 183. No one has any objections? Seeing Yang Fan looking at the accounts seriously, Huang Xiangdong took a sip of tea, then looked at Yang Fan's young and handsome features, feeling a little envious. "We are both human beings. Others have earned so much wealth by their own ability in their 20s. What was he doing at his age? There is no comparison. It just so happens that Yang Fan is handsome." If Yang Fan had not been married and he had no daughter, he really wanted to marry Yang Fan off as his son-in-law. Yang Fan read the account line by line and found no problem until he saw the total amount. Last month he received a total of more than 160,000, nearly 170,000. In fact, this number is a bit low, but considering that the weather was not too cold last month and Ningjiang County is indeed a relatively poor county, this number is normal. If it were in other wealthier counties, selling winter clothes to both men and women like Yang Fan did would definitely make more money. "I really envy you." Huang Xiangdong sighed when Yang Fan finished reading. "You've made so much money at such a young age. I feel like you might become a millionaire." At the rate Yang Fan was making money, it seemed like it was only a matter of time before he became a millionaire. A millionaire! Huang Xiangdong never expected that such a legendary figure would appear beside him, and he had watched him grow up with his own eyes. The feeling was quite complicated, with both pride and envy. Yang Fan handed the bill back to him, but asked about other things. "Is the factory making enough money?" "Of course it's good, but it's only about 20% to 30% more than you." After all, Yang Fan only provided the design, and all other costs, labor issues, etc. were borne by the factory. Yang Fan nodded. "Then I earn so much, no one has any objection?" This factory is not Huang Xiangdong's private factory. He got so much money just for providing a design drawing. Yang Fan doesn't believe that no one will have any objection. Even Huang Xiangdong expressed his envy of Yang Fan again and again, not to mention others. If Yang Fan gets more, then other people who benefit from it will get less. Of course, some people may say that if it weren't for Yang Fan, the South factory might have been merged by now, and it would be impossible to make so much money. But human hearts are never able to calculate so clearly. Maybe at the beginning they will thank Yang Fan for helping them make money, but later when they begin to taste the sweetness and when Yang Fan begins to touch their interests, they will begin to drive away this hero. They will have all kinds of reasons to convince themselves. For example, if it were not for Nanchang, no one would believe Yang Fan's design drawings. From this point of view, Yang Fan should thank them. For example, the clothes sell so well because their machines are good, the workers are good, the clothes are well made, and the cooperating merchants sell well. In short, it is not all Yang Fan's credit. Everyone has different contributions, some may be high and some may be low, but is Yang Fan's contribution really that high? Yang Fan was able to accumulate so much wealth in his previous life, and he is very clear about all the ins and outs of business. So when Yang Fan saw Huang Shangdong stunned and hesitant to speak, he knew that those people must have mentioned this matter. However, after all, the time of cooperation with Yang Fan is still short, and the crisis of Nanchang is not completely over. The relationship between the two parties can still be ambiguous for a while, but when more money is earned, or when Yang Fan gets more money, then Yang Fan, the outsider who gets a lot of money, will be kicked out. Did you guess it? In the end, Huang Xiangdong only uttered this sentence with deep helplessness on his face. Chapter 184, Don't Underestimate. Yang Fan smiled and said nothing. Huang Xiangdong had no choice but to confess, the higher-ups didn't say they wanted to kick you out, they just thought you were taking too much of the profit. With so many benefits, not only can you get more money, but it is also a good political achievement. Maybe you can climb to a higher position with this achievement. How low do they mean? 0.5%. Huang Shangdong was too embarrassed to say this, it was really shameless. He felt that Yang Fan would definitely not agree, so he argued with reason. However, he was just a factory director, and his argument turned into whether he had any collusion with Yang Fan, which made Huang Shangdong quite helpless. Yang Fan raised his hand and tapped the table a few times, saying, "You should know that I won't agree." "Yes, but brother Yang, I can't make the decision on this matter." "I know. I don't blame you." Yang Fan had expected this step before the cooperation. There was no need to be sad. This is how business is done. If you can do it, do it. If you can't do it, forget it. But brother Huang, even if I don't cooperate with Nanchang, can this still affect our relationship? Of course not, stop talking, I'll treat you to lunch at noon. Then thank you, brother Huang. Huang Shangdong was really impressed to see that Yang Fan was not angry at all, but rather calm. Being able to draw design drawings is Yang Fan's ability, but being able to guess all the ins and outs of business shows that Yang Fan is really smart. Even when others are ungrateful, he still has such self-cultivation. This person should definitely not be underestimated. He now believes even more that Yang Fan will be able to soar to great heights in the future, and he believes that if Nanchang really does not cooperate with Yang Fan anymore, it will definitely regret it. To be honest, if Huang Shangdong had not been old and in his current position, if he had met such a person when he was young, he would have given up his job and followed Yang Fan even if it meant losing everything. After drinking tea and chatting for a while, Huang Shangdong asked Yang Fan about his future plans. He was really curious about what Yang Fan would do when the cooperation with Nanchang was terminated. Of course, curiosity was one thing, but Huang Shangdong wanted to see if he could get some benefits from it. "It's not clear yet, but I think we will still do the clothing business." Huang Shangdong nodded, then was stunned. "Brother Yang, you are not thinking of cooperating with the third factory?" Although the three factories may agree, the higher-ups will not agree. After all, no matter how much they compare, the two factories are one family. "No." Yang Fan smiled helplessly. "Does he look that stupid?" Then Huang Shangdong rubbed his hands and said expectantly, "Brother Yang, if you need money for your business in the future, you can tell me and I will invest in you." "I'll tell you if I need money." This was a bit of a polite refusal. With Yang Fan's wealth, Huang Shangdong felt that he would never be short of money. He felt a little disappointed, but it was understandable. It is easy for friends to have conflicts when they start a business together, and in the end they may not even be friends anymore. What's more, Yang Fan is not short of money, so he does not need anyone to be his partner. Wouldn't it be better for him to be his own boss? After brewing several pots of tea, the tea leaves were almost flavorless, so Huang Shangdong took his people and Yang Fan to the bank to transfer the money. Sure, Ziqian was not invited this time, so after transferring the money, they went directly to the Hongqi Hotel, where Huang Shangdong treated Yang Fan to a meal. In any case, because of Yang Fan, he, as the factory director, made a lot of money, and the profits of the South factory were considered part of his performance. If there were any opportunities for promotion in the future, Huang Shangdong would also be competitive. Chapter 185 Limitations. Maybe it's just a narrow road for enemies to meet. As soon as he entered the Hongqi Hotel, Yang Fan saw someone coming in from the other side of the gate. It was Yang Fan's ex-brother-in-law Zhuo Lijun. Next to him was a woman in her 30s, who was a bit plump and had a big face. She was not pretty, but she was in line with the aesthetic standards of the elders. This time, Zhuo Lijun recognized Yang Fan. After all, the two families had only met when they divorced last time. He looked at Yang Fan, then saw Huang Xiangdong, who was walking side by side with Yang Fan. He frowned slightly, and after thinking it over again and again, he still did not say hello to Yang Fan. Although Zhuo Lijun really wanted to know why Yang Fan was with Huang Xiangdong, he didn't want to cause any more trouble because he was now with the person he was about to marry. Yang Fan also ignored Zhuo Lijun. Now that he has divorced his second sister, Yang Fan doesn't want to have anything to do with this former brother-in-law. The two looked at each other and then looked away tacitly. This time, only Yang Fan and Huang Xiangdong were dining together. Since Yang Fan came by bike, he didn't drink. They ordered 2 dishes and a soup and were very full. After dinner, the two did not leave the restaurant immediately, but made a pot of tea and chatted to help digest the food. "Brother Huang, there is something I want you to keep an eye on." "What is it?" "Just tell me." "It's still about the house." Yang Fan poured him some tea and refilled his own cup, then said with a smile, "But this time we're not renting a house, we're buying one." Huang Xiangdong was not surprised to hear this. Yang Fan has earned so much money, he must buy a house. After all, the conditions in the city are much better than those in the countryside. "Sure, tell me what your requirements are." Huang Shangqing has been rooted in the county for so many years and knows a lot of people, so it is not difficult for him to help Yang Fan find an apartment. Of course, it may not meet Yang Fan's requirements, so this matter can only be left to fate. Yang Fan thought for a while and said, "I want to buy 2 houses. The location should be near Zhongxing Street. One house should have at least 3 bedrooms, or 4 bedrooms is fine. The other one should have 2 bedrooms. It would be best if the 2 houses are on the same floor or above. Anyway, the closer the better. 2 suites." Although he knew that Yang Fan made a lot of money, Huang Xiangdong was still very envious when he heard that Yang Fan wanted to buy 2 houses at once. Yang Fan nodded and looked at him with a meaningful look in his eyes. "Brother Huang, houses are cheap now. If you have some spare money, you'd better buy 2 more houses. Houses will become more and more expensive in the future." Huang Xiangdong had a vague feeling that houses would become more and more expensive, but he was not so sure or clear. He just seemed to have a vague idea. After Yang Fan said this, his thoughts instantly became much clearer. Because people's lives are getting better and better now, and many cities have begun to attract investment to build factories, many rural people are flocking to the cities. As a result, living place becomes very important. Huang Xiangdong suddenly had some enlightenment when he thought about it. He looked at Yang Fan in shock and gave him a thumbs up. "Brother Yang, you are right. I had such a feeling before, but I couldn't put it into words. Now that you put it out clearly, I think it is true. Houses are 2,000 to 3,000 now. Won't they increase several times in the future? If I resell them at that time, I will make a fortune." Yang Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He knew that Huang Xiangdong was limited by the times. After all, no one knows that in the future houses will no longer be sold by unit, but by square meter. What's more annoying is that there is a common area. Any house will have a common area of 20 to 30 square meters, making you pay hundreds of thousands of extra money in vain, which is simply frustrating. Chapter 186. Who doesn't want to be a demolition tycoon? Yang Fan smiled, drank a cup of tea, and continued to remind Huang Xiangdong, "Brother Huang, I think what you said is a bit conservative." "Oh? How do you mean?" "Now the country is developing faster and faster, people's lives are getting better and better, and televisions, home appliances and electronic products are becoming more and more popular. With money, people's demands will become greater and greater. Houses are a necessity, and housing prices will only get higher and higher in the future." Huang Xiangdong agreed with what Yang Fan said, but he thought, how many times higher can housing prices go? As for the houses in Ningjiang County now, the average price is about 2,000 yuan per unit. If the price increases in the future, even if it increases 10 times, it will still be 20,000 yuan per unit. Isn't this unlikely? You know, a millionaire can make it to the newspapers. If it really sells for 20,000 yuan per set, who can afford it? But even if Yang Fan's words were a bit exaggerated, it was still necessary to buy a house. Even if the price rose to 5,000 yuan per unit in the future, he would still make a net profit of 3,000 yuan. Even if I don't sell it, when my 2 sons grow up and get married, my current home will not be able to accommodate them all. I have to buy a house. With a house, it will be easier for my sons to get married. Thinking in this way, buying a house has to be put on the agenda as soon as possible. Policies change all the time. If the housing prices suddenly go up one day, he will lose a lot if he doesn't take action. Well, hearing what you said, I have to act sooner. Anyway, I won't make much money if I keep the money in the bank. I might as well use it to buy a house. Yang Fan knew that he didn't believe it completely, but he didn't say anything more. Then I'll leave it to Brother Huang. Also, if there are any vacancies on Shirtian Street, Brother Huang, please keep an eye out for me. Why? Are you going to buy 3 sets? It's better to be prepared. These 2 houses are for my parents and my family to live in. When the children grow up, they will also need new houses. Huang nodded in understanding, but he was a little surprised. The houses on Shirtian Street, I remember that the houses there were not good, they were quite dilapidated, and the location there was not particularly good. It's not good there now, but maybe it will be better in the future. Our Ningxiang County will surely develop better and better. That area will be the focus of demolition in the future. Different from the old city area of Ningxiang County, the newly emerged new city area will be one of the most prosperous areas in Ningxiang County in the future. Yang Fan has some spare money now, so he will naturally not miss out on something like demolition. Who doesn't want to be a demolition tycoon? Huang Xiangdong nodded when he heard this. He was a little concerned, but after thinking about his own money, he gave up. He is not as rich as Yang Fan and cannot invest. He would be lucky enough to buy a house for each of his 2 sons. Thinking about it, Huang Xiangdong nodded and said, "Okay, I'll keep an eye on it for you, and I'll give you news after the settlement next month." Good. After the 2 finished talking about the house, they went on to talk about national affairs. Men, when they chat together, always talk a lot, and they love to talk about politics the most. After chatting for more than half an hour, Yang Fan rode his bike home. When he arrived in the town, he went to see Su Fang again. After not seeing each other for a long time, Su Fang was a little excited to see Yang Fan. When Su Fang heard Yang Fan say that the cooperation was terminated, she was not too disappointed. When Yang Fan came to her store more and more often, she had already guessed it. During this period, she has made a lot of money because of Yang Fan. Let's wait until after the new year. This winter's styles will be sold first. If Sister Fawn wants to make these styles again in the future, she can do it and she doesn't have to give me a share. Chapter 187, You are a bastard if you don't make money. How can this be so embarrassing? Su Fang was a little surprised. Although she has no copyright awareness now, if Su Fang is really shameless, she can do it herself after terminating the cooperation with Yang Fan, and Yang Fan can't do anything to her. But Su Fang thought she couldn't do that. It would be fine if it was someone she didn't know, but Yang Fan had made a lot of money with her, so she couldn't do such a shameless thing. But if Yang Fan took the initiative to propose, it would be different. If you don't make money, you're a bastard. What's there to be embarrassed about? It was Sister Fong who helped me in the beginning. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to live so well. Su Fong knew that Yang Fan was being polite. In the beginning, Yang Fan paid for all the costs, and she received processing fees and commissions. Anyone would be willing to cooperate with Yang Fan, but Yang Fan was willing to remember this favor, so Su Fong was naturally happy. No way, I should thank you for helping me make money. Su Fong felt a little emotional. It's no wonder that Yang Fan can make money. Just because of his ability to talk, it's hard to dislike him. She couldn't help but think of Su Xiuying. She felt a little envious and happy for her. It can be said that she has finally gotten what she wanted after all the hardship. Then let's stop thanking each other. The cooperation with Su Fong can last until after the new year. Now I can earn about 200 yuan a month. Even if it's a small amount, it's still meat. Of course, this is mainly because Yang Fan has time now. When he gets busy later, Yang Fan won't waste time to earn this little money. After settling the money, Yang Fan took the money and left, and then went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy a lot of things. Now he really doesn't need to be too frugal. When I rode my bike back home, I saw Su Xiuying rummaging through the drawers. Yang Fan took the quilt from her hand and asked, "Why did you suddenly turn the quilt inside out?" Although the weather has turned cooler these days, it is not yet time to cover yourself with a quilt. There's a quilt maker in the village. Our quilt isn't very soft anymore. Let him quilt it. Then you should have new quilts for sale, right? Yang Fan put 2 quilts on the bed, took out 1,000 yuan he had just withdrawn from the bank and handed it to Su Xiuying. "Just buy new ones? And buy 2 for your parents, and 1 for the old man as well." When Su Xiuying saw Yang Fan taking out so much money, she was shocked. She looked around subconsciously, and when she saw the environment, she remembered that she was alone in the room. "How did you withdraw so much money?" I just don't think that you don't have money, and sometimes it's inconvenient to do things. The money Yang Fan gave to Su Xiuying was not much. After all, he was the one who bought groceries and meals, as well as household items, and Su Xiuying didn't use much of it. As for the passbook, Yang Fan would give it to Su Xiuying unless he needed it. He also changed the password to Su Xiuying's birthday. I don't need it. Yang Fan had given Su Xiuying some money gradually before, so she had about 600 to 700 yuan in her hands. Adding the share of the sweet soup she got from her sister-in-law, she now had about 800 yuan in her hands. Now Yang Fan gave her another 1,000 yuan, which added up to nearly 2,000 yuan. How could she spend so much? I was afraid that Su Xiuying would be robbed if I left her at home. You keep it. If your family needs it or you want to buy something, just buy it. There's no need to save money. Seeing her cute appearance, Yang Fan couldn't help but kiss her. Our family is rich now. Su Xiuying pushed him away shyly, and immediately asked without caring about being shy, how much did the South Factory settle this time? Here's the passbook. Take a look at it yourself. Yang Fan handed her the passbook. Su Xiuying took it, opened it, checked it, and closed it instantly. So much money? Chapter 188. Buy whatever you like. Well, with so much money, when your family has money in the future, you can buy whatever you like. Yang Fan said this in a domineering manner. Once upon a time, this was the sentence he most wanted to say to Su Xiuying, but things and people had changed by then. My dear. Su Xiuying was holding the passbook, looking a little surprised. Last time, Yang Fan earned nearly 80,000 yuan. She thought it was the peak, but she didn't expect that it would double in just 1 month. She suddenly said to Yang Fan with some urgency, in the future, and must study hard. Only by studying can there be a way out. Look at Yang Fan, he can make so much money, isn't it because he learned design from books? Although this is due to his talent, if he doesn't study, his talent will not be brought into play. Okay, I'll do as you say. Seeing Yang Fan looking at her with burning passion, Su Xiuying blushed, then lowered her eyes slightly and said, I'll go put the passbook away. Although she had money in her hands, Su Xiuying was reluctant to throw away her old quilt, so she used it to make another quilt. Of course, she still had to buy a new quilt. She bought 4 quilts at once. The villagers were surprised and numb at the same time. It's Yang Fan's house again. I'm used to it. When the quilt was delivered to the old man, he was so happy that he took Yang Fan and his family of 3 to have dinner at Uncle Yang's house before letting them leave. As for my parents, the quilt was sent there before it was given to my grandfather. The house has been basically built and it will no longer leak on rainy days. Now there is a new quilt. The 2 elders have worked hard for most of their lives and this year they can finally have a warm winter. When they came back from the old man's place, Yang Fan taught Anan to read as usual. Seeing this, Su Xiuying also pulled a stool over and supervised him. Seeing that Anan wanted to sleep after studying for a while, she refused to let her go. It was Yang Fan who persuaded her, Anan doesn't need to study at this time. Don't be anxious or force her, lest she resist studying. I know. Su Xiuying sighed. She was really shocked by the astronomical figure on her passbook today. After coaxing Anan to sleep, Su Xiuying was thinking about something when she suddenly felt a hand on her waist. Under the dim light, she met Yang Fan's passionate gaze. You. Yang Fan made a gesture to her to keep quiet, then got out of bed and stretched out his hands. Su Xiuying blushed for a while and then jumped into his arms. Several days had passed since that day, and Su Xiuying had actually recovered a long time ago. After turning off the light bulb in the room, Yang Fan tiptoed to the next room. After the first time, both of them were much more proficient the second time. When Su Xiuying heard the crowing of roosters outside, she was so tired that she reached out and punched Yang Fan's hard chest. She felt that with Yang Fan's intensity, she would be able to get pregnant soon. Thinking of this, she felt slightly happy. To be honest, she wasn't looking forward to having her first child. The reason she didn't expect this was not because she didn't like her child, but because of her family's poverty and Yang Fan's irresponsibility. She felt that the child would not have a good life. But now it's different. The family conditions have improved and Yang Fan has changed, so she can accept the arrival of the child wholeheartedly. Besides, she really likes children. Mom has become a lazy pig again. When Su Xiuying got up to wash up, Anan teased her like a child. She couldn't help blushing, wondering if she could get away with it. How embarrassed would she be when the child grew up and understood? But thinking that she might have a child soon, Su Xiuying was busy saying, Anan, can mommy give you a brother or sister? Chapter 189 Giving Birth to a Brother. Annan thought about it and said seriously, Mom, can you give birth to a sister or brother? Her brother and sister are both very good. They know everything, are smarter than her, and they play with her. Su Shouying was stunned for a moment, then said, No, it can only be a younger brother or a younger sister. Well, then it's my brother. Why is it my brother? Su Shouying actually wanted to have another son and a daughter, but she was very curious about Anan's thoughts. Because the older brother said before that younger brothers can be bullied at will and are easier to raise. The big brother that Anan mentioned is naturally Zhou Hongying's eldest son. Hearing this, Su Shouying didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Okay, then Mom will try her best to give Anan a brother, but no matter whether it's a brother or a sister, you are all Mom's treasures. Perhaps because she did not receive love when she was a child, Su Shouying did not feel much pressure to say things that her parents were ashamed to say. Yeah. Anan nodded happily. Now, she was a happy child. As for the difficult days in the past, she had completely forgotten them. Yang Fan came out of the kitchen carrying a bowl of hot mushroom and meat soup. Seeing the smiles of the mother and daughter, he said with a smile, The soup is ready. Come and drink some soup first to warm your body. When Anan heard this, he clapped his hands happily. Dad made delicious food again. I want to eat it. Mom will serve you the soup. It's still hot. Yang Fan put the soup on the table, took the bowls and chopsticks for the three people, walked to Su Shouying and whispered, How are you? Su Shouying looked at him angrily and said, The child is still here, what are you talking about? Are you okay? Yang Fan persisted. He really had lost control yesterday. Fine. Su Shouying didn't even dare to look at him. This Yang Fan, why is he so annoying? How can he ask people like this? He has no shame. Seeing that his wife was shy again, Yang Fan said with a thick face, Then drink some soup to replenish your body. You are still too thin. What? Are you disgusted? Su Shouying glared at him. She was pretty, even when she glared at people, she was very pretty. Yang Fan thought of something inappropriate for children, Of course I don't mind. To prove that I'm not lying, I decided to prove it tonight. Su Shouying understood the meaning of Yang Fan's words after a slight turn, and was speechless for a few words. I always feel that Yang Fan has become more and more bold these days, and he always likes to talk about that kind of things. Seeing that his wife was about to start fighting after failing to convince him, Yang Fan quickly said, I still have some vegetables to cook. Seeing him leaving quickly, Su Shouying couldn't help but smile sweetly. At noon, Yang Fan cooked 2 dishes and a soup. His cooking skills were still good. Su Shouying and Anan were very satisfied with the meal. The weather in Donghua province changes like a woman's mood. It was sunny in the morning, but after lunch, the whole sky turned dark, and it looked aggrieved as if it would cry any second. Yang Fan looked at the weather and did not go out. He turned over the land in the yard where no vegetables were planted, and then fed the chickens. He shoveled the chicken manure into the vegetable field, which was an excellent fertilizer. I was thinking about taking a lunch break when Zhou Hongying came over with a bunch of vegetables. Why haven't you picked any recently? I'll pick some for you. If you don't, the vegetables in the field will get old. Zhou Hongying's face was beaming. Ever since Yang Fan gave their family the land to farm, they no longer had to worry about vegetables. They also had plenty of radishes, corns, and sweet potatoes, so they had no shortage of food. They had saved a lot of money. Chapter 190 Mother-in-law Visits. It's because the weather is bad that I haven't been out. Su Shouying took the pile of vegetables from her sister-in-law's arms and said with a smile, Thank you for bringing them here, sister-in-law. We just happened to be out of vegetables at home. If you don't have enough to eat, go pick some. You're welcome. Su Shouying responded, put the dishes away, took out a cup, poured water for Zhou Hongying, and chatted about family matters. Brother, how are your driving lessons going recently? He said it was pretty easy, but he was just nervous about the exam. Hearing this, Yang Fan interjected, You can only overcome this by yourself. Yes. Zhou Hongying nodded and asked Yang Fan, Xiao Fan, aren't you going to take the driver's license test? You are so smart, you will definitely pass it in one try. It will take some time. There's no rush. 2. Zhou Hongying nodded. Think about it, in just a few months, a lot of good things have happened to our family because of my younger brother's sudden rise. Life has become much better and everything is developing in a good direction. The 2 sisters-in-law were chatting about family matters when they heard the courtyard door being slammed loudly. The thin wooden door was shaking as if it would be scrapped at any time. At the same time, there was the familiar yet unfamiliar voice of Su Shouying. Open the door. Su Shouying, Yang Fan, your mother is here. After a few calls, Su Shouying realized that this was not an auditory hallucination. Before her brain could react, Zhou Hongying frowned and said unhappily, "Who is it? So rude. If you knock again, the door will be broken." Su Shouying stammered and was unable to speak, and her hands on her legs were sweating from nervousness. Sad memories of the owner of this voice came to mind again. Suddenly, Su Shouying felt a pair of warm hands holding her hands. She looked along the strong arms to see the owner, and saw the man's gentle and powerful eyes. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Su Shouying nodded, feeling much more at ease. Life is much better now, and she is really afraid that these peaceful days will be broken. Yang Fan comforted his wife, then got up and went to the yard to open the door. As soon as the door opened, before Yang Fan could see his mother-in-law's current appearance, her saliva sprayed at him. "Why are you so slow to open the door? Is this your attitude towards your mother-in-law? Where's Su Shouying? You silly girl, why don't you pour me a glass of water? I'm dying of thirst." She walked into the yard with a familiar manner, and after just a few steps, she saw a brand new bicycle parked in the yard. "It's a bicycle." Li Honghua's eyes widened. She had heard someone say that her money-losing daughter's good-for-nothing husband had become rich, but she didn't believe it and came over to take a look. Unexpectedly, her good-for-nothing son-in-law actually became rich. Then isn't it a foregone conclusion that her Xiaobao will marry a city girl? As soon as Su Shouying walked out of the house, she saw her mother's greedy face. She walked forward and touched the bicycle, and the greed in her eyes almost overflowed. "Mom!" she called out. When Li Honghua heard the sound, she wiped the bicycle with her sleeve, then looked up at Su Shouying and started to scold her. "You are such a good girl, you are so filial. Your family is so poor that they can't even afford to eat, and your parents are starving, yet you still have money to buy a bicycle. Mom, keep your voice down." "You want me to keep my voice down?" Li Honghua sneered and stared at Su Shouying. "You have the guts to do this, but are you afraid of being found out?" "I don't." Su Shouying didn't know how to refute. How can it be possible that the family is so poor that they can't even afford to eat? This was not the case even in the most difficult times, not to mention that everyone's life has improved now. Chapter 191, Because of his thick face? Mom, don't talk nonsense. A few days ago, I heard that my brother went to the tailor in town to make several new sets of clothes and bought new leather shoes. I heard that he spent dozens of dollars. Is he so poor that he can't even afford to eat? Yang Fan knew this because Su Guowei told him. Li Honghua was embarrassed, wondering how Yang Fan knew all this, but the next second she said confidently, "What? Just because your family is not so poor that you can't afford to eat, you can't respect your parents? Although Su Shouying married into your Yang family, she is also the daughter of our Su family. As long as she is alive, she must respect her parents and help her brother. Respecting parents is a must, but helping your brother is not necessarily a must." Yang Fan glanced at Li Honghua, his eyes calm. "My brother didn't give birth to her and raise her, so why should I help him? Because he's so shameless?" Li Honghua shuddered unconsciously when Yang Fan's eyes swept over her. The more guilty a person is, the more he cares about other people's looks. Li Honghua felt particularly guilty at the moment, but when she heard Yang Fan calling her Xiaobao, she couldn't help but retort, "A daughter should listen to her parents. She is a member of the Su family, so she should help her brother and make his life better. Only when her brother lives a good life can she live a good life." Yang Fan did not refute any further. For people like Li Honghua, they have their own set of logical theories and can justify themselves. If you argue with her, as people in later generations would say, you are arguing with a fool, and the only result is that the fool will defeat you with his rich experience. For people like this who bully the weak and fear the strong, there is no need for theory, just act tough. Seeing that Yang Fan didn't say anything, Li Honghua felt that she had won him. Like a victorious rooster, she glared at Su Shouying next to her with annoyance, and then went into the main room on her own. As soon as she came in, her eyes were shining as she scanned the room inside and out. As expected, she immediately saw the thing covered by the linen. "It's a sewing machine." Li Honghua couldn't believe it. She ran to the sewing machine and opened the cloth. Sure enough, she saw a brand new sewing machine inside. It really is a sewing machine. Compared with bicycles, Li Honghua prefers sewing machines. After all, few women in this era can resist sewing machines. It's beautiful. Li Honghua touched the sewing machine obsessively, and at the same time, she felt excited. She didn't expect that this useless son-in-law could actually make a fortune and buy a bicycle and a sewing machine. How much money must he have made? Xiaobao's marriage is settled. Thinking of this, she walked to the long bench and sat down. She glanced at Su Xiuying and Yang Fan, and without caring about Zhou Hongying's presence, she said, "Xiuying, your brother has recently started dating a city girl. Did you know that?" "I don't know." Su Xiuying answered honestly and handed the freshly poured water to her. "Well, now you know." Li Honghua didn't care. Seeing Su Xiuying pour her a glass of water, she took a big gulp and continued, "You also know that city wives are very expensive. With our family's conditions, we can't afford one. It's only because your brother is a high school graduate that he can meet city girls. Now the girl's family requires 3 turns in 1 ring. It just so happens that your family has a bicycle and a sewing machine. I think they are still new. There is no problem using them as a betrothal gift for your brother." "Mom!" Su Xiuying felt cold in her heart. She looked at Li Honghua helplessly and said, "This was bought by Yang Fan. I didn't earn money to buy it. How can I give it to my brother?" Chapter 192, Pick on the Weak. "Why can't you give it?" Li Honghua scolded, "What belongs to Yang Fan is not yours. What belongs to you is not your parents'. Yang Fan, Xiaobao is also your brother, you are half a member of the Su family, you will not refuse to help with such a simple favor, right?" Zhou Hongying was stunned as she listened. Asking for someone's sewing machine and bicycle is such a simple favor? She finally understood why Su Xiuying had never thought of asking her parents for help even when she was starving to death. With a mother like that, one can imagine what kind of status she holds in the family. Upon hearing this, Su Xiuying didn't know how to refute. She has never been able to do anything about her parents and can only accept their fate. Yang Fan took a step forward, put his arm around his wife's thin shoulders, and said to Li Honghua with a fake smile, "Mom, I bought this thing. I can't give it to my younger brother. It has never been reasonable for my younger brother to get married and ask my brother-in-law to pay for the betrothal gift. Yang Fan, I'm your mother-in-law, half your mother, and Xiaobao is half your brother. You've made so much money, isn't it reasonable for you to give some of it?" Li Honghua dodged when she met Yang Fan's gaze. She always felt that her good-for-nothing son-in-law had a different aura after not seeing him for a few years. "Mom, I want to buy a house in the county, but I don't have enough money now." "As a mother, shouldn't you give me some money? Buy a house?" Li Honghua was furious. "My Xiaobao couldn't even buy a house in the county, how can you have a share? If you want to buy a house, it should be for Xiaobao." Yang Fan didn't know where she got the courage from. Obviously he is extremely selfish and doesn't even try to pretend. It's natural that he only takes in and doesn't give out. "Oh, then, do you think I'm a fool? You don't want to give a penny, but you expect me, a son-in-law, to make selfless contributions for your son? That's as it should be. My little treasure is so good." Sure enough, Yang Fan felt that he was defeated by her rich experience in being stupid. He crossed his arms over his chest and stopped being polite. He said, "No matter what you say, I will not give any money to your son's wedding except for the normal gift money. Of course, if you don't invite me, I won't even give you the gift money. If you don't agree, you can just rob me. Then don't blame me for being ruthless and reporting to the police directly." You dare to report to the police?" Li Honghua was shocked by Yang Fan's fierce eyes. She looked at him and suddenly believed that he could do such a thing. A trace of fear crept into her heart. She quickly looked away and saw Su Xiuying standing beside her. She immediately picked on the weak one. "Su Xiuying, you just watch your husband bully me like this? I really raised you for nothing. You unfilial daughter." Su Xiuying was put a hat on. She stammered a few words and didn't say anything. No matter what she did or said, it was wrong, and secretly she didn't want her mother to take things from the house and give them to her brother. Not to mention that this thing was bought by Yang Fan with his hard-earned money. Even if she bought it with her own money, she didn't want to give it to her brother. She had given in enough times since she was little, and she knew that if she gave in once, she would give in every time. Her previous experience had taught her that she couldn't be tough with her mother, and now that she had Yang Fan to firmly refuse, it was good, because he had done what she couldn't do, and she couldn't hold him back. Otherwise, there will be no peace in this family. "Why don't you speak?" Li Honghua got angry when she saw her like this. She stood up and twisted her arm. "Su Xiuying, I gave you a mouth, not to make you dumb. Now your husband is bullying me, and you don't say a word?" Chapter 193 I Don't Hit Dogs. As a woman who has been working in the fields for a long time, her hands are extremely strong. Su Shouying was pinched so suddenly by Li Honghua, and because of the grievance she felt, her nose immediately felt sore and her eyes were red. But when she thought of her sister-in-law still being here, she held back her tears. Yang Fan did not expect Li Honghua to suddenly attack him, so he immediately pulled Su Shouying behind him to protect her, and asked in a low voice, "Shouying, are you okay?" Su Shouying shook her head gently, unable to hold back her tears. "It would be fine if no one comforted me, but when someone comforted me, I suddenly felt particularly wronged." Zhou Hongying at the side couldn't help but interrupt, "Shouying's mother, if you have something to say, just say it nicely, why did you hit her?" She was an outsider here, and Li Honghua didn't even give Su Shouying the slightest bit of shame. Fortunately, they were in the house now. If they were outside and were seen by the villagers, Shouying would be so embarrassed. "What does it have to do with you? Can't you see this is a family affair?" Zhou Hongying was indeed a little embarrassed after being retorted like this. She said to Yang Fan, "Little brother, I'll leave first. If anyone comes to cause trouble, remember to call us. We have many men in the Yang family, so we are not afraid of them." Of course Li Honghua could tell that they were talking about her. Although the Yang family is a foreign family, there are indeed many men in the family, so they are not afraid of the Su family. Nowadays, if there are more men in the family, they can speak more confidently. On the contrary, if there are no men in the family, they will be bullied. Zhou Hongying didn't want to meddle in other people's affairs, so she hurried out of the yard and found several villagers outside the yard. Seeing her come out, Wang Meili cracked pumpkin seeds and said, "What's going on? Is it Shouying's mother coming?" The look in her eyes as if she was watching a good show was too obvious. After all, Yang Fan didn't get along with her. Last time, Yang Fan almost hit her because of the child. "What's the matter? Can't a grandma come over to see her granddaughter?" Zhou Hongying said, glancing at the people, "What are you doing standing in front of someone's house? Don't you have to work? Go away." Although they were not happy, they still left. "The main thing is that they are here and we can't hear clearly, so let us ask later." When Li Honghua heard the noise outside, she wanted to go out immediately to let everyone judge the matter, but Yang Fan, who saw through her thoughts, pulled her back. "Yang Fan, what are you doing?" Facing his dark eyes, she said with a trembling voice, "Do you still want to hit me?" "I don't hit dogs." Li Honghua was stunned, then her face turned black. "You called me a dog? You son of a bitch. I'm your mother-in-law. Divorce, Su Shouying, divorce him. I'll find you another one." "Mom, what nonsense are you talking about?" Li Honghua felt that she had them under control, so she sat down on the ground immediately. "Yang Fan, either you give me the sewing machine and the bicycle, and 50, no, 100 yuan, or I will let my daughter divorce you. I have the final say on whether to take the money or not, and I also have the final say on whether to divorce or not." Yang Fan looked at her coldly. "People say that it is better to destroy 10 temples than to destroy a marriage. As Shouying's biological mother, you can't bear to see her well and want to break up her marriage. How dare you say you are her mother? I don't have a mother-in-law like you, so leave now." "I won't leave." Li Honghua felt guilty and sat on the ground with her head down, looking like she was relying on Yang Fan. "If you really don't want to leave, don't blame me for getting someone to kick you out. By then, everyone will know that you asked your daughter to divorce because your son-in-law refused to pay for your son's marriage." Chapter 194 Why don't you call me Dad? It is indeed not a fair thing to let her daughter get a divorce. If it gets out, Li Honghua will definitely be embarrassed and criticized. If I don't do this, I can still argue about letting Yang Fan pay the money and take advantage of him. Li Honghua looked at Yang Fan's determined expression and the fact that Su Shouying was clearly on Yang Fan's side. She knew that she would probably not be able to get anything out of it today, so she decided to go back and think it over and come back later. "I'll come back in 2 days, Su Shouying, and wait and see how your dad will deal with you when he comes." Li Hongying stood up and left cursing. Before leaving, she took a reluctant look at the sewing machine and bicycle, feeling very envious. As soon as she left, Yang Fan locked the courtyard gate and entered the main room. He saw Su Shouying sitting blankly on the bench, with her eyes lowered and crying silently. Yang Fan walked over to sit beside her and hugged her. "Shouying, are you okay?" Su Shouying shook her head and said nothing. "Do you feel uncomfortable because of what I said to you, Mom, today?" If Su Shouying still cared about the Su family, Yang Fan would find a better way to deal with it. Of course, in his opinion, Li Honghua's behavior today did not mean that she wanted to treat Su Shouying as her daughter at all. To her, Su Xiuying was more like her property and her tool. Use it if it is useful, throw it away if it is useless. No. Su Xiuying held Yang Fan's hand. Yang Fan, I can't say no to them. It's great that you can help me say no. Yang Fan held her hand back. It depends on your innermost wishes. If you want to help them, I will try my best to find a balance. In short, it's none of your business. You just need to tell me your ideas. I'll take care of the rest, okay? The weather was exceptionally good today, and the bright sunlight fell on him. Su Xiuying looked up, and there was a bit of reflection, so she couldn't see his expression clearly. She only felt that he was covered in golden sunlight, like a beam of light in the darkness. She didn't have to see it, but she could feel the extraordinary warmth. Yang Fan. Su Xiuying called out unconsciously. Yeah, I'm here. Yang Fan held her hand tightly. Su Xiuying turned around and hugged him. At this moment, she felt particularly relieved. Yang Fan gave her an unprecedented sense of security. She believed that with him around, the things she was afraid of would no longer be a problem. Yang Fan felt that she was a little emotionally unstable, so he didn't say anything. He just hugged her and patted her back gently. After a while, I heard her voice, Yang Fan, I don't want to help them. From childhood to adulthood, they have never been good to me except for not starving me to death. In the past few years when we were in trouble, Anan cried heartbreakingly, but my mother didn't even look at us. She just thought it was unlucky and drove us out like beggars. People are all made of flesh and blood. She is also a human being, and her heart can also hurt. Okay, I'll take care of this, but I might end up falling out with them. Do you mind? I don't mind. If you don't want to contact me, then don't contact me. If it was Su Xiuying in the past, no matter how bad her family was, she would not have the courage to say this. But Yang Fan gave her a sense of security at this moment, and she felt that Yang Fan would not abandon her. Even if Yang Fan abandoned her, her family would definitely not help her. So, what difference does it make whether you have a motherless family or not? I may never have parents who love me again. I love you. Yang Fan saw that she was in a bad mood and teased her with a smile. How about you call me Dad? Chapter 195, Being Stabbed in the Back. When Yang Fan teased her, Su Xiuying burst into laughter. She let him go, looked at the man in front of her, walked up to him and kissed him on the face. Yang Fan, thank you. After the kiss, her face flushed, and she was about to get up and leave with her eyes downcast, but Yang Fan quickly pulled her down. Thank you, is that all my sincerity? I couldn't help but think of the ambiguous scene of the two people's bodies entangled. Su Xiuying didn't dare to look at him and whispered back, what else do you want? At least here. Yang Fan touched his lips and raised the corners of his lips. The person in his arms didn't move for a long time. He was just thinking about letting her go, but he was pecked on the mouth. Then the warmth in his arms disappeared. Su Xiuying ran back to the room, not forgetting to cover her ears and steal the bell. Let me see if Anan is awake. Yang Fan touched his lips, and his heart felt as sweet as if he had eaten honey. Take your time, he will change her one day. Because of Li Honghua's matter, Su Xiuying was depressed the whole day. In the evening, my parents, older brother and sister-in-law all came over after dinner. They probably learned about the situation from Zhou Hongying and came to ask how to resolve the issue of Li Honghua. Yang Hai slammed the table, his usually honest face now showing a fierce look. If you ask me, Xiao Fan has already rejected it sternly. Can they still snatch it away? If they really want to snatch it away, can we still be afraid of them? This is our territory. Come one and we will beat one, come two, and we will beat a pair. After he finished speaking, Zhou Hongying, who was standing next to him, kicked his foot under the table. Yang Hai looked at her innocently. Why did you kick me? Zhou Hongying, I kicked it accidentally. At this moment, she felt very embarrassed. My sister-in-law is still here, and if he says that she beat her family, then they will have some thoughts? She kindly reminded him, but he didn't understand, and asked in front of everyone why she kicked him? At this moment, Zhou Hongying really wanted to find a piece of tofu and kill herself. This husband is really hopeless. Yang Fan saw through it and said, I saw today that the mother-in-law doesn't treat Xiuying as her daughter. You don't have to be polite to her. She will probably bring her husband and son over in the next 2 days. Then we'll see the attitudes of the other members of the Su family. If they are the same as Xiuying's mother, then we'll do as Big Brother says. My mother was a little worried, will this not be a good idea? After all, we are in-laws. We are better off, but Xiuying is their biological daughter after all. If this gets out, I'm afraid people will criticize her. It was the in-laws who did something dishonest. Dad took a puff of his pipe and exhaled a puff of white smoke, and continued, if you ask me, no one would treat their daughter like this. Even if this gets out, it's their fault. It has nothing to do with Xiaoying. Zhao Yomei sighed, that's true, but there are no parents who are not right. No matter what, filial piety is the most important thing. Xiaoying has me to protect her from now on, so she has nothing to be afraid of. Besides, I have decided to buy a house in the county. If the people in the village are really confused, we should just come back less often. They can talk behind our backs if they want, but we can't hear it anyway. Yang Fan disagreed with his mother. What about parents who are never wrong? That sounds like nonsense. Buy a house? In the county? Dad was so happy that he stopped smoking his pipe. Have you decided where to buy? I never thought that my son could also own a house in the county. Then you will be a city dweller. Mom was also very happy and kept asking about the house. The eldest brother on the side was speechless and said honestly, Mom and Dad, aren't we talking about my sister-in-law? Let's talk about the house later. Let's solve the problem at hand first. Chapter 196. We are all family. Cough. Zhao Yongmei coughed awkwardly, and then said, just do as Xiaofan says. If we buy a house in the county, we really don't have to worry about the reputation of the village. Mom and Dad, we are not in the village, but you are still here. If they say something about you? Su Xiaoying has made up her mind to cut off contact with her mother's family, but she has prepared herself for the right and wrong that may arise after the breakup, for fear of implicating the Young family. Although her family background is not good, her husband's family is very nice and has helped her a lot before. Su Xiaoying is very afraid that she will implicate them because of her own affairs. What are we afraid of? Mom waved her hand nonchalantly. That's right. In the future, they will only envy me for having a son who buys a house in the city. Dad started puffing on his pipe again, looking quite contented. Yang Jiefang originally thought that as long as he could live his life in peace, that would be the best life for him. However, he never expected that he would actually see the day when his son would become successful. Seeing that her parents-in-law didn't care about the things that might implicate her, Su Xiaoying was very moved. Mom and Dad, thank you. What are you thanking me for? We are all family. Zhao Yongmei patted Su Xiaoying's hand in comfort. She felt sorry for her daughter-in-law's experience. The hard days are over, and the rest are good days. Su Xiaoying nodded with emotion. The atmosphere became warm for a moment. Yang Hai couldn't tell, so he said directly, Xiao Fan, call me if you have anything. Okay, I might have to trouble you, big brother, then. Yang Fan felt that a scoundrel like Li Honghua might actually be capable of stealing things. No problem. The eldest brother agreed immediately and looked at his father. Dad, now you can ask Xiaofan about buying a house in the county. His eyes sparkled when he said this, and it was obvious that he was very excited and wanted to know more about this. Zhou Hongying was speechless watching from the side. As for this blockhead, she has to keep a close eye on the business matters after the new year. Speaking of houses, my father immediately became interested. Xiaofan, what do you think about the house? I asked a friend in the county to help me find one. After all, even if we have money, we don't have the means to buy a house in the county. Yang Fan did not hide anything and said directly, I asked him to help me find 2 houses, preferably in the same district. Then, our family of 3 will live in one house and my parents will live in another. They are close and easier to take care of. After that, Yang Fan said to Yang Hai, your brother, sister-in-law, the houses in the county are still cheaper in the past 2 years, so you should act early. If you are not able to afford it, I can lend it to you. Zhou Hongying was very excited when she heard this, but her heart sank when she remembered that her family still owed Yang Fan 1,000 yuan. Yang Hai had similar ideas, so he refused. No, I still owe you 1,000 yuan for my driving lessons. If I buy a house, I will be in debt of several thousand yuan. Let's forget it. He felt tired just thinking about that much money. Yang Fan didn't insist. He had another plan in mind. Brother, come with me to Shenzhen to do business next year. If you make money, I won't be in a hurry to pay you back. I'll use the money to buy a house in the county first. The county is not only more developed and has better education, but most importantly, the housing prices are cheap now. In the future, housing prices will only rise steadily and it will become more and more unaffordable. There's no point in saving the money. How much higher can the housing prices go? For Yang Hai and Zhou Hongying, the word housing price is quite far away. Although they thought about buying a house in the county, they had not made any special effort to find out more about it and only had a rough idea of how much a house cost. Chapter 197, Calling Husband. Anyway, it will rise to a level you dare not imagine. Yang Fan repeated to his parents what he had said to Director Huang. Yang Hai felt that what Yang Fan said made sense, and he felt a little more urgent to buy a house. As for Zhou Hongying, she feels even more urgency. Among the four people, she believed Yang Fan the most. If someone else had said this today, she might not believe it or be skeptical, but when Yang Fan said it, she believed it very much. Zhou Hongying doesn't believe that it is a coincidence that a person can make so much money in such a short period of time. He must have a forward-looking vision and a very high IQ. Although she is not smart, Zhou Hongying feels that she is very good at judging people. So in this matter, just follow the smart people. Both of them had their own calculations in mind. After that, no one talked about the house anymore, and instead started talking about family matters, such as who's splitting up, who's getting married, and whose child found a good job. It was almost 9 o'clock when my parents came back. Nen, who was tired from playing, closed his eyes and was held by Su Xiuying while she washed up. When she was put on the bed, she was already asleep. Late at night, the couple lay in bed. Maybe it's easy to be emo at night. Su Xiuying took the initiative to hug Yang Fan and said something she didn't dare to say during the day. Yang Fan, from now on, I will only have you and the child. Well, the child and I will be with you. Tell me, why are my parents like this? Su Xiuying couldn't understand. There are people in the surrounding villages who favor boys over girls and are partial to their parents, but there are really few parents like hers. Su Xiuying couldn't understand it since she was a child. Yang Fan thought for a moment and replied, maybe it's because being a parent doesn't require any assessment. Look, we have to learn everything we do, right? Even many jobs require exams and job qualifications. But as a father or mother, all you need is a man or a woman with no fertility problems to create new life at will. You don't need to study or take exams at all. So it's normal that there are terrible parents, right? After hearing this, Su Xiuying thought about it carefully and found that it was true. We have no choice about our birth, just like some people are born billionaires, while others can't even get enough food. We can't change this reincarnation, it's an established fact. Instead of complaining about it, we should work hard to change it. Of course, we also need to vent our emotions appropriately. After all, we are not saints, and it is normal to feel uncomfortable. Su Xiuying looked up at him from his chest. Yang Fan, I suddenly realized that you know a lot more. You are really a world apart from before. So do you like me now? I thought my wife would be shy to answer, but she just said softly. The bright moonlight shone through the window into the house. Yang Fan could see the fair and pink cheeks of the person in his arms. His heart was moved, and he asked, Wife, isn't it too strange for you to call me Yang Fan every day? What's that called? Of course I call you husband. Su Xiuying did not answer. Yang Fan smiled again and said, If you don't mind, you can call me Daddy. Of course, I mean when we are intimate. No man can refuse his partner to call him Daddy in bed, and Yang Fan is no exception. Of course, he just said that with Su Xiuying's personality, if she really screamed, Yang Fan felt that it would take about 10 years of hard work before there might be hope. You're getting more and more talkative. Well, there are even poorer ones. Do you want to see them? Chapter 198, Planning. Su Xiuying met Yang Fan's burning gaze, and the pink on her face spread, even the tips of her ears turned red, but she did not refuse and nodded. She is now more eager to have a second child. There was no reason for Yang Fan to refuse his wife's invitation. He carried her to the next room and skillfully began to plan the baby-making process. The Su family on the other side. The whole family just returned to their own rooms. The separation issue has been going on for a long time these days, and it was finally completed yesterday, but we are still living together for the time being. The old couple of the Su family chose to live with their youngest son, so the eldest son's family had to move out. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome for the whole family to live together and share the kitchen and toilet. The village did give them a dilapidated hut. Besides the fact that it was uninhabitable for the time being, the eldest brother Su Changping and his wife Li Hong also had other ideas. Naturally, Li Honghua's visit to Su Xiuying today could not be hidden from the people living under the same roof. After all, they had also heard about Yang Fan's wealth. Their idea was that if Li Honghua could get some money from Su Xiuying, they would at least get some of it. Su Xiuying is my elder sister, and she is also Su Changping's younger sister. I thought Li Honghua would be able to get some money this time. After all, Su Xiaoying was a submissive person and had been the most obedient person in the family. I didn't expect that Li Honghua didn't get a single penny back. Of course, she brought back a piece of news, that is, Yang Fan really made a fortune. The family also bought a sewing machine and a bicycle, and Li Honghua also made inquiries in their village. It was said that Yang Fan was now a very powerful person. He had arranged a job for his second sister in the South factory in the county, helped his parents build a house, and bought 2 bicycles at once. This is not just any ordinary fortune, this is the kind of fortune that only exists in Wang Wei's poems. So everyone became jealous. The family completely forgot about the unpleasantness of the separation a few days ago and held a meeting happily to discuss how to suck blood from Su Xiaoying. It was not until around 10 o'clock that everyone went back to their rooms to sleep. They agreed to visit their third sister Su Xiaodi tomorrow to check on the situation, and then go to Su Xiaoying's house the day after tomorrow. The sky is clear, it's a new day. Su Xiaoying waited at home for a whole day, but the Su family did not arrive. She felt relieved, but her heart was also tightening. If they don't come today, they will come tomorrow. Anyway, they won tea, let her go. Don't worry, I'm here. A piece of meat was put into the bowl. Su Xiaoying looked up and felt relieved when she saw Yang Fan. Yes, I know. You've been eating less these past 2 days. Is it because my cooking skills have declined? No. Su Xiaoying quickly shook her head. Your cooking is delicious. And then shouted at the side, Dad's cooking is the best in the world. The child's tender voice eased Su Xiaoying's sorrow. She smiled and said, yes, then Anan needs to eat more so that she can grow up faster. Mom eats too. Anan scooped a piece of meat with a spoon and gave it to Su Xiaoying. Yang Fan said jealously, Mom has meat, but Dad doesn't? Dad has it too. She quickly used her little hands to laboriously scoop a piece of meat for Yang Fan, and smiled at him with her chubby little face. Daddy, eat quickly. Okay, then thank you, Aran and baby. While eating, there was a knock on the door. Su Xiaoying's heart tightened. Just as she was guessing who was coming, she heard Su Guowei's voice, Brother Yang, it's me. Chapter 199 A special message. Only when Su Guowei came in did he see the food on the table. He smiled and greeted Su Xiaoying, sister-in-law, you are still eating? Yeah, it's a little late today. Su Xiaoying nodded and looked at him puzzledly, why did you come so late? Did something happen? It's almost 7 o'clock now. In the past, they would finish their dinner at 5 or 6 o'clock. I just happened to pass by your place, so I came to see you. Su Guowei looked at Yang Fan and said with a smile, by the way, I want to tell you that Uncle and Aunt will be here tomorrow. Su Xiaoying asked anxiously, what do you mean? How did you know that? Today, I heard my mother talking about it at the dinner table. She said that my aunt and her family went to Sister Xiaodi's house today. It seemed that there was a lot of trouble. She also said in front of my mother and her family that she would come to your house tomorrow. She said that her son-in-law had made a fortune and wanted Brother Yang to pay for Su Tianbao to marry a wife. Su Guowei noticed Su Xiaoying's mood and continued, now everyone in the village knows about it. If Brother Yang doesn't give it to them, everyone might say something. Humph, if you want to give my money, you can give it to me. If you don't want to give it to me, no one can take it out. Su Guowei said nothing. In his opinion, Su Xiaoying's parents were indeed unkind, but he couldn't say this in front of Su Xiaoying. Yang Fan didn't say much, after all, this was his own business, but he still had to thank Su Guowei for coming over to tell him the news. Old Su, thank you for coming over specially. No, I'm just passing by, Brother Yang, please don't be so formal with me. Even if Yang Fan didn't take him to do business, Yang Fan was still his benefactor, and he would remember this favor. Yang Fan patted him on the shoulder, knowing that Su Guowei came here on purpose. Okay, I've got your message. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Su Guowei, thank you. You're welcome, sister-in-law. Su Guowei looked at Yang Fan, who followed him out and waved his hand. Brother Yang, you don't have to see me off. Yang Fan didn't say much. After sending him to the gate of the courtyard, he went back to eat his meal. Then he went to his eldest brother and mother and told them that Su Xiaoying's family would be coming over tomorrow. Some things are really hard to handle with just him and Xiaoying. For example, if his mother-in-law wants to roll on the ground, he can't do it, so he can only ask his mother or sister-in-law for help. When he returned and saw Su Xiaoying, he wanted to comfort her, but he noticed that she looked calmer than yesterday. Yang Fan was a little surprised and asked her about it. Now that things have come to this, I have calmed down. Su Shouying smiled, and then took an in to wash up. Go to bed early today, tomorrow will be another beautiful day. Yes, every tomorrow is a beautiful day. No words were spoken that night. The next day, when Yang Fan got up, Su Shouying was already up. There were also fried dough sticks, buns, and soy milk on the table. Seeing Yang Fan coming out with a messy hair, he smiled and said, "Go wash up quickly. I'll waken up and drop her off at my sister-in-law's house later." "Why are you up so early? Where did you get breakfast?" "I woke up naturally. I bought breakfast in town." Yang Fan shook his head and went to wash up. He couldn't help much with matters like emotions. He could only offer comfort, but she still had to deal with most of it on her own. After breakfast, Su Shouying sent an in to her sister-in-law's house. Today happened to be Saturday, and her sister-in-law's 3 children were at home, so it would be safer to let Yang Yong take care of them. After breakfast, Mom and Dad came to Yang Fan's house. Yang Fan found it a little funny to see so many people at home on high alert. After waiting for about half an hour, there was a knock on the door, accompanied by Li Honghua's sharp voice. Chapter 200 Su Tianbao's Thoughts. "I'll open the door." Yang Fan went forward to open the door, and his father and others followed him. As soon as the door opened, I saw several people outside. Li Honghua, and a man of the same age as her, with dark skin and a slightly old look, should be Su Shouying's father Su Yuanchao. Behind him stood 2 young men, one with a simple and honest look, and the other with slightly white skin and a slightly fat figure. The identities of the 2 men are easy to identify. The honest one must be Su Shouying's elder brother Su Changping, and the fat boy must be Su Shouying's younger brother Su Tianbao. As soon as Li Honghua saw Yang Fan, she wanted to curse him. But before she could say anything, she saw Yang Jiafang and Jia Yongmei behind Yang Fan, as well as 2 other people. She remembered that they seemed to be Yang Fan's elder brother and sister-in-law. "My in-laws are here too." Although they hadn't seen each other for a long time, they were not so far away that they couldn't even recognize Yang Fan's parents. Li Honghua forced a smile. "Don't you think this is a coincidence? We haven't seen each other for many years, right? Don't hit someone who smiles at you." Zhao Yongmei smiled and replied, "It's been many years. Come on, come in and sit down. Your whole family suddenly came over, and my son and I didn't make any preparations." A group of people walked in, and Su Changping and Su Tianbao, who followed behind, saw the brand new bicycle in the yard at a glance, and a hint of greed flashed in their eyes. "I came here this time for my little treasure's wedding." As they were talking, everyone sat down at the octagonal table. The table was not big, and there were 2 people sitting on a long bench, which was quite crowded. Yang Fan took out other stools, and then everyone sat down. Su Shouying took the cups and poured water for everyone. "Dad, Mom, Big Brother, Tianbao, drink some water." "I dare not drink the water you poured." Su Yuanchao did not take the water. He looked at Su Shouying with a stern face and said sternly, "You have been married for only a few years, but you have become estranged from your family. The 2 villages are so close, but I haven't seen you come back in the past 2 years. I can see that you don't care about your family at all." Su Shouying was stunned and felt aggrieved. "What do you mean she won't come back? It's not like she hasn't been back before." But when she went back home when she had no money, people ignored her and just thought she was a poor relative who came to beg for money, and they wanted to beat her out. Now that the family is well off, they brought this up. Feeling aggrieved, Su Shouying also found it funny. She felt that she was embarrassed by her parents. After all, they behaved so snobbishly. "It's not like I didn't go back 2 years ago." Su Shouying felt that she had lost all her dignity in the Young family, so she spoke without hesitation. "I brought an in, who was still in her cradle, home, but before I could even drink a sip of water, my mother scolded me and drove me out." With so many people here, Li Honghua felt a little embarrassed to hear this. She glared at Su Shouying and explained weakly, "I was in a bad mood at the time, and so were you. Mother and daughter don't hold grudges overnight. Mom, I'm just a softy with a sharp tongue. You should be more considerate of me." "Yes, second sister, I was there at the time, and it was indeed me who made Mom unhappy, so she took it out on you. It was my fault." When Su Tianbao saw the sewing machine, his mentality changed completely. Originally, they came here with the intention of forcing the money, even if it meant breaking off relations or making a scene known to everyone. But now that the Young family was here, they would not be able to get away with it if they really started making a scene, and Yang Fan, their cheap brother-in-law, looked really imposing. If you can make good friends with them, you will get more benefits in the future. How much profit can you get from a one-time deal? Su Tianbao understood it in his heart. Chapter 201 Be More Positive. When Yang Fan heard what Su Tianbao said, he secretly looked at this person. These words clearly imply that they want to be friends and not to fall out with each other. Su Xiuying didn't know why the arrogant younger brother suddenly apologized to her. She just replied sarcastically, "Once I was in a bad mood, what about twice and 3 times? They say that things can't happen more than 3 times. I went to her house 3 times in a row, but my mother drove me out 3 times in a row. She even refused to see her granddaughter. I was." Li Honghua's face felt a little hot. Of course, she was not embarrassed, but angry. She secretly glared at Su Xiuying several times, blaming her for not giving her mother, any face at all. Su Tianbao didn't know that his mother was so heartless that she kicked his second sister out 3 times. He thought to himself that his mother was too heartless, but it was useless to blame her now. It had already happened, so he had to think about how to make up for it. Second sister, actually the family conditions were not good at that time. Mom was not feeling well. She kicked you out just because she didn't want you to know the situation at home and didn't want to implicate you. This statement does not stand up to scrutiny and has no logic at all. When she was kicked out, it didn't look like her mother was feeling unwell. Su Xiuying sneered in her heart, feeling a little annoyed at the same time. Now, she actually hoped that they would make a big fuss like Li Honghua did the day before yesterday. If they really came in such a hypocritical manner, it would be difficult to refuse. Su Xiuying didn't say anything, but just sneered at Su Tianbao's far-fetched explanation. This sneer fell into everyone's ears, and the atmosphere became a little awkward for a moment. Li Honghua endured it for a second, but couldn't hold it back anymore and yelled, "What's wrong with you, damn girl? Tianbao has told you what happened at that time, what else do you want? Your father and I worked so hard to raise you, and this is how you repay us, right?" Upon hearing this, Su Xiuying was so angry that she was speechless. Yang Fan patted her hands and looked at his mother-in-law calmly. "Everyone knows what happened at that time. Mom, don't treat us as fools. You did it. What's the point of going back on your word now? Yang Fan, I'm your mother-in-law, please be nicer." Zhao Yongmei was unhappy. "My dear relatives, why is my son's attitude so bad? Your son lied and didn't let anyone say it. You kicked your own daughter and granddaughter out and left them without a sip of water. You still have the nerve to blame Xiuying for something? If you ask me, there is no mother like you." After the elders joined the quarreling chat group, the situation got a little out of control. Everyone talked about one thing at a time, and the topic gradually shifted. Even the issue of the gift money when Yang Fan married Su Xiuying was brought up. Yang Fan was overwhelmed by watching this scene. "Okay." He patted the table, his tone unquestionable. Everyone looked at him, and then fell silent. Yang Fan glanced at the Su family and said in a deep voice, "You all know the purpose of your coming here today. You don't need to talk nonsense. I'm telling you, there's no way the sewing machine and bicycle are possible, and I won't give you 100 yuan gift. It's Su Tianbao who's getting married now, not me." Li Honghua's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she thought of a new way. "Then my daughter will not marry you. The previous gift money was too little. You must have 3 turns in 1 ring, plus 100 yuan, otherwise I will take my daughter back." This remark was so shameless that it made Yang Fan laugh. At this time, he really laughed. "Mom, you said you can take Xiuying back? Not to mention that we have a marriage certificate, it is a marriage recognized by the state and protected by law. Xiuying is not your property. You can do whatever you want." Chapter 202 Bargaining. Yang Fan really felt sorry for Su Xiuying. What kind of life did his women lead? Whenever he thought about it again based on his previous life, Yang Fan felt even more heartbroken. It turned out that in her previous life, Su Xiuying simply jumped from one fire pit into another, and never came out until her death. Su Xiuying looked at Li Honghua with red eyes. "Mom, I really want to ask you, have you ever treated me as your daughter? If you didn't treat me as your daughter, why did you give birth to me? I know that you are partial to me since I was a child, but now that my life has finally improved, why do you come to ruin it? Are you just jealous of me? When you say these words and do these things, have you ever thought about how I will be viewed by my in-laws?" The questioning made Li Honghua stunned and speechless for a while. Su Yuanchao knocked on the table with his hand and said in a deep voice, "Xiuying, your mother may be partial, but she is your mother after all. Is this how you talk to the mother who gave birth to you and raised you? No matter how partial she is, she has let you grow up." These words left Su Xiuying speechless. "Dad. Yang Fan patted her on the back and looked at his father-in-law. Why are you acting as a peacemaker? When Xiuying was bullied by her mother, you didn't even come out to help her. Yang Fan, how can you talk like that? I am your father-in-law after all. That's enough. Yang Fan didn't want to argue with him anymore. Family affairs are like this, everyone feels that they are not at fault, but only the parties involved know the grievances they have suffered. Don't say Su Xiuying is right, even if she is wrong, Yang Fan will still protect her. Stop talking hypocritically about the almost non-existent family affection. You want me to pay for Su Tianbao's marriage, okay? Li Honghua's eyes lit up, and she immediately looked at Yang Fan with joy. The latter turned his gaze to her, cold and sharp. I will pay this money if you sever your relationship with Su Xiuying. Otherwise, no matter whether you are brothers or sisters, it has nothing to do with Xiuying. Of course, you did give birth to Xiuying, so according to the local living standards, Xiuying will give you a certain amount of living expenses every month. You can discuss whether you want to take more money as a one-time buyout or take $1 or $2 every month. Yang Fan directly put two roads in front of them, and they could choose which one to take. Li Honghua was shocked by Yang Fan, and then asked, how much is the one-time buyout? 100. Yang Fan casually set a price, but he sighed helplessly in his heart. No. Li Honghua immediately refused, it's too little. Even though she was extremely disappointed, Su Xiuying still felt a pang of heartache when she heard her own mother use their family relationship to bargain without hesitation. Maybe she was born without any affinity with her parents, Su Xiuying thought. How much do you want? Li Honghua glanced at Su Yuanchao, whose face was gloomy. She saw the dissatisfaction of the head of the family and said, we have to discuss it. After all, this is our daughter. Okay, go back and discuss it. When you're done, we'll talk again. Yang Fan's words were obviously to send the guests away, so the Su family did not stay any longer. I originally wanted to maintain a good relationship, but I didn't expect it to end up like this. When they were far away from Yang Fan's house, Su Tianbao said dissatisfiedly, Mom, why did you speak so quickly just now? I wanted to persuade my second sister with my eldest brother, but you are doing this, we can only get a sum of money. Chapter 203, Quite Maintenance. Su Yuanchao didn't say anything, but he expressed his dissatisfaction to Li Honghua. Li Honghua stubbornly replied, do you think you can persuade her? Didn't you see what that damn girl said to me just now? Do you think she is still likely to side with us? She is like this in front of her husband's family, which shows that she has given up and doesn't want to have anything to do with us at all. This daughter has been raised in vain. Su Yuanchao shook his head, quite dissatisfied. In his opinion, Su Xiuying's emotions were completely hypocritical. All children would be like this, respecting their parents and helping their brothers. She was the only one who was turning her elbow out. Su Changping said afterward, Mom, you too, why didn't you treat my second sister better before, otherwise you wouldn't be like this now. I treat her well? Who told her to be so useless as to give birth to a child? Besides, if I don't treat her well, then I will still give all the food and drink to you and Xiaobao. Now you are talking about me. Seeing that several people were about to quarrel, Su Tianbao frowned and said, okay, stop quarreling. Xiaobao, what do you think we should do about this? Both Su Yuanchao and Li Honghua listened to their youngest son. After all, the youngest son has been very lucky since he was a child. He even has a high school diploma. He is well educated and smart, and has always been the pride of the couple. I think my second sister is determined to sever ties this time. The Su Xiuying at home in the past is completely different from now. Su Tianbao's eyes flashed with calculation, if we don't sever ties, with my second brother-in-law holding the reins, my second sister won't be able to come up with the money. It's better to ask for more at once. Li Honghua thought the same. She nodded in agreement and asked, Xiaobao, how much do you think we should pay? Su Tianbao glanced at Su Changping out of the corner of his eye, and seeing the latter staring at him closely, he knew that he was bound to get a piece of the pie. He thought about the sewing machine and bicycle he saw at his second brother-in-law's house, as well as what Li Honghua had inquired about, and analyzed, just the things that my second brother-in-law showed me are worth at least 1,000 yuan, and they can't possibly spend all the money, so they must have a lot of extra money. My son is right. Su Yuanchao nodded with satisfaction, thinking that his youngest son was really smart, so he let him be. 1,000. Su Tianbao said to Li Honghua, 1,000 yuan. I don't think this price is excessive at all. Of course, when we make an offer to Yang Fan, we should say 2,000. 1,000 is our bottom line. 1,000? Su Changping swallowed his saliva. Isn't this too much? Will Yang Fan agree to this? If he has to pay so much money, he might even divorce and find a new wife. No. Su Tianbao affirmed, I think my second brother-in-law is quite protective of my second sister. He is willing to help my second sister solve this problem, which shows that he has my second sister in his heart. Li Honghua snorted beside her, that's because I gave her a good face. Otherwise, how would she keep a man? Her belly? Su Tianbao felt uncomfortable after hearing this, but Li Honghua said this for his own good, so he couldn't say anything to her. Okay, I'll listen to Xiaobao about this. Su Yuanxiao made the final decision. If we can get 1,000 yuan, Xiaobao will have the city girl he's dating. 3 transfers, 1 ring, plus the gift money, we'll have it all. Su Changping said dissatisfiedly, Dad, there is also a share for me. Brother, this money is what my second sister gave to my parents. Su Tianbao smiled, looking very harmless. Now that we have separated, the money belongs to my parents. We have no right to control how they divide it. Chapter 204 Buying Out Relationship. Su Changping was angry. What does this mean? If his parents divide the money, then wouldn't he only get a small portion of the 1,000 yuan? They are both sons, and he is the eldest son. Why should he get less? Even the house, because his parents chose to live with the youngest son, he didn't get a share. He has already compromised enough. I don't agree. You must give me half of the money. Otherwise, no one else can take the $1,000. Even though the money had not been received yet, the family started arguing over this matter. Even when I got home, the matter was still not sorted out. However, when they got home, Hu Lihong found out about it, so there was one more person to argue with. Finally, Su Tianbao gave in and said that the 4 of them would split it equally, which meant that the eldest brother's family would get 250, Su Tianbao would also get 250, and Su Yuanxiao and Li Honghua would get a total of 500. Although Su Changping was unhappy, he also knew that this was the best way to distribute the wealth. His parents favored their youngest son and wanted to support his younger brother, and he had no way to stop this. Su Changping felt that his parents were partial to him, but he never thought that his parents were more partial to him when they treated him and Su Xiuying. Yang Fan originally thought that it would take 2 days for the Su family to come up with a conclusion, but he did not expect that the 4 people would come again the next day and offer a price to buy out the relationship. 2,000? Su Xiuying was stunned. Are you crazy? How can we have so much money? The huge demands from her parents and brothers finally destroyed the last bit of hope that Su Xiuying had for them. Now, they are more like businessmen who only care about profits and nothing else. Su Tianbao had a hypocritical smile on his face. Second sister, 2,000 is not a lot. After all, we are blood relatives. Think about it, my parents are old now, and they will soon be unable to work. When people get old, they not only need care for their parents, but they may also get sick at any time. If they get sick, their children will have to pay more. If you pay this money now, whatever happens to your parents in the future will have nothing to do with you. That 2,000 is too much. It's enough to buy a house in the county. Su Xiuying refused directly. Li Honghua was dissatisfied when she heard this. You stupid girl, we raised you up, can't you even take 2,000? Do you still have a conscience? Su Xiuying sneered and didn't reply. Yes, they have the most conscience. 2,000 is indeed too much. Yang Fan, who had been silent the whole time, said, we can't afford that much. Su Changping suggested to Yang Fan, you can use the bicycle and sewing machine as a substitute, but they are not brand new after all, so you can only get 100 yuan as a substitute. You have a very clever calculation. Yang Fan glanced at this cheap brother. He looks honest and simple, but in fact, every time you see him there, you can tell that he is just as calculating as Li Honghua, just with an extra layer of disguise. The most I can give is 500. No. Li Honghua refused immediately, and Xiaobao said that their bottom line was 1,000 yuan. Yesterday they had already figured out how to spend the $1,000, but now half of it was gone, and they couldn't do many things. Su Tianbao also frowned and said, second brother-in-law, from 2,000 to 500, you are bargaining too hard, aren't you? However, Yang Fan's words also indirectly proved that he could come up with 500 yuan. This made Su Tianbao feel a little regretful. If the relationship was not so strained, if he took it bit by bit, he would definitely be able to achieve more. Chapter 205 is over. Then isn't your 2,000 a huge ask? Yang Fan glanced at Su Tianbao and said expressionlessly, you should know that even if we don't take the money, you can't do anything about it. At most, you will be scolded and accused of being an unfilial daughter. Yang Fan's words hit the core point of the matter. That's indeed the case. If he doesn't take the money, there's nothing the Su family can do. At most, they'll make a fuss and give Yang Fan and Su Shouying a bad reputation, but other than that, will they lose any material things? No. To be honest, if it were Su Tianbao himself, he would rather let them make a fuss and be scolded by others than to pay the 1,000 yuan. The reason he can talk to Yang Fan now is just because Yang Fan has feelings for his second sister and his second sister is a little filial to her parents. Brother-in-law, this is negotiable. Let's each take a step back and ask for 15,000, how about that? Yang Fan didn't say anything. Su Shouying sat next to him. Seeing that he didn't say anything, she also remained silent. In fact, she didn't know what to say at this time. Do you want to negotiate how much money to buy out the kinship relationship? She's not that careless yet. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment. Li Honghua couldn't stand it anymore and said in a sharp voice, Yang Fan, 1,500 is not enough? Then how much do you want to give? Don't be too much, Shouying is our biological daughter after all. When you ask for money, you are my biological daughter? Yang Fan couldn't help but sneered, okay, I'll add some more, 800, I can't give more. Of course Su Tianbao disagreed. They raised and lowered the price back and forth, and finally Yang Fan said, 1,000 can't be more, and you must sign an agreement to sever ties with Su Shouying. This agreement actually has no legal effect, but it is at least a shackle. Seeing that Yang Fan offered 1,000, Su Tianbao achieved his goal and didn't want to drag it on any longer, so he agreed directly. So Su Yuanchao and Li Honghua signed an agreement to sever ties with Su Shouying, and stated that from now on, no matter rich or poor, healthy or sick, they would have nothing to do with Su Shouying. After the agreement was signed, Yang Fan said that he didn't have that much money now, so he gave them 500 first and asked them to come back tomorrow to get the remaining 500. In fact, there was some cash, but Yang Fan didn't want to appear to be giving the money too easily. The four people from the Su family who took the 500 yuan didn't even look at Su Shouying, with smiles in their eyes that they couldn't hide, and they left in a hurry. The courtyard gate was closed and the Su family was no longer visible. Su Shouying's back, which had been straight, relaxed. It's finally over. Su Shouying didn't know whether what she did was right or wrong, but at this moment, she was very relaxed. The shackles that had been on her for a long time had finally fallen off. Yang Fan didn't say anything, but just patted her on the back to comfort her. No matter what, they are Su Shouying's biological parents. Many times, she was full of expectations and hoped to get a little care from her parents. I'm fine. Su Shouying forced a smile towards Yang Fan. I just suddenly remembered an incident from my childhood. I was about 7 or 8 years old at that time. All my peers went to school, but I didn't. I had to stay at home to work. One time, I secretly went to school to attend classes, and was seen by others. My parents were talked about. When I got home that day, I was beaten with a bamboo stick. I had no food to eat that night, and I developed a high fever that night. But when my mother saw me the next day, she didn't spend money to buy me medicine, let alone care about me. She just scolded me and said I was so hypocritical that I could get sick like this, and there was no one to do the housework. Then she paid for my brother to go to town to buy food. Chapter 206 Su Xiudi was domestically abused. It's all over. Su Shouying sat on a long bench and hugged Yang Fan's waist. Actually, I'm not sad at all. No one would miss parents like this. Well, you're not sad. She felt a wet touch on her waist, but Yang Fan did not expose her. He just stayed with her quietly. At this moment, the two people's hearts were very close. That evening, when Mom and Dad came over and learned that the matter was finally settled with 1,000 yuan and an agreement, they didn't say much. But Mom comforted Su Shouying again and said that she would be her mother from now on, which touched Su Shouying very much. Children don't know about adult matters. In the evening, Yang Fan cooked a lot of dishes and the whole family ate together. Amid the cheers of the children, Su Shouying felt much better. These are the relatives she chose to be her family, which is great. The weather is getting colder and the festive atmosphere is getting stronger. A few days after the Su family's incident was settled, another member of the Su family came to the house. She was Su Shouying's third sister, Su Xiaodi. Her situation in the Su family was similar to that of Su Shouying, except that it was slightly better. After all, Su Shouying was the eldest of the 3 daughters, so it was normal that she did the most. Third sister, why are you here? And you're carrying so many things. Su Shodi brought over 2 tails of pork and a bunch of vegetables grown at home. When she saw Su Shoying, she smiled and said, "These are all worthless things. Please don't despise them, second sister." "How come?" "Come and sit down." After Su Shodi sat down, she looked around the main room and asked, "Why don't I see my brother-in-law Ananan?" He took the kids out to buy groceries. Speaking of Yang Fan and the child, Su Shoying's expression softened a lot, which surprised Su Shodi. "I heard that my brother-in-law is a prodigal son. Is this true?" "When I saw the sister 2 years ago, she looked sad and haggard. Now, she looks a lot younger, at least younger than her." "Well, he has become mature and responsible now. He was probably ignorant before." "That's good. You finally got what you deserved." Su Shodi smiled, and was really happy for her sister. "I heard that my parents came here." She didn't finish her words, as if she was thinking about how to phrase them. "Well, we're done." Su Shoying stretched out her fingers and said, 1,000 yuan. "This. Without my mother's family, what will happen in the future?" Su Shodi didn't know how to comment on this matter. She heard about it last night and hurried over early this morning. Su Shoying patted her hands and said, "It's nothing, don't you understand our parents? There's no such thing as doing it without benefits. It's the same whether you have a mother's family or not. You're just deceiving yourself." "You are right." Su Shodi thought about her own situation, shook her head secretly, and then looked at Su Shoying enviously. "Second sister, you are right, but it's a pity that I don't have anyone who can pay 1,000 yuan for me." "How is my brother-in-law now?" Su Shodi shook her head. "I haven't given birth to a son in the past 2 years. His mother and he have a lot of complaints. Sometimes he gets drunk and comes home to beat people." "Hit someone? Why is this person like this?" "No matter what, you can't hit him." Su Shodi's tears immediately fell. She cried and said, "It's not like I didn't tell my parents and eldest brother when I went back, but they all thought that I was incapable of giving birth to a son, and that it was normal for them to let the Chen family beat me to vent their anger." "How can this be normal?" Su Shoying immediately retorted. Chapter 207. I will help you. My parents didn't support me, so my mother-in-law and husband bullied me even more. I'm a weak woman with a daughter, and I don't know how to do anything. A few days ago, my parents came over to ask Lao Chen for 10 yuan because of the division of the family property. As a result, Lao Chen came to beat me again that day, and I had to stay in bed for 2 days before I could get out of bed. Su Shodi cried and said, "Sister, I feel like he's going to beat me to death." In the past 2 years, not only Su Shoying had a hard time, she had an even worse life, so let alone helping Su Shoying, she could hardly take care of herself. There are 3 grown men in her mother's family, but no one is willing to make decisions for them. This time, Su Shodi came here. Besides visiting her sister, she did have some selfish motives. Because she heard that her brother-in-law could come up with 1,000 yuan, she thought about whether she could seek help. It would be fine if she was beaten to death, but she still had a daughter, and Su Shodi couldn't let go. Divorce. Because of Yang Huanyan's matter, this was the first solution Su Shoying thought of. Su Shodi shook her head. "We can't get a divorce. If we get divorced, where will Lai Lai and I live? What will we eat? Now as long as I suffer a little injustice, Lai Lai can still have a place to live and a meal to eat. If we get divorced, we will starve to death." She was a married woman with no land, no house, and no skills. After getting divorced, she had to take her children to beg on the streets. "You have to get a divorce, otherwise he will beat you to death sooner or later." Su Shoying frowned and said, "Zayudidai, don't worry about this. Wait until your brother-in-law comes back and I will discuss it with him. Don't worry, I will definitely help you." The two were very close sisters when they were young, but they huddled together for mutual warmth and their relationship is still very good. When Su Shodi saw her sister agreed, she was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. "Sister, thank you, really, no matter whether you can help me or not, I thank you." It's not that she didn't ask others for help, but no one was willing to get involved in such a matter. Most of those who knew about her experience either shook their heads and sighed pitifully, or took the same attitude as her mother, thinking that she deserved it. "Don't worry, I will definitely help you." As Su Shoying said this, she felt a little guilty towards Yang Fan. He had just spent a lot of money to deal with household issues, and now he had to help his sister. She had to be nicer to him in the future and compensate him well. When Yang Fan came back from buying groceries on his bicycle, he saw someone coming to his house. "This is my third sister Su Shodi. Anan, call me Auntie." "Hello, Auntie." and then hid behind Yang Fan's legs, shyly looking at this aunt she had never met before. Su Shodi smiled and said, "And has grown up so much now. When you were still a baby, Auntie held you in her arms. Oh, time flies. Children are always the same every year." Yang Fan responded with a smile, took the things from the bicycle into the house, and said, "Third sister, please stay for lunch. I just bought a lot of vegetables." "No, I have children at home." It was not even 9 o'clock in the morning, and Su Shodi didn't dare to stay outside for too long. "You too, why don't you bring your child with you?" Su Shouying glanced at her and said, "It should be okay to have lunch here at noon, right?" Yang Fan, who was listening to these words nearby, understood what was going on. "So even if I'm having a meal at my sister's house, does my in-laws have to interfere?" "Sister, I can't do that. If I stay outside for too long, when I go back." Before she finished her words, Su Shouying understood that she was afraid that her husband would beat her. Chapter 208 Husband, I want to help her. Su Shouying frowned slightly and wanted to ask something, but it was not appropriate to ask in front of Yang Fan, so she had to pull her to sit down and eat some buns or something to fill her stomach. This time Su Xiodi did not refuse. In fact, she had not eaten white flour as soft as buns for a long time. Although I really wanted to bring some back home for my daughter, I was too embarrassed to ask for it and just eat and take away at someone else's house. After you finish eating, come back to your room with me so I can take a look at your injuries. Su Xiodi nodded. While eating the hot buns with caring relatives around me, my nose suddenly felt a little sour again. She held back her tears, ate 2 buns, and was taken back to her room by Su Shouying. Under the clothes were all kinds of new and old wounds, alternating between blue and red, which looked very scary. Su Shouying was stunned. "This man is not yours. He beat me so hard. It must be painful to have so many injuries. Xiodi, I tell you, you must divorce this kind of man. Even if you starve to death, it is better than being beaten to death by him. What's more, I will help you. No matter what, you will always have food to eat." "Thank you, sis." "Really? Let's not talk about this, sisters." Su Shodi put on her clothes and said, "I have to go back. The reason I came here today is because he also heard about my brother-in-law's situation and asked me to come and see if I can get some money from you." The money for the pork was also given by her husband, otherwise she would not have had the money to buy pork. "Okay, I'll discuss this with your brother-in-law. You go home first and bring Lai Lai with you tomorrow. I haven't seen her for a long time." "Good." When the two of them came out, Yang Fan was tidying up the things on the table. Su Shodi greeted him, "Brother-in-law, I'm leaving first. I'll come back tomorrow." "Good." Yang Fan guessed that something was going on and did not try to persuade him to stay. Su Shouying walked her to the gate of the courtyard, and then stuffed a big piece of tuanjia into Su Shodi's pocket. "Use this money to buy something delicious for Lai Lai and yourself, and don't let your family know." "Sister." "Okay, stop talking, go back and come back tomorrow." Su Shodi looked back every few steps. Seeing this, Su Shouying waved her hand and told her to go quickly. Only after her back gradually disappeared did she close the door and go home. Yang Fan took a sip of soy milk, and when he saw Su Shouying coming back, he handed her a cup. "What's going on?" "This is my third sister. Among the 5 siblings, I have the best relationship with her." Su Shouying sighed. "She came here to ask for help. I guess she didn't want to ask me for help at first. She must have heard about you paying 1,000 yuan and she was at a dead end, so she came here with the intention of testing me." Yang Fan listened to her explanation, took a bite of the dough stick and said with a smile, "Okay, my dear wife, you don't have to explain. How can I not help the person you want to help?" Su Shouying said so much because she was really afraid that Yang Fan would misunderstand that her sister came here only because she saw that her family had money. She has been beaten by her husband for the past 2 years. A few days ago, my parents went to her house to make trouble, and she was beaten by her husband so badly that she couldn't get out of bed. I just checked her in the room, and there was not a single piece of healthy flesh on her body. It was all new and old wounds and scars. Su Shouying couldn't help but said, "Hubby, I want to help her." It was rare for her to call him husband, and Yang Fan felt quite satisfied. In fact, in his new life, he doesn't care too much about money. What he cares more about is that the people he cares about can be safe and happy. For example, regarding the 1,000 yuan from Su Shouying's parents' home, he actually didn't have to pay it at all, but in order to prevent Su Shouying from being kidnapped in the future and to feel at ease, he paid it anyway. Yang Fan felt that the money was well worth it and not a waste at all. Chapter 209 Method. You can help her. Yang Fan nodded, but we still have to see what she thinks. Does she want a divorce, or is she determined to get a divorce? If her husband begs for mercy, she will be soft-hearted, and it will be difficult for others to help her. He saw a lot of such things in later generations. Many times it was not that others did not want to help, but that the woman herself could not stand up. She might choose to forgive her husband for various reasons based on his confession and begging for mercy, which made the person who helped her become a nobody. That's true. I'll ask her tomorrow. It was true that as soon as she heard that her sister was suffering from domestic violence, she wanted her to divorce and escape from the misery. However, her sister might not be able to endure what she would face after the divorce. Su Shouying pursed her lips slightly, but we have to find a way to solve her worries, so that she can make a choice. Now she has not thought about divorce, where she dare not divorce, because once divorced, she will be alone with the child, without a place to live and without any skills, and there is no way she can survive. What can she do herself? This is indeed a difficult point. It is not difficult to find a place to live. As long as you have money, you can rent a house anywhere. They can help with the initial money, but she will have to do it by herself later. In this case, Su Shou-di needs to have a stable job. The South Factory is a good place to go, but he has already troubled director Huang too much. Although he has paid him, it is not a good idea to keep sending people to him. What can we do? Farming? Sewing? Cooking? Raising chickens? Nothing else. Every family skills that can make money are passed down from generation to generation. If you want to learn, you have to spend money to become an apprentice, be an apprentice for a few years, and serve your master for a few years before he is likely to teach you. As women, it is even more impossible for them to learn any skills. Yang Fan had some ideas in his mind. I'll go to the town this afternoon to ask Sister Fong if she still needs anyone. As for a place to live, I'll go to the village party secretary to ask about buying a piece of land and building a simple house for my third sister to live in. As for the land, we have some land at home. See how much she can grow by herself and give her some. At least if she has land, she'll always have something to eat. Will the village party secretary agree? After all, Su Shou-di is a person from another family. Yang Fan smiled and said, "Why don't you agree? It's not like I won't pay you. Besides, we are actually foreigners in Jiutang village." That's true. Su Shouying breathed a sigh of relief. From this perspective, the third sister will definitely be able to survive with the child. It's just that life will be harder, but it's better than not getting a divorce and being in danger all the time. That's right. Then I'll tell her when she comes tomorrow. Su Shouying showed a happy expression on her face. She feels a sense of accomplishment for being able to help her sister, but all this comes from the fact that she has a husband who is willing to support and help her. No wonder people say that a woman's marriage is her second life. After a nap, Yang Fan was about to ride his bike to town, and Anan saw that he didn't want to go out to play anymore, so she wanted to ride her father's bike. Yang Fan had no choice but to take her along. Riding a bicycle out of the village, you will be the most handsome guy in the village, not to mention how many envious glances you will receive. In less than 10 minutes, the car stopped in front of Su Fong's store. There were still quite a lot of people in the store. After all, it was winter now, and the clothes designed by Yang Fan were quite popular, so he was quite famous in the town. Many young girls who like to go to the county to buy clothes come to Su Fong to buy them. Chapter 210 No Return Gift. Seeing Yang Fan coming, Su Fong wanted to come over and say hello, but Yang Fan waved back. Sister Fong, you go ahead and do your work. I don't have anything to do. Okay. The store was indeed busy, so Yang Fan simply held Anan and found a corner where he would not disturb others and sat down. When Anan saw so many people, she rolled her eyes around, but behaved very quietly and didn't dare to act rudely in other people's homes. After waiting for half an hour, the store finally quieted down. Su Fong put away her notebook and asked Yang Fan to sit down in the lounge. Why are you here today? Business is good. Well, after all, the clothes you designed are beautiful, and the new year is coming soon, so many people come to make new clothes in advance. Even if there are no clothes designed by Yang Fan in the future, Su Fong's business will be much better than before. Yang Fan nodded and looked outside again. You have only hired one person in your store now? Yes, but I have a lot of stable cooperation with embroiderers. After all, the business is so good. It is impossible for me to make so many clothes by myself. After Su Fong finished speaking, he asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Why are you so concerned about this?" Are you going to design some nice clothes again? It's like this, my sister-in-law wants to find something to do, but she doesn't know how to do anything, but she can do basic sewing. I was thinking if you have any work to do, could you ask her to do it? Sure. Su Fong agreed immediately. Bring her here so I can take a look at her embroidery and I'll find her if there's any work. Yang Fan didn't expect Su Fong to agree so readily. Sister Fong, thank you very much for this. What are you thanking me for? We have been working together for so long, this is just a piece of cake. Anyway, thank you. Come to me if you need anything next time. Good. Su Fong is not pretentious. She agreed so readily, it must be because of Yang Fan's consideration. Otherwise, with so many people who could do the job, why wouldn't she give it to her own people? After talking to Su Fong, Yang Fan didn't stay long. He took an in for a walk around the town. When they met a vendor selling candied haws, he bought her a bunch of them. Only then did he go home satisfied. Su Shouying knew that Yang Fan had gone to see Su Fong, so she hadn't gone out and was waiting for news at home. As soon as Yang Fan came back, she hurried forward and asked, Yang Fan, how is it? Sister Fong agreed, but she still needs to see if your sister's embroidery skills are up to standard. If she is, Sister Fong will ask her to do the work. That's definitely no problem. Su Shouying smiled and said, I plan to let her use our sewing machine. This way, she can do the work more easily and do a better job. It's all right. It's up to you to decide. Thank you, husband, for being willing to help my sister. Why are we still thanking you? Yang Fan touched her head. Besides, your sister is my sister. Su Shouying nodded heavily, feeling very happy. The other side. Su Shodi, who left Su Shouying's house, returned home. Her husband is Chen Darong, who is not at home at the moment. The Chen family has 2 sons and 1 daughter, and Chen Darong is the eldest. Her father-in-law died when Chen Darong was 10 years old, so the 3 children of the Chen family have been raised by their mother-in-law Hu Chunshan alone. After Chen Darong got married, the 2 brothers separated and Hu Chunshan lived with the eldest brother Chen Darong. As someone who could raise 3 children by herself, Hu Chunshan was naturally not an easy person to deal with. Seeing Su Shodi coming home empty-handed, she immediately became unhappy. Why? Didn't you say that your sister's husband could give her 1,000 yuan? How come you brought some pork over but didn't even give her a return gift? Chapter 211 for my daughter. Su Shodi's personality was not strong to begin with, and after she got married, she was completely controlled by the powerful Hu Chunshan. Being questioned by her mother-in-law at this moment, she could only stammer back, I left so suddenly, and my second sister's family didn't have anything to give me back. Yeah? Hu Chunshan glanced at her in disbelief, then narrowed her eyes and said, I'm not going to give you the money, am I? Su Shodi's heart suddenly jumped, thinking about the great unity hidden in her underwear. She lowered her head even more, not wanting her mother-in-law to see her guilty conscience. No, my second sister asked me to go there again tomorrow, and I will know tomorrow. Hu Chunshan looked her over, and when Su Shodi was extremely nervous, she finally let her go. Then let's go tomorrow. We at least brought 2 tails of pork. If we don't get any return gifts, wouldn't it be a loss? Your second sister is the same, she is as poor as you, and she doesn't know how to behave at all. Su Shodi wanted to refute, but she had been oppressed by her mother-in-law for a long time and did not have the courage to do so. Okay, what are you doing here? Have you done your housework or something? Hurry up and wash the clothes. No. Su Shodi hurried back to the house, and when she entered she saw her thin daughter sweeping the floor with a broom. She was only 4 years old, the same age as her sister's daughter Inan, but Inan was 90 centimeters tall, while her daughter was only about 70 centimeters tall. She had sunken cheeks and wore clothes full of patches, looking like a refugee. Mother. Seeing Su Shodi coming back, Chen Lilai smiled, Mom, you're back? Because her small face had no flesh at all, her eyes looked very big, and Su Xiaoti's eyes became sore when she looked at them. Well, why are you sweeping the floor? Mom can do this. She quickly took the broom that was taller than her daughter and said, Go back to your room and read the comic book. It's okay, I'll help Mom, she's so tired every day. Su Shodi almost couldn't hold back her tears after hearing these words. She squatted down and said, Mom, you're not tired. Come and read a book by yourself, okay? Really? The mother and daughter were being affectionate when Hu Chunshan, who was picking vegetables outside, heard her impatient voice. What are you mumbling about? Hurry up and get back to work. Lilai is 4 years old, and you're killing her just to sweep the floor? Mom, I'll just sweep it. Su Xiaodi responded, carried Lai Lai back into the house, comforted him with a few words, and then hurried out to work. But she couldn't help but think of what her second sister said today. Divorce? Can we really get divorced? As long as she and Lai Lai can have food to eat, Su Xiaodi is willing to divorce, not only for herself, but also for her daughter. If Chen Darong beats her now, he might even beat his daughter in the future. She doesn't dare to take the risk. Early the next morning, Su Xiaodi came over with her daughter. Yang Fan and Su Xiaoying had been waiting for a long time, and they even got up early to go to the town to buy a lot of food, waiting for the two of them to come and eat. Is this Lai Lai? Su Xiaoying saw that her niece was even thinner than an before, and she felt very distressed. Come here, auntie will give you some buns. The buns were kept warm in the pot. They were bought for them. Lai Lai's eyes revealed longing, but she didn't know this aunt, so she held her mother's hand and didn't dare to go forward. Go eat, and say thank you, auntie. Lai Lai took the warm bun and said timidly to Su Xiaoying, thank you, auntie. Su Xiaoying said to Anan, Lai Lai is younger than you. As the elder sister, you must take good care of your younger sister. Chapter 212 Lai Lai's name. Su Xiaoying told Anan about this last night, so at this moment Anan patted her chest and said, don't worry, Mom, I will take good care of my sister. Then, she walked to Lai Lai and said, Sister, come with me into the room to play. I have a lot of picture books. Can we read together? He looked at his mother and when he saw her nod, he went into the room with Anan. Su Xiaoying asked Su Xiaodi to sit down and handed her a bun. You didn't eat much, did you? Eat some buns. These were bought by your brother-in-law this morning and saved for you. Thank you, sister. Let's not talk about this, sisters. Seeing her eating buns, Su Xiaoying continued, I discussed yesterday's matter with your brother-in-law. I'll tell you now and you can decide what to do. Su Xiaoying told Su Xiaodi about their plans, and then said, if you don't divorce, we will support you, but it's just a temporary solution. Maybe if we support you once, he will behave himself for a while, but it's hard to change his nature. He will definitely do it again in the future, so it depends on your choice. Sister, are you serious? You're going to build a house for me, give me land, and find a job for me? Su Xiaodi stopped eating the buns and looked at Su Xiaoying with excitement. Of course it's true. This is all I can do to help you. This is the best way, but also the limit. I can't let Yang Fan support them. Leave. Su Xiaodi's voice was very firm. Sister, if this is the case, I will divorce. If it weren't for Lai Lai, I would have wanted to die. What's the big deal about divorce? I'm not afraid of what others say. As long as Lai Lai can live well, I can do anything. Are you sure? Yang Fan looked at her. If your husband kneels down and begs for forgiveness, are you sure you won't be soft-hearted? Won't you be afraid that Lai Lai will be without a father? Su Xiaodi shook her head, with deep hatred in her eyes. I would rather Lai Lai didn't have her as a father. Others might worry that a child without a father will be bullied, but I don't worry, because now she has a father, and she is also bullied. Not only does he not help, he also thinks it is Lai Lai's problem and scolds her. Such a father is better off dead. Seeing that she was indeed determined, Yang Fan nodded and said, okay, then after lunch, we will accompany you home to pack your things and tell your husband about the divorce. If he agrees, we will go directly to handle the procedures. If he disagrees, you can live in my house first and slowly talk him down. Okay, sister and brother-in-law, thank you. I will definitely return the money from building the house when I make money. Okay, let's talk about this later. Su Xiaodi didn't expect that something she thought was very difficult could be solved so easily. Now she has a place to live, land, and possibly a job, things she had never dared to imagine before. A huge stone fell from her heart, and Su Xiaodi suddenly said, Sister, do you know why Lai Lai is called Lai Lai? Why? Because my mother-in-law wanted to name her Chen Lai Di. My name was originally Xiaodi, and I didn't want my daughter to have that name, so when registering her household registration, I changed it and said the child's name was Chen Lai Lai. At this point, Su Xiaodi smiled and said, this is probably the most courageous thing I have done in these years. Although he beat me later, I have never regretted it. Chapter 213 I want to divorce you. Su Xiaoying didn't expect that the child's name had this origin inside. She suddenly thought that even if Yang Fan was like that before, he was still much better than her third sisters-in-laws and husband. Needless to say, her husband's family, the Yang family, has always been good to her and but they are relatively poor and can't help too much. As for her husband, although Yang Fan is a jerk, he has never hit her. In this comparison, even the previous Yang Fan was better than the third brother-in-law. Of course, you can't look for a man in a garbage dump. Fortunately, Yang Fan has turned over a new leaf now, otherwise her fate would be not much different from that of her third sister. It's okay, things will get better in the future. When Su Xiaodi thought about being able to escape from Chen Durong's clutches, she felt a lot more relaxed. At noon, Yang Fan was in charge of the cooking, and Su Xiaoying helped to prepare a sumptuous lunch. Except for the stir-fried vegetables, everything else was meat, and it tasted very good. Lai Lai ate until his belly was full, and there was a sense of satisfaction in his dark eyes. After dinner, Su Xiaoying dropped the two children off at her sister-in-law's house, and then Yang Fan and Su Xiaoying accompanied Su Xiaodi to Chen's house. Hu Chuanxiang was feeding chickens in the yard when she heard the gate open. She looked up and saw Su Xiaodi. She wanted to curse, "Su Xiaodi, I told you to go." Before she finished speaking, she saw Yang Fan and Su Xiaoying behind Su Xiaodi. "Who are these two?" "It's my second sister and her husband," Su Xiaodi said, and then asked, "Mom, where is Darong? I have something to tell him." "It's in the house." As they were talking, Hu Chuanxiang saw that Yang Fan and Su Xiaoying were not carrying anything in their hands. Her face suddenly darkened and she muttered in a very low voice, "This is your first time going to someone else's house and you don't even bring anything." The sound was not loud, but it was loud enough for Yang Fan and Su Xiaoying to hear. Su Xiaodi's face was filled with embarrassment. She thought that her second sister didn't know yet that the reason she could go to her house today was because her mother-in-law was thinking of a return gift from her. Yang Fan didn't say anything, took Su Xiaoying's hand and walked into the main room. He came here today to ask for a divorce from his sister-in-law, and they are about to fall out, so what the hell is he talking about? But this old lady is as shameless as his sister's ex-mother-in-law, Su Xiaodi. This kind of people seem to be born not caring about other people's feelings. As long as they benefit from it, they can be happy with you. From a certain perspective, they really have big hearts. When they arrived at the main room, Hu Chuanxiang didn't greet Yang Fan and the others. Instead, she went into the room and called Chen Darong out. The latter seemed to be sleeping, and came out drowsily. Seeing strangers in the house, he was a little confused. "Who are you?" Chen Darong has dark skin, ordinary facial features, some dark circles under his eyes, wrinkled clothes, and an unshaved beard. He looks very sloppy. He is about 1.75 meters tall and has a strong build. Standing next to the petite Su Xiaodi, he is still very intimidating. Su Xiaodi was obviously a little afraid of him. She didn't even dare to look at her husband. She whispered, "This is my second sister and brother-in-law. They came here to help me pack my things today." "Pack up? Pack up what?" Chen Darong frowned, looking a little impatient. I. Su Xiaodi grabbed the corner of her clothes and said, "I want to divorce you." "What? I want to divorce you." Su Xiaodi's voice was louder this time. "Divorce?" Chen Darong sneered, "Do you want to listen to what you are saying? I'll give you another chance. What are you going to do?" Chapter 214, Your Son's Problem. Su Xiaodi was so frightened that she was trembling. Su Xiaoying, who was watching from the side, wanted to step forward to help, but was stopped by Yang Fan, who shook his head at her. This must be done by Su Xiaodi herself. If she can't even file for a divorce, how can she cope with the series of things caused by the divorce later? Under long-term violent suppression, Su Xiaodi was really afraid of Chen Darong and didn't even dare to look into his eyes. If she was alone at this moment, she would probably have lost the courage to continue talking. However, thinking of her sister and brother-in-law behind her, Chen Xiaodi finally raised her head, restrained her fear, and looked directly at the man who was like a nightmare in her heart. "Chen Darong, I want to divorce you. I don't want to live with you anymore. I'm afraid if I continue to sleep in the same bed with you, I won't see the sun the next day." Chen Darong stared at her, seemingly not understanding her idea of divorce. "Just because of this, you want to divorce me? There are so many men in the village who beat their wives. Why aren't others as pretentious as her? Just? Don't you know how hard you hit me? I can tolerate everything else, but I can't accept your violence." Upon hearing this, Chen Darong raised his hand and wanted to hit her again. The person who always obeyed him actually dared to refute and talk back to him. He thought that Su Xiaodi must be living too well and had the time to think about all kinds of things here. Just as he was raising his hand, he saw Yang Fan coming forward to stop him. Chen Darong then remembered that there were other people at home. He quickly put his hand down, then suppressed his anger and said to Su Xiaodi, "Xiaodi, I was wrong about this matter. I promise, I won't hit you again in the future. My sister and brother-in-law are still here, don't make such a joke. I'm not kidding you. Su Xiaodi said it, her eyes became more determined. I've had enough of you, I want to divorce you. Hu Chuanxiang, who had been listening without interrupting, could not help but said, how dare you, a hen that doesn't lay eggs, look down on my son. Do you think you can survive after getting divorced and having no house or land? You have been supported by my son for so many years. As a single mother, Hu Chuanxiang knew too well how difficult it was for a woman to raise a child alone in this world, not to mention that Su Xiaodi's situation was even worse than hers. After all, her husband had died, but his house and land were left to her. But if Su Xiaodi divorces, she will not get any share of the house or the land. How do you know that my inability to give birth to a son is my problem? Maybe it's your son's problem. Su Xiaodi was really fed up with her mother-in-law calling her a hen that doesn't lay eggs every day. While she was about to get a divorce, she was brave for once and directly responded to Hu Chuanxiang. If there is any problem with my son, it must be your problem. Hu Chuanxiang would not allow others to talk about her son. Upon hearing this, she said to Chen Darong, son, divorce her. This hen won't lay eggs. We can find another one. The incense of our Chen family cannot be cut off by Su Xiaodi. Mom. Chen Darong doesn't really want to get divorced. In fact, he was quite satisfied with Su Xiaodi. She is obedient, sensible, gentle, hardworking, and has no one to rely on in her family. Where can you find such an obedient daughter-in-law? If she is beaten too harshly in other families, she will go back to her family with a baggage on her back. In the end, the man has to pretend to be a grandson and coax his wife back. How embarrassing. Do you want my Chen family's incense to end with her? How can I have the face to see your father after 100 years? Chapter 215 Getting a Gift. Yang Fan, who was listening to Hu Chuanxiang's words, found them irritating. Maybe because he was a boy, and the Young family didn't show much concern about favoring boys over girls, he didn't notice this problem before. Now, I'm doing it again, and I realize that there are many people around me who favor sons over daughters. Whether it's Su Xiaodi or Hu Chuanxiang, they always talk about continuing the family line. What's the matter? Is there a throne to inherit in your family? And when they say these insulting words to women, how come they don't even think about the fact that they are also women? What money-losing goods, hens that don't lay eggs, just listening to them makes me want to slap them in the face. However, Yang Fan did not argue. First, there is no need. Second, these people have rigid mindsets. No matter how much you say, they will basically not change their minds. Chen Darong frowned in annoyance and said nothing because Hu Chuanxiang mentioned his father. Su Xiaodi had been married to him for many years, but apart from Chen Lailai, they had no son in the past few years. Chen Darong was often ridiculed by some people for this, so he really wanted a son. Because Su Xiaodi couldn't give birth to a son, Chen Darong felt that Su Xiaodi had let him down, so he beat her and she could only endure it. Seeing her son was relenting, Hu Chuanxiang immediately said, divorce, immediately. Our Chen family can't afford a big Buddha like you. In fact, she had secretly mentioned to Chen Darong last year that she wanted to divorce Su Xiaodi, but Chen Darong did not agree. In addition, it would cost a lot of money to marry another wife, so she gave up. But seeing that Su Xiaodi's belly was still not moving, Hu Chuanxiang, who wanted to have a grandchild, was very dissatisfied. She had been secretly thinking about how to get her son to divorce. Unexpectedly, today, Su Xiaodi actually took the initiative to bring it up. Although this was what she thought, Su Xiaodi's attitude was that it was her son's fault for wanting a divorce, which still made Hu Chuanxiang very unhappy. Remember, it was my son who divorced you. Su Xiaodi didn't care about this. She just wanted to get a successful divorce and escape from this hell. Yang Fan, who was standing by, thought that she might fight, but he didn't expect Hu Chuanxiang to be even more powerful than Su Xiaodi. The two marriages that were broken up were all assisted by the men's mothers. If it weren't for them, it would not be so easy to get a divorce. I want to take my daughter with me. Su Xiaodi stated her request, I don't want anything else. Neither Chen Darong nor Hu Chuanxiang cares about their daughter. He is just a money loser. It would be better if he could marry a wife and have a son. But now, the mother and son are in sync at this moment, looking at Yang Fan who is standing behind Chen Xiaodi. After all, we have raised the damn girl for so long. Even if she has no credit, she has worked hard. You can take your daughter away, but you have to compensate me for my losses. Chen Darong, that's also your daughter. You raise your own daughter and you still need compensation? If you take her away in the future, who knows who she will call dad? Chen Darong didn't care. He had no feelings for this daughter at all. When Su Xiudi heard this, she widened her eyes speechlessly. She took a deep breath and suppressed her anger. I don't want anything, how can I have money to give you? You don't have it, but don't your sister and brother-in-law have it? Why don't you just ask them to pay for it? Chen Darong pointed at Yang Fan and Su Xiuying with his chin. You? Su Xiudi was so angry that she could hardly breathe. I don't have any money. Then keep the child with me. He's 4 years old now. I can raise him for another 10 years and marry him to a rich man. I can also get a gift money. Chapter 216 Don't Regret. Su Xiudi always felt that Chen Darong had no feelings for her, but Lai Lai was his daughter and his first child. No matter what, he still had some feelings for her. Unexpectedly, her precious daughter was just a commodity with a price tag to her biological father Chen Darong. That's ridiculous. For a moment, Su Xiudi felt a little pathetic. She might say that she trusted the wrong person, but she did not choose this person herself. His family chose him for her. She did not have the chance to refuse at all. She just met him once, and if he was satisfied, she was married off by her family. Chen Darong, I have been married to you for so many years. Even if I have no credit, I have worked hard. You even want compensation for raising a daughter. What kind of man are you? Yang Fan said leisurely, if this gets out, I wonder if anyone would still marry their daughter to such a person. After all, a person who schemes against even his own flesh and blood is no different from a beast, right? Who are you calling a beast? Chen Darong looked at Yang Fan with sharp eyes. Yang Fan was not afraid at all and curled his lips. Whoever agrees will do it. After he finished speaking, Chen Darong raised his fist and hit Yang Fan. Yang Fan was prepared. He dodged quickly by moving to the side, then grabbed Chen Darong's hand which was swinging at him again and twisted it hard. The latter frowned and raised his leg to kick him, but was dodged again. Yang Fan sneered and kicked him between the legs. The latter then knelt on one knee and Yang Fan twisted his hand behind his back. A man's fists are not meant to beat his wife. You are just a coward. Let me go. The three people who were screaming nearby finally reacted. Hu Chuanxiang immediately grabbed Yang Fan and said, let my son go. Seeing this, Su Xiuying quickly stopped her, but Hu Chuanxiang was so strong that she scratched Su Xiuying's arm. Let her go. Yang Fan glared at Hu Chuanxiang and used a little force on his hands. Chen Darong screamed in pain, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to your son. When Hu Chuanxiang heard her son's cry, she quickly let go of Su Xiuying. Are you still being so arrogant? Yang Fan looked at Chen Darong. Does my strength make you arrogant? Was I wrong to scold you? You beat your wife and plotted against your daughter. You really make men proud. Chen Darong's arm hurt so much, and seeing that Yang Fan was stronger than him, he gave in. I don't want compensation, okay? Let's get a divorce, and let Su Xiudi take my daughter away. Only then did Yang Fan let him go. Third sister, go pack your things. Once you're done, get your documents and we'll go get a divorce. Su Xiudi nodded and went into the house. Hu Chuanxiang, who was originally checking to see if her son was okay, immediately followed when she saw this. Yang Fan watched from the side with a sarcastic smile on his face. This behavior is really like a copy and paste of Su Xiudi. If the two people did not have different surnames, Yang Fan would have thought they were real sisters. Su Xiudi cleaned up quickly. She had nothing of her own, except for her and her daughter's clothes, which she and her daughter only had a few pieces of. Apart from that, she had nothing else. Su Xiudi said to Chen Darong, who looked unhappy, I've packed everything. Take your documents and let's go. Hu Chuanxiang did not go with them. There were not many people getting divorced at the Civil Affairs Bureau, so the divorce certificate for the two was quickly processed. At the door, Chen Darong glanced at Su Xiudi and said harshly, Su Xiudi, you are really too arrogant. I hope you won't regret it in the future. Chapter 217, Escape from the Sea of Misery. Regret? Su Xiudi only regretted that she had not asked her sister for help earlier and left the Chen family earlier. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, after Chen Darong made his threats, he and Su Xiudi and the other two separated, each on one side. Su Xiuying patted her on the back and comforted her, don't worry, things will definitely get better in the future. Your brother-in-law and I will help you. Sister, brother-in-law, thank you so much. You're welcome. Today is your lucky day. We'll go to town and buy some things to celebrate your escape from misery. Su Xiaodi nodded with red eyes, but the corners of her lips couldn't help but rise. Yes, good days are coming. The three of them went to the town to buy a big meal, then returned to the village and first went to the eldest sister-in-law's house to pick up the child. Lai Lai looked at her mother carrying the luggage and seemed to sense something. She quietly asked her mother, "Mom, are we going to live in my aunt's house from now on?" Su Xiaodi's expression was complicated. No matter what, it was she who brought Lai Lai into this world, and it was also she who made Lai Lai without a father in the future. "We'll live with my aunt for now, and then we'll move out. It'll just be Mom and Lai Lai. What about Dad and Grandma? We no longer live together, and we may not have the chance to see each other again. Will Lai Lai miss Daddy and Grandma?" Lai Lai raised her eyes, staring at her mother with sparkling eyes, then shook her head and said in a baby voice, "No, Daddy will beat Mommy, and Grandma will scold Mommy. They don't like Lai Lai, and Lai Lai doesn't want to like them." Chen Xiaodi touched her soft hair. "She doesn't need a dad now. I just hope she won't resent me in the future. You go play with Sister Anan, and Mom will help Uncle cook." Good. Children's friendships always come quickly. After spending time together yesterday, Lai Lai has become Anan's little tail. As for Anan, since she has always been the youngest, and now she has a younger sister, she has been acting like an adult these past 2 days, taking care of Lai Lai. The two little guys get along pretty well, which makes the adults feel relieved. At noon, Yang Fan prepared a big meal to celebrate Su Xiaodi's escape from suffering and new life. Well, staying away from domestic violence men is indeed something worth celebrating. Yang Fan also took out the fruit wine he brewed when he was just reborn. The alcohol content was not high, but Su Xiaoying and Su Xiaodi, who had never drunk much, got drunk. Fortunately, they didn't make any noise when they were drunk, but just slept quietly, which made Yang Fan feel relieved, otherwise he would not be able to handle two drunks. After Yang Fan coaxed the two children to sleep, he cleaned up the leftovers. After he finished, he took a big jar of fruit wine to his father. His father was taking a nap and was woken up by Yang Fan. He was about to reward Yang Fan with a meal of stir-fried pork with bamboo shoots, but when he saw the fruit wine, he immediately grinned. "My mother put the wine away and said, 'Although it is fruit wine, you can't drink too much. You are old now, you should take care of your body.' Hey, why are you putting it away? This is brewed by my son for me. I'll give it to you. You can finish it for me in 2 days. Keep it for later drinking. You bitch." Yang Fan watched from the side and smiled. "Mom and Dad, Xiaoying, and the others are drunk. I'd better go home and look after them in case anything happens to them." Good. "And Dad, please ask the village party secretary for help regarding the purchase of land." No problem. After talking to his father, Yang Fan went home. Chapter 218 New Year. Su Xiaodi and Lai Lai temporarily stayed at Yang Fan's house. But it would definitely not be good to live there forever, and it would not be convenient for Yang Fan and Su Xiaoying. Fortunately, the village party secretary was very generous. After Yang Fan gave some money, a piece of land was immediately approved. However, the land was relatively remote in the village, but his parents' house was nearby, so it was not bad, and he could still take care of them in the future. After the land was acquired, Yang Fan asked the villagers to help build a house. 50 cents a day, food not included. With such a high price, I don't know how many people came to help. With more people, the construction can be completed faster. The houses were not as complicated as the buildings built in later generations. They were just small bungalows with a yard, or tiled houses with a patio. They were simple and quick to build. The house was built in less than a month. There was no formaldehyde at the moment. After the house had been left to air out for a few days, Su Xiaodi and Lai Lai finally moved in before the new year. As for the bed and other furniture, they were old ones taken from Yang Fan. Anyway, Yang Fan had wanted to order a new one a long time ago. He could give the old one to his sister-in-law so it wouldn't be wasted and she wouldn't have to be so panicked. Today is New Year's Eve. The whole family came to Yang Fan's place to have dinner together. Anan took a shower early and put on the new clothes and new shoes bought for her by Su Xiaoying. She took Lai Lai, who was also wearing new clothes, and Yuting, the daughter of her second sister who had come over 2 days ago, out to play. Yang Fan gave his parents a red envelope wrapped in red paper. "Dad, Mom, Happy New Year. I hope you will be healthy and worry-free in the new year." That's thoughtful. Yang Huanyan also gave her parents a red envelope. "Dad, Mom, I have made you worry over the years. I hope you will be healthy in the future. You are our child, who should we worry about if not you? Yang Huanyan smiled. Since her divorce and work, she thought her life would be difficult, but who would have thought that it would be easier for her? Every morning when she sends her daughter to school, she can see her son. With her salary, she can secretly prepare some special meals for him. Both her daughter and son are now better looking than before. As for herself, she no longer had to take care of Zhuo Lijun and Su Zhaodi, which made her feel much more relaxed. Even better, she no longer had to ask others for money, and her life was very comfortable. It can be said that it was only after the divorce that Yang Huanyan realized what a miserable life she had led before. Why haven't my elder brother and elder sister-in-law come yet? I'll be here in a moment. As they were talking, there was a knock on the courtyard gate. Yang Huanyan hurried over to open the door and saw her eldest brother, his wife, and their 3 children standing at the door. Brother, sister-in-law. The 3 children, wearing new clothes, greeted Yang Huanyan politely when they saw her. Hello, auntie. Hello. Yang Huanyan handed them the red envelope she had prepared. I wish you good luck in the new year and academic progress. Thank you, auntie. The children were all very happy, and then asked, Aunt, where is Sister Yuting? She took an in and Lai out to play. Oh, I'll go too. The 3 children hurriedly went to play with other children before they even entered the door. At the same time, they also want to open the red envelope to see how much money is in it, and then secretly spend a little bit. After all, when they return home, their mother will save it for them. Now you act first and ask for permission later, and you will be beaten at most later, but the popsicle in your mouth is real. Yang Hai and Zhou Hongying walked in. Yang Fan and Su Xiuying were picking vegetables. Mom was chatting with them, while Dad was sipping fruit wine and taking a sip to savor the taste. Chapter 219 Supporting Each Other. Mom and Dad, Happy New Year. Yang Hai handed over the red envelope he had prepared. Well, Happy New Year, where are Xiaoyong and the others? I'm going out to look for an in and the others. Zhou Hongying found a small stool and helped pick the vegetables. Seeing this, Yang Fan got up and went to the kitchen to take out the tofu and tofu stuffing that he had ordered in the morning. He put them on the table and asked his mother to help him stuff the tofu. Dad looked at the tofu, took a puff of his pipe and said, life is really good now. In previous years, the stuffed tofu had almost no meat. Look at the tofu your mom makes now. The stuffing is so thick that it's about to burst. That's because Xiaofan made a lot of stuffing. There's only a little tofu, so there must be a lot of stuffing. I'll use it to stir-fry the choy sum later, and it will taste great. This stuffing is delicious. Dad continued to talk back, but Mom glared at him and he obediently went to drink his fruit wine. While picking vegetables, Yang Huanyan said, by the way, I met my aunt before the new year. How is auntie now? Yang Fan paused, thinking back to the last time he had a divorce with Yang Huanyan, which was a bit unpleasant. But it is normal for relatives to have conflicts. As long as they are not matters of principle, these things will soon be forgotten. Of course, they will be brought up again during an argument. It's pretty good, but I heard that cousin Xinguang might get married in May this year. Getting married? My mother immediately thought of my nephew's girlfriend. I remember when I came here, they said that the girl's family wanted 3 transfers and 1 ring, a separate wedding room, and a gift of 888 yuan. Can Lu Ying's family come up with that much? Yang Huanyan shook her head. We should be able to borrow the money from Dan Xinguang, but Xingfu is not young anymore and will probably get married in the next 2 years. We can't afford to pay for 2 sons at once, so my aunt and uncle decided to give up the house they live in now to my eldest brother for his wedding. Where do they live then? Rent a house. Yang Huanyan sighed when she said this. My aunt also asked me if there is any house for rent in the place where I live now. My dad interrupted and asked, what's the family background of that girl? I'm not too sure. I just know that he worked at the Hongqi Hotel. Anyway, his family is quite rich. Yang Huanyan asked, but her aunt didn't say too much in detail, so she didn't dare to ask any further questions. That's really amazing, the Red Flag Hotel. Hongqi Hotel is considered the largest and most famous hotel in the county. To be able to be a senior executive in the Hongqi Hotel, the salary must be quite high. Although people used to say overthrow capitalism, things are different now. More and more people are doing business, and only those with money are the boss. Yang Huanyan continued, I heard from my aunt that when brother Xinguang gets married, half of his salary should be given to my aunt, and saved for brother Xingfu to get married. After all, the house is given to him, and as a son, brother Xinguang must compensate his younger brother. That's great. The 2 brothers support each other. Dad nodded in agreement. Will brother Xinguang agree? After picking the vegetables, Zhou Hongying did not rush to wash them. Instead, she patted the mud off her hands and continued chatting about gossip. Even if Xinguang agrees, his wife won't agree, right? I don't know whether his wife agrees or not, but he agrees anyway. Yang Huanyan peeled a white rabbit candy and put it in her mouth, with a happy look on her face. Besides, after getting married, we will all be a family. Has brother Xinguang's wedding date been set? Yang Fan was more concerned about this. Chapter 220, Striving for University Admission. No, my aunt said it will be around May, but it hasn't been decided yet. Hearing this, Yang Fan nodded. He originally thought that his aunt would ask relatives for money for brother Xinguang's wedding, but he didn't expect that she would give her own house to brother Xinguang. But this is understandable. After all, it is not easy to borrow several thousand at once. Talking about my aunt's family, everyone asked about my aunt's youngest daughter Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi is the only person in this big family who goes to college, and he goes to college in the capital. He rarely even comes back for the Chinese New Year. Firstly, it is too much of a hassle to go home, and secondly, it can save some money. I only go back once every 2 years, and each time I go back is for a short time. In addition, living in the county, I have even fewer opportunities to visit my mother's relatives. All in all, Young Fan hasn't seen his sister for 3 or 4 years. Zhou Qi is amazing. I heard that she has a date in the capital. If nothing goes wrong, she will probably bring him home to meet him next year. Yang Huanyan's slightly envious tone made Young Fan frown slightly. I think it would be even better if she could get into a university in the capital. Yang Huanyan felt a little strange when she heard this, but then she came to her senses and nodded. Indeed. She seemed to have missed the point, always thinking that a woman's greatest achievement was to find a good partner. In fact, Zhou Qi herself was not bad either. Among their younger generation, she was the only one who was admitted to university and would graduate this year. By then, she would be assigned a job and be able to stay in the capital and become half a citizen of the capital. Compared to her, who had to rely on her brother for help in finding a job after her divorce, her sister Zhou Qi is really much more capable than her. Yang Huanyan suddenly felt a little emotional. Sure enough, reading more is good, no matter if it's a boy or a girl. Her academic performance was average at the time and her family couldn't afford the tuition. Yang Huanyan did not have too many regrets about not being able to study, but at this moment, she suddenly realized the importance of studying and regretted not studying hard in the past. If she had good academic performance and worked hard, she believed that her parents would support her studies no matter how poor or hard their lives were. Yes, look at your brother. Just by reading some design book, he was able to earn money to buy a house. In the future, we should pay more attention to our children's studies and try to get them into college. Dad said with some emotion. In the past, people in the village knew that studying was good and useful, but they didn't really know what the benefits and uses were. But now they know, so they must pay attention to their children's education, and strive to get them into college to bring honor to the family. During the chat, everyone helped to post the couplets, while Yang Fan took the prepared dishes to the kitchen to cook. Now, in the whole family, as long as he is around, no one wants to cook. After all, after eating the food cooked by Yang Fan, eating what I cook myself will just be like pig food. Stuffed tofu, fried meat rolls, pepper pork belly and chicken soup, steamed river fish, braised pork, stir-fried pork, plus a stir-fried Chinese cabbage and a smashed cucumber. The dishes are very rich and each one is full of meat. The children came back once halfway through, but when they smelled the smell from the kitchen, they didn't want to go out to play anymore and kept waiting eagerly for Yang Fan's dishes to be ready. The 2 8-person tables were merged together so that everyone could sit down. As for the children, it was good enough to have a stool. Yang Fan and his friends would serve them whatever they wanted to eat. Everyone had a happy look on their faces. Su Xiuying was eating her food and was about to pour herself some fruit wine when she was stopped by Yang Fan. You'd better not drink the amount of wine you poured. Drink the juice instead. Chapter 221 Iron Rice Bowl. The whole family celebrates New Year's Eve together. Yang Fan made a lot of money this year, so when he was having dinner in the evening, he set off firecrackers at the door, which attracted a lot of children nearby to watch. My dad drank a lot of wine at noon, and my mom didn't stop him at night, so he drank even more. After dinner, my eldest brother helped him go home to sleep. When the children came back from playing outside, they couldn't resist the sleepiness and went to bed one by one. In the end, only Yang Fan and his wife, the eldest brother and his wife, and the second sister were left to stay up together to celebrate the new year. Looking at the electronic watch in his hand, when it was almost midnight, Yang Fan set off firecrackers at the door again. Except for his family, almost all other families set off firecrackers. It is a custom to set off firecrackers after midnight on New Year's Eve to get rid of the old and welcome the new, wishing good luck in the new year. After New Year's Eve, on the first, second, and third days of the Chinese New Year, people would basically visit their own relatives, such as women going back to their mother's home. But Su Xiuying's family had severed ties, so her relatives didn't have to visit, and Yang Fan's relatives would go to his grandfather's home. But they were in the same village, so on the first day of the new year, Yang Fan took his wife and children for a walk with his belongings, and had lunch at Uncle Yang's house. There will be no relatives visiting on the second and third days of the new year, but the whole family will go to my aunt's house on the fourth day. Yang Luiying looked at Zhao Yongmei and answered her question. Chi-Chi is not coming back this year, mainly because it is difficult to buy train tickets. She said she would come back next year and sent me a bunch of things, saying they are special products of the capital, and they are prosperous. Bring them to your aunt to try. As she said this, she couldn't hide the smile on her face. Zhou Qi, her daughter, is indeed her pride, and she is less troublesome than her two sons. Chi-Chi is really amazing. I remember she is going to graduate this year, right? Did the school assign her a job? Yes, but I don't know where she will be assigned specifically. But Chi-Chi said she will most likely stay in the capital. Yang Luiying smiled and subtly boasted about her daughter. Mom praised her again. Yang Luiying kept smiling. She glanced at Yang Fan and said, Chi-Chi is not as good as your Xiaofan. I heard from Huanyan that Xiaofan is planning to buy a house in the county, right? Yes. Speaking of Yang Fan, it was my mother's turn to brag. She pretended to be helpless and said, he asked someone to find out if anyone was selling a house. He wanted to bring me and his father to the county as well, and he wanted to buy 2 houses in the same building. How could it be so easy to buy? It just so happened that 2 families in the same building wanted to sell their houses. Buy 2 houses? Yang Luiying was surprised. How big are you planning to buy? Even a small 2-bedroom apartment costs 2,000. Their current savings are enough to buy 2 houses, but after that, there will be no money left in the family, not to mention the 3 turns and 1 ring and the 888 gift money. We 2 old people don't need such a big house. A small 2-bedroom will do. But if they want to live by themselves, we'll definitely have to buy a bigger one. Zhao Yongmei couldn't hide the smile on her face. That's not cheap. Yang Luiying was really shocked that Yang Fan could buy 2 houses so easily. She was not the only one who was shocked. Zhou Changzheng, who had been standing by without interrupting, could not help but look at Yang Fan and asked with a smile, where is Xiaofan working now? Is there any lucrative job you can take your 2 brothers with you? My situation is not worth mentioning. Brother Xingwang and brother Xingfu both have formal jobs. They are stable jobs. My situation is unstable. I might not have a job one day. Zhou Changzheng didn't know what Yang Fan was doing specifically, but he vaguely knew that he seemed to be doing some kind of clothing business, probably reselling. This business is indeed unstable. I guess I just got lucky and made some money. But if I really compare it to a job, it is definitely not as good as the stable jobs for my 2 sons. Chapter 222. Dad is scolded. He still had to say some polite words, and Zhou Changzheng praised Yang Fan a few words, acting like a leader. After a few words, he stopped talking and drank tea while reading the newspaper. The Yang family was used to him being like this. In the past, he could hardly say a few words. This time, it was only because Yang Fan made money that he could look at the Yang family more. Yang Luiying was still very envious. If my family had this much money, it would not be a problem for my 2 sons to buy houses and get married. Zhou Xingwang and Zhou Xingfu were very interested in Yang Fan buying a house. They pulled Yang Fan aside and asked a few questions. The women helped prepare lunch. The children had a lot of fun as long as they had food to eat. Lunch was not prepared by Yang Fan, but he was a guest after all. Because Yang Luiying had a sumptuous meal at Yang Fan's house last time, today's meal was also particularly sumptuous. There was no shortage of chicken, fish, and meat, plus the specialties of Ningjiang County, filling the table. After lunch, everyone talked about Zhou Xingwang's marriage again. Yang Luiying opened her mouth but still didn't ask Yang Fan to borrow money. After buying 2 houses, Yang Fan probably doesn't have much money left. Of course, more importantly, Yang Luiying didn't really want to borrow money from her family. She always acted like she was doing well, and wanted everyone to ask her for help, rather than asking them. It has to be said that after being married in the county for decades, Yang Luiying has already considered herself a city dweller and her mentality has changed a lot. After sitting for a while at noon, Yang Fan and his family were about to go back. Yang Luiying gave a bag of apples as a return gift, sent it downstairs, and then waved goodbye. After they walked away, the mother said to Yang Fan, "Today is the happiest time I have come to your aunt's house in all these years. Xiao Fan has made me proud." When I talked about buying 2 houses in front of Yang Luiying today, she felt even happier than if she had bought the houses. The desire to compete with each other is stronger among relatives, and Yang Fan understands this. Dad took out his pipe, took a puff and said, "Your cousin is getting married, and this money is not enough. Should we borrow some?" Before Yang Fan could say anything, his mother patted him on the head. "Are you an old man who thinks the money is too much?" She didn't ask, so why would you? "Isn't it hard for my son to make money?" The mother was so angry that she uttered foul language. Borrowing money is the easiest way to get into trouble. Besides, except for Xiaofan, their family conditions are much better than ours. Don't be the boss of your son. He makes money and it really ruins you. Dad is the kind of person who doesn't mind if his family suffers, as long as everyone is harmonious and friendly. But he is not a person who gets stuck in a rut. You can tell from being ignored by Grandpa that he will feel disappointed and stop trying to please him after so many years. So when Mom scolds him now, Dad will listen. Now he knows he is wrong, he just smiles awkwardly and stops talking. Yang Hai is honest, but not stupid. When his mother mentioned this, he reminded his father, "Dad, Mom is right. Don't promise others anything." It's not easy for Xiaofan to make money, and he doesn't show off his wealth. If others knew that Xiaofan made a lot of money, they would probably come to borrow money. It's easy to borrow money but hard to pay it back. The more you borrow, the worse the relationship will be. Except for very good friends and relatives, it is better to borrow less money from others. After all, we have all experienced the process of borrowing and repaying money over the years. However, if the amount of money borrowed is not much, it is another matter. If you have enough money, it is okay to lend a hand. Chapter 223 Home Visit. After seeing the Yang family off, Yang Luiying went upstairs and returned home. When Zhou Changzheng saw her coming back from seeing someone off, he put away the newspaper in his hand, folded it twice and said, "Are they all gone? Well, I really didn't expect Xiaofan to be like this." Now his family has 3 bicycles. He not only bought one for Yanzi, but also one for his second brother. Yang Fan is indeed quite smart. I heard from Li Jun before that he is very close to Director Huang of the South Factory. I met him at the Red Flag Hotel before. Oh? Yang Luiying was a little surprised. That might be true. He helped Yanzi find the job. Yanzi said before that Yang Fan bought it for her. Now it seems that the factory director must have helped her get it. Zhou Changzheng pondered for a while and said, "Spend more time with Yang Fan. Also, Xingwang and Xingfu, spend more time with Yang Fan." Is it necessary? Zhou Xingwang asked doubtfully. He was not very familiar with his cousin Yang Fan, and he didn't want to spend much time with Yang Fan. He just wanted to treat them as ordinary relatives. Even if Yang Fan made his money by reselling, and there was a certain element of luck involved in making money, it is undeniable that he is smart. After all, there are so many people doing this, but not many can make so much money in such a short time. Yang Luiying was not surprised by her husband's words. Zhou Changzheng is essentially a very selfish person. To him, there are probably only 2 types of people, those who can be friends with, and those who are just passers-by. Actually, what Yang Fan said before was correct. Zhou Changzheng asked her to introduce Zhuo Lijun to Yang Huanyan, which was essentially selfish. It was for Yang Huanyan's good, but it was more for Zhou Changzheng's future. In the past, Yang Fan was just a second-rate guy. To Zhou Changzheng, Yang Fan was just a passerby. During the holidays, the conversation between the two would probably be Yang Fan calling him uncle and he would respond with a and that was all. This year, I spoke a few more words for the first time ever, because Yang Fan had changed from a passerby to another kind of person worth making friends with. Many of the changes in Yang Luiying's mentality over the years were actually influenced by the person next to her. So at this moment, she didn't think there was anything wrong with Zhou Changzheng's approach. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. Besides, they didn't do anything bad. It is human instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. Okay, I understand. Zhou Xingwang and Zhou Xingfu nodded. They were very convinced by what their father said. Yang Fan didn't know that he had made a little money, but Zhou Changjung was impressed by him. At this moment, the family took turns riding bicycles and finally returned home. Compared to most people in the village, Yang Fan's family has very few relatives. In addition, he has no more contact with Su Xiuying, so after visiting his aunt's house, he has no more relatives to visit. However, some people in the village, such as the village party secretary's family, still have to carry some things and go around during the new year. After all, the village party secretary has always been quite caring towards Yang Fan's family and approved a piece of land for them before the new year. On the 6th day of the Chinese New Year, to Yang Fan's surprise, Su Guowei and his parents actually came to his house with things in their hands. It turned out that Su's father and mother learned from Su Guowei that he was going to do business with Yang Fan, and then they learned that Lu Dingdong and Su Yoji were going to take Su Guowei to do business. Although Su Guowei said that he had thanked Yang Fan, his father and mother felt that it was not formal, so they took Su Guowei to visit and expressed their gratitude formally before the new year. I brought 2 pounds of pork belly, a bag of apples, a bag of candy, fried melon seeds, and a hen that hadn't been killed yet. It can lay eggs, and it can also be killed to make soup. Chapter 224 set a date. Yang Fan was stunned when he saw the 2 people carrying so many things over. "Hey, uncle, aunt, why are you carrying so many things?" He looked at Su Guowei. "Why didn't you stop them?" Su Guowei's family is not wealthy, and so these things are probably the best the whole family can offer. Yes, brother Yang, you have helped me so much, this is nothing." "That's right." Father Su looked honest and simple. He held Yang Fan's hand and said, "Our way is the same. He didn't tell us about what happened before. His mother and I just found out about it now. So we hurried over to thank him. Yang Fan, you are a good child." As they were talking, the group sat down around the octagonal table, and Su Xiuying quickly took the teapot to make tea. Yang Fan waved his hand and said, "Uncle, I didn't do anything. I just reminded him. The most important thing is that Guowei is willing to believe me, so uncle, you are really too polite. This is not worth mentioning. Yang Fan, you are so polite. I know whether I have helped Wei or not. Lu Dingdong and the others might not believe it, but if Su Yoji from the same village came to help speak for them, they would definitely be willing to believe it and take out all their savings, or even borrow money, to allow Su Guowei to follow them in doing business. As for the consequences, they didn't dare to think about it. Now Su Yoji's family has moved away and they didn't even come back for the Chinese New Year. I heard that some people from the town followed him to do business, but were cheated out of everything. It was very pitiful. I didn't know this before, but when I heard Su Guowei talk about it this time, I realized that their family almost became one of the victims. Brother Yang, the news of Su Yoji and Lu Dingdong cheating people has spread. I heard that someone in Luowu in the town was cheated out of a lot of money. Even though he had long been certain that the 2 were scammers, Su Guowei still felt a little scared when he heard the news. Although Su Guowei was a lazy person, he was still very filial to his parents, otherwise Su Guowei in his previous life would not have been so guilty that he committed suicide. Yang Fan didn't know about this. He raised his eyebrows slightly, smiled and said, "It's my duty to help. I can't see the problem and then watch Guowei jump into the pit." After being polite for a while, Su's father and mother expressed their gratitude again and again, and then prepared to take Su Guowei away, but Yang Fan and Su Xiuying kept them for lunch. There was still a lot of cured meat left over from the previous year, so Yang Fan prepared a sumptuous meal for lunch, which made Su Guowei give thumbs up repeatedly. The few times he came to Yang Fan's house before, Su Guowei had smelled the flavor of Yang Fan's cooking, but he just didn't have the courage to eat with him. This time, he finally tasted Yang Fan's cooking and was immediately amazed. Yang Fan smiled and said nothing. His cooking skills are actually only slightly better than those of ordinary people, but they have not yet been bombarded with the delicacies of later generations, so they think the food he cooks is particularly delicious. After dinner, Su's father and mother went back first. Su Guowei sat in Yang Fan's house for a while and asked about going to Shenzhen after the new year. "Let's wait until the Lantern Festival is over." Yang Fan thought about it and gave a time. "So how much money should I prepare?" "Well, it's up to you. If it's your first time, you can wait and see. There's no need to be so anxious." Su Guowei nodded, "Okay, I'll listen to you." When Su Guowei returned in the afternoon, Yang Fan brought him a lot of things and wanted to bring the hen back to Su Guowei, but was sternly rejected by Su Guowei. Yang Fan had no choice but to take a few more pieces of bacon and take them back to Su Guowei. Chapter 225 No Regrets. On the 13th day of the lunar calendar, Yang Fan took Su Xiuying and his second sister Yuding to visit Huang's factory, partly to express his gratitude and partly to ask about the house. We prepared cigarettes, alcohol, fruits, and red envelopes for Director Huang's children. Brother Huang, long time no see. I feel like you've gained a lot of weight since the Chinese New Year. Really? Huang Xiangdong looked at his belly, which seemed to be quite big. It's Chinese New Year, so I have a lot of social activities. Yang Fan greeted Wu Qiuyun again. Sister-in-law, I haven't seen you for a long time. Yang Fan, come in and sit down. Is this your wife? Yes. Yang Fan introduced them. This is my wife Su Xiuying, this is my second sister Yang Huanyan, the younger one is my daughter Anan, and the older one is my niece Yu Ting. After some greetings, Huang Xiangdong took Yang Fan to a small study to talk. I've found the house. Don't tell me, I just happened to find it while I was socializing these days. I was planning to have your second sister bring you the news in 2 days. Oh, how's it going? I found everything according to your requirements. There are 2 apartments in Zhongxing Street, one on the 2nd floor and one on the 4th floor. The 4th floor is bigger, with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. The 2nd floor is smaller, with 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. It should be enough for your parents to live there. Besides, the 2nd floor is not high, so climbing the stairs is not hard. Yang Fan nodded, thought for a moment and said, okay, please help me contact them. I'm going to be away for a few days on the 16th. Well, let's set it on the 20th of the lunar calendar. Please help me make an appointment and I'll go to see the house. If the house is suitable, I will buy it directly. Well, I'll ask about this for you. Any news from Ishida Street? There are houses there, but do you really want to buy them? It's hard to sell there now. Many wealthy city dwellers have settled elsewhere. The original houses can't be sold, so they are rented out to others. There are still many houses for sale. Huang Xiangdong still doesn't quite understand why Yang Fan wants to buy a house there if he has the money. It is indeed much cheaper there. I may not have enough money, so I will probably buy a house there. He knew that Yang Fan bought the house there for investment, but buying that place would be worse than buying somewhere else for investment. Originally, Huang Xiangdong didn't want to buy a house there, but after counting the money he had, he realized that he would not have enough money left to buy a good house, so he could only afford a house in a remote place like this one in Shirtian Street. But he thought about his 2 sons and decided to give up the apartment he lived in and let Ishida and his wife live in the apartment, so that they could save some money. Yang Fan patted his shoulder and said with a smile, Brother Huang, you won't regret buying there. I hope so. But I'm not buying it for investment. If it doesn't work out, I'll live in it myself. If the housing prices really go up, we'll see. Thinking of this, Huang Xiangdong suddenly felt that buying a house in Shirtian Street was not a helpless choice. This is clearly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. By the way, there's still money for last month. If you're free tomorrow, come to the factory and we can settle it. Okay, I'll go there tomorrow. The 2 of them finished their conversation and then went out. There is a TV in Huang's house, so at this moment in the living room, Su Xiuying, Yang Huanyan, and their 2 children are all watching TV, almost obsessed with it. Yang Fan looked at the small black and white cable TV and had no interest in it at all. Of course, at this time, this thing is still a treasure. At least the people around him were watching with great interest. Yang Fan walked over to Su Xiuying and sat down, whispering, if you like watching it, buy one for your home after you buy the house. Chapter 226 ready. It's too expensive. Su Xiuying was reluctant. It's not like I can't make money. Yang Fan thought for a moment and said, and we can buy a color TV. Color televisions were already available at that time, but they were not very popular. Most families had a television, but it was black and white. Su Xiuying shook her head and said, let's talk about it later. She remembered that a black and white TV cost more than 400 yuan, let alone a color TV, which seemed to be unavailable in the county. Yang Fan didn't force it. After being exposed to various large-screen LCD TVs in later generations, he really had no desire to watch such a small TV. After having lunch at Director Huang's place and chatting for a while over tea, Yang Fan and the others went back. Su Xiuying sat on the back of the bicycle, holding Yang Fan's waist with both hands and asked, what did Director Huang say today? Is there any news about the house? Yes, I have found one. I agreed with him to go and see the house on New Year's Eve. Okay. Tomorrow I will go to the South Factory to settle last month's earnings, and also buy a ticket to Shenzhen the day after tomorrow. I have to tell my brother when I get back. As for Su Guowei, I have already said it in advance. Thinking that Yang Fan was going to travel far away, Su Xiuying couldn't help but remind him, you must be careful, your own safety is the most important. It's still quite chaotic now. What if I go to a place like Shenzhen where I'm unfamiliar with the place and get bullied? Don't worry, we're just going to buy something, what can go wrong? Su Xiuying didn't say anything. She was worried and even didn't want Yang Fan to go out to do business. In her opinion, the money Yang Fan earns at Nanchang now is enough to live for a lifetime if he spends frugally. It would be good for him to find a stable class to attend. A stable life is what she wants most. It's just that Yang Fan did business so that she and her daughter could live a better life. She really had no reason to confine people to a small county town because of her unfounded worries. The next day, Yang Fan and his elder brother went to the county together. He went to the South factory to settle the money first. Last month's profit was even higher, 260,000. At the same time, Director Huang also told Yang Fan that the higher-ups had clearly ordered him to reduce his income. Of course, Yang Fan also clearly told Huang Xiangdong to convey that they would continue to cooperate until the end. After saying goodbye to Huang Xiangdong, Yang Fan and his elder brother went to buy bus tickets to Shenzhen. It takes 5 or 6 hours to drive from Ningjiang County to Shenzhen City. After all, there is no expressway yet. After buying the tickets, Yang Fan and Yang Hai rode their bicycles back. Zhou Honying didn't go to the fields, but waited for Yang Hai at home. When she saw him coming back, she asked hurriedly, "Have you bought the ticket?" "I've bought it. It's at 8 a.m. the day after tomorrow. I'll go return the car to Dad first." "Wait." Zhou Honying stopped him and said, "Give me the ticket. I'll keep it for you so you don't lose it." Yang Hai handed her the ticket, and then heard his wife say, "Do you remember what I told you before?" "Remember, you've been talking about it every day these past few days, how could I forget?" "Well, don't worry, I'll tell you tomorrow." Yang Hai shook his head helplessly and went to return the bicycle. Zhou Honying looked at the ticket in her hand and felt a little excited. She heard from Su Xiuying yesterday that they had found a house in the county and they could buy both houses as soon as Yang Fan checked them out. This made Zhou Honying feel a sense of urgency, and she also wanted to buy a house for her family as soon as possible. What's more, she did not forget that she still owed Yang Fan 1,000 yuan. Chapter 227 Arrival at Shenzhen. After the Lantern Festival. Yang Fan, Yang Hai and Su Guowei also gathered at the county station. Su Xiuying and Zhou Honying rode their bicycles to the station to see their husbands off. "Be careful when you go outside," Su Xiuying whispered, "put your own safety first." "I know. You've said it many times." Su Xiuying reached out and hit him. She wasn't too worried about him. Zhou Honying on the other side also gave Yang Hai instructions. In addition to telling him to be careful, she also taught him, just listen to Xiaofan's advice. Don't make any decisions on your own. Do you hear me? I know. As the two were talking, Su Guowei, who was standing alone not far away, looked at the two affectionate couples. For some reason, he felt as if he had been hurt 1,000 times. When he makes money, he will marry a wife. I hope my wife will be there to see him off next time he comes to Shenzhen. Soon, it was time to depart. The driver shouted something, and Yang Fan and his companions hurriedly said something to Su Xiuying and the other person, then got on the bus and found their seats and sat down. A 5 or 6 hour drive is really long. In addition, today's buses are quite old and the smell on the bus is not very pleasant. If someone who is prone to motion sickness is on this bus, he or she will probably feel like vomiting after staying there for just 1 second. Fortunately, Yang Fan and the other two did not suffer from motion sickness. Having come from hard lives, they did not feel uncomfortable in such an environment. "Let's take a nap," Yang Fan said. Because he had to get on the bus at 8 in the morning and the ride would take 5 or 6 hours, Yang Fan felt it would be difficult for him to get through it with his eyes open. But when he said he wanted to sleep, it was impossible for him to fall asleep, after all, he had just woken up. So Yang Fan was very foresight and exercised for most of the night last night, which resulted in him being quite sleepy now. Yang Hai and Su Guowei were not so sleepy, and said helplessly, "We just woke up, how can we sleep?" Moreover, now that they were on the bus to Shenzhen, they were so excited that they couldn't sleep at all. "Then I'll go to sleep." Yang Fan closed his eyes leisurely, and said to them, "Speak softly, don't disturb us sleeping passengers." Seeing that Yang Fan was really sleeping with his eyes closed, Yang Hai and Su Guowei had no choice but to look at the scenery outside the window and wait silently for time to pass. After falling asleep, the 5 or 6 hour drive went by very quickly. Yang Fan yawned and looked out the car window. The car has entered Shenzhen City. The scenery on both sides of the street is completely different from that of Ningxiang County, giving Yang Fan a familiar yet unfamiliar feeling. He stood up and stood for a while. His butt was sore from sitting for so long. Are you tired? We're almost there. Yang Hai took out a kettle and handed it to Yang Fan. Would you like some water? Let me tell you, you can sleep a lot, from 8 in the morning to 1 in the afternoon. Yang Fan took it and drank a sip of water, then took the bun wrapped in oil paper that Yang Hai took out of the bag. Yang Fan made these buns one day in advance so that he could eat them on the road. Have you eaten yet? We ate early. Su Guowei looked back, his face showing no signs of fatigue. He looked out the window and said, "This is Shenzhen City. It's completely different from Ningxiang County. There are so many people, and they all look very rich." Yang Fan. After eating 2 buns, the bus stopped at the station in Shenzhen. There were a lot of people at the station, each of them carrying luggage. These people all came to Shenzhen to work. Chapter 228. They are here to make money. Various billboards on the street and propaganda boards on the walls attracted many people to stop and watch. There are buildings, parked cars, hollow concrete fences, pedestrians, and cyclists. It looks very lively, and there are sanitation workers sweeping the roadside. Yang Fan looked at the Shenzhen Stock Exchange in the 1980s, and long-lost memories came back to him. He took Yang Hai and Su Guowei to a small hotel with familiarity, put down their luggage, and planned to take a rest today and go to the wholesale market tomorrow. Yang Hai and Su Guowei had already turned into followers, their eyes were dazzled. Brother Yang, why do I feel like you are very familiar with Shenzhen? When you came out of the station, it seemed like you didn't even look at the street signs. That's because you were looking around and didn't pay attention. I saw it all. Oh, really? Su Guowei did not doubt it and said with a smile, Shenzhen is really prosperous. There are so many cars and it seems that everyone has a bicycle. No wonder so many people come to Shenzhen to work. I heard that the salary in Shenzhen is very high. It's indeed high. I know a friend of a friend who came to Shenzhen to work, moving bricks on a construction site every day. Although it's tiring, he makes 70 or 80 yuan a month, which is higher than the salary of regular workers in our factory. I'm really envious. I heard that if he works harder, earning hundreds of yuan is no problem. Yang Fan smiled and said, this salary is normal. Although it is high, it is hard-earned money. In addition, the cost of living in Shenzhen is also quite high. However, if you work in a big city and send the salary back home, the money you earn is still a lot. Su Guowei nodded and understood what Yang Fan meant. For a lazy person like me, I can't work on a construction site. I'll just cling to Brother Yang's thigh. I don't want to make a fortune, but I hope I can make a little money to get married. Yang Fan glanced at him and said, you didn't get married, not because you don't have money. Ahem, I know. It turns out that both of them are second-rate people, so it's normal that no one likes them. Yang Fan was chosen because he had a good-looking face and due to Su Xiuying's family background, it was a coincidence. Otherwise, like Yang Fan before, it would have been difficult for him to get married. After leaving the small hotel, Yang Fan took them to a restaurant for dinner. I didn't go to the small shop on the street, but went to a small restaurant that looked well decorated. Yang Hai and Su Guowei felt their wallets hurt when they saw it, and whispered, Xiao Fan, this shop doesn't look cheap. Should we go somewhere else? I think the rice noodle shop on the roadside ahead is good. Don't worry, I'll pay for it. Yang Hai was not very happy. In his opinion, they are here to make money, not to spend money. They must save as much as possible on accommodation and food. Brother, it's a rare trip to Shenzhen, so why not have a good meal? Besides, I want to eat. All right. It's Yang Fan's money, he can't stop others from spending it. However, when they entered the restaurant, neither of them dared to order food. In the end, Yang Fan ordered 2 dishes and a soup. The portions were quite big at that time, so it was enough for 3 people, and the food tasted good, so in the end all the food was gone. Su Guowei said with emotion, you get what you pay for. The food in this restaurant is really delicious, and it's comparable to what Brother Yang cooks. Yang Fan smiled and said nothing. Of course it's delicious. After all, he loved coming to this restaurant in his previous life. After dinner, the 3 of them had nothing special to do, so they just walked around the streets of Shenzhen. There were many rare things here, which made Yang Hai and Su Guowei eager to buy them, but they still didn't pay for them. They didn't forget that they were here to make money. Chapter 229 Wholesale Market. Shopping without buying anything is boring. After seeing the prosperity of Shenzhen and driving on the street for an hour, Yang Hai and Su Guowei's excitement faded. Go back to bed. Go back. Yang Fan naturally had no objection to the two men's request. The three of them returned to the hotel and went to bed early. The next morning, Yang Fan brushed his teeth at the public sink and waited for Yang Hai and Su Guowei to finish washing before he took his things and went to the wholesale market. The wholesale market is like a vegetable market, with all kinds of stalls everywhere. And when they came, they could see construction going on in many places. Because of the investment promotion, there were many factories everywhere. Because it is very close to the Xiangjiang River, it attracts many bosses from the other side of the river. There are many pedestrians passing by, many of whom speak Cantonese. Although Yang Hai and Su Guowei couldn't speak it, as they were from Donghua province, they could still hear it. Cars in the wholesale market are driving slowly, like old men taking a stroll. Yang Fan and the other two squeezed through the crowd and arrived at the clothing wholesale section. The stalls were filled with clothing styles that Yang Hai and Su Guowei had never seen before, and the prices written on the papers were the cheapest they had ever seen. Oh my god, this coat is free? Such a thick and beautiful coat is only $15. If I put it back home, it would sell for at least $30 or $40, right? Yang Fan smiled and said, this price is still high, because we buy a lot, so it must be wholesale price. If the quantity is enough, it is possible to negotiate 7 or 8 yuan per piece. But it depends on whether it is a direct sale from the manufacturer. If it is a middleman, the price may be higher. Oh my god, now I know why everyone says that they come to Shenzhen to make money. Su Guowei felt that he was going to get rich. Yang Hai was also very excited watching from the side. There are many tricks involved. Don't get cheated. Don't work yourself to death and end up earning only a little money for your hard work. I know. Su Guowei nodded. Yang Fan had told him some of the tricks here before. Then go shopping today and check out the prices. Don't rush to buy. We're not in a hurry. Other things are cheap too, like watches. Although they don't have the huge profits like clothes, they're easy to carry. Also, as I said before, be careful of pickpockets. Be sure to keep an eye on your money. Seeing that they were all fascinated, Yang Fan said helplessly, then let's all split up and take a look first, and then we'll gather here later. Okay. Yang Hai and Su Guowei immediately squeezed into the crowd like fish into the sea and disappeared in a flash. As for Yang Fan, he had no interest in other things, so he just wandered around the clothes. After about an hour, Su Guowei and Yang Hai came back one after another, both of them with red faces and happy faces. The prices in this wholesale market, even before bargaining, are much cheaper than those in Ningxiang County. It is conceivable that if they buy these things and then take them home and sell them at a high price, how much profit they can make is exciting just to think about. Have you finished reading it? Yeah. Yang Hai nodded. I just looked at a lot of them in a hurry, without taking a closer look. There were just too many people, but it was enough. Have you decided what to buy? Yang Hai didn't say anything. His wife said, listen to Xiaofan and buy whatever Xiaofan wants. Su Guowei obviously had the same idea and asked Yang Fan directly, Yang Fan, what are you going to buy? Chapter 230 Encounter. Clothing. Yang Fan has only one choice. Although he could make money from other things, it was definitely not as profitable as clothes, and he didn't want to make things too complicated. In fact, he came to the Shenzhen Stock Exchange to purchase goods for Yang Hai and Su Guowei, and his own purpose was to see the venue. He now has almost 500,000 yuan in his hands, which is enough to build the factory. There will also be money left in the South factory, which is more than enough for buying a house and living expenses. So there is no need for Yang Fan to earn that little money anymore. What's more, if he built a factory, Yang Hai and Su Guowei could also come to him to get goods. The styles, quality and prices of his designs would definitely be better than if they got goods from outside, and they would not have to worry about being cheated. As for why Yang Hai and Su Guowei were not allowed to work directly in the factory, Yang Fan did not want to fill his factory with only relatives and friends, as this would easily lead to conflicts. Although Yang Hai and Su Guowei also wanted to bring some other things, they gave up because they thought that those were more expensive than clothes and the profit was not as high as clothes. Of course, the main reason why they gave up was Yang Fan's words. You can't go wrong if you listen to the boss. Xiaofan, I will listen to you. Yang Hai will never forget his wife's repeated instructions. Brother Yang, I will listen to you too. Su Guowei doesn't have any courage. Since there is someone leading him, he just wants to be obedient and earn some money. He doesn't want to do anything weird. Okay, let's buy some clothes. Then what kind of clothes should we buy? There are so many styles here, and there are clothes for all 4 seasons. The temperature in Donghua province changes frequently. Although it is winter now, when the sun comes out occasionally, it can be so hot at noon that you have to wear short sleeves. Therefore, you can usually see people wearing all kinds of clothes on the city streets in Donghua province. I've already seen it, just follow me. When I talk to the boss later, you can learn from me, but don't interrupt. Okay. Yang Fan took them to a stall he had already taken a fancy to. Not far away. A man with a middle-parted hairstyle, wearing jeans and earrings, suddenly patted the man with a slicked-back hair and a leather jacket next to him and said, "Brother Dong, look at that. Does he look like Su Guowei?" Lu Dingdong was smoking a cigarette and pretending to be cool when he heard Su Yoji's words. He followed his gaze, and even though there were many people around, Lu Dingdong recognized him at a glance. That person was Su Guowei. It's him. Lu Dingdong narrowed his eyes. This kid, I asked him to come to Shenzhen with me to do business before, but he refused. What's going on now? He came here by himself? Su Yoji observed carefully and said, "Brother Dong, he should have come with other people." The 2 people next to him seemed to be from a nearby village. They look familiar. When the man in front tilted his head, he slapped his thigh and said, "That's Yang Fan. He used to hang out with Su Guowei. There's another guy following him who seems to be Yang Fan's older brother Yang Hai. They actually came to Shenzhen together." Yang Fan? Lu Dingdong had this person in his mind, but he had never met him and didn't know him well. I remember when I first told him that I would take him to do business, he was quite excited, but then he suddenly changed his mind. "Brother Dong, what you mean is that Su Guowei wants to do this business with Yang Fan and not follow our path, so that he won't have to earn kickbacks from us? Isn't it obvious? He won't come when I bring him, and insists on doing it himself. It's obvious that he doesn't trust me." Chapter 231 Tracking. Lu Dingdong was a little angry. He was not angry because Su Guowei did not believe him, but he was angry because Su Guowei did not believe that he was right. To give a simple example, if someone says you are ugly, if you are good looking, you will not be angry when he says you are ugly, but if you are really ugly and he says you are ugly, you will be very angry because he is telling the truth. Similarly, this is what makes Lu Dingdong angry now. Su Guowei was right not to believe him because he really had bad intentions. Su Yoji saw that Lu Dingdong was unhappy, so he leaned over and whispered, "Brother Dong, what do you think? Do you want to teach this kid a lesson?" "Of course. You keep an eye on them, I'll go get them." Receive. After Yang Fan finished shopping, he took Su Guowei and Yang Hai to return to the hotel. They didn't bring much money with them, less than 200 yuan. After deducting the transportation fee, accommodation and meals, they had about 150 yuan left, a total of 300 yuan. In addition, Yang Fan didn't buy many clothes, so all the clothes for the 3 people could be packed into just one snakeskin bag. Su Guowei had an excited look on his face. "Brother Yang, you are awesome. You are really brave to bargain. I thought the boss was going to fail when he looked so gloomy. But he suddenly smiled and said, 'Let's be friends.' His expression changed so quickly. That's because I can guess the approximate cost, so the price I offer is definitely the cheapest price we can get, and of course the boss can make money too. But Xiaofan, you speak nicely. The boss seems to like you very much. He keeps telling you to come to him for goods next time." Yang Hai is very naive. He doesn't know that this kind of rhetoric and this kind of enthusiasm are very common. As the 3 of them were talking, Su Yoji followed them all the way until Yang Fan and the others entered the small hotel, and then he stopped following them in. They go to the wholesale market early, and it's only a little after 11 o'clock now. Yang Hai packed up his things and said, "Xiaofan, let's go back today. If we stay here one more day, we can get one more day's accommodation fee." "Okay, let's go buy tickets after lunch. Let's buy the evening ticket so we can sleep right away. Otherwise, sitting there will be too uncomfortable." Yang Hai and Su Guowei thought about it and finally nodded, "Okay. Brother, go buy the tickets. Lao Su, go buy some food. We can't leave the hotel unattended." Both of them felt that Yang Fan was right to be cautious. They were in an unfamiliar place and had bought more than 400 yuan worth of clothes. If they were lost, it would be a heavy blow to them. Su Guowei simply bought some vegetarian buns and dry pancakes. But even this thing is delicious. He didn't buy much, firstly because he didn't have much money, and secondly he wanted to hold back and eat when he got home in the evening. After all, the prices in Shenzhen were much more expensive than those in Ningjiang County, and he was spending so much before he even made any money, so Su Guowei was reluctant to spend too much more. Yang Fan didn't mind it. He ate 2 buns and a pancake and felt full. Brother Yang, if we have tickets for the evening, we will have to check out of the room at 2 o'clock. Should we wait at the station for the rest of the time? When Yang Hai came back, I found out that he had bought a ticket for the 6 p.m. train. After he ate the buns left for him, the group planned to take a nap and have a good rest before checking out at 2 o'clock. When it was almost 2 o'clock, Yang Hai carried the snakeskin bag, and the 3 of them walked towards the station together. There are not many buildings in Shenzhen now, and the streets are very spacious. There are many small roads leading to the station. After all, if you go straight to the main road, there will be a lot of people in cars. Chapter 232 playing. There aren't many people on the trail, but there aren't too few either. The 3 of them walked towards the station and talked, completely unaware that a group of people had caught up with them. Brother Dong, they should be taking the bus back. Should we start now? Yeah, I thought they would go back at night. Lu Dingdong stretched out his hand and waved to the 6 people behind him whose faces were dirty and their appearance could not be seen. Go ahead, remember what I said before. You want to bypass me, Lu Dingdong? Ha, it's not that easy. Yang Hai was carrying a snakeskin bag when he suddenly heard footsteps from behind. He was about to move aside when he felt the snakeskin bag behind him being pulled by a huge force and it immediately flew out of his hand. He immediately turned around and saw the person who snatched his snakeskin bag running away. Something's being robbed. Something's being robbed. The other 5 people hindered the pursuit of Yang Hai and his 3 companions. In addition to stealing their goods, they also had another mission, which was to teach Yang Fan and the other 3 a lesson. So at this moment, when Yang Hai tried to push them away and rush out, they immediately took the opportunity to attack. Damn it! Why are you touching me? Brothers, fight! The 5 of them started fighting immediately. It's just that Lu Dingdong underestimated Yang Fan. He thought that 5 people were more than enough to beat Yang Hai. After all, Yang Hai and his men had at most some strength, while the people under him had a lot of fighting experience and were already mature fighters. Plus, with more people, it would only take a few minutes for them to crush them. But he didn't expect that Yang Hai and Su Guowei each dealt with 1, while Yang Fan easily dealt with the remaining 3. Lu Dingdong, who was secretly observing from a distance, raised his eyebrows in surprise. This Yang Fan actually has such good skills, it looks like he has practiced before. It's a good thing you let someone snatch it and run away first, Brother Dong. If you didn't run, they might have snatched it back. Let's go. Seeing people fighting, others didn't dare to approach and quickly changed the route. Yang Fan beat those people severely, and they all fled in panic. Su Guowei looked around and saw that no one was around, so he whispered to Yang Fan, Brother Yang, what should we do now? Someone is actually targeting us. He had no idea at all. If Yang Fan hadn't told him in advance, he wouldn't have known that he was being targeted. It was really terrifying. He almost didn't react just now. Take a detour back to the hotel, pick up your things, then go buy your ticket and leave immediately. When Yang Fan was at the wholesale market, he felt that someone was watching him, but there were so many people there that Yang Fan couldn't find the person and wasn't sure. As we walked back to the hotel, the feeling became more pronounced. This can only be said to be an intuition that predicts danger. In his previous life, Yang Fan was able to make so much money by relying on this intuition and avoiding many dangers. So Yang Fan trusts his intuition very much. After finishing his meal, he extended his stay at the hotel for 2 more hours, took out the extra snakeskin bag and put all his clothes in it. The original snakeskin bag was now filled with garbage from the hotel. Sure enough, he found the answer the first time he tried it. Good. Su Guowei and Yang Hai didn't say much, followed Yang Fan's detour and returned to the hotel. The people who were robbing over there would probably find out soon that the snakeskin bag didn't contain clothes at all. The 3 of them wandered around and then returned to the hotel. After putting on their snakeskin bags, they walked towards the station. The other side. Lu Dingdong and Su Yoji met up with 6 other people at their rented house. Brother Dong. A man with bruises on his face touched his wounds inside. Who is this guy? He's really good at fighting. The 3 of us are no match for him. He beat us completely. Lu Dingdong did not answer. Su Yoji on the side said, no matter how good he is at fighting, the goods were still taken away by us. Brother Dong was wise to let one person run first. Open the goods and have a look. Lu Dingdong took out a cigarette and passed it to the others. Brothers, you have worked hard today. I will treat you tonight. Let's go to the hair salon to wash our hair together. Hee, thank you, Brother Dong. Everyone thanked him, and one of them, with a cigarette in his mouth, went to open the snakeskin bag. However, as soon as the rope was untied, his expression became strange. Why does it feel a bit smelly? Thinking of this, he quickly opened the snakeskin bag, looked inside, and his face suddenly changed. Then, he poured out the contents, and the smell immediately emanated. Brother Dong, this is garbage? Lu Dingdong's smug expression disappeared, and he exhaled a puff of smoke fiercely, making it difficult to see his expression. Okay. He was actually fooled. No one else dared to speak, not even Su Yoji. This was shocking. Yang Fan and his team actually guessed that someone was going to steal their goods and prepared garbage for them in advance. As for them, not only did they not fight anyone, they also stole a bunch of garbage and took it back with them feeling smug. Just thinking about it makes me feel so depressed. The atmosphere was somewhat stagnant. Su Yoji swallowed and whispered, Brother Dong, what should we do now? Look. Since their goods are not on them, they must be in the hotel. But if we go over there now, they will surely have run away. Lu Dingdong knew this was the truth, but he couldn't get rid of the depression in his heart. Su Yoji comforted him, Brother Dong, they must come here more than once to purchase goods. As long as they keep coming, they will run into us sooner or later. By then, it will be too late for us to take revenge. Yes, Brother Dong, the monk can run away, but the temple cannot. As long as he wants to come to Shenzhen, he will meet us brothers sooner or later. The others echoed. Lu Dingdong suppressed his anger and smiled at the others. Okay, no matter what, everyone has worked hard today, let's go to the hair salon for a massage. Brother Dong is mighty. While Lu Dingdong and his friends were having fun, Yang Fan and his friends also bought a bus for the nearest time and were already sitting on the bus. Even after the car started and drove for a long distance, Yang Hai and Su Guowei were still in shock and couldn't utter a word. They thought that doing business was a simple matter. All they had to do was learn good sales pitches, buy goods cheaply, take the goods home, and sell them at a high price. It was really unexpected that someone would actually come to rob more than 400 yuan. If Yang Fan hadn't sensed the danger in advance, all their efforts would be in vain. Yang Hai swallowed and said, Xiao Fan, who do you think is the person who stole our things? Not sure. Yang Fan shook his head. He didn't see the person clearly. Now we have to see if they know each other. If they do, then it means they are targeting us intentionally. If they don't know each other, then we may just be a target they picked at random. Next time we come, we may be chosen again, or we may not. But if we know each other, then we will definitely be targeted. Chapter 233 Speculations. How could anyone know us in Shenzhen and target us? It must be a coincidence, right? As Su Guowei said this, he saw Yang Fan's face darken. He was startled. Brother Yang, what's wrong? Shenzhen City, is there really no one who knows us? No way. Su Guowei subconsciously refuted. The next second, he suddenly thought of something, and his face was full of doubt. Impossible? At this time, Su Guowei naturally thought of Lu Dingdong and Su Yoji, who had previously invited him to do business. Is Shenzhen so small? The Shenzhen Stock Exchange is not that small, but the circle in which we do business is that small. Yang Fan frowned slightly. If it is really them, it will still be a bit troublesome. Judging from today's situation, Lu Dingdong and Su Yoji should have connections in the Shenzhen Stock Exchange. If we really focus on them, we might end up in trouble if we don't pay attention. Su Guowei's heart quickly rose again. Brother Yang, if it's them, what should we do? Do you think Dongzi will know that it was you who saw through him? I don't know. He probably wanted to vent his anger. After all, he said he would take you with him, but you didn't appreciate it. Then he did it secretly by himself. He must be angry and wanted to teach you a lesson. Of course, it is also possible that this is just the beginning. After a few times, he will appear as a savior and ask us to follow him. Then we will definitely be sold out and help him count the money. Su Guowei thought that if they didn't know the situation today, things might really have developed like this. We have to prepare for the worst and treat the people today as if they were them. Yang Hai felt confused when he heard this. Xiao Fan, what are you talking about? I am confused. Tell him. Yang Fan was too lazy to explain. Su Guowei on the side explained what happened before to Yang Hai without any complaints. Only then did Yang Hai understand why Yang Fan wanted to take Su Guowei to do business, and why Su Guowei suddenly became a good person. So what should we do now? I think Lu Dingdong is quite powerful in Shenzhen. 6 of them came today. If it were in the past, Yang Hai might have given up doing business. But today he saw the prosperity of the big city and the cheapness of clothes in the clothing market. The huge profits made him reluctant to give up and go back to being a temporary worker for 15 yuan. Let's talk about it later. Yang Fan had some thoughts in his mind, but he didn't tell them. Let's go back now and sell the clothes first to get back the money. Speaking of clothes, Su Guowei and Yang Hai were both excited and nervous. Being excited may mean you can make a lot of money, but being nervous may mean you lose money. 9 o'clock in the evening. The bus arrived at Ningxiang County Station. Yang Fan yawned, tears welling up in his eyes, and followed Yang Hai and Su Guowei, who were getting their things. It was completely dark. It was a cold evening at the end of February. Yang Fan tightened his coat and walked out of the busy station. Su Guowei took a deep breath and grinned. It's still more comfortable and safe at home. I've only been away from home for 2 days, but you make me think you haven't been back for years. Yang Fan complained as he passed by him. Su Guowei hurriedly followed with the snakeskin bag on his back. This is someone who was robbed in Shenzhen City. Let's go home. Yang Hai asked. Well, my butt hurts after sitting all afternoon. It's just right to walk home. Go home. The 3 of them walked on the long road, their shadows stretched very long by the moonlight. Chapter 234, Thieves. Su Xiuying was almost falling asleep. Who knew that she heard a dog barking in the distance? She didn't pay attention to it and was about to continue sleeping when she heard a rustling sound outside. Is there a thief? This was Su Xiuying's first reaction. My family has been building a house and buying a bicycle sewing machine recently, so it's normal to be targeted. And there are indeed a lot of thieves these days. Her heart was beating very fast. She got up from the bed gently, took out a wooden stick from under the bed, and slowly groped her way out of the room. With the help of the bright moonlight, she vaguely saw the door of the main room being opened, and a man carrying a large bag walked in. She didn't want to think about it, so she just lifted the stick and went away, making a horn sound of awe. Daughter-in-law. Yang Fan dodged and shouted quickly, then blocked Su Xiuying's second attack. It's me, I'm back. Yang Fan? Su Xiuying felt a little exhausted at the moment. The courage to swing the stick just now had exhausted all her strength. Well, scared? Yang Fan threw the snakeskin bag to the ground, and he hugged the person. It's my fault, I thought you fell asleep and didn't want to wake you up. It's almost 10 o'clock now. Usually, Su Xiuying's biological clock makes her go to bed at 8 or 9 o'clock. You scared me to death. I thought there was a thief in the house. Su Xiuying patted Yang Fan on the back and complained. Okay, I was wrong. It's all my fault. It took a while for Su Xiuying to calm down. I turned on the lights at home, thinking about what happened just now, and felt a little embarrassed. Why are you back so late at night? I thought you would not be back until tomorrow. I'll be back once the clothes are in. Su Xiuying quickly picked up the snakeskin bag and asked, is that all? Well, Big Brother and his friends have already taken it away. Are you hungry? Su Xiuying took the snakeskin bag to the room and put it away. She remembered that he probably took a bus in the afternoon and might not have eaten much until now. I'm hungry. How about giving me some of your wife's pussy to eat? After saying that, Yang Fan felt that there was some ambiguity in his words. As long as you don't mind. Su Xiuying said this and went into the kitchen. Her cooking skills can't compare to Yang Fan's. Yang Fan hurriedly followed her and hugged her from behind, feeling quite happy. How could I dislike it? I like everything you cook. If you like it, you won't cook for yourself every day. Hey, Comrade Su Xiuying, you are being unreasonable. I am clearly trying not to make you suffer so much, and you actually think of me like this? Su Xiuying pursed her lips and smiled. I was just teasing you. Looking at her cheerful and smiling face, Yang Fan felt warm in his heart. From her rebirth to now, Su Xiuying's personality has really changed a lot, from being afraid of him, questioning him, believing in him, and relying on him, to now complaining about him and teasing him. Without the worries of life, there are more smiles. Don't hold me, I'm down there. Oh, then I'll go take a shower first. Yang Fan let her go. I spent 2 days in Shenzhen and barely had a proper shower. I felt really uncomfortable. There's still hot water in the kettle. Don't take a cold shower. It's still cold. Got it, thank you, wife. Su Shouying smiled and concentrated on giving Yang Fan the lower body. Took a shower. Yang Fan looks much more energetic. The noodles were ready, and Su Shouying also fried an egg for him. The hot noodles are especially delicious on this cold night. The two of them didn't say anything, just enjoying this quiet and beautiful time. Chapter 235 Selling Clothes. No words were spoken that night. Waking up in the warm bed, Yang Fan saw Anan sitting at his feet, as if trying to sneak attack his leg hair. Just as he was about to speak, Yang Fan hissed when he felt a pain in his leg. Anan sat up from where he was lying, and seeing his father wake up, he immediately explained, "Dad, I didn't pull out your leg hair." Yang Fan decisively used his newly grown beard to teach her a lesson. The father and daughter played on the bed for a while before getting out of bed to eat breakfast. Su Shouying had already finished eating. She took out the clothes from the snakeskin bag one by one and looked at them. She also commented, "The clothes in Shenzhen are so beautiful. Many of the styles are not seen in the county. I have good taste." Su Shouying glared at him, but had to admit that Yang Fan's vision was quite good. "Hey, why are there still some children's clothes and leather shoes here?" "Yes, I bought it for Anan. There are also some for you. I'll tell you about it later." "Did Dad buy me new clothes?" Anan immediately stopped eating, jumped off the bench, and ran to the room. "Mom, I want to wear new clothes and new shoes." Su Shouying put her on the bed and said, "Try on the shoes to see if they fit." At the same time, she said to Yang Fan, "What are you buying for me? My clothes are still wearable. You should sell them. You are a businessman, don't lose money. It's not a loss. Things in Shenzhen are cheap. If you buy them in the county, they're even more expensive. Besides, your husband earns so much money, can't he even afford to buy you clothes?" After Su Shouying changed Anan's shoes and asked her to walk a few steps on the ground, she said, "I'm not used to the days of suddenly having money. I'm always used to saving money." "Then you should slowly get used to the life of being rich. Don't worry. Your husband will become richer and richer in the future. Shame on you." Mom, does it look good?" Su Shouying looked down at the red leather shoes on Anan's feet, touched her head and said with a smile, "Looks good, Anan is the best looking, try the clothes on again." "Well, the shoes are really nice, thank you, Dad." "You're welcome." After trying on clothes, my eldest brother and sister-in-law came. Zhou Hongying's face was full of red. Seeing Su Shouying, she smiled and said, "Shouying, I want to thank you very much." "What's wrong?" "Thank you for teaching me a good husband." "What's the meaning?" "Yang Hai brought me some clothes when he came back from Shenzhen this time." "How could he have thought of this?" When I asked, it turned out that it was Yang Fan who reminded me of this. Su Shouying smiled and said, "No, it's because Big Brother cares about you. Otherwise, it would be useless for anyone to remind him." These words made people feel comfortable, and Zhou Hongying smiled even more. Yang Hai sat down on the bench. "Xiao Fan, how are you going to sell your clothes?" "I'll go with you. The clothes we choose are all worn by girls in their 20s and 30s, so the places we go must be places where there are many people of this age group." Yang Fan did not give a direct answer, but asked Yang Hai again, "Brother, where do you think there are more girls of this age?" The eldest brother had never done business before, so Yang Fan could naturally tell him all the tricks, but it was very likely that he would not be able to do it after some adjustments. He still had to learn to think and understand why he had to do it this way. Yang Hai thought about it seriously, and after a moment he said, "There are quite a lot of young female teachers in the school, but they are limited. The same is true for doctors and nurses in the hospital. Besides, selling clothes in front of the hospital, I guess not many people are in the mood to watch." "That makes sense." Yang Fan nodded in agreement. "Then let's go directly to the department store? There are a lot of people shopping there, and there are also a lot of girls of this age group." Zhou Hongying was listening nearby, but she suggested another place. It would be okay to sell it in the staff housing of some units. Yang Fan was a little surprised when he heard this. "Sister-in-law, tell me about it." His eyes showed approval, and Zhou Hongying felt more confident. "This is what I think. No matter where there are more people, they all have to go home in the end. Isn't there a saying called waiting for the rabbit by the tree? What I want is to wait for them directly downstairs." The reason why she could think of this method was actually because Zhou Hongying had been thinking about where Yang Hai would buy a house after he made money. Similarly, she also secretly went to the county to check. As if she was excited, she continued, "We can go to the south factory or the third factory. There are a lot of female textile workers in these two factories. They have money, so it's easier for them to buy clothes." Yang Fan was really a little surprised. He didn't expect that his sister-in-law could think of this. He nodded and said, "Sister-in-law is right. These two places are the most important. We don't have many clothes. We should be able to sell out anyone we choose. Xiao Fan, if this is your first time, let's go together." "Okay, let's go to the South Factory. My second sister is also there, but we have to stay away from the South Factory. After all, the South Factory also makes clothes, and we are competitors. The people in the South Factory probably won't be happy with us selling clothes in front of them." Yang Hai nodded. He hadn't expected this. Zhou Hongying said excitedly beside him, "Have you finished breakfast? Let's go in the morning after that." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Guowei's voice came from outside. Obviously, the reason he came here was the same as Yang Hai's. He didn't know where to sell his products, and he lacked the courage and face to sell them by himself. So the group borrowed 2 bicycles from their father, one for Yang Hai and Zhou Hongying, and one for Yang Fan and Su Guowei. As for Su Xiuying, she had to stay at home to help look after Anan and the 3 children from her eldest brother's family. Su Guowei was riding Yang Fan's bicycle, holding a snakeskin bag on the back. "Hey, this bicycle is so good to ride. When I make money, I will definitely buy one. It's so cool. It's cooler to buy a motorcycle. How can I afford it? The money I have for a motorcycle is enough to buy a house. I can still think about bicycles, but I dare not even think about motorcycles. In this life, I will be very satisfied if I can buy a motorcycle, not to mention cars." Yang Fan said with a smile, "Then remember what you said, don't despise it when you can afford a motorcycle in the future." "How is that possible? If I buy a motorcycle, it will be my second wife. How could I possibly dislike my wife?" The two chatted as they walked towards the staff housing building of the South Factory. They went to the South Factory now, but the workers there were still busy. However, Yang Hai and his friends were anxious to try selling clothes in the morning, so they planned to sell clothes in the residential building near the South Factory. We arrived at the place quickly. It's just past 9 in the morning. Those who are going to work have already gone to work, and those who are going to school have already gone to school. The sun is shining outside, but it's cold inside. Whether it's taking care of the children or chatting, everyone is happy to sit downstairs in the sun, eat melon seeds and chat. Most of them are elderly people, but there are also many young women. Chapter 236. You don't have a wife. The arrival of the 4 people attracted a lot of people's attention. After all, they had a lot of luggage and were unfamiliar faces. Being stared at, Yang Hai and the other 2 felt a little uncomfortable. They were trying to think of how to start the conversation, but they couldn't utter a word. They had no choice but to take clothes out of the snakeskin bag and hang them on the hanger. Yang Fan took a look and knew that they were probably too embarrassed to ask for help, so he could only do it himself. So he walked up to those who were watching them and said, "Comrades, do you want to come over and take a look at the clothes? We bought them from Shenzhen City. They are very beautiful and cheap." Su Guowei, who was standing nearby, followed and echoed, "Yes." He looked so stupid that Yang Fan wanted to laugh when he saw him. "Are the goods imported from Shenzhen Stock Exchange genuine?" "Of course, comrade, you will see when you come over. Many styles are not available in the county. You are all so good looking, so you should wear the best looking clothes." This made everyone laugh, and they all stood up from their stools. "Okay, let's go and take a look." Yang Fan called out to the others, "Comrades, come and take a look. The clothes are definitely beautiful." Su Guowei was watching from the side and looked at Yang Fan with admiration. How did he lose face? Su Guowei felt that he was a shameless person, but when he was asked to hawk his wares on the street, how should I put it, he just felt a little embarrassed, as if he was inferior to others and was waiting for others to scrutinize him. "Lao Su, let's greet them together." Su Guowei came back to his senses, looked at Yang Fan, and said embarrassedly, "I don't know how to." "If you don't know how to do it, just learn from me. Just do what I do. As long as you take the first step, you will find that it is not that difficult later." When saying this, Yang Fan looked towards his elder brother and sister-in-law. The eldest brother was obviously in a similar situation to Su Guowei. He stood in front of the eldest sister-in-law and just helped. However, after the eldest sister-in-law had to greet him reluctantly, she obviously opened up and became more and more fluent, praising him without stopping. Su Guowei followed Yang Fan's line of sight and saw this scene. He was shocked. Yang Fan, your sister-in-law is so powerful. Don't look at it. You have to learn it yourself if you don't have a wife to help you. It hurts. With Yang Fan's guidance, Su Guowei quickly took the first step, and after the first step, it gradually became easier. Originally Su Guowei had a bit of social skills, and after he was able to answer questions as usual, he quickly felt like a fish in water. It's just that the words that used to insult others have now become words of praise. Because of the presence of the other three, Yang Hai was able to speak a few words slowly, but due to his nature, he was still not very qualified in comparison. But as Yang Fan said, with his wife helping him, the couple complement each other, so running these small businesses is not a problem at all. From 9 in the morning until after 11, there were many people coming to the stall one after another. Many people came to watch the fun, but there were also quite a few buying clothes. Many styles of clothing are indeed not available in the county, and they look good. More importantly, the prices are much cheaper than those in department stores. The quality and style of the product are similar, but it's almost $5 cheaper than in the department store. Buying it means making a profit, and with this mentality, many people still buy it. All three families only took out half of their clothes, and by 11 o'clock, when everyone went home to cook and eat, there were only a few pieces left. As for Yang Fan, he sold everything he brought. Firstly, he is good at talking and has a good grasp of consumers' minds. Secondly, he is good looking, so many people choose Yang Fan as the first choice. Chapter 237 Pigs Can Take Off. There were not many people downstairs, so Yang Fan and his friends started to pack up their stall and prepare to go home for dinner. I didn't expect it to sell so well. I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to sell it. Zhou Hongying put the money in her pocket and touched her pocket from time to time, for fear that the money would fall out. Yes, everyone's life has indeed improved a lot. No, it should be said that the life of people in the city is indeed much better than that of people in our village. Su Guowei sighed. In their village, people are reluctant to even eat a piece of meat, while people in the city spend $10 or dozens of dollars on clothes without blinking an eye. For the first time, he felt the gap between the rich and the poor. Why are you sighing? They have money, so it's easier for us to do business. Su Guowei suddenly realized, what you said makes sense. Let's go home. I packed up my things, got on my bike, and headed home. On the way back, Su Guowei was still the one who gave Yang Fan a ride. Su Guowei enjoyed riding a bicycle, and Yang Fan enjoyed being lazy, so the two hit it off immediately. Because they were in a hurry to go home to count the money, Su Guowei and Yang Hai rode very fast along the way. It took them only 20 minutes to get home for a 30-minute journey, which made Yang Fan quite impressed. Sure enough, the power of money is so strong. When they got home, Su Xiuying was cooking and Yang Fan went up to help. Yang Hai and his friends were counting money in the main room. Today they sold half of their clothes, which cost about 70 or 80 yuan. They sold almost 300 yuan worth of clothes this morning, which was not enough, but after deducting the cost, they made a net profit of 200 yuan, and they still had half of the clothes left. This half of the clothes, no matter how much it sells for, is net profit. Oh my god! So many! Zhou Hongying thought she had counted wrong, and counted several times before she believed it. She couldn't even imagine making so much money like this. When Yang Fan brought out the steamed rice, he saw the three people were so surprised that they were stunned. He understood them in his heart. When he first did this in his previous life, he couldn't believe it. From the perspective of later generations, in fact, people of this era, as long as they dare to work hard, can earn a lot of money even if they work part-time. So there is a saying in later generations that if you stand at the outlet of the wind, even a pig can take off. Obviously, Su Guowei and Yang Hai are now the pigs standing on the vent of the wind. However, due to the limitations of the times and themselves, many people did not go into business for various reasons, thus missing out on the opportunity to become rich. Yang Fan's takeoff, of course, refers to the situation where there are no accidents. Like this trip to the Shenzhen Stock Exchange, if he hadn't noticed it in advance, Su Guowei and Yang Hai would have lost all their capital and might not dare to do business again in the future. Brother Yang, thank you so much. Su Guowei looked at the large stack of money in his hand, his eyes were a little red. I will go home to eat first, and then come back in the afternoon to go to the county together. Eat at my place. No, I'm going home to tell the good news. My parents are still waiting. All right. Yang Hai and Zhou Hongying were also anxious to go back, so Yang Fan did not try to keep them, knowing that they had something private to say. The three children were also taken away by them, and they looked back reluctantly as they left. My uncle cooked today and the food was delicious. After they left, Yang Fan handed the money in his pocket to Su Xiaoying. You count it, I'll go cook. Well, go quickly. Su Xiaoying didn't even look at Yang Fan, her eyes were completely fixed on the stack of money. Yang Fan looked at himself who was abandoned, and went to cook, feeling weak and helpless. Chapter 238 It's True Love. Because Yang Fan sold all his clothes, he had more money than Su Guowei and the others, which was over 300. No wonder so many people go to the Shenzhen Stock Exchange. It turns out there is real money to be made there. You've only been there for a few days and you've already made over $100. That's not all. It's too much. Su Xiaoying never knew money was so easy to make. After all, more than half a year ago, even a penny could stump her. The situation is good now, and it happens to be a good opportunity, so it is relatively easy. Hubby, you are so awesome. Su Xiaoying didn't know what was impressive, but she felt that Yang Fan, who was so talented, was even more attractive. And such a charming person is her husband. That's right, this is just the beginning. There will be even better things in the future. Yang Fan raised his chin confidently. Men are always tough in front of women, not to mention that he is really amazing, so he must brag about it. Su Xiaoying did not refute him. This time when Yang Fan went to Shenzhen Stock Exchange, he brought Yang Hai and Su Guowei with him, and he actually made so much money in just 2 days. This shocked her even more than the money Yang Fan made from drawing designs. After all, not everyone can draw a design. Maybe this is just Yang Fan's talent, but being able to make so much money by leading people to do business is really amazing. Yang Fan was just about to show his wife how powerful he was with his actions, when an next to him said, "Dad, I'm hungry." "Okay, Dad will go cook. Let me do it today. You've been busy all morning. It's hard for my wife to look after 4 children at home, so let me do it." Su Xiaoying paused and didn't continue to rush to cook, feeling a little surprised. She was touched that her husband realized her efforts. In fact, ever since Yang Fan became better, he took on a lot of housework, and the land was divided among his eldest brother and third sister. Su Xiaoying really didn't have much work to do and only had to take care of the children every day. Su Xiaoying was still a little scared, fearing that after a long time, Yang Fan would think she was doing nothing and was lazy. She didn't expect that every little thing she did was seen by her husband. Make lunch. Yang Fan found that Su Xiaoying was in a good mood. He was a little confused. No, he wasn't so happy when he was earning 200,000 yuan, right? Is it because this time it is cash? And the numbers on the passbook don't make any sense? Yang Fan thought about this problem carefully. I decided to come back from selling clothes in the afternoon and count the money for her again. The other side. When Su Guowei returned home, he was met with expectant eyes from his father and mother. He raised his head subconsciously and then took out a wad of money from his trouser pocket. There are still 2 pieces of clothing that have not been sold today. This is the money from the sales this morning. The 2 of them took a look and saw more than 10 big Unity tickets. They were excited, at least their capital was secure. Su's mother quickly took it and counted it once, and then counted it again. Su's father asked anxiously, "How much is it? I think I counted wrong. Let me count again." "Mom, you counted correctly." Su Guowei poured himself a glass of water and showed his white teeth. "I made 285 yuan this morning." Su's mother was incredulous. "I remember that your father and I only gave you 150 yuan as capital, plus the money for the train ticket, the total is 160 yuan. Yes, half of the clothes sold for nearly 300 this morning." "Oh my goodness, you've made a fortune." Su's mother exclaimed, "Your father and I earn less than 100 yuan a year, but you've earned that much in just a few days. My son has really made it." Father Su was also very excited and patted Su Guowei on the shoulder. "Now that your mother has found a girl for you, you can finally stand up straight. No hurry. Why shouldn't I be anxious?" Su's mother, who had just returned my eldest son to me, immediately patted Su Guowei on the shoulder and said, "You are already 24 years old. Look at people of your age. Who isn't married and has kids? If you are not anxious, how old do you have to wait to be anxious?" When she said this, Su's mother started to rant, causing Su Guowei, who had just been so smug, to beg for mercy like a stray dog. "Mom, you can find a girl, but let me tell you my requirements first. She just needs to look okay, but she must be gentle and virtuous. Don't find me a troublemaker. Also, I can't marry someone like Uncle Yuan Chao. I'm not someone like Brother Yang who can afford $1,000 to buy a house. Need I tell you? Your mother will definitely find one for you. But your sister Xiaoying is really pitiful. Fortunately, she has finally gotten her reward after all the hardships she has endured. She has severed ties with her family. Father Su took out a piece of white paper and rolled up some tobacco. He shook his head and said, "It's not that easy. To me, Yang Fan is too honest. A few hundred yuan is enough. 1,000 yuan. If the Su family has any problems in the future, they will come to us. I know about this." Brother Yang took so much money to repay sister-in-law for her kindness and to shut everyone up. Look, is anyone talking about sister-in-law now? They are all saying that Uncle Yuanchao and Aunt Honghua are not kind. Brother Yang truly loves sister-in-law. You don't even have a wife, so what do you know about love? Su's mother started to mock him again. You should work hard with Yang Fan this year, and then try to get married next year. I know. Su Guowei was looking forward to getting married, but he was afraid that the wife he married would not be what he wanted. It would be so uncomfortable if they quarreled every day. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Guowei and Yang Hai reunited at Yang Fan's home. After packing up my things, I rode my bike to Nanchang. When I arrived, it was already around 4:40 and the people at Nanchang were still working. There is a straight road leading to the South Factory Gate. Yang Fan chose to set up his stall at the entrance of that road. As for the entrance, there were quite a few people setting up stalls to sell vegetables and the like. This time, Yang Fan did not see Uncle Shi. It was almost time to get off work, so Yang Fan told them, when those people get off work, just greet them. Just like in the morning, you can greet not only female comrades but also male comrades. Ask them to buy something for their wives. Don't worry, Brother Yang. After what happened this morning, I'm no longer the same person I was before. I can do it now. I can do it too. Yang Hai said reluctantly. Zhou Hongying smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Forget it, just help me collect the money and get the clothes, I'll tell you later. Well, luckily I have you. Su Guowei looked at this scene and felt heartbroken again. He must get married as soon as possible. He doesn't want to live like this for another day. As the bell rang in the factory, the workers left work one after another. Su Guowei held the clothes in his hand and hurriedly greeted, "Comrade, would you like to take a look at the clothes? We bought them from Shenzhen Market. Look at these clothes, they are so beautiful. If you don't like them, we have other styles of clothes here, which are both beautiful and cheap. Yeah, come and take a look. It doesn't cost anything anyway." Chapter 239 received the certificate. While Yang Fan was selling clothes to people, he did not forget to look for Yang Huanyan. Soon, he saw Yang Huanyan and waved at her second sister. Yang Huanyan was watching the lively crowd. When Yang Fan called her, she saw him and hurriedly pushed her bicycle over. "Xiao Fan, brother and sister-in-law, why are you here? I'll tell you later." Yang Huanyan also realized that now was not a good time to speak. She stood aside, watching Yang Fan skillfully selling clothes, quickly and skillfully finding the other party's advantages and praising them. She could only occasionally agree with a few words. The amount of clothes imported was not large to begin with, and with one factory employee, they were able to sell out all of them. A group of people were talking as they walked, pushing their bicycles. "So, brother, you guys were taken by Xiaofan to the Shenzhen market to purchase goods?" "Yeah." Yang Hai's wheat-colored face was flushed. "I should have bought more goods earlier. I never thought they would be sold out in one day. $150. It's not much. When used in business, it's like a drop of water flowing into the ocean, but this is most of what Yang Hai can give." Moreover, due to his uncertainty, he did not dare to invest all his money in this completely unfamiliar field. Yang Hai thought he was steady, but now seeing the profits, he felt that he might as well go crazy. It's not that he can't go to Shenzhen Stock Exchange again, but Yang Hai still feels a little hesitant when he thinks of what happened last time. He bought goods for 150 yuan, and after deducting the cost, he actually made nearly 400 to 500 yuan on his first trip to Shenzhen Stock Exchange. With his current salary, not counting any other extra income, it would take him almost 2 years to earn that much money. It's simply outrageous. Su Guowei on the side also regretted why he had not been more decisive and put all his money at the bet. Yang Huanyan was happy for her elder brother, who told you not to believe Xiaofan. I think you should just believe Xiaofan unconditionally. She now has a bit of blind admiration for her brother Yang Fan, who helped her get a divorce, find a job in Nanchang, find an apartment, etc., and gave her a new life. Yang Fan said with a smile, "Second sister, please don't engage in personality cult. My words may not be completely correct. They are just suggestions. It is up to you to decide what to do. After all, this is your own life. But the facts have proved that your suggestion is correct, so we should believe it." Yang Huanyan didn't care. Like when she got divorced before, she had secretly thought about it, but it was just a thought, and it was her younger brother who helped her make the decision. As it turned out, divorce really made her happy. She no longer had to endure the torture from Su Zhaodi. She always felt like an outsider and out of place in the Su family. "Let's have dinner at home tonight? Yuding probably misses you too. Tomorrow is Saturday, and I have to pick up Liang Kai later. Let him stay at my place tonight." "Okay, I haven't seen Liang Kai for a long time." Yang Fan agreed immediately. He felt a little guilty about his nephew. "How is Zhuo Lijun doing recently?" He got the marriage certificate on the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, but there was no wedding ceremony. When saying this, Yang Huanyan's tone was flat. When we first learned about this, she was sad. She didn't expect Zhuo Lijun to get over his marriage with her so quickly and find the next one so quickly. But after being sad for a few days, Yang Huanyan completely let it go. She felt there was no need to be sad for such a person anymore. Yang Fan thought of the woman he saw at the Red Flag Hotel last time and couldn't help asking, will the woman's family agree? Chapter 240, Marrying into the Family. I agree. I heard that the woman is also married for the second time, but she has no children. Zhuo Lijun gave a lot of gifts and has a good job. She is very satisfied. At this point, Yang Huanyan frowned slightly. It's just that she doesn't like Liang Kai. When I took Liang Kai home last time, he told me that his aunt didn't like him. Yang Fan frowned slightly. Did you suggest bringing Liang Kai back? I did, but Su Zhaodi and Zhuo Lijun refused to agree. I think she wants to wait until the woman gives birth to a son before she agrees. But I'm also afraid that she won't agree even if she has a grandson. Su Zhaodi is a person who has a normal mentality of favoring boys over girls and is particular about continuing the family line. She would not give in until her second married daughter-in-law gave birth to a son. That woman doesn't like Liang Kai. If she gets pregnant, she will pack up and send Liang Kai away without you even asking. After all, supporting one more person will reduce her quality of life. Yang Huanyan felt relieved when she heard Yang Fan's words, "Then I wish her to have a baby in one fell swoop." After talking for a while, Yang Huanyan and Yang Hai rode their bicycles to the school to pick up Yuding and Liang Kai. As for Yang Fan, he took the keys and sent his sister-in-law to the rental house, while he and Su Guowei went to buy groceries first. Su Guowei originally wanted to go home first, but he didn't have a bicycle, and Yang Fan's cooking attracted him, so he agreed to have dinner together. "Brother Yang, your second sister looks much younger now." He remembered that before Yang Huanyan got divorced, she lived in Yang Fan's house for a period of time. At that time, Yang Huanyan had dull eyes, and was not only thin and shabby, but also looked extremely haggard. "It's only been a few months, but I already look a lot younger." When life is good, people naturally become younger. That's right. Su Guowei nodded. "When I get married, I will also learn from Brother Yang and treat my wife better." "Why? Do you have someone you like?" "No." Su Guowei was a little uncertain when he said this. Yang Fan was so experienced that he could tell at a glance. "Tell me, who is it?" "I know him, right?" "Well, I can't really say whether I like her or not, but every time I come to your village, I always want to see her." Yang Fan really didn't know that the person Su Guowei liked was actually from their village. He recalled the scenes of his previous interactions with Su Guowei, but didn't notice anything, so he asked him decisively, "Do you still dislike it every time you want to see her?" "It's Yang Jinju from your village. I heard that she was married to an educated youth before, but he later abandoned her. Is she still waiting for that educated youth?" Yang Fan had a pretty good impression of Yang Jinju. "I remember that when there were no sewing machines before, Su Xiuying went to borrow one from Yang Jinju. However, perhaps Yang Jinju was jealous that Su Xiuying was prettier than her, so she always targeted her intentionally or unintentionally. Of course, this kind of targeting is just a snub or verbal sarcasm, it doesn't mean there is any bad intention. I heard that it was. I don't know whether there was any waiting or not, but the captain did say that if he wanted to marry Yang Jinju, he would have to marry into the family. So that's what I mean." Su Guowei spread his hands helplessly. It's impossible for me to marry into her family, and she may have someone else in her heart. In the past, he liked to hang out with Yang Fan and often came to see Yang Fan, perhaps with the intention of seeing Yang Zhenju a few more times. In fact, Su Guowei and Yang Zhenju had hardly spoken to each other. When he said he liked her, it was just because he was attracted by her beauty. After all, Yang Zhenju was the most beautiful girl in the village. Chapter 241 House Viewing. If you really like it, go and ask. Yang Fan didn't want him to regret it, but before asking, you still have to make sure whether you really like her and to what extent you can do for her. As for marrying into her family, I think the current team shouldn't care too much. After all, things are different now than before. The position of captain's son-in-law is not so popular, and Yang Zhenju has been married. The captain should not be so determined to have the man marry into his family. Next, Yang Zhenju is now 24 years old, which is considered an old girl in the village, so the team leader must be worried. Su Guowei was a little tempted, but after thinking about it, he shook his head. Forget it, I still want to marry a gentler wife. Yang Zhenju is not like. Then think about it yourself. Yang Fan didn't say anything more. When it comes to matters like marriage, it is better not to interfere if possible, except in special circumstances. I don't want to think about these things now. I just want to make money. Su Guowei changed the subject and asked, Brother Yang, Brother Hai and I bought so little because we have little capital and uncertainty. Why do you buy so little? This is something Su Guowei has never understood. You'll know next time you go to Shenzhen. Then when are we going again? I must get in more this time, but will I run into Lu Dingdong and his men again? They have people in their hands. If they are really hacked, there is nothing we can do. With such high profits, Su Guowei doesn't want to stop. If you're worried, you can go to City G. Brother Yang, you're not going? Well, I have something to do in Shenzhen. Su Guowei thought for a moment and said, Forget it, I'll go to Shenzhen with you. If he went to G City, he would not have confidence without someone to take him with him. He felt that he had not yet mastered the art of purchasing goods. Secondly, Yang Fan was going to Shenzhen City, which might be dangerous. He could not just abandon Yang Fan. He, Su Guowei, is a loyal man. It's up to you. Yang Fan didn't care. After buying the food, they returned to their rented house. Yan Huanyan and her husband had not returned from picking up the children yet, so Yang Fan simply cooked the rice first and prepared the side dishes in advance so that he could start cooking when they came back. When the side dishes were almost ready, Yang Huanyan came back with her 2 children. Yuding and Liang Kai were very happy to see Yang Fan. They had only one thought in their minds: their uncle's cooking was especially delicious and there was always lots of meat. Yang Fan handed the candies on the table to Yuding and Liang Kai. My uncle bought some candies for you, have some, but don't eat too much in one day, it will cause tooth decay, you know? Why are you buying these for the children again? Yang Huanyan said, and went to collect the candies from the 2 children. Each of you can only eat 2, and Mom will keep the rest for you. I will give you 2 every day. Yang Fan smiled and went into the kitchen to cook. In the evening, there was another dinner with a high meat content. After dinner, Yang Fan helped Liang Kai and Yuding with their homework. Seeing that it was getting late, the group of 4 left. The next morning, the day agreed with Huang Shangdong to go house viewing arrived. This time, Yang Fan went with his wife, children, and parents. After all, it is a house bought for them to live in, so they must be satisfied with it. Yang Fan brought 1 adult and 1 child to Huang Shangdong's house. After a few words, he took Yang Fan to the agreed place. 2 homeowners were already waiting. One of them greeted Huang Shangdong warmly when he saw him. Hello, Director Huang. While speaking, he handed a cigarette to Huang Shangdong, who took it, put it on his ear, and introduced Yang Fan. Yang Fan, these 2 are the owners of the house, comrades. This is Comrade Yang Fan who came to see the house. After a polite greeting, the group went upstairs to see the house. The first place we visited was the 2nd floor, which only took half the stairs to reach the 2nd floor, which is very friendly to older people. The house has 2 bedrooms and a living room with a balcony. The house is not well preserved and seems to have not been lived in for a long time. The furniture is broken, the wall paint is peeling, and there is a thick footprint on the ground because there is too much dust. The homeowner started by promoting his house. Although my house is a little old, it's because no one has lived in it for a long time. The location is good, it's convenient for my children to go to school, it's nearby and it's convenient for buying groceries, all of which can make up for it. Mom and Dad, what do you think? The house is about 60 square meters, which is more than enough for my parents to live in. My parents were quite excited but tried to keep themselves calm and not show it, for fear that if they showed they were satisfied, the owner would raise the price. It's okay. Dad coughed and frowned slightly, it's just a little too worn. The furniture is totally unusable. And the wall needs to be repainted. After saying that, he shook his head, seeming very dissatisfied. How much does it cost to paint the walls? When buying a house, the main thing to consider is the location. Look at this location, it's in the center of the county, close to everywhere. When the owner of the house was selling it, his house had no flaws at all. Yang Fan looked at the second homeowner and said, "Comrade, let's take a look at the fourth floor and then make a decision, okay?" "Okay, take a look at my house. My house is good. People have always lived in it. It is well preserved. You can move in with the tables and chairs without replacing them. It will save you a lot of money." The two homeowners didn't know that Yang Fan wanted to buy two houses. They thought he had to choose one from the two, so they were both quite active in promoting their houses. The house on the fourth floor is indeed much larger, and has a good orientation. It is very spacious and bright. Most importantly, the house has two balconies. As the owner said, the house looks very clean and is in good condition, so it would be no problem to move in directly. Su Xiuying fell in love with Yang Fan almost at first sight. While Yang Fan was holding her hand, she made little movements secretly. When Yang Fan looked at her, she nodded secretly. The moment she saw the house, she had already thought about how to decorate it. "This one is really good, comrade, how much is it?" "The price should be at least 3,500. I won't sell it for less than 3,500. Huang Xiangdong helped out when he heard this. 3,500 is too expensive. Although the house is well preserved, this place is not worth that much. "Comrade, why don't you take a look at my house? Although my house is a little small, it's cheap. As for the location, it's the same location. My house is only 2,500. Huang Xiangdong originally wanted to say that Yang Fan bought both houses, but suddenly he felt something was unusual. These two people seem to be bidding? Well, then he pretends not to know. Sure enough, the owner of the fourth floor was also a little anxious, "But my house is big. You only have 2 rooms for your family. How can it be enough? 1 room for the couple, 1 for the children, and 1 for the parents. Otherwise, the parents and the children share 1 room. It will be too crowded, right? Besides, my price is negotiable." Chapter 242 finalized. Without Yang Fan asking for anything, the two of them lowered the price. Of course, the price they offered was originally slightly higher in order to facilitate bargaining. "Is 3,000 for 2,000 okay?" Seeing that the two people kept talking about the advantages of their own houses and slandering the disadvantages of the other party's house, Yang Fan directly stated his desired price. The owner of the second floor immediately said, "Sure, 2,000. The owner of the fourth floor was not to be outdone. "I can also buy mine for 3,000. Yang Fan hesitated for a moment, and the two homeowners looked at him nervously. After a while, Yang Fan finally spoke, "It's so difficult. I want both houses very much, so let's buy both." The owner of the second floor. The owner of the fourth floor. At this point they began to realize that this person seemed to have originally wanted to buy 2 houses. Although this price is their bottom price, why do I always feel like I've been cheated and suffered a loss? It's all his fault. The two homeowners glared at each other. After the price was decided, they went to handle the formalities together. Yang Fan paid the money and separated from the two landlords. Huang Xiangdong then gave Yang Fan a thumbs up. "Brother Yang, you are really awesome, you are worthy of being a businessman. I don't want to take advantage of them, but I think it will take a long time for them to argue back and forth. Although I have money, I don't want to suffer a loss. Both parties should reach a suitable psychological price, so that everyone is happy." "That makes sense, but congratulations anyway. Let's go, Brother Huang, let's go to the Red Flag Hotel. This matter is all thanks to your help." Huang Xiangdong waved his hand. No, I didn't help. Why are you being so polite to me? Come on, let's celebrate." My dad heard this and said, "We have to celebrate. We won't leave until we are drunk." This was said with a lot of selfishness, and I was immediately scolded by my mother. Amidst laughter and joy, the group arrived at the Hongqi Hotel. Maybe it's because you can meet more acquaintances at the Hongqi Hotel. As soon as Yang Fan entered the door, he saw his cousin Zhou Xingwang, whom he had met during the Chinese New Year, and a fashionable young woman was beside him. The other party also saw him and greeted him first. Uncle, Aunt, Yang Fan, why are you here? Then he looked at Huang Xiangdong and greeted him, Director Huang. Yes, Xiao Fan bought a house today and came to celebrate. Dad said with a smile. Xingwang, this is your girlfriend, right? She's so beautiful. They were all meeting Zhou Xingwang's girlfriend for the first time. She was said to be the daughter of a senior executive of the Hongqi Hotel, so it was not surprising that she appeared here. Yes, this is my girlfriend, Li Shirwan. Zhou Xingwang introduced the two parties. Shirwan, this is my uncle, aunt, cousin, cousin's wife and his daughter. Li Shirwan greeted everyone with a generous attitude, neither close nor distant. Would you like to have dinner together? Since we bumped into each other, I must invite him. No. Zhou Xingwang declined politely. I came here today to have dinner with Shirwan's father, so I won't bother you. But I still want to congratulate my cousin on buying a new house. Let's make an appointment another day when we are free. Okay. With Director Huang there, it was easy to get a small private room. My mother was a little excited. Xingwang's partner is really pretty, and you can tell at first glance that he is from the city. These days, being like a city dweller is the highest compliment you can get. Indeed, our family is well off. The father looked around the small private room and said with emotion, besides, this is the Red Flag restaurant. If my son hadn't made it big, I might never have had the chance to taste the food here in my life. Since there were outsiders present, the family didn't say much. They ordered dishes right away. During the meal, Yang Fan ordered some wine. Mom didn't spoil the fun. In the end, Dad and Huang Xiangdong had a drinking contest. Dad was fine, but Huang Xiangdong was already drunk. Yang Fan paid the bill and asked his mother and the others to go to the house to clean up first, while he rode his bicycle to take Huang Xiangdong back. The other side. After Zhou Xingwang separated from Yang Fan and the others, he said to Li Shirwan with emotion, my cousin is really amazing. He just said he wanted to buy a house during the Chinese New Year, but now he has bought one. Is he the cousin you mentioned who made a lot of money in business? Li Shirwan asked curiously. Yeah, I don't know exactly how much money he made, but my mom said it was at least 10,000. These days, a deposit of 10,000 yuan can make it into the newspapers. Li Shirwan's family does have this condition, so she is not too envious, but she is also very emotional. That's really amazing. He came from the countryside and didn't have much education, but he has achieved this in a short time. Xingwang, your cousin is not simple, you must have a good relationship with him. Born into a merchant family, Li Shirwan's living environment and her parents' teachings all tend to be more profit-oriented. To be honest, the Li family was not very satisfied with Zhou Xingwang's conditions, but there was nothing they could do. Li Shirwan just liked him, otherwise Li Shirwan's parents would not let Li Shirwan marry Zhou Xingwang. Yes, that's what my dad said. Now that he has bought a house in the county town, we can visit more often during the holidays. Yang Fan didn't know what Zhou Xingwang and Li Shirwan were discussing about him. After sending Huang Xiangdong off, he returned to the newly bought house. The house on the 4th floor has been cleaned up almost completely, and only some broken furniture needs to be thrown away. After all, this house can be moved in directly, and there is not much that needs to be repaired, so this room will definitely be cleaned first. As for the 2nd floor, we have to find someone to repaint the walls, and the furniture is unusable and has to be thrown away. The whole family cleaned both houses in the afternoon without feeling tired. When they got back, Dad rode his bicycle parallel to Yang Fan's. He said as he rode, you have to ask your mom to choose a date, and then we can move in. As for painting the walls, we can buy the materials and ask the villagers to do it. As for the furniture, you can order it from Uncle Ud. Okay, you can find someone to paint the walls, and I'll take care of the furniture. Do you have enough money? Ask your mother. The financial power of the family is in the hands of my wife. Besides, it's enough for painting the walls. Besides, your father and I can still earn money. Keep your money for yourself and spend it sparingly. You will have many more places to spend money in the future. Yang Fan did not tell his parents about his subsequent income, so they thought that Yang Fan had spent so much money and might only have 50,000 or 60,000 yuan left in his savings. No. Yang Fan listened very patiently to his parents' instructions. Return home. Yang Fan first went to Yudishu to talk to him. There are quite a lot of furniture to be dismantled this time. There are some wooden beds left on the 4th floor, but Yang Fan doesn't want to use them. He wants to replace them with new ones. Then he can give the old ones back to Uncle Ud, who can repair them and sell them at a low price. Upon learning that Young Fan had bought a new house, Aunt Sufan and Uncle Yu both congratulated Young Fan. Yang Fan paid a deposit of 10 yuan and went home to cook. Today, my wife and daughter were very happy the whole day because of buying a house. They were in a good mood, and Young Fan was in a good mood too. Chapter 243 Pregnant. The furniture is still being assembled and the family is in no hurry to move in. My dad found someone he knew in the village and took my mom to get the house in the county every day, and he was determined to make every corner look good. Occasionally he goes out to the village to show off, which has resulted in a lot more people visiting Yang Fan's house recently. Yang Fan dealt with wave after wave of customers and bought several kilograms of melon seeds. After finishing the work, the eldest brother and Su Guowei came over to ask Yang Fan when he would go to Shenzhen Stock Exchange again. The two were still a little apprehensive about what happened before. Why don't we not buy the goods this time, but accompany Brother Young to finish the work, and take a look at the situation, and then buy the goods next time? In this way, we who are barefoot will not be afraid of those who wear shoes. Yang Hai thought about the cost of going to and from Shenzhen, and nodded, that's fine. Having finally earned some money, both of them were a little anxious and didn't want to be brought back to square one all of a sudden. Brother Yang, what do you think? It's all right. You can make your own decision. There is indeed no one in the Shenzhen Stock Exchange now, and he doesn't know Lu Dingdong's background. If the other party really has a lot of thugs, even Yang Fan can't guarantee that everyone's money will not be lost. Well, let's not buy any more goods this time. Let's go to Shenzhen to see what's going on. If we don't meet Lu Dingdong, we can ask someone about him. This way, we can be prepared next time we come. Yang Fan looked at Su Guowei with appreciation. Okay, you've thought it through very carefully. In his previous life, Yang Fan was a company boss, and he would often look at his subordinates who performed well. Su Guowei felt the admiration in Yang Fan's eyes and subconsciously straightened his back. I don't know why, but he always wanted to show off in front of Yang Fan. Thinking about it carefully, this seemed to be the first time Yang Fan praised him. Thinking of this, Su Guowei straightened his back even more. Brother Yang, when are we going? Maybe the day after tomorrow. I want to rest more at home. After setting up the factory, he might travel frequently to Shenzhen, or even live in Shenzhen, so Yang Fan especially cherishes the days when he is not busy now. After setting a date, the eldest brother and Su Guowei left. My eldest brother recently got his driver's license and is already looking for a job as a driver. After all, he is afraid of the instability of doing business, and in this regard, his wife does better than him. He thought that if he had stable financial resources, he could open a store and let his wife look after it, and then he would start driving a truck, which would definitely earn him more than working in the factory. At lunch, Anan said she wanted to eat fish, so Yang Fan rode his bike to the town to buy a fish. As a result, Su Shouying felt nauseous during the meal. Shouying, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? No. Su Shouying was stunned for a moment, and then her face turned red. I don't know if I'm pregnant? Pregnant? Really? Yang Fan's mind went blank. I'm not sure, but I do feel a little nauseous when eating these past few days. Su Shouying had been pregnant with Anan before, so she naturally knew the symptoms. But she had only been feeling nauseous and vomiting for 2 or 3 days, so she wasn't sure. Then I'll take you to the hospital for a checkup after dinner. Good. Yang Fan's face was full of joy. That's great, I'm going to be a father again. In front of Anan, he picked up Su Shouying and kissed her hard. Thank you, my wife. Oh, the child is still here. That's also a kiss. Yang Fan hugged her and kissed her several times. Anan was eating fish at the side. She didn't know why her parents were playing the kissing game when they were doing nothing else. Wasn't the fish delicious? Then she ate it all. Chapter 240 for the young boy. After dinner, Yang Fan sent Anan to his father for a while, and then he rode his bicycle and took Su Shouying to the town clinic to check her pulse. Soon, the results came out and Su Shouying was indeed pregnant. To prevent any mistake, Yang Fan took Su Shouying to the county hospital for another checkup, and it was finally found that she was indeed more than 2 months pregnant. Yang Fan panicked for a moment. What is he going to do when his wife is pregnant? First of all, you have to eat well. Go buy some milk powder first, and eat more fruits. In addition, you have to make soup every day to ensure a balanced diet. Su Shouying couldn't stop Yang Fan at all and bought a lot of them in the county. On the way back, Su Shouying sat at the back and wanted to help carry the bike, but she couldn't because Yang Fan hung all the things on the handlebars, making them very heavy. However, Yang Fan rode very steadily and would rather ride slowly than fast. Looking at the bicycles that passed them one after another, Su Xiaoying said helplessly, "Husband, you don't have to be like this, I'm not that fragile. No, from today on, you can't do any work. I'll talk to Mom when I get home and ask her to come over to help you take care of Anan during the day. And when you go out to chat, you have to be careful. The children in the village are running around, don't get hit." "I know. It's not like I haven't been pregnant before. I know it all. There is always a chance of something happening. We must be extra careful." Okay, I'll listen to you." Su Xiaoying thought, let him suffer for a few days, and then he will find out that she is fine after a while. After returning home, Yang Fan gave Su Xiaoying some instructions, and then went to ask his mother for help in taking care of the child. When his mother heard that Su Xiaoying was pregnant, she was also very excited. "It's been more than 2 months. It's a critical time. Don't worry, I'll go help tomorrow. Anyway, your father can take care of the house." "Well, I was thinking, why don't I let Anan sleep here with you at night? If she gets up to pee in the middle of the night, it will disturb Xiaoying. I have to watch Xiaoying and I can't sleep with her." "Okay, sure. But Xiaoying is only 2 months old now, so don't tell anyone except our family about this. There is a custom here that if a woman is pregnant for less than 3 months, she cannot tell anyone about it, otherwise it may be bad for the child. It is a superstitious belief, but for the sake of the child, everyone still keeps it to themselves, so as to avoid regretting it if something really happens." "I know. I'll go back first. Xiaoying and Anan are over there. I'm worried. My mother found it very funny to see Yang Fan coming and going in a hurry. She had never seen her son like this since he corrected himself. He acted like a little boy." After returning, Yang Fan was a little reluctant to go to Shenzhen. Now is a critical moment for Su Xiaoying. If he builds a factory, he will be very busy and will not have much time to take care of her. However, Su Xiaoying disagreed. In the end, Yang Fan decided that when he went to Shenzhen, he would ask his sister-in-law to come and help Su Xiaoying sleep. After all, the toilets nowadays are still dry toilets. When going to the toilet at night, there is no one to accompany her, and Yang Fan is afraid that she will step on empty air. "You have to be careful when you go to the bathroom at night." "I know. You've told me many times. Let's go quickly. We may miss the bus soon." Su Xiaoying was helpless. In the past 2 days, Yang Fan treated her like a fragile item, making her think that she couldn't take care of herself. "Well, I'm leaving then." Yang Fan gave his mother some instructions again and decided not to let Su Xiaoying send him off. He and his elder brother Su Guowei set off for the journey to Shenzhen. Chapter 245, Waiting for the Rabbit. Coming to the Shenzhen Stock Exchange again, Yang Hai and Su Guowei both felt a little emotional. Last time it was a strange city and strange streets, but this time, it feels a little familiar. The three of them stayed at the same hotel as last time. This time I came here just to accompany Yang Fan and didn't think about purchasing any goods, so both of us were in a very relaxed mood. Of course, they didn't know that as soon as they entered the hotel, Lu Dingdong's men, who had been guarding the hotel, told Lu Dingdong. The reason why Lu Dingdong sent people to guard these days was because he knew that the amount of clothes Yang Fan and the other three bought that day was not much, or even very little, so when they returned to Ningjiang County, they would be able to sell the clothes quickly. Lu Dingdong knew too well the profits here. He didn't believe that these people could withstand the impact of money, so he guessed that Yang Fan and the others would come again soon. Sure enough, he waited for them. When Su Yoji heard the report from the people below, he admired and said, "Brother Dong, you are really amazing. You can even guess this. It's a simple thing, you just don't use your brain." "Hey, with Brother Dong here, why should I use my brain? I'll just go wherever Brother Dong tells me to go." Su Yoji flattered him, and then said, "Brother Dong, what should we do next? Should we wait until they get the goods before dealing with them, or should we deal with them right away?" "Of course we should just deal with them directly. Money is not as real as goods. So what do we do? Send someone to keep an eye on them, and then wait until they are in a place with fewer people, and then we'll take action. If that doesn't work, then think of a way to lure them to a suitable place to take action." Su Yoji immediately asked, "What method?" Lu Dingdong took a deep breath, then gritted his teeth and said, "Of course I'm taking advantage of their sympathy. The old man is injured, the old woman is injured, I'm helping to find the child, etc. Don't you understand so many things?" As he said this, he was not satisfied and kicked Su Yoji. The latter immediately dodged skillfully and ran out the door. "Brother Dong, I'm going to do something." Lu Dingdong was suddenly the only one left in the living room. He took a puff of the cigarette in his hand, and the smoke obscured his expression. "Dare to play tricks on me? I will make you regret messing with me." Yang Fan and his group came to the hotel to rest. Because they only had a big Tuanjia note in their pockets, Yang Hai and Su Guowei were particularly relaxed. If they were found by Lu Dingdong's men, they would at most be beaten up, but they would not lose their lives. Yang Fan didn't know that they were already thinking about being beaten. After resting, he didn't hang out outside, but directly brought Yang Hai and Su Guowei to the first factory he contracted in his previous life. This factory is engaged in the clothing business, but due to poor quality and ugly designs, it has almost no competitiveness in the clothing market in Shenzhen. When Yang Fan met the factory owner in his previous life, he was in a hurry to sell it, but it was difficult to do so. His factory was not big, and the rich people looked down on it, while the poor people could not afford it. The boss had already lost a lot of money from his business, so if he could sell it at a low price, he would be penniless. If we calculate the timeline at this moment, the factory has been making losses for a long time, but the boss has been subsidizing it with money. He already has an idea in his mind whether to sell the factory or not. The housing prices in Shenzhen were calculated based on the price per square meter as early as 1981. Donghu Liyuan is the first commercial housing estate in China, with a housing price of 1,000 yuan per square meter. This price can be said to be very expensive. After all, many people's monthly salary is less than 100 yuan now, and they can only sigh at the sight of a house that costs 1,100 yuan per square meter. Most of the people who buy houses are investors, as well as wealthy people from Shangjiang next door. Chapter 246 Deal. Now, 3 years later, the housing price of Donghu Liyuan has risen to 1,300 yuan per square meter. Of course, in 1983, when the first villa area in Shenzhen was launched, the price was 1,500 to 1,800 yuan per square meter. Yang Fan now has over 500,000 yuan in his hand. The transfer price of the factory is 300,000 yuan, and the area is more than 700 square meters. Of course, the land still belongs to the government, and Yang Fan is just the user. Generally speaking, a basic garment factory needs an area of 1,000 square meters, including a cutting workshop, production workshop, finishing workshop, warehouse, and proofing workshop. This medium-sized clothing factory naturally could not attract the attention of Shangjiang investors. They were richer and would not even look down on a factory of 1,000 square meters, let alone a small one like this. This is how Yang Fan got a bargain. Of course, in the eyes of others, he might be a sucker. The price of 300,000 yuan and the right to use the property for 15 years are absolutely worth the money. The reason for this price is naturally the support policy of the Shenzhen Stock Exchange. For those who come to Shenzhen to invest and do business, the conditions are very relaxed. As his mind raced, Yang Fan had already arrived at the factory gate. There was a young man guarding the door here. After Yang Fan explained his purpose, he said he had to ask the boss whether he could let them in. Yang Fan handed the man a cigarette, nodded and smiled. "Thank you for your help. Cigarettes are not cheap." The gatekeeper was a little reluctant at first, but when Yang Fan gave him a cigarette, he immediately developed a good impression of Yang Fan. "Wait, I'll go now." Yang Hai watched the young man walk away, and looked at Yang Fan curiously. "Xiao Fan, how did you know that the factory here would be transferred?" Xiao Fan doesn't seem to be very familiar with Shenzhen. He has clearly never been to this place before. How did he know about it? I saw the paper posted on the roadside before. Who told you not to read the information? Yang Fan said this without blinking. Yang Hai had no doubts, this was the only explanation. But then he felt that his younger brother was really smart. They were bored of the same mother, but why was his younger brother so good at talking and doing things, while he was so dumb at talking? "Brother Yang, a factory this big is being transferred from the Shenzhen Stock Exchange. It probably won't be cheap, right?" Su Guowei estimated the price. "For such a large factory, it should be at least hundreds of thousands, right? That means Brother Yang has at least 100,000 yuan in his hands." Thinking of this, he was shocked. Brother Yang always makes him realize that his strength is far more than that when he thinks he knows his strength well enough. If setting up a factory in Shenzhen Stock Exchange could be successful, my god, even Su Guowei couldn't even imagine it. While Su Guowei was secretly shocked by his own guess, the young man who delivered the message came back and took Yang Fan into the factory. They walked through several workshops and came to a small office at the innermost part, which was about 10 square meters. Hello, Director Wei, my name is Yang Fan, and this is my brother Yang Hai and my friend Suguo Wei. Hello. Wei Genoa looked at Yang Fan curiously, and then asked them to sit down. All three comrades, please sit down. After pouring the tea, Wei Genoa spoke first. Comrade Yang, I heard that you want to take over my factory? Yes, I come with sincerity. But how did you know that I wanted to transfer the factory? I didn't even. Before he could finish his words, Yang Fan interrupted him. Director Wei, just name a price. It's 250,000. Yang Fan was unusually nervous. He was almost exposed just now. After all, he just told his eldest brother that he found out about the transfer of the factory after seeing the notice. Although Director Wei was curious, he was more concerned about the actual money at this moment. No, 250,000 is too little. I originally took it for 380,000. In just a year and a half, he was on the verge of bankruptcy and had no choice but to cut off his business to survive. Director Wei, your factory is not big and the machines are old. Those investors don't even look at your factory. Let's not be pretentious. Just give us a price. Wei Genoa naturally knew the situation of his own factory, which was why he had been struggling recently over whether to sell it. Should he continue to fight hard, possibly leaving nothing in the end, or should he transfer the business and take the money and leave? After all, the transfer price is not low and it is enough for him to live comfortably. As his thoughts raced, Wei Genoa finally decided to transfer it out. After all, he has a wife and children. If he is left with nothing, he might jump off the building. He took over for 380,000 yuan and signed a 15-year contract. Now a year and a half has passed, and most of the machines are broken and the scale is small. Wei Genoa thought about it and decided not to waste time. 320,000. Wei Genoa looked at Yang Fan and said, Comrade Yang, this price is definitely the lowest I can give you. If it's any lower, I will really lose a lot of money. Director Huang, to be honest, I don't have much money. I can only come up with a budget of 300,000. After all, after taking over the factory, I have to repair or even replace the machines, and I have to pay the workers' wages. I have to keep some money. Otherwise, once I take over, I may go bankrupt in the next second. Director Wei certainly doesn't want so many of your employees to lose their jobs. Yang Fan said this very well, and even kidnapped Wei Genoa a little. However, he did this because he didn't want to haggle back and forth, because he knew that Wei Genoa's psychological price in his previous life was 300,000, and a little earlier in this life, the price Yang Fan really wanted to close the deal was 310,000. Wei Genoa frowned slightly, knowing clearly that anyone who was interested in his factory must not be very wealthy. Although this was not pleasant to hear, it was the truth. Well, let's both take a step back and offer 310,000. After that, Wei Genoa added, Comrade Yang, I really can't offer any lower. Director Wei is so sincere, so let's just go with 310,000. I won't argue anymore. Yang Hai and Suguo Wei have been watching Yang Fan and Wei Genoa shaking hands since they came in, and they are both stunned at the moment. Why did he understand every word Yang Fan said, but couldn't understand them when they were put together? Just now, Yang Fan said that the contract for this clothing factory in front of us would be 310,000? After that, there were various formalities, which Wei Genoa handed over to the finance department. Then Yang Fan pulled him aside to talk and explain the doubts that Director Wei had just raised. This statement is naturally different from the one given to Yang Hai. I was in the hotel and accidentally heard a man named Dong talking about the situation of Director Wei's factory, so I took the liberty to come here. Mr. Dong's name is Dong Chengfeng. He is Wei Genoa's friend. Even if others don't tell him, Dong Chengfeng knows Wei Genoa's situation very well. After all, he didn't dare tell his wife about these things and could only complain to his friends. If that's the case, it would indeed explain why Yang Fan came straight to him. Of course, Yang Fan was not lying. He had indeed heard Dong Chengfeng say this in a restaurant in his previous life. Chapter 247 Settling Down in Shenzhen. The procedures were not completed so quickly. The two parties first signed a simple contract, and then Yang Fan gave a deposit of 50,000 yuan. They will go to the department together tomorrow to handle the transfer procedures. Then Wei Genoa treated Yang Fan and the other two to a meal at a nearby restaurant. After finishing the meal, leave the restaurant. Yang Hai and Suguo Wei were still in a daze and didn't even know what they had eaten. Finally, there were no outsiders around, and Yang Hai couldn't help but be curious. Xiao Fan, tell me honestly, how much money did you make? Yang Hai had always known about the drawing of the design drawings, and he also knew that Yang Fan earned a lot, but he didn't even dare to think about hundreds of thousands. Even 10,000 would make him feel that his brother was already very awesome. Now that Yang Fan has signed the contract and can get 310,000 yuan, plus the subsequent investment, Yang Hai really can't wait to know. A little over 50. Yang Hai. Su Guo Wei. This extra amount is probably a number they dare not imagine. On the way back, the two were extremely silent. At this moment they were deeply shocked. They were all human beings and came from poor families, so why was Yang Fan so outstanding? In the past, he was excellent, and they still wanted to catch up with him, but now? They can't even compare with him, they are not even in the same league. As they walked, Su Guowei realized that the road was wrong. Brother Yang, this doesn't seem to be the way back to the hotel? I remember there was a turn ahead. Well, I'm going to buy a house now. The housing prices in Shenzhen are getting more expensive every year, and Yang Fan doesn't want to miss out. For example, the price of Donghu Li Yuan had already risen to more than 60,000 yuan per square meter when he closed his eyes in his previous life. It was so terrifying. The price of Yijing Garden in the villa area has risen to nearly 80,000 yuan per square meter. How could Yang Fan resist not taking action on the house? He would have to get involved in the real estate industry sooner or later, but now he still needed to accumulate some initial capital. The two men, who had just recovered from the blow, were hit again when they heard this. Forget it, just get used to it. You should be normal in life. Normal, what does normal mean? So envious and jealous. This is a house in Shenzhen. Yang Fan came to the sales office. Looking at the floor plan of the Donghu Li Yuan house, based on the current price of 1,200 renminbi per square meter, Yang Fan could only afford the smallest unit. After all, he still needed money to buy the factory. The building area is 88 square meters, and the full price is 105,600 yuan, which Yang Fan paid in one lump sum. Then there were various procedures and contracts. Yang Fan just signed, and signed again, and then took the keys. So the three of them went to Yang Fan's new house again. This house is unfinished, with a great layout. It is like a brilliant firework among the houses in the old neighborhood. The whole building is so new and grand. Yang Hai said with emotion, Xiao Fan, you now have a home in Shenzhen. Yeah. Yang Fan nodded, looking at the house, feeling a little emotional. This life is much smoother than the last one. He must cherish it even more and not forget his original intention. When my parents get to know this news, they will be so happy. You have brought honor to our Yang family. It was almost 6 o'clock now, and the three of them were preparing to go back. Yang Fan looked at his savings, which were only a little over 80,000 yuan. He would be able to take some time off after the South Factory's earnings were settled next month. With this money now, he would not be able to do anything with the initial investment in the factory. However, since the contract was long, there was no need to rush. Chapter 248 Take Action. The whereabouts of Yang Fan and the other two were being monitored by people sent by Lu Dingdong. At this moment, he was reporting to Lu Dingdong, Brother Dong. Today they went to Yitzi Garment Factory and had dinner with the factory director. After dinner, they went to the sales office of Donghu Li Yuan. It seems that they bought a house. After returning to the noodle shop near the hotel, they ate rice and went back to the hotel. With Yitzi Garment Factory? I remember the boss's last name was Wei, right? Yes, Brother Dong. How do these people know the owner of the clothing factory? Are they going to buy goods? Lu Dingdong frowned slightly. They look like they have some background, but so what? Having been fooled, Lu Dingdong is determined to take revenge. Keep watching them and take action tomorrow. When I woke up, I found it was raining outside. There is indeed a lot of rain in this season. After Yang Fan and the other two finished their breakfast, they went out to Yitzi Garment Factory. Today they went with Director Dong to handle the transfer procedures. The whole morning was spent running around to various places to handle procedures. At noon, Wei Zhenhua invited Yang Fan and others to dinner again and thanked Yang Fan. If it wasn't a coincidence, I'm afraid it would be difficult to transfer his factory after some time. After lunch, Yang Fan returned to the factory again. Checking accounts, managing employees, repairing machines, and those that are scrapped, all aspects are always busy. The employees are taking a break. Yang Fan told them that he would pay them 70 yuan a month, and then the factory would be closed for a period of time. Those who are willing to stay can stay, and those who are not willing can resign. Out of 105 people, 17 asked to resign. Yang Fan didn't stay long. More and more people would pour into the Shenzhen Stock Exchange. Wouldn't it be hard to find people? After dealing with the personnel issues, Yang Fan started to look at Yixi's accounts. There was no money on the books, but everything else that needed to be settled had already been settled, so the total balance was zero. Then we had to deal with the backlog of fabrics and some unsold clothes. Wei Genoa did not count the money for these things and regarded them as gifts to Yang Fan. Yang Fan took a look at the design of the clothes and found that they were indeed not very good looking and of extremely poor quality. They had no competitiveness in the Shenzhen Stock Exchange, and the various expenses on the books were extremely unbalanced. They save on things that shouldn't be saved and don't save on things that should be saved. Coupled with the poor design and quality of the clothes, it's no wonder that they continue to suffer losses. There are probably about 100 pieces of clothes and pants, including long-sleeved and short-sleeved clothes, as well as some cotton and linen pants and jeans. These clothes are indeed not competitive in the Shenzhen Stock Exchange, but they can be taken back to Ningjiang County and sold directly in the village. There is no cost anyway, and there will always be people who will buy them if they are sold cheaply. Yang Hai and Su Guowei helped Yang Fan pack his clothes, and Yang Fan went to sort out other things. As for the dyes, even without looking at the account books, Yang Fan knew that their quality was not good and they basically had to be replaced. As for the special equipment, although they were a bit outdated, they were not unusable. Yang Fan can't afford a good machine for now, so he has to make do with it. He will replace all of them when he has money. After walking through the factory, Yang Fan picked up some garbage that could be taken away. Then the three of them cleaned the entire factory again, and they were sweating all over. The rain outside had stopped. It was now past 10 o'clock in the evening when three people came out of the factory, carrying several snakeskin bags of garbage in their hands. This factory is a little off the beaten track. When you come out of the factory, it takes about 1 kilometer to reach the road. Just as Yang Fan and others had thrown away the garbage and were about to leave, they were surrounded by people. Lu Dingdong, Su Yoji, it's you. With the help of the streetlights, Su Guowei immediately saw the two familiar people. It turns out that what happened last time was not a coincidence. What a small world. Lu Dingdong was a little surprised when he heard Su Guowei's words. Neither he nor Su Yoji showed up last time, but how could someone guess it was them? How do you know it's us? Lu Dingdong was a little curious. We are unfamiliar with Shenzhen. It's our first time here, so we don't know anyone there. Besides, we don't have much goods. Generally speaking, even if someone wants to rob us, they won't rob us. After all, if they are caught, it will be a loss, and it's not worth the risk. Su Guowei told Yang Fan about the situation he had analyzed. Excluding this possibility, it is very likely that someone deliberately messed with us. I know that you and Su Yoji are the only ones working in Shenzhen Stock Exchange, and before, you said you would take me to do business, but I didn't agree. Now it seems that you are angry because of shame. I didn't expect you to have some brains. Lu Dingdong looked at Su Guowei with admiration. Since you know this, then you should know why we are here, right? Hand over the money. In addition to Lu Dingdong and Su Yoji, this time they dispatched a total of 10 people, almost all of Lu Dingdong's manpower. These people were holding steel pipes in their hands, and Yang Fan and the other two knew why they were there without asking. No money. Yang Fan said with a smile, do you think we will not make preparations now that we have figured it out? Are we foolish enough to come here with money to buy goods, and then let you rob us? This time we came here just to test it, to see if our robbery was accidental or intentional. Lu Dingdong didn't expect that they actually guessed it and made preparations. He snorted coldly, if you don't have money, then I'll beat you up to vent my anger. Go! Lu Dingdong waved his hand, and 10 people immediately surrounded Yang Fan and his two companions. Is this all your strength? I can only say that you underestimate me. Yang Fan said and took the first step. The person closest to him was unable to react in time and was kicked away by Yang Fan. The steel pipe in his hand was also snatched away by Yang Fan and thrown directly to Yang Hai. Brother, take it. Seeing Yang Fan taking action, the others rushed forward. After all, there are too many people, and 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. So although Yang Fan won the fight in the end, he was hit 7 or 8 times with the steel pipe and several punches in the face, with blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. Yang Hai and Su Guowei's conditions were worse than Yang Fan's. Although Yang Fan endured more attacks, he had practiced after all. But it was not the case for the other two. They fought entirely based on instinct. As for the others, they all fell to the ground. When Lu Dingdong saw this, he picked up a steel pipe from the ground and threw it at Yang Fan. Now that Yang Fan is injured, it is a good time for him to take action. I've been waiting for you to make a move. Yang Fan quickly dodged Lu Dingdong's attack. He pretended to be unsteady just to let Lu Dingdong take action. Although Lu Dingdong had never learned it, he was very ruthless, which was why he was able to develop his own power in the Shenzhen Stock Exchange. Yang Fan didn't dodge every time and was hit by several sticks. As for Lu Dingdong, he was even worse off than Yang Fan. He was kicked to the ground by Yang Fan and the steel pipe in his hand fell. When he tried to get up, he was stepped on by Yang Fan. "You are too young to fight me." Yang Fan didn't have such a big business smoothly in his previous life. He started as a small fry and climbed up step by step. At this moment, his eyes were fierce, and his aura made Lu Dingdong tremble and feel fear in his heart. Chapter 249 Promise Not to Cause Trouble. Lu Dingdong was in a very embarrassing situation at this moment. But he also thought it through. Su Guowei guessed it, that's impossible, it was Yang Fan who guessed it. And before, he said he wanted to take Su Guowei to do business, but it didn't work out, probably because of Yang Fan's idea. He is smart, resourceful, and good at fighting. You cannot afford to offend such a person, because sooner or later he will rise to power. Having met many people in the Shenzhen Stock Exchange, Lu Dingdong is not a stupid person. I used to think that Yang Fan was a country bumpkin and didn't take it seriously. But now I think about what I said yesterday. With the income in Ningxiang County, a rural family with no background could not have saved up the money to buy a house in Donghu Liyuan. So it could only be Yang Fan's own money. I have to say that Lu Dingdong is still very smart. He guessed these, and basically all of them were correct. After Yang Fan knocked Lu Dingdong down, he didn't do anything else. After all, it was impossible for him to beat someone to death. Su Yoji came up to help Lu Dingdong. After the latter was helped up, he looked at Yang Fan and said in a deep voice, "Yang Fan, I am not as skilled as you. This matter ends here. I will not trouble you again in the future." "Yeah." Yang Fan nodded, straightened his back, and then left with Yang Hai and Su Guowei. After walking far away, Yang Fan stumbled. Yang Hai beside him quickly supported him and asked nervously, "Xiao Fan, are you okay?" "It's okay, it's just an external injury, it will be healed in a few days." He was hit several times by Lu Dingdong and it really hurt. Su Guowei rubbed his sore spot and said, "Brother Yang, do you think Lu Dingdong's statement that the matter is over is true? Will he go back on his word?" "Won't." "What do you mean?" "Brother Yang, you don't even know him." Maybe if he told me this in private, I wouldn't believe it, but he said it in front of all his subordinates, so he wouldn't break his promise, otherwise he would have no credibility among his subordinates. When you are out there in the world, it is very important to keep your word. I see. Su Guowei suddenly realized and breathed a sigh of relief. In this case, next time we come, we can purchase goods normally. That's great. I don't have to worry so much in the future. Yang Hai said. Today's fight was really worth it. The three of them bought some medicinal wine, returned to the hotel, and silently applied it to the wounds. Most of them were bruised to purple, but fortunately, they were all external injuries and no bones were broken, which was a blessing in disguise. I was already tired from cleaning the factory all day, and now I had a fight. I was exhausted both physically and mentally. After applying the medicinal wine, everyone went back to their rooms to sleep. The next day was a sunny day. Yang Fan and the other two mostly stayed at the factory doing their work. Then Yang Fan ran around to find the merchants he had purchased from in his previous life. After reaching a cooperation agreement, he spent another 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. In addition, he drew a few design drawings. Now he has little money and not many production lines, so Yang Fan does not plan to make too many styles of clothes. After all, if you make a lot of styles, the colors may be different, so you will have to buy more dyes. Yang Fan stared at these people and followed his ideas step by step. He knew every detail of each production line. This made Yang Hai confused again. Where did his brother get this knowledge? In response, Yang Fan said seriously, books contain golden houses and beautiful women. Got it. To read books. Yang Hai wanted to learn, but he gave up when he thought about reading. He has never been good at studying since he was young. He didn't care about the precious opportunity to go to school because he couldn't think straight and it would be painful if he didn't learn well, and it was a pure waste of money. Anyway, it's good enough as long as you know how to count and read and are not illiterate. That's what Yang Hai thought. They checked out of the hotel early, and the three of them lived and ate in the factory. They bought straw mats and slept on the floor at night. They stayed there for half a month. Yang Fan lent them money to purchase goods, 1,000 yuan per person. Since Lu Dingdong is no longer causing trouble, we can purchase goods as normal this time. Yang Fan did not purchase any more clothes. He could carry the original clothes from the factory back home and sell them at a low price. Now that the factory is back on track, Yang Fan will go home first. He has stayed in Shenzhen long enough this time. When I got home, it was already the end of March. Dad! Before Yang Fan put down the snakeskin bag, Anan had already rushed over. I feel like my daughter has grown taller after not seeing her for more than half a month. Yang Fan felt reluctant to let her go when he thought about how she would grow up and soon be old enough to go to school. Baby! Yang Hai threw the snakeskin bag away, picked her up, and wait her, are you well behaved at home? Why do you feel thinner? Grandma's cooking isn't good, Dad, I miss you so much. Well, Dad misses us too. Su Xiuying and her mother came over, and Su Xiuying asked worriedly, are you back? Are you okay? She hasn't slept well these days. Although Yang Fan had said he would stay in the Shenzhen Stock Exchange for a while, she didn't expect that he would stay there for more than half a month. She was always worried about him, fearing that something might happen to Yang Fan. So when she was pregnant, she not only didn't gain weight, but she actually lost some weight, and her chin became a little pointier. I'm fine. How did you lose so much weight? My mother was speechless and said, you have been in Shenzhen for so long and there is no news at all. How can Xiuying not be worried? Anan, this little heartless girl, said that Grandma's cooking was delicious when she was here. Now that Dad is back, Grandma's cooking is not delicious anymore. Well, Grandma's cooking is also delicious, but Dad's is better. Anan immediately changed his words. The mischievous look of this kid made the three of them laugh. Yang Fan put her down and said, Dad hasn't taken a shower for a few days, and he stinks. I'm going to take a shower first. You just be good, okay? I know. In Donghua province at the end of March, there was no spring at all, it was already summer. Yang Fan didn't need hot water. He just fetched a bucket of well water and took a comfortable bath. When he came out, his mother was already cooking. He had just returned. Even if the food was delicious, his mother was reluctant to let her son be so tired and rushed to cook when he returned. Yang Fan and Su Xiuying returned to the room. When there was no one else around, he hugged Su Xiuying. Wife, I miss you. Do you miss me? Yeah. Su Xiuying responded in a low voice, are you okay going to Shenzhen? Have those people come looking for you again? It's okay. What happened last time was just a coincidence. No one was targeting us on purpose. Yang Fan didn't tell her about Lu Dingdong so as not to worry her. That's good. You've lost weight, wife, and you're not obedient at all. If you don't think about yourself, you should think about your child. My child must be starving because of you. Su Xiuying smiled and said, then you raise it back for me. Good. As their eyes met, Yang Fan kissed her. They didn't come out of the room until their mother called them to eat. Let me make it clear first, you are not allowed to dislike the food I cook. No way, no matter how delicious the food is, it can't compare to what my mother cooks. You little brat, you only know how to make me happy. Mom laughed happily. Chapter 250 Never Betray. After staying outside for so long, Yang Fan felt a little comfortable when he returned home. The date for moving has been set. While he was away, the furniture at Uncle Yudi's place was made and my parents sent it to their house in the county. Yang Fan carried 2 strips of bacon and went to Uncle Yudi's house next door. Uncle, I'm here to pay the balance. Here's some bacon. Take it and try it. I made it myself. Aunt Sufin waved her hand and said, oh, no, keep it for yourself. Meat is quite expensive now. It's okay, there's more at home, Aunt Sufin, you took such good care of Xiuying and Anan before, this is nothing. Yang Fan put the meat on the table, just take it, my cooking is better than others, are you sure you don't want to try it? Aunt Sufin said she couldn't refuse this. Then I'd like to thank you very much. You're welcome. Yang Fan said, and took out some money to pay the balance to Uncle Yudi, and then said, I will move to the county on the 8th of next month, and then Uncle and Aunt will come over for dinner. Okay, congratulations. Thanks. After chatting for a while, Yang Fan returned home. Mom is catching chickens. If they moved to the county, they would definitely not be able to raise chickens. Yang Fan didn't expect that after raising the chickens for so long, he still hadn't eaten a single egg, so he decided to kill the chickens. It's a good time to make some chicken soup to nourish my wife. The chicken was killed by his mother. Yang Fan had never learned how to kill a chicken. After all, when he learned to cook in his previous life, he was already very rich, and the ingredients were specially prepared and given to him. He rode his bike to the town to buy some pork tripe. Pork is no longer available. People nowadays think pig stomach is fishy and very troublesome to clean, so few people will buy it. Fatty meat is their favorite. After buying the pork tripe, Young Fan went to buy fish, shrimp, and other things. And loves eating fish, but unfortunately there are no boneless fish like sea bass and sunfish sold here, so every time she eats fish, she has to trouble her old father to pick out the bones for her. After buying the things, Young Fan rode his bicycle back. Many people in the village knew that he was going to move to the county, so as soon as he entered the village, many people came to congratulate him. Yang Fan agreed one by one, and then said that he would treat everyone to a meal on that day. His parents have worked hard and bowed their heads all their lives. He plans to move into a new house, set up a banquet in the village, and invite all the villagers to come and eat to make them happy. Although they said it was a waste of money, the upturned corners of their mouths betrayed their mood. When I got home, my mother had already killed the chicken and was plucking the feathers with hot water. Yang Fan was processing the fish and preparing to cook dinner. Su Xiuying wanted to help, but she couldn't stand the smell of fish. She retched a few times and left the kitchen to pick vegetables outside. When An saw Yang Fan cooking, she originally planned to go find someone to play with, but now she decided not to go and just focused on looking at her fish. After removing the feathers from the chicken, cut it into pieces. Part of it is used to make soup, and the chicken legs and wings are used to make shangru chicken with shangru. The soup needs to be cooked longer to make it thicker and more fragrant. After preparing the chicken soup, Yang Fan steamed the rice and washed the vegetables. He waited until the rice was ready before starting to stir-fry the vegetables. Su Xiuying was sorting out the clothes Yang Fan brought back. When she saw him coming over, she asked in confusion, "Why do I feel that the quality of these clothes is not as good as last time, and the styles are not as nice as last time? Is this what people in Shenzhen like now? These are not imported goods." Yang Fan told her about the things happening in the factory before he had the chance to tell her about it. 320,000 yuan in transfer fees, and more than 100,000 yuan in buying a house? Su Xiuying knew her savings well, and she probably didn't have much left after spending it all. Isn't this too risky? What if the factory's performance is not good? You still don't trust me. Besides, even if the efficiency is not good, I can still design it. Anyway, you two won't starve. Su Xiuying nodded. Indeed, Yang Fan has skills, and even if the factory is not doing well, he can still make money by relying on his designs. Thinking of this, she felt relieved. What is it like to buy a house in Shenzhen? I'll show you the contract. It has the floor plan. When you have your baby, we'll go to Shenzhen to take a look at our new home. Su Xiuying nodded absent-mindedly. The excitement of moving to the county finally calmed down, and she would soon have a home in Shenzhen. Shenzhen began to develop in 1981 and has become a big city now. The houses there must be much better than those in Ningjiang County. The house is not very big, but it is enough. After all, houses in Shenzhen are so expensive that they are actually calculated by square meter. In the future, commercial housing will be calculated by square meters. This is just the beginning. So, the houses we bought in the county are considered bargains. Speaking of this, Yang Fan remembered that he had asked Huang Xiangdong to help him find a house on another street. The house there has not been sold yet, so he has to choose a day to buy it, otherwise he will forget about it. With the factory being built later, he certainly won't have much time to deal with this. Su Xiuying was shocked when she heard that the price of houses in Shenzhen was calculated based on 1 square meter. But on second thought, I felt very fortunate. Fortunately, they bought it early, otherwise, how much more expensive would it be if they bought it later? The couple were talking. The eldest brother and Su Guowei came over one after another. They came to repay the money. They all borrowed 1,000 yuan from Yang Fan in Shenzhen. Now they came to repay 500 yuan first. The rest can only be returned to Yang Fan after the clothes are sold out and they have money. Yang Fan smiled and said, "There's no rush. No, this debt must be repaid as soon as possible, otherwise I will feel uncomfortable." The eldest brother said this. He had borrowed 1,000 yuan from Yang Fan for driving lessons before, and he hasn't paid it back yet, and he has been worried about it. Sometimes he wondered how many years it would take him to pay off the debt, but he never expected that now that he had sold his clothes and had hope in life, he felt that he would be able to pay off all the family debts soon. Su Guowei also said, "Brother Yang, 500 yuan is too much. How about I write you an IOU first?" "No need, I trust you. If you don't pay me back, I'll consider it as spending 500 yuan and recognize you as my friend." Su Guowei was very moved after hearing this. He didn't expect Yang Fan to trust him. But he soon came to his senses and thought, if Yang Fan didn't trust him, why would he bring him to Shenzhen Stock Exchange and teach him so much? In short, Yang Fan is really his benefactor. He will never betray Yang Fan in his life. "Brother Yang, if you have something to say, just tell me. Even if I have to go through fire and water, I will never frown." "That's an exaggeration." "No, I'm serious. His heart is truer than gold." It was Yang Fan who changed him, otherwise, he might still be doing nothing, teasing cats and dogs, being disliked by everyone and worrying his parents. Su Guowei knew that Yang Fan would not believe him, so he did not say anything more and changed his topic. "Brother Yang and I have decided to go sell clothes tomorrow morning. Since the styles we sell are similar, we plan to go to different places." "Brother Yang, are you going?" Chapter 251, Selling Clothes at the Village Entrance. "I won't go. My clothes are not competitive in the county. I will just sell them in the village. If I can't sell them all, I will go to the town." For rural people, it is still difficult to own a new piece of clothing. Although Yang Fan's clothes are not of good quality, they are cheap, which is still better than wearing patched clothes. Su Guowei wanted to understand the reason and nodded. "Brother Yang, if you don't go, I feel a little unsure." The elder brother at the side did not speak. Although he can't do it, his wife can. Anyway, he is just responsible for collecting the bills and delivering the clothes. "You sold it twice last time. Didn't you learn it? Some things have to be done by yourself." "I know." Su Guowei nodded. He has decided to bring his parents with him tomorrow. After all, with 2 more people, his parents can help him out and say more nice things. Smelling the chicken soup from the kitchen and seeing that it was almost 6 o'clock, Su Guowei and his elder brother went home. Yang Fan went in to cook. In the evening, my father also came. The family drank chicken soup and ate delicious meals. I felt that this was the best life possible. After dinner, Mom took Inan away, and Yang Fan accompanied Su Xiuying to rest. Su Xiuying reminded Yang Fan, "Oh, by the way, husband, we have to find some time to thank our sister-in-law. She has been taking care of you since you went to Shenzhen for so long." "Okay, we still have 2 chickens at home, let's send them to my sister-in-law tomorrow." "Okay, we'll send it tomorrow." "Well, the chickens that Mom raised are kept for your health. The eggs too, can't be sold anymore. They're kept for our family to eat. You've lost so much weight, you need to replenish your body." Su Xiuying did not refuse. After all, she is not alone now, but 2 people. Even if she saves money for herself, she cannot save money for the child. The couple chatted for a while and Su Xiuying felt sleepy. Yang Fan accompanied her to sleep. When Su Xiuying got up to go to the bathroom at night, Yang Fan accompanied her with a flashlight. They went to the bathroom 3 or 4 times that night. "Fortunately, we moved soon. The toilet in the county is much safer than this dry toilet, and it has lights." Early the next morning, Su Xiuying was still sleeping. Yang Fan got up and went to the door first. There were lean meat and bones that his father had bought in the town early in the morning. The lean meat was put in when cooking noodles in the morning, and the bones were used to make corn soup at noon. There was a full bowl of noodles with a lot of lean meat, which Yang Fan had marinated with cornstarch and oyster sauce. It was tender and smooth, and there was also a fried egg on top. "It's a pity that I don't have a mold at the moment, otherwise I could have fried a heart-shaped poached egg." After finishing, he went to wake Su Xiuying up. Yang Fan found that since she became pregnant, she felt a lot, had more frequent urination, and from time to time she wanted to eat something, and would feel very uncomfortable if she didn't eat it. There were also some foods that she usually liked to eat, but when she was pregnant she would feel nauseous and want to vomit when she smelled them. "Hurry up and get up for breakfast." Although she went to bed early last night, Su Xiuying still felt a little sleepy when she woke up at around 6 in the morning. She got up, washed up, and saw a bowl of noodles full of lean meat. "Why did you put so much meat? I'm afraid I can't finish it." "It's okay. I'll eat if you can't finish it." After saying this, Yang Fan thought of some comments he saw on the internet in his previous life. No wonder some men say that they become fatter than their wives after they become pregnant. It is probably because they often have to eat things that their wives don't want to or can't eat. I have to say, Yang Fan revealed the truth. Su Shouying ate half a bowl of noodles, but couldn't finish it because of the meat. Yang Fan saw this and finished the rest. After finishing the housework, Yang Fan took 2 chickens and took Su Shouying to his sister-in-law's house. My eldest brother and his wife were packing clothes. In the yard was the bicycle they borrowed from my father. They planned to go to town to sell it later. Xiao Fan, why are you here? And you're holding 2 chickens. Sister-in-law, put it in the cage. Yang Fan handed the chicken to his sister-in-law. I have been away from Shenzhen for more than half a month. I have been bothering you to help take care of Shouying. The eldest sister-in-law waved her hands. No, my help is nothing, Xiao Fan, you have helped eldest brother more. No, let's put things in perspective. Sister-in-law, you take it. Besides, we're moving to the county soon, so we can't raise chickens anymore. It must be very tiring for Su Shouying to get up so many times in one night, while her sister-in-law still has to work during the day and take care of 3 children. It's tiring just thinking about it. The sister-in-law knew that Yang Fan was trying to get her to accept it. If you can't raise it, you can always kill it and eat it. But being more polite would be a bit awkward, so she took it with a smile. Thank you very much. If you lay eggs in the future, I will send some to you. Yang Fan's land was given to them, and now they have surplus food, so raising 2 more chickens is no problem. That would be great. After sending the chicken away, Yang Fan prepared to go home. Then you guys clean up. I also want to go home and clean up, and then I will go sell clothes. Good. On the way back, Su Shouying asked Yang Fan, husband, where in the village are you going to sell it later? Sell it at the entrance of the village. There's plenty of space there. Anyway, there are no secrets in the village. Whatever a family does, as long as one person knows it, the whole village will soon know it. Just like Su Shouying, although she hasn't mentioned the fact that she is pregnant, everyone saw her mother taking in and back to sleep and her sister-in-law sleeping with Su Shouying, so they guessed that she was pregnant, but no one said it explicitly. Are you going? Pregnant women cannot lie down or sit all the time, they also need to walk more. Go. Yang Fan was away for a while and she had no mood to go anywhere. She had been staying at home in fear. Now that Yang Fan was back, of course she wanted to go out for a walk. Well, when I'm selling clothes later, you stay behind me so you don't get bumped. I'll be careful. Su Shouying touched her belly, which was not yet visible. When she thought that a new life was about to be born here, an aura of maternal love unconsciously emanated from her face. After taking the clothes out from home, Yang Fan carried a snakeskin bag in one hand and a small table in the other, and came to the entrance of the village with Su Shouying. At this time, there were already quite a few old people and children at the entrance of the village, chatting, and some old grandfathers were playing chess. Hey, Yang Fan and his wife, where are you going? You are carrying so many bags. I'm not going anywhere. I'll just sell the clothes I brought from Shenzhen City here at the entrance of the village. Yang Fan chose a narrow place and put down the small table. Clothes from Shenzhen? Selling them here? How can anyone afford them? That being said, everyone was attracted and curious about what the clothes brought by Shenzhen City looked like. Yang Fan took clothes out of the snakeskin bag and said, they're not expensive. These are discarded clothes from the factory. The quality and style aren't that good, but generally speaking, they're still new clothes. I'll just sell them for a few dollars. How much? This was a price they could afford, and the villagers suddenly became more interested. There are children and elderly people who have already returned home to report the news. Chapter 252 Pay Back the Money. Almost all the villagers who were at home came and gathered around Yang Fan's small table. Yang Fan shouted, everyone, please stop pushing and don't bump into my wife. Oh yes, Yang Fan's wife is pregnant. Everyone stepped back to avoid bumping into Su Shouying. Yang Fan, how much do you sell these clothes for? I heard it was a few dollars. How much exactly? Are these really the clothes you brought back from Shenzhen? Are there such cheap clothes in Shenzhen? Yang Fan said as he laid out the clothes, they are imported from Shenzhen. They are discarded items from the factory, so they are relatively cheap. As for the price, short-sleeved shirts are 1 yuan, long-sleeved shirts are 2 yuan, and jeans are 3 yuan. There are no sizes, so buy when you can wear them. No matter how poor the quality of jeans is, they are still jeans. Compared with other thin pants, they are still quite durable. It's so cheap, let me see if there's anything I can wear. Everyone was excited. It is very attractive for them to be able to wear new clothes for a few dollars. As for the poor quality, that's a big deal. The clothes they wear are not that good anyway. As Yang Fan expected, there was no market for this kind of clothes in Shenzhen, but there was a huge market in the village. Good looks and quality are not as good as cheap price. There were only about 100 pieces of clothing in total, and with so many people in the village, they were all sold out in a short time, and many people bought 2 or 3 pieces. Those who didn't buy anything said regretfully, "Young Fan, why did you buy so little?" "Yes, there are not enough people in our village to buy it." "You are not doing business right." "Uncle, aunt." Yang Fan handed the money to Su Shouying and said with a smile, "These obsolete items are not so easy to buy. You can buy as many as you can. It depends on fate. People must make better clothes and sell them at a higher price to make money." "Well, that's true. It's all your fault. You ran too slowly and didn't buy it. I just saw the pair of jeans that Fangzi bought and I really like it." "Yang Fan, next time if you have such cheap clothes, remember to sell them to our village first." Okay. Yang Fan readily agreed, picked up the small table and said, "Then I'll go back first." Okay. Su Shouying had already folded the money. Yang Fan took her hand and asked, "Have you finished counting?" "I've counted it. Here are $182. Not bad, all net profits." "How can it be a net profit?" Su Shouying disagreed. "This was obtained by spending 320,000 yuan. There was no comparison between the two. The boss could have taken it away too." Yang Fan argued. "But this is also because you took over his factory first." "Okay, my wife is right." Su Shouying laughed softly and then gave the money to Yang Fan, who refused. "I still have some money, you keep it." "How can you live without any money?" "That's fine." She put the money in her trouser pocket. When they returned home, Mom took an in to play in the yard. Seeing Yang Fan and Su Shouying coming back, he immediately ran over and said, "Dad, when can I sleep with Mom?" "Hey kid, are you disliking Grandma again?" "No, I just want to sleep with my mom." "You can only sleep with Mom after she gives birth to a brother or sister. Besides, Anan is grown up now. Don't you want to let Mom take a rest?" Anan thought for a moment and said, "Okay. Seeing that Anan is so well behaved, Daddy will make something delicious for Anan today, okay?" "Really?" Anan was immediately happy. In a few months, she grew a lot taller. Children change every day, and this is not just talk. Just finished dinner in the evening. My eldest brother and sister-in-law came over. "Mom, you're here too." "Well, I'll take Anan back soon." Mom drank tea, looked at their happy faces, and asked, "How was the clothes sales today?" "Business is very good. So I came here to return Xiaofan's 500 yuan. Yang Fan smiled helplessly and said, "Brother, there's no need to rush like that. No hurry. Your sister-in-law and I have thought about it. I will return the money for the purchase first, and the remaining 1,000 yuan for driving lessons will be returned to you when I come back from Shenzhen to purchase goods next time." Okay. Yang Fan nodded in agreement. "I guess my brother is always thinking about the money I owe him." Yang Hai's face was full of smiles. He was so happy today. "I wonder how Su Guowei's sales are going." "I don't know." He didn't. Before he could finish his words, Chow Chow arrived. "Brother Yang." The gate was not closed. Su Guowei shouted outside and came straight in. Yang Fan looked at him suspiciously. "Are you here to pay back the money as well?" "Brother Yang, how did you know? You could even calculate this?" Having made a lot of money today, Su Guowei was urged by his father and mother to pay back Yang Fan's money as soon as possible before he even had dinner. "It's not that mysterious." "Hey, my brother is here to pay back the money as well." "Haha, it seems that my brother and I are in sync." "Big brother. Who is in tune with you?" Su Guowei said, returning the money to Yang Fan, many large and even small notes. "Brother Yang, here is 500 yuan, check it out to see if it is correct." Yang Fan didn't hesitate to take the money and counted it. When it comes to borrowing and repaying money, it is better to count the money in person so as to avoid embarrassment if you find out later that there is less money, and others may suspect that he did it on purpose, which will affect the relationship. "That's right, $500. Hee, that's good." Su Guowei said as he stood up, "Then I'll go back first. We just came back from the county and haven't eaten yet." Go ahead. Su Guowei came and went in a hurry. After he left, the eldest brother said, "It seems that he sold well. He paid back all the 500 yuan on the first day. By the way, Xiaofan, I just heard that you were selling clothes in the village today? How were the sales?" "They're all sold out. They only cost a few bucks. They're easy to sell." "Did you lose a few bucks?" "That's what the factory has left over. It has no cost, so we sell it at a lower price." "So that's how it is." The eldest brother nodded and then stood up. "The rice is still steaming at home. Your sister-in-law and I just got back, so we'll go back to eat first." Mom took Anan's hand and said, "Then I'll go with you." "Anan, go back with Grandma and say goodbye to Mom and Dad." "Goodbye, Mom and Dad." "Goodbye, Anan." Yang Fan got up to see them off, then closed the gate, went into the kitchen and started boiling water. Regardless of whether she was pregnant or not, Yang Fan would definitely not let Su Shouying take a cold shower. "The water is ready. Take a bath and go to bed later." Seeing that she was sleepy again, Yang Fan walked behind her and massaged her shoulders. Su Shouying nodded. "When will you go to Shenzhen next time? If you buy a factory, you certainly can't just leave it there forever. The labor costs have to be calculated every day." Chapter 253 Sense of Participation. Speaking of this issue, Yang Fan was silent for a while. Then he said, "I'm sorry, wife. I may not be able to accompany her well this time." "It's okay." Su Shouying patted his hand on her shoulder and said, "Husband, I'm actually very happy now. Although I hope you can accompany the children to grow up, I know that a large part of this family needs you to bear. You have your own career, and you should have your own career. I can't help you, but I don't want to be a burden to you." Yang Fan felt even more guilty. "Thank you for understanding me, and don't say you can't help me. For me, everything I fight for is for you, the children, and my family to live a better life. So, only if you are well, my struggle will be meaningful. Do you understand?" These words made Su Shouying feel much more at ease. As Yang Fan took bigger steps and made more and more money, Su Shouying sometimes felt uneasy. Plus, she was pregnant, which made her even more fanciful. The current Su Shouying is no longer the same as before when she was just making do with Yang Fan. Now she truly loves Yang Fan. If Yang Fan wants to divorce her, she doesn't know how to live on. She was always afraid that Yang Fan would feel that she couldn't help him, but he didn't think so. "Yes, this is her husband. Hubby, I am grateful to you. Thank you for repenting and becoming who you are now." Yang Fan said nothing more after hearing this, but just gently squeezed her shoulders. Repentance? He was not as lucky in his previous life as he is in this one. By the time he realized what was important to him, he had already lost everyone he cared about. The water in the kitchen made a boiling sound. Yang Fan took the bucket to fetch water, then added cold water. After feeling the temperature with his hand, he took the bucket out of the shower room and said, "Wife, come and take a shower." "Good." Su Shouying took her clothes and went in to take a shower. The curtain was lowered and Yang Fan waited outside to prevent her from slipping and getting into trouble. Of course, he actually wanted to go in more, but Su Shouying was very shy, which left Yang Fan speechless. They are an old married couple. After taking a shower, Yang Fan found that Su Shouying looked a little strange. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." She shook her head. "Is there anything you can't tell me?" "No." Su Shouying looked at him embarrassedly. "I just want to eat something sour, such as candied haws or oranges, but it's too late now, She just suddenly wanted to eat it very much, and felt very uncomfortable when she couldn't have it, but she didn't want Yang Fan to buy it so late at night. Unexpectedly, Yang Fan saw through it. "Go back to your room first, I'll go buy it later." "But it's too late now. Maybe they're out of stock. If you have money, you can buy it. Besides, it's only 8 o'clock now, it's not late at all." Yang Fan saw her sitting on the bed, took a pair of trousers from the closet and put them on. "You stay at home, I'll go buy bike and be back soon." "Thanks for your hard work." Yang Fan changed his pants and put his mouth in front of her. "Should there be some reward?" Su Shouying kissed him embarrassedly. "Why is he always like this? But I always feel sweet in my heart." As expected, if a man is not bad, women will not love him, right? Wait at home. Yang Fan took the bicycle key and flashlight, then pulled the bicycle out of the main room. After closing the door, he rode the bicycle towards the town with the flashlight. There really aren't many people in the town at this time, and the supply and marketing cooperatives are all closed. Yang Fan had no choice but to ride towards the county. People in the county are more active than those in the town, and many of them do business at night. However, it may be difficult to buy candied haws. Sure enough, after walking around for a long time, Yang Fan bought tangerines, oranges, and even lemons, but he couldn't find any place selling candied haws. There was no other choice, so he had to buy some sweet and spicy food, just in case Su Xiuying didn't want to eat sour food one day. After buying it, he rode home while holding a flashlight to light the way with one hand and controlling the handlebars with the other. The weather was hot and Yang Fan was sweating all over when he got home because he was anxious. A dim light bulb hung on the eaves. Yang Fan pushed his bicycle in. Well, he worked so hard to buy so much food, but Su Xiuying had already fallen asleep. But it was also his fault. Yang Fan rode across almost half of the county for the candied haws. It took her more than an hour to get there. She was already very sleepy, so it was normal for her to fall asleep because she couldn't resist the sleepiness. Yang Fan had no intention of asking her to get up and eat. He took a cold shower quietly, then turned off the lights and lay down next to Su Xiuying. As if she sensed someone around her, Su Xiuying turned over and put her hands on Yang Fan's waist. In fact, Yang Fan felt quite a sense of accomplishment when he went shopping today. In his previous life, he could do nothing when his wife was pregnant, but now, he finally has some sense of participation. Okay, go to sleep. Time passes slowly. Soon it was moving day. Yang Fan directly invited the chef from the state-owned restaurant to come and cook. At around 10 o'clock, they bought the ingredients and started preparing. Seeing this, the villagers also came over. Because Yang Fan's house was not big enough, they set up an open-air banquet in the village square. Except for a few families who had a bad relationship with Yang Fan, such as my aunt's family and Wang Meili's family, almost all the others came. Some people carried eggs, some gave red envelopes, and some were generous, like the village party secretary, who just brought a chicken. Because Su Xiuying was 3 months pregnant a few days ago, Yang Fan and the others took the initiative to tell them about her pregnancy and brought the chicken to give Su Xiuying some supplements. Everyone, please sit down. Mom and Dad were putting away things and asking everyone to sit down. There was tea on every table and melon seeds and candies on the table. The food hadn't been served yet, so everyone could drink tea and crack melon seeds. Congratulations! You've moved into a new home and your daughter-in-law is pregnant. It's a double blessing. Thanks. Yang Fan, I wish you a big fat boy. No, let's have a daughter. A son means a house and a dowry, which is too expensive. Ha, you already have a daughter, you must have a son to make it complete. My mother smiled and said, you can have whatever you want. It's not up to us to decide. Come on, sit over there. Except for one table for relatives, other villagers can sit anywhere they want. After a while, Yang Huanyan arrived with her daughter and son and Huang Shandong and his wife. Brother Yang, congratulations. Thank you, Brother Huang. Come, sit here. Don't leave until you are drunk. Okay. The second sister didn't need to take care of the child. She took the child to the eldest sister-in-law's child and came over to help take care of him. There were nearly 30 tables set up in the square, which made the not-so-big square crowded. Even the kitchen in Yang Fan's house was not big enough, so they built a temporary one in the yard and also borrowed the one from Aunt Xiufan's house. Chapter 254 Return to Shenzhen. Apart from slaughtering pigs and fishing during the Chinese New Year, the village is not so lively on weekdays. However, after the dishes were served, they once again realized what they had realized before, that is, Yang Fan had made a fortune and was also very generous. Nowadays, when villagers are reluctant to buy even 2 taels of meat, the dishes cooked by the chef Yang Fan hired were all meat dishes. You know, when other people have a wedding banquet, it is good enough to have a few meat dishes, and it is more like minced meat than meat. But now, there are 2 big bowls of braised pork on the table, and each piece of meat is very big. In addition, there are chicken and fish meatballs, which makes those who brought a few eggs feel embarrassed. It seems that those eggs are not enough for these pieces of meat. Of course, he is an honest person, and he feels that he has made a fortune. With just a few eggs and such a good meal, he is willing to come here to eat every day. No matter what, everyone felt Yang Fan's generosity. Some people who previously complained about Yang Fan's unwillingness to take them to do business no longer dared to gossip about Yang Fan behind his back. After all, one should be grateful to those who have received favors from others. At this banquet, my dad drank a lot of wine, and even my mom drank quite a bit. Of course, the main character Yang Fan drank even more. He used to have a good alcohol tolerance, but this time, with so many toasts, even he couldn't handle it. After lunch, everyone dispersed. The people at the state-owned restaurant were cleaning up the mess. Yang Fan and the others are helping. Most of the things needed at home have been moved to the county. Starting today, they will move into the county. Looking at the yard of his home, Yang Fan felt a little reluctant to leave. I didn't expect that less than a year after my rebirth, I would have to leave the village where I grew up. But people have to grow up eventually and go to a better place. Yang Fan doesn't allow himself to stay in the village, accomplish nothing, and grow old in silence. I was so stupid back then that I actually looked forward to growing up. Su Shouying came over and saw that Yang Fan looked strange. She asked, "What's wrong? You don't seem very happy?" "Nothing, I just think that after I move out, I probably won't come back often." After he said this, Su Shouying couldn't help but look at the place where she had lived for 4 years. After a while, she smiled and said, "Actually, I think it's okay. Because as long as you and the children are around, I feel that it is my home, not just a house." Yang Fan raised his eyebrows slightly, then smiled, "You are right. Everything is ready, Xiao Fan, let's go." The eldest brother shouted. Yang Fan was going to take Su Shouying in an inn, the second sister was going to take the 2 children, and the father was drunk, so he could only ask the eldest brother to ride a bicycle to help take the rest of the things over. "Mom, wait for my brother and I to send Shouying and the others over, then we'll come pick you up. A house for my parents has also been prepared. The chickens they originally raised are now placed with my eldest sister-in-law. If they need to eat, they can just ride their bike back to get them. It's quite convenient. Okay, go ahead and come back tomorrow. I think your dad will probably sleep until night." "Okay, I'll come back tomorrow. The train tickets to Shenzhen are booked for the day after tomorrow." By then, the eldest brother and Su Guowei, whose clothes have been almost sold out, will follow Yang Fan to Shenzhen again. It is worth mentioning that my eldest brother made a lot of money this time. If my eldest sister-in-law had not been thinking about purchasing goods at cost, she would have planned to buy a house. However, even if she hasn't bought it yet, she is now asking people about it and plans to finalize the house issue in the next 2 or 3 months. Because she heard from Yang Fan that houses in Shenzhen have started to be priced based on a certain amount per square meter, and Ningjiang County will sooner or later adopt the same policy. She should act now while not many people know about it. So even though the clothes had not been sold out, she still urged Yang Fan to go to Shenzhen market together. She felt that only with this brother-in-law around could her husband do a good job, otherwise, she was really afraid that he would be deceived by others. After returning to the county, my eldest brother helped me pack up and then rode back on his bicycle. New home, my second sister and her family haven't left yet. Yang Huanyan looked around the whole house and said excitedly, "This house looks really nice with the furniture." "Shouying, I think the balcony is quite big, we can use it to grow some vegetables." "Yes, I plan to grow some too. It's a waste to buy vegetables outside. But Mom said that Dad is very idle, so if there are no vegetables, let him ride his bike back to pick them." Speaking of Dad, Yang Huanyan smiled and said, "Dad is really happy now. Xiao Fan bought him a bicycle. He wants to stroll around every day. He should be very happy to find something for him to do." Today, during the spring plowing season, my parents' land was not planted. They rented it all to Su Shouying's sister Su Xiudi. They originally wanted to let her plant the land for free, but Su Xiudi was unwilling. The house she lives in now was all paid for by Yang Fan, so she dare not ask for favors from the Yang family anymore. Fortunately, Sister Fang's business was good, so Su Xiudi had work to do and earned income. Her daughter was still young and did not have to go to school or pay tuition. Now she had land, so it was not a problem for the two of them to have enough food and clothing and save some extra money. Yang Fan stayed in his new home for 2 days, during which time he did not forget to go to Nanchang to settle accounts, and then went to Shenzhen Stock Exchange with Yan Hai and Su Guowei. The reason why he dared to stay at home for so long in the early days of the factory was because his secretary in his previous life had followed him since Yang Fan built his first garment factory. That is Yuan Yizi's manager Tong Lianzhong, who is not very old, only 26 years old. Although he has not attended college, he has finished high school. At that time, he is considered a highly educated person. In his previous life, he started a business with Yang Fan, made progress together, learned a lot, and became Yang Fan's right-hand man. They are not family, but they are better than family. Tong Lianzhong is responsible and capable. He stayed with Yang Fan for so many years in his previous life and faced many temptations, but he always stuck to his heart and believed that Yang Fan was his boss. Because Yang Fan owns a factory, the eldest brother and Su Guowei do not plan to stay in a hotel. Anyway, the weather is hot now, so they can just sleep on the floor in the factory for a few days. The money saved will be enough for the family to eat a lot of meat. As soon as young Fan returned to the factory, he had many things to do and had no time to accompany his elder brother in Sugwawei to buy goods. The two of them were not in a hurry. They went outside every day to look at the styles, remember what they wanted, and then ask young Fan for his opinion. After all, they have to purchase the goods themselves, and they can't ask young Fan to check for them every time. After Yang Fan finished reading the account book, he looked at the finished products from the past 2 weeks. With Tom Lianzhong watching over him, every link was made with the details that Yang Fan mentioned. At noon that day, while eating, Yang Fan suddenly asked, "Want to buy some goods? Come in." The two were immediately excited. They just waited for Yang Fan to finish his work. In a moment, Yang Fan smiled. A lot of clothes have been made, but sales still require channels and people have to be found to cooperate with. As for who to cooperate with, Yang Fan, who has walked this path once in his previous life, will definitely find it easier this time. Chapter 255 Conquer. Su Guowei and his elder brother quickly finished the rice in their bowls, and then looked at Yang Fan eagerly. They appear to be calm on the surface, but they are actually very anxious in their hearts. The longer you stay in the Shenzhen Stock Exchange, the less money you earn. And who knows how long this business can last. It is better to make more money while you can, so that you won't regret not working hard enough when the market is bad. Being stared at by them, Young Fan couldn't even eat. I say, not really, wait till I finish my meal. Eat as you like, and make sure you are full. Yes, only if you are full will you have the energy to keep watch for us. The eldest brother nodded in agreement. Having said that, the two of them continued to stare at each other without blinking. As a result, Yang Fan had to finish his meal quickly and then took them to the factory warehouse. Why are you coming to the warehouse? Didn't you say you were going to purchase goods? Have you forgotten what my factory does? Yang Fan looked at them speechlessly. Mine is a clothing factory. If you buy directly from me, isn't it cheaper than outside? And these clothes are designed by me, aren't they better than outside? Yang Fan is quite confident about this. Su Guowei and Yang Hai had an epiphany. Yes, why didn't they think of such a simple thing? Is this the legendary darkness under the lamp? Brother Yang, it turns out you already had a plan. Su Guowei was very moved. He thought Brother Yang was going to abandon him. But I have to go and see the styles you chose to see what your taste is like. Okay. Yang Fan's factory currently produces 3 short-sleeved styles, 2 one-piece dresses, and 1 long skirt style, which can be matched with short-sleeved shirts. He now mainly produces women's clothing. After all, the money of women, children, and the elderly is the easiest to earn. Making men's clothing is far less profitable than making women's clothing. To give a simple example, when you enter a men's bathroom, you may see toothbrushes with hair flying off, towels and underwear with holes in them, and socks with holes in them. As long as they are still usable, they will be used to death. But women can't stand such a rough life. If you buy the goods from Yang Fan, then there is no need to rush. So after looking at the inventory level, Yang Fan went to the wholesale market with them. I have to say that Su Guowei and Yang Hai do have some vision, but not much. The styles they chose were all similar to Yang Fan's previous ones. This made it difficult to make mistakes, but the homogeneity was too serious. If they always sold clothes of similar styles and colors, they would definitely get aesthetically fatigued. Yang Fan talked about their problems, and then selected some that he thought were good, emphasizing the reasons and the selection process, which made Yang Hai and Su Guowei nod repeatedly. It turns out that there are so many tricks to choosing clothes. Back at the factory, Yang Hai and Su Guowei packed up nearly 70% of Yang Fan's inventory, 1,500 pieces. Because they had just started doing it some time ago and didn't follow the previous method, the speed was a bit slow. Now that they have become proficient, the speed has gradually increased. What a joke! This is a dress designed by Yang Fan himself. Even if they don't believe in themselves, they can't disbelieve in Yang Fan's vision. Haven't you seen that the first dress Yang Fan made was a big hit in Ningxiang County, and even sold a lot in surrounding areas? Yang Fan's fabrics are all of relatively good quality, but he didn't want to make any extra profit when he priced them at 10 yuan a piece for Yang Hai and Su Guowei. A short-sleeved shirt is a bit expensive at 10 yuan, but a dress is cheaper at 10 yuan, so they are all about the same. The 1,500 yuan was from the factory, and they all came with 1,000 yuan this time, so they still had a few hundred yuan in their hands. They went to the wholesale market again and bought a style of jeans that Yang Fan had taken a fancy to yesterday. Yang Fan said that this pair of jeans would also look good with the short-sleeved shirt from his factory. The clothes were ready and they bought tickets on the same day. They returned the next day with large and small bags on their backs. As for Yang Fan, he naturally had to stay in the factory to deal with the cargo matters. He originally had less than 50,000 yuan in his hand, but Yang Fan went to withdraw the earnings from the South factory last month, which had dropped drastically to just over 130,000 yuan, plus the less than 200,000 yuan he had in his hand. Next month is coming soon. The factory has a lot of things to buy, as well as the employees' salaries and various expenses. So we have to make money as soon as possible. The salary from the South factory is probably only a few months away. After all, the weather is hot now, and winter clothes are not selling well. The summer clothes designed by Yang Fan before will not be used by Nanchang again. They will definitely be modified and the styles will become their own. Why should they still use Yang Fan's designs and then share them with him? There were not many goods in the factory, but he still took Tong Lianzhong to find partners. To Tong Lianzhong's surprise, his new boss seemed to be quite capable and well connected. Many of the partners were people that Tong Lianzhong had known about before, and people that EZ had wanted to cooperate with before. But everything about the factory was really not going well. Even though the previous boss Wei Zhenhua visited several times, the partners refused to give in. As for the new boss, Tong Lianzhong was numb. He is a good communicator and seems to know these partners very well. The gifts he gives are not expensive, but they are exactly what others need. More importantly, the new boss seemed to value him very much and asked him to connect with these partners. If he did a good job, he would be promoted to deputy factory director. How could Tong Lianzhong not be excited? When the previous boss was around, the deputy factory director was his relative. No matter how well he performed, he would never be promoted. He always felt that he had no future. In addition, the previous boss had poor vision and was stingy in many aspects. He raised suggestions many times, but Wei Zhenhua didn't care much. By the time he paid attention to it, the factory could no longer be saved. Yang Fan has been busy in the factory and has a lot of social engagements. In addition, he also asked Tong Lianzhong to help find some workers who can do renovations to renovate the house. Now he has been living in the factory, which is not a solution. After working for more than a month, I took on several large orders, and all that was left was to deliver the goods within the construction period. When Yang Fan left, he directly promoted Tong Lianzhong to deputy factory director. Please keep an eye on the order. I need to go home for a few days. Tong Lianzhong knew that the boss's wife was pregnant. Don't worry, boss, I will definitely take good care of her for you and will never let you down. Although Yang Fan is 2 years younger than him, Yang Fan's vision, decisiveness, and personal charm during this period have made him feel that Yang Fan must be more than that. As long as he follows Yang Fan and works hard, he will be able to take off. I believe you. Yang Fan patted him on the shoulder and set off on the way home. At 8 o'clock that evening, Yang Fan is back. Su Shouying was very surprised to see Yang Fan coming back. Why did you come back suddenly? Are you tired? Are you hungry? My mother also came over and looked at Yang Fan with a distressed look in her eyes. You have been out for more than a month. You have become darker and thinner. I'm fine, this is what happens when you run outside. As Yang Fan spoke, he looked at Su Shouying's belly. Her belly was already showing, and she was wearing a fat long skirt. It didn't have any style, but was mainly loose. Chapter 256, The Demolition Generation. Are you okay? The child is not bothering you, right? Yang Fan led Su Shouying to sit on the stool. I'm fine. Su Shouying touched her belly and smiled happily. Mom takes good care of me and doesn't let me do anything. I feel like I'm almost a useless person. Yang Fan looked at her and nodded. You are indeed not thinner this time. Mom went into the kitchen to cook. And then heard the noise, got up and ran over to stick to his father. In the evening, my dad came over. He and his mother have now moved to the second floor. Every morning he gets up and walks around the neighborhood with his mother, getting to know the people around there and buying groceries at the same time. We have lunch together at noon and I take care of my granddaughter. My mother cooked dinner in the evening. After dinner, Yang Fan was not tired, so he took Su Shouying for a walk outside. Unexpectedly, they met an old man selling candied haws, and Yang Fan bought her a string. Just eat outside. If Anan sees it when we get home, she will definitely make a fuss and ask for food. It's not a good idea to give children sweet food at night. Su Shouying nodded, then touched her belly and said, "They say sour food means boys and spicy food means girls. I like both sour and spicy food now, so I don't know if it's a boy or a girl." "It's all right. I like both boys and girls. I'll get a sterilization after you give birth to the baby this time." Vasectomy? Why?" Su Shouying stopped and was a little surprised. "Because pregnancy is hard and childbirth is dangerous. The wind is a bit cool at night." Yang Fan tucked her messy hair behind her ears and said, "I don't want you to get into trouble because of giving birth. Besides, 2 children are enough." "But what if this isn't a boy?" Su Shouying was a little hesitant. She grew up in a family that favored boys over girls. Although she did not favor boys over girls, she was influenced and felt that she must give birth to a son for the Yang family. Yang Fan scratched her beautiful nose and said, "There is no throne to inherit in my family, so why should I give birth to a son? Besides, even if there is a throne, a girl can sit on it." These words touched Su Shouying deeply. Because she had been a victim of the preference for boys over girls since she was young, she actually had always hated this issue. However, she couldn't help but be influenced and felt that she really had to give birth to a boy because that was the general environment. But now, Yang Fan has to get a sterilization for her safety without knowing whether the child is a boy or a girl. "I have never heard of anyone doing this. Even though I have seen some men in the village who love their wives, no one can do this." At this moment, Su Shouying felt incomparable sense of security and love. Because there were people who were jealous of her before, saying in front of her that Yang Fan was making a lot of money now, and was going further and further, and higher, and sooner or later he would make a mistake. I also carefully comforted her. "If it really comes to this, just turn a blind eye and let it go. Which man doesn't make mistakes? We should forgive him generously, as long as he is willing to live a good life and take the money he earns back home." There were many such remarks around. Su Shouying disagreed with them, but she did not refute them. Of course, arguing would be a waste of time. "I don't care about that. As long as the child is ours, that's all I care about." "Yes, I understand." The two walked around for a while and then went home. Life at home was very comfortable. The next day, Yang Fan went to find Huang Shandong and invited him and his wife to come for dinner. Huang Shandong had not been to the new home since it was completed. At the same time, Yang Fan planned to ask Huang Shandong about the affairs of Shirtian Street. "I told you before that no one wants the house over there. I've already seen one, but I'm still a little hesitant. I wanted to wait for you, but I didn't expect you to be so busy." Huang Shandong already knew that Yang Fan had opened a factory in Shenzhen. When he learned about this, he was not surprised, because he had long known that Yang Fan was not a simple person and Ningjiang County could not trap him. "It is indeed busy, and mainly because I don't have much money." Yang Fan doesn't have much money now, but he has won several large orders with deposits, so Yang Fan can breathe a sigh of relief. Huang Shandong nodded. "Next month will probably be your last month to get your share. You won't be selling winter clothes after this month. As for summer clothes, the higher-ups don't plan to cooperate with you anymore." "It's okay. Even if the deal doesn't work out, there's still friendship. Besides, I have my own factory, so there's no need to cooperate with the South factory." "Indeed, you have your own factory," Huang Shandong said with emotion, and then said, "After dinner, let's go to Shirtian Street to take a look." "Okay." Yang Fan cooked at noon, and the two of them didn't drink much. After all, they still had things to do in the afternoon, and it would be bad if they got drunk. After dinner, Wu Chouyan stayed at home with Su Shouying, while Yang Fan and Huang Shandong rode their bicycles to Shirtian Street. This place is obviously much more remote, and the road has not been repaired. There are some potholes. It probably rained a few days ago, and there is still a lot of water. The building is old and the staff is messy. The two men rode their bicycles and followed Huang Shandong to stop in front of one of the buildings. After locking their bicycles, the two men went to the 6th floor. The corridor was dirty, messy, and very narrow. There were 3 households on one floor. Huang Shandong raised his hand and knocked on the middle household. The person inside was at home. After knocking twice, a female voice came out. "Who is it?" "Sister, I'm Huang Shandong. I came to your house last time to look at it." When the door opened, what came into view was a relatively clean home. Although the decoration and furniture were old, it was indeed cleaned quite well. "My husband is out working today, but we can negotiate the price. If it's suitable, we can sign it tomorrow." "Okay." Huang Xiangdong nodded, and then let Yang Fan visit the house. There was nothing worth visiting for Yang Fan. He didn't live in the house here. He came here purely to be a demolisher. The house is fairly clean, but it is indeed quite old. When the eldest sister heard Yang Fan say this, she quickly said, "It's indeed a bit shabby, but if you don't have enough money, you can only buy it here. After all, it's in the county, so it's better than the countryside, right?" She thought Yang Fan came from the countryside to buy a house and settle down in the county, because she did the same thing before, but now she has saved some money, so she wants to sell the house and use the money to buy a better one. "How much do you want to sell this house for?" The house is not big, only about 70 square meters. If you want it, including the furniture, it's 12,000. "I don't want furniture." The eldest sister frowned slightly. "If you really want it, then 1,001 can give it to you. This is my bottom price." Yang Fan nodded. He also didn't want to lower the price too much. After all, sooner or later they would regret selling the house here. They agreed to come over tomorrow to handle the transfer of ownership. Huang Xiangdong took Yang Fan to visit several houses. The prices were basically between 1,000 and 1,500, depending on the size of the house. Yang Fan bought all of these. Chapter 257, that's all. Huang Xiangdong counted and found that he had bought 5 houses. "Anything else?" "I bought 5 sets, and you still want to buy one?" Huang Xiangdong was hit again, and said weakly, "It's gone. I thought you bought 2 or 3 of the 5 sets, but I didn't expect you to buy all of them. Aren't you afraid of losing money?" "Don't worry, I like this place." Huang Xiangdong, who was still hesitant after observing the environment on site, couldn't help but confirm it again after hearing this. "Do you really think this place is good?" "Of course, otherwise why would I buy so much?" "Brother Huang, if you know who is selling the house in Shirtian Street, just tell me. As long as I have extra money, I will buy it no matter how much it is." Seeing Yang Fan's attitude, Huang Xiangdong did not dare to be careless. "Then his house will be located in Ishida Street. Yang Fan has never made a mistake, so I will trust him just this once." The 6th house he looked at was the one that Huang Xiangdong had been hesitating about whether to buy before. It was a house with an area of about 90 square meters. Because of Yang Fan, he made the decision immediately, and the two agreed to come together tomorrow. "Hey, what are you doing?" As soon as they went downstairs, they saw someone trying to pry the lock of their bicycles. When they saw Yang Fan and Huang Xiangdong running over, the thief gave up trying to pry the lock and ran away in a panic. Huang Xiangdong quickly checked his bicycle. The lock had not been pried open, but there were many marks on the keyhole. "It's really a mess here. I've lived there for so long and have never encountered anything like this. Luckily we talked about it quickly, otherwise my bike would have been stolen today. There are really a lot of thieves these days. Not to mention the city, even the rural thieves are not spared. When Yang Fan was still young, his house was robbed a few times, but the family was poor and nothing was lost in the end. Let's be careful tomorrow. We really have to be careful. We need to leave someone to watch over us. I'll ask my wife to come along tomorrow." "That's fine." The two of them talked and returned to Yang Fan's house. Wu Qiuyan was surprised to learn that Yang Fan had bought 5 houses in Shirtian Street. After talking for a while, she and Huang Xiangdong went home. Only then did Su Xiuying ask him about the house. "We didn't buy this place to live in, we bought it for investment." Yang Fan explained to her patiently. "Investment? That's not a good place. It's not good now, but it may be better in the future. I think it has a future and will definitely develop in the future. By then, the housing prices will not be as cheap as they are now." Su Xiuying listened to him and nodded. "Well, since you said so, I believe it will develop in the future." "You trust me so much?" "You are my husband, who else can I trust if I don't trust you?" The next day, Yang Fan took the money and went to handle the formalities. He went from house to house. It was a bit troublesome, but he didn't want to attract too much attention. After completing the formalities, these companies basically take a month to move, and agree to hand over the keys after a month. Huang Xiangdong helped a lot in this matter, so lunch was still at Yang Fan's house and he cooked himself. Thanks to Huang Xiangdong. Huang Xiangdong raised his glass and said, "Brother Yang, if Shirtian Street really develops, it won't be you who should thank me, but I will thank you. I believe in your vision. Haha, let's talk about it later. Let's drink." Halfway through the drinking, Su Xiuying and Wu Qiuyan left the table, leaving only a few peanuts on the table as snacks. Yang Fan suddenly asked him, Brother Huang, have you ever thought about changing jobs? Change jobs? I'm the head of a factory now, why would I change jobs? The future trend may not necessarily be good. The wave of layoffs in the 1990s lasted from 1993 to 2001, but in fact there were signs of it as early as 1987, due to the labor contract system reform at that time. There are many reasons, which I will not elaborate on here. In short, since 1993, the number of unemployed people has increased every year, from more than 3 million in 1993 to more than 28 million in 2001. This data is still incomplete statistics. Although Huang Xiangdong is the factory director and will not be unemployed, this factory has no future. What future can he have as a factory director? Hey, Brother Yang, it's easy for you to put it. You are young and energetic, and you dare to gamble and try new things. But I can't do that at my age. Besides, if I leave Nanchang, I don't know what I can do. Huang Xiangdong shook his head, but he didn't care about what Yang Fan said. Now that people's lives are better and clothes are selling better, the factory's performance will only get better and better. Policies change all the time. This is all Yang Fan could remind people of. After all, it is impossible for him to explain in detail what will happen in the future. He can still be considered far-sighted now, but if he really explains it in detail, he will no longer be far-sighted. Well, let's talk about it later. Let's drink. Yang Fan stayed at home for a week and then went to Shenzhen again. The factory received 3 orders and the workers were very busy every day. Yang Fan set up a voluntary overtime system. If anyone was willing to stay and work overtime, they would be paid 1 yuan per hour. Now, except for those who have something to do, almost everyone in the factory works overtime, and they compete with each other every day to see who works the latest. Seeing this, Yang Fan made a rule that the party could not arrive later than 10 o'clock. Progress is important, and the workers' health is also important. Don't do things that kill the goose that lays the eggs. Let's deal with this order in the next few months. In the office, Yang Fan looked at the account book and instructed Tong Lianzhong, don't negotiate new orders for the time being. Wait until the time is right to negotiate and make a seamless transition. Okay boss, I understand what you mean. Well, you have to keep an eye on the clothes. We have to hurry up, but the quality must not be bad. This is our factory's first business, so we have to make it beautiful. Tong Lianzhong nodded quickly, I know the boss. After checking out the things at the factory, Yang Fan hired someone to do the renovation. The decoration of the new house is now intermittent. Yang Fan will find someone when he is free. If he can come directly, he will go to install it directly. If he can't come, he will come tomorrow. However, the factory is now on the right track and Yang Fan has more time, so this time when he came to Shenzhen, he was more focused on decorating his new house. Just when he was devoting his time to the decoration, Lu Dingdong actually came to the factory to find him. What do you want from me? Yang Fan was a little puzzled. He had no connection with Lu Dingdong in his previous life, and the previous incident had already been resolved. Lu Dingdong looked at Yang Fan with a complicated expression. During this period, he asked various people to inquire and investigate, and finally found out the reason why Yang Fan came to Shenzhen, which was to set up a factory. This huge factory in front of you belongs to him. Lu Dingdong has been in Shenzhen Stock Exchange for so long, but he has not achieved as much as Yang Fan. How long has Yang Fan been in Shenzhen Stock Exchange? This made him envious and admired. Yang Fan, I'm here to cooperate with you. Cooperation? You want to purchase goods? No. Lu Dingdong shook his head, I heard that you are renovating your house recently? Yang Fan did not deliberately conceal this matter. As long as someone pays attention, they will definitely know it. Chapter 258 Lu Dingdong's Purpose. Lu Dingdong did not directly state his purpose, but continued to ask Yang Fan, what do you think of the current Shenzhen Stock Exchange? It is developing, and it will develop rapidly in the future, and it will get better and better. Yeah, I think so too. Lu Dingdong nodded, so there are a lot of opportunities hidden here, it just depends on whether we can seize them. Yang Fan said nothing and continued to look at him. In the past 2 years, Shenzhen has built more and more commercial housing in villa areas. Construction has started in many places, so many people from rural areas basically work on construction sites. We don't have money to develop houses, but we can change our thinking. What should we do after the houses are built? Yang Fan raised his eyebrows slightly, thinking back to when he asked Lu Dingdong about the house renovation, and looked at him with some surprise. Do you want to start a decoration company? Lu Dingdong was stunned and then a little surprised. He actually wanted to set up a decoration team and look for work everywhere, so that he could make a lot of money, but he didn't expect that Yang Fan would actually talk about starting a company right away. What I didn't expect was that Yang Fan guessed it so quickly. That's probably what I mean. Everything in Shenzhen is still under development. As for decoration, although there are quite a few, the demand still cannot meet the supply. Yang Fan was really a little surprised. As a person who did not have the golden finger of rebirth, it was already remarkable that Lu Dingdong could think of this. Yang Fan had actually thought about this, but he didn't have much money now, and he didn't have that many people under his command, so everything needed to be done slowly. After all, Yang Fan knew that real estate would be the most profitable in the future, so how could he not get a piece of the pie? I remember you have about 10 people under your command. If we put them together as a team, it should be enough. There is no need for you to cooperate with me, right? Lu Dingdong nodded helplessly. We have already learned the decoration skills we should learn, and it is indeed not a problem to put together a team, but it is difficult to find customers, and even if we find customers, there are many tricks involved, and I don't understand them at all. Yang Fan understood what Lu Dingdong meant. Things are different now. Even though Yang Fan's factory is small, it is still the leader among factories. In Shenzhen, he can compare with most people. And the people he contacts are different from Lu Dingdong. The clients he might accept must be those who have a certain amount of money or social status. It is normal for such people to have houses that need to be renovated. The reason Lu Dingdong wanted Yang Fan to expand the channels was, of course, there were other reasons. If the customer base is higher end, it can also create a certain reputation, but Lu Dingdong may not have thought of this. I guess his idea is to expand channels, and to deal with subsequent issues after work, they need someone to lead the way. He didn't know the other people, and even if he did, they wouldn't necessarily take him with them. They might have done it on their own after hearing the idea, but Yang Fan's situation was different. We know each other well, and Yang Fan has just taken over a factory, which is not very big. It can be seen that the funds are not sufficient. He may not have enough funds and manpower to do this. But if they work together, they will complement each other perfectly. Yang Fan knocked on the table and said, I can't cooperate with you. Why? We haven't discussed it in detail yet. Lu Dingdong was referring to the distribution of benefits. He believed that Yang Fan could see that it was definitely possible to make money by setting up a decoration company. To be honest, I don't agree with some of your ways of doing things. I heard that you have cheated a lot of people in my hometown, right? So I won't cooperate with someone whose character is not guaranteed, because I may have to be on guard at any time, and he may stab me in the back one day. Lu Dingdong was stunned. He didn't expect that Yang Fan refused to cooperate with him because of this. As a person, you must have a bottom line. As a businessman, you must have a bottom line, especially in the business world. Believe it or not, if the news of what you do gets out, your business will never grow. Lu Dingdong didn't say anything. What Yang Fan said to him today shocked him greatly. He left Yang Fan's factory, but kept thinking about what Yang Fan said. In fact, he didn't refute today, and he knew that Yang Fan was right. If he were Yang Fan, he probably wouldn't cooperate with someone like him. Who would trust such a person? However, because of this, Lu Dingdong became more determined to cooperate with Yang Fan. As for what happened in the past, he will try his best to make up for it. Yang Fan didn't know that Lu Dingdong still wanted to cooperate with him. After all, he spoke quite frankly. After more than a month of hard work, the decoration of the new house is almost finished. And today is the time to deliver the first order. As the boss, Yang Fan was naturally present. After the other party conducted a random inspection and found no quality problems, Yang Fan took Tong Lianzhong to treat the customers to a meal and introduced Tong Lianzhong to some connections. You will always be forced to drink at the table, unless your status is high enough. Yang Fan is far from reaching this status now, so he drank all the toasts at the dinner table, and Tong Lianzhong also drank a lot with him. Seeing his generosity, the customer also gave him a thumbs up. Boss Yang is so generous. Chinese people have always been like this, they like to talk about things over the wine table. After the social event, Tong Lianzhong went to pay the bill. In front of the restaurant, Yang Fan saw the client off to the car and then waved goodbye. Tong Lianzhong supported Yang Fan and asked, Boss, are you okay? Yang Fan drank too much today and blocked the drinks for him many times, which touched Tong Lianzhong very much. Fine. Tong Lianzhong looked at Yang Fan, whose face was flushed, and expressed his doubt. Let's go back and get rid of the alcohol. After saying that, Yang Fan took the lead and stepped forward. Tong Lianzhong felt relieved when he saw that he walked steadily. He really didn't expect that the new boss, who was not very old, could drink so much. In fact, Yang Fan had a better alcohol tolerance in his previous life, but after all, he was reborn and needed to practice his alcohol tolerance. In his previous life, he drank a lot because of social activities, and he had serious stomach problems. Now Yang Fan will pay attention and know how to drink. The final payment has been made, and the remaining 2 orders will probably be completed next month. Boss, should we continue to run orders? Maybe in half a month. After working overtime for a month, the workers must be tired. It may not be completed next month. Of course, the main thing is to give the workers a holiday first. Tong Lianzhong nodded, okay. But if there are some scattered orders, you can take them. It's not a big deal anyway. The individual orders that Yang Fan mentioned are naturally those from retail investors who purchase relatively small amounts of goods. These orders are not big, but they add up to a considerable amount of money, which is very necessary for Yang Fan's current small factory. I see. After returning to the factory, Yang Fan went straight to sleep. The next day, just after waking up, he heard Tong Lianzhong say that Lu Dingdong was looking for him. Haven't given up yet? Chapter 259, Car Bandits. While I was drinking the sobering soup brought by Tong Lianzhong, Lu Dingdong walked in. Yang Fan took a sip and said, I thought I made it very clear to you last time. It is only a matter of time before Yang Fan can do this business on his own. I know. Lu Dingdong's attitude became somewhat sincere. Last time I went back, I reflected on myself and found that I am indeed a person who is not trustworthy. If I were you, I would not agree to cooperate with someone like me. The sobering soup was a little hot. After taking a sip, Yang Fan glanced at Lu Dingdong, motioning him to continue. Cough. Lu Dingdong coughed awkwardly. I went back to my hometown some time ago. I went to apologize to all the people I cheated, paid back the money with interest, and obtained their forgiveness. I admit that I did some unscrupulous means to make money in the past, but now I have corrected my mistakes. I hope you can give me a chance. Although he met Yang Fan only a few times, Yang Fan always brought surprises to Lu Dingdong. There is no doubt that Yang Fan is a person worth following. This was the first time that Lu Dingdong wanted to follow someone so eagerly after coming to Shenzhen for so long. Even if Yang Fan didn't cooperate with him on the decoration, he still wanted to work under Yang Fan. A person may encounter very few opportunities in his life, so it becomes very important to be able to seize the opportunities. Yang Fan was surprised again. You went back to your hometown to pay back the money, and even came to apologize? That shouldn't be the case. Although he is the best choice Lu Dingdong can find, Yang Fan doesn't believe that he can't find other people. Or he can do it himself, but he will take a lot of detours. Yes, Brother Yang, I will pay you back even if you don't cooperate with me. Lu Dingdong said guiltily, you are right. A person who makes money by cheating is doomed to have little success, and it goes against his conscience. No wonder I have been in Shenzhen for so long but have not made any progress. Instead, I have to squeeze money from my fellow villagers. Lu Dingdong really had an epiphany during this period. Yang Fan's words woke him up. Yang Fan had many subordinates under his command, so he could tell that Lu Dingdong was not lying. He thought for a moment and asked, how many people do you have under your command? 11, plus me, 12. Lu Dingdong was very excited. Yang Fan asked this, does it mean that he is willing to give it a try? Yang Fan responded and continued to drink his hangover soup. Lu Dingdong, who was sitting opposite him, felt uncomfortable when he saw him not talking, like a prisoner waiting for the judge's verdict. But he didn't say anything, just waited quietly for Yang Fan to finish drinking the sobering soup. After finishing drinking, Yang Fan wiped his mouth with paper, leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, and looked at Lu Dingdong again with a scrutinizing gaze. If Lu Dingdong hadn't been so unscrupulous before, Yang Fan would have admired him. He was smart and ruthless. Such a person, if used well, would be a good knife. Stay with me for a while first. And your brothers, if you are willing, stay in my factory for a while. I will inspect them. If they are not qualified, I will directly screen them out. Lu Dingdong nodded excitedly, sure, Brother Yang. We will come and report tomorrow. Well, the wages are $2.50 a day. Lu Dingdong did not expect to get paid, which made him even happier. Although he did not value the money, Yang Fan's approach would allow him to explain himself to his brothers. Brother Yang, what time should I come tomorrow? 8:30. After hearing what had happened, Lu Dingdong left happily. He had a feeling that he was about to reach the peak of his life. Haven Tiyusin Su Guowei and Yang Guo's eldest brother, who were brought to Shenzhen Stock Exchange by Yang Fan to purchase goods several times, and I heard they made a lot of money. Lu Dingdong had brought goods back to do business before, but to be honest, the effect was minimal. Although he could make money, it was far from what he expected. But Yang Fan was able to sell out all the clothes he brought back every time. What does this mean? This shows that Yang Fan has an extremely accurate vision of the market. Since you are not smart enough, just follow a smart person, you will always get the soup. Lu Dingdong returned to his rented house, where Su Yoji and a group of brothers were waiting anxiously. Brother Dong, what's going on? Yeah, Dong brother, with that expression on your face, does it mean it worked or not? It's a success, and it's not a success either. Lu Dingdong kept it a secret in a good mood. Su Yoji hurriedly pulled him aside. Brother Dong, what do you mean by this? What do you mean by whether it is successful or not? If it succeeds, it succeeds. If it doesn't succeed, it doesn't succeed. I've told you before that what we did before was not good enough. If we keep doing this, we'll never make it. Brother Yang knows what we did before, and when he heard me say I wanted to change, he didn't reject us immediately, but instead gave us a probation period. Probation period? Well, starting from tomorrow, we will report to Yang Fan's factory. The salary is not much, only $2.50 a day. But our purpose is not to work in the factory, so it's not a big deal. Su Yoji didn't care about this. If Yang Fan is really that good, he can even do it for free. Call me Brother Yang. Lu Dingdong glared at him and then continued, anyway, everyone, perform well. If you don't perform well and are eliminated by Brother Yang, I can't protect you. I understand, Brother Dong, I will definitely perform well. I'm just worried that you, Dong, will be eliminated. Me? Impossible. He will definitely beat them all. The next day, with Lu Dingdong and a group of brothers looking forward to it, they arrived at the factory gate before 8:30. After Yang Fan let them in, he began to arrange work for them and then asked Tong Lianzhong to keep an eye on them. He also included some temptations and tests to see if these people could hold back. After making all the arrangements, Yang Fan prepared to go back to his hometown. Boss, you're leaving now? Those people? Just do as I say. I just want to see if they will follow your instructions when I'm not around. Tong Lianzhong immediately understood. Okay, boss, I will keep an eye on them. Well, I'll be leaving first then. Yang Fan did not go home directly after coming out of the factory. Instead, I went to a jewelry store and bought 2 sets of gold jewelry, including necklaces, earrings, and bracelets. One set was slightly more delicate and youthful, and the other was more traditional and aesthetic. After buying everything, Yang Fan packed up his things, got on the bus and prepared to return to Ningjiang County. He bought a ticket for the evening train, thinking he could sleep straight home, but after driving for a while, Yang Fan was awakened by the noise. Yang Fan opened his eyes. The lights in the bus were not on, but the person at the front of the bus was holding a bright flashlight and shouting loudly, "Car bandit and road bully." He immediately looked out of the window and saw about 10 people outside, all holding flashlights. Some of them were smoking, looking very rogue. Chapter 260 Uniform. In this era, car thieves and road bullies are particularly arrogant. After all, surveillance is not yet popular, and there are no highways. Many cars can be stopped and robbed on small roads. Yang Fan frowned slightly. He was sitting in the back, so he quickly threw the gold jewelry he bought under the car. The seat was covered with a curtain, and he only kept about 10 yuan of money. A buddy in his 30s next to him saw Yang Fan's action, and he immediately took out a stack of money, randomly pulled out a few bills to keep on himself, and threw the rest under Yang Fan's seat. After all, Yang Fan's seat was next to the window, which was more private than his seat. Take out all your things and luggage, and get off the bus. Don't play any tricks, or you'll be rude to me. Yang Fan frowned slightly. If we get out of the car and search, the things he put under the seat will definitely be found. The guy next to him obviously thought of this problem as well, and asked quietly, "Comrade, what should we do?" Yang Fan counted them and found that there were 15 of them in total. He could not handle them all by himself, not to mention that they had weapons in their hands. But if there are 2 or 3 people helping him, he will have confidence. Everyone get out of the car. Those in front go down one by one. Yang Fan stood up, lined up at the back, and observed the crowd of passengers. Fortunately, there were 6 young men, not counting him and the guy next to him. They were angry but dared not say anything. Yang Fan remembered that he saw their bags when he got on the bus. He was afraid that most of them were for reselling. These goods may be all the wealth of these people, so if Yang Fan resists, there is a high probability that they will help. Not to mention all 6 people, even if only half of them, plus the others, Yang Fan felt that they would definitely be able to defeat the opponent. Many times, when people encounter such things, they lack the courage and are afraid of being the first to stand out. If a capable person stands up at this time and gives everyone hope, then they will rise up together to resist. He was standing at the very end. In front of him was his buddy who sat next to him. Yang Fan nudged him, and when he turned around, he whispered, "Go down and follow my instructions later." The guy looked shocked, then nodded carefully. He went to Shenzhen to work, and because the construction site he was working on was closed, he planned to go home. This time when he came back, he had all his wages in his pocket, a total of several hundred yuan. If it gets robbed, then all the work of nearly half a year will be wasted. Who can accept such an accident? Everyone got off the bus one by one, and after getting off the bus they were searched, and even the money hidden in their underwear could be taken out. You'd better take it out on your own initiative, or don't blame us for taking off your pants. Many people trembled as they took out the money from the small pockets in the seams of their underwear, and some even took out the money from their bras. Soon it was Yang Fan's turn. His dozen or so coins were searched out and he was pushed to stand in the middle of the crowd. Those people surrounded them and kept hitting their palms with the steel pipes in their hands while talking. "Just cooperate with us. Once our people have searched the car, we will let you leave safely. If you have other intentions, don't blame us for being rude. We have lives on our hands." After hearing these words, those who were originally considering whether to resist were suddenly frightened. Human life? Does that mean these people have killed people? How dare they mess with a murderer? They wish they were a speck of dust and could be ignored. Yang Fan looked at the 2 people searching the car. They had already searched the middle and would soon reach the end. Thinking of this, he glanced at the guy next to him. The buddy quickly winked at Yang Fan, indicating that he should not go up. These people are not criminals who only seek money as they think, but criminals who have killed people. These are 2 completely different things. Just as he was giving a signal, he saw Yang Fan suddenly jump up, snatch the steel pipe from the unnoticed person in front of him with one punch, and then kick him in the stomach. The man immediately hit the front of the car, holding his stomach in pain. The sudden change surprised everyone. Yang Fan shouted, "Everyone follow me, I have learned martial arts and can handle a lot of people. Don't be scared, beat him." Those people rushed towards Yang Fan with steel pipes, but Yang Fan remained calm and dodged the intensive attacks while not forgetting to attack. The young passengers on the bus couldn't help themselves when they saw that Yang Fan seemed to have some kung fu skills. "Comrades, let's kill them. I earned my hard-earned money, and they can't take it away from me. My wife and children are waiting for my support at home. Yes, I also promised to buy a bicycle for my dad." Everyone was infected by these words, and seeing a lot of people, the fear in their hearts was much less, and they all rushed forward. The old men, women and children hid aside, occasionally using stones to assist remotely, although sometimes they hit their own teammates. There were so many people helping, even the 2 people in the car who got out to help were all knocked down. Everyone had bags of all sizes, and there were a lot of hemp ropes. Yang Fan asked someone to bring some, tied all the people together, and then called the police. "Everyone, take back your own things. Don't take things that are not yours." Everyone rushed forward, and Yang Fan got back his $10 or so. The guy sitting next to him looked at Yang Fan and gave him a thumbs up. "Comrade, I am grateful to you for this, otherwise I would have lost all my wages." "Yes, comrade, have you been practicing martial arts since you were a child? You are so powerful that even murderers can't beat you." "Damn it." Some people were not satisfied and kicked a few more times. After the police arrived, everyone told each other what had happened. Then these people were taken away, and Yang Fan and others got in the car and started their journey home again. In the car, Yang Fan put all his gold jewelry and money from the seat into his bag, and returned the money to the big brother sitting next to him. The elder brother sighed, "Comrade, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, all of us would be in trouble. Especially me, I saved this money in Shenzhen for a long time. Don't be polite. We are all from the same hometown. We should help each other." However, road robbery is rampant these days. Next time you want to go home, you should send the money back in advance, so as to avoid being caught by them again and losing every penny. Yes, I originally thought that I would take so much money back to make my wife happy, but I didn't expect this to happen. The eldest brother nodded and looked at young Fan again. Comrade, I see you don't have much luggage? Are you also going to Shenzhen to work? I guess so. The Shenzhen Stock Exchange is really great now. Working there, you can earn much more than the regular job at home. I am taking a break this time and taking my brother to the Shenzhen Stock Exchange. We have to go back after a while. The eldest brother was very talkative. On the way back home that night, I listened to him talking and he revealed all his information to young Fan, which made young Fan laugh and cry. Chapter 261 Twins. After getting off the car, he enthusiastically told young Fan to visit his home when he had time. Yes, this elder brother even told young Fan his home address, but he knew nothing except young Fan's name. How simple and pure. In later generations, when someone asks you for information, you will be wary for a long time, let alone tell them proactively. Because I was delayed on the road and had to wait for the police for a long time, I should have arrived home at 5, but I didn't get home until 8. When I returned to the door of the apartment building, I heard my parents' voices before I went in. Son, why are you back? Mom was carrying the vegetables and buns she had bought earlier, and she quickly ran towards Yang Fan. Yang Fan quickly stepped forward to help her up. I'm not busy recently, so I'll go home to see you. How are you and Dad? We are so lucky. Now we go out for a walk every day. We don't have to do anything here. It's so relaxing. Dad walked over slowly and said, Yes, I know all the old men here, and we often play chess together. Ha, you'll get used to it. Yang Fan was really worried that they would not get used to city life. Get used to it. Others envy us. I originally wanted to grow vegetables on the balcony, but your sister-in-law planted a lot. Your brother brings us vegetables every now and then. Mom was talking about all kinds of family matters, and Yang Fan listened quietly, feeling very comfortable. By the way, your eldest brother and his family are probably going to buy a house in the city, but they can't afford an expensive one, so they want to buy one in Ishida Street. Your eldest brother heard that you bought several houses there, so he decided to trust your vision. Yang Fan nodded. What about Big Brother's job? He sold it to someone else. He's making a lot of money selling clothes now. Otherwise, how could he afford to buy a house in the city? And Su Guowei came here a while ago. He told me that he's getting married soon. Oh? So fast? Not fast at all. After Su Guowei made money, there were countless girls who wanted to marry him. Of course, because of your example as a prodigal son, he became more popular. He took a long time to choose a girl. When it comes to gossip, my mother never stops talking. Seeing the door open, she continued, I heard that the girl is from the city. She was introduced by a distant cousin. Anyway, her conditions are pretty good. The door opened, and Su Shouying and Anan came out after hearing the noise. Dad. Yang Fan picked up his daughter and weighed her. Aranan has grown up again. It seems that she is eating well. Yeah, Dad, I'm good. Dad knows. Then Dad will reward you with a kiss, okay? Yang Fan rubbed the beard that had grown out after not shaved all night on An's face, making him laugh. Itchy, Daddy's itchy. After teasing Anan for a while, Yang Fan pulled Su Shouying to sit on a stool. Seeing that her belly was much bigger than last time, he couldn't help but reach out and touch it. Are you and the baby okay? My child and I are fine, except... What's wrong? Yang Fan asked anxiously. I went to the hospital with my mom for a checkup last week, and the doctor said it was twins. Yang Fan looked at Su Shouying's belly. He didn't know how big the belly should be in a few months, but now it was more than 6 months and it felt already very big. He hurriedly asked his mother, Mom, what did the doctor say? If I have twins, will the birth be dangerous? It's okay, don't worry. The doctor said Shouying is well taken care of and has good physical fitness. Besides, since this is Shouying's first child, the delivery will be easier. Ah. Yang Fan sighed, a little regretful. If I had known, I wouldn't have given birth. He is really scared. The medical conditions now are not as good as they were in later times. If she were to give birth, he was really afraid that Su Shouying would be in danger. Su Shouying comforted him. It's okay, it's a blessing to have twins. How about this? The house in Shenzhen has been renovated. When the baby is 8 months old, we will move in and give birth there. Ah. Isn't this too troublesome? How about going to the city? Shenzhen is too troublesome. I hope nothing goes wrong in 8 months. Yang Fan frowned slightly, then said, "We don't have a house in the city, so we might as well go to Shenzhen." "Don't worry, I'll find one." Before he finished speaking, Yang Fan thought about the car thieves he encountered today and lost his temper again. "Forget it, let's just stay in the county, let's go to the biggest and best hospital." "Don't be nervous," Mom said helplessly, "there are many people giving birth to twins in these villages." "It's okay. Don't scare Xiaoying." Yang Fan calmed down. He was indeed a little too nervous. Su Xiaoying also said, "Don't worry, I'm not nervous." "Why are you nervous?" "I have experience. It's just one more child. It's no problem." Yang Fan thought about it and moved up the plan of sterilization. "Or should I have the surgery done these days?" At noon, Yang Fan didn't feel tired at all. He asked his father to go back to the village and get a chicken from his elder brother, and then made chicken soup for Su Xiaoying. He also bought a lot of brown sugar, malted milk, etc., as if they were free. After lunch, he remembered the gold jewelry in his bag and stopped his mother, who was going back to the second floor to rest. "What else?" "I bought something for you and Xiaoying in Shenzhen." "What? Buying random things again?" Mom complained, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise wildly, her eyes staring at Yang Fan's bag. Yang Fan knew that she was saying one thing and thinking another, so he didn't expose her. "How can buying things for your mother and wife be considered as buying random things?" He took the gold jewelry out of his bag, gave one to his mother and one to Su Xiaoying. The box was beautifully packaged. Even before it was opened, my mother and Su Xiaoying had a vague idea of what was inside. When they opened it, they saw that it was indeed gold jewelry. "And it's not just one, there are three. This. Oh, you really don't know how to spend your money, right?" Mom continued to complain, but the next second she couldn't help but sigh. "So beautiful, this necklace, and this bracelet, they are both beautiful, put them on me quickly." "Yang Fan, if you hadn't told me I had money, I wouldn't know how to spend it." "Humph, hurry up, I'll wear it and then put it away. This can be a family heirloom. I remember your Aunt Shuzhen had a gold bracelet. It was really beautiful. I only saw it once." Yang Fan picked up the gold necklace and put it on her. As he put it on, he said, "I bought it to wear." "Why are you putting it away?" "I can't wear it. Don't show off your wealth. Besides, there are so many bad guys these days. Don't let them rob you." "I'll just wear it at home from now on." Yang Fan thought about it, then nodded helplessly. "Then I'll buy some silver next time." Before my mother could say anything, my father on the side was unhappy. "Hey, they are all fathers and mothers, some people get gifts and some people don't." "What? You're a grown man, but you still want to wear a necklace?" Chapter 262, Su Guowei's object. "Hey, I won't say anything." Yang Fan was amused by his father's expression. He took out 100 yuan and handed it to his father. "Dad, this money is for you. Buy whatever you want. The main thing is that I don't know what else you like besides cigarettes and alcohol." "Then you can buy cigarettes and alcohol. For your health's sake, I won't buy it." Yang Fan looked at his mother and said, "Mom, give this money to Dad as his own pocket money. As long as he doesn't use it to buy alcohol or cigarettes, I don't care what he does with the rest." After hearing what Mom said, Dad immediately became happy and started thinking about how to spend the $100. My mother glanced at him and said, "What a great achievement." Then he asked Su Xiaoying to look at his gold jewelry. "Xiaoying, do you think this looks good on me?" "It looks good, and it suits you especially well. Yang Fan really has good taste." As they were talking, Yang Fan also helped Su Xiaoying put on all the jewelry. The mother nodded and said, "You look good in it." As the saying goes, clothes make the man. With these gold jewelry on, you look like a lady from ancient times. "Mom, you're exaggerating." Yang Fan took out 2 mirrors from home and gave them to his wife and mother so that they could look at themselves in the mirror and admire their beauty. Su Xiaoying looked at her earrings and necklace happily, looking left and right, and liked them very much. She saw Yang Fan, who was silent beside her, and smiled. "Honey, I like these gold ornaments very much, but don't buy them in the future. Such expensive things can't be worn outside, and I'm afraid they will be stolen if I leave them at home." "Okay, I got it. I'll buy it next time anyway." Yang Fan understood that women like to say one thing and mean another. When she said this, she did not even try to stop smiling, and the corners of her mouth were almost raised to the sky. After admiring each other with my mother and Su Xiaoying for a while, it was time for Su Xiaoying to take a lunch break. And is very well behaved. She knows her mother is pregnant, so she plays alone when Su Xiuying is asleep. Her father buys her a lot of things that girls like. Yang Fan took her to his parents' place on the second floor. His eldest brother and sister-in-law heard that Yang Fan was back today, and came over to ask him something. Xiao Fan, do you think it's a good deal for me to buy a house on Shitian Street? I think there are many other places in this price range that are better than the one in Shitian. My sister-in-law didn't say anything. She has always supported following Yang Fan to buy Shitian Street. The current sister-in-law, as the future generations would say, is Yang Fan's die-hard fan. She believes everything Yang Fan says about business. Although Ishida Street is not good now, it may get better in the future. Compared with other uncertain houses that are only slightly better than Ishida Street, of course the houses in Ishida Street are more worth buying. However, buying a house is a big deal after all, and Yang Hai has always been uneasy, so he wants to ask Yang Fan in person. At this price, there are indeed many places that are better than Shitian Street, but none of those places have the investment value of Shitian Street. You know Director Huang, right? He also bought a house there. Yang Hai's eyes widened. Director Huang also buys it there? Maybe it's because the light is dark. Between Yang Fan and Director Huang, the eldest brother obviously trusts Director Huang more. Yang Fan saw through it, so he deliberately said this to him. Well, but buying a house is a big deal after all, so it's still up to you to decide. He couldn't have said with all his heart that the place would be demolished in the future. What if the butterfly's wings flapped? Even if it was a small possibility, it was still possible. So Yang Fan only gives his own suggestions on whether to buy or not, and he will not make decisions for others. But now, no matter where you buy, the price will definitely rise sharply in the future, so as long as you buy it, you will not lose money. Yang Hai was already tempted, and now when he heard that Director Huang was also buying there, his last bit of hesitation disappeared. He slapped his thigh and said excitedly, "Then buy it." The eldest sister-in-law glanced at him and said coldly, "Director Huang doesn't even make as much as Xiao Fan. You trust outsiders more than your own people. Don't talk nonsense." The eldest brother felt so embarrassed and didn't know how to explain. It's okay. If you're sure, buy a house as soon as possible. Well, we'll go tomorrow. I've already found a house. The eldest sister-in-law said happily, there are still many people selling houses there. They all want to pool their money to buy a better one. As she spoke, the sister-in-law took out a red plastic bag from her bag and said, Xiao Fan, this is the 1,000 yuan we owe you for driving lessons. I'm returning it to you now. Don't worry, you still have to buy a house. Will it be enough? Enough. The eldest sister-in-law said hurriedly, the clothes we bought last time have almost been sold out. This time when you go back to Shenzhen, your eldest brother will go with you. I found that more people are starting to sell clothes. This is normal. After all, this matter is not complicated. It is hard to say how much money you can make, but brother, in addition to clothes, you can also import some other things this time. Yang Fan gave him advice. What? Watches, radios, and the like. Actually, there are still quite a few people who buy these things, but they need industrial tickets, and the prices in Ningjiang County are high, so you rarely see anyone with them. Yang Hai thought about it and nodded, then let's try buying some. I don't dare to buy too much. The main reason is that the cost and profit of these things are not as direct as clothes. Indeed, it is still possible to sell clothes alone. The market in Ningjiang County is not saturated yet. Even if it is saturated, you can go to other counties. Yang Hai felt that his thoughts were suddenly opened up. Yes, he can go to other counties. How could he not have thought of such a simple thing? Even if he had a low IQ, he couldn't be that stupid, right? In fact, this is not a question of whether it is stupid or not, it is simply because the parties involved are confused. Just like the advertising slogans of later generations, a very simple sentence, but you just can't think of it. But when the slogan comes out, you feel that I can do it. By the way, what's going on with Su Guowei's wife? That's it. Actually, Su Guowei's parents didn't agree with this daughter-in-law because the girl he liked was from the city. His uncle and aunt thought that city girls would be spoiled, and that their rural family might not be good enough for her. But Su Guowei and this girl fell in love with each other, and they said they might get married next month. Yang Fan was slightly stunned. So anxious? Well, they say the girl is old enough, and her family is urging them to get married. Su Guowei is also anxious, and Su Guowei has to start a business in the future, so he might be busy. So we might as well get it done sooner. Yang Fan asked curiously, brother, have you met Su Guowei's girlfriend? No, I don't have time. But now that you're back, I think Su Guowei and the others will treat you to a meal. After all, when you get busy, I don't know if you'll have time to attend his banquet. Although it was a bit too fast, Yang Fan also understood. Before, he and Su Shouying got engaged and married after meeting twice. Even in the earlier years, people of his grandmother's generation didn't know what their husbands looked like before they got married. Chapter 263 The Taker. Yang Hai was right. Su Guowei, knowing that Yang Fan had returned, came to Yang Fan's house at around 10 o'clock the next morning. At that time, Yang Fan had just returned from the hospital. He went to the hospital to ask about the sterilization operation. After asking, he thought it would be better to go to Shenzhen to do it, otherwise his parents would definitely not agree if they knew. It's not that they want Yang Fan to have a baby, but in the concept of their older generation, how can a man get a sterilization? No matter what the reason is, he can't give it, it's just not possible. Yang Fan planned to do this quietly and just let Su Shouying know about it, and not tell anyone else. After all, this matter is still too advanced for them. At this time, Yang Fan had just returned home and sat down for a while when Su Guowei came over with a lot of bags, including cigarettes and alcohol, which were not cheap at first glance. What are you doing? Take them back in a minute. Hey, brother Yang. Su Guowei rubbed his hands and said with a smile, this is what I should do. Without you, there would be no Su Guowei today. What's wrong with buying something to thank you? If you refuse, it means you look down on me. Yang Fan said with a wooden face, well, then I look down on you. Su Guowei, why doesn't brother Yang play by the rules? After joking for a while, Su Guowei got down to business. He had booked a table at the Hongqi Hotel and would invite Yang Fan and his family to have dinner there. He would also introduce Yang Fan to his girlfriend. Yang Fan naturally agreed, and asked about the general situation of Su Guowei's girlfriend. After he finished speaking, he thought Su Guowei was going to pick up his girlfriend first, but unexpectedly he pulled Yang Fan into the room. What's wrong? What is something that others cannot listen to? Yang Fan was confused. Cough. Su Guowei coughed, and a blush appeared on his weak-colored skin, which made Yang Fan feel nauseous. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't act like I did something to you. Brother Yang, I actually want to ask you about that matter. Su Guowei still looked shy. That aspect? Yang Fan was stunned for a moment, and when he saw Su Guowei's expression, he immediately understood why. Are you worried that it won't work on your wedding night? Any normal man couldn't bear to hear these two words, but unexpectedly Su Guowei nodded embarrassedly. Actually, a few days ago, I went to a small hotel with my boyfriend. I drank some wine that day, and the time seemed a little short. I felt that my boyfriend seemed to care about it, and he didn't let me touch him these days. So I want to ask, is it normal to go so fast the first time? Yang Fan, as a person who came back from the future, felt something was wrong. You two just went on a blind date, how come you went to get a room so soon? Is this the girl's first time? Yes, I saw blood on the bed sheet. We were in love with each other. We drank too much that night and she said it would be too late to disturb her parents' sleep, so I booked a room for her. I stayed in the room for a while and then. After Su Guowei said it, he was no longer so shy. This is also the reason why we are in a hurry to get married, because we didn't take any precautions and were afraid of getting pregnant. Yang Fan is really familiar with this kind of plot. I don't know how many such cases of looking for honest people to take over have appeared on the internet in later generations. Moreover, there were many doubts in what Su Guowei said, which forced Yang Fan to speculate about his target with malicious intent. Lao Su, can you tell me what happened that night? How can I explain this? Could it be that he was finished in less than a minute? Yang Fan looked at him and asked, do you still want to regain your glory? These words really touched Yang Fan's soft spot. After all, he only dared to tell Yang Fan about this. He was too embarrassed to ask other people, not even his father. Helplessly, Su Guowei could only briefly recount what happened that night. Yang Fan also asked several questions that left Su Guowei confused. Do these problems have anything to do with his revival? However, after asking Su Guowei, Yang Fan looked at Su Guowei with a complicated expression and suddenly asked, are the girl's parents satisfied with you? Yes, they said that I was young and promising, and that they didn't mind that I came from the countryside. My parents didn't agree at first, but after meeting my father-in-law and mother-in-law, they were very satisfied. What's more, my girlfriend is actually quite good-looking. Speaking of this, Su Guowei showed a happy smile on his face. However, he soon noticed the complicated expression on Yang Fan's face. Brother Yang, what's wrong? If your partner and I disagree on something, who would you believe? Upon hearing this, Su Guowei immediately said, I don't even need to think about it. Of course I believe you, Brother Yang. But Brother Yang, what's wrong? I feel uncomfortable when you do this. Since you said so, I'll just say what I want to say. You tell me, you tell me. I think your partner is probably a marriage fraud and is looking for someone to take over. 3 question marks popped up above Su Guowei's head. Marriage fraud? Taking over? He understands marriage fraud, but he seems to understand more about taking over. Yang Fan quickly explained his guess, using many doubts to prove it, and finally said, in fact, it is very simple to verify this matter. Take the woman for a checkup to see if she is pregnant or not. It took Su Guowei a long time to recover. To take over means to take over another man's job. It is really shocking that this person has slept with someone else and is very likely pregnant with someone else's child. But there is blood on the bed. She chose the hotel. Who knows if she prepared in advance? Besides, you fell asleep not long after you did it. You saw the blood the next day. That being said, it is indeed not right. More importantly, if she was a good girl, even if they had sex before marriage, it wouldn't have happened so quickly. Moreover, the wedding date was set very hastily. According to what you said, the girl's family is good in every way, but they don't have the slightest intention of investigating you. It's like pie in the sky. Brother Yang, please stop talking. The more he talked, the more he felt something was wrong. He didn't even notice that there were so many suspicious points behind what he thought was a happy marriage. Su Guowei did what he did. Unlike most people, when others told him that his partner was cheating on him, he would still think that it was you who couldn't bear to see him happy. So at this moment Su Guowei believed in Yang Fan. After all, in his heart, Yang Fan was really equivalent to a god. He had never met anyone smarter than Yang Fan. Listen to the words of wise people. Then Brother Yang, how do we check this? If we guess wrong, won't it hurt others? This is easy. Su Guowei immediately looked at him expectantly. Yang Fan patted his shoulder and said, there is a doctor in town who can take pulses. You can ask the doctor to come to your house in advance and say you are a relative or something. Then take her pulse when you have the chance, or wait until she falls asleep to take her pulse. This is just taking the pulse, which is very simple. Just don't let her know the doctor's identity in advance. Chapter 264 Better Luck. After leaving Yang Fan's house, Su Guowei felt a little dazed. Originally he said that lunch was cancelled, but Yang Fan said it would be good to go and see the person face to face. Maybe it was just a misunderstanding. Yang Fan, along with Su Xiuying and Anan, a family of 3, rode a bicycle to the Hongqi Hotel. Su Guowei had already booked a table and reported the name of the private room. The 3 of them arrived at the box. Su Guowei was already there, but seemed a little absent-minded. His mind is now full of the guesses that Yang Fan told him. Su Guowei felt that he was really unlucky. I didn't expect that there would be someone like him who would cheat. Perhaps, people like him are easy to cheat? My thoughts seemed to open up all of a sudden. As expected, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Old Su. Yang Fan called out, and Su Guowei came back to his senses. He quickly stood up and said, Brother Yang, please sit down. The girl sitting next to Su Guowei was wearing a fashionable dress and had her hair tied in a ponytail with a beautiful butterfly clip. She wore silver jewelry on her ears and neck. She had fair skin and good looks, with a hint of arrogance between her eyebrows. She raised her eyes and looked at Yang Fan, then said to Su Guowei, Guowei, would you like to introduce me? Su Guowei said with all his strength, Brother Yang, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend Luo Tongtong. Tongtong, this is Brother Yang Fan whom I mentioned to you. This is my sister-in-law Su Xiuying, and that is their daughter Anan. So you are Yang Fan. I didn't expect you were still so young. You are really young and promising. Luo Tongtong looked at Yang Fan with a smile and her tone was quite kind. It's just that I was a little luckier. I heard that you bought a house in Shenzhen. This is not something that can be achieved by luck. I am quite lucky, but I still can't buy a house in Shenzhen. Yang Fan laughed awkwardly. But Luo Tongtong seemed very interested in Yang Fan and kept asking him about his work in Shenzhen Stock Exchange. From beginning to end, she never said hello to Su Xiuying and Anan. Su Guowei also felt a little uncomfortable, but this discomfort was directed at Luo Tongtong. He remembered that Luo Tongtong used to like to ask about Yang Fan. The dishes came up one by one, interrupting Luo Tongtong's questioning. There was steamed fish on the table. Yang Fan picked some and removed the fish bones for Su Shouying in an in before giving them to them. Su Shouying couldn't stand the smell of fish before, but now she suddenly wanted to eat it again. Anyway, her taste changes every time. When Luo Tongtong saw this scene, she looked at Su Guowei, who was indifferent beside her, and put down her chopsticks angrily. She was so attentive in the past, why not today? How embarrassing for her in front of outsiders. Su Guowei noticed it, but he pretended not to see it. In his heart, he felt that Yang Fan's guess was probably true. For such a person, he didn't want to put his warm face on her cold butt. To be honest, Luo Tongtong was not like this at the beginning. She was quite gentle and virtuous. But after booking a room in the hotel, she started to become more and more spoiled. I didn't think it was a big deal before, but now I think about it, there are clues to follow. Luo Tongtong waited for a long time, but Su Guowei didn't try to coax her. She was so angry that she picked up the chopsticks again and put them down again. I don't want to eat anymore. Su Shouying looked up at her, feeling a little embarrassed. It is said that women's intuition is very accurate. Su Shouying could actually clearly feel Luo Tongtong's dislike and disdain for her, as well as her rather flattering attitude towards Yang Fan. Yang Fan picked up a piece of meat for her and said, "Eat it. The braised pork at the Red Flag restaurant tastes pretty good." Su Shouying lowered her head and couldn't help wanting to laugh. And didn't feel that there was anything wrong with the atmosphere, and earnestly recommended it to Su Shouying. "Mom, this meat is really delicious, but I don't think it's as delicious as Dad's. Dad's is the best in the world." "What have you eaten that is the best in the world cooked by your dad?" Yang Fan pinched her chubby face. "The family of 3 is very warm and cozy, making others envious." Su Guowei beside her also acted like he had never eaten in his life. He kept showing off his food and didn't even look at her. Luo Tongtong felt sad and stood up and said, "I'm leaving now. You guys eat now." After saying that, he picked up his small cloth bag and left. Yang Fan quickly winked at Su Guowei, who, thinking that he still needed to verify the truth of the situation, followed him to coax him. After Su Guowei caught up with her, he quickly apologized to Luo Tongtong and promised to buy her something. Only then did Luo Tongtong feel better. "Tongtong, you can't blame me. Who told you to be so enthusiastic about Brother Yang? I am doing this for you." Luo Tongtong turned the tables and said, "Yang Fan has a bright future. We should stick to him now. If he goes higher and higher in the future, you can also benefit from following him. Well, you haven't eaten today, so it's a good opportunity for you to come home with me. My mother said she wanted to make some chicken soup for you. I don't want to go. Your house is too shabby. Just bear with me for a while. I'm going to buy a house soon. I'll listen to you then, okay?" In the end, Luo Tongtong was taken to Su Guowei's home. Then he used the excuse of buying groceries and came back with a doctor. Of course, in Luo Tongtong's eyes, the doctor was just a relative. She said that this relative was a fortune teller who helped to read her palms, and then Su Guowei attracted her attention while the doctor was taking her pulse. After a while, the doctor finished taking the patient's pulse and nodded slightly towards Su Guowei. Luo Tongtong didn't know what was going on yet, so she asked quickly, "Master, how does my palm look like? Am I destined to be a rich lady? Rich wife? Are you worthy of it?" Su Guowei sneered. Although he believed in Yang Fan's judgment, when the facts came out, Su Guowei was still very angry. He was actually played around by this woman. Luo Tongtong was stunned. It took her a while to realize what Su Guowei had said. "Su Guowei, what are you talking about? Say it again if you dare." "I said, are you worthy? What's wrong with you today? If you continue like this, I'll have to think carefully about this marriage." Su Guowei looked at her sarcastically. "That's great, I also need to think about it carefully. I think we should forget about this marriage." "What are you talking about? I was just too angry and said it casually." Luo Tongtong panicked. Su Guowei was the most suitable partner she had found with great difficulty. He was not smart, but was easy to control and could make money. He also had a big boss as a friend, so it was possible that she could become close friends with that big boss in the future. After all, Yang Fan is not only capable, but also much more handsome than Su Guowei. Today, during dinner, he was very nice to his wife and daughter. If her current situation did not allow it, Luo Tongtong would have wanted to seduce such a good man directly. Su Guowei looked at her panic and felt a little calmer. You are so anxious to get married, do you want to rely on me for the baby in your belly? No wonder you took the initiative to seduce me that day, but didn't let me touch you afterwards. Chapter 265, Cancellation of Engagement. What are you talking about? Luo Tongtong was obviously panicked. I don't know where I gave myself away. How did Su Guowei know that she was pregnant? She quickly picked up her bag and said, I think you should calm down. I'm going home first. No need to calm down. I already know that you are pregnant. Tomorrow I will go to your house with my parents to officially cancel the engagement. You'd better return the gift money I gave to your family before, otherwise I don't know what I will do. Luo Tongtong trotted away in panic, leaving Su Guowei and the doctor who had been reading gossip and felt a little confused. This child is not yours? Of course not. Hey, this. Su Guowei gave him hard work money and said, Dr. Lu, please go back first. I have something to tell my parents. His parents had just been sent away by him, and they didn't know anything about Luo Tongtong at this time. After the doctor left, Su Guowei sat down on the stool weakly. In fact, he should be thankful that he discovered these things before marriage, rather than after marriage, otherwise he might really be blamed by Luo Tongtong's family. But Su Guowei was still very tired and felt very unlucky. This is how everyone meets their partner, so why did he have to face this? Could it be that God was against him? After being in a daze for a while, Su's father and mother came back and saw that Luo Tongtong was not there. They were very curious. Where is Tongtong? Didn't you say you would stay for dinner? Dad, Mom, I want to tell you something. Seeing that Su Guowei looked a little strange, the two men hurriedly sat down and comforted him. Son, just tell me what's the matter. Yeah, your dad and I will support you no matter what. Su Guowei was somewhat touched, thinking of how his parents had been running around for his marriage for so long, and how they had been telling everyone they met about their family's wedding. Everyone envied him for finding a city wife, but now, it was all just a scam. Luo Tongtong and I can't be together. What? Why? If there is any conflict, please speak it out and we can solve it slowly. She is actually pregnant with someone else's child. She was in such a hurry to marry me just to let me take over. Su Guowei said it all in one breath. This. Mother Su felt a little dizzy, and Father Su and Su Guowei hurried over to help her. Mom, are you okay? I'm fine. Is this true? Are you sure? Don't wrongly accuse the girl. It's confirmed. I just asked Dr. Lu in town to check her pulse. It's true that she's pregnant. After I exposed her, she ran away in a hurry. Mr. and Mrs. Su were speechless for a moment. They have been honest all their lives and have never met such a person. Let's cancel the engagement tomorrow. Su Guowei continued, this is my fault. It's none of your business. It's all your father and I's fault for not asking questions carefully. Su's mother felt very guilty. This person was introduced by a colleague of their relative's friend. But that person might not know the situation either. After all, having a child before marriage and with an unknown father is an extremely shameful thing, and such a thing would definitely be kept secret. Su Guowei patted her on the back and comforted her. Mom, it's good to know before marriage. If you don't know, I will have to raise children for others in the future. That's the truth, eh? Su's parents knew that it would be better to know now than after the wedding, but they still felt bad. All the relatives and friends have been called, and we have to go and tell them. Mom and Dad, let's cancel the engagement tomorrow, and then go to each of our relatives to explain the situation. This is the only way. What about your marriage? Su Guowei thought about it, and then said, Mom and Dad, I actually have someone I like. Who? Why didn't you tell me before? She's in a bit of a bad condition. Our family conditions are not good. When looking for a wife, all we need is good character. She is the daughter of the leader of Yanga village, her name is Yang Jinju. Su Guowei explained the situation to them, because I am worried that you will not agree, and I am also afraid that she still misses the former educated youth, so. Mr. and Mrs. Su did not quite agree. Although Yang Jinju did not get a marriage certificate with the educated youth, they had a wedding banquet and were already in a de facto marriage. If she were to marry Su Guowei, it would be her second marriage. But now after meeting Luo Tongtong, they felt that children and grandchildren would have their own blessings, and they dared not introduce anyone to Su Guowei again, for fear of introducing another person like Luo Tongtong. Hey, if you like it, go ahead and get in touch with it. We don't care about this matter. Really? Well, let's deal with Luo Tongtong's matter now. The Su family was never happy the entire day. And because there was Dr. Lu, an insider, the news quickly spread throughout Shujia village. Everyone was talking about this matter, and by the next day, even Yang Fan's parents knew about it, and they treated Yang Fan as if they were keeping a secret. I never thought that this city girl would get pregnant before marriage and want to marry Su Guowei and let him pay for it. I don't know how Su Guowei saw through it. Fortunately, they are not married yet. I heard that he went to the girl's house early in the morning to cancel the engagement and asked for all the betrothal money back. Yang Fan listened to this and said silently in his heart, "It was your good son who was smart and saw through Luo Tongtong's evil plan." Yesterday, Yang Fan and I had dinner with Su Guowei and his girlfriend. I didn't expect that she was such a person. Su Xiuying felt that this guy deserved it. Oh? Have you seen her? Is she pretty? She is indeed pretty, but seems a bit spoiled. Because Su Guowei didn't pick up any food for her at the dinner table, she got angry and threw down her chopsticks and left. My mother was shocked. Such a bad temper? Even if there is nothing else wrong with such a person, marrying her with this personality will make her a troublemaker. I heard that she is good in every way. I said that Su Guowei's ancestors were very lucky to find such a good wife. I guess it's not blue smoke, but black smoke. Yang Fan continued. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Mom glared at him and said, "What nonsense are you talking about, kid?" After saying this, he clasped his hands together and prayed to God to bless Yang Fan, a child who spoke too much. The old man sighed. Su Guowei used to look like a smart kid, always teasing people, but I didn't expect him to be so honest. Yang Fan. Now I don't know if I can get the gift money back. I heard that he gave me 300 yuan, plus a sewing machine and a bicycle. We can definitely get it back. If the other party doesn't give it back and spreads the news about Luo Tongtong, then our family will have no way to live a normal life. That's true. The Su Guowei family of 3 who were being talked about by them did ask for the gift money back at this time. As for the sewing machine and bicycle, the sewing machine was cashed in and the bicycle was ridden home by them. Seeing that the money was coming back, Su's mother breathed a sigh of relief, and then thought of a question. Guowei, how did you know that Luo Tongtong was pregnant? Chapter 266, Home. Su Guowei explained to his parents how he discovered that something was wrong with Luo Tongtong. Father Su said with emotion, Yang Fan really helped you and our family a lot. Yes, we should thank him for this. Su's mother followed with emotion, I remember his wife is pregnant, let's catch 2 chickens and bring some eggs tomorrow, and also buy some brown sugar malted milk or something to send over. Yang Fan is really our family's great benefactor. Su Guowei and his family of 3 sighed with emotion. Yang Fan, the benefactor who has felt so much, is currently at home with his wife. As my mother was picking vegetables, she said, your brother Xingwang's wedding is scheduled for the 26th of this month. Are you still going to attend? Last time, your aunt and her family came over and specially invited you. They said they hope you can come. TSK, they just hope Xiaofan will go, but we don't. Dad said unhappily, I suddenly realized that my sister has really changed a lot. I have nothing to say to her now. My father had a pretty good impression of Yang Luiying before, but maybe after moving to the county, as they met more often, my father realized that he had always had a childhood filter for Yang Luiying. Yang Luiying has changed. Now she is more concerned about the benefits when interacting with relatives. If you are poor, she will look down on you. If you are rich, she will come to you frequently to make good friends. It really proves the saying that if you are poor in a busy city, no one will care about you. If you are rich in the mountains, you will have distant relatives. Mom glanced at him and said, I told you a long time ago, but you still think I can't stand her being well. This is human nature. Just get along normally from now on. Yang Fan interrupted. As he became richer and richer in his previous life, there were more and more good people around him. Some things are enough to be known in the heart. After all, the desire to climb up and live a better life is an uncontrollable desire for everyone. This aunt actually doesn't have any major problems. She's better than any bad relative. I know, I just feel a little disappointed. Dad took a puff of his pipe without tobacco and said, but my family is well off now, so I'll help them if I can. After all, we're all family. If you help them now, they'll remember your kindness when they get into trouble in the future. Yang Fan nodded, I know, Dad. In fact, he has always planned to build a road for the village, but now he has no money and has not yet recovered the capital he invested in the factory. The next day, Su Guowei and his family of 3 came. All 3 of them were carrying large and small bags. Brother Yang, I really thank you for this. Yes, Yang Fan, it's a good thing you're here, otherwise I don't know what to do with this matter. Yang Fan asked them to sit down. Mom picked up the teacup and made some tea. She asked them, how is it going? Are the gifts coming back? I'm coming back. If you don't give it back to me, I'll tell everyone about your pregnancy. That's fine. At this point, Su Guowei chuckled and said, but I broke my promise. I originally said that I would not tell anyone about this matter after the gift money was returned, but I still knocked on every door and told her neighbors about her situation. After all, without me, they would soon find someone else, and I don't want anyone to be deceived. Yang Fan gave him a thumbs up. Well done. It's okay. I just think their behavior is too unkind, and I also want to take revenge on her. When I came here, I specifically went there to inquire. Now that Luo Tongtong's story has spread, I guess no one dares to marry their daughter. For this kind of thing, let the biological father be responsible. That's right, why let others get involved? Both Su's father and mother were very angry and started to vent their anger on the Luo family in front of Yang Fan. The two had been well behaved for most of their lives, and this time they were really angry. Yang Fan comforted her and asked, did you tell your relatives about that? I did. At this point, Su Guowei became a little embarrassed. Brother Yang. Yang Fan felt a chill when he saw it. Can you please tell me what you mean? This is really disgusting. Cough. Su Guowei said seriously for a second, didn't I tell you about Yang Jinju before? I want you and my sister-in-law to be the middleman and ask her for me. If possible, can you introduce us to each other? Yang Fan raised his eyebrows unexpectedly and looked at Su's father and mother who were silent on the side, knowing that they agreed. The Luo Tongtong incident actually had such an effect. Maybe Su Guowei and Yang Jinju really have some kind of fate in them. It's fine to be a middleman, but your sister-in-law and I don't have a very good relationship with Yang Jinju, and your sister-in-law is pregnant now, so she can't go back to the village. What should we do then? He never spoke to Yang Jinju. You can't just go to someone's house and say I want to date you, right? Wouldn't you get beaten out? Or go and propose marriage directly? That seems to be no different from going to someone's house and saying it. I'll go back to the village tomorrow, and then I'll go to her house and ask for you. Thank you. Brother Yang, we are going to be together. I will give you a big red envelope. Let's talk about it after it's done. At noon, Su Guowei and his family of 3 had lunch at Yang Fan's house. After lunch, they went back home. There were still some relatives and friends who had not been notified. Although they might know about it, they still had to be notified. They couldn't just let it go quietly. So even though it was embarrassing, they still had to visit every household. Early the next morning, Mom accompanied Su Shouying, Yang Fan and Dad on their bicycles back to the village. Dad always came back to the village every now and then and boasted about his wonderful life in the city. Yang Fan was amused. Dad has been showing off for quite a while, right? It hasn't gotten over yet. After returning to the village, Yang Fan first went to his eldest brother's house. Coincidentally, his eldest brother and his wife had not set up their stall today. The main reason was that there was not much stock left, and they were also busy with house matters in the county recently, so they were at home these days. Yang Fan expressed his intention, and then went to Yang Jinju's house with his elder brother and sister-in-law. It would be more convenient with his sister-in-law around. The captain didn't expect Yang Fan to come to him again, so he brought some meat and brown sugar. He accompanied Yang Fan and Yang Hai, while Zhou Hongying asked her daughter Yang Jinju to entertain them. Zhou Hongying told Yang Jinju about it, and the two of them went into Yang Jinju's room. In fact, the relationship between the eldest sister-in-law and Yang Jinju is just average, but they are from the same village and don't have any big conflicts, so everything is fine. At this moment, she looked at Yang Jinju, casually skipping the sewing machine in her room, and asked, well, Jinju, you are not young anymore. I wonder if you have considered finding a husband in all these years. Yang Jinju was not a little girl who knew nothing. When she heard her sister-in-law's words, she immediately understood what they meant. Who asked you to propose marriage to me? Yang Fan and Yang Hai are both married. If it was from Uncle Yang Yingxiong's side, it would not be Zhou Hongying's turn to talk about this. Chapter 267 Disillusionment. There is such a person who has always liked you, but he is afraid that you are waiting for that person. So let me ask you first. If you don't have this intention, then there is no need to say the following. Yang Jinju was a little surprised. In her situation, how could anyone still like her? I originally thought that someone was interested in her family's situation and came to ask about it, but I didn't expect it to be the case. In this case, Yang Jinju decided to tell the truth. Actually, many people asked me if I was still waiting for that educated youth. Actually, I wasn't. I was at the beginning, but as the years went by, I knew that he would never come back. I knew that he was a heartless man, so how could I still wait for him? I just hated him. I hated him for wasting so many years of my life. If you weren't waiting for him, why didn't you look for him all these years? You know my family's situation. My father has said that I can only marry into the family. Who dares to propose marriage? Besides, I've already had a de facto marriage. To be honest, I can't find a good one again. It's better to be alone than to find an ugly one. At this point, Yang Jinju smiled. Anyway, my dad said that he would support me for my whole life, but he is old and it is not easy for him to be alone. I also want to marry into a good family and not add burden to my dad, but there is really no suitable partner. This should be okay for now. Second marriage? No. The eldest sister-in-law coughed and didn't continue to keep the secret. You should have heard of him. He was deceived into marriage recently, and now he has broken off the engagement with the girl's family. Yang Jinju remembered him instantly. Su Guowei, right? I remember this name. I seem to have always liked the one who was with your uncle. This is the hottest topic in the surrounding villages recently, firmly occupying the top spot on the town's hot search list. Yes, that's him. No way? He likes me? But I don't think I've ever talked to him. Yang Jinju was a little incredulous. The eldest sister-in-law patted her hands and said, he really does like you. In fact, Su Guowei told me before the marriage fraud, but my family didn't agree, so they didn't let me say it. Later, the marriage fraud happened, and his parents felt very guilty. They thought that as long as their daughter-in-law was a good person, they didn't care too much about other things. So that's how it is. Yang Jinju thought Su Guowei might have found her because he felt he had been cheated and couldn't find a partner. But after thinking about it carefully, this didn't make sense. She had heard a lot about Su Guowei. After all, it was no secret that Yang Fan took Su Guowei to do business. She only heard that he made a lot of money and turned over a new leaf like Yang Fan. She didn't know how many girls would want to marry him. Yang Jinju is not belittling herself. Given her current conditions, it is indeed a bit too high for her to be with Su Guowei. Do you want to develop a relationship? He meant to spend some time together to see if the two of you are suitable for each other. If so, you can get married sooner. After all, you two are not young anymore. His words. Yang Jinju nodded. The conditions were indeed good. You have to know that the men introduced to her by the matchmaker before were all bachelors or divorced men in their 30s or 40s. Not only did they have no money, but many of them were said to be violent. Of course, the reason why Yang Jinju agreed was more because she heard that Su Guowei had always liked her. It's always better to choose someone who likes you than someone who doesn't like you, right? Then it's settled. I'll go back and tell him. He'll definitely be very happy. Oh, by the way. The eldest sister-in-law patted her head and said, it's like this. Su Guowei said that if you agree, we can meet at the county department store at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Ah? Just the two of us? Yang Jinju was a little shy. Not sure. Maybe Yang Fan and his wife will be there too. It depends on Xiao Ying's condition that day. If she's sleepy, she won't be able to accompany us. Yang Jinju nodded. Okay, then, please help me thank Yang Fan and Su Xiaoying. She knew about this matter. Su Guowei must have asked Yang Fan to do it, and Yang Fan asked Zhou Hongying to do it. Okay. After the sister-in-law finished talking, she came out. The captain, who had been chatting awkwardly for a long time, was immediately relieved when he heard that Yang Fan and the others were leaving. There was really nothing in common between them, so they could only talk about various gossips in the village. As for Yang Fan's situation, his father had already told him about it, and the team leader was too lazy to ask. As soon as Yang Fan and the other two left, the captain immediately asked his daughter. He understood what happened today. They came to find his daughter, but he couldn't understand how Yang Fan and the others could be connected to his daughter. What did Yang Hai's family tell you? Ask me if I want to get married? Are they here to introduce someone to someone? The captain was a little confused. They are not short of money, so why are they doing the matchmaking business? Yang Jinju didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Dad, it's not like that. Yang Fan's friends have always liked me, so they asked them to ask me what I think. Who? Who has always liked you? How come I didn't notice anything? One of them is a daddy's girl, and the other is a daddy's girl. The team leader has always been keeping a close eye on Yang Jinju's affairs. It's Su Guowei. Su Guowei? This name seems familiar. It's the one that has been causing a lot of controversy recently. Yang Jinju reminded. Oh. It's him. But that's not right. The captain frowned. He just broke off the engagement, and then he said he likes you? So indecisive? Yang Jinju explained again, and the captain frowned even deeper. Then you should get in touch with him first. If he's not a good person, we won't give in. Anyway, you have Dad here, so you won't starve to death. Okay, thanks, Dad. On the agreed day, Yang Fan said he couldn't accompany her. The main reason was that Su Xiuying felt embarrassed. She and Yang Jinju actually had some unhappiness. Although they didn't say it outwardly, they both knew it. She felt that the other party probably didn't want her to be there either. Oh. Su Guowei sighed when he learned that Yang Fan and Su Xiuying were not going. What are you talking about? Yang Fan glanced at him and said, I told you, I took you to do business, helped you identify your fiancé, and now I'm helping you find a partner. Even your dad doesn't do this personally, right? I think you should just call me Dad from now on. Dad. Su Guowei spoke loudly without any hesitation. Yang Fan. You know how to bend and stretch. Su Guowei had no choice but to ask Yang Fan for advice and then went to the appointment alone. However, he said that after returning from the appointment, he would come to Yang Fan's house again to report the situation to Yang Fan. Of course, the most important thing was to ask Yang Fan for advice. As soon as he left, Su Xiuying asked while eating sour oranges, do you think they can succeed? I think it can, as long as Su Guowei is not disillusioned. Disillusionment? He has always liked Yang Jinju, but he has never met her. He may have imagined what kind of person Yang Jinju is. If he finds that Yang Jinju is different from what he imagined during their interactions, he may feel disillusioned and stop liking her. Chapter 268 Attending the Wedding Banquet. When Su Xiuying heard Yang Fan say this, she became worried about Yang Jinju again. What if Su Guowei becomes disillusioned and doesn't like Yang Jinju? She has finally made contact with new people. Yang Fan said with a smile, it's a two-way choice. Maybe Su Guowei likes her, but Yang Jinju doesn't like her in the end? Their relationship is their own, and no one else can control it. Don't worry so much. That's right, but I hope they can have a good result. As Su Xiuying was talking, she asked Yang Fan, hubby, are you going to attend brother Xingwan's wedding? It's only the 15th now. If you get married on the 26th, you'll have to stay at home for so long. It shouldn't be possible at the factory, right? I'll go back to Shenzhen in a few days and come back on the 25th. Isn't this very hard? It's not hard. Yang Fan gently touched her belly, even if I don't attend his wedding, I will come back often. I'm worried about you being pregnant. Su Xiuying smiled and said, I was actually quite comfortable during this pregnancy. I enjoyed most of the food I ate, didn't vomit much, and the baby didn't bother me. It was much harder when I was pregnant with Anan. It's my fault that I didn't repent at that time, Xiuying, do you blame me? Hearing this, Su Xiuying thought about Yang Fan at that time and smiled softly, actually, I don't blame you. I only blame myself for my bad luck. But I really hate you. Sometimes I think, why don't you just die? Without you, Anan and I might be able to live a better life. Fortunately, you changed later. In fact, God still favors her. Just like what the old people often say, good fortune is yet to come. I'm sorry. This was an apology that came a lifetime late. It's okay. I forgive you. Maybe you were really immature at that time. As long as you know your mistakes and can correct them, it's fine. Being able to hear Su Xiuying's forgiveness in person, Yang Fan finally let go of the knot in his heart. After staying at home with his wife for a few more days, Yang Fan, Yang Hai, and Su Guowei went to Shenzhen Stock Exchange together. In the past few days, the relationship between him and Yang Jinju has been steadily growing. The man is in love with the woman, and when chatting with Yang Fan, she always mentions Yang Jinju unconsciously, and scolds the scumbag by the way. Finally, she thanks the scumbag for not cherishing her, otherwise there would be no place for him. After returning to Shenzhen, the two of them no longer needed Yang Fan to accompany them. In addition to purchasing some goods from Yang Fan, they also had to buy some other styles of clothes and other gadgets from outside. However, when the two saw Lu Dingdong and others in the Yang Fan factory, they were very surprised. Why are they working for Yang Fan? The two looked confused. After entering the office, Yang Fan gave another detailed explanation. In response, Yang Hai and Su Guowei both felt that Lu Dingdong would not change for the better. They think that beating and robbing people when the deal fails is really a lack of character. Yang Fan didn't draw any conclusion, he just said to wait and see. After staying in Shenzhen for a few days and purchasing enough goods, Yang Hai and Su Guowei prepared to go home. You must be careful. If you encounter a car thief, don't fight for money. Losing money and goods is a small matter, but losing your life is really a loss. Yang Fan told them about the carjackers he encountered when he returned to Ningjiang County last time on the way to Shenzhen City this time. I know. But to be honest, if they are unlucky enough to encounter this, they will definitely not be willing to give up their goods until the last step, and can only hope that everything goes well. Only after they left did Yang Fan have time to ask Tong Lianzhong. He's quite obedient and capable. He's always eager to do any job and is very studious. Tong Lianzhong didn't know Lu Dingdong and the others, and his evaluation of them was based on what he had learned in the past week. Well, did you set up any temptations? Yes. Tong Lianzhong nodded. I put a large amount of money in the warehouse where they worked. Lu Dingdong and Su Yoji saw it and asked me what happened. That was the only time. I never used this method to test again because it would definitely be discovered if I tested again. Yang Fan nodded, okay, then you go and get busy. I have an appointment with a client tonight, you can come with me to meet him. Okay, boss. After Tong Lianzhong left, Yang Fan started to recall the past period of time. The factory has a finance department, but Yang Fan didn't know this person in his previous life and didn't know what kind of person he was, so Yang Fan would check the accounts. The new factory cannot afford any mistakes. After staying in Shenzhen for a week, he handed in a big order and signed another big contract. The factory was in order, and with Tong Lianzhong there, Yang Fan felt at ease to go home again. This time he came back to attend Zhou Xingwang's wedding. The banquet was held at the Hongqi Hotel, but Yang Fan didn't let Su Xiuying go because she was pregnant. After all, there were many children at the banquet, and it would be bad if they bumped into each other. The eldest sister-in-law didn't want to go, so she stayed at Yang Fan's house to help take care of Su Xiuying. The eldest brother only took his youngest daughter with him of his 3 children, because if he took all 3, people would be dissatisfied. But even so, there are 7 people in total, including Yang Fan and an eldest brother and his daughter Hongxia, father, mother, and second sister. Today happened to be Saturday, so Liang Kai and Yuding were also at her place. Since they could not be brought to the wedding, they were left at Yang Fan's house. Together with her eldest sister-in-law's 2 sons, there were 4 children in total. It can be seen that the girl's family is indeed rich. The Hongqi Hotel booked the first floor, and the girl's relatives looked very wealthy, some of them even drove over in cars. The cars at that time were the kind that even children would chase after and smell their exhaust fumes. Yang Fan and his 7 companions came on 3 bicycles, which were new and not too shabby. In addition, a few friends of my uncle came, some officials, although they were not high-ranking officials, but it was considered a face-saving thing to invite them. In addition to them, Grandpa Yang Fan also came, and came with his uncle Yang Yingxiang. They were considered the man's family, just enough to make up the same table. As for other relatives, my aunt didn't invite many of them because they were not familiar with each other. Besides, Yang Fan's family didn't have many relatives. After all, they were outsiders in the village. As for those relatives in the original village, they could no longer be found. Yang Fan thought he didn't know any of the girl's relatives, but he didn't expect Director Huang to come. There happened to be an extra seat at Yang Fan's table, so Yang Luiying simply arranged Director Huang here. Director Huang sat next to Yang Fan and said with a smile, I didn't expect that CEO Li would invite me. I didn't want to come at first, but I thought you should be here, so I came. Are you familiar with the girl's father? Not very familiar with each other. We have some business dealings, but not much. Also, I often come to the Red Flag Hotel for dinner. Occasionally, I run into Mr. Li there and he will come over to toast me. There was a sound of firecrackers outside the door. My uncle had a conversation with the girl's father, Mr. Li, and then announced that the dishes would be served. Zhou Xingwang and Li Shiruan were both wearing red wedding dresses, followed by the parents of the bride and groom holding wine jugs, and went to each table to toast. Chapter 269 Twins. Soon it was Yang Fan's table's turn. Everyone said a lot of blessing words, and then after raising their glasses to drink together, they said eat and drink well and continued to toast. The dishes are still very good, but that is true. After all, the girl's family has shares in the Hongqi restaurant, it's just transfer from one hand to the other. There were family members at the table, so everyone enjoyed the meal. After the meal, they helped to see the guests off, and then Yang Fan and the others talked about having dinner together in the evening. In the evening, it's basically just the two families' closer relatives, immediate family members. This time, when attending the wedding banquet, Yang Fan and his parents and second sister gave their share of money separately. In Ningjiang County, once you get married, you are considered a separate family. Yang Fan contributed 100 yuan, his parents contributed 10 yuan, and his second sister also contributed 10 yuan. Originally, his mother asked him to give 50 yuan, but Yang Fan thought that they were all relatives, and his aunt had indeed helped the family a lot in the past, and now his aunt and her family were all renting a house, so giving more would be considered a help. In the afternoon, Yang Fan and his family went home, and then went to Zhou Xingwang's wedding room to have dinner together in the evening. This was also his aunt's original home. They are renting a house now and are still looking for one. They also knew that Yang Fan, Yang Hai, and even director Huang had bought houses in Shitian Street, but they did not believe that the area would develop in the future. Even if it did, the current county center would not decline. Yang Fan did not give much advice on these. In the evening, the whole family went to Zhou Xingwang's house for dinner. Grandpa and uncle did not come at night. After all, they lived in the village and it was inconvenient for the elderly to go back at night. My aunt and others were very enthusiastic about Yang Fan. After all, Yang Fan was really generous and paid 100 yuan as a share. Director Huang was the head of the factory, but he only paid 30 yuan. Of course, this may have something to do with their general relationship. After dinner, everyone sat together and chatted, and the topic was always Yang Fan. It seems that this is the case in every big family. Whoever is the richest and most successful will always be the focus of everyone's conversation. Xiao Fan, you have opened a factory in Shenzhen. Is there any job you can introduce to Brother Xingfu? They were not interested in working in the South factory before, but the factory in Shenzhen was different. It was not on the same scale as the factory in Ningjiang County, and the boss was a family member. Wouldn't this be a good way to find a job that paid well, required little work and was easy? The factory has just opened, it's very small, and I have enough people under me. Brother Xingfu is so powerful, he can't be content with my small factory. What you said is wrong. Yang Luiying looked at Yang Fan disapprovingly, then others can be fired. How can you trust your own family members when you hire others? Before Yang Fan could say anything, his eldest brother suddenly showed his EQ, "Aunt, there really is no room for Xiao Fan. My second sister and I want to go, but he won't give in. He said he signed a contract with someone and it's hard to go back on his word. After all, business is all about integrity. Even my brothers and sisters couldn't go, let alone my cousin." My aunt smiled when she heard that, and tactfully did not mention the matter again. Instead she started chatting about other family matters. They chatted until 9 o'clock in the evening, and then the group left one after another. After leaving the apartment building, Yang Fan patted his elder brother on the shoulder and said, "Brother, you were really good just now. You actually helped me out. Hey, I saw that you didn't want to, so I told you a little bit." Yang Hai actually thought about whether he should go to work in Yang Fan's factory, but when he thought that his brother hadn't even asked, it must be inappropriate. After all, if he is suitable, Yang Fan will definitely not be stingy with giving him a position. I have to say that the eldest brother of the Yang family is not good in emotional intelligence, but he is very insightful about some things. This is also the reason why Yang Fan likes his elder brother. Because it was too late today, my brother slept at Yang Fan's house today. When they returned, Su Shouying and Anin were already asleep. Mom picked up Anin and went downstairs to sleep. Yang Fan simply washed up and went to sleep. No words were spoken that night. The next day, the eldest brother rode his father's bicycle back with his father. His father said that he was going to his hometown to get chickens and vegetables. Now, every time Yang Fan goes back home, his father goes to his eldest brother's house to get a chicken, not only for Su Shouying but also for Yang Fan. My mother didn't have many chickens to begin with, and I heard this was the last one. Yang Fan asked his elder brother in the morning to ask his elder sister-in-law to raise more and he would buy from her when the time comes. His elder brother refused repeatedly and said he didn't need to pay, but Yang Fan insisted on giving it. Brothers should settle accounts clearly. Buying chicken is not cheap to begin with, how can I feel comfortable getting it for free every time? No matter how good the relationship is, if two people get along like this, there will be rifts between them in the future. The eldest brother also knew this, so he accepted it after a few excuses. After all, he was not the one who had to work hard raising chickens. In this way, Yang Fan traveled back and forth between Shenzhen and Ningjiang County. At the same time, Shenzhen also said goodbye to the swing telephone and welcomed the residential telephone. In the future, when making a call, you no longer need to queue up or call the switchboard, you can make the call directly. But if I don't have it at home, it's useless. However, it has become more convenient for Yang Fan to do business. When he makes an appointment with someone, he no longer needs to go to their home to visit them, which saves a lot of time. Soon, it was time for Su Shouying to give birth. Time also changed from summer to winter. When Yang Fan was about to give birth, she came back 10 days early. After almost a year of operation, the factory had become famous. Yang Fan no longer needs to negotiate every order himself. Now customers come to him on their own initiative. Tong Lianzhong negotiates the orders, and he also has regular old customers. So bankruptcy is impossible for him. Outside the hospital operating room, Yang Fan was restless, sometimes sitting, sometimes standing and walking back and forth, or lying by the door and eavesdropping. My parents are speechless. They have said it so many times, but it's still like this. After more than 10 difficult hours, Yang Fan's eyes were dark from exhaustion. The door of the operating room finally opened and a doctor came out. Yang Fan hurried forward. "Doctor, how is my wife?" "Congratulations, it's twins, boy and girl, both mother and child are safe." Thank you. Yang Fan quickly handed the prepared red envelope to the doctor. This is a very normal thing in the local area, and the birth of twins, a boy and a girl, is considered as wedding money. The doctor took it, felt its thickness, and patiently asked Yang Fan a lot of questions. Finally, he said, "It will be pushed out soon. You can prepare some food. The woman has just given birth and should be hungry." Okay, thank you, doctor." Yang Fan went to tell his mother again, and his mother glared at him and said, "You didn't take a word I said this morning to heart. The food has been prepared a long time ago. I'll take it to the hospital cafeteria to heat it up later." Okay. Yang Fan responded and Su Shouying was pushed out. A group of people came to the ward. The nurse brought the two children over. The father and mother hurried over to take them, holding one each. Chapter 270. The person I care about most. "Honey, are you okay?" Su Shouying opened her eyes weakly and smiled faintly when she saw Yang Fan. "I'm fine, where's the child?" Here it is. Mom and Dad quickly took the child over and asked her to take a look. Only then did Yang Fan see the appearance of the two children. To be honest, they were really ugly. He thought so and said it out loud. Why is it so ugly? So wrinkled. It's obvious that both he and Su Shouying are good looking, and their parents are also good looking. How come these two children are so ugly? What are you talking about? The mother looked at Yang Fan with dissatisfaction. Newborn babies are like this, they will be fine after a few days of growth. How can you say this about your own child? Oh. Yang Fan scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. He had never seen a newborn baby before. He always thought that babies were soft and cute. He was really scared to see such an ugly one. Su Shouying smiled and deliberately blamed him. Who told you not to accompany Anan when she was born? My fault. Yang Fan quickly asked her, "Are you hungry?" Mom brought some food. I'm a little hungry, I want to eat something light. Don't worry, I brought porridge and vegetables. The mother handed the child to Yang Fan. Hold the child for a while, I'll take the porridge to the cafeteria to heat it up. Yang Fan stretched out his hands, but he didn't know what to do with his hands, they were extremely uncoordinated. His mother glared at him and said, "Hold the baby like this. Put one hand under the baby's head to hold it in place. Use the other hand to hold the baby's buttocks. Slowly lift the baby's head upwards while holding the baby's neck." Oh. Yang Fan was in a panic for a while before he held the child. When his mother saw that he had held the child correctly, she took the stainless steel lunchbox to the cafeteria to heat up the food. Look, wife. Yang Fan carried the child to Su Shouying. Is this a boy or a girl? Yang Fan said as he pulled the cloth given by the hospital and took a look. The one in my arms is a boy, and the one in Dad's arms is a girl. Dad, switch with me, I'll hold my daughter. Dad was unhappy. Why? I want to hug my soft granddaughter too. My grandson is also soft. Then why don't you hug me? Yang Fan argued to no avail, so he had to hold the brat in his arms and taught him a lesson in a low voice. I don't know how much effort my mother put in to give birth to you. When you grow up, you must protect me well. Su Shouying laughed. He is so young, how can he understand? The ward was very cozy. After a while, the mother who had heated up the food came back. After Su Shouying ate some porridge and vegetables, she felt so sleepy that she fell asleep again. Mom and Dad, you guys go back first. Mom will make some breakfast tomorrow and then take over from me. I'll sleep in the morning and bring the food over for lunch. My mother frowned slightly. Why don't you let your dad go back? How can you stay up all night alone? It's okay, it's okay. I'm still young. Staying up all night is nothing. You guys should go back soon. Be careful on the road. It's cold now. Don't catch a cold. No. Mom and Dad packed up their things and left. Yang Fan looked at the night scene outside the window, and then lay down on the accompanying bed next to him, squinting his eyes slightly. However, his mind was still tense and he did not fall asleep completely. Su Shouying got up twice at night. Yang Fan gave her a urinal and helped her clean up. I hardly slept well the whole night and had dark circles under my eyes. My parents and an aunt's sister-in-law came and brought breakfast. Yang Fan had steamed buns and soy milk, while Su Shouying had white porridge with boiled eggs. Anan was looking at his brother and sister curiously. He reached out and poked them carefully and said, Dad, my brother and sister are so small, and they are still sleeping. They are so cute. Anan will be the older sister from now on. She can teach her younger brothers and sisters more. Yeah. Anan immediately felt a sense of mission. She was finally not the youngest anymore. Finally someone called her sister. Seeing Anan's serious look, everyone laughed. After breakfast, Mother told Yang Fan to go back to bed. Yang Fan went home, took a shower and went to bed immediately. Although he was young, he was very nervous from morning till night yesterday and was really tired. Even if he went home to sleep now, he didn't dare sleep too deeply, because he had to get up to make chicken soup at noon. His sister-in-law said that his brother had already killed the chicken and brought it over in the morning. When Su Shouying drinks chicken soup, she has to skim off the chicken fat, but she never shows this in front of her mother, fearing that her mother would think she is wasting. So if Yang Fan cooks it himself, he can skim off the chicken fat for her in advance. After preparing the chicken and putting it in the pot, Yang Fan steamed the rice, then picked some tender green water spinach and cut the lettuce and lean meat. When the chicken soup was almost ready, he started cooking and put the hot rice and vegetables into the lunchbox, leaving quite a bit for his father and others to eat when they came back. The portion of the dish is quite generous, so it should be enough to eat. After carrying the food and chicken soup, Yang Fan hurriedly rode his bicycle to the hospital. Thieves were rampant these days, so Yang Fan bought a big lock and locked it together with an iron pillar somewhere in the hospital for double insurance. When they arrived at the hospital, his parents went back to eat, and Yang Fan and Su Shouying were the only ones left in the ward. Yang Fan poured the soup into the bowl. He came very quickly and the soup was still emitting steam and a strong aroma of chicken soup. The weather was cold, and drinking a bowl of clear chicken soup at this moment was very warming to the stomach. I skimmed off the chicken fat. I tried it. It shouldn't be greasy. Yeah. Su Shouying nodded, took a sip of the chicken soup from Yang Fan's hand, and then nodded, sure enough, the chicken soup you made is still delicious, not greasy at all. Drink more if you like. You just gave birth and your energy is greatly reduced. You need to replenish yourself. I know, but you can't eat too much right now, take it slow. Yang Fan nodded and handed the soup to her. Su Shouying drank half of it and didn't eat much. The rest was eaten by Yang Fan. The two children were awake, not sleeping. They opened their round black eyes and looked around as if they were looking at this new world. Yang Fan took one of them to Su Shouying and held him next to her. Then he picked up the other one and moved closer to her. He looked at her carefully and said, "She doesn't seem as ugly as she was last night. You are having an illusion. How can it be that fast? Well, maybe my lover sees beauty in everything." Yang Fan held the child and had a very strange feeling. Maybe it was because of their blood relationship? He didn't understand, but he knew that for the rest of his life, they would be among the people he cared about most. A week passed as Yang Fan went back and forth to the hospital. Today, Su Shouying was discharged from the hospital. While her mother was packing her clothes, Yang Fan put on the thick long down jacket he had just bought for Su Xiuying. Mom said, "You just gave birth, you can't catch a cold, otherwise you will have a chronic disease in the future." Chapter 271 True Feelings. Su Xiuying was perfunctory without any soul. During this period, Yang Fan's lines were, "My mother said, my sister-in-law said, the doctor said, I heard from others." Although he said he cared about her, the same sentence was said yesterday, and he would say it again today, and more likely he would say it tomorrow. So Su Xiuying has become numb now and automatically blocks out anything Yang Fan says. "I have to ask the doctor what I need to pay attention to when I go home." As he spoke, Yang Fan walked out of the ward. Su Xiuying breathed a sigh of relief when she saw him. The eldest sister-in-law at the side laughed secretly and said, "Xiuying, please stop being annoying. I think Xiao Fan is like this because he is too worried about you. Your eldest brother is a wooden man, how can he be as attentive as Xiao Fan?" My mother, who was packing clothes, heard it and nodded. "Xiao Fan is indeed much more careful, but Xiao Hai is not good at speaking, but he will still do it if he has to." "I know, Mom." The sister-in-law nodded. If Yang Hai wasn't such a good person, she wouldn't have followed him so wholeheartedly. "Seeing how well your youngster is doing now, his father and I have no regrets anymore." Mom suddenly sighed. "Pooh, pooh, pooh." The eldest sister-in-law patted the wood 3 times. "Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? You and Dad will have a good life in the future." "Yes, Mom, Dabeo and Xiaobao still need your and Dad's help to take care of them. The children's full names have not been chosen yet, but nicknames are easy to choose, just call them Dabeo and Xiaobao. The boy is older, so he is Dabeo, and the girl is Xiaobao. Both children are in good condition. Su Xiuying is in good health, has taken a lot of supplements, and has enough milk, which is enough for the 2 children. My mother also bought pig's trotters and rice wine to make pig's trotters, ginger and rice wine boiled chicken, which she gave to Su Xiuying to eat when she returned home to recuperate after giving birth. It not only nourished her body but also increased her milk supply. After Yang Fan came back from consulting the doctor, a large group of people headed home. The winter in Ningxiang County is very cold, wet and cold to the bone. The wind makes people's teeth chatter. Yang Fan wrapped the child in his coat, trying to prevent the wind from blowing on the child, and the father over there did the same. The group walked for about half an hour before they got home. After a busy period, it was almost noon and Yang Fan prepared to cook. After returning home, Yang Fan finally felt much more relaxed. He has been busy these days and lost a few pounds. In 2 days, he will go to Shenzhen. He has been staying at home for so long and needs to go over there to check on his family. It is worth mentioning that Lu Dingdong and others successfully passed Yang Fan's assessment and are now working under Yang Fan. Yang Fan directly registered a decoration company and held an absolute controlling stake of 51%. Lu Dingdong held the remaining 25%, and the rest was divided equally among his brothers. Those people did not think that their share was too little. Instead, they received both salary and dividends. They were extremely grateful to Yang Fan, including Lu Dingdong. He didn't know how to do these things at all. With Yang Fan leading the way, they hardly stopped during this period. They recruited more and more employees. However, with more people, they needed to set up a construction site, so Yang Fan rented another factory. The Shenzhen Stock Exchange is now promoting investment promotion. In order to attract people to invest and set up factories, the policies are extremely good. So after Yang Fan's garment factory started to make stable profits, he did not hesitate to use all the money to rent a factory building to be used as the office of his decoration company. Although it is not perfect, Yang Fan's current money does not allow him to do more. Fortunately, the decoration company had many projects and started to make profits. After staying there for 2 days, I happened to go to Shenzhen Stock Exchange again with Su Guowei and his elder brother to purchase goods. On the way, Su Guowei talked about him and Yang Jinju, brother Yang Jinju, and I have already decided on the wedding date. It will be on the 20th day of the first lunar month. We plan to get married before the new year and celebrate the new year together after the new year. Sure, I'll give you a big red envelope then. Hey brother Yang, you don't have to give a red envelope. You are our matchmaker. You just need to come and witness it. Yang Fan smiled and said nothing, while his elder brother congratulated him. When Su Guowei and Yang Jinju got married, both parties tacitly did not mention the issue of a live-in son-in-law. In fact, if the woman wanted to bring it up, Su Guowei would be happy to have one, since the 2 villages were not far apart. Although it was called a live-in son-in-law, they actually bought a house in the county and moved there after marriage. The captain also knew about this, and since the man's family was better off than theirs, he didn't say anything about it. Of course, the main reason was that his daughter liked him. He also didn't want his daughter to keep thinking about that unfaithful educated youth. I never thought my life would be like this today. Perhaps because he was about to start a family, Su Guowei suddenly felt a little emotional, and all this, Brother Yang, is because of you. If it weren't for Yang Fan, he might still be idle in the village today, with his parents worried, relatives despising him, and villagers disgusted by him. At first, I called Yang Fan brother because I was submissive to his force, but gradually, this call of brother became a sincere one. Okay, why are you being so cheesy? I'm not being cheesy, I'm speaking from the heart. Su Guowei said very seriously, that's right. If it weren't for you, Brother Yang, who helped me at several points in my life, I wouldn't know where I am now. To be honest, Yang Fan didn't expect that he would become good brothers with Su Guowei. After all, I helped him out of humanitarianism, not friendship or brotherhood. I didn't expect that he would change his ways later and still rely on him. Yang Fan thought that he would help if he could, since it was just something that could be done easily. Unexpectedly, he became friends with the person he was helping. Big brother. I should be under the car, not in it. Yang Fan is obviously his biological brother, so why does he feel a little redundant at this moment? When he arrived in Shenzhen, Yang Fan had no time to deal with them. 2 companies, so many accounts, Yang Fan had to check them one by one. In fact, he handed over the account of the clothing factory to Tong Lianzhong and asked him to help take a look. Yang Fan only needed to take a rough look, and it would be enough if he didn't find any major problems. The decoration company has just hired a new employee, and Yang Fan hasn't had much contact with him, so he still has to take a good look at him. In addition to the accounts, orders from the 2 companies, and socializing with customers, Yang Fan had to go in person. And the Chinese New Year was coming soon, and he had to prepare some gifts, and before the New Year, he had to give gifts to those big customers. In the first year, Yang Fan has to do everything himself. In the second year, Yang Fan only needs to supervise it. In order to have a leisurely life in the future, Yang Fan began to look for reliable assistants from his previous life. In fact, he had asked Tong Lianzhong to help find them before, but many of them were not in Shenzhen now. That day, Yang Fan and Tong Lianzhong walked out of the hotel after socializing. At this moment, a beautiful girl dressed in fashionable clothes passed by Yang Fan and bumped into him accidentally. Comrade, I'm sorry. Chapter 272 The Boss Lady. It's okay. Yang Fan replied nonchalantly. Are you really okay? The beautiful girl asked worriedly. Yang Fan waved his hand, ignored her, and left with Tong Lianzhong. I thought this person was just a passerby in my life, but I didn't expect that when Yang Fan was socializing with clients the next day, he saw this beautiful girl again. It's you. So you're the young and promising Mr. Yang that our boss mentioned. Mr. Luo, who is this? Yang Fan looked at Luo Guotao, one of the garment factory's regular customers. Ha, this is Yu Meng, our company's financial officer. Luo Guotao rubbed his beer belly and introduced him to Yang Fan, then asked curiously, do you two know each other? Yu Meng smiled embarrassedly. I accidentally bumped into Mr. Yang yesterday, luckily Mr. Yang didn't make a fuss about it. It's not a big deal. Then it seems that this is your fate. Luo Guotao smiled. Yu Meng, don't you want a toast to Mr. Yang? Yu Meng quickly poured the wine and toasted Yang Fan. Boss Yang, this is for you. I hope the cooperation between our 2 companies will go smoothly. I'll drink it, you can do whatever you want. After saying that, she tilted her head back and drank all the wine, then turned the glass downward to indicate that she had finished it. Good. The others clapped and cheered. Boss Luo, your employee has a good alcohol tolerance and is very generous. Boss Yang, can you do this? Yang Fan was not afraid of this kind of drinking party. He raised the glass in his hand and said, of course. How can a man say no? After that, he drank all the wine in the glass, also with the mouth of the glass facing downwards. Mr. Yang is generous. A man must be capable. Yu Meng smiled at Yang Fan and said, then I would like to thank Mr. Yang for giving me this face. Luo Guotao made room for him and said to Yu Meng, come on, Yu Meng, drink with Mr. Yang. Mr. Yang has a good alcohol tolerance. Let's see if you can get him drunk. Boss Luo, this is not good for you, right? Letting a girl drink with me. Yang Fan waved his hand at Yu Meng, who wanted to sit over, and sat down next to Luo Guotao. No, Boss Luo, I must fight you today. Either you make me drink or I make you drink. The people around started to make a noise immediately. Boss Luo, Boss Yang has said so, you can't be a coward. Yes, Mr. Luo, we support you spiritually. Boss Luo, I believe you can definitely make Boss Yang fall down drunk, so we won't get involved. Yu Meng sat back in her seat awkwardly, watching Yang Fan and Luo Guotao drinking together. Luo Guotao's alcohol tolerance was average, while Yang Fan was famous in their circle for his good alcohol tolerance. After just a few drinks, Luo Guotao leaned back on the sofa and fell asleep. Mr. Luo, that's not possible. Boss Luo, get up. Boss Yang didn't even blush, you can't do this. Luo Guotao waved his hands in a daze. No, I'm not coming. I'm not coming. Everyone burst into laughter. Afterwards, they drank and chatted, and when they had almost finished drinking, Yang Fan and Tong Lianzhong sent everyone away one by one, but Yang Fan looked at Yu Meng and said, Miss Yu, it's so late, is there anyone coming to pick you up? No, I came to Shenzhen from another place to work and rented a house. Yu Meng looked at the dark night and said with some fear, Boss Yang, can you give me a ride? To be honest, in this day and age, there are many robberies involving knives in broad daylight, not to mention at night. Yang Fan thought for a moment and said, I'll get you a room here, and you can go back tomorrow. That's so embarrassing. That's it. Yang Fan said to Tong Lianzhong beside him, Brother Tong, go get a room for Miss Yu. Miss Yu, come with me. Yu Meng thanked Yang Fan several times before going to the hotel with Tong Lianzhong to handle the formalities. After completing the formalities, Yang Fan and Tong Lianzhong left. Yu Meng looked at Yang Fan's back, a look of determination flashed in her eyes. After all, he drank a lot of wine, and when Yang Fan got up it was already past 10 o'clock. He washed up casually in the factory, and then went to the office. On the table was a bowl of porridge and 2 meat buns. The food was already cold, but Yang Fan didn't care. He picked up the buns and started eating. Just after he finished eating a meat bun, someone came to report that there was a lady named Yu outside looking for him. Yang Fan frowned slightly. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt that Yu Meng seemed to be interested in him. He would let Brother Tong subtly mention that he had a wife. Let Director Tong come over, and also bring in Miss Yu. Okay, boss. Tong Lianzhong came in a moment later and looked at Yang Fan in confusion. Boss, what do you want from me? Yang Fan finished the last mouthful of porridge and told him about Yu Meng. Later, tell her that I have a wife and children. Don't be too deliberate. Tong Lianzhong was stunned for a moment, then he understood. Although Yang Fan has not achieved any particularly great results, he is already ahead of many people. Moreover, compared with other bosses, Yang Fan is young and handsome, with unlimited prospects, so it is normal for women to be attracted to him. Boss, maybe you are overthinking it? Don't think too much about it, just say this to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. That's true. Tong Lianzhong said, smiling, no wonder the boss lady never comes to Shenzhen. It seems that she trusts the boss. As they were talking, there was a knock on the door. Enter. Yang Fan made himself a pot of hot tea and sat at his desk, with no intention of getting up to greet him. The door opened and Yu Meng walked in wearing a very popular dress. In fact, Yang Fan really wanted to ask her, aren't you cold? He was as cold as his grandson. Boss Yang, Director Tong is here too. Am I interrupting your conversation? Tong Lianzhong thought about Yang Fan's task and said with a smile, no, I was talking to Mr. Yang about his wife. She said that the boss's wife was so confident that she let Mr. Yang come to Shenzhen alone without keeping an eye on him. Mr. Yang has a wife? Yes. Tong Lianzhong nodded, she just gave birth to twins, Yang is the winner in life. By the way, what do you want to see Yang today? Yang Fan also looked at her and saw that Yu Meng looked very worried. He forced a smile and said, I'm here to pay back the money for yesterday's hotel stay. I didn't have enough money yesterday, so I asked Mr. Yang to help pay for it. It's just a small amount of money. You're welcome. Yes. Yu Meng quickly returned the money to Yang Fan, then said a few words absent-mindedly and left. As soon as she left, Tong Lianzhong gave Yang Fan a thumbs up. Boss, you are awesome, you really got it right. Yang Fan smiled and said nothing. In fact, Yu Meng didn't make any move to seduce him, but as for this kind of thing, she had experienced it many times, so her feeling was more accurate. So it's just an intuition, and it's not a big deal to talk about it anyway. The other side. Yu Meng left Yang Fan's factory, but stopped every 2 steps, thinking about the reports about Yang Fan that he had seen in his previous life. Chapter 273 Rebirth. That's right, Yu Meng is a reborn person. She was reborn 3 months ago. After settling her family affairs, she went straight to Shenzhen. She wanted to meet Yang Fan, the future business tycoon. In her previous life, she had seen reports of Yang Fan's death in newspapers and on television. It was said that he was worth hundreds of billions. After his death, half of the money was donated to the country and the other half to a charity fund. At that time, Yu Meng was just an ordinary woman who was willing to spend every penny carefully. When she saw the news, she was mopping the floor and was sighing that people are so different. She thought that if someone donated 1 million yuan to her, her life would be much better. But she didn't expect that a few days later, when her son came back from school and asked her for money, she refused to give it. Instead, her son pushed her to the ground with great force. She fainted, and when she woke up, she had been reborn back to when she was 20 years old. After finishing her family matters, she immediately came to Shenzhen. She remembered that the life of business tycoon Yang Fan was being introduced on TV. She heard that he lost his wife and children in his early years and never remarried. Shoan Group was named in memory of his deceased wife and daughter. After his wife and daughter passed away, Yang Fan came to Shenzhen to work hard. From a man with nothing, he gradually became a dominant figure, and his group became one of the Fortune 500. Therefore, Yang Fan's wife and daughter should be dead now. But just now Tong Lianzhong said that Yang Fan already has a wife and twins? What's going on? Yu Meng couldn't understand it. Could it be that the TV station didn't check it carefully? Or was it that she, the butterfly, flapped her wings? No, she must find out what's going on. Even if he has a wife, she will die sooner or later. She just needs to take advantage of Yang Fan's painful days. After that, she can just sit back and reap the benefits and live a life of luxury. Yu Meng doesn't want to repeat the life she had in her previous life again. Yang Fan didn't take Yu Meng's matter to heart. I thought the girl just had a crush on him, but would give up after she knew he had a family. He was busy at the factory for several days, preparing all the gifts for the new year. He was afraid that he would not be able to buy a ticket to Shenzhen before the new year, so he bought it in advance, and asked Tong Lianzhong to deliver it if he could not come. As for holiday time and employees' year-end benefits, Yang Fan has arranged everything for the two factories. Before leaving, Lu Dingdong came to see him off. Yang Fan patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't do it until you finish this project. The others can be done after the new year." "I understand, Brother Yang. Well, if nothing unexpected happens before the new year, I will come back again." "Brother Yang, don't worry." Yang Fan nodded, got on the bus when he saw the time, and saw Lu Dingdong still standing there. He opened the window and waved, "Go back." "Okay, goodbye, Brother Yang." "Goodbye." Lu Dingdong watched the bus drive away, got on his bicycle and continued working. Recently he has been learning how to do accounting. Yang Fan said that if he only knew one skill, he would not be able to keep up with the company's development in the future, so he should learn more while he is still young. Lu Dingdong was very touched when he knew that Yang Fan wanted to promote him. After all, he had treated Yang Fan like this before, but the other party not only did not care, but also helped him. Lu Dingdong believed that if their identities were reversed, he would not be able to do it. He was afraid that he would be magnanimous if he did not ridicule him. Maybe this is the reason why Brother Yang was able to make it big, but he could never do so? Thinking of this, Lu Dingdong became even more determined to study hard and strive to become Yang Fan's right-hand man. Yang Fan was afraid of encountering bandits again, so this time he bought a daytime ticket. Anyway, it is safer during the day. And to prevent this from happening, if there are enough passengers, many shuttle buses will have two buses going to the same place one after the other to take care of each other. When Yang Fan got home, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I took out my key and was about to open the door when I heard a vigilant voice from outside. "Who is it?" Yang Fan thought for a moment and lowered his voice and said, "I am Dad's friend." "You are Anan, right? Please open the door for Uncle. May I have your name?" Yang Fan made up a name at random, but Anan was quite alert. "I don't know you. I have to wait for Grandma to wake up and ask her before I can open the door for you." "You're kidding. My name is Huang Xiangdong. Anan, we've met before." "No, Uncle Huang, that's not your voice." Anan was frightened and shouted, "Grandma, Grandma, get up quickly, there's a bad guy outside." Yang Fan had no choice but to take out the key and open the door. When Anan saw Yang Fan, he was stunned for a moment. "Dad? There was a bad guy outside just now." "Dad, did you see him?" Dad just tricked Anan. He wanted to see how Anan would respond. "I didn't expect Anan to be so smart. He didn't even get tricked by Dad. That's awesome. Oh, Dad, you're so bad. Dad was wrong, but Inan did the right thing. From now on, no matter who it is, when it's just you, Mom, and your brothers and sisters at home, you can't open the door casually, understand? Even if that person tells you a lot of information about Dad, don't believe it unless Dad tells you in person. Inan nodded obediently. I know, Dad taught me before. Oh, our daughter is so smart. The mother who was woken up looked at him unhappily at the door of the room. Look at you, you have to come back at this time. I just fell asleep and you were woken up. Mom, you were so concerned about me when I came back last time. Who has time to ask about your well-being? You have 3 children, and your mother is exhausted. Do I have to take care of you now? Yang Fan touched his nose guiltily, feeling a little guilty. Indeed, we clearly agreed to let my mother come to the city to enjoy life, but I didn't expect that she would end up taking care of the children. Okay, have you eaten yet? I'll make you a bowl of noodles. I'm not hungry. I ate some steamed buns on the way. He pointed to the room where Su Xiuying slept and asked, Is Xiuying still sleeping? She's sleeping. Don't go in and disturb her. She's been very tired lately. All right. Yang Fan replied helplessly. He used to sneak in to see his wife and children, but now he can only clean up the house and the living room. Because there were 2 more children, Su Xiuying and her mother were both busy and had no time to clean up the house, so many places were in a mess. Su Xiuying slept until about 4 in the afternoon. It was because the child was crying that Su Xiuying got up to feed the baby, and the mother next door also got up to help. As for the children, if one cried, the other would be infected and cry too. Yang Fan hurriedly followed him in. Su Xiuying was breastfeeding her baby. When she saw Yang Fan for the first time, she was a little slow to react. What? You don't even recognize your husband? Why are you back? I thought you wouldn't be back until the new year. Yang Fan stepped forward and helped her hold the child. I will come back after I finish the work at the factory, but I will have to go back again in a few days, and then I can't come back until the new year. Chapter 270 for the best choice. With 2 more children in the family, many relatives and friends came to visit. Even Aunt Sufan and Aunt Yuta brought a lot of eggs to visit. Yang Fan has no time to go out these days. He has been entertaining guests at home. After entertaining the guests, it is almost time for him to return to Shenzhen. After expressing his guilt towards Su Xiuying and his daughter, Yang Fan returned to the Shenzhen Stock Exchange again. Work is repetitive, like an assembly line. Yang Fan was busy every day, and had more social events before the new year. To his surprise, he actually met Yu Meng twice. The second time, she happened to be chasing a thief. Yang Fan and Tong Lianzhong, who were passing by, helped her and finally got her bag back. Mr. Yang, thank you so much. No need. Yang Fan said to Tong Lianzhong, It's getting late, miss, you should go back early and don't stay outside. We don't always run into you like today. Brother Tong, you can take her back. Yu Meng quickly said, Boss Yang, can I treat you to a meal tomorrow? I really appreciate you, please don't refuse. Yang Fan frowned slightly, thought about it, and agreed. He always felt that Yu Meng had not given up. If she hadn't given up, this dinner would be a good opportunity for him to explain things to her. Thank you, Mr. Yang. Yang Fan said nothing and went back to the factory alone. He has been thinking about buying a car recently. First of all, having a car is indeed convenient, and secondly, as a boss, you always have to have a car to show off. Just like the bosses of later generations, they have to rent a car to show off even if they have to rent it. Today's luxury cars are nothing more than Santana and Jeep, but they cost around 200,000 yuan, which is indeed a bit expensive. It is far better to invest the money in a house. But a car is a necessity, so Yang Fan is thinking about whether he can buy a used car. It doesn't matter if it's an old one, as long as the performance is good. In his previous life, Yang Fan bought a new car as soon as he made money. After all, he could feed the whole family at that time, so he didn't pay attention to the issue of saving money. But it's not possible now, he has to reserve many ways to go. It's not easy to ask who has a used car. Clients like his definitely have channels, but the relationship is too awkward. Yang Fan thought about it and came up with an idea. Around 5 o'clock the next afternoon, Yu Meng came to the factory to find Yang Fan. Yang Fan gave Tong Lianzhong some instructions and left with Yu Meng. On the way to the restaurant, Yu Meng kept saying thank you to Yang Fan, but Yang Fan bluntly said, "Miss you, if you want to thank someone, shouldn't you have asked Brother Tong? He also helped with yesterday's matter, and he even sent you back in person." Yu Meng was a little embarrassed, and immediately said, "I will make another appointment with Director Tong to thank him. Besides, I think Director Tong is willing to help me because of General Manager Yang." Just like that time in the hotel, he also listened to General Manager Yang. "I just can't tell who is the one who is really willing to help me. I just saw injustice and hope Miss you won't think too much about it." Yu Meng bit her lip and said nothing more. In her previous life, she was a housewife who married early and spent her whole life taking care of her husband and children. The dream of becoming a rich wife that she had dreamed of when she was young had long since been consumed by the daily necessities of life. Yu Meng never thought that she could go back to her youth. Compared to studying how to make money, it is definitely easier to just marry a good man and sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor. In fact, Yu Meng also knows herself well. What is the point of studying to make money? Even though she knows the general trend of the times, she knows that she has no ability to achieve anything. At most, she can live a better life than in her previous life. But she has a new life now, and she can only live a better life than the previous one. This is not her dream. What she wants to be is a rich wife who doesn't have to do anything. Every day she just needs to drink tea, arrange flowers, go shopping, and do SPA with other rich wives. She just needs to be beautiful and her husband will make money for her to spend. If she still has to work hard on her own, then why would she be reborn? So facing this billionaire, even though Yu Meng knew that his wife was still alive, she would not give up. In fact, Yu Meng had thought about other people, but many people were in a similar situation to Yang Fan, having had wives and children very early on. Moreover, she didn't remember a few celebrities, and even if she did, she didn't remember their history of success, let alone where to find them at this moment. In short, after weighing all the pros and cons, Yang Fan is the best but also the most helpless choice. Perhaps because Yang Fan explained it clearly enough, Yu Meng then obediently treated Yang Fan to a meal, and Yang Fan did not ask to pay for it himself. He was afraid that even if he paid, she would ask for it back next time, and he would never be able to repay the favor if he went back and forth like this. After finishing his meal with Yu Meng, Yang Fan returned to the factory. However, the factory they returned to was a decoration company's factory not far from the clothing factory. There were employee dormitories there, and Lu Dingdong and his people all lived there. When Yang Fan went there were not many people inside, and most of them had not returned yet. After all, they work based on projects, not hours. The sooner a project is completed, the sooner the money can be distributed, so most of them work until late at night before going back to bed. Lu Dingdong was there, holding a book with a frown on his face, probably because he had encountered some difficult problem. "Are you reading? Brother Yang? Why are you here?" Lu Dingdong quickly put down the book, called Yang Fan to sit in Yang Fan's office, and busied himself making tea for Yang Fan. "It's winter now, you should drink a cup of hot tea to feel comfortable." Yang Fan looked at the book that Lu Dingdong had casually placed on the table and raised his eyebrows. "Are you reading a math book?" "Yes." Lu Dingdong was a little embarrassed. "Brother Yang, didn't you ask me to learn to read the account book? I found that my math is only simple addition, subtraction, multiplication and division, and I can't calculate larger or more complicated amounts, so I plan to read a math book." "Brother Yang, didn't you always say that we must lay a good foundation for doing things?" Yang Fan nodded with satisfaction. "It seems that you have listened to my words. If you have any questions, you can ask me." "Yes." Lu Dingdong poured the hot water from the kettle into the teacup. "I'll ask you later. By the way, Brother Yang, what are you doing here today?" Yang Fan wouldn't come here at this time on weekdays, after all, it's time to get off work. "I want to ask if you know anyone who has a used car for sale?" "Brother Yang, are you going to buy a car?" Lu Dingdong was surprised for a moment, then nodded immediately. "But I really have to buy one. Brother Yang is the boss of 2 factories now. It's really embarrassing to travel without a car." He had socialized with Yang Fan before and knew all the details. It didn't matter whether the car was theirs or not, but there was definitely a car to show for the occasion. Yang Fan is no worse than them, so he deserves to buy a car. Lu Dingdong poured a cup of tea for Yang Fan and said, "Brother Yang, have some tea. Let me think about buying a car." Chapter 275 Yu Meng's Visit. Lu Dingdong has been in Shenzhen Stock Exchange for a long time. Although he hadn't achieved anything great, he did know a lot of people from all walks of life. These people were very useful. They might not be big shots, but sometimes their sources of information might be better than Yang Fan's. Soon, Lu Dingdong said, I do know someone, but I have to ask him. We haven't been in touch for a long time. Brother Yang, I will ask him about the situation for you tomorrow. What kind of car do you want? What is your target price? Ever since Lu Dingdong started working with Yang Fan, he has had less and less contact with his former friends, so he has no idea what the other party's current situation is, or even whether they are still in the Shenzhen Stock Exchange. Santana or Jeep are fine. As for the price, although used cars are much cheaper than new cars, they do not depreciate as much as used cars in later generations. After all, there are very few people who own cars now, and cars do not depreciate at all, so there are countless people who want to buy cars. This is also one of the reasons why Santana's price in China has increased from 80,000 to nearly 200,000. Of course, this is only a very small reason. More importantly, it is due to the domestic reform and opening up, the improvement of people's living standards, and the gradual depreciation of the currency. Santana is the first joint venture car in China. Its quality is very good and the failure rate is very low. Yang Fan thought for a moment and said, take a look at the car. It shouldn't be too shabby, but at least 50% new. The price should be between 80,000 and 120,000. It's better to find someone who is eager to sell the car. We shouldn't act so anxious. Although Santana is very valuable, it is better to buy a new car if it costs 130,000 or 150,000 yuan. Lu Dingdong understood instantly. Yang Fan had taught him that as a buyer, one must not be in a hurry to reveal one's cards. Otherwise, if one's cards were exposed during the transaction, one would be led by the other party. Okay, I understand, Brother Yang. Yang Fan picked up the cup and took a sip of hot tea. He pointed at his math book with his chin and said, bring the book and account book here. I'm free today. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Lu Dingdong's eyes lit up with joy, and he quickly stood up. Brother Yang, wait a moment, I'll go get it. Yang Fan spent that night with a bunch of stinky men. Originally, Yang Fan only taught Lu Dingdong. Later, when Su Yoji and others came back from work and saw the scene, they clamored to learn some knowledge. Teaching one is teaching, teaching two is teaching, and teaching a large group is also teaching. Yang Fan simply taught them all. As for whether they can learn and how much they can learn, it all depends on their own talents. After all, he can't really be a teacher and teach all the knowledge. If they really want to learn, they will definitely have to study hard in private later. A few days later, Lu Dingdong has received news. I also asked about the information of several second-hand cars, all of which were Santana's. The asking price of one was 120,000 yuan, one was 130,000 yuan, and another was 100,000 yuan. According to Lu Dingdong, the prices of these three cars are all more than 50% new, and Lu Dingdong said that the one that cost 100,000 yuan was considered the third hand when it was sold to Yang Fan. There are really few cars under 100,000 yuan. Unless they have been in a major accident, most people's cars are well preserved, so even if they are a few years old, they still look very new. Yang Fan nodded in understanding. Scarcity makes things valuable. Cars are so rare and expensive that people tend to take better care of them. So unless there are major accidents, most of the cars are still very new. The quality of today's Santana is really good. All of its parts are imported from Germany and then assembled in a factory in Shanghai. Okay, let's make an appointment to look at the car. Okay, Brother Yang, when are you free? I'll go make an appointment with them. Yang Fan thought about it and felt that most of the social engagements in the past few days were over, and he had also resolved the backlog of work at the factory, so he was not so busy now. Just during the day for the next 2 days. Okay, then I'll go and make an appointment with them for 3 time slots tomorrow. Yang Fan nodded and patted Lu Dingdong on the shoulder. This is a good job. After receiving Yang Fan's small words of affirmation, Lu Dingdong felt so excited that he became more motivated. Brother Yang, I still have a lot to learn. Lu Dingdong made an appointment on the same day, and Yang Fan went to see the car with Lu Dingdong the next day. At the same time, Ningjiang County. Su Shouying, who had a rare chance to go out for a walk after the confinement period, went out holding An's hand. During this month, she felt that her buttocks were covered with hair due to the long confinement period. As soon as Su Shouying went downstairs, she saw a fashionable woman asking questions downstairs. As soon as Su Shouying took a look, the old lady who was being questioned also saw her and quickly said to the fashionable woman, "Well, you should be asking about her, Yang Fan's wife, who gave birth to twins." The fashionable woman was naturally Yu Meng. She followed the old lady's direction and looked towards Su Shouying. To be honest, Su Shouying is still pretty. But after all, she had just given birth and had been in confinement for a month, so she had gained a lot of weight. These days, being fat is a blessing, but Yu Meng has the perspective of later generations, who consider thinness to be beautiful. In her opinion, although Su Shouying was pretty, her figure was out of shape and she looked like a typical rural woman, so she was totally unworthy of Yang Fan. While Yu Meng was looking at Su Shouying was also looking at Yu Meng. She heard what the old lady said just now. It was obvious that Yu Meng came to see her because of Yang Fan. Who is this? Could it be Yang Fan's mistress? No, Yang Fan is not such a person. Su Shouying told herself so, but when she looked at the glamorous Yu Meng, she felt a surge of inferiority in her heart. You are Yang Fan's wife? Not that great, let's find a place to talk. Su Shouying immediately felt even more inferior. She tried to calm herself down, and then said, I don't know you, there's nothing to talk about. Are you sure you're not curious about who I am? And why do I know you? Seeing the curious looks from the others downstairs, Su Shouying had no choice but to let in and go back first, and then, Mommy will talk to this auntie, can you go home and help Grandma look after your brothers and sisters first? Okay. Anna nodded. She didn't understand what happened, but she felt Yu Meng's bad intentions, so she said to Yu Meng, Auntie, you are not allowed to bully my mother, or my father will beat you when he comes back. When Yu Meng heard An's name, she understood. It turns out that the An Showen group is this An. Yu Meng quickly forced a smile at An and said, your name is An, right? Your father and I are good friends, how could I bully your mother? Children are the most sensitive to emotions. An did not feel her kindness and said to Su Shouying, Mom, if someone bullies you, tell An. An will protect you. Chapter 276 Inferiority. After hearing An's words, Su Shouying felt a surge of courage in her heart. After comforting her daughter and seeing her go upstairs, Su Shouying said to Yu Meng, let's talk by the bridge. There is a bridge nearby called Hashi Bridge, where many people go to enjoy the cool air and chat. However, it is winter now, so there are not many people at Hashi Bridge. The two arrived at Hashi Bridge one after the other. Su Shouying took the lead and said, tell me, why did you come to see me and find out about us? On the way here, she thought it through. It is very likely that Yu Meng came here to find Yang Fan because his love for her was unsuccessful. If Yang Fan really liked her, would she need to come in person? With Yang Fan's personality, he would naturally be able to handle it properly. Yu Meng saw that Su Shouying had regained her composure after just a short walk, and felt a little jealous. They are both women from poor families, but why is Su Shouying so lucky to marry a man with great potential? I know you. Yang Fan mentioned it to me. Yu Meng looked like she knew Su Shouying very well. I know that you just gave birth to twins. Originally, Yang Fan wanted to wait until the children were older before slowly telling you about me, but I don't want to delay any longer. Hearing this, Su Shouying sneered, what? Do you want to say that you have a relationship with Yang Fan? I don't believe it. Whether you believe it or not, this is the truth. Besides, Yang Fan is getting higher and higher now. He is working very hard in Shenzhen Stock Exchange. What can you do to help him? But I am different. I can stay by his side and help him when he starts his own business. What about you? You are still an illiterate rural woman who knows nothing. What else can you do except to tie him down with your child? He comes back to see the child every now and then. Do you know how much of a burden you are to him? I have to say that Yu Meng was quite capable. Not only did she find out a lot of details, but as a woman, she also hit the nail on the head on Su Shouying's sore spot. Before, when Yang Fan was taking bigger and bigger steps, Su Shouying felt that she knew nothing and could not keep up with Yang Fan at all, especially since there were many people around her who made sarcastic remarks about her. But later, Yang Fan comforted her and made Su Shouying feel relieved. Now that she was mentioned again, and she was a love rival who was younger than her, Su Shouying's inferiority complex suddenly emerged. She pretended to be calm and retorted, so what? I am Yang Fan's legal wife. As long as he doesn't ask for a divorce, I will never divorce him. Is it interesting to force him? He's so good to you, are you sure you want to hold him back? You know clearly that he won't divorce you for the sake of the children, can you tolerate him having other women outside? Yu Meng said earnestly, I'm different from you. I can help him in his career, accompany him in Shenzhen, and no more than you. We spend so much time together, and sooner or later, he will have no feelings for you at all. Do you have to keep pushing him like this and wear out your feelings? No matter what you say, I won't believe it unless Yang Fan tells me in person. Su Shouying looked at Yu Meng expressionlessly. Comrade, if you don't have anything else to say, I'll leave first. After saying that, Su Shouying turned and left. Yu Meng stamped her feet behind her and shouted at her back, you will regret this. She didn't expect Su Shouying to be so difficult to fool, which really made her angry. Su Shouying had no intention of going out for some fresh air and went straight back home. And then learned that someone had asked Su Shouying's mother to come over and ask a few questions, but Su Shouying glossed over it. She entered the room, hugged the child, and kept thinking in her heart whether she had really dragged Yang Fan down. That comrade looked really young and fashionable, and she looked like someone from a big city. She also worked in a big city like Shenzhen and could help Yang Fan. But she, as she said, seemed to be able to do nothing except taking care of the children at home. Su Guowei's wedding date is on the 20th of the year. So Yang Fan finished his work on the 18th day of the lunar calendar, and then drove home in the Santana that he bought for 110,000 yuan. Those who went back with him included Lu Dingdong and Su Yoji. Like Yang Fan, both were from Ningjiang County. As for the other brothers, they took the bus back together. They bought a lot of things from Shenzhen City. On days like the New Year, bandits were rampant. If they saw so many people going back together on the bus, I'm sure those people would be hesitant. Yang Fan asked someone to buy his certificate directly, and it cost him 2,500 yuan. Lu Dingdong sat in the passenger seat, watching Yang Fan drive and was eager to try. A man who can drive is really handsome. This time when I go back, I also want to get a license. I bought it because I know how to drive. You still need to find a trainer to teach you. Otherwise, if you get into a traffic accident, it will hurt both you and others. I know. I will definitely study hard and then I will be Brother Yang's driver. Su Yoji, who was sitting in the back seat, heard this and exposed it mercilessly. Brother Dong, do you want to be Brother Yang's driver? You obviously just want to drive Brother Yang's car for fun. What do you know? I'm just doing this for the sake of convenience. My main purpose is to prevent Brother Yang from working so hard. Yang Fan smiled and said, it's fine if you guys learn it. Then we can take turns driving when we get back to Shenzhen. It's really tiring for me to drive alone. Brother Yang is generous. Lu Dingdong and Su Yoji immediately started to flatter him. Yang Fan shook his head helplessly. Driving a Santana, car thieves and road bullies don't dare to rob it. Although they knew that the person in the car must be a rich man, precisely because he was a rich man, he might offend important people, so these people did not dare to offend him. To put it bluntly, it means bullying the weak and fearing the strong, which is also one of the reasons why Yang Fan wants to buy a car. When the time comes, I can take my wife and children to Shenzhen and drive directly. Driving is not as easy as taking a bus. Yang Fan rested for half an hour on the way, then continued driving and finally arrived in Ningjiang County at around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Lu Dingdong and Su Yoji both had houses in the county, so Yang Fan found a place to drop them off and continued driving back to his home. There are really few cars these days. Especially places like Ningjiang County. Suddenly I saw a car downstairs of my house, attracting a lot of people to watch. When everyone saw Yang Fan getting out of the car, they suddenly realized what was going on. Yang Fan had lived here for a long time, and everyone knew him. After all, he was a rich man who bought 2 houses at once. I didn't expect that it had only been such a short time and he had already started driving. Many men who knew Santana began to tell their mothers and wives the price of Santana, leaving those who learned the price speechless with astonishment. Yang Fan met someone he knew, said hello, took the things he bought from the trunk, locked the car and went upstairs. The neighbors who were still watching the fun behind finally came to their senses and started to talk in a low voice. Oh my goodness, I thought old Yang was just bragging, but I didn't expect his son to be so amazing. Yeah, a $200,000 car? $200,000. How many more houses would you need to buy with that? And you actually used that money to buy a car. You really have money but nowhere to spend it. Chapter 277 Bad Mood. Yang Fan was unaware of what others were saying. I took out the key and opened the door, and saw my mother sitting in the living room, picking vegetables while reading a storybook on the table and reading to an end beside her. Hearing the sound of keys, the mother looked up, thinking it was her husband coming over, but unexpectedly she saw her son. Dad. As soon as Anan saw Yang Fan, she immediately gave up the storybook and ran towards Yang Fan. Yang Fan felt so satisfied immediately. I am so happy to receive a warm hug from my daughter every time I go home. My dear baby. Yang Fan put down the things in his hand, then picked up Anan and kissed her on the face. Where's mommy? Mom is feeding her younger brother and sister in the room. Yang Fan said hello to his mother and carried in into the room. He saw Su Xiuying silencing him with her finger, just fell asleep. Thank you for your hard work. Why do I feel like your dark circles have become heavier again? I haven't been sleeping well lately. Sleep well tonight. I'll take care of the kids tonight. Yang Fan said to her, and the three of them walked out of the room. How are the preparations for Su Guowei's wedding banquet going? Speaking of this, my mother interrupted. Su Guowei plans to pick up the bride from our village and bring her to his home, and then hold the wedding banquet in our village as well. Yang Fan was a little surprised. Why? Didn't the captain mention something about a live-in son-in-law before? Although he didn't mention it now, Su Guowei is quite thoughtful. He took the initiative to propose to set up the table at the woman's house, which means he is a live-in son-in-law in name. So that's how it is. That's indeed a thoughtful move, but will the Su family agree? As long as his parents agree, it's fine. If others don't agree, it's not their turn to marry a wife, right? Besides, Su Guowei now has a house in the county and has made a lot of money. His relatives still rely on him, so why would they object? Yang Fan understands that having money means having confidence. By the way, it's still early. Do you want to go for a drive outside? I'll drive you? Hey, your dad rides his bike to take me back to the village every day, but I don't feel like riding a bike anymore. Mom waved her hand and said, you should take Xiuying with you. She stays at home to take care of the kids and rarely goes out. Yang Fan put an down and took out the car keys from his trouser pocket. Mom, are you sure you don't want to go? I'm driving a car, not a bicycle. What car? What? Mom stared at the car keys. What did you say? Car? Four-wheeled? Of course. Yeah, otherwise who would be willing to lend their car out? Su Xiuying and her mother asked in unison, you bought a car? Where is it? Tidy up. Then he called his father, who didn't understand what was going on, and asked him to stay home to look after the children. Yang Fan took his mother, wife and daughter downstairs. Sure enough, after going downstairs, the three of them saw a very nice car downstairs and a lot of people watching nearby. When the neighbors saw my mother, they felt familiar with her and greeted her immediately. Hey, Yongmei, your son is amazing. He bought a car. Yes, my son told me that this car is called Tana. It is very expensive. It is a foreign brand and costs hundreds of thousands. The mother was shocked for a moment, but she looked nonchalant. No, it's not that expensive. My son is just lucky and made some money. I won't say anything more. My son said he would take me for a ride, so I'll go for a ride first. After getting in the car, Su Xiuying sat in the passenger seat. Yang Fan fastened her seatbelt, then started the car and drove out. After driving a long way, my mother said, I'm dying. Yang Fan, those people just said that this car costs hundreds of thousands, is that true? It's not that exaggerated. Then how much do you say? It's only 110,000. This is a used car. A new car would only cost 200,000. My mother covered her chest and was speechless for a moment. 110,000? Only? You really have so much money that you don't know how to spend it, right? Is the bicycle not enough for you to pedal? Mom, I am a boss after all. When doing business in Shenzhen, everyone has a car. No one will look down on you. You need a car to show off your business. My mother asked doubtfully, really? Of course it's true. Yang Fan was talking to his mother, and then he opened the car window. He was driving slowly, and while driving he looked at Su Xiuying, who had been silent, and frowned slightly. I wanted to ask something, but my mom was around, so it was difficult to ask. After wandering around the county and buying some things, Yang Fan saw that Su Xiuying was not in high spirits and it was getting dark, so he drove back. Mom, you cooked today. I'm a little tired after driving back from Shenzhen. Okay, go and have a rest. Yang Fan said this and then entered the room. Su Xiuying was lying on her side, with two babies still sleeping beside her. He walked over, lay on her side and hugged her. I see you seem to be in a bad mood. What happened? Is it postpartum depression? Yang Fan frowned slightly, thinking about what he should do if it was postpartum depression. No. You can't hide it from me. Yang Fan turned her body to face him. Tell me, what's the matter? Is there anything we can't talk about? Su Xiuying was asked softly by him. Her eyes felt a little sore. she lowered her eyes and dared not look at him. Will I be a burden to you? Why are you asking this question again? Didn't I tell you before that everything I do is for you, the children, and my family? If it weren't for you, no matter how much money I make, it would be meaningless. So, how can you be a burden to me? You are my motivation to move forward. Yang Fan lifted her chin, trying to see her expression clearly. As long as I think that if I work harder, you and your child can live a happy life, I feel a sense of accomplishment. Yeah. Su Shouying nodded, but didn't say anything. Yang Fan had no choice but to guess. Did someone say something to you? Those people are just jealous of you. Don't pay attention to them. Let's just live our own lives. It wasn't them. Someone came over and told me. Who? Yang Fan wondered whose words could have such a great influence on Su Shouying. I don't know her. She's from Shenzhen, a very pretty girl. She told me not to drag you down, and said I couldn't help you. She said you didn't divorce me for the sake of the child. I've been thinking about it these days. If what she said is true, then I'm willing to be with you. Before she finished speaking, Yang Fan said coldly, Su Shouying. These words were full of anger, which made Su Shouying slightly stunned. She raised her eyes and met Yang Fan's slightly angry eyes. Since he corrected himself, he had never been angry with her, and he had always spoken softly and indulged him. So, does he really want to divorce her? Chapter 278 What is the virtue? Yang Fan was really angry. It has been a year and a half, and his wife still doesn't trust him, and she can easily file for divorce based on a few words from outsiders. But at the same time, he felt sorry for her. Yang Fan knew that her family background was not good. Her parents favored boys over girls, she had no skills and had not received much education, she was oppressed since childhood and was actually very inferior in her heart. When he had money before, Su Shouying told him many times that she felt uneasy, and Yang Fan also tried his best to express his love, and there was some effect, but now it seems that the effect is not much. Seeing her eyes red and about to cry, Yang Fan quickly comforted her. Don't cry, I'm not angry with you, I'm just angry that you actually wanted to mention those two words. I'm afraid of being a burden to you. Su Shouying was comforted and burst into tears. I don't want to divorce you either, but she is right. I can't help you at all. I can only tie you down with the child. Yang Fan felt the veins on his forehead throbbing. He hugged her and said softly, What do you mean you can only use children to tie me down? What do you think of me and yourself? It's as if I married you just to have you give birth to a child. If I really wanted to have a child, I couldn't find anyone else to give birth to a child. Why did I have to ask you to give birth to a child? Are you a state-certified fertility machine? After hearing what Yang Fan said, Su Shouying began to understand. Indeed, with Yang Fan's current conditions, there are many people who are willing to marry him and have children for him, so why must he choose her? Because I love you, I cherish the fruit of our love. If it was someone else's child, I definitely wouldn't want it. Su Shouying blushed a little at Yang Fan's straightforward words. As for what you said about whether you can help me or not, why do you always deny your own value? Whether you help me at work or in life, you are helping me, and you are contributing to our family. It's not just helping outside that counts. The contributions at home are equally precious. I won't turn a blind eye to it, and I hope you won't either, okay? Yang Fan wiped the tears from her face. Su Shouying nodded and looked at Yang Fan, feeling very moved. How could I have deserved to marry such a good man? If you are afraid that you will have random thoughts at home in the future, then you can read or study something to enrich yourself, or go out to work. I will respect your ideas, so no matter what you want to do, you can tell me. Seeing Su Shouying nod and seem to be in a much more relaxed mood, Yang Fan asked her the name of the person who came to see her. She didn't say her name. What does that look like? She's pretty, dressed very fashionably, with long black curly hair, and seems to be wearing makeup. She's not very old, probably around 20. Yang Fan knew who it was as soon as he thought about it. I thought Yu Meng had given up during the last meal, but I didn't expect that the other party would come to his hometown to provoke his wife. In fact, Yang Fan really didn't understand Yu Meng's persistence. His conditions are indeed good, but there are many wealthy people in Shenzhen, especially many investors from Shangjiang, who are extremely rich. Compared with them, Yang Fan is nothing. Not to mention, the current trend here is to marry into Shangjiang. Marrying a Shangjiang person means that the family can cross the class. After all, Hunan currency is not only developed with high wages, but also much more valuable than RMB. If you want to marry a rich man, there is no need to cling to Young Fan, a married man. If it is for looks, there are many prettier women than Young Fan. If it is all for money, who cares about looks? As long as the looks are not disappointing to the society, it is acceptable. Honey, do you know her? Yes. Yang Fan nodded and explained to Su Xiaoying, she is an employee of a client. I met her a few times. I noticed that she was a little too enthusiastic towards me, so I told her that I was married and had children. I thought the matter had been resolved, but I didn't expect that she would find my hometown and come back. Yang Fan really didn't understand what Yu Meng was thinking. So what should we do about this? If I run into her after the new year, I'll talk to her about it. If she doesn't understand, that's fine. We don't have much chance to meet. As long as I ignore her, she'll naturally give up. At this point, Young Fan pretended to be dissatisfied. Others know that there is no hope with me, so they want to attack you. You fell for such a simple trick. Alas, I am very sad. I was wrong, so stop talking. After being scolded by Young Fan today, Su Xiaoying realized that she had been getting stuck in a dead end. She looked down on Young Fan too much, and also looked down on herself too much. You are good and you deserve to be loved, understand? The depressed mood that lasted for nearly a month disappeared at this moment. Su Xiaoying started talking about Yang Fan buying a car, and then asked Yang Fan to take her for a ride tomorrow. She was in no mood for a drive in the afternoon and did not feel the excitement of riding in a car for the first time. Good. After resolving his wife's issue, Young Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. After dinner in the evening, I took a quick shower, accompanied Su Xiaoying in taking care of the children, applied for a day off, and went to sleep. I drove all day today and came back to comfort Su Xiaoying. I was quite exhausted. The next day, the eldest brother and Su Guowei came and saw the car Yang Fan bought. It was because my dad couldn't help bragging about it when he rode his bike back to the village early in the morning to get vegetables. Now everyone in the nearby villages knows about it. Come on, Xiao Fan, take me for a ride. My eldest brother was very excited. It has been almost a year since he got his driver's license, and he has never touched the steering wheel again. He even doubts whether he can still drive. I have to say, this is a very sad thing. Dad quickly said, you guys didn't take me for a ride yesterday, so it's my turn today. I'm not going. Yang Fan took out the car keys and threw them to his eldest brother. Brother can drive, let him take you for a ride. It's okay to take your wife for a ride, but what is the point of taking a bunch of men for a ride? Yang Fan doesn't have the time for that. No. The elder brother was a little scared. I haven't driven a car since I got my driver's license. What if I drive your car into a ditch? Not really. Just drive slowly. There aren't many cars in Ningjiang County. And you have to drive yourself. Otherwise, what's the point of using your driver's license for show? The eldest brother was still a little afraid, for fear of crashing Young Fan's car, but Young Fan refused to take them for a ride no matter what. With Dad and Su Guowei cheering him on, the eldest brother took the keys and went anyway. When Anan heard that they were going to take a ride, she wanted to go too, as she hadn't taken enough rides yesterday. Chapter 279 Wedding. The eldest sister-in-law looked at them with some envy. Su Xiaoying, who was holding the child beside her, saw it and said with a smile, Young Fan will take me for a ride in the afternoon. Eldest sister-in-law, you can come along then. Really? Isn't that too much trouble? What's the trouble? Su Xiaoying shook the child in her arms and said, he was going to take me there anyway, and now that you're here, it's just a matter of convenience. The eldest sister-in-law quickly agreed, that's troublesome. She has never been in a car. Sister-in-law, have you and brother moved to Ashita Street? Not yet. I've been packing recently. My child is still studying in the village. I plan to move here after the new year and then arrange for the transfer to another school. Yang Fan nodded, that's right, Hongxiao will be old enough to go to school next year, right? Yes, I will send her to school next year. I also plan to send Anan to school next year. Anan? You'll be just over 5 years old next year, right? So early? The eldest sister-in-law was a little surprised. For people in this village, it is almost enough to send a child to school at the age of 7. Some are sent to school at the age of 6, but many are sent to school at the age of 8 or 9. After all, starting school earlier means paying money earlier, and many people don't want to pay this money. Yes, it's okay for her to study early. Besides, there are 2 children at home, so sometimes I will inevitably ignore her. I'm afraid she will feel disappointed. It's better for her to go to school and have friends to play with. The eldest sister-in-law nodded. That's right, I'm just worried that I can't keep up with the schoolwork. Shoying and I usually teach her at home, and elementary school knowledge is not difficult. Just take your time and be happy. The sister-in-law expressed her understanding, but she did not agree in her heart. The conditions of my family and my brother-in-law's family are incomparable. For my own children, my sister-in-law wants them to be successful. It's not that homework doesn't matter, as long as they are happy. This is definitely not acceptable. If people from families like theirs don't study hard and climb up the social ladder, they will just follow in their parents' footsteps, not making much money, and can only secretly envy others. Then everyone started talking about Su Guowei's wedding tomorrow. I heard that it was the same as Xiaofan's last time. They invited people from the state-owned restaurant to the village, and then borrowed the kitchens of the families next to the captain's house. They set up a few sheds at the door. I heard that they set up 10 tables, and reserved 2 more. If they can fill them up, there will be 12 tables. Because the banquet was held in Jiutang village, my sister-in-law and the others knew everything. Yang Fan nodded. That sounds good. Well, I met the captain in the village recently, and he had a smile on his face all the time. It seems that he is really satisfied with Su Guowei. That's not true. Mom said Su Guowei is no longer a rich man in the surrounding villages. He was caught by his own daughter and the wedding was held in our village. How can he not be happy? Old Young has finally made his mark. He has been both a father and a mother for so many years. He can finally enjoy his life in the future. I don't know where that educated youth is now. It would be fun if he regrets it and comes back in the future. The eldest sister-in-law said with a smile. She's a college student now, how could she possibly come back? Times are different now. Mom shook her head. There aren't many good educated youth who went to the countryside. How many educated youth in the surrounding villages left their wives and children behind and never came back? Yang Jinju is relatively lucky. At least she doesn't have a child. Otherwise, the Su family, no matter how open-minded they are, would not be willing to raise a child for someone else. Indeed, I wonder if people like this will feel guilty. How can such a person have a conscience? Yang Fan held the child in his arms, listening to his mother, wife and sister-in-law talking about village gossip, occasionally interjecting a few words. For example, there was a fight in someone's family, someone went to steal vegetables from someone else's vegetable garden, or someone in the village had his money stolen when he went to the city. Yang Fan listened with great interest. He used to dislike gossip and felt annoyed when he heard it, but now he likes listening to it and feels it is a unique flavor of life. People really do change. We talked for about an hour. Dad and his friends came back from a drive with smiles on their faces. The eldest brother returned the keys to Yang Fan and said excitedly, "It's really impressive to drive out. Many people are staring at us. It's so cool. I want to make money and buy a car of my own in the future." You should buy a bicycle first. His sister-in-law poured cold water on him. Why buy a car? She heard that Yang Fan spent over 100,000 yuan on this second-hand car. Even if her family had that much money, her sister-in-law would not be willing to spend it on buying a car. The eldest brother didn't take it seriously. Xiaofan said that people should still have dreams, otherwise they are no different from salted fish. Of course there is a difference. Even a salted fish can turn over. Can you? Yang Fan looked at Su Guowei and asked him, "Old Su, how are your wedding preparations going?" "That's fine, Brother Yang, just come and have dinner tomorrow." "Yeah." Yang Fan shook the car key that his elder brother had just thrown to him. "To pick up the bride tomorrow, do you want to use my car?" Su Guowei's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked excitedly, "Is it okay?" "Of course. It's just sitting there anyway, so why not use it to support you?" "But I can't drive." "Then I'll work hard as your driver tomorrow, okay?" "But I have to tell you, the pay is not much." Yang Fan joked. "Brother Yang, I'm serious. You can just come to dinner tomorrow." "Brother Yang, too. You don't have to pay for the meal. You are all my matchmakers. Just come and have dinner happily." Su Guowei spoke very sincerely and gave repeated instructions. Yang Fan finally nodded, and then discussed the arrangements for picking up the bride tomorrow. Since they had to drive to pick up the bride, Yang Fan would have to get up early tomorrow. According to the time calculated by the master hired by Su's mother, the bride would leave home at 7:20 tomorrow. On the same day, I went to my second sister's house and asked her to help look after the child with my mother the next day. It was impossible for all of Yang Fan's family to go, after all, they were not relatives. Only Yang Fan and his wife, and his elder brother and sister-in-law went. Early the next morning. He drove early in the morning and took his wife and daughter to his sister-in-law's house, and then drove to Shujia village to pick up the groom. Although it was still early, when Yang Fan drove there, the Su family's house was very lively, with many people gathered inside and outside. Yang Fan also saw Su Xiuying's mother Li Honghua among them. When Li Honghua saw Yang Fan driving over, her face showed a very complicated expression. Yang Fan ignored her and drank some tea at Su's house. He was introduced to many of Su Guowei's relatives. Then, seeing that it was almost time, he took Su Guowei to Jiutang village to pick up the bride. The car is coming, the car is coming. As soon as the car arrived at the village entrance, someone immediately reported the news, which soon reached the captain's home. The car has arrived at the entrance of the village. What time is it? We'll be out in 1 minute. Chapter 280, once again. The car stopped in front of the captain's house. There were a lot of people gathered at the entrance, adults were watching and chatting, and children were playing and having fun, it was very lively. Su Guowei went into the house to pick up the bride, while Yang Fan turned the car around. By the time he had turned the car around, Su Guowei had already come out of the house with the bride. There are many people around the bride. The bride's uncle helps to beat the rice and put it on the bride's head. The people around her say auspicious words, which means to filter good luck and beauty onto the bride. Before getting on the car, the bride's relatives stuffed all the red envelopes they had prepared long ago into the bride's hands, which meant the money for the sedan chair. The captain's eyes were red as he handed the bag he had prepared long ago to Yang Zhenju, which contained lotus seeds, red dates, early rice grains, longevity grass and other symbols of good things. When the bride gets into the sedan chair, she cannot look back. Yang Zhenju got into the car with the help of Su Guowei. She heard people outside shouting not to look back, and she forced herself not to look back. The car door opened, Su Guowei got in from the other side, and the two of them sat in the back seat. Lift up the sedan. The car started, and many people followed behind, some riding bicycles and some walking, all rushing to Shujia village to watch the excitement. Soon, they arrived at Su Guowei's house. The sound of firecrackers rang out. The uncle of the Su family took straw and peach charms and lit a small fire at the door. After the bride got out of the car, Su Guowei led her across the fire. Seeing this, Su's father and mother hurriedly scattered the peanuts, candies, red dates, lotus seeds, and coins that they had prepared long ago on the ground for the children who were watching the fun to pick up. This implies that the 5 blessings are coming to the house. After the ceremony, Yang Fan sat at Su Guowei's house for a while, and then a large group of people went to Jiutang village. After all, the lunch was still set up in Jiutang village. Fortunately, the two villages are not too far apart, so no one cares about it. A large group of people were walking and talking, as if they were going out for a trip. At the door of Yang Zhenju's house, the table had been set and the team leader was greeting people. After Su's father and mother came down, they helped to greet people. There is tea and melon seeds on the table. Those who arrive first can sit down and drink tea and chat. Seeing the bride and groom coming, they hurried over to congratulate them. Yang Fan was squeezed out. He hurried to find Su Xiuying, who was sitting in a secluded corner with her eldest brother and sister-in-law, drinking tea, eating melon seeds and chatting. Seeing Yang Fan coming over, she smiled and said, "Yang Zhenju is so proud. She is the first one among the villages around us to get married by car. How about you marry me again?" "What nonsense are you talking about?" Su Xiuying glared at Yang Fan. Yang Fan grabbed a handful of melon seeds and said with a smile, "You don't have to envy her. She uses our car. We are the first one in the surrounding villages to have a car." "That is true." Su Xiuying smiled. Just now when Yang Fan was busy, she didn't know how many people in the village envied her, tried to please her, and flattered her. Everyone has vanity, and Su Xiuying is no exception. Hearing these nice words, even if she knows they are fake, her mood will involuntarily become better. Yang Fan and Su Guowei's relatives, except for a few from the same village, didn't know any of their other relatives. The food at noon was delicious, in no way inferior to the food Yang Fan prepared when he moved into his new house last time. The captain was obviously happy. He drank a lot of wine and didn't even eat a bite of the food. His face turned red from drinking, and he finally managed to drink himself to the point of knocking himself down. After finishing their meal, Yang Fan and his friends left the table early and went to sit at their eldest brother's house. Then they took a lot of vegetables and returned to their home in the county. When my mother saw them coming back, she asked, "How's the food today?" "Fine." Su Xiaoying listed the dishes to her mother, and her mother said, "That's indeed possible. It seems that Su Guowei has really made money." "Of course not." The eldest sister-in-law who came with him said, "Our family is similar to his. Every time we buy goods, the cost is similar, and the sales are similar, so the money we make is also similar." "That's great. Now that I have a family, I can live a good life in the future." As they were talking, the two children started crying again. Yang Fan went over to take a look and smelled a foul odor. His mother and Su Xiaoying came over quickly to change his pants. He was watching from the side and saw a yellowish substance with a very pungent smell. "The child obviously didn't eat anything. Why is the poop so smelly?" Seeing him watching from the side, my mother stopped what she was doing and asked, "Why don't you try it?" To be honest, Yang Fan didn't dislike the child, but seeing that the child was so small and tender, he was afraid that if he was careless, he would pinch the child and make it red. His mother made way for him and told him how to change and how to clean his butt. Yang Fan was very stiff throughout the whole process, which was very interesting to the older brothers watching nearby. Who made Yang Fan look like he could do everything with ease? When they saw that he finally couldn't do something, everyone laughed at him without hesitation. After changing one child's pants, Yang Fan was sweating in the cold weather. Su Xiaoying was watching from the side in surprise. "Do you really need to do that?" "That's right." Yang Fan nodded. "This is indeed difficult. My wife is really good. Look, there are many things I can't do, but you are very good at them." "That's nothing." Su Xiaoying laughed. "Why not? These are all gifts from life." Before the new year, Yang Fan was a stay-at-home dad. The two children are actually quite well behaved. They only cry when they are hungry or have to poop or pee. They are usually very quiet. They either sleep or roll around on the bed. I don't know what they are happy about, and their collars are wet with saliva. As for a name, that also needs to be chosen. Yang Fan looked through the Xinhua dictionary and finally named the boy Yang Zeshan. This name is taken from the doctrine of the mean. A sincere person is one who chooses good and persists in doing so. It is a metaphor for the parents' hope that their child will be a kind person rather than an unscrupulous success. The girl was named Yang Yushi, which means vigorous and positive. In short, Yang Fan's meaning is very simple. He hopes that his child will be a kind person and secondly, be happy. As for other things, he will not force them. After hearing the name Yang Fan picked, the eldest brother was impressed. "If I had known, I would have asked you to help me pick names for my 3 kids. These names sound nice. Like our own children, such as Yang Yon, Yang Jia, and Yang Hongxia." At that time, Yang Hai still felt that he had achieved very good results. Boys should be brave and outstanding, and girls should be as beautiful as the sunset. But look now, there are such names everywhere on the street, they are too common. Yang Fan smiled and said, "How about you have another one? I'll give birth to one for you?" "It's probably too late." "How?" Although he was at home, Yang Hai subconsciously whispered, "I heard a rumor in the village that they want to implement family planning and that we can only have one child in the future. I don't know if this is true or not, but it's being spread in many places. It's said to have come from the county, so it shouldn't be false." Chapter 281 Fighting for Custody. Yang Fan was in a trance when he heard this. Yes, that year is almost here. The eldest brother patted Yang Fan on the shoulder and said, "You are so lucky, your sister-in-law just gave birth to a child, and she gave birth to 2. Now, no matter what the policy is, you can have 3 children anyway." Yang Fan smiled and said that the policy is to have fewer and better births and live a happy life. He still remembered that in his previous life, because of this policy, in many rural areas where boys were favored over girls, many people gave birth to children in secret. If a girl was born, the baby would be killed, given away or abandoned. Some children were given to other families to be raised in order to take up a quota. Some people who have too many children beyond the limit and refuse to obey will be forced to get sterilized. Yes. Su Xiaoying was relieved when she heard this. "I didn't expect it to be so coincidental. It would be a pity if I really couldn't have children. I still want to have another child." In Su Xiaoying's family, 5 children is actually not enough. Many families in her village have 8 or 9 children. So under this influence, Su Xiaoying actually wanted 4 or 5 children. She always thought that if there were many children, they would be able to help each other. She felt that she could educate them well and would not let her children become like herself and her brothers and sisters. The eldest sister-in-law shook her head and said, 3 is enough. We can't take more than that. Besides, there isn't enough room at home. After all, the city is not like the countryside. That's true. I just want to have more children so that they can help me when they grow up. How can we as parents take care of our children for their entire lives? We didn't have any education before, and we learned to read thanks to literacy classes. Now they are very happy. Life was so hard before. Several people talked about the hard days in their childhood. They were not full and had only water to drink every day. They woke up in the middle of the night because they were so hungry that they couldn't fall asleep. There was a wild fruit tree in the mountains, but it would always be plucked bare soon after it bore fruit. They never lived to see the fruit ripen. The stream was so clear that you could see the bottom and not a single fish or shrimp could be seen. In response to this, my parents said that you guys were better off when you were little, but we were even more miserable when we were little. We didn't even have tree bark to chew on, blah blah. Yang Fan found it funny, and finally listened to his father's summary. In short, life is getting better and better now, so we should cherish it and don't gamble or anything like that. The latest headline in the town is about a family that sells pork. The family is quite wealthy, but I heard that their son went gambling and lost all their property. Now they can't sell pork anymore. I heard that the whole family went out to live in debt and didn't even come back for the new year. Yes, it is a bottomless pit. You two brothers, remember this, never touch this kind of thing in your life. Got it. Yang Fan and Yang Hai responded. Mom and Dad nodded with satisfaction. The present days are hard-earned, so we must cherish them. At 28. Su Guowei and Yang Zhenju came to visit. They both had beaming smiles on their faces, and it looked like they were living a very good married life. Knowing that Yang Fan's family didn't make any cured meat or other New Year's goods this year, Su's father and mother asked the two of them to bring a lot over, and Yang Fan accepted them without hesitation. After learning the names of Yang Fan's twins, Su Guowei hurriedly said, Brother Yang, if I have children in the future, I will let you name them, too, right? Hey, you name your own child. I'm just a rough guy, I can't come up with a nice name. Su Guowei said, and then thought of the recent rumors. Recently, the family planning issue in the village has been spread with details. Brother Yang, do you think this is true? What do you think? I don't think it's possible. I want to have a baby, so how can they stop me from doing so? Su Guowei thought the rumor was too outrageous. Yang Fan shook his head, patted his shoulder and said, this is most likely true. Ah, what should we do? We just got married. There's nothing we can do about it. If we want to have more children in the future, we can only pay the fine. Su Guowei's mood suddenly dropped. How can this be possible? No matter how reluctant they are, policies cannot be changed according to their will. New Year's Eve is here soon. The second sister and her 2 children came, as did Su Xiudi and her children. Together with the eldest brother and his wife's family, Yang Fan's entire home was packed to the brim, and it felt like there was no place to stay. However, the reunion dinner was lively and no one felt crowded at all. The whole house was bustling with activity, the kids were having fun and playing, and they couldn't help but feel happy both physically and mentally. After dinner, Yang Fan told his second sister about Liang Kai. Zhuo Lijun's new wife gave birth to a son as her first child. Liang Kai is now in school and the tuition and textbook fees he has to pay every year are not small. His new wife should have some complaints, right? The second sister frowned and nodded. Well, now every time I send Liang Kai back, Liang Kai is unwilling to go back. He said that grandma is not so good to him, and everyone loves his younger brother. But if we want to bring Liang Kai over, the Zhuo family should ask for money. We can bring this up now and see how much it would cost to get Liang Kai here. I won't show up yet, or else they might ask for a higher price when they see me. The second sister nodded. Okay, I'll tell you after the 3rd year of junior high school. Tell me the details then. Yeah, I know. Yang Huanyan has always been thinking about her son. I thought my son was the only son in the Zhuo family and would live a better life in the Zhuo family. Unexpectedly, Zhuo Lijun gave birth to a new son, and my son instantly turned from a treasure into a weed. Yang Huanyan hated the Zhuo family's ruthlessness, but she also knew that this was a good opportunity to get her son back. After New Year's Eve. It's the day when you go to my house to wish me a Happy New Year, and I go to your house to wish you a Happy New Year. Yang Fan was very busy, and many people came to his house to pay New Year's greetings. Lu Dingdong and Su Yoji came with their families to thank Yang Fan. Once, they happened to run into Su Guowei, and the meeting was awkward for a while, but then Lu Dingdong and Su Yoji raised their glasses to apologize, and the matter was over. At the same time, news came from my second sister. As expected, the Zhuo family offered a price of 200. Yang Huanyan did not have this money. She had worked hard over the past year, but her salary was only there, and she had only saved a little over 100 yuan, which was not enough. Yang Fan had no choice but to go to Yang Huanyan's house to talk to her, and in the end they only gave her 50 yuan. The reason why the deal was made was very simple. If the Zhuo family insisted on giving 200 yuan, then after Zhuo Liang grew up, don't expect to give the Zhuo family a penny. The Zhuo family really doesn't want to keep the child now, but they are also afraid that if Yang Huanyan raises him, Zhuo Liangkai will become estranged from the Zhuo family. Finally, after hearing this, the Zhuo family agreed, but they required that Zhuo Liangkai only live at their house on Saturdays and Sundays. In fact, the situation of Yang Huanyan and the Zhuo family was just reversed. "Mom, can I live with you from now on?" After packing Zhuo Liangkai's clothes and going out, Zhuo Liangkai couldn't wait to ask. "Yeah." Yang Huanyan touched his head and squatted down to look him in the eye, "But you still have to come to Grandma's house on Saturdays and Sundays. You usually live with Mom and sister." Chapter 282 Good Vision. Zhuo Liangkai was very happy. All the way home, we were talking excitedly. Yang Fan felt a little guilty watching from the side. After all, it was because of him that his little nephew was forced to be separated from his mother. On the way, he bought a lot of picture books and toys for his nephew. Children are easy to coax, and Yang Fan immediately became Zhuo Liangkai's favorite person besides his mother. To celebrate, my second sister and her family of 3 came to Yang Fan's house for dinner in the evening. Mom and Dad were relieved to know that their child was coming back. Among the 3 children, only the second daughter's marriage was unhappy. Fortunately, the 3 brothers and sisters lived in harmony and helped each other, and now they are living a new life. Annan drank the coke in her hand and said to Yang Fan with sparkling eyes, "Dad, this tastes so good." As he said this, he took another sip and let it stay in his mouth for a long time before swallowing it. Coke is now a luxury item and is not circulated in Ningjiang County. The Coke that Annan drinks was brought back by Yang Fan from Shenzhen. At that time, Coke was packaged in glass bottles, and the bottles had to be returned after drinking. Yang Fan was able to get it back because he paid a deposit. Even if it tastes good, you can't drink too much. Just drink it occasionally, okay? Yeah. Annan nodded, drinking while looking at the glass bottle. Not only does she love to drink it, but her parents also find it strange. Yang Fan brought back a box of 24 bottles in total. The bottles were not big, about 250 milliliters. With so many people drinking it, plus they drank it on New Year's Eve, there are only a few bottles left now. This is true for adults, and even more so for children. Zhuo Yuding and Zhuo Liangkai, a brother and sister, clearly said that they loved the food cooked by their uncle the most, but they didn't eat much tonight. Instead, they drank a lot of Coke, which made them burp continuously, which made Yang Fan and the others laugh. The second sister glared at Yang Fan and warned him, "Next time, don't bring back so much Coke. Look at the 3 of them. They don't eat anything. It's okay to drink it during the new year. Let the children have a taste. Do you think it's not tasty?" How could Yang Huanyan say it didn't taste good? In fact, she also likes to drink it very much. It feels cool when she drinks it, and she always feels that it would be more refreshing if she drinks it in summer. Even if it tastes good, you can't drink too much. Well, these are the only bottles I have. Once I finish them, they will be gone. After I finish this glass bottle, I have to take it back to Shenzhen City and return it. All glass bottled sodas are like this these days, so no one is surprised. Su Shouying secretly reached out to grab the Coke, but was stopped by Yang Fan. "Wife, you can't drink more. You just drank a bottle. Why don't you drink more of the loving chicken soup your husband made?" Once upon a time, chicken soup was a delicious food that Su Shouying could only drink once a year. Unexpectedly, something that was once considered so delicious could now be greasy. It still tastes good, but Su Shouying is really tired of it. From pregnancy to delivery, it took a year, and all the chickens raised by her sister-in-law went into her stomach. Although it was a bit Versailles, Su Shouying was really tired of drinking them. She lowered her head slightly and looked at Yang Fan pitifully. "Husband, can we change the soup next time?" "Why? Didn't you say that your favorite drink is chicken soup?" "But I've been drinking it for a year," Su Shouying complained. Yang Fan realized belatedly, "Oh, you are tired of drinking it. Blame me, blame me." Then let's cook something else next time. How about old duck soup? I think pork ribs and corn soup is pretty good. All right. After staying at home until the Lantern Festival, Yang Fan drove to Shenzhen. The people who went together this time were Lu Dingdong and Su Yoji. The eldest brother was busy with moving and his children's transfer to other schools, while Su Guowei had just married and was enjoying his life, so he was taking a vacation. When they returned to Shenzhen, Tong Lianzhong and the workers had already started work. They started work on the 10th day of the first lunar month. When Yang Fan arrived at the factory, he asked Tong Lianzhong to give everyone a red envelope for the start of work, and then went back to the office to deal with his own affairs. Is the landline ready? Yes. Tong Lianzhong came over, took out a notebook and handed it to Yang Fan. He opened the first page and said, "Boss, the number on the top is our landline number, and the numbers on the bottom are our clients' numbers. I asked these clients when I visited them these days." Yang Fan raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Well done. There are 2 more orders expected to be delivered in March. There are no more orders from old customers for the time being, but retail investors have taken quite a few orders. The balance of the previous orders was also paid off after the new year." After reporting on his work, Tong Lianzhong couldn't help but say, "Boss, you are amazing. Every client you choose always pays the balance very quickly, without any delay." When he was with his previous boss, the factory's performance was already poor. When it came time to pay the final payment, some of the bosses were very slow and would not pay even no matter how many times you urged them. The factory didn't have much capital to begin with, so the delay in the final payment made things even worse, so the company had no choice but to cut costs again and again. Of course, as your boss, I have a good eye for people. Otherwise, how could I be your boss? Yang Fan said quite complacently. But he only said this to Tong Lianzhong. Yang Fan had suffered a lot in his previous life. He was even defrauded of a large sum of goods and did not get back a penny of the balance. Yang Fan almost couldn't recover at that time. The customers in this life have been tested in the previous life, so naturally nothing will go wrong. Tong Lianzhong really admires him. He is a man with good abilities and vision, and he has some capital. Logically speaking, if a person like him starts a business, he doesn't necessarily have to work for Yang Fan. Yang Fan had also asked him this question in his previous life, asking Tong Lianzhong whether he wanted to go it alone. At that time, Tong Lianzhong said that he did not have the ability to bear risks. If he started his own business, he would be restricted and unable to fully display his abilities, so he never started his own business. I have to say that Tong Lianzhong has a very clear understanding of himself. Then Tong Lianzhong continued to report on the situation in the factory, all of which were small matters. After the report, Yang Fan let him go out to work. Yang Fan also began to look at the factory's bills and think about his future path. As for the decoration company, business has been pretty good. Now it has some reputation in the circle, and customers are coming to it. A landline should have been installed there, so we have to find some time to post the advertisement. After being busy for a few days, Yang Fan started contacting clients again. In addition to socializing with old clients and maintaining relationships, new clients also need to be developed. Yang Fan is not in a hurry to find new clients, as he knows everyone. As for whether he can bring in business, he could have done that in his previous life, let alone in this life. Therefore, Yang Fan's 2 factories have been growing steadily from the beginning to now, with a steady stream of business, and have not encountered any of the problems that are encountered during the construction of the factories. That was why Tong Lianzhong sighed like that day. Chapter 283 Changing Target. While Yang Fan was busy developing new client work, he was also preparing to move into the newly purchased house. The place has been renovated some time ago and has been abandoned for a while now, so it is now ready for living. That day, Yang Fan just drove out of the factory and saw a beautiful woman standing at the factory gate. Looking closely, it turned out to be Yu Meng, whom he had not seen for many days. Yang Fan immediately turned off the engine and got out of the car. "Mr. Yang." Yu Meng was very surprised to see Yang Fan. In fact, she had been hanging around Yang Fan's factory for a few days after the new year, but she had never seen him. Usually, Yang Fan would drive out of the factory and leave in a hurry, without seeing her at all. As a result, Yu Meng didn't dare to try to have any chance encounters anymore, so she just waited at the door today. "Miss Yu, what are you doing standing at the gate of my factory? I have an appointment with Director Tong for dinner today. Last time, I only invited Mr. Yang, so I will invite Director Tong this time." Yang Fan frowned slightly, then asked, "Did you go to my hometown to look for my wife?" Mr. Yang, I don't understand what you are saying. What do you mean I'm going to your hometown? What does it have to do with your wife? Yu Meng didn't tell Su Xiuying his name last time because he planned to pretend to be stupid if Yang Fan knew it. You may not admit it, but we both know it. Besides, my wife will be coming to Shenzhen soon. Miss Yu, would you like to meet her? Yu Meng was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously avoided Yang Fan's eyes. Why would I want to see Mr. Yang's wife? Eh? Director Tong is here, Mr. Yang, I'm going to have dinner with Director Tong. Yang Fan nodded slightly and said nothing. Yu Meng had already run away. Tong Lianzhong came out and saw Yang Fan talking to Yu Meng. Without thinking much, he said to Yu Meng, Miss Yu, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. It's okay, let's go. Yu Meng hurriedly sat on the back seat of Tong Lianzhong's bicycle. Tong Lianzhong told Yang Fan something and then rode away on his bicycle. Yang Fan looked at their backs and frowned slightly. Logically speaking, since the man is unmarried and the woman is unmarried, Yang Fan should not interfere in this matter. But Tong Lianzhong is his future right-hand man. Yu Meng knew that he had a wife, but he shamelessly ran to his hometown to warn his wife. He is definitely not a good person. Yang Fan didn't want to watch his right-hand man marry such a shameless woman. Early the next morning, Yang Fan remembered Tong Lianzhong's matter, so he drove to the factory early. Seeing that Tong Lianzhong had arrived, he called him to the office. Boss, why are you here so early today? Are there any customers coming over? No. Yang Fan pressed his hand and motioned Tong Lianzhong to sit down. How was your meal with Yu Meng yesterday? That's it. What do you think of her? View? Tong Lianzhong didn't know why Yang Fan asked this question, but seeing that Yang Fan looked very serious, he thought about it seriously. What do you mean, boss? What do you want to talk about? Yang Fan raised his eyebrows. Asking for a person's opinion is basically inferring his character based on his personality and the way he talks. After Tong Lianzhong said this, it seemed that Yu Meng had something else worth saying. As for the personal side, I don't feel very good. She had a crush on Mr. Yang before, but after knowing that Mr. Yang has a wife, it seems that her target has quickly changed to me. I don't know if it's an illusion, but if it's not an illusion, then her feelings come and go quickly, which is too casual. My feelings towards Yang Fan before were inexplicable, and the same is true for him now. Or, in other words, she has no feelings for them and is just looking for a good husband candidate? So in this regard, Tong Lianzhong does not have any good opinion of Yu Meng. Well, what else? The rest is about work. At this point, Tong Lianzhong said with some surprise, even if you didn't come to talk to me about this today, I would have wanted to talk to you. Without waiting for Yang Fan to ask, Tong Lianzhong continued, I talked to Yu Meng about business yesterday and found that she knows a lot. She said that she would invest in computers in the future. Technology will become more and more advanced in the future. In terms of real estate, houses will become more and more expensive, especially school district houses. The housing prices in the capital, Ji City, Shenzhen City, and Shanghai will all rise to sky-high prices. School district houses are some of them. Tong Lianzhong said a lot, and the more he spoke, the deeper Yang Fan's frown became. In his previous life, everyone said that Yang Fan was a business genius. However, when Yang Fan was this age in his previous life, he could only vaguely glimpse some future trends. Even if Yu Meng was a business genius, it was impossible for her to know so much and in such detail. Even the term school district housing came out. Boss, I think Yu Meng is quite capable. Although I disagree with some of his words, I have to admit that there are some long-term things that I think may really happen in the future. People like Tong Lianzhong would definitely be amazed at Yu Meng's abilities. However, Yang Fan, who had been reborn, could be very sure that Yu Meng was a reborn person. Just as Yang Fan had never thought that there was another person who was reborn in this world, Yu Meng had never thought of it either. So she spoke without scruples, and then Yang Fan caught her. Yang Fan now understands why Yu Meng likes him. Perhaps Yu Meng knew about his achievements in her previous life, so she wanted to enjoy the fruits of his labor in this life. As for her disgrace when she heard that Su Xiuying had given birth to twins in the office that day, it was probably not because she was surprised that he was a married man, but because she discovered why Su Xiuying was still alive. That's why Yu Meng went back to his hometown. While threatening and warning him, he probably also wanted to see if Su Xiuying was still alive and whether what she knew in her previous life was different from this life. Tong Lianzhong wanted to say something, but he saw Yang Fan didn't say anything, but tapped the table with his left middle finger, which was the boss's usual action when thinking. He quickly shut up and silently reflected on whether he had said too much. Don't be tempted by Yu Meng, she is a very scheming person. Yang Fan thought about it and decided to tell Tan Lianzhong about Yu Meng's trip to her hometown to warn Su Xiaoying. No way? Could this be a misunderstanding? It's not a misunderstanding. Although she doesn't have a name, her dress and age are consistent with her. And I also tested her yesterday, and she acted very guilty and didn't dare to meet my wife at all. Tan Lianzhong was speechless for a moment. He never expected that such an insightful person would go to someone else's hometown to warn someone else's wife for a married man with whom she had no relationship. Where on earth did she get the courage? Then people like this should not come to the factory, otherwise they will cause chaos and unrest, right? No. See if she is targeting you now, or is she using you to get close to me? If possible, let her come to work in our factory. Chapter 284, Building a Brand. As for Yu Meng, Yang Fan didn't want to pay any attention to her and let her be. But no one expected that she was actually a reborn person, which became an unstable factor, because Yang Fan was not sure how much Yu Meng knew. Although he has been law-abiding since his rebirth and has not done anything out of the ordinary to expose himself, Yu Meng's existence is always a variable. He could only keep it under his nose for now, so that if Yu Meng wanted to do something, he would be able to discover it at the first time. Tan Lianzhong reminded weakly, "Boss, Yu Meng's current job is finance, our factory. Finance is a very important job. Given Yu Meng's character, how can I trust her to be in charge? What if she runs away with the money? Then it depends on your ability. Finance is impossible." Tan Lianzhong. The boss is giving him a difficult problem. Keep going. I'm rooting for you. Yang Fan smiled gloatingly, but then said, "She doesn't necessarily need you to sell your body. If she really wants to get close to you, she'll be eager to come as soon as you mention it." After all, Yang Fan and Yu Meng work at a certain distance from each other. They both have to go to work on weekdays, and it is not convenient for them to keep in touch after work without mobile phones. But it would be different if they worked in a factory. They could see each other every day and cultivate feelings. If Yu Meng really wanted to get close to Tan Lianzhong or Yang Fan, she would definitely not hesitate. After all, work is not her goal, catching a rich husband is. Tan Lianzhong's eyes lit up, and he nodded and said, "Boss, I have an idea." "Then go to work." "Okay." As a boss, Yang Fan doesn't have much to do when he's not entertaining people. He just needs to grasp the general direction. Coming to the factory every day is like a stabilizing force. After being busy for 2 hours in the morning, Yang Fan drove back to Donghu Liyuan. The new house is 88 square meters. The layout is not particularly good, but it is designed with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, but the rooms are not that big. All the furniture in the house has been bought, even a TV and a refrigerator were purchased by Yang Fan. It was almost noon. Yang Fan cooked a meal for himself, and then went to his room to take a nap after eating. The quiet house was a bit lonely. It's not like at home, where I have my wife and daughter by my side, it's lively and warm. After a nap, Yang Fan returned to the factory. Counted the bill again. Yang Fan had not changed the name of Yitzi before, and the factory is still called Yitzi. It has been a year since Yang Fan took over the contract. From the beginning to now, Yitzi has always had orders and has now become somewhat famous in the industry. After all, many people in the circle now look at Yitzi's designs. Whatever kind of clothes Yitzi designs, someone will soon follow suit and make the same clothes. Even if the quality is different, many people will buy them. This year, not counting the 310,000 yuan from the transfer, and deducting the labor costs, Yitzi's profit has reached nearly 100,000 yuan. This is by no means a small amount, and if the factory building is not too small, the profit can be doubled. On the other hand, the decoration company also makes considerable profits. It was established almost at the same time as Yitzi, with a difference of just over 2 months. Excluding the 100,000 yuan in transfer, the net profit was almost 50,000 yuan. The profit from decoration is actually no less than that from making clothes. The reason why it is not that much is that there are not enough people in the decoration company. But even so, Lu Dingdong and his team were able to earn 50,000 yuan by working on one project after another without stopping. Because these workers have only a guaranteed monthly salary, if they want to make money, they have to take commissions from projects. Nowadays, people are very hard-working and willing to work hard to make money, so the profit of 50,000 yuan depends entirely on the hard work of the workers. Although both companies were well organized, Yang Fan actually only had a few thousand yuan in his hands. Yitzi's account book had about 80,000 yuan in liquid funds, but this money could not be moved. So even if Yang Fan wanted to expand the scale, he had no money. However, it is still possible to create a brand name and increase the price. First of all, the name of the factory must be changed. You can't always be copied by others when your quality is better and your prices are similar, right? As a businessman, Yang Fan would not do business that would make him lose money. If you create your own brand, at least many people will be willing to buy the authentic products for the sake of face, etc. After calling Tong Lianzhong, Yang Fan thought about it and decided to name him XA, which is the abbreviation of Xiuan's first letters. In fact, it is not wrong to just call him Xiuan, but to be honest, Chinese people always think that English names or letters are more noble. There is no need for Yang Fan to go against consumers for these things. After choosing a name, the next step is marketing. Yang Fan is familiar with this kind of thing. To put it bluntly, it is about packaging one's own products. Even an ordinary melon seller can package the melons to show where they come from and what they are like. In short, they are big and sweet, so you won't lose out if you buy them. The more economical way at this time is to post flyers. As for advertising on TV, although it is indeed very high-end, Yang Fan has no money. However, you can also submit your article to newspapers. Yang Fan wrote an article himself and spent 500 yuan to get a page in the Shenzhen Daily, which is read by everyone in Shenzhen. As for the effect, there is some. Yang Fan came out to a breakfast today and saw someone holding a newspaper and talking about XA clothing. Where can I buy this XA's clothes? It's even advertised in the newspaper. I don't know. I asked. It looks really good. I heard that many manufacturers are following their lead and making the same product. But the newspaper said that the original one is better. Of course, everyone else copied it, and it's definitely not as good as the original in every aspect. It is true that there is a XA logo on the clothes or pants. I think it doesn't matter whether it's original or not. The genuine ones are definitely more expensive, and with the name, it might be imported clothes. These days, no one is interested in supporting domestic brands. On the contrary, for everyone, imported things are all good things. So hearing that XA might be a foreign brand has aroused many people's interest. After careful investigation, they found that they had actually worn XA clothes, but they bought pirated ones. People who don't have money don't care. They all look the same anyway and others can't tell the difference. Besides, they can wear the same style for less money, so they're making a profit. But the rich can't stand wearing pirated goods and must wear genuine goods. With Yang Fan's marketing efforts, XA's clothes became popular, not just among ordinary people, but among those who can afford to buy XA's clothes. With the brand effect, price increase is inevitable. But Yang Fan's price won't increase too much. After all, he doesn't want to make the XA brand particularly high-end. He just wants to make it mid to high-end. Chapter 285 The Best Self. While busy with brand building, Tong Lianzhong casually mentioned to Yu Meng during several contacts that the factory was recruiting female workers recently, and Yu Meng recommended herself. Tong Lianzhong hesitated for a moment, and then agreed. What do you think, boss? Am I awesome? Tong Lianzhong didn't know why. Yang Fan was obviously younger than him, but in front of Yang Fan, he always had the illusion that he was the junior. Is it because of the relationship between superiors and subordinates? Perhaps, this is the only explanation. Good job. Yang Fan nodded and flipped through the latest account book. Did she say when she would come? She said she would talk to Mr. Luo about it in the next 2 days, but she probably has to wait until Mr. Luo finds someone else before she can come. At this point, Tong Lianzhong asked, Boss, do you want to talk to Mr. Luo about it? After all, the two of them have a good cooperative relationship, and it would be bad if Mr. Luo thought that Yang Fan was maliciously poaching his employees. Well, I happen to have a social event tonight, and Mr. Luo will be there too. You can come with me. When the time comes, I may have to sacrifice you to explain the reason. Tong Lianzhong helplessly spread his hands. Okay, I understand. Fortunately, he doesn't have a partner now, otherwise he really wouldn't be able to do this. Sure enough, Mr. Luo was also there during the evening social event. All the bosses congratulated Yang Fan. Ever since Yitzi changed its name to XA, advertisements have been everywhere, and the prices of its clothes have also risen. As Yang Fan's partner, they are naturally profitable. After some joking, Yang Fan picked up his glass and toasted Mr. Luo, saying apologetically, Mr. Luo, there is something I need to apologize to you for. What's wrong? The female comrade you brought last time, her name is Yu Meng, right? Yang Fan asked Tong Lianzhong, who immediately replied, "Yes, boss." Not long ago, Yu Meng got close to Director Tong. When she heard that our factory was hiring, she volunteered to come. I thought, since she's an employee of Mr. Luo's, that wouldn't work. But Yu Meng was determined to come, and I couldn't stop her. Yang Fan looked embarrassed. "Anyway, this is my fault. I stole a good employee from Mr. Luo. How could anyone not understand this style?" Yang Fan even asked for Yu Meng's name, which showed that he was not familiar with her and it was impossible for him to poach her. So Yu Meng came on her own and most likely had some relationship with Tong Lianzhong. This is not a big deal. After all, Yu Meng is not a rare talent. If she is gone, we can just find another one. But the matter still needs to be said, so when Mr. Luo heard Yang Fan's words, he felt relieved immediately. It's okay, it's okay. It's a blessing for that girl to be able to work under Boss Yang. Boss Yang, look at what you said. You are alienating me, aren't you? Well, that's not being estranged. Let's put things one way and one way. Anyway, Mr. Luo, I'll drink this glass. You can do whatever you want. Yang Fan raised his head and drank all the wine. Mr. Luo was not very good at drinking, and after a few sips he wanted to cheat. Then I will be really casual. Others immediately started to make a noise. Boss Luo, we can't tolerate this. Yes, Mr. Luo, if you don't finish drinking it, you are not giving Mr. Yang face. Mr. Luo was persuaded and finally finished the wine in his hand, but he still couldn't escape the fate of going back sideways that night. Yang Fan was also a little confused. He was the protagonist tonight, so everyone took turns to force him to drink. Tong Lianzhong tried to block the drinking for him, but ended up getting drunk and fell down. Since he was drunk and couldn't drive, he had to call someone from the hotel to help take him back. Lying at home in Shenzhen, Yang Fan thought that he had to find a driver. Because she had greeted Mr. Luo, Yu Meng came to work in the factory within 2 days. Yu Meng was really excited. She didn't expect that she could actually enter Yang Fan's factory. After what happened last time, she thought Yang Fan would never let her get close to him. But now Yang Fan agreed to let her enter the factory. Could it be that he actually has some interest in her? After all, Yu Meng has always believed that men become bad when they have money, and men are cats that steal fish. As for whether Yang Fan would cheat on her after being together with her, Yu Meng didn't really care. What she liked was not Yang Fan as a person, but his future billions of assets. At that time, the worst that can happen is that we can just go our separate ways. As long as we have money, it's fine. Yu Meng, who wants to start over in life, is very open-minded about this kind of thing. Yu Meng thought she could see Yang Fan at the factory, but she didn't see him for several days. She couldn't help asking Tong Lianzhong, but she didn't see the latter's meaningful look. You mean the boss? He went back to his hometown. After all, his wife just gave birth to a child and needs someone to take care of her. I see. It seems the boss is quite family-oriented. Indeed. Tong Lianzhong pretended to be casual and said, the boss bought a house in Shenzhen. I heard that he is planning to bring his wife and children to Shenzhen recently. Yu Meng was startled. Ah, so that's the case. That's good. Director Tong, I'll get busy now. Her heart was beating very fast and she walked away quickly. Tong Lianzhong smiled with some evil intentions. He was indeed teasing Yu Meng on purpose. After all, what did the other party think of him as? A stepping stone? Or an option below the boss? Maybe he is indeed not as good as his boss, but emotionally, that is not the way to measure things. Everyone hopes to be the best solution. Well, although he has no feelings for Yu Meng, everyone is the best version of himself. Yang Fan did go home, and this time he went back to prepare for an in to go to school. The school was already chosen, and it was the same school as that of my second sister's Yuding. When Yuding went to school, she would pass by Yang Fan's house, so that the two could go to school together and come back together after school. Anan was very happy when she learned that she was going to school. Now there are more younger brothers and sisters in the family. Although under Yang Fan's reminder, Dad, Mom and Su Shouying try their best to take care of Anan's feelings, a person has limited energy. With 2 more children to share it, Anan will have less. It is inevitable for Anan to feel a little lost, so she is very happy to be able to go to school and play with other friends. As for pick up and drop off, you'll have to trouble your dad or mom to help. Fortunately, my father gets up early every day and used to ride his bike around. Now he has something to do and he is very happy. It is worth mentioning that a few days ago, my dad went to play chess and locked his bicycle aside, and as a result, the front wheel was stolen. After the repair, my dad put locks on the front and rear wheels in addition to the original locks on the bicycle. As for Yang Fan's bicycle, when he is not riding it, he moves it to his dad's place on the second floor. If it is left outside, it will disappear overnight. A few days after Yang Fan returned home, his father kept scolding the thief and was obsessed with his car wheels. In response, Yang Fan secretly gave his father 100 yuan, and the world finally became quiet. After solving his daughter's schooling problem, Yang Fan made an agreement with Su Xiuying that he would bring the two children to Shenzhen for a trip after they were weaned. Chapter 286 Happy Fat. After returning to Shenzhen, Yang Fan met Yu Meng, who was working in the factory. However, what Yu Meng did not expect was that, although she did have more opportunities to see Yang Fan, she also had fewer opportunities to contact him. In other words, it is an opportunity to speak up. As an employee, why would she ask the boss for help if she has nothing to do? If she has any problem, she can just ask her supervisor. So before, we could actually say a few words to each other, but after becoming Yang Fan's employee, the relationship between superiors and subordinates became more intense and we couldn't say a word at all. This kind of attitude that makes people feel distant and serious was actually given to Yu Meng by Yang Fan on purpose. Yu Meng felt a little disappointed, but she had a backup plan. Although she was not clear about Tong Lianzhong's achievements in his previous life, but now that Tong Lianzhong was following Yang Fan, as long as she was there to guide him and he continued to follow Yang Fan, and if he earned some money to buy a house in advance and then had the capital later, she would let him make some investments, his life would definitely be better than in his previous life. Of course, it would be best if Yang Fan's wife died like in his previous life, so that she could take advantage of the situation at any time. Between the two identities of boss wife and employee's family member, she knows very well which one is better. Yu Meng didn't know when Yang Fan's wife would encounter an accident, so she was relatively calm while waiting for this opportunity. She wanted to be ambiguous with Tong Lianzhong, but Tong Lianzhong was always very businesslike and behaved very straight, as if he had no idea that she was flirting with him at all, which made Yu Meng very angry. Time passed slowly as Yang Fan developed steadily step by step. Soon, it was Chinese New Year again. During this year, Yang Fan's XA garment factory and showcase repair developed steadily and became well known in Shenzhen. Showcase repair, in particular, was the first to gain considerable fame in the industry. There are more and more real estate projects in Shenzhen, more and more people are coming to Shenzhen to work, and housing prices are also rising steadily. Yang Fan calculated the profit for the year, and after deducting the transfer fee of 410,000, the net profit reached nearly 400,000. To be able to make so much profit, it is natural that Xiuan has expanded its staff a lot. In addition, the creation of clothing brands and the increase in prices have made the profits compound like usury. He planned to expand the XA garment factory after the new year and try to accumulate initial capital as soon as possible to enter the real estate industry. If you enter the real estate market 1 year earlier, you can make money 1 year earlier. The Chinese New Year is coming soon. Many people came to Yang Fan's house to wish him a happy new year. As his business grew bigger, in addition to relatives and friends, some Ningxiang fellow villagers who started businesses in Shenzhen gradually got to know Yang Fan and then asked their friends to help introduce him to them. There are many people who give gifts, some of which can be accepted and some cannot. Yang Fan can handle all these matters in a comprehensive manner, as if handling these complex interpersonal relationships is his innate talent. At least in front of Su Xiuying and other family members, they all felt that this was a natural ability of Yang Fan and it could not be learned. Today is the 29th day of the lunar year, and Su Guowei brought the pregnant Yang Zhenju to pay New Year's greetings. Yang Zhenju has been pregnant for 6 months, and she exudes a gentle and happy aura. When Yang Fan saw her, he almost didn't recognize her. He still remembered that when he saw Yang Zhenju just after his rebirth, this girl was full of thorns. As for Su Guowei, he gained weight due to happiness. Yang Fan estimated that he had gained more than 10 kilograms in this year, and his face looked rounder. Now he has opened a shop in Ningxiang County to sell clothes. Having listened to Yang Fan's advice, he bought the shop outright instead of renting it. Now the couple lives a stable and peaceful life. Chapter 287 Practice. Dabao and Xiaobao are already 1 year old, which is the age when they are lively and active. Yang Fan laid carpets in several rooms for the two children to crawl around on every day. And then teased his younger siblings, and would often laugh out loud when they fell on their butts. Su Guowei looked at the happy scene and said enviously, "Brother Yang, you are lucky to have 2 children at once. It's hard for us to have children now." "Yeah, I was thinking about whether I could have twins." Yang Jinju touched her belly and said, "If I have another baby, I will have to pay a lot of fines." Yang Fan asked, while playing with the child with a toy, "Is the village strict in cracking down on this now?" "It's the severity of the fine that worries me. Although we can afford the fine, we didn't have to pay it before, and now we have to pay it, which makes me feel uncomfortable." Yang Fan found it a little funny to see them wanting to have a baby. They probably didn't know that the 2-child and 3-child policy was opened up in later generations, but unfortunately people at that time didn't want to have children. Yang Fan stopped thinking about it and asked Su Guowei, "How is the business in the store?" "It's okay. It has stabilized. Although the business volume varies from month to month, there is a guaranteed minimum number." Speaking of this, Su Guowei smiled again. If it were him a few years ago, he would never have imagined that he would be able to live such a good life today, with a wife and children, a successful career and a harmonious family. He looked at Yang Fan and said admiringly, "But I can't compare with Brother Yang's business. I'm not smart, but I know how to be content. Brother Yang has brought me here, so I'm almost there." Su Guowei knows himself well. He is not a wise man and does not have the spirit of adventure. Especially after he has a wife and children, he cherishes his hard-earned good life even more. He has no confidence in himself if he is asked to take a chance and build a big business. "Life is very good now. I will do some small business in the future. When I have money, I will listen to Brother Yang and use it all to buy a house. I will be a landlord in the future. Although I want to be rich, Brother Yang said that it's no problem to be a little rich." This idea coincided with that of the eldest brother of the Yang family. They had talked about it before and found that they both thought the same way. Even the eldest sister-in-law of the Yang family did not force the eldest brother to do big business. She knew that some things can be learned, and some things really cannot be learned. It's like a person who was not born to be a student. Maybe if you push him hard, he can get into a good university, but it's difficult for him to get into a top university because his talent is not there. Everyone has his or her own shining points, and a person's goodness or badness cannot be defined solely by whether or not he or she can make money. Yang Fan had no intention of forcing them to do business. They are willing to listen to him and buy houses when they have money. Even if they don't do business in the future, they can make money without doing anything and live a good life. "Dad, my brother Debeo has pooped again." Sure enough, Yang Fan smelled a foul odor at the tip of his nose. He picked up the person skillfully, then helped him change his clothes and wash his butt. The whole movement was so smooth that Su Guowei, who was standing by, was a little stunned. "Brother Yang, have you practiced before?" "Of course." Yang Fan said proudly, "Learn it, you will need it soon. It's time to learn." It happened that Xiaobao also had diarrhea, and Yang Fan was about to deal with it together, but Su Guowei quickly stopped him. "Don't move, Brother Yang, I'll do it, you teach me." Yang Jinju laughed as she watched from the side. Seeing that Su Xiaoying was sitting next to her and had no intention of standing up, she whispered, "Are you so confident? Aren't you afraid of being touched by a grown man?" Chapter 288. Everything is the best arrangement. He is more careful than me. Su Xiaoying replied with a smile, "If you don't believe me, just watch." Yang Jinju looked over and saw that Yang Fan's movements were familiar and neat, yet very gentle. He was afraid that he might be too strong, so he was extra careful. In fact, his strength was weaker than mine and my mother-in-law's. Su Xiaoying said, grabbing a handful of melon seeds and cracking them. "When he's at home, I feel free. I don't have to worry about anything." Yang Jinju looked at her enviously, then whispered, "Sister-in-law, I've always wanted to say sorry to you for what happened in the past." "I'm sorry, It's okay. I don't care. You still have to apologize." Yang Jinju continued, "Actually, I targeted you not because you're prettier than me, as everyone says, but because I caught him peeking at you a few times before. I was actually a bully who only feared the strong and had no way to deal with him, so I took it out on you." Su Xiaoying was slightly surprised. She really didn't know there was such a reason behind this matter. "You don't have many friends in the village. You didn't know that people misunderstood you so much." Yang Jinju has always lived better than her peers. She has good conditions and is loved by her elders, which makes her out of tune with others. She is also proud and does not want to lower herself to please others in order to fit into the circle, so she is like an alien in the village. When the educated youth married into her family, he aroused the envy of many people. After all, the educated youth came from the city, was good-looking and educated. Which girl in the village would not like him? Yang Jinju felt proud, and her back was much straighter when she walked outside during that period. But soon, she found that this educated youth was not that good, especially his indecision, which made Yang Jinju very angry. But since she was married, she could only accept her bad luck. However, Yang Jinju felt like there was a thorn in her throat towards the culprit. Although she knew that the other person was innocent, she couldn't help but be emotionally involved. Looking back now, Yang Jinju realized how childish and ridiculous she was at the time. It's not a misunderstanding. I do have problems. Yang Jinju shook her head, then smiled and touched her belly and said, "Fortunately, everything has turned out well after all the hardships." Yang Jinju had thought about remarrying before. After all, given her age and her father's increasing age, she had no choice but to remarry. But she never thought that she could marry a man who loved her and did not dislike her parents-in-law. She was really grateful for everything now. Su Xiaoying gave her some melon seeds and thought for a moment before saying, "I remember what Yang Fan said before, everything is the best arrangement." Everything is the best arrangement? Yang Jinju pondered for a moment, then suddenly smiled and nodded, "Yes, yes." She looked at Su Guowei who was studying with Yang Fan, and her heart felt even warmer. Maybe he was not as good looking as that educated youth, nor as smart and talented as that educated youth, but after nearly a year of getting along, Yang Jinju had already fallen in love with him. Even though he is a bit clumsy sometimes, his heart and eyes are full of her man, which is better than anyone else. After Su Guowei had a baby, he broke out in a sweat, just like Yang Fan had done before. He took off his coat, wiped the sweat off his forehead with his sleeve, and said with emotion, "Brother Yang, it's too troublesome to take care of a child. It's more tiring than selling clothes for a day. This is just the beginning. If the child cries and poops in the middle of the night, then I'm tired. If the child poops a lot, he will wake up several times in the middle of the night and won't be able to sleep well at night." Chapter 289 Looking for Someone. I thought this year's New Year would be particularly smooth. Unexpectedly, on the 4th day of the New Year, the old man fell down and was sent to the town clinic. The doctor only helped stop the bleeding and then sent him to the county hospital. When Yang Fan and his family got the news, they left the women and children at home and drove to the hospital with his father and eldest brother. After finding out the ward, the three of them hurried over. There were already quite a few people crowded in the ward, not only Yang Fan's relatives, but also some relatives of other patients in the ward. When I saw Uncle Yang and the others, before I had time to say anything, Aunt Yang Luiying came over right after. As soon as she saw Yang Fan and the others, she asked, "How is Dad?" "I don't know. We just got here." Dad looked at Uncle Yang and asked, "How is Dad? What did the doctor say? Why did he fall? Why is he still out there at such an old age?" Dad has always been in good health. He was fine when he helped to get down to the ground before. Uncle Yang looked worried. "How do I know he fell this time?" Yang Fan asked hurriedly, "Now is not the time to pursue responsibility. How is the master?" The doctor said he had a concussion, and his wrist and upper arm had bone damage. Dad was also diagnosed with high blood pressure. The doctor said he needed to take medicine on a daily basis and take good care of his hand, otherwise it would easily induce bed sores, infection, and poor wound healing. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard that his life was saved. As they were talking, Yang Fan and others also entered the ward. This is a ward with 6 beds. The old man's bed is in the middle of the left row, with people on both sides. Yang Fan's bed is the most crowded. The old man's wound has been bandaged, he is on an 4 drip, and he is in a coma. Uncle Yang sat down on the wooden stool beside the bed, frowning slightly. "There is one more thing." "What?" "Before going to bed, Dad held my hand and said he wanted to find his third brother." "Third brother? Where can I find him?" Dad was confused. Yang Fan also frowned slightly. He had definitely never seen this third uncle. He was abducted when his father was still a child. It has been more than 40 years since then. How can he find him? To put it bluntly, we don't even know whether the person is still alive. After all, in that era, everyone couldn't even afford to eat, so how could they have the spare money to buy a child? That's what I said. Uncle Yang sighed, but Dad said that this time he thought he was going to die. When he fainted, he realized that his only regret was not finding his third brother. This was also the wish of Mom when she died. Dad said that there is a photo of my third brother when he was a child at home, and also the physical characteristics of the day he was abducted. There is nothing more. Dad thought about it carefully and found that too much time had passed and he could no longer remember what his third brother looked like. He shook his head and said, "The country is so big, it's impossible to find him. My family reported it to the police, but they couldn't find him, let alone us. how about this? Yang Fan said, let's collect money and put an advertisement in the newspaper. I remember that Uncle San was already 6 or 7 years old when he was abducted. He was old enough to remember things. If he can see the newspaper and take the initiative to find us, there is still a possibility. Uncle Yang thought about it and finally nodded, okay, Yang Fan, you go and do it. Ask how much it costs to put it in the newspaper, and we will split it equally among the 3 of us. The 3 families he mentioned naturally refer to his family, his father's family and his aunt's family. Well, then we can only put it in the newspaper first. And Dad's hospitalization this time will probably cost a lot of money. Uncle Yang looked at his father and aunt and said, Luing is married after all. It depends on how much you are willing to give. The rest will be shared equally by Jiefeng and I. Chapter 290 Newspaper Advertisement. Yang Luiying thought about it and finally expressed her willingness to share 20% of the medical expenses. She was willing to share 20%, and the remaining 80% would be shared by Uncle Yang and Dad. Although Yang Fan had money, he didn't want to bear more at the moment. Unless the old man really encounters something serious, as a grandson, he is willing to pay the money. But now that both families can share the burden, he will not interfere, otherwise other people will get used to the fact that Yang Fan should pay more. After talking about the money issue, everyone talked about taking care of Grandpa in the future. After being discharged from the hospital, Grandpa will definitely be taken care of by Uncle Yang's family. After all, after the family split up, Grandpa lived with Uncle Yang's family, and many things such as the house and savings were given to Uncle Yang, the eldest son. But if he is still in the hospital, it is not enough to rely on Uncle Yang's family alone. Yang Luiying said she could come and deliver food, but it would be inconvenient for a woman like her to take care of the old man. So Uncle Yang and Dad discussed the time and decided to take turns to watch over the night, and asked the aunt, mother and aunt to help during the day. My parents have to help take care of my grandfather's health, so Yang Fan doesn't have it so easy at home. The 2 children were very troublesome. Yang Fan had no idea when they would sleep, eat, or poop. He was really troubled. Although Anan goes to school, Yang Fan still has to pick up and drop off the child in the morning and evening. This year, he has been like a super dad. Of course, while being busy, Yang Fan did not forget to contact the newspaper and pay to place an ad in the newspaper to find out about his 3rd uncle. Yang Fan could only do this much. After all, too much time had passed. Not to mention that the internet was not well developed. Even if it was, many people would have disappeared in later generations and could never be found again. It depends on whether the old man and his son are destined to be together. The old man stayed in the hospital for a week and was then discharged by his uncle. After the old man was discharged, his mother didn't have to help, and Yang Fan felt relieved. However, his father still went back to the village every day to help his uncle. After all, the old man only has 2 sons. Although the father has always had complaints about the old man, he is his biological father after all, so there is no overnight grudge. This time when the old man was hospitalized, he suddenly realized that the old man had grown old. He no longer cared about the things in the past. In the face of life and death, everything was trivial. After the Lantern Festival, Yang Fan drove back to Shenzhen. This year, Yang Fan plans to focus on Shoen. To be honest, Yang Fan didn't work in the decoration business in his previous life. Although he knew the profits were amazing, he didn't know much about it. He was not as familiar with the clothing business. Therefore, his focus has always been on XA. Now he finds that although Shoen does not earn as much as XA clothing, the cost of Shoen is much lower than that of XA, mainly reflected in labor costs, which makes it easy for Yang Fan to manage. So in the new year, Shoen Repair expanded its enrollment again. Meanwhile, Yu Meng worked diligently in the factory, hoping to win the boss's favor, but to no avail. She neither heard the news of the boss's wife's death nor saw the boss pay much attention to her. After a long time, Yu Meng became a little discouraged. So she began to turn her attention to Tan Lianzhong. She didn't know how Tan Lianzhong was doing in his previous life, but as for now, Yang Fan attached great importance to Tan Lianzhong. As long as Tan Lianzhong was willing to work hard with Yang Fan, Yu Meng believed that with Yang Fan's vision, Tan Lianzhong's future achievements would definitely not be bad. Chapter 291 Finale. Spring comes and summer goes, winter harvests and stores. 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Thanks to the foresight of his previous life, Yang Fan's business became bigger than that of his previous life. However, no matter how big his business became, he never forgot his original intention. No matter how busy he is, family is still the most important thing in his life. It's New Year's Eve again. The elderly man, supported by several of his great-grandchildren, slowly took his seat. After sitting down, he looked around the crowd with a cloudy gaze, but didn't see anyone for a while, so he slowly asked, "Where's Xiaofan?" "Dad, Xiaofan is helping in the kitchen." It was Uncle San who answered. After the advertisement was published in the newspaper, there was no news for several years. It was not until Yang Fan went to the capital for business that he happened to cooperate with his third uncle's company. His third uncle was the person in charge and they gradually became familiar with each other. Later, after knowing each other for more than half a year, he found out that the person in charge was actually his third uncle, and then they recognized each other as relatives. Perhaps because he recognized his youngest son and put his worries to rest, the old man has become healthier in recent years. The old man smiled and nodded. "Well, Xiaofan is a good cook, no one in our family can compare to him." And then has grown into a big girl, wearing a red dress. When she heard this, her eyebrows curved and she said, "Yes, Dad's cooking is the best." The twins Yang Yushi and Yang Zeshan followed their sister and nodded in agreement. "The food in the big restaurants outside is not as delicious as Dad's." My aunt at the side joked, "When you find a partner in the future, you must find someone like your father." The eldest brother Yang Hai laughed when he heard this. "If we look for it the way Xiaofan does, will we be able to find it? I have lived for so many years and have never seen anyone better than Xiaofan." At this moment, Yang Hai has already become the younger brother. In his heart, his younger brother is the best. In a large family, the most outstanding and richest person will always become the center of the family. This statement basically applies to 99% of families. At this moment, even if Yang Fan was helping in the kitchen, 8 out of 10 of the conversations with his relatives outside would be about him. In the kitchen, Yang Fan was busy cooking. He saw Su Shouying walk in from the corner of his eye. He frowned quickly. "Wife, what are you doing here? There's so much smoke." Over the years, with Yang Fan around, Su Shouying hardly had to go into the kitchen. Plus, her life was good, so even after 10 years, she still looked as young as a little girl. Occasionally when she went out for social events with Yang Fan, many ladies asked her how she maintained her looks, but Su Shouying just smiled and said nothing. She didn't take any care of herself and used the same skincare products as the general public. The reason she didn't look old was because she had a good attitude and lived a good life. "It's okay." Su Shouying walked in and saw the uncut lotus root on the chopping board. She took it and cut it. "This little bit of oil smoke won't cause any trouble. Besides, we all lived a hard life before. Why are we so pretentious?" "I just feel sorry for you," Yang Fan disagreed. "My husband loves me, and I love him too." She spoke quietly, but Yang Fan still heard it. He quickly took the dishes out of the pot and couldn't help hugging her. "Well, thank you for your concern, my wife. Just help me take the dishes out. I have 2 more dishes here, which will be ready soon." Su Shouying raised her eyes and saw the man's eyes were dark. 10 years had passed, but time had not left any trace on his face. Instead, he became more mature and stable. He encountered many temptations in social events, but after what happened with Yu Meng, Su Shouying never worried anymore. Thinking of Yu Meng, Su Shouying couldn't help laughing out loud. "What's wrong?" "I think of Yu Meng." Yang Fan took the knife from her hand and quickly sliced the lotus root. "Yu Meng? Her, why are you talking about her?" Speaking of Yu Meng, after being disappointed with Yang Fan, she turned her attention to Tong Lianzhong. When that failed, she then turned her attention to the people around Yang Fan, but ended in failure as well. However, Yang Fan never fired her. She didn't know if she had figured it out later, but she adjusted her mindset and worked hard for Yang Fan, saving a lot of money. Relying on the advantage of rebirth, she bought a house in advance. Although her life now is not rich, it is much better than her previous life. I just suddenly thought of her. After all, when she appeared, I was really inferior to her. Now that I think about it, I was really immature at that time. Thousands of lights were lit up, and as the sound of firecrackers rang out, Yang Fan raised his glass. "In the new year, I wish you all good health, good luck, and prosperity. Cheers! Cheers! People have joys and sorrows, separations and reunions, the moon waxes and wanes. Separation is the norm, but perhaps at the corner of life, we will meet again. I am very grateful for this rebirth, which allows me to rewrite my regrets." End of the book.